Your system has finally activated, but instead of being happy, you feel particularly anxious, because through the life simulator you learned, the world will experience a zombie virus outbreak in 20 years, and you won't escape it either. You've been in college for 2 years, trying to make up for the regrets of not enjoying high school. You often pull all-nighters playing games, just as you've been gaming for 3 days and nights and finally can't hold it any longer to go to bed. Congratulations, you've activated the life simulation system. Host, Jiang Chen, age 20. You have one simulation left. The simulator will completely follow the trajectory of reality to simulate your future. Each time the simulation starts, you will randomly gain a new ability, and the simulation count refreshes weekly. The system detects that the host is viewing it. Would you like to start the simulation? What the hell, did I just die? Why is the system even here? Forget it, I'm already here. I've stayed up this long, if I'm going to die, let's just start the simulation. Simulation begins. Random ability extraction in progress. You have gained the ability to shoot three-pointers effortlessly. You arrive at the school basketball court, just as the school's basketball team is practicing. To test the authenticity of your newfound ability, you casually pick up a basketball and stand beyond the three-point line to shoot. No matter what kind of shot you take, even with your eyes closed, you can make the basket. This draws gasps of surprise from the students playing on the court, and you realize the terrifying nature of your ability. At that moment, the coach on the basketball court notices your talent and invites you to join the school team. You smile slightly and agree, and together you advance through the rounds, reaching the finals of the National College Basketball League. Against all odds, you defeat Tsinghua University and Peking University. You thought you could join the CBA to bring glory to your country, but instead, the men's basketball team viewed you merely as a cash cow. Negotiations fell through, and you were blacklisted by the Chinese men's basketball team. After being blacklisted, you weren't discouraged. Following your coach's advice, you traveled across the ocean to the United States. You set your sights on the NBA and the annual draft. Because you are of Chinese descent, you went unnoticed at the draft. After 2 rounds, you were not selected. Finally, through your coach's connections, you reached out to a team called the Lakers. Against all odds, you made a comeback with your ability to hit three-pointers every time. You led the Lakers to 10 consecutive championships, and your market value skyrocketed to over 10 billion. You married a stunning foreign woman and had a few chubby kids, then chose to retire. In 2043, you celebrated your 40th birthday, choosing to spend it on an island called Rhode Island. On May 1st, your birthday, many friends and family came to celebrate. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed across the island, and the crowd began to panic. You then saw dozens of people running towards you. They were running, shouting for help, and behind them were several figures with bloodied faces, gaping mouths, and grotesque appearances, resembling zombies from a movie, chasing after them frantically. You watched in horror as a zombie caught up to one of the fleeing individuals and bit into their neck. The bitten person twisted grotesquely for a moment, and seconds later, transformed into a zombie just like the one that attacked them. Wait, this isn't right. It was just an urban basketball story, and suddenly it turned into an apocalypse film with zombies appearing. You worry about how long your 40-something, out-of-shape self can survive against zombies. The simulation continues. You freeze for a moment, then quickly react, picking up your little daughter and running. However, due to your lack of exercise, you can't run fast enough, and you see a zombie closing in behind you. You grit your teeth, hand your daughter to a friend, and turn back toward the zombie, trying to buy some time. The zombie lunges at you, and you are pinned to the ground. The zombie is incredibly strong, both in speed and power, far surpassing that of a normal person. Within seconds, you struggle in vain as it bites into your neck's carotid artery. You have died. The simulation ends. You receive a reward, Immersion Simulation Experience Card Star No. 1. Using this card will grant the host a 24-hour immersive experience in the simulator's life. This is a great item. If I had this experience card during the simulation, wouldn't that mean I could immerse myself in the simulator and spend 24 hours with the Black Widow? But if that were the case, Jiang Chen probably would spend the whole day in bed with her, and a week would pass in the blink of an eye. There are still quite a few courses in your junior year's second semester. After finishing a class, you part ways with your roommate in front of the library and head back to the dorm alone. Once back, you don't even set down your backpack before opening the simulator in your mind. Simulation begins. Ability extraction in progress. You have gained the ability to instantly reach any point along the line from any position on that line. Inside your dorm, you ponder the uses of this ability for a few minutes, then step outside to conduct an experiment. On the school road, there are many guiding lines for vehicles and pedestrians. you casually choose to stand on one of the lines. The moment you step on it, an aerial view of the line appears in your mind. You mentally select any point along the line and then focus your thoughts. In the next moment, as your vision blurs, you find yourself at the chosen location. You realize that having this ability is, in a way, akin to possessing a weakened version of teleportation. After nearly 100 tests, you calculate that the time it takes to teleport along the line is about 1 millisecond, virtually undetectable by the naked eye. To make money, you decide to participate in marathons, effortlessly winning several championships. With the prize money piling up, you decide to stop. You return to normal life, using your superpower for small tasks like picking up takeout, collecting packages, and skipping cafeteria lines. A year later, you graduate and land a job at an internet company in Qingqing City, becoming a proud programmer. Another year passes, and as you look at your paycheck of over 5,000 yuan and catch a glimpse of your thinning hair in the mirror, you slam your fist on the table and angrily resign. After resigning, despite the confusion and discouragement from friends and family, you resolutely choose to become a delivery driver. A month later, with a record of 200 deliveries a day, you become the top delivery rider in Qingqing City. In your first month as a delivery driver, your salary reaches nearly 50,000 yuan. For the next 6 months, you maintain an average of 200 deliveries a day. Previously, you were just a rookie in the programming world. But in the circle of delivery riders, you have already become the person standing at the highest peak of the mountain. You stand high and seek to defeat the lonely, so you expanded into new business and started delivering packages, which brought your monthly income close to 100,000 yuan. For someone with super abilities like you, delivering takeout and packages doesn't take much time at all. When you're not working, you really enjoy staying in your room to play games. One day, while playing a game, you encountered a useless teammate, and you two started cursing at each other in the game. The insults flew back and forth, but as a high-quality young man of the new era, your cursing skills were somewhat lacking. Just when the game was about to end, the annoying teammate started to shout, "Haha, you can't scold me anymore, right? I've been in Zwan for 10 years and still have both parents alive, so you can't possibly be my opponent. What are you not convinced about? What use is it to be unconvinced? Come over through the internet cable and hit me." Seeing this sentence, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed your mind. Yes, the network cable, damn it, it's a disguise line. So you had an idea and followed the network cable to the home of the troublesome teammate. In a tall building in the Magic City, a young man in his mid-20s looks at the screen and laughs loudly. "You little brat wanted to scold me, but you're still far from it. Do you really think you can come through the network cable to hit me?" Just as the words fell, the young man suddenly felt that a person appeared before him. "Who are you, young and exquisite, stepping back? Who am I? Weren't you the one who just now?" You had a smile on your face and started moving your wrists. "You are the sword demon who just had a verbal exchange with me in the game," and the young man is even more afraid. "That's right, you are getting closer step by step," and the youth festival smiles like a big villain. "Seeing you so actively seeking a fight, I just came over to fulfill your wish." "Ah, don't, I haven't waited for the young man to say the words of pleading yet." Jiang Qinmin's fist had already landed on the young man. "That day, you gave that teammate a severe lesson right in front of him. After this incident, you expanded into a new business, DD Substitute Service. After the business was launched, you successfully helped some people who were timid in reality but aggressive online to overcome their internet addiction. In the year 2029, this year, electronic accumulated temperature erupted, and the little black spots welcomed the carnival. Your DD business received many orders this year, almost all of which were issued by the little black spots to strike against the opponent's site orders. In 2033, you were 30 years old, but you are still not married because no girl looks up to a delivery driver, even though by then you are earning millions a year. You didn't care, often clutching your wallet, going to the small alley on the edge of the city, taking care of those poor girls who, even in the middle of winter, are still inadequately dressed and standing outside. The girl over there plays hard, and there, you experience the ultimate pleasure that belongs to a man. In front of the simulator screen, seeing this Jiang Chen, I was very disappointed to find that no fragments of memory appeared in my mind, a free little movie. Moreover, the main character is still myself, but unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to see it. As for using the immersive simulation experience card, even though you are very small, you still managed to hold back. Time flies, and 1 year after another passes. During this time, you have run into the police several times because you were taking care of the business of the young ladies, but each time you were able to successfully escape using your superpowers, and you repeatedly warned yourself not to commit such acts for the desires of women again. But every time after the anti-prostitution operation ends, you still sneak back to that dark alley. For over a decade, You have been outsmarting the police in their anti-prostitution efforts, but they have never managed to catch you. Time has come to May 1st, 2043, and you are celebrating your 40th birthday. When you see this line of text appear on the virtual screen of the simulator in front of you, you decisively choose to use the Immersive Simulation Experience card. The last simulation was on this day of your 40th birthday, when a zombie outbreak occurred during your vacation in Rhode Island, and you were bitten and killed by a zombie. Now the time for the second simulation has come again. On this day, you will personally experience it to see if the zombies will break out again, and at the same time, you want to verify some things. In a standalone villa by the sea in a new city, after a moment of dazed vision, you looked around at the unfamiliar environment, lowered your head to look at the table, and saw a very thin mobile phone on it, with the time displayed as May 1st, 2043. Then you knew that the Immersive Simulation Experience card had been successfully used. You moved your limbs a bit, feeling your body 20 years later, then came to the mirror, looking at the sparse stubble and the slight wrinkles on your face. I have to say, the 40-year-old me is exactly the ideal melancholic uncle in the minds of many young girls. I opened the computer on my desk, not knowing what brand it was, and started searching for the content I wanted. I searched for the winning numbers of the double color ball lottery for the day after in the real world, then memorized them. The money issue was temporarily solved, and I began searching for some events that occurred in the real world, especially those happening in Qingqing City, where a man went to the police station to inquire if he was a fugitive. The police checked and found out that he really was. A thief in Qingqing City opens an online store, stealing whatever the customer orders from the mall. On the evening of April 15, 2023, a student named Xia Qingning from Qingqing University was hit by a drunk driver at the school gate and died after unsuccessful rescue efforts. You have scrolled through many news articles, but found very few that were useful. The immersive simulation has been going on for 2 hours. According to the time of the last simulation, the zombie virus must have already broken out on Rhode Island by now. There is basically no useful information to be found domestically. You have bypassed the firewall to go abroad, and after continuous searching, you finally discovered a statement posted by a foreign netizen. Brothers, I have come to Rhode Island for vacation these past 2 days. I originally planned to go into the woods to chop some branches for camping at noon, but I heard a loud roar coming from deep in the forest. If the roar is not unexpected, it should be the sound of zombies. In fact, you have always been curious about one thing, which is that in the first simulation, the zombie outbreak actually started from Rhode Island where he was vacationing. It was still infected from other places to Rhode Island, but from the last simulation, I didn't receive any news about the appearance of zombies from the outside world from start to finish. Moreover, this time, apart from Rhode Island, there are no signs of zombies appearing in other places around the world, which makes you more inclined to the first guess. Isn't that right, buddy? The last simulation was so unfortunate, it just happened to occur in the place where the zombie outbreak first started. You helplessly smiled bitterly. You tried to contact this online friend, but the message sank like a stone, and no one replied. Soon after, you came across several videos, all about zombies appearing on Rhode Island, with calls for help. But a few minutes later, these posts and tweets were all deleted. Clearly, the U.S. side reacted quickly as well. The zombie virus broke out in the United States, and he is now in China, not in Laos like last time. There should be no life-threatening danger in the short term. But what you didn't expect is that the spread of this zombie virus, in your view, the United States has already realized that the zombie virus has broken out over in Rhode Island. As long as the U.S. acts quickly, it is estimated that troops will soon be dispatched to Rhode Island to control the situation. The army takes over, and what follows is a protracted battle with the zombies. If it really comes down to it, then we'll just drop a few mushroom bombs on Rhode Island and go down together. After all, given the nature of the U.S., it's entirely possible for them to do something like this. However, the following plot did not develop as you expected. The U.S. military did indeed arrive in Rhode Island quickly, tasked with controlling the situation in Rhode Island, but as soon as they arrived, the army of Rhode Island was completely bewildered by the countless zombies that were crazily screaming at them. There were nearly 10,000 zombies, and the army's guns were completely ineffective against them. Even if hit in the head, the zombies only struggle a few times before getting back up. Looking at the zombies that seem impossible to kill completely, along with comrades beside me one by one being bitten and turning into zombies, the army collapsed, and one by one they rushed back, but among those who were running back, some had already been bitten and infected with the zombie virus. The zombie virus was thus brought from the island to the mainland of the United States. At 3 a.m. on the second day of Huagua time, the United States gave up resistance, and the senior officials fled the U.S. territory by plane overnight. Before the high-level escape from the United States, they also disclosed to media reporters the origin of this zombie virus. According to investigations by the U.S. side, this zombie virus was leaked from a biological laboratory called the Darkchild Laboratory, located deep underground in the forests of Rhode Island. The virus spreads at a speed far beyond everyone's expectations. Although China banned ships and planes from the United States from entering its territory as soon as it learned about the outbreak of the zombie virus in the U.S., the action still came a step too late. At around 3 a.m., a plane landed at Luting Airport in Xinjiang City. This is a plane from the United States. The passengers on the plane disembarked in an orderly manner. After all the passengers got off, a flight attendant planned to tidy up the bathroom on the airplane. But as soon as the bathroom door was opened, a figure pounced on the ground. That figure was frantically biting the flight attendant, and the flight attendant was shouting for help. Very soon, the crew members hurried over, and what came into view was the flight attendant lying on the ground, already torn and unrecognizable, along with the zombie covered in blood and rotting flesh pressing down on her. Alert! Alert! Zombie sightings have been reported at Luting Airport in Haicheng City. All personnel immediately enter a state of combat. The troops stationed around the city quickly mobilize, but they are still a step too late. When the army arrived at the airport, zombies were already everywhere on the streets around the airport, and there were crowds frantically fleeing from the zombies chasing them. At 4 a.m., after fighting zombies for an hour, the first batch of troops that arrived on the scene was already surrounded by layers of zombies, with some dead and others mutated. Then came the second and third batches of supporting troops, rushing in one after another, but facing ordinary bullets was completely ineffective. Only weapons of mass destruction were effective against the zombies, which still showed a declining trend. Activate the second plan. Quickly issue an emergency notice to inform all citizens of Qing City to evacuate immediately. Urgent notice, urgent notice. Our city has erupted with a zombie virus. Please all citizens quickly evacuate Qingqing City. I repeat, please evacuate Qingqing City as soon as possible. Hearing the voice on the broadcast, you gave a wry smile, thinking, no way, am I really this unlucky? Let's not even talk about the last simulation. Directly arrived at the zombies' lair, Rhode Island. This time, how long has it been since the zombie virus broke out? I didn't expect it to be right in front of me again. Put on your clothes and walk outside the villa. The neighbors around the villa, after hearing the broadcast, basically walked out with a confused look on their faces. The zombie virus, isn't that something that only exists in movies and TV shows? Could it be that this is being filmed for a TV drama? Jiang Chen, do you know what happened? We have really erupted with a zombie virus. Someone asked you, this neighbor who usually acts very mysteriously. You didn't answer directly. You said it's better to believe there is than to believe there isn't. Going out to avoid it can't be a bad thing. After hearing your words, several neighbors nodded in agreement and hurriedly prepared to go back to pack their luggage. No need, and at this moment, you suddenly spoke again. Why not say a word? Didn't you say you were leaving? Several neighbors are confused. Jiang Chen gazed seriously at the end of the road in his line of sight, where a few zombies slowly appeared. Because we can't leave anymore, you take a deep breath. The surrounding neighbors hurriedly fled in all directions, but how could an ordinary person's speed compare to that of a zombie? You are not a saint. When you see the neighbors around you being chased and knocked down by zombies, you didn't go to save them, but quickly ran to the road sign, and with a thought, you escaped the scene. The entire city has fallen, and with your superpowers, you can leave the city at any time, but you decide to observe and understand the zombies. You have come to the entrance of the battlefield several times and found that these zombies are not like human corpses. Shooting them in the head won't necessarily kill them. Some even have their heads blown off but can still move. The only way to kill a zombie is to use heavy firepower to turn them into mush, but this method is really too slow. The 8-nation army was engulfed by the zombie army. It was just a matter of time. Everyone knew this, but each of their faces was filled with determination, with no sign of retreat. The next day you mixed in a temporary shelter, watching people discuss the shouts behind. Next to you sits a girl, wearing a red dress, with her long hair styled up, looking quite attractive, and her brows and eyes are full of spirit. However, what is more eye-catching is the long stick-like object wrapped in cloth that the girl is holding. The stick is so long that it makes you unable to help but take a few more glances. Uncle, what are you looking at? I'm feeling a bit uneasy from your gaze. The girl in the red dress couldn't help but ask. Uncle, do you have some special preferences? I'll tell you, you're old enough to be my dad, so it's impossible between us. You were speechless for a moment before explaining, saying that I was watching you. Stick. The girl in the red dress was stunned for a moment. Phew, uncle, you are really perverted. I am a pure girl, not someone who had surgery done in Thailand. You're so young, what are you thinking? You pointed to his arms and said, I mean this. You mean this, right? The girl in the red dress misunderstood, her face turned red for a moment, and then she explained. This is not a stick, this is a gun. Don't bully me for reading less, do you really have such a long gun? It's not the kind of gun you think, the girl in the red dress explained again, it's a cold weapon spear. You are a juggler. The girl in the red dress has puffy cheeks, clearly very angry. What acrobatics! I am a serious disciple of Ame. Alright, hi, the girl in red cleared her throat and formally introduced herself. I am Luo Hongi, the 27th generation disciple of the Ame sect and the contemporary inheritor of the Ame spear technique. Luo Hongi proudly put her hands on her hips. Ame sect disciple, did you hear the last part? You are an Ame sect disciple. Probably just serving tea and water, right? Uncle, don't underestimate me, I tell you I'm quite impressive. Okay, you're amazing, a little girl, you didn't plan to take it too seriously with him. Hey, uncle, don't be so perfunctory, okay? It's like you're coaxing a child. I tell you, my shooting skills are really impressive. You dealt with Luo Hongi a few words again, took out your phone to check the time, it was exactly 8 a.m. Although the phone had no signal, it was still possible to check the time. But there are less than 2 hours left until the experience card ends, just as you are preparing to make use of the remaining time to do something. Suddenly, I heard the sound of the elevator descending at the entrance of the parking lot. Is someone coming to save us? Someone rushed eagerly towards the elevator, and I said, the country will definitely not abandon us. The elevator doors opened, but instead of rescue personnel coming out of the elevator, it was a zombie with a gaping bloody mouth. When the door opened, what he saw was not a rescuer, but a zombie. The person was directly startled and stood frozen in place. The zombies will naturally not let go of the big ship that comes to them, falling on that person's neck, instantly cutting off their breath. The zombies are coming, great. I don't know who shouted, and everyone panicked, rushing like a swarm towards the exit of the underground garage. You are also planning to escape, when suddenly you see Luo Hongi sitting beside you slowly getting up and walking towards the entrance where the zombies are. What are you going to do? Kill the enemy and raise the fame of my Ame. Luo Hongi turned her head and walked towards the zombie. While walking, Luo Hongi cut off the cloth strip wrapped around the outside of the long spear, revealing the spear tip stained with patches of blood, and a strong smell of blood came from the tip of the spear. The zombie looked at the falling red clothing coming towards it, naturally treating the falling red clothing as another piece of food delivered to its door, and the zombie cautiously pounced towards the red clothing. Luo Hongi nimbly dodged to the side, avoiding the zombie, and this lunge caused the zombie to stagger. Just as the zombie had not yet stood up straight, Luo Hongi waved her long spear, a glimmer of cold light flashed by, and in the next second, bang, a line of blood appeared on the back of the zombie's head, and then it fell to the ground, no longer making a sound. You still have a crowd that is currently fleeing, all shocked by this move from Luo Hongi. The zombie died, killed by such a seemingly delicate girl, leaving everyone in a state of disarray. How is it, uncle? Am I impressive? I told you before, I am really impressive. But your focus is obviously not here. How did you do it? What? How did you do it? Luo Hongi tilted her head in confusion and said. You translates to you, expressed your doubts. How did you kill this zombie with one blow? Just a few hours ago, you personally saw the military people turn the zombies into meat and kill them. Hitting Luo Hongi with this is just a one-shot solution to the battle. Lying on the ground, this zombie that is already dead beyond death has merely had its scalp cut open. For a zombie, that wouldn't even count as a skin injury, right? You mean this? Luo Hongi picked up something from beside the zombie's corpse on the ground and handed it over. That is a blue diamond-shaped crystal, about the size of a fingernail. There is such a crystal on the back of the zombie's head. As long as this crystal is shattered, or if the crystal is removed from the zombie's head, it can kill the zombie. It turns out like this. It seems that this crystal is somewhat similar to the energy core of a zombie. Once it is lost or destroyed, it will immediately die. You discovered this, and to be honest, I can't quite see through this girl, Luo Hongi, now. Good luck. Luo Hongi shrugged his shoulders. When I saw a zombie rushing towards me, I swung my spear casually and sliced through the back of the zombie's head. The crystal fell out. So what is the use of this crystal? In a sense, this crystal can be considered a reward for defeating zombies. It should have some effects, like allowing people to regain lost powers or something. I don't know, Luo Hongi shook her head. I studied it for half a day at that time and still couldn't figure out how to use this crystal. In the end, I swallowed one whole, but apart from a bit of a sore throat, I didn't feel anything. One swallow goes down. This girl looks pretty smart, but why does it always feel a bit fierce? However, I have collected all these crystals, maybe they will be useful in the future. Luo Hongi showed Jiang Qin his collection, a small pouch of blue crystals. How many zombies have you actually killed? You looked at the small pile of crystals in your pocket and asked, not many, maybe just under 100? Luo Hongyi waved his hand and said, with a humble expression, but the slightly raised corners of his mouth still betrayed him. 100 red-robed figures stood by, waiting for the copper man who had just been bitten to mutate into a zombie. They simply shot him in the back of the head, successfully allowing this copper man to achieve the shortest lifespan zombie achievement, thus resolving the inadvertently triggered zombie crisis. Through the act of killing the undead, everyone's admiration and gratitude towards Luo Hongyi was immense, just as Luo Hongyi was surrounded by the crowd, enjoying the treatment of a hero. Jiang Chen followed the wires of the underground parking lot and went to the whole city next to the Tilted City. The zombie virus had not spread to the whole city yet, but evacuation had already begun. The street is full of people hurrying by, and you casually found a place with a computer to post a message online. Zombie Killing Guide 1.0. Shatter the crystal on the back of the zombie's head to instantly kill the zombie. After posting this message, you followed the power lines back to the underground parking lot. Uncle, what were you doing just now? Seeing you walk over, Luo Hongyi, happily licking her ice cream, asked curiously. Just now I went to save the world. Xia Luo rolled her eyes and gave you a look of disdain. I looked at the time, it's almost 10 o'clock, and there are only a few minutes left until the immersive simulation experience card ends. You sat down next to Luo Hongyi, and said, what's wrong, Hongyi? Being born in this era is our misfortune, but remember, there is no everlasting darkness. If light never comes, then we will transform into light, even if the light we transform into is weak and extinguished with a single breath. Uncle, why have you become a riddle person? What you said is too profound, I can't understand it. Uncle, why have you fallen asleep? Answer me. The immersive simulation experience card usage has ended. Do you want to continue the simulation? Once again, you feel a sense of daze, and you find yourself back in the university dormitory. After taking a glance, only a few seconds had passed. You weren't in a hurry, continued to simulate, opened the map, searched for the nearest lottery store, and then took a taxi directly to that lottery store. You report the lottery numbers according to your memory. Based on what you found in the simulated world, this number is exactly the winning number for the double chromosphere 2 days later. Young man, how many columns of this number are you coming for? Come for a column. You're afraid that buying too much will affect the final result. After paying, you carefully put the lottery ticket in your pocket. Don't be fooled, right now it's just a light piece of paper, but in a few days it could be worth millions of RMB. After returning to the dormitory, the simulation continued, and the temporary shelter order in the underground parking lot of China Resources shopping mall had dozens of people intensely debating something. Half a month has passed since the last time a zombie wandered in, and Luo Hongyi killed the zombie. During these past half a month, everyone still has not received any news that someone will come to rescue them. Although backed by a large shopping mall, food and clothing are not an issue in the short term, but a sense of impatience has already arisen among the crowd, and under someone's call, more than a dozen people are unwilling to stay here and wait to die. Decide to charge out recklessly. The group invited you and Luo Hongyi, especially Luo Hongyi. Half a month ago, they witnessed Luo Hongyi killing 2 zombies with 1 shot. With Luo Hongyi around, their chances of escaping would greatly increase, but Luo Hongyi refused, so they could only rely on themselves. One night, they cautiously walked out of the underground parking lot under the cover of darkness, but half an hour later, of the more than 10 people who had gone out, only one bespectacled young man came back, rolling and crawling. Behind that person, there were 6 zombies chasing and howling at him, and the appearance and attire of those 6 zombies were exactly those of the more than 10 people who had just left, among which were a few. Looking at the person who led the zombies here, the people in the shelter were extremely angry, followed by a face full of despair. Last time, when a zombie came, if they ran fast, there was a chance of escaping, but this time 6 zombies were brought at once, and they had no chance of escaping. Help me, Hero Luo, help me! The young man wearing glasses ran towards the crowd while shouting for help to Luo Hongyi. The others also looked at Luo Hongyi with pleading eyes. The only one who could save them now was Luo Hongyi. Luo Hongyi did not speak, but instead untied the cloth strips on the long spear again. Facing 6 enemies alone, Luo Hongyi fought very hard, but in the end, still managed to slay all 6 zombies. After the first battle, Luo Hongyi was exhausted and collapsed on the ground without any image. The survivors surrounded Luo Hongyi, asking about her well-being and expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Looking at Luo Hongyi surrounded by the crowd, shook his head and said nothing. The crowd also understood the situation outside based on the few words from the lucky surviving bespectacled young man, whose expression of golden phrases had not yet recovered. The zombies are everywhere, all of them are zombies. We just came out of the building and hadn't gone far when we were spotted by a group of about 30 or 40 zombies. We ran frantically, but we couldn't outrun them at all. One by one, we were bitten by zombies and mutated into zombies. I was more familiar with my father, and using the terrain, I shook off most of the zombies, but a few still followed me back here. Hearing that the outside was filled with zombies, everyone gave up the idea of escaping and prepared to stay here for a long time. The temporary shelter became a formal shelter. Under the apocalypse, there is no order to speak of, only the size of one's fist is the hard truth. As the one responsible for military force, Luo Hongi, who is also the savior of many, has been elected as the leader of the shelter. Luo Hongi immediately arranged for the people in the shelter to move all the water and food from the commercial building above to the underground parking lot, and you also joined the ranks of the movers, working alongside Luo Hongi. Why are you helping me move things? You're the leader, shouldn't you be stationed at the base? You look back, holding a long gun, following your crimson-clad figure step by step, and ask with a slight smile. I don't want to be any kind of leader, Luo Hongi said, but my master has told me that with great power comes great responsibility. Since I have the ability to protect everyone, I should take on the duty of protecting everyone. Then you should go protect everyone. Why are you following me all the time? Uncle, you are not considered part of everyone either. That being said, it's true, but can you lend me a hand? Jiang Chen looked at the pile of bottled water in front of him, which was as high as a small mountain. Can you bear to see a man in his 40s like me move such heavy things? Luo Hongi crossed her arms and raised her snow-white neck, saying, You said I was the leader, am I supposed to do this dirty and tiring work? Luo Hongi, I was just joking with you, but in the end, she still helped you carry the mineral water. Looking at the mineral water that can be lifted with one hand, Luo Hongi, I was greatly shocked. Just when you two were about to transport all the bottled water to the shelter, you bumped into two people, who are not from your shelter. After inquiring, you and Luo Hongi learned that there is also a temporary shelter established by surviving humans in a residential building next to the shopping mall. However, that shelter is smaller than yours, with only a dozen people. This time, they had to take the risk of coming to the mall to find food because they ran out of the food they had stored. After seeing you and Luo Hongi, the two living people seemed very happy. Upon hearing that there is also a shelter on your side, which is located in the underground parking lot below the shopping mall, they hope to bring their dozen or so people to join you. You looked at Luo Hongi, and after thinking for a moment, Luo Hongi nodded in agreement. The shelter welcomed newcomers, and in the following days, your shelter absorbed many surviving humans from the surrounding area. Among them were individual survivors and small groups of people who had gathered together. Even a small group is larger than yours, with nearly 100 people, but when the number of people in the shelter reached 200, Luo Hongi decided not to accept new members anymore. The supplies in the commercial building are limited, and if there are too many people, it won't take long for the supplies to be exhausted. Although this is somewhat cruel for those who survive without food, there is no other way. This is the apocalypse, and where there are many people, there are many conflicts. The newcomers are very unconvinced about a little girl like Luo Hongi being their leader. Even though the elders of the shelter have introduced more than once that Luo Hongi single-handedly killed 6 zombies, that group of people still remains indifferent. Even a little girl can kill zombies. If they are pushed to their limits, who knows, maybe they can too. One day they rioted, preparing to kill Luo Hongi, to become the new leader of the refuge, becoming a local emperor under the apocalypse. You as Luo Hongi's closest person, also included in their assassination plan. Late at night, several muscular men holding controlled knives stealthily approached the tent where Jiang Chen and Luo Hongi were sleeping. You happened to wake up because of a full bladder, ready to go out and take a pee, and as soon as you exited the tent, you ran into a few people. What are you all doing? A few people were gradually discovered by Jiang Zhe, so they simply stopped pretending. The leader called out, What we are going to do is of course to kill you and Luo Hongi, and become the new leaders. The person said while waving a dagger and stabbing towards you. At this moment, you no longer care about whether your abilities will be exposed. Facing this almost certain hit, as your thoughts shift, you follow the lines on the ground and appear a few meters away. Seeing you teleport made me doubt my own eyes. I rubbed my eyes, filled with disbelief, but once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. The arrow can't kill you. How many people have shifted their target to Luo Hongi? Step by step, you press closer to the tent where Luo Hongi is located. You realize the thoughts of a few people. With a thought, you appear inside Luo Hongi's tent. Luo Hongi is still sound asleep at this time, and you directly pull Luo Hongi up from the bedding. Uncle, you are perverted. The dazed Luo Hongi appeared in Zhang Zi's tent, his face blushing as he shouted. You spoke in a deep voice, saying someone is coming to kill us, prepare for battle. Luo Hong suddenly woke up. Who is going to kill us? Is it the zombies? No, it's not Chen Chang and the others. Chen Chang is the one who was absorbed in at that time. Leader of a group of nearly 100 people. Luo Hongyi walked out of the tent holding a long spear, facing the city wall. He questioned loudly. Luo Hongyi couldn't understand. He kindly took in the fleeing Tatar people and even provided them with water and food, yet instead of being grateful, they thought about killing him to take his place. Obviously, Chen Chang's stabbing had a tremendous impact on Luo Hongyi's young heart. Faced with the stabbed Chen Chang and others, Luo Hongyi felt no compassion at all. For Luo Hongyi, who could kill zombies, dealing with a few ordinary people was naturally a piece of cake. Leading Chen, Chang was first pierced in the throat by Luo Hongyi with a spear, and the others were also all taken down one by one with a single spear. Looking at the seemingly war god like Luo Hongyi still alive, several people knelt on the ground, crying and begging for forgiveness while apologizing. If apologies were useful, what would we need the police for? Luo Hongyi showed no mercy and directly killed him. After this incident, Luo Hongyi's mindset grew, but afterwards, you rarely saw a smile on Luo Hongyi's face, and she no longer clung to you. Luo Hongyi fully took on the responsibilities of a leader, managing a team of over 200 people in an orderly manner and establishing a significant threat within the team. 6 months later, your shelter will be moving because during this 6 months, many more humans have survived. Xiao Dao hopes you can take them in, but it was rejected by Luo Hongyi. Some people leave directly after being rejected, while others harbor resentment after being rejected. Those who are rejected may bring the surrounding zombies from the shopping mall to your shelter group. You were forced to deal with wave after wave of zombie crises. Once, you attracted more than a dozen zombies. If you hadn't secretly taken action, Luo Hongyi would have been bitten by a zombie. It was only after paying the price of more than 20 people that you completely wiped out the zombies. The target of the parking lot under the commercial building is still too big, and it is easy for survivors looking for food to come over. After some discussion, you decide to move. In the fragmented memories, the crowd in the shelter is carrying supplies in large and small bundles, orderly following Luo Hong out of the underground parking lot. This time, the destination of the move is an abandoned factory several kilometers away. Uncle, what have you been doing? You're the only one missing. Luo Hong looked at you, who arrived late, and asked. You chuckled. Nothing like just now. Urgently needing to pee, Luo Hongyi tugged at the corner of her mouth, wearing an expression of disbelief. In fact, just now you were exploring the way. By using your abilities, you got a rough idea of the zombie situation on all the roads and planned out a relatively safe route. How about I lead the way this time? I have a good understanding of the situation around here. Luo Hongyi nodded. So you will lead the way. Among the people in the shelter, the one Luo Hongyi trusts the most is you, without exception. On the route you had planned in advance, you traveled smoothly, except for encountering a wandering zombie halfway, which was easily dealt with by Luo Hong, and you did not see any other zombies for the rest of the time. Everyone only thinks it's good luck, but only Luo Hongyi has been staring at you with intense eyes the whole time, making you feel very uncomfortable. But just as you were about to arrive at the abandoned factory, an accident happened. At the entrance of an abandoned factory, several somewhat disheveled figures appeared, dressed in camouflage combat uniforms and wielding firearms, frantically shooting in one direction. They were a few soldiers. After half a year, seeing soldiers again brought you great joy. However, once you learned about the current situation, your happiness faded. Fragments of memories surfaced. The soldiers spotted Jiang Chen and the others and immediately shouted, "Run! There's a zombie lord here! A zombie lord!" This was the first time everyone had heard this term. Just hearing the name made it clear that it was not something to be trifled with. Everyone planned to obediently turn and run. However, it was already too late. Attracted by the sounds of battle, many zombies had already gathered around. All the escape routes were blocked by zombies. At that moment, Jiang Chen also saw what the soldiers referred to as the zombie lord. Compared to ordinary zombies, the zombie lord was much taller and more robust, standing over 2 meters high, with bulging muscles and a gaping maw, resembling a smaller version of the founding titan from Attack on Titan. It was evident that under the intense firepower, the zombie lord's body was completely unaffected. Its skin was like steel. Bullets struck it, nearly creating small dents before falling to the ground. Surrounded by zombies, the people in the shelter joined forces with the soldiers. "Leave this zombie lord to me, you handle the other zombies," Luo Hongyi said, gripping her spear and resolutely approaching the zombie lord. The soldiers were taken aback but had no choice but to trust Luo Hongyi and focus on dealing with the other zombies. "Aim for the back of its head," Jiang Chen reminded from the side. "Bro, you really know your stuff," a soldier around Jiang Chen's age replied. It turned out that more than half a year ago, Jiang Chen's zombie strategy 1.0 spread online and quickly caught people's attention. At first, people were skeptical. But when someone actually used this method to kill a zombie, the strategy was revered as a Bible. It had now become the primary way for humans to kill zombies. On one side, the people in the shelter and the soldiers were engaged in a fierce battle with the encircling zombies. On the other side, Luo Hongyi was in a one-on-one fight with the zombie lord. Compared to the zombie lord, Luo Hongyi was at a disadvantage. Her spear struck the back of the zombie lord's head multiple times but could not break through, only leaving white marks on its skin. Under the zombie lord's onslaught, Luo Hongyi could barely hold her ground, coming close to being crushed by its claws several times. Watching Luo Hongyi get kicked by the zombie lord and crash into the wall, spitting blood, you felt you could no longer stand by and watch. You used your ability to teleport next to Luo Hongyi, urging her to lead the zombie lord into the nearby curtain store. Inside the curtain store, the battle between the zombie lord and Luo Hongyi sent curtains scattering everywhere. The curtains were made of threads, meaning you had the ability to move freely to any position within the store. You grabbed a few fire extinguishers. Inside the store, you used the dry ice from the extinguishers to obscure the zombie lord's vision. You continuously used your ability, darting around. Even though the zombie lord was fast, it couldn't touch your clothes. Meanwhile, Luo Hongyi used every means to cut through the skin on the back of the zombie lord's head. A simulated scene emerged. "Hang in there, uncle. I'm about to succeed," Luo Hongyi said with a smile, looking at the trickling blood seeping from the zombie lord's skin. The zombie lord seemed to sense the danger of death. With a furious roar towards the sky, disregarding Jiang Chen's interference, the zombie lord charged madly at Luo Hongyi. Faced with the violently approaching zombie lord, Luo Hongyi picked up her spear to block. As a result, the zombie lord simply swatted the spear in half with a single slap. Luo Hongyi was once again slammed against the wall. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly grabbed a fire extinguisher in each hand and sprayed them wildly at the zombie lord. Finally, he threw one of the extinguishers forcefully at the zombie lord. Caught off guard, the extinguisher hit the zombie lord's head, causing it to stagger. "Now's the time!" Jiang Chen shouted loudly. Luo Hongyi did not disappoint Jiang Chen's expectations. She gripped the broken piece of the spear in her hand, transforming it into a javelin, leaped up, and stabbed it into the back of the zombie lord's head. After a brief struggle, the zombie lord collapsed to the ground. With your cooperation with Luo Hongyi, you have defeated the zombie lord. From the back of the zombie lord's head, you unearthed a shattered diamond crystal. However, this diamond crystal was not the same blue as the other zombies, but a faint purple. On the main battlefield, after a soldier voluntarily sacrificed himself, charging into a horde of zombies with a bomb, the zombie tide was finally contained. Taking advantage of the time before more zombies arrived from the distance, you hid in an abandoned factory. You were temporarily safe. In a workshop of the abandoned factory, you felt a sense of relief after surviving the ordeal. Just as everyone was expressing their inner emotions to each other, Luo Hongyi found you. A simulated scene appeared. "Jiang Chen, come with me for a moment." Rarely, Luo Hongyi directly called Jiang Chen by his name for the first time. Jiang Chen stopped his conversation with several soldiers, puzzled, and followed Luo Hongyi to a secluded corner of the abandoned factory. "Is there something wrong?" Jiang Chen asked, confused. Luo Hongyi did not speak but rolled up her pant legs, revealing her calves. On her calf, the flesh was torn, and a bloody wound appeared in Jiang Chen's view. "Was it done by that zombie lord just now?" Jiang Chen's tone was no longer calm. Luo Hongyi nodded. "It was scratched by its claws." "Jiang Chen, then, you." Luo Hongyi feigned calmness, but her voice trembled slightly. "I can already feel that my body is almost out of my control, and my brain is becoming increasingly sluggish. So, in the end, uncle, I have one request. Kill me. After I turn into a zombie, kill me. I don't want to become a mindless zombie that feeds on my own kind. So, uncle, I beg you." Luo Hongyi forcefully shoved the half-spear into Jiang Chen's hands, her eyes filled with pleading. "Uncle, I beg you." Faced with Luo Hongyi's final request, that pleading gaze, you nodded in agreement with great difficulty. A few minutes later, Luo Hongyi transformed into a zombie. You used the spear to kill Luo Hongyi. In the real world, Jiang Chen, in front of the simulator screen, Luo Hongyi is dead, and he was the one who killed her. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. Although killing Luo Hongyi, who had already turned into a zombie, was a form of relief for her, still, Jiang Chen felt very uncomfortable inside. Now that he was in this situation, Jiang Chen could imagine how conflicted he must have felt when he killed Luo Hongyi in the simulated world. He sighed softly and continued the simulation. After Luo Hongyi's death, you buried her body on a small hillside behind the abandoned factory, along with the half-spear. After burying Luo Hongyi, you felt it was time to leave. When you cooperated with Luo Hongyi to kill the zombie lord, you exposed your abilities. Staying any longer would not only be dangerous but also meaningless. You didn't tell anyone, and the next morning, you left the abandoned factory alone, leaving Qing City behind. In that moment, you felt loneliness for the first time. Although Qing City was filled with zombies, including those of the zombie lord level, it didn't affect you. Your abilities were not suited for combat, so at that time, you could only assist Luo Hongyi, but when it came to escaping, you were incredibly useful. The first stop after leaving Qing City was the neighboring Quan City. It had been half a year since your last visit to Quan City. As expected, Quan City had also been overrun by zombies. However, due to a timely evacuation, there weren't many zombies in Quan City. After a brief resupply, you set off for other cities. Another 6 months passed. In that time, you visited all the cities along the eastern coastal and central regions of Huagua. Zombies, zombies, and more zombies. Every city was infested with zombies, some had been completely overrun, leaving only a handful of survivors clinging to life. Some cities were still engaged in battle with the zombies, but for these unsupported human cities, defeat was only a matter of time. Memories surfaced. Huagua, Magic City. One of the largest cities in Huagua, 3/4 of its area had been occupied by zombies. Buildings lay in ruins, blood soaked the ground, and the sound of gunfire was incessant. When Jiang Qin arrived in this city, he happened to witness hundreds of thousands of zombies attacking the human army. A vast sea of them, from a distance, they resembled a swarm of locusts, instinctively evoking a sense of fear. The bombardment from tanks and artillery could not halt the advance of the zombies, especially the dozens of zombie lords at the forefront, who were incredibly brave. After withstanding artillery shells, they only staggered back a few steps. But the ordinary zombies behind them were not so fortunate. Some were directly turned into mush by a single shell, dying completely. The battlefield had become a meat grinder. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Zombies could die but could quickly replenish their numbers through the infection of the zombie virus, taking only a few minutes to an hour. But for humans, to cultivate another warrior to fight on the battlefield could take over a decade. Although humans could still fight back against the zombies, you knew that human extinction was just a matter of time. You temporarily stayed in Magic City. In 2045, a year later, Magic City fell. You escaped before the fall of Magic City. After escaping, you went to the northwest of Huagua. While you were in Magic City, you heard that a defensive line against the zombies had been established in the northwest. A month later, you arrived in a city in the northwest, Lanzhou. Just as rumored, utilizing the mountainous terrain and building towering walls, Huagua had managed to halt the advance of the zombies in the northwest, barely achieving a relatively stable life. Memories surfaced. In Lanzhou, night fell. The streets were bustling with crowds, chatting and laughing as they lined up in front of shops to buy food. In a nearby barbecue shop, several shirtless men drank beer and skewered meat. Elderly men and women gathered in the square, playing chess and dancing. The long-lost scene before the apocalypse made Jiang Qin feel a moment of daze, as if he had traveled back to a time before the zombie crisis erupted. But Jiang Qin understood that there was no going back. The soldiers patrolling the streets pulled you back to reality. You knew that the comfort here was only temporary. As long as the zombie crisis was not resolved, the world could never return to its normal life. In the city in the northwest, supplies were also scarce. After all, these cities had absorbed many people fleeing from other cities. However, it was not as dire as in other fallen cities where survivors had to stretch a piece of bread to last a week. With a bottle of Maodai liquor smuggled from another city, you obtained some desired information from an information dealer. The zombie crisis had erupted for more than 2 years. At that time, the zombie virus spread from the United States to the rest of the world. Originally, the world had a population of over 8 billion, but it was now estimated that only about 1 billion remained. Small countries with weak military power had almost been completely wiped out, turning into playgrounds for zombies. A few major powers, apart from the United States and the island nation, managed to barely withstand the spread of the zombie virus, just like Huagua. Currently, several countries were intensifying their research on an antidote for the zombie virus, but according to the information dealer, there had been almost no progress. In the real world, Jiang Qin felt a twinge of fear when he saw that more than 20 years later, the world's population had dwindled from over 8 billion to just 1 billion. 70 billion people, just like that, were gone. Among those 70 billion, how many children and parents were lost? And what about his own parents and family? You had spent 2 comfortable years in Lanzhou City. In 2047, you were 44 years old. One morning, as you woke up and prepared to have some savory tofu pudding at a breakfast shop, suddenly, the city alarm blared. The walls had been breached by zombies. Countless zombies surged in. The peaceful life was instantly shattered. The army moved forward to confront them, but it was utterly futile. Citizens fled in panic. You snatched a few buns from the breakfast shop, ready to use your abilities and slip away as usual, when suddenly, you felt someone was watching you. Turning around, you discovered that it was not a person staring at you, but a zombie, a female zombie. This female zombie was quite special. Unlike other zombies that looked disheveled, she resembled a normal human, dressed neatly in a short-sleeved top and jeans, slightly shorter in stature, with a youthful, doll-like face and long hair cascading behind her. If it weren't for the spider-like black markings on her neck, you would have thought she was an ordinary person. A simulated image appeared. When Jiang Chen looked at the female zombie, she also sensed his gaze. Crack! The female zombie tilted her head at a 90-degree angle, giving Jiang Chen a chilling smile, then charged at him. Her speed was incredibly fast, faster than any zombie Jiang Chen had ever seen. Jiang Chen quickly used his abilities to run away. He ran, she chased. But gradually, Jiang Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Every time he thought he had shaken her off, the female zombie would track him down with a nose like a dog's. Moreover, the female zombie possessed a simple intelligence and the ability to command other zombies, including the zombie lord. Clearly, he had encountered a tough opponent, and it seemed she was determined to kill him. Under the command of the female zombie, you were pursued and cornered for 2 consecutive days, and with no way out, you were forced to the mountains behind Lanzhou City. On the mountain, there were very few things referred to as lines, and your abilities could hardly be utilized. Soon, you were surrounded by dozens of zombies. But the zombies did not rush to kill you. Instead, they waited for the female zombie to arrive. The female zombie came. The other zombies made way for her. Just as you were about to speak, hoping to reason with this clearly higher-level female zombie, perhaps suggesting that constantly eating human flesh was not very healthy and that she should pay attention to a balanced diet, etc. The female zombie didn't give you a chance to speak and pounced on you. You died. Simulation ended. You died. This simulation has ended. Simulation evaluation, E-reward obtained, immersive simulation experience card *1, one-time use. After the simulation ended, Jiang Chen's evaluation for this round came out. It was an improvement from the first simulation last time. However, the reward was still the same as last time, an immersive simulation experience card. In the end, I was still bitten to death by a zombie. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and said with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Although he had gained strong abilities this time, especially in terms of running away, he was ultimately cornered on the mountain, rendering all his abilities useless. Moreover, that female zombie clearly possessed a kind of ability to lock onto a person's aura. Even if Jiang Chen managed to shake her off quickly, she would find him again soon. But, big sister, I didn't provoke you, so why are you fixated on me? Jiang Chen couldn't understand why that female zombie was so intent on him. He was sure he hadn't offended her. Forget it. Unable to figure it out, Jiang Chen decided not to think about it anymore. Looking at the 7-day simulation cooldown time displayed on the simulator screen, he turned it off and waited for his roommates to return from the library. Hey, guys, I found a really useful method for memorizing English words today. Oh, what method? Ahem, let me give you an example. Underdog, do you know what it means? No. Underdog, under the dog, think about it, if you're under the dog, you must be the weaker one. So, underdog, weakling. Oh, remember that? Now let me ask you, what does underdog mean? Little dog? 2 days later. In the dormitory, Jiang Chen was a bit nervous watching the live draw for the double chromosphere tonight. 05, 08, 10, 15. As each number was drawn, they all matched the numbers on Jiang Chen's lottery ticket. 13. The last number was also, unsurprisingly, the one Jiang Chen had chosen. First prize in the double chromosphere. Although Jiang Chen only bought one ticket, it was enough to net him a windfall of around 3 to 4 million yuan. Seeing the lottery numbers drawn live on screen, exactly matching the numbers he had found in the simulation world, Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling of the dormitory, momentarily falling into silence. Jiang Chen's heart was very complicated, and his mind was in disarray. Winning the first prize in the lottery, a huge fortune suddenly falling into his lap, was certainly a cause for joy. But it also proved one thing. The life simulated worlds truly followed the trajectory of the real world. In other words, the world in the simulator was not a reasonable deduction based on the real world, but rather a reflection of what the future of the real world would look like. It also indicated that in 20 years, the zombie virus would similarly break out in the real world. The real world would fall into a zombie apocalypse crisis just like the simulated world. The life simulator was not just a simple simulation game, but a reflection of future scenarios in the real world. and within this, the only variable might be himself. In an instant, the joy of winning the lottery was significantly dampened. Instead, he felt an inexplicable and immense pressure. Now, in the entire world, he should be the only one who knew that the zombie virus would break out in 20 years. So what should he do? Pretend not to know, live in a drunken stupor for 20 years, and then wait to be bitten to death by a zombie in 20 years? Still shouldering the heavy responsibility of saving the world, trying every possible way to prevent the outbreak of the zombie virus. Jiang Chen's mind was in a haze, but he vaguely seemed to have found an answer. Hey, wait! Suddenly, Jiang Chen remembered something and abruptly stood up from his chair. During the last simulated immersive experience, Jiang Chen had searched online for recent hot news in Qingqing City. At that time, apart from some meaningless silly news, there was one piece of news that caught Jiang Chen's eye. On the evening of April 15, 2023, a student named Xia Qingning from Qingqing University was hit by a drunk driver at the school gate and died after unsuccessful rescue efforts. It was this news. At that time, Jiang Chen thought the simulated world was just a virtual world, and what happened in the simulated world might not happen in the future, so he didn't take this news to heart. But now it was different. With the proof that the simulated world was indeed the future world, Jiang Chen recalled this news. The student named Xia Qingning in the news was someone Jiang Chen knew. She was a senior graduate student under the same advisor as him. This senior was an academic powerhouse, often tutoring Jiang Chen after class, and she took good care of him in life. Xia Qingning served as the vice president of the student council, and after learning about Jiang Chen's difficult family situation, she proactively applied for a scholarship for him, running around more actively than Jiang Chen himself. According to the news, on the evening of April 15th, this young life would perish. And today was April 15th. Jiang Chen quickly checked the time. It was already 8:30 p.m. Jiang Chen's heart sank instantly. I wonder how Qingning is doing right now. Jiang Chen no longer thought about how to save the apocalyptic world ravaged by zombies 20 years later. He needed to hurry and save his senior who was about to perish. He had to make it in time. Jiang Chen rushed out of the dormitory and sprinted towards the school gate. At the school gate, Xia Qingning and a few roommates were returning from a meal. Wait for me a moment, I'm going to buy a watermelon. Seeing a vendor selling watermelons at the school gate, Xia Qingning told her roommates and prepared to buy one to share with them. Just then, a car came speeding from a distance. The car was recklessly swerving on the road, about to collide with a large truck ahead, when suddenly it made an emergency turn. The driver, clearly drunk, mistook the gas pedal for the brake, accelerating instead of slowing down, heading straight for the school gate of Qingqing University. At the school gate, Xia Qingning looked at the car coming towards her, completely stunned. The immense shock made her legs feel as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. Just as the out-of-control car was getting closer to Xia Qingning, a figure suddenly appeared, pushing Xia Qingning aside. This figure was none other than Jiang Chen, who had just arrived. Xia Qingning was pushed out of the car's path, saving her life. But the drunk driver was not so lucky. Bang! Boom! The car crashed directly into the large stone inscribed with the words Qingqing University. The front of the car instantly crumpled, and a few seconds later, it exploded violently, turning the entire vehicle into a fireball. The driver inside was clearly dead beyond saving. Soon, the police and ambulance arrived. The whole incident was quite clear. The car driver was drunk and, after improper operation, caused a fatal crash. Moreover, he almost implicated Xia Qingning as well. With such a major incident occurring at the school gate, the leaders of Qingqing University quickly rushed over. After learning about the incident, the school leaders were filled with fear upon hearing that one of their students had nearly been hit by a speeding car. They then approached the ambulance to express their condolences to Xia Qingning, who was sitting inside, still shaken. Xia Qingning was not seriously hurt. She had simply fallen to the ground after being pushed by Jiang Chen, scraping her knee a bit. Where's Jiang Chen? Xia Qingning asked. Jiang Chen? Who is Jiang Chen? The school leaders were taken aback. He's also a student at our school, from the 2020 Computer Science Class 1, Xia Qingning explained. If it weren't for Jiang Chen pushing me, I would have been hit by that car. At this point, Xia Qingning felt a wave of fear again. Just moments ago, as she watched the car coming straight at her, she truly thought she was going to die. It was Jiang Chen who pulled her back from the brink of death. Upon hearing this, the school leaders immediately began searching for Jiang Chen at the school gate, wanting to express their gratitude. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen had already quietly left the scene, hiding his achievements and name. The next day, with no classes during the first 2 periods, Jiang Chen was still sound asleep in his bed. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Pengzi, go open the door, Jiang Chen groggily said to his roommate, Gao Peng. I'm not going. Gao Pang, who was also lazily lying in bed, was naturally unwilling to get up. I'll cover your breakfast for a month. Jiang Chen, who had just won the lottery, felt rich and was ready to spend. Moreover, for contemporary college students, the number of breakfasts eaten in a month was quite limited, so this deal wasn't a loss. Gao Ping suddenly sat up in bed. Alright, my dear father, just tell me what you need. How can I let you tire yourself with opening the door? Under the temptation of a month's worth of breakfast, Gao Ping eagerly got out of bed to open the door. Holy crap, Jiang Chen, hurry up and get dressed. The counselor and several school leaders are outside, and Senior Qingning is here too. After opening the door, Gao Peng slammed it shut again, waking Jiang Chen. Damn it! Jiang Chen hurriedly put on his clothes and went to open the door. At the entrance, Jiang Chen's counselor and several school leaders were smiling. Xiao Qingning stood behind the leaders in a beautiful long dress adorned with lotus patterns. Leaders, this is Jiang Chen from our class, a very outstanding student, the counselor introduced him. The leaders shook hands with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you were the one who saved Xiao Qingning last night, right? One of the leaders asked. There were cameras at the school gate, and Xiao Qingning had likely recognized him at the time, so Jiang Chen did not deny it and nodded, yes, it was me. Now that they had found the right person, the next steps were easy. The leaders praised Jiang Chen's actions and stated that they would award him a school outstanding student certificate and contact the police to see if he could receive a bravery award. After chatting for a while, the school leaders were about to leave. Finally, Xiao Qingning, who had been silent all this time, looked at Jiang Chen with teary eyes and said, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen replied, huh? Xiao Qingning bowed at a 90-degree angle, thank you. I will repay you well in the future. After saying this, Xiao Qingning left with the school leaders. Jiang Chen was left bewildered, huh? How will you repay me? You should clarify. It wouldn't be a cliché of a hero saving a beauty and then offering herself, would it? That would be too cliché. Later that day, after finishing his afternoon classes, Jiang Chen casually bought a Sun Wukong mask from the supermarket and entered the lottery shop. Inside the shop, Jiang Chen took out his lottery ticket to claim his prize. Won first prize, 5 million. After deducting 20% for unexpected income tax, Jiang Chen still had 4 million in hand. Your credit card ending in 5688 received 4 million yuan on April 16 at 1724. Account balance 4,564 yuan. Looking at the account balance that jumped from 3 digits to 7, Jiang Chen grinned. In the first two simulated worlds, Jiang Chen was never short of money. But a simulated world is still just a simulated world. Now, with 4 million credited, he could be considered wealthy in the real world. Although this amount might only buy a toilet in Yanjing, it was enough for him at this stage. Young man, you're quite lucky. Take good care of the business in the future. Definitely, definitely. After shaking hands and taking a photo with the lottery shop owner, Jiang Chen took a taxi to leave. As for whether he would support the lottery shop's business later, that would depend on when he needed money again. With money in his pocket, he felt at ease. After receiving the money, Jiang Chen first transferred 1 million to his parents. As expected, his father's call came through. A's, my phone just showed that you transferred 1 million. Is it a scam message? Jiang Chen's father, Jiang Jiangwo, asked. It's not a scam message, Dad. It's 1 million I sent to you, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. 1 million. A's, where did you get so much money? Are you involved in something illegal? Jiang Jiangwo's tone was worried. Jiang Chen laughed and explained, Dad, what are you thinking? I just got lucky and won a lottery. So you can rest assured and accept the money. Hearing that his son's money came from a legitimate source, Jiang Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll save some for you, for when you get married in the future. No need, Dad, I still have some left. Then I'll keep it for when my grandson gets married. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. When your grandson gets married. By then, the whole world would have erupted with a zombie virus, and money would be worthless, keeping it would be of no use. Jiang Chen didn't argue with his father. The older generation's mindset is quite stubborn. Jiang Chen just wanted to tell his father that their family was now well off, and he and his mother no longer had to toil in the fields day and night. The land at home could be leased out if possible. The two elders could just wait to count the money. A's, are you coming back this summer? Jiang Jiangwo finally asked. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, I should come back, but I might be working on a project with my advisor, so I won't be able to stay at home for too long. After hanging up, Jiang Chen returned to school and went to an office in the teaching building of the Computer Science College. Jiang Chen, I heard you saved Qingning's life last night. Is that true? The speaker was Jiang Chen's advisor, Dong Yuman, a professor in his 50s. He was also one of the vice deans of the Computer Science College at Qingqing University, a leading figure in the domestic computer field. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't deny it. I just happened to pass by and saw Senior Qingning in danger, so I stepped in to help. Dong Yuman nodded. Very good. You young people should be like this, instead of running away when faced with danger. Just then, Xia Qingning walked in from outside, holding a large stack of materials. Qingning, please distribute these materials to everyone, Dong Yuman said to Xia Qingning. Xia Qingning nodded, exchanged a glance with Jiang Chen, and began handing out the materials. There weren't many people in the office. Besides Dong Yuman, there were only 7 others. All 7 were students of Dong Yuman. 6 were graduate students, and only Jiang Chen was an undergraduate. Ahem, now that everyone is here and has received the materials, let's get down to business, Dong Yuman said, holding a cup with goji berries, sipping slowly as he began to speak. The last project concluded last month, and this time I brought you all here to discuss the next research topic for our group. The development and research of artificial intelligence chatbots. This is the research direction set by Dong Yuman for the next phase of the project group. Moreover, the project has already been approved, and all the funding is in place. At the end of last year, a company in the United States called Google released an artificial intelligence chatbot named ChatGPT. Many were greatly shocked by the powerful capabilities of this AI robot. Soon, it caused a significant stir across various industries worldwide. AI robots can be applied in many fields, saving a lot of manpower and resources. To avoid falling too far behind the United States, the Chinese Academy of Sciences took the lead at the beginning of this year, collaborating with several domestic internet companies to start research on artificial intelligence voice chatbots. Many universities responded to the call of the Academy, initiating research projects on artificial intelligence voice chatbots. Xincheng University is one of them. The development of artificial intelligence voice chatbots is extremely challenging, with many technical problems to overcome, some of which have not even been solved by Google. Thus, this tough project was taken on by Dong Yuman. I know the difficulty of this project, so this time, I will personally oversee the project group, Dong Yuman said, scanning the crowd before finally stopping on Xia Qingning. Qingning, you will be my assistant. The rest of you need to fully cooperate with our work, understood? Everyone responded in unison, understood. Xia Qingning is a second-year graduate student. Among those present, there are 2 senior doctoral students. However, neither of them expressed any dissatisfaction with Dong Yuman's arrangement. The reason is simple. Xia Qingning has a high level of expertise in computer science, having won many gold medals in computer competitions during her undergraduate studies. After entering graduate school, she independently developed several programs and published 3 papers in SCI journals, all in the top tier. In contrast, the 2 doctoral students combined have not even published a single top-tier SCI paper. Even Dong Yuman praised Xia Qingning as a rare computer genius, stating that if it weren't for her poor performance in English and politics during the entrance exam, Xincheng University wouldn't have had the chance to benefit. After assigning the tasks, Dong Yuman announced the meeting's conclusion, urging everyone to go back and quickly review the literature in this field to prepare for officially starting work next week. Jiang Chen joined Dong Yuman's project group last year. The reason he joined Professor Dong's group was simply to earn some living expenses through work study. Due to the numerous courses during his undergraduate studies, Jiang Chen usually did some trivial tasks in the project group. For a high-end project like artificial intelligence voice chatbots, Jiang Chen estimated that he would still only be able to do menial work, such as serving tea and copying documents. After the meeting, just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, he was stopped at the office door by Xia Qingning. Jiang Chen, are you free for lunch? Let me treat you as a thank you for saving me. Xia Qingning invited him directly. Sure. Faced with the invitation from the beautiful senior, Jiang Chen had no reason to refuse and followed Xia Qingning to a restaurant nearby called Red Chili, where they had a hearty meal. That evening, while lying in his dormitory, Jiang Chen was scrolling through his phone, pondering what to eat for dinner. What should he eat? He could now be considered somewhat wealthy. Should he indulge a little and order a pancake with 3 eggs? Just as Jiang Chen was still hesitating, his phone rang. The caller was Xia Qingning. Jiang Chen, hello, Qingning. Xia Qingning, Jiang Chen, come down quickly, I'm downstairs at your dormitory. Let me treat you to dinner. Jiang Chen ran to the dormitory balcony and looked down. Sure enough, Xia Qingning was waiting for him at the bottom of the dormitory building, wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and jeans. Jiang Chen. Senior, didn't you invite me to lunch earlier? Jiang Chen said helplessly. Xia Qingning, who said I couldn't invite you for dinner after lunch? Hurry down, I'm taking you for barbecue. Jiang Chen, all right. Just wait for me to change my shoes. The next day, early in the morning, before 7, the sudden ringing of the phone woke Jiang Chen from his sleep. He was about to curse, but when he saw the caller was Xia Qingning, he swallowed his words. Hello, senior. Jiang Chen, good morning. Good morning, senior. What are your orders? Come down, I'm treating you to breakfast. Hey, Jiang Chen, why aren't you talking? Senior, I'm not hungry. But I'm hungry, come eat with me, hurry down. Alright. Noon. Jiang Chen received another call from Xia Qingning. Senior, really, you don't have to treat me to lunch anymore. I can buy my own food. I'm right downstairs. If you think it's fine for me to stand here in the hot sun, then don't come down. Jiang Chen, where are we eating this time? I heard there's a new rice noodle shop on the street by the West Gate. We can try it. Great, let's go there for lunch today. Hurry down. Got it. A few days later, Jiang Chen and Xia Qingning were on the phone again. Xia Qingning, food? Jiang Chen, sure. For several consecutive days, Xia Qingning treated Jiang Chen to all 3 meals. It made Jiang Chen feel like he was living off someone else. Other classmates looked at Jiang Chen with strange expressions. But, Jiang Chen really wanted to take out the 3 million from his bank account and loudly tell them, I'm not living off someone else. I have money. However, every time Jiang Chen tried to firmly refuse Xia Qingning's invitation, he was completely defeated by her pitiful psychological tactics. He struggled to refuse each time, but in the end, he always obediently went to eat with Xia Qingning. Finally, Jiang Chen simply gave up and lay flat. If Xia Qingning was treating, Jiang Chen would go. Xia Qingning's thoughts were simple. Jiang Chen was her lifesaver. And from what she understood, Jiang Chen's family situation didn't seem very good. He was very frugal with his meals. At first, Xia Qingning wanted to give Jiang Chen money directly, but upon further thought, she realized that doing so would hurt the younger student's pride and might backfire. So, Xia Qingning changed her approach. Instead of giving Jiang Chen money directly, she decided to treat him to meals. This way, it saved Jiang Chen's meal expenses while preserving his dignity, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xia Qingning couldn't help but give a thumbs up to her clever little brain. Another day. After having breakfast, Jiang Chen and Xia Qingning returned to the dormitory. Recently, because Xia Qingning had been waking him up for breakfast every morning, Jiang Chen had to get up early, and his daily routine had become much more regular. Jiang Chen, back from a date with Senior Qingning? As soon as he returned to the dormitory, his roommate Gao Ping winked at him. What date? We're just ordinary senior and junior. Senior Qingning just treated me to breakfast, Jiang Chen said, his face calm and heart steady. Gao Ping curled his lips. I haven't seen any normal senior-junior relationship where they eat all 3 meals together. Jiang Chen, I've inquired, and Senior Qingning is a real rich beauty. I heard her family runs a large chain supermarket. You better seize the opportunity. Gao Ping leaned closer to Jiang Chen, rubbing his hands together and chuckling. Also, if you really get close to Senior Qingning, this little rich girl, you have to help me out, bro. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and nodded with a smile. Sure, I've been saving that security position at the supermarket for you. You can go straight into it after graduation, saving you 30 years of detours. Gao Ping, forget it, I need to go study in the library. Think carefully about what I just said. Gao Ping left Jiang Chen with this remark before heading off with his backpack. Inside the dormitory, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about his relationship with Xia Qingning and climbed onto his bed, finding a comfortable position to lie down. Then, he opened the life simulator. It had been a week since the last simulation. The number of simulations had reset. Do you want to start the simulation? Yes, no. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands in anticipation, eager to try. Without hesitation, he chose yes. Hopefully, this time he could randomly get a decent ability. Simulation starting. Randomly extracting ability, extraction successful. The ability you have gained is, earn 100 yuan for every breath you take, and every day at midnight, a snail will spawn within a 10-kilometer radius of you. If touched by the snail, you will die immediately. Omega, whoa. Seeing this randomly acquired ability, Jiang Chen was so surprised he almost sat up in bed. In the first 2 simulations, Jiang Chen had used the abilities he gained to make money, either playing basketball or delivering takeout. But this time, it was straightforward and brutal, just giving you money, earning 100 yuan for each breath. A normal person breathes about 20 times a minute. That's 2,000 yuan a minute, 12,000 an hour, nearly 3 million a day. Roughly calculated, that's 100 million a month. Goodness, that's really something. The speed of making money left Jiang Chen momentarily speechless. However, Jiang Chen also noticed that this ability to earn money by breathing had a negative condition. Every day at midnight, a snail would spawn within a 10-kilometer radius. If touched by the snail, you would die immediately. Hiss, that's a bit harsh. It's even more ruthless than zombies. At least with zombies, there's a chance to survive, but being touched by this snail means instant death. After studying the ability he had gained for a while, Jiang Chen chose to officially start the simulation. In the dormitory, you sit up from your bed and take a normal breath. You take out your phone and check your bank card balance. Sure enough, it has increased by 100 yuan. Then, you take a few quick breaths. The bank card balance increases by 1,000 yuan. While you are still in shock, your savings increase by another 300 yuan. Earning money by breathing is even more comfortable than lying down to earn. You are thrilled by this feeling and instinctively take a few deep breaths, increasing your savings by several hundred yuan. From morning to night, as you keep breathing, your savings increase by 2 million, reaching 5 million yuan. However, as the time approaches midnight, your joy begins to dissipate little by little, turning into tension. The simulation scene appears. Late at night, 11:30. Jiang Chen lies in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, constantly thinking about the snail that would spawn in half an hour and chase him. What if the snail spawns right next to him? Wouldn't that mean he'd be done for on the very first day of gaining this ability? Jiang Chen was filled with dread, showing no signs of wanting to sleep. No, it's too dangerous in the dormitory. In this enclosed space, there's nowhere to run. Jiang Chen felt that staying in the dormitory was highly risky. Putting on your shoes, you head downstairs to the school playground. The playground at midnight is empty, except for a few couples hiding in the dark corners, engaged in some guilty business. Time ticks away, second by second. At exactly midnight, a snail refreshes and randomly appears within a 10-kilometer radius around you. You are on high alert, quickly scanning the ground around you as the clock strikes 12. You do not spot the snail. You breathe a huge sigh of relief, but the tension lingers. Because you have no idea where that newly spawned snail might be, you need to stay vigilant. Vigilant against the snail crawling up to you and killing you. You remain anxious, unable to sleep well throughout the night. The next day, when Xia Qingning invites you out for breakfast, she finds you looking exhausted, with dark circles under your eyes. Xia Qingning asks what's wrong, and you say it's nothing. Days pass, and that snail that refreshes randomly every midnight has been tormenting you. You haven't had a good night's sleep, and you've lost a significant amount of weight, appearing utterly dispirited. While it's certainly nice to earn money just by breathing, your current situation is that you've got the money, but you're too worn out by that snail to even think about spending it. On this day, you sit down to eat with Xia Qingning again. A simulated scene unfolds. In a seafood noodle shop, Xia Qingning looks at Jiang Chen, who appears hollow-eyed and lacking appetite, and asks again, Jiang Chen, did something happen? If you're in trouble, you can tell me. You're my lifesaver, and if I can help, I will. Jiang Chen remains silent for a few seconds before speaking. Senior, I want to ask you a question. Xia Qingning nods, go ahead. If, and I mean if, Jiang Chen scratches his head, looking somewhat troubled, if a snail randomly spawns within a 10-kilometer radius of you every midnight, and touching the snail means death, what can you do to avoid dying? Xia Qingning asks, what about the cost? Jiang Chen shakes his head, no need to consider the cost. Jiang Chen, who makes 3 million a day, now has more money than he knows what to do with. Xia Qingning thinks for a few seconds and slowly replies, that's simple. You buy 2 houses, and the distance between the 2 houses should be over 20 kilometers. Then buy 2 planes and hire 2 bodyguards. Right after midnight, have the bodyguards thoroughly check both planes. One of the planes must be safe. Then have the plane take you to the other house. A snail can't crawl 10 kilometers in a day, so you'll be safe. Jiang Chen asks, but what if the snail spawns right on top of me? Cough cough. Xia Qingning taps Jiang Chen's head with her chopsticks. Junior, have you gone dumb from studying? You can't even solve such a simple math problem? Let's assume your area is 0.5 square meters. The area within a 10-kilometer radius is 3.14 asterisk 10,000 squared. The probability of the snail spawning directly on your face is 0.5/3.14 asterisk 10,000 squared, which is approximately 1 in 628 million. In other words, it would happen roughly once every 1.72 million years that you'd get hit in the face by a snail. Xia Qingning's words enlighten you. Yes, if you calculate it seriously, the probability of the snail spawning directly on you within a 10-kilometer radius is extremely low. Low enough that it would only happen once every 1.7 million years on average. 1.7 million years. You think, if you could really live to that time, even being killed by a snail would be worth it. Of course, if luck were to take a turn for the worse to an absurd degree, who knows, maybe the next day a snail would just smash into my face. However, you believe that your luck shouldn't be that bad. Feeling a sudden sense of security, you develop a ravenous appetite and devour 5 bowls of seafood noodles in one go. In the real world, Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire Xia Qingning again after she quickly came up with a solution to the snail crisis with just a few words. Truly a top student. Using the mindset of a pure science student, she resolved the life and death crisis he was currently facing. That night, you began to try the methods Xia Qingning taught you. With no time to buy 2 houses, you booked a hotel room long-term, 20 kilometers away. Unable to afford a plane, you temporarily rented 2 cars and hired 2 full-time drivers. Before midnight, you arrived at the hotel room you had booked 20 kilometers away. As soon as it struck 12, you had the 2 drivers check the cars, and upon discovering a snail in one of them, you immediately got into the other car and had the driver take you back to school. Once back at school, you completely let go of your tense feelings. No matter how fast that snail could crawl, even if it wore its foot down to sparks, it couldn't possibly cover 10 kilometers in a day to come and kill you. Lying on your dorm bed, you had a rare good night's sleep. From then on, you continuously used this method to evade the snail's pursuit, and it worked every time. A year later, with the money you had saved up from breathing over the year, you bought 2 planes, each worth 500 million. At the same time, you purchased over 10 properties in the entire Qing city, each more than 20 kilometers apart. Every early morning, you would take a private jet from one property to another. The snail could only exhaust itself running between your numerous properties. You could say that as long as your luck didn't plummet to the point where you guessed dog poop every time you went out for a month, the threat of the snail to you was basically non-existent. Phew! In front of the simulator, seeing that he had finally resolved the snail crisis in the simulated world, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, just before that, he had been on edge in reality. He was very scared. Scared that this time, he wouldn't even live to see his 40th birthday, getting taken out by a snail. Wouldn't that make this simulation a total loss? After resolving the snail crisis, you finally had time to squander your wealth. You bought luxury cars, moved into a mansion, and even your clothes were all designer brands. With money and good looks, and decent grades, you became the ideal male god in the hearts of countless girls on campus, a dream lover-like existence. Many senior and junior girls threw themselves at you, and from then on, your villa near the school was never short of female visitors. Sometimes, several would come at once. Fragments of the simulated scene appeared. Inside the villa, you were blindfolded, playing hide-and-seek with several girls. Through the gaps in the blindfold, you could vaguely see the silhouettes of the girls in thin, sheer fabric. "Big King, come catch us." The girls' charming laughter echoed around Jiang Chen. "Don't let me catch you. If I do, I won't let you off easily," Jiang Chen said fiercely, then suddenly reached out in one direction. A warm, jade-like body fell into his arms, and Jiang Chen's hands gripped the girl's smooth arms. "Big King, you hurt me," the girl pouted. I've caught you, let me see who you are." Jiang Chen slowly removed the blindfold. Just as my gaze was about to take in the girl's body before me, the scene abruptly cut off. Simulation ended. In front of the simulator, Jiang Chen exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this simulator really that cruel to a single dog like me who has been alone for over 20 years? I just wanted to watch a little movie. But why did you cut off the signal like that?" Jiang Chen slammed the table in anger and opened a folder on his computer's C drive called Study Materials, reviewing the courses from several teachers from the island nation until he felt better. However, you're not just immersed in a world of tenderness all day, you're also doing serious work. 20 years later, a zombie crisis is about to break out. This time, you plan to see if you can use your own strength to prevent the zombie apocalypse from occurring. From the information obtained in the last simulation, you learned that the zombie virus was developed by a U.S. biological laboratory called Dark Child Laboratory. You began searching online for news about Dark Child Laboratory, but for several years, you found nothing. Until 2028, when you found a news article in a U.S. newspaper. On September 8, 2028, Dark Child Biological Laboratory was established with funding from the Ivy League Princeton University and the renowned U.S. pharmaceutical company Federal Pharmaceuticals, focusing mainly on human cell research while also dabbling in the development of carcinogenic drugs. The news report contained very limited information, so you spent $1 million to obtain more insider information about Dark Child Laboratory from a global intelligence agency. The simulation scene appeared. On the computer, Jiang Chen opened an email. In the inbox were some detailed messages from the intelligence agency regarding Dark Child Laboratory. The laboratory has over 170 researchers, mainly composed of professors and associate professors from Princeton University, as well as researchers from Federal Pharmaceuticals. The director of the laboratory is a biology professor from Princeton named Ipsen, who has won the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. The entire laboratory has a significant investment of $500 million. According to internal intelligence, the laboratory is located in Rhode Island. No doubt about it. It can't be a coincidence. This dark child laboratory is the one that leaked the zombie virus 15 years later. After identifying the target, you began to ponder how to prevent the zombie virus from being developed by Dark Child Laboratory. After some thought, you decided to take the simplest and most straightforward approach. You decided to buy Dark Child Laboratory. You entrusted someone to inquire about the price of Dark Child Laboratory from Princeton University and Federal Pharmaceuticals. The response was $600 million, which is about 3.5 billion yuan. However, after years of extravagance, you only had around 1 billion left. Thus, to save the world, you temporarily stopped your lavish spending and began saving money. 3 years later, you finally saved enough money. You bought Dark Child Laboratory. The simulation scene appeared. After purchasing Dark Child Laboratory, Zhang Chen immediately went to Rhode Island. Deep in the forest of Rhode Island, Zhang Chen saw the full appearance of Dark Child Laboratory for the first time. Like other biological laboratories, Dark Child Laboratory didn't seem any different. Inside the laboratory, Zhang Chen spoke with Professor Ipsen, the director of Dark Child Laboratory. Professor Ipsen, how is our laboratory's research progress going? Zhang Chen asked. Mr. Zhang, we have achieved some stage results in the development of anti-cancer drugs. Moreover, we have made groundbreaking progress in human cell research. When it comes to academic issues, Professor Ipsen, the old professor, begins to speak at length. We plan to spend 10 years developing a drug that not only can cure cancer but also transform cancer cells into beneficial cells for the human body, replacing those cells that have lost vitality. I believe that once this drug is released, it will certainly cause a sensation worldwide. Indeed, it is quite sensational. The entire world of humanity is on the brink of extinction. If nothing goes wrong, the drug envisioned by Professor Ipsen should be the source of the future zombie virus outbreak. In the laboratory, Professor Ipsen describes the effects of the envisioned drug to you, praising your decision to buy the laboratory as a sound investment. However, you immediately douse Professor Ipsen with cold water. You announce on the spot that the laboratory will cease research on human cells and anti-cancer drugs, shifting the focus to the development of a swine fever vaccine. This is a notification, not a discussion. Many researchers in the laboratory expressed dissatisfaction with your decision, voicing their protests. They believe that abandoning research on human cells in favor of swine fever vaccines is an insult to them. But when you announce that from now on, the salaries of all laboratory personnel will increase by 150%, they immediately change their tune. Under the temptation of money, the discontented voices are quickly suppressed. However, a few individuals remain unmoved by money and choose to resign. You worry that these few resigning individuals might become a variable in the future, fearing that after joining other laboratories, they might develop the zombie virus. Although the likelihood is low, as they cannot take the research data from the dark particle laboratory with them upon resignation, you cannot afford to be careless. To be safe, you begin to devise another plan regarding the few who resigned. A simulated scene unfolds. Several former researchers from the dark particle laboratory return to Princeton University after resigning. Zhang Chen uses money to pave the way and establishes a connection with a school leader at Princeton University. Under your bribery, the school leader arranges for those few resigning researchers to come to Huagua for exchange and study. The school for this exchange is Zhang Chen's alma mater, Qingcheng University. Upon arriving at Qingcheng University, the leaders there warmly welcome the researchers from Princeton University and express their desire to establish a laboratory for research on human cells and anti-cancer drugs, hoping that the researchers will join. Faced with the invitation from Qingcheng University and a salary that is no less than that of the dark particle laboratory, they decisively agree. However, what they do not know is that this laboratory at Qingcheng University is also funded by you. The laboratory has more than 30 people, and aside from the few researchers from Princeton University, the rest are all spies you have placed there. The spies have only two main tasks. One is to deliberately slow down the entire laboratory's research progress, and the other is to destroy the research results just as they are about to be completed. Under your arrangement, a full 10 years pass, and the researchers from Princeton University make no further progress in their research on human cells and anti-cancer drugs. This leads the Ivy League researchers to deeply doubt their academic abilities, especially when faced with Qingcheng University, which continues to pay them hefty salaries each year. Feelings of shame begin to arise. Under the principle of reciprocity, several researchers left Princeton University on a certain day to become appointed professors at Qingcheng University, causing the president of Qingcheng University to wake up laughing in bed from such a great stroke of luck. Thus, time moved to the year 2043. On May 1, 2043, your 40th birthday, the zombie virus had indeed broken out again. Seeing this sentence, Jiang Chen, in the simulator, was momentarily stunned. The zombie virus had broken out again. This is not scientific. This time, the version of himself in the simulated world had done everything possible. Not only had he purchased the Dark Child Laboratory, but to eliminate even the slightest possibility, he had also established a new laboratory specifically for those who resigned and left. However, after all the fuss, it seemed to have no effect. The zombie virus still broke out as scheduled. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and chose to continue the simulation. The zombie virus has broken out. However, this time the outbreak of the zombie virus was not in the Dark Child Laboratory he had already purchased, but at Princeton University. Compared to the initial outbreak of the zombie virus on Rhodes Island, this outbreak at Princeton University was even more harmful. Princeton University is located in the main urban area of the city, with over 10,000 faculty and students. Once the zombie virus broke out, it quickly spread in all directions. Faster than last time, by that evening, most cities in the United States had fallen, and the U.S. high-ranking officials fled by plane again. Meanwhile, Xinjiang City welcomed its first zombie virus infection that day. However, at that time, you were already on a plane heading towards the northwest of Huagua. You had a backup plan. Although the threat from the Dark Child Laboratory had been eliminated, you worried that one day in the future, the zombie virus might be accidentally developed again by some individual. Therefore, a few years ago, you began to invest heavily in constructing an apocalyptic survival base underground in the vast desert of northwest Huagua. Now, that apocalyptic survival base was nearly completed. Simulated memories surfaced. Jiang Chen's private plane slowly descended onto the endless desert in northwest Huagua. He got off the plane, opened the hidden door, and walked into the underground base. Various supplies filled the large and small warehouses within the base. In terms of quantity, it was more than enough for a population the size of a small county to consume for decades. Back then, Jiang Chen had scavenged nearly an entire province's worth of large supermarkets to gather these supplies. In the apocalypse, money was worthless. Fortunately, he had already exchanged part of his savings for a terrifying amount of supplies. Not only money, but talent and technology also became worthless in the apocalypse. Even if you had the skill to create a nuclear bomb with your bare hands, it was still not worth as much as a piece of bread in the apocalypse. With ample supplies, you began to frantically recruit talent in the apocalypse, especially in the fields of biology and medicine. A former Nobel Prize winner followed you for just a box of instant noodles. A once genius in pharmaceutical research obeyed you after just 2 hot pot meals. In the apocalypse, you assembled a research team that could be considered luxurious to develop a vaccine for the zombie virus. By 2045, 2 years had passed. The research team, gathering many biological and medical elites from both domestic and international backgrounds, had encountered numerous obstacles in developing the zombie virus vaccine, making slow progress over the past 2 years. Simulated scenes emerged. Inside the laboratory. Professor Apeson, how long do you estimate it will take to develop a vaccine for the zombie virus at the current research and development pace? Jiang Chen asked the former director of the Dark Child Laboratory, now the head of the zombie virus vaccine research team, Professor Apeson. Professor Apeson looked troubled and slowly raised 5 fingers. Jiang Chen spoke up, 5 years? A bitter smile appeared on Apeson's face, at least. 50 years. Jiang Chen. 50 years. By then, the entire Earth would likely have been overrun by zombies. What use would a vaccine be then? Jiang Chen waved his hand. All right, you all continue your research. Let me know if there are any breakthroughs. You left in disappointment. A few days later, a surprising message came from the research team. But it wasn't from the zombie virus vaccine research team that you had been eagerly anticipating, but from the materials research team. At the same time the zombie vaccine research team was established, you had also organized several materials science experts to begin studying the diamond crystals located at the back of the zombies' heads. Now, it seemed there was progress. You went to the materials research team to inquire about the situation. A simulated image appeared. An elderly professor with graying hair and glasses held a diamond crystal in his hand and introduced it to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, after our continuous testing, we found that this diamond crystal from the zombies surpasses most materials in the world in both hardness and density. Moreover, and more importantly, we discovered that the diamond crystal contains a form of energy. Contains energy? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Yes, the old professor nodded, and the energy contained is quite substantial. We roughly estimate that one of these blue diamond crystals contains enough energy to keep a car running at top speed for a month. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. By that calculation, one diamond crystal is equivalent to over 10,000 liters of oil. With so many zombies around the world, if all of that could be utilized, humanity wouldn't have to worry about energy issues for a long time. Is this energy controllable? Jiang Chen asked the key question. The old professor shook his head and replied, completely uncontrollable. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed again. The zombie species was truly fascinating. Not only was the difficulty of developing a vaccine incredibly high, but it also produced diamond crystals that contained immense energy yet were completely uncontrollable. It was simply something that seemed entirely beyond the current level of human civilization to create. Time and the base seemed to come to a standstill. Despite your willingness to invest without restraint, the two research teams still seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, making little progress for a long time. During these years, you kept an eye on the movements of the outside world. As in the last simulation, China established a solid defensive line in the northwest of its territory. But having experienced the last simulation, you knew that the seemingly impregnable defensive line would be ruthlessly destroyed by the zombie army in 2 years. In 2047, you were 44 years old. In the base, you watched via remote live stream as the zombie army broke through the walls built using the terrain of mountains and rivers, beginning a massive slaughter in the rear of China. The number of humans once again faced a sharp decline. 3 years later, in 2050, 7 years had passed since the outbreak of the zombie virus. In those 7 years, the entire world had undergone tremendous changes due to the appearance of zombies. First, the human population had plummeted from 8 billion to now 3 to 400 million. The small and medium-sized countries were almost completely wiped out, leaving only a few remaining great powers. 2 years ago, several great powers established a wartime alliance, supporting each other and banding together to form a global federation. Thanks to the existence of the Global Federation, there have been no large-scale attacks on human territories by the zombie army in the past 2 years. However, the human side has not found a way to resolve the zombie crisis. Inside the Doomsday Survival Base, you watch the scenes outside the base through the camera. The yellow sand stretches endlessly, filled with heat and desolation. In this godforsaken place, you believe it is impossible for anyone or any zombies to find this location. You are now 47 years old and can clearly feel the decline of your physical functions, especially your kidneys, which can no longer support you in performing multiple operations in one night. The numbers in your bank account continue to increase with your incessant breathing, but they have long since lost all meaning. Memories flash before you. Jiang Chen lies on the sofa, thinking that he would spend his life aging and dying in this space, when suddenly he sits up with a jolt, eyes wide as he stares at the surveillance screen. On the screen, a small team of zombies, consisting of a dozen or so, appears in the desolate desert. The leading zombie is one Jiang Chen recognizes, the female zombie that had chased him relentlessly during the last simulation and ultimately killed him. It should be, probably, maybe, just passing by. Jiang Chen can only comfort himself this way. However, it is evident that this is not a mere passing by, nor is it a coincidence. The zombie team stops above the base, and under the command of the female zombie, they begin to dig with their bare hands. Soon, the outer wall of the base is exposed. Fortunately, when the base was constructed, Jiang Chen did not skimp on costs. The outer wall is made of very hard steel plates. Seeing several zombies hammering at the outer wall without breaking through, Jiang Chen is about to breathe a sigh of relief when he sees the female zombie clench her right fist and strike the outer wall. The steel plate of the base is punctured like paper, instantly creating a large hole. Then, with a forceful pull, the female zombie tears the outer wall apart, creating a hole large enough for a person to pass through. Jiang Chen. Once the zombies enter, they begin a massive slaughter of the people inside the base, like hunting dogs that haven't tasted flesh in a long time. The female zombie heads straight for you. Without the escape skills gained from the last simulation, you naturally cannot escape this time. You close your eyes. The female zombie stands before you, showing no unnecessary movements, and directly slashes your neck with her sharp nails, granting you a swift end. You are dead. Simulation ends. Simulation evaluation, E-reward obtained, immersive simulation experience card *1, one-time use, current items, immersive simulation experience card *2, one-time use. The evaluation of this simulation is the same as the last time, both E-. Moreover, this time, because the immersive simulation experience card had not been used before you died, you now possess 2 of them. However, this is not the crux of the problem. The crux of the problem is, how did that female zombie end up killing you again? And it seems she brought a team of zombies all the way here specifically to kill you. What grudge or resentment is this? For a moment, Jiang Chen didn't know what to say. Next time, no matter what, I cannot let that female zombie kill me again, Jiang Chen silently vowed. In the dormitory, Jiang Chen sits up from the bed. Looking at the time, it is already close to noon. Unexpectedly, this simulation took nearly half a morning. Jiang Chen sat down at the desk in his dormitory, took out a notebook, and began to jot down some information to organize his thoughts. Dark Child Laboratory, Princeton University, Federal Pharmaceuticals. In the first two simulations, the zombie virus spread from the Dark Child Laboratory. In the third one, which was just now, Jiang Chen acquired the Dark Child Laboratory, and in the end, the zombie virus appeared again at Princeton University. The Dark Child Laboratory was jointly funded by Princeton University and Federal Pharmaceuticals. So, that means, there must be something wrong with Princeton University. However, to find out the specifics, he would need to wait for the next simulation to investigate. If possible, Jiang Chen would certainly prefer to eliminate the emergence of the zombie virus at its source. Because once the zombie virus spreads, facing those tough-skinned, death-defying, and growth-attribute monsters, the probability of human victory is very, very low. With humanity's current technological level, it is simply impossible. Foodie spirit, foodie soul, eating is what makes a person superior. The phone rang, and the caller was Xia Qingning. Food? Jiang Chen quickly responded with the code, sure. At the dining table, Xia Qingning said, Jiang Chen, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Jiang Chen replied while eating, not for now. Xia Qingning said, then let's go to the library together this afternoon. What do we need to go to the library for? Of course, to work on our papers together. We are about to join a research group, and this is the field of artificial intelligence voice chatbots, which is quite difficult, so we need to recharge properly. Senior, you can recharge by yourself. Those profound papers, even if you show them to me, I probably won't understand. Jiang Chen was quite self-aware. That's okay, if you don't understand, I can teach you. Xia Qingning rested her chin on her hands, a smile on her face. I heard from Professor Dong that our project has ample research funding, and if any of us performs well, we will receive a substantial bonus. Xia Qingning knew that if Jiang Chen continued to do trivial tasks in the research group like before, the final bonus would definitely have nothing to do with him. So, she planned to seriously train Jiang Chen to improve his computer skills. She wanted Jiang Chen to contribute more value in the research group, so that when the bonuses were distributed, he would get a larger share. Thus, just as Jiang Chen finished eating and was about to take a nap, he was dragged by Xia Qingning to the library, where he spent the entire afternoon grinding through English literature. By the time he left the library, Jiang Chen felt dizzy. Jiang Chen, are you planning to take the graduate entrance exam? I saw you in the library this afternoon, a roommate asked as soon as he returned to the dorm. What graduate exam? I was dragged to study by Senior Qingning, Jiang Chen said, rubbing his swollen forehead with a bitter smile. I spent the whole afternoon reading English literature, and now my head hurts. Gao Peng quickly caught the key point in Jiang Chen's words. What? You spent the whole afternoon with Senior Qingning in the library? Jiang Chen replied, we were just studying normally together, and if possible, I would prefer to lie in the dorm and take a good nap. Gao Peng scoffed, looking unconvinced. I don't believe you. You know, the boys chasing after Senior Qingning can line up from the girls' dormitory to the school gate. You little brat, if you don't cherish the opportunity, don't regret it later. Jiang Chen shrugged, let's talk about it later. The country is not yet strong, how can we talk about romance? Cao Peng was puzzled, if you're not dating, what do you plan to do? Jiang Chen lightly uttered 4 words, save the world. Gao Peng. A week later, the Outstanding Student Award promised to Jiang Chen by the school leaders was finally in place. Jiang Chen was given an honorary certificate and a bonus of 1,000 yuan, which was better than nothing. Additionally, the school leaders informed Jiang Chen that they had successfully negotiated with the police department and would soon award him a Bravery in the Face of Danger certificate. During that week, aside from attending classes, Jiang Chen spent most of his time in Dong Yuman's research group. Since last Wednesday, the Artificial Intelligence Voice Chatbot Research Group had officially been established and entered the development phase. Even though he was dragged by Xia Qingning to spend a few days in the library catching up on domestic and international literature on this topic, to be honest, with the academic level Jiang Chen had chosen, he really couldn't participate in the development work of such a challenging project. Even the work exchanges between Dong Yuman and the other senior students in the research group sounded like a foreign language to Jiang Chen. Making tea, pouring water, organizing documents, printing materials, and sometimes being assigned to write some basic logical code that was all Jiang Chen's work, making him feel completely like an outsider. But that was the reality. One day, Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory from the research group. Seeing that the others in the dormitory had not yet returned, he opened the life simulator. The week-long cooldown period was over, and Jiang Chen could start simulating again. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen brought up the virtual panel of the simulator and selected to simulate. Simulation start. Randomly extracting abilities. Extraction complete. The ability you have gained is perfect score in the college entrance examination. What the? The moment Jiang Chen saw the randomly acquired ability, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This was incredible, too incredible. Other than the word incredible, Jiang Chen couldn't find any other words to describe the ability he had gained from this simulation. A perfect score in the college entrance examination. This was an ability more outrageous than a bug. In Jiang Chen's impression, it seemed that since the college entrance examination was reinstated in the 1970s, there had not been a single student who achieved a perfect score in the exam in over 20 years. After marveling for a long time, Jiang Chen gradually calmed down and chose to continue simulating. You were shocked for a long time after seeing the ability you gained from this simulation. However, this ability is indeed powerful, but you are already in college, and the college entrance examination has long been completed. You checked the date, it was April 28th, and there was still more than a month until the college entrance examination on June 7th. A week later, faced with the disbelief of your parents and relatives, and the misunderstanding of friends and teachers, you decisively chose to drop out. Yes, you dropped out. You, who were about to graduate from college in just a year, chose to drop out at this time. You instantly became a controversial figure at Qingqing University, but in a negative way. Xia Qingning even came to find you once, argued with you for a while, and left with tears in her eyes. After dropping out, you casually chose to join a high school repeat class at another school. The students in the repeat class didn't care about you, who was obviously much older than them. The teachers, too, did not pay much attention to you, who suddenly transferred in just a month before the college entrance examination. Especially since you hadn't attended class since transferring, it made people even less hopeful. Both classmates and teachers believed that given your current state, you would probably struggle to even pass a vocational exam. And so, the time came to the day before the college entrance examination. You rarely showed your face in the classroom, but after picking up your admission ticket and greeting the teacher, you slipped away again. The next day, June 7th, the first day of the college entrance examination. You took the college entrance examination in Qingqing City, which belongs to Qidong Province, a major province for the college entrance examination. Others might say that Qidong Province is lacking in other areas, but they cannot say that the examination in Qidong Province is not good. As the saying goes, once is a lesson, twice is familiarity. Having experienced the college entrance examination once, you confidently brought a pencil case to the exam hall. At 9 in the morning, the Chinese exam began. Memories flooded back. In the exam hall, Jiang Chen sat by the window. The moment he received the Chinese test paper, Jiang Chen felt his brain enter a state of hyperspeed. Astronomy, geography, ancient and modern, domestic and foreign, Jiang Chen felt he could do anything. That feeling was mysterious and indescribable. If one had to put it into words, it was somewhat akin to the sudden enlightenment described in fantasy novels. In this hyperspeed state, Jiang Chen could glance at each question and immediately know the answer, without needing to look a second time. He picked up his pen and swiftly wrote down the answers on the paper. In just under an hour, he completed the entire test, including the essay. Unfortunately, he couldn't submit the paper early, so Jiang Chen could only sit in his seat and daydream. The night before, he had been playing games with friends, agreeing to sleep after winning a round. It wasn't until 3 in the morning that Jiang Chen finally won a game. Having gone to bed so late, he dozed off right there in the exam hall. A rhythmic snoring filled the room. The invigilator and other students were left dumbfounded. Sleeping in the college entrance exam hall. The invigilator had seen a lot, but this was a first. How bold could this student be? When the invigilator saw him asleep at his desk, he was nudged awake. Although there was no rule against sleeping in the exam hall, the invigilator couldn't let a student answer questions amidst his snoring. The Chinese exam ended, and he submitted his paper and went back to catch up on sleep. In the afternoon, having overslept, he arrived at the exam hall 10 minutes late, almost getting stopped at the door. Having overslept, he nearly missed the afternoon math exam. Fortunately, he made it just in time. The invigilator glanced at him but said nothing. The difficulty of the math exam had increased significantly compared to previous years, and he could clearly hear a girl sobbing in the back row. The atmosphere in the exam hall was oppressive. Only a few people seemed indifferent to the difficulty of the math problems. Most were struggling students. Whether the math questions were hard or easy, they wouldn't know anyway, so it didn't matter to them. You were one of the few exceptions. With the ability to score a perfect 100 in the college entrance exam, no matter how difficult the math problems were, they were easily within your grasp. Math didn't require as many words as Chinese, so in this hyperspeed state, you completed the answers in just 15 minutes. All the questions you had previously found hair-pulling difficult now seemed as simple as 1 plus 1. You stole a glance at the guy in front of you, only to find he had also put down his pen and was staring out the window in a daze. You were greatly surprised, thinking you had encountered the legendary study god. But then you caught sight of his answer sheet. It was filled with large blank spaces, and you realized he had already given up the struggle and was just coasting. At 5 in the afternoon, the math exam ended, and you were the first to rush out of the exam hall, only to be stopped by a reporter. Memories flooded back. "Excuse me, can I ask you a few questions?" the reporter inquired. "Sure," Jiang Chen nodded. The reporter asked, "You were the first to come out?" Jiang Chen replied, "Yeah, none of them could run as fast as I did." The reporter continued, "Did you encounter anything unexpected during the exam?" Jiang Chen said, "Nothing during the exam. But when I left the exam hall, I saw a girl who looked downcast, her eyes glistening with tears. I asked with concern, 'What's wrong, classmate?' She said she couldn't solve the big questions behind. I comforted her, saying it was okay, that questions of this difficulty were too simple, and solving them would be an insult to one's intelligence. Then she burst into tears. It was clear she had experienced too little. She was so easily moved to tears by a stranger's kindness." Reporter, so how simple were the big questions? Jiang Chen, the last derivative question was solved directly using the Lagrange mean value theorem and the Peano remainder of the Taylor series. The analytical geometry question only required finding the curve integral on the ellipse, and then calculating the double integral within the area included by the ellipse, and that was it. The solid geometry was even simpler, just a straightforward triple integral. As for the sequence question, first use the Dirichlet sufficient condition to prove that the general term formula converges to half the sum of the left and right limits at the discontinuity points, then perform a Fourier transform, use the Laplace equation to find the nth order derivative sum, and finally take a limit. And the probability question, is that something you even need to do with your eyes closed? In the end, Jiang Chen sighed, this set of questions is really too simple. If love were this simple, that would be great. Reporter. The reporter posted your interview online, and you became a bit famous. Your show-off demeanor made many netizens grind their teeth in frustration, especially many fresh high school graduates. Your remarks attracted a lot of their hatred. They were all waiting for your college entrance exam results to come out, ready to mock you fiercely. The next day, the college entrance exam proceeded as usual. For the science and English sections, you finished early and then waited bored to submit your papers. Originally, English was your weakest subject, but the moment you received the English test paper, it seemed you possessed an English proficiency level that even the world's most authoritative linguists couldn't reach. After finishing your last English exam, you were once again blocked at the school gate by that reporter from yesterday. A simulated memory surfaced. At the school gate, it was still that reporter, classmate. "Can I ask you one more question?" Jiang Chen nodded, "Sure, but make it quick. I'm in a hurry to go back and pull for Klee." The reporter paused for a moment, then spoke, "Then I'll keep it brief. Classmate, do you estimate that you might score a few points less on this college entrance exam? Conservatively estimated or normally estimated?" Jiang Chen asked. "Just say both." The reporter didn't mind Jiang Chen's verbosity. Jiang Chen pondered for a few seconds and said, "Conservatively estimated, 749 points. Normally estimated, 750 points. After saying this, Jiang Chen left the reporter, who was left dumbfounded with his mouth agape, and slipped away. Why waste more time talking with the reporter when there was Klee to pull for? You became popular again. Even that same night, thanks to the interview video from this afternoon, you made it to the top 10 on the trending list. Netizens unanimously believed you were just trying to attract attention, and many prominent figures in the education sector directly named and criticized you. A perfect score on the college entrance exam? How is that possible? Reality isn't a novel. No one would believe someone could get a perfect score on the college entrance exam, just like no one would believe the world would be hit by a zombie virus. Almost all netizens were waiting for the college entrance exam results to come out, eager to see you make a fool of yourself. After finishing the college entrance exam, you entered a state of idleness. Now, you just needed to wait for half a month for the college entrance exam results to be released. Having the ability to score a perfect 100% on the college entrance exam is impressive, but the cooldown time is a full year. Because the college entrance exam only happens once a year. However, you have always been curious about one thing regarding your ability to score a perfect 100% on the college entrance exam. Those objective questions in the exam are easy to discuss. You are sure that the answers you wrote down must be correct. But how can a subjective topic like a Chinese or English essay guarantee that you will get a perfect score? A simulated scene unfolds. In a certain office of the Chinese college entrance examination grading group, a teacher grading essays comes across Jiang Chen's Chinese essay. This time, the essay prompt is still in the form of a riddle, leaving many candidates confused after reading it once, feeling like they understood it but also like they understood nothing. Overall, the theme of the essay revolves around two words: scenery and aspiration. Jiang Chen wrote an ancient text, over 800 characters long. Not only does it closely adhere to the theme, but the quality of this ancient text is on par with the memorial of the Yeyang Tower. The grading teacher was directly stunned and waved his hand, giving it a perfect score. However, for fairness, the grading of Chinese essays involves 3 teachers reviewing each paper. If the scores from the 3 teachers are similar, the average score is taken. The first 2 teachers naturally gave Jiang Chen's essay, which was worthy of being included in the Chinese textbook, a perfect score. But when it came to the third teacher, looking at Jiang Chen's ancient text, this teacher, unaccustomed to the style of ancient writing, prepared to deduct a point, marking it as 59. However, just as this thought crossed the teacher's mind, he suddenly blacked out due to high blood pressure and collapsed, ending up in the hospital. Naturally, this teacher could not continue grading, so another teacher was arranged to take over the grading work. The substitute teacher, upon seeing Jiang Chen's work, also intended to mark it as 59. Then, he too blacked out, collapsing to the ground due to a heart attack. Another teacher had to be arranged to take over. The education department leaders were quite puzzled by the strange occurrences in the Chinese grading group, especially after hearing that a similar situation had occurred in the English grading group, where several teachers had also fainted. The leaders could only scratch their heads in confusion. Could it be that the grading conditions were too poor, making the teachers uncomfortable? But that shouldn't be the case. It had been arranged this way in previous years. The education department leaders were nearly pulling their hair out, unable to understand what was happening this year. The speed of grading for the college entrance examination is very fast. Half a month later, on the afternoon of June 23, after holding a press conference at the Qidong Provincial Education Admissions Examination Institute, the scores of all college entrance examination candidates in the province became available for inquiry. This year's college entrance examination scores are officially released. Many media reporters stood ready, waiting to interview high-scoring candidates as soon as the results were out. On the other side, almost unnoticed, the directors of the admissions offices of Tsinghua University and Peking University, the 2 top universities in the country, were already on a plane rushing to Qing City. In a hotel room, you open the score inquiry website, enter your examination number, and after a few seconds of the interface freezing, your college entrance examination score is displayed. 750 points, a perfect score. Even though you yourself feel a bit unsure, the law of causality is just unreasonable like that. Not only in the objective questions, but you also achieved a perfect score in all the subjective questions. You suppress your excitement, take a screenshot of your college entrance examination score, and post it on your social media. A simulated scene unfolds. Jiang Chen takes a screenshot of his perfect score and posts it on his social media, accompanied by a caption. The college entrance examination results are out, not quite ideal. Brothers, do you think I have a chance to get into a 985 university with this score? Within minutes, a flurry of replies follows. Jiang Chen, can you make your photo editing a bit more reasonable? 750 points is a perfect score, this looks so fake. Wow! Jiang Chen, amazing. Your photo editing skills are incredible, even I, a professional, can't see any traces of Photoshop. Who did you learn from? Teach me. Is there a possibility that this isn't Photoshopped? I heard from my uncle at the Provincial Admissions and Education Examination Institute that this year, our Qidong province produced a genius, so brutal that he scored full marks. Did your uncle mention what that person's name is? He didn't say directly, but he mentioned that the name has 2 characters and that he was a student who dropped out of the computer science program at Qingcheng University. 2 characters, and he dropped out of Qingcheng University. There's no one else but Jiang Chen. Thus, the comments under Jiang Chen's social media suddenly changed. Zij, no, Zisheng. You're amazing, I kneel in respect. 666, witnessing history, witnessing a miracle. Zij, I misunderstood you. I thought dropping out and retaking the exam was a dead end, but I was short-sighted. Zij, do you mind if I hug your thigh? Your friends below your post are worshipping you, congratulating you repeatedly. You just smile slightly, half lying on the hotel bed, waiting for something. After a while, there's a hurried knock on the door. You open the door to find 2 middle-aged men, drenched in sweat. The directors of the admissions offices from Qingbei University and Yenjing University arrived at the hotel where you were staying one after the other. Seeing you with a perfect score in the college entrance examination, the two directors' eyes lit up, as if they had encountered a rare beauty. Both directors earnestly invited you to join their schools, promising Jiang Chen a series of generous conditions. In fact, the director of Qingbei University even promised that if you came to their school, you would be directly assigned a partner upon enrollment, which almost moved you. You said you would think about it, brushing off the two directors. The two directors left with disappointed expressions because they knew that while not many people were aware of your perfect score yet, they could still recruit you at a lower cost by taking advantage of the timing. Once this matter became widely known, it would cost them much more to secure you. A simulated scene appeared. The day after the exam results were released, someone online leaked that Qidong province had produced a freak with a perfect score. Most people, of course, didn't believe it. A perfect score? That's not something to joke about. But since the person spoke with such certainty, a reporter called the Qidong Provincial Education Admissions Examination Institute to inquire. The institute had nothing to hide. A student with a perfect score could easily serve as a calling card for Qidong province's education. It could also announce to other provinces that compared to us in Qidong province, you are all inferior. We produced a student with a perfect score, can you? The land of Confucius and Mencius, a major province for civil service exams, this is not just talk. Yes, we indeed have a student with a perfect score in the college entrance examination in Qidong province. As for the name, I'm sorry, but I can't disclose it. However, I estimate you will know soon. This was the response from the Examination Institute to the reporter. When the reporter received the accurate response from the Examination Institute, the entire Qidong province, no, to be precise, the whole of Huaguo was in an uproar. Netizens were eager to find out who the student with a perfect score was. Soon, through the powerful channels of the reporters, your identity was locked in. Some well-informed reporters even found out your address and came to interview you with a camera. Your interview video was posted online, instantly topping the trending searches. Sharp-eyed netizens recognized you as the student who had been showing off in front of the camera after the exam ended a while ago. A simulated scene appeared. I originally thought this guy was just showing off, but I didn't expect him to be truly impressive. I'm convinced. I went back to watch the interview of this classmate Jiang Chen again. He said he scored 749 points conservatively, and 750 points normally. He really wasn't lying. Truly blind to greatness. I declare that today I officially launched the IKUN team, and Jiang Chen is the only idol of my life. The Kinney is too beautiful, bye baby. Little Black, your chicken feet are showing. Breathe in the good luck. Wish me success in next year's college entrance exam. The civil service exam is next month. Breathe in, breathe in. In just one day, the top 10 trending topics are all about you. Hua country is a nation under an exam-oriented education system. A perfect score in the college entrance exam is considered the highest honor in the realm of exam-oriented education. Countless offers from universities across the country are fluttering towards you like snowflakes. Even many top foreign universities are stirred. A perfect score in the Hua country college entrance exam is highly valued worldwide. Even the current world number one, MIT, has extended an olive branch to you, promising that if you go there, you can not only pursue a combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degree, but also have your tuition waived. However, faced with these invitations, you rejected them all. You will not attend university. It is impossible for you to go to college in this lifetime. Once you enter university, you can no longer take the college entrance exam. Without taking the college entrance exam, your abilities would be of no use at all. Thus, during a reporter's interview, you announced to the world that you would give up entering university and continue to repeat a year, participating in next year's 2024 college entrance exam. When you announced your decision to forego university and continue to repeat a year to face next year's college entrance exam, the entire nation was in an uproar. Many people did not understand your decision, but of course, you did not need their understanding. Many university admissions directors who had been pursuing you in Xinjiang for several days returned disappointed. But another group of people surged into Xinjiang from all over the country. They were the principals of high schools from various regions. A student with a perfect score in the college entrance exam is invaluable to any high school. Just like the school you chose to repeat at, Xinjiang No. 6 High School, which was originally just an ordinary private high school, not even making it into the top 5 in the city's high school rankings. But now, with you as a student with a perfect score, Xinjiang No. 6 High School has turned you into a recruitment showcase. The number of students applying has nearly broken down the doors of Xinjiang No. 6 high school, including many who ranked in the top 10 in this year's middle school entrance exam. The principal of Chingcheng 6 high school is so happy that his mouth is almost reaching the back of his head. Thus, with your ability to achieve a perfect score, you became the target of many high schools competing to recruit you. A simulated scene appears. Jiang Chen just returned from breakfast outside, only to be surrounded by a dozen principals. Jiang Chen, come to our school. As long as you score full marks in next year's college entrance exam, we'll give you 1,000,000 yuan as a bonus. 1,000,000? Ha, you are really too stingy. Jiang Chen, if you take first place in the province next year, we at Quancheng 2 High School will directly offer you 3,000,000. Our Haicheng Experimental High School will offer 4,000,000. The principals waved checks, looking like small market vendors, red-faced and shouting bids at each other. It would be unreasonable not to earn money, and Jiang Chen's thought was naturally that the highest bidder wins. In the end, Jiang Chen was secured by a private high school located in Yanjing City, called Yanjing Wangfu High School, with a scholarship of 10 million. You quickly completed the enrollment procedures and repeated a year at Yanjing Wangfu High School. However, you were still the same as before, only showing up on the day of registration, and never appearing at school again. There are 2 reasons. One is that staying at school is of no use, and the other is that you are afraid of being exposed. You only enter that state of brain overclocking, where you can do anything, during the college entrance examination. At other times, your academic level is just that of an ordinary person. If, by chance, your performance in regular classes and exams completely contradicts the persona of someone who scores full marks in the college entrance exam, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Yanjing Wangfu High School has some reservations about your complete lack of attendance. After some discussion, Yanjing Wangfu High School proposed that you sign a betting agreement. The content of the agreement states that if you do not achieve the top score in the Yanjing City College entrance exam next year, you will need to return the 5 million scholarship they provided. If you do achieve the top score, they will give you an additional 5 million scholarship. Hee, isn't this just giving away money? In the real world, Jiang Chen, sitting in front of the simulator, couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle at this scene. For someone with the ability to score a perfect 100 in the college entrance exam, getting the top score in the city would be a piece of cake. Such a proactive way of giving money. This Yanjing Wangfu High School is quite generous. Faced with Yanjing Wangfu High School's initiative to give away money, you naturally had no reason to refuse and happily signed the betting agreement. In the following year, you enjoyed a carefree life in Yanjing City with your 10 million scholarship. As expected of the capital, the quality of the girls here is quite high. The only downside is that the prices are a bit steep, making you feel a bit pained every time you spend a night out. However, over the past year, you didn't do nothing. To quickly attract the attention of higher-ups, you registered an account on Weibo and began your operations. A simulated scene appeared. In the room, Jiang Chen took out his phone and opened Weibo. Seeing nearly 1 million followers on his account, he typed and posted a status. The quality of the exam questions for this year's college entrance exam is lacking. I easily scored full marks. Next time, could you please make the questions a bit more challenging? This highly sarcastic Weibo post quickly topped the trending list. Soon, that afternoon, the Yanjing Education Admissions Examination Institute released a Weibo post and tagged Jiang Chen. Student Jiang Chen, your wish is granted. At the charming scholar with full marks in the college entrance exam. Just as the onlookers were left puzzled, the Yanjing Education Admissions Examination Institute released another Weibo post. After research, we have decided to appoint teacher Gujun as the head of the mathematics question setting team for the Yanjing City 2024 college entrance exam. Let's give him a round of applause. It exploded, completely exploded. The Weibo server nearly crashed due to this post from the Yanjing Education Admissions Examination Institute. Teacher Gujun, a legendary figure from ancient times. Many young people may not have heard of this name. However, those slightly older are certainly familiar with it, and it can be said to be a nightmarish presence. 20 years ago, it was this Gujun who, single-handedly, made nearly 10 million examinees cry, causing the average score in that year's college entrance exam mathematics to drop by more than 50 points. It was brutal to the point of being unreasonable. Gujun became a name that people feared to mention during those years. In the comments section below, most were onlookers enjoying the spectacle. Meanwhile, some current college entrance exam candidates who were aware of Gujun's glorious past were lamenting in the comments. Dad, what are you doing? Oh, I'm helping you choose a school for repeating the year. What do you think of Mountain High School? The atmosphere for repeating is quite good. Dad, there's still more than half a year until the college entrance exam, and didn't you say that with my level, getting into an undergraduate program wouldn't be a problem? What I said before was correct, but now Gujun has made a comeback. Just how brutal Gujun is, I experienced it myself back in the day. When it comes to sad matters, the old father's eyes crisscrossed with worry, so, take advantage of the time now and choose a repeat school quickly. If you wait too long, you won't get into a good school. In a flash, it was the 2024 college entrance examination. Beforehand, Gujun, who personally set the math paper for this year's exam, even released a statement online, saying that if there were any students scoring full marks in math this year, he would directly withdraw from the college entrance examination math field and no longer participate in setting exam papers. Once this statement was released, the last shred of hope in many candidates' hearts vanished. This year's math exam would definitely be extremely difficult. Before the afternoon math exam began, the atmosphere in your examination room was already filled with gloom, with candidates wearing expressions as if they were about to face execution. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the math exam began. The moment you received the math paper, your brain entered an overdrive state once again. A simulated scene appeared. Is this it? Looking at the questions on the math paper, the two words popped into Jiang Chen's mind. Such simple questions, wouldn't scoring full marks be a piece of cake? Jiang Chen's hands flew across the paper, as if he didn't need to think at all, writing down one math formula after another. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Chen completed all the questions. Done, finished. Jiang Chen capped his pen, looking as graceful as a swordsman sheathing his sword. Jiang Chen had finished the paper early and had nothing to do, but the other candidates in the examination room were different. After receiving the paper, they glanced at the first question. Can't do it. Well, forget it, let's try the second question and come back to the first later. But they couldn't do the second question either. The third question, the fourth question. Many candidates looked through the entire paper with over 20 questions and found not a single one they could solve. Their mindset completely collapsed. Woo-woo in the examination room, the sound of candidates sobbing rose and fell. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the math exam ended. The torturous 2 hours finally passed. For you, these 2 hours were a boring ordeal. For the other candidates, it was a torment of not being able to solve any questions. As soon as the invigilator left the examination room, some could no longer hold back and burst into tears. A simulated scene appeared. I can't do it. I can't do a single question. Whoa, it's too difficult, I can't do any of these questions. Whoa, I want to go home, I want to find my mom. Guided by emotions, and coupled with the frustration of the math paper, one by one, they couldn't help but cry out loud. Bro, why aren't you sad? Did you do well? Jiang Chen, seeing a brother in front of him looking calm, couldn't help but ask curiously. Not really. My paper is basically blank too, the candidate replied, but my dad had foresight and already signed me up for the repeat class at Mountain Middle School. I can report in a couple of days, getting a big head start over others. Jiang Chen. Outside the examination room, countless reporters with cameras had already set up their spots, waiting for you to come out. However, the reporters didn't expect that before they could see you, they heard a synchronized sound of crying coming from inside the examination room. You carried your stationery bag, stepping over the cries, and slowly walked out of the examination room. Upon seeing the main character appear, countless reporters rushed towards you, shoving microphones in your face. A simulated scene appeared. Reporter, Jiang Chen, this year's math paper was set by teacher Gujun himself. How do you feel about the difficulty? Jiang Chen, it was really too easy. After I finished, I looked at the remaining time and had over an hour left. I was so bored I almost fell asleep in the examination room. Reporter, so, do you have confidence in scoring a full 150 points? Jiang Chen, 150 points. No problem. This set of college entrance examination math papers, I can score 150 points, does not mean that my ability is only at the level of 150 points, but rather that the highest score for this paper is only 150 points. Reporter, do you mean that teacher Gujun will lose to you and thus withdraw from the college entrance examination math scene? Jiang Chen, whether teacher Gujun withdraws or not is irrelevant to me. I just hope that next year's college entrance examination question setting team can significantly increase the difficulty again, otherwise it will really be quite boring. Reporter, one last question. I heard so many students crying in the examination room. Did you make them cry? Jiang Chen looked at the fierce gazes of the parents at the entrance of the examination room and spoke with a guilty conscience. Don't look for me about this. If you want to find someone, just go look for teacher Gujun. The next afternoon, the 2024 college entrance examination concluded smoothly. This year's 4 subjects in the college entrance examination, under the influence of your scarf, all increased in difficulty. Especially in mathematics, the difficulty skyrocketed directly because of Gujun's presence. According to predictions from authoritative educational training institutions, this year's average score in the college entrance examination mathematics is expected to plummet, with even 60 points being hard to reach. In this situation, although you have the glorious record of a perfect score in last year's college entrance examination, netizens firmly believe that you will achieve the top score in the Yenjing City College entrance examination. As for achieving a perfect score again, no one is optimistic. Half a month later, the results of the 2024 college entrance examination were released. Your college entrance examination results became the focus of attention for tens of millions of netizens. The Yenjing Education Admissions Examination Institute did not hide it and directly published a screenshot of your results online, accompanied by the words impressive. Chinese language 150 points, mathematics 150 points, comprehensive science 300 points, English 150 points, total 750 points. This is your college entrance examination result. Exactly the same as last year, still a perfect score. The reporters were dumbfounded, and the nation erupted. Consecutive years of perfect scores in the college entrance examination, you became a miraculous existence in Huagua, revered by netizens as the exam god. Some students' families even directly enshrined your tablet, burning incense and kneeling in worship every day. Your commercial value surpassed that of any top star in the entertainment industry, with countless product endorsement contracts pouring in like snowflakes. You accepted 2 endorsement contracts, easily breaking 100 million in annual salary, achieving financial freedom. You still had no plans to attend university. This year, Yenjing Wangfu University successfully retained you with a renewal fee of 30 million a year. Time thus arrived in 2025. This time, the college entrance examination question setting team, stimulated by you, began to crazily increase the difficulty while setting the questions. They believed that with such difficult questions, not to mention a high school student, even an old professor might not achieve a perfect score. Especially on the side of the college entrance examination mathematics question setting team, having been humiliated by you for 2 consecutive years, they were particularly frustrated. As the question setting was nearing completion, one teacher suddenly suggested adding an outrageous question to the paper. After a moment of silence, strangely, no one opposed it. Thus, an extremely absurd question was added to this college entrance examination mathematics paper. On June 7, 2025, you participated in your 4th college entrance examination. Simulated scenes emerged. In the afternoon, during the mathematics exam, the candidates nervously received this college entrance examination mathematics paper. As per habit, they roughly browsed through the questions from start to finish. Strangely, this year's last major question in the mathematics paper was very short. It was only a brief line of text. This made many candidates fix their eyes on it. Then, in the next second, they all opened their mouths wide, their eyes bulging, feeling an impulse to run away. 2025 College Entrance Examination Mathematics Final Question. Please prove the Goldbach conjecture. 10 points. Prove the Goldbach conjecture. The candidates were all dumbfounded. One by one, they doubted whether they had read it wrong. But after rubbing their eyes and looking closely again, they realized they hadn't made a mistake. They were indeed being asked, as a group of newly graduated high school students, to prove Goldbach's conjecture. This is just insane. Goldbach's conjecture, simply put, is a mathematical conjecture proposed by a mathematician named Goldbach. The content states that every even integer greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of 2 prime numbers. This conjecture was proposed in 1742, and nearly 300 years have passed without it being proven. Now, they were expected to solve this unsolved problem that had persisted for 3 centuries. Are we crazy, or is the exam committee's teacher crazy? This is like asking someone who has just learned to lay bricks to build a skyscraper all by themselves. The candidates unanimously believed that the math exam committee's teacher had lost their mind, decisively giving up on the last major question and focusing intently on the other problems. Are you kidding? If they could prove Goldbach's conjecture, they wouldn't be sitting here taking the exam. They would have been directly admitted to the world's top universities long ago. On your side, after receiving this exam paper, your brain entered an overclocked state once again. The earlier questions were just as easy as in previous years, until the last major question, which was to prove Goldbach's conjecture. Your brain was operating at high speed, and due to the enormous amount of calculations, you felt your mind go blank, losing consciousness. When you regained consciousness, you found that you had already completed the last question. On the answer sheet for the last question, you had filled it with dense and obscure mathematical formulas. Due to the limited space for answers, your writing was very small, requiring a magnifying glass to read. The next day, another year of the college entrance examination came to an end. Your exam paper was quickly sent to the grading committee. A group of math teachers were extremely pleased, believing that no matter how talented you were, it was impossible for you to score full marks in math this time. But when everyone saw your paper, they were all stunned. Other candidates had left the last question completely blank, while your paper not only had no blank spaces but was filled to the brim. A simulated scene appeared. In the office of the math grading committee, the teachers looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to say. Could it be that all of this is just random scribbling by Jiang Chen? I agree, I just can't believe that a high school student could actually prove Goldbach's conjecture. After all, it is Goldbach's conjecture. Let's prepare to verify the answers. Since he wrote it, we definitely need to check the correctness of the answers. But we can't even tell if the answers are right or wrong. I know a professor from the mathematics department at Yenjing University. I'll go seek help. That day, a professor from the mathematics department at Yenjing University came to the grading site to verify your answers. This professor held a magnifying glass and examined each formula one by one. His expression, which had been indifferent at first, became incredibly shocked. Because this mathematics professor discovered that the dense formulas you wrote on the paper didn't seem to be random but closely resembled the proof process of Goldbach's conjecture. Well reasoned and logically coherent, after a cursory glance at a small portion of the content, this mathematics professor found no obvious errors. Realizing this, the mathematics professor began to call friends, summoning several top mathematicians in the field of number theory from across the country. A simulated scene appeared. In the office, several elderly professors with gray hair gathered together. Among them was an elderly man with a distinctly Western appearance. Professor Desmond A.N.S., the current vice dean of the Department of Mathematics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, a Fields Medal winner, ranked among the top 3 living number theorists in the world. Professor Desmond was invited to China to give a lecture and, upon hearing that the Goldbach conjecture might have been proven, asked a Chinese professor friend to bring him here. Old Wang, are you saying that a high school student might have proven the Goldbach conjecture? Although it's hard to believe, it's not impossible. Hiss. A few professors gasped in surprise. After the initial shock, everyone began to engage in intense verification work. With nearly 10 professors from the country, plus the presence of Desmond, a giant in number theory, the verification proceeded quickly. A week later, the verification results came out. It was confirmed that the proof process you wrote for the Goldbach conjecture on the exam paper was entirely correct, with no errors. You achieved a perfect score in mathematics on the college entrance examination. At the same time, it also meant that the Goldbach conjecture, which had existed in the mathematical world for nearly 300 years and had eluded countless genius mathematicians, was solved by you, a high school student. When the news broke, the mathematics community around the world was shaken. A high school student proving the Goldbach conjecture was utterly inconceivable to people abroad. But with Desmond vouching for it, everyone had no choice but to believe. You became the new star in the mathematics circle. Some foreign universities even invited you to become a professor in their mathematics department. A simulated scene appeared. Jiang Shu held the appointment letter sent by the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich, feeling both amused and exasperated. Indeed, it was this Zurich Federal Institute of Technology that invited Jiang Chen to become a professor in their mathematics department, ranked among the top 10 universities in the world. How can I teach students anything if I go to be a professor? Jiang Chen did not want to embarrass himself at a top foreign university. He preferred to stay in his own country. He aimed to leverage his perfect score in the college entrance examination to gain as much influence as possible to prepare for the zombie outbreak 20 years later. Meanwhile, back in the country, upon learning from the examinees that the mathematics problem group had actually included the Goldbach conjecture in the college entrance examination, the entire society erupted. Damn it, has the problem group gone mad? They actually included proving the Goldbach conjecture in the college entrance exam. If it were for graduate school, wouldn't they have to test the grand unification theory equation? However, this topic was only discussed by netizens for 2 days before the heat gradually faded. Although it was indeed puzzling that the Goldbach conjecture was included in the college entrance exam, no one could possibly prove it. They just treated it as if this year's perfect score in mathematics was 140 points. In late June, your college entrance examination results came out. Still a perfect score of 750 points. The public had become numb, so at first, everyone was only slightly surprised by your perfect score. Until someone realized that this year's college entrance examination mathematics paper included a question proving the Goldbach conjecture, worth 10 points. In this case, if you didn't lose a single point and still got a perfect score, that would mean, when everyone realized that you had achieved a perfect score without losing any points, and that the college entrance examination included a question proving the Goldbach conjecture, their expressions instantly turned to shock. Sure enough, on the day the college entrance examination results were released, the People's Daily of China published an article titled "Chinese Youth Successfully Proves the Goldbach Conjecture, Solving a 300-Year-Old Problem in the Mathematics World." If mathematics is the king of the scientific realm, then number theory is the crown of the king, and the Goldbach conjecture is one of the most brilliant jewels on that crown. Now, this jewel has been plucked by the people of Huagua. The whole nation is in an uproar, everyone is rushing to share the news. Your altar has gained more offerings, and your divine status is firmly established. Back in September, you took a trip to the United States to receive the Fields Medal. The Fields Medal, known as the Nobel Prize of Mathematics, is the highest honor in the global mathematics community, without exception. And you have become the first Huagua national to receive this award. A simulated scene appears. Jiang Chen walks out of the airport holding the Fields Medal trophy. Outside the airport, dozens of elderly professors with gray hair are gathered. Upon seeing the trophy in Jiang Chen's hand, a few of them cannot help but shed tears. "Jiang Chen, do you know? This trophy is what our Huagua mathematicians have longed for decades. Now we finally have one." Jiang Chen's heart is touched, and he smiles, saying, "Professors, don't worry, from now on, the Fields Medal will be ours." The following year, the college entrance examination arrives again. This time, the mathematics question group included the Riemann hypothesis, one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. The Riemann hypothesis may not be as famous as the Goldbach conjecture, but its proof is far more difficult. Not only in mathematics, but other subjects also included some unresolved problems in their exam papers. For example, the Chinese language paper included a 1-point fill-in-the-blank question asking for the location of Genghis Khan's tomb, and the chemistry paper required synthesizing a substance with a melting point above 10,000 degrees Celsius. You answered all these questions one by one. Half a month later, the Riemann hypothesis was proven, Genghis Khan's tomb was found, and a material with a melting point of 10,000 degrees was synthesized. You once again achieved a perfect score on the college entrance examination. Your results did not cause much shock online, as everyone had become accustomed to it. On the night the results were released, you received a call from an unfamiliar number in Yanjing. A simulated scene appears. "Hello, is this Jiang Chen?" A stern middle-aged man's voice comes from the other end of the phone. Jiang Chen nods, "Yes, it's me." "Hello, Jiang Chen, I am from the Huagua Security Bureau." The man introduces himself, and after Jiang Chen processes this information for a few seconds, he slowly continues, "There is a matter that requires your cooperation in an investigation. Would it be convenient for you to come by tomorrow?" Jiang Chen did not hesitate and nodded, "Sure, I will be there on time." For consecutive years of perfect scores in the college entrance examination, plus solving so many world-class problems that are impossible for a high school student to tackle, clearly, figures at the national level have begun to pay attention to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's goal has been achieved. The next day, you arrive at the Huagua Security Bureau. In an office, you confess part of your secret to the middle-aged man who called you yesterday. You do not reveal the existence of the simulator, only saying that by chance, you gained the ability to achieve 100% perfect scores in the college entrance examination. The middle-aged man is greatly shocked but does not immediately dismiss this incredible claim, because only this possibility can reasonably explain why you have achieved perfect scores for 4 consecutive years. The middle-aged man reports your situation to high-level officials. The higher-ups take your words very seriously and immediately send the country's top security team to conduct a thorough examination of you. The examination results show that all your vital signs are normal. You are just a 24-year-old young man, no different from anyone else. Although the physical examination results showed nothing unusual, your words were taken somewhat seriously by the Security Bureau. You were instructed to wait for news, while the Security Bureau immediately contacted the National Education Examination Authority to prepare to verify your abilities. In 2027, you participated in the college entrance examination for the 5th time. However, this time the province where you took the exam was no longer Yanjing City, but Zizing, located in the northwest of Huagua. The examination authority and the Security Bureau had already prepared a set of exam papers specifically for you, but this set of papers was required to be used by all candidates in the province. To minimize the impact on others, the province chosen for your exam was Zizing, which had the fewest candidates. In the simulated scene, in the examination room, when the candidates saw the questions on this exam paper, they couldn't help but curse. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen opened the exam paper amidst the cursing. The first question, please design a device that can achieve controllable nuclear fusion? 10 points. The second question, please draw the structural diagram of a 5 nanometers lithography machine? 10 points. The third question, please design a material that can achieve room temperature superconductivity? 10 points. The fourth question, please write a formula for a drug that can completely cure cancer? 10 points. The 15th question, please randomly list 5 types of extraterrestrial life that exist beyond Earth. 10 points. All 10 questions were currently unsolved problems in Hwagwa. After the exam ended and the papers were collected, Jiang Chen submitted his exam paper, which was filled to the brim. As for the content written on it, to be honest, Jiang Chen himself didn't know. Because the moment he finished reading the questions, he had already lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, the paper was completely filled out. After receiving your densely packed paper, with hardly any gaps, the Security Bureau quickly organized professionals to verify your answers. The first thing they verified was the structural diagram of the 5 nanometers lithography machine you drew on the paper. Lithography machines are essential for manufacturing various mobile phone and computer chips. At this stage, Hwagwa's most advanced lithography machine can only achieve a level of 22 nanometers. Meanwhile, the most advanced lithography machines abroad have already reached the level of 5 nanometers. The gap is significant. Based on the structural diagram of the 5 nanometers lithography machine you drew, nearly 100 professionals tinkered for almost half a month and successfully built this lithography machine. After trial operation, it indeed reached the 5 nanometers process level. This means that Hwagwa now has its own 5 nanometers lithography machine, and in the field of chips, it no longer has to rely on foreign technology. The first 5 nanometers lithography machine in Hwagwa was unveiled just one day before the college entrance examination results were released. This also meant that your answer to this question was verified to be correct. However, many of the answers you wrote on the exam paper could not be verified in a short time. Without verification, it was impossible to determine correctness, let alone assign scores. The heads of the National Security Bureau and the Examination Authority held a discussion specifically about this matter the day before the exam results were released. The National Security Bureau suggested that you could be given full marks first. However, the people from the Examination Authority were more rigid, believing that some of your answers had not been verified, and it was inappropriate to give full marks directly, suggesting half the score instead. Then, there was no further discussion. After the head of the examination office finished speaking, he fainted on the spot and was sent to the hospital. The next day, your results were released, and according to the opinion of the Security Bureau, you still received full marks. The Security Bureau was still fervently verifying your next answer. This time, they chose the material you designed that could achieve room temperature superconductivity. 2 full months later, the material you designed was finally produced. But, to everyone's disappointment, after a series of tests, it was found that this material could not achieve superconductivity at room temperature. A simulated scene appeared. At the testing site, the newly designed material showed no difference in resistance from ordinary wires at room temperature. The people from the Safety Bureau turned to Jiang Chen in surprise. "Jiang, what's going on?" Seeing this situation, Jiang Chen frowned as well. His answer was wrong. This was the first time in 5 years that Jiang Chen encountered such a situation. However, soon, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. His answer was indeed wrong, but he had also truly achieved a perfect score on the college entrance examination. The causal ability of a perfect score on the college entrance examination had not failed. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and slowly said to the Safety Bureau personnel, "It should be that my college entrance examination results have already come out, so at this point, it doesn't matter whether the answers I wrote before are correct or not. If I'm not mistaken, the answers to the other questions are probably wrong as well." You were not mistaken in your expectations. All the other answers you wrote on the exam paper were found to be incorrect during subsequent verification. You and the people from the National Security Bureau realized that your ability of a perfect score on the college entrance examination was not as omnipotent as you had imagined. Next, it took a full 3 years for you to grasp a few basic rules of this ability. First, there was the issue of concepts. You couldn't just rename any other exam as the college entrance examination and then produce content at a frenzied pace, almost daily. You could only exercise your ability during the actual annual college entrance examination. Second, there was the issue of whether the answers were correct. After testing, it was found that the answers you wrote on the exam paper were only correct if verified before the results were released. Once the results were out, the correctness of the answers could not be guaranteed. You had also tried to delay the release of the college entrance examination results, for example, by pushing it back a month or two. But each time, for various reasons, the release of the results was not successfully postponed. For instance, the person who was supposed to notify forgot, or the person conveying the message got into a car accident and ended up in the hospital. In short, all sorts of unexpected events occurred. Third, there was the issue of the number of questions. You couldn't set too many questions on the exam paper because the answering time was limited. Within the 120 minutes of the exam, the number of words you could write was finite. As for the remaining unanswered questions, there was another way for you to still achieve a perfect score. Fourth, there was the issue of the content of the answers. Several times, when faced with questions that were clearly above the current technological level of Earth, although you wrote down answers on the exam paper, many unfamiliar technical terms were included in the answers, and no one knew what those terms represented. Thus, you had to explain what those technical terms meant on the next exam paper for another subject, which then led to a series of other terms. That time, it took a full 9 exam papers to help you understand the concept of one technical term. Therefore, to make your ability work effectively, it was necessary for the Hwagwa Security Bureau to verify your answers about half a month after you completed the exam, before the college entrance examination results were released. Moreover, the questions asked could not be too far above the current technological level of humanity, otherwise, it would lead to a chaotic series of unfamiliar technical terms. A simulated scene appeared. In the office of the Safety Bureau, Jiang Chen was having a face-to-face conversation with the middle-aged man. Director Sun, this is what we can summarize at this stage. The main issue is that my ability can only be used once a year, and there are simply too few samples to reference. The middle-aged man showed no signs of disappointment. Jiang Chen, you've done well enough. In these past few years, thanks to your presence, our country's technological level has advanced rapidly. Although the high-ranking officials in Hwagwa had given up on the idea of using Jiang Chen to directly create spaceships and space battleships to lead humanity out of the solar system due to numerous restrictions, it was still possible for Hwagwa to climb the technological tree and catch up with countries in Europe and America. Is the time required to verify a problem too long? Then break the problem down into 3 questions and include them in the college entrance examination over 3 years. For example, room temperature superconducting materials. Jiang Chen and his team took 3 years to verify it in 3 phases. Now, Hwagwa has successfully developed this material and recently held a special press conference, striking a heavy blow to the arrogance of foreign scientists who felt superior. Isn't the controllable nuclear fusion just one last part away from being realized? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, so this time we plan to include this question in the college entrance exam, gathering all manpower and resources to ensure verification is completed within half a month. The middle-aged man's gaze was resolute, full of confidence. In this college entrance examination, you wrote down the final part of the answer for the controllable nuclear fusion device. Thousands of researchers in the field across the country, upon receiving your answer, worked day and night, intensifying their efforts to produce the device and verify the answer. Just hours before the exam results were announced, the controllable nuclear fusion device was successfully created. With your help, Hwagwa became the first country in the world to master controllable nuclear fusion technology. The birth of controllable nuclear fusion means endless energy. From now on, the Earth will no longer lack energy. Humanity strides into a new era. In 2033, you participated in your 12th college entrance examination. With the help of your perfect score ability, the speed of technological advancement in Hwagwa was rapid. A series of high-tech products such as photolithography machines, controllable nuclear fusion, room temperature superconducting materials, maglev trains, anti-gravity engines, exoskeleton battle armor, and so on were successively developed by Hwagwa. In terms of technological level, Hwagwa left European and American countries far behind, to the point where their taillights were no longer visible. As for the Nobel Prize, Fields Medal, Turing Award, and other awards representing the highest academic levels in various fields worldwide, it can be said that in recent years, they have all been swept up by Hwagwa scientists. Attracted by this, many foreign scientists began to settle in Hwagwa. Hwagwa welcomed an era of technological explosion. Now, you have been officially appointed as the second-in-command of the Ministry of Science and Technology of the country. Your security level is very high. Your ability is crucial to the development of Hwagwa. Therefore, Hwagwa places great importance on your personal safety, arranging 2 teams composed of special forces to protect you 24 hours a day. The order given to the special forces is that even if they all perish, they must not allow your personal safety to be threatened. In any situation, the first priority is to ensure your safety, even if it means that only one person can be saved between you and their military district commander. Under the protection of the state, even though many spies from other countries have infiltrated in recent years, some have already realized your extraordinary nature and attempted to kidnap or assassinate you, but all were thwarted by the special forces. As long as you do not leave the country, you are absolutely safe within Hwagwa's territory. One day, you were notified to attend a meeting. A simulated image appeared. In the conference room, several bigwigs were gathered around a round table. All of them were high-ranking figures from Hwagwa, and by rights, Jiang Chen's position was not sufficient for him to attend such a meeting. However, the topic of this meeting was related to Jiang Chen. The bigwigs were discussing the direction of Huagua's technological development in the next phase. Some suggested maintaining the current situation, making steady progress, and leveraging Jiang Chen's abilities to continue climbing the technological tree, gradually reaching the standards of a Type 1 civilization. The standard for a Type 1 civilization refers to the ability to explore and develop all energy resources of a planet. At the current stage, humanity could only be considered a 0.7-level civilization. Others believed that they could take slightly bolder steps, fully focusing on the development of spacecraft to explore the vast and boundless universe. In the end, everyone sought Jiang Chen's opinion. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen spoke, "I think we should invest more energy in the development of weapons." Others might not understand, but Jiang Chen knew. In another 10 years, the zombie crisis would erupt. By then, high-tech weapons would be what humanity needed most. The high-ranking officials of Huagua fully considered your opinion. In the second year's college entrance examination, some questions related to weapons were added. Years later, weapons such as laser weapons, electromagnetic cannons, and air guns were developed and produced. However, when you proposed to include the development of more lethal and wide-ranging weapons in the college entrance examination, it was rejected by the high-ranking officials of Huagua. In their view, there was little possibility of a large-scale war breaking out in the short term, and developing too many large-scale destructive weapons was meaningless. Moreover, there were still nuclear bombs. A single nuclear bomb could nuke the world. According to the current storage capacity of human nuclear bombs, it was enough to flatten all the land on Earth. After your proposal was rejected, you were not disappointed but instead began another plan. Having one foot in the core layer of Huagua, you had some power in your hands. Like last time in the simulation, you acquired a dark laboratory from the United States. You also arranged for personnel to infiltrate Princeton University, posing as students and teachers. You judged that the zombie virus must have intricate connections with Princeton University, and you ordered the infiltrators to closely monitor every move of Princeton University, especially those in the School of Life Sciences. In 2040, several years passed, and the infiltrators had not reported any useful information. With only 3 years left before the zombie virus would erupt, you began to lay out your backup plan. You suggested to the high-ranking officials of Huagua to establish a large research base in the northwest of Huagua, concentrating all the national research talents for centralized management to improve research efficiency. The high-ranking officials of Huagua agreed. Thus, a large research base project commenced in the northwest of Huagua, coincidentally located in the vast desert you had chosen for the survival base in your last simulation. However, this time, the research base was not only larger than the survival base you had built, but the materials used for the outer walls were not ordinary steel plates, but a high-density material called vibranium that you assisted Huagua in developing. The hardness of vibranium could withstand missile strikes. You were assigned full responsibility for the construction of this large research base. The simulation scene emerged. In the northwest of Huagua, deep in the desert, a research base capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people rose from the ground. Jiang Chen looked at the nearly completed research base and took out his phone to check the time. November 20th, 2042. It should be on time, Jiang Chen muttered to himself. A staff member beside Jiang Chen asked, "Professor Jiang, what were you just saying?" Nothing was said. Jiang Chen waved his hand, speaking in a serious tone, "I have arranged a few matters for you to execute as soon as possible. Professor Jiang, please go ahead. First, immediately procure food, daily necessities, and other supplies. My requirement is that the amount of supplies must be sufficient to sustain 500,000 people for 50 years. Professor Jiang, procuring so many supplies at once. Do not question my decisions. You will do as I say. Can you do that? We will obey orders without question. Good, then I will arrange the second matter. Once the research base is completed, immediately arrange for researchers from all over the country to arrive at the base. I don't care what methods you use, even if you have to tie them up. You must ensure that all researchers on the list arrive at the research base by the end of April next year. Is there a problem? No. The spy infiltrated at Princeton University has yet to provide you with any useful information. You have a premonition that on May 1st of next year, the zombie virus will still break out. You cannot save too many people. You can only transfer the best talents of Huagua to a relatively safe research base before the apocalypse arrives. For Huagua, for humanity, preserve as much hope as possible. In 2043, you are 40 years old. By the end of April, all 450,000 researchers on your drafted list arrive at the research base without exception, and you breathe a sigh of relief. On April 30th, you call the spy you had placed at Princeton University. With your support over the years, this spy has become a vice president at Princeton University, entering the core leadership of the school. You inquired about recent events at Princeton University, down to the smallest detail, but still found no clues about the zombie virus. That night, you ordered the spy to withdraw from Princeton University. On May 1st, as you expected, the zombie virus broke out again, with the source still being Princeton University. On that day, the zombie virus spread to Huagua. After a brief period of chaos, the high-level officials of Huagua activated emergency plans, organizing troops equipped with new weapons to block the zombies. You also arrived at the completed research base under the protection of 2 special forces teams. A month later, the initial results of the battle between humans and zombies emerged. Overall, it was not much different from previous simulations, except for Huagua. In previous simulations, Huagua, like other countries, had fallen into chaos in a short time, losing most of its cities. But this time, soldiers from Huagua, equipped with laser guns, electromagnetic cannons, and other new weapons, did not find themselves at a disadvantage in the battles against the zombies. Especially after you vaguely revealed that the zombies' weakness was at the back of their heads, the Huagua army began to fight back against the zombie horde. However, the same old problem remained. Zombies can be quickly replenished after being killed, while humans are replenished at a very slow rate after death. The urgent task is still to develop a vaccine for the zombie virus as soon as possible. This heavy responsibility undoubtedly falls on your shoulders. On June 7th, it was once again the day of the college entrance examination. Under normal circumstances, with the global outbreak of zombies and humanity facing an apocalyptic crisis, and all universities nationwide indefinitely suspending classes, there would be no need to hold the college entrance examination. But because of your existence, to save humanity, it is even more necessary to hold the college entrance examination at this time. A simulated scene appeared. In a metal room deep underground in the desert, an invigilator carefully brought the exam papers to Jiang Chen. The exam papers were all about zombies. For example, the habits of zombies, various physical indicators of zombies, the transmission speed of the zombie virus, and so on. Jiang Chen was quickly writing answers on the exam paper. Soon, he reached the last question of this set of papers. Please write out the production process of the zombie virus vaccine. 10 points. Faced with this question, Jiang Chen's mind went blank for a moment, and by the time he regained his awareness, the answer was already written on the paper. The production process of the zombie virus vaccine you wrote on the exam paper is very complex. So complex that it contains over 100 unfamiliar technical terms. It completely exhausted the opportunity to pose questions for the remaining 3 sets of papers, and only then did everyone understand what each of those 100 technical terms meant. But understanding is just the beginning. Next, all the researchers in the biological and medical fields at the research base, totaling over 100,000 people, began to work based on your written answers to develop the zombie virus vaccine. Half a month passed, and it was time for the college entrance examination results to be announced. The zombie virus vaccine had not been produced. The research work on the zombie virus vaccine was halted. Because the time had exceeded, continuing the research was already meaningless. Everyone in the research base wore expressions of frustration. A simulated scene appeared. In a room, Jiang Chen frowned while talking to a renowned virus academician from Huagua. Academician Chen, is it really that difficult? Academician Chen smiled wryly. Professor Jiang, let me put it this way, the answer you wrote divides the entire process of making the zombie virus vaccine into 12 closely related steps. But in the past half month, let alone completing the first step, we haven't even fully met the conditions required to start the first step. For example, we need an environment with a vacuum tightly constrained by billions of atomic nuclei. Even if human technology develops for another 100 years, we might not be able to achieve that. You once again realized the difficulties in developing the zombie virus vaccine. Moreover, Academician Chen frankly stated that even if your answer this time is correct, according to the normal level of human technological development, it would still take 200 to 300 years to meet all the conditions for making the vaccine. You originally thought that the 50 years mentioned by Professor Apuzen last time was already a long time. But this time, Academician Chen directly gave you an answer of 200 to 300 years. You are more inclined to Academician Chen's answer. As for Professor Apuzen, he probably said that comforting number out of concern for being fired. The technology level required for the zombie virus vaccine, like the zombie virus itself, is so high that it seems completely beyond the capabilities of this small planet, which is less than a level 1 civilization. A year later, it was time for another college entrance examination. In the past year, due to a lack of sufficient personnel reinforcement, Huagua withdrew its defenses against the zombies. Under the relentless offensive of the zombie army, Huagua began to show signs of decline. Being swallowed by the endless zombie army was only a matter of time. The high-level officials of Huagua felt they could not wait any longer, so they decided to attempt a violent breakthrough. A simulated scene appeared. This time, the college entrance examination paper included several highly restrictive questions. Please write out a process for producing a zombie virus vaccine that can be successfully made within 15 days based on the current level of human technology. 10 points. Please write out a plan that can exterminate all zombies within 15 days without causing irreversible damage to the Earth based on the current conditions of humanity. 10 points. These questions had many restrictive conditions. The high-ranking officials of China wanted to see what kind of answer Jiang Chen would provide under these circumstances. Soon, Jiang Chen's answer sheet was collected. When everyone saw Jiang Chen's answer sheet, they were all dumbfounded. Because, on those questions with many restrictions, Jiang Chen had not written a single word. It was all blank. The answers on the exam paper are blank. What does this mean? There is no need for further explanation. In other words, with the current level of technology possessed by humanity, it is fundamentally impossible to resolve the zombie crisis within half a month. At the high-level meeting of China's top officials, the chairman announced this news to everyone with a serious expression. Everyone lost their last shred of hope. It seems that wanting to end the zombie crisis by taking shortcuts with your abilities is no longer effective. The zombie virus vaccine cannot be developed in a short time, so next, we must truly engage in combat with the zombies. Humans have many advantages compared to zombies, such as intelligence and the ability to use tactics, etc. But the disadvantages are also very obvious, namely that the speed of replenishing troops is not as simple and direct as that of zombies. In response to this weakness, after discussions at the high-level meeting of China's officials, two directions were clarified for the next phase of the college entrance examination questions. One is to enhance the individual combat capabilities of soldiers. The idea is to utilize the relatively mature technologies in China, such as controllable nuclear fusion, exoskeleton armor, laser weapons, and vibranium materials, and to increase research and development efforts in areas like small controllable cold nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, human-machine interaction, and non-propellant propulsion technology. The goal is to create a combat armor similar to Iron Man's suit. Once soldiers are equipped with combat armor, their combat effectiveness will significantly increase, allowing them to eliminate more zombies. The other direction is to develop combat robots. Although the attrition rate of living humans cannot match that of zombies, once robots are successfully developed, they can be mass-produced. Moreover, robots have an advantage over humans in that they are not afraid of being infected by the zombie virus. No matter how contagious the zombie virus is, it cannot infect a group of zombies made of iron clumps. However, that being said, China's research in the field of combat robots can only be described as a blank slate. To develop robots capable of fighting zombies will undoubtedly require considerable effort. 2 years later, with the help of your 100% perfect score ability and the tireless efforts of tens of thousands of researchers, the first set of human combat armor was developed. A simulated scene appeared. In the research base, under the eager gazes of Jiang Chen and others, a carefully selected king of soldiers from the military approached the combat armor. The combat armor was a light water blue color, and it was very convenient to wear. One only needed to lean their back against the slot, and by pressing a button, the various parts of the armor would automatically cover the user. Intelligent Control System Mio, pleased to serve you. A mechanical female voice sounded. This was the intelligent voice control system installed in the armor, named Mio. Mio's intelligence level was very high, capable of understanding almost any command given by the armor operator, and in certain emergency situations, it could make decisions on its own to protect the operator's safety. However, unfortunately, Mio did not pass the Turing test and did not possess independent thinking abilities. After the soldiers were equipped with the combat armor, the researchers immediately conducted a series of tests on walking, flying, combat, endurance, and more. A week later, all performance metrics of the combat mech were tested. Of course, the combat power of this battle mech cannot be compared to that of Iron Man's armor. However, Iron Man's armor is merely a product of fantasy in films and television. In the real world, it would be impossible for humanity to create something like that without several hundred years of development. Although the attributes of this battle armor are not on par with Iron Man's suit, tests have shown that it can significantly enhance a person's combat ability, increasing it by approximately 100 to 1,000 times. This means that if a soldier could previously kill 10 zombies, after equipping the battle armor, that same soldier could easily take down 1,000 zombies. After passing performance tests, the battle armor began to be mass-produced. This first true battle armor in human history was officially named Azure. A simulated scene appeared. Inside the command room of the base, Jiang Chen and others were watching a battle on the front lines through the screen. The first batch of over 10,000 Azure battle armors had been urgently transported to the front lines a few days earlier. This was the first time the Azure battle armor appeared before the zombie horde. On the screen, thousands of soldiers equipped with Azure armor were filled with fighting spirit. Before the zombie army could rush in, they flew high into the air, using their altitude advantage to strike down at the zombies on the ground. After the first wave of firepower coverage was completed, they plunged into the zombie horde, creating small battlefields that slaughtered the surrounding zombies like a meat grinder. Soldiers equipped with Azure armor had greatly increased combat power, easily handling the attacks of hundreds of zombies. This was something that had been unimaginable before. Previously, as soon as soldiers from Huagua were cornered by zombies, they faced the fate of death and mutation. Now, they could maneuver freely even amidst the horde. In the first battle, the Azure battle armor displayed its might on the front lines. 10,000 soldiers equipped with Azure armor slaughtered nearly 1 million zombies. Moreover, what was even more exhilarating was that the Huagua side suffered 0 casualties. The success of the first battle gave the higher-ups in Huagua immense confidence, prompting them to begin full-scale production of the Azure armor. Batch after batch of battle armor was transported to the front lines. The human side, which had previously been somewhat dispirited, began to sound the horn of counterattack with the arrival of the Azure armor. One city after another was recaptured by the Huagua army. However, the recovery was still very difficult. This was because, among the zombie horde, there were not only ordinary zombies but also more powerful zombie lords. Unlike the ordinary zombies that were easily slaughtered by the soldiers equipped with Azure armor, the zombie lords did not hold a significant disadvantage when fighting against the Azure armored soldiers. A single zombie lord, while unable to defeat an Azure soldier, could still escape without being stopped by humans. 2 zombie lords could engage in a back-and-forth battle with Azure soldiers. 3 could coordinate to kill an Azure soldier. Thus, although the human side had turned the tide of battle against the zombies, the presence of zombie lords meant that the human advantage was not as pronounced. The speed of recapturing cities was not as fast as imagined. Moreover, what shocked the higher-ups in Huagua even more was that during one battle, they discovered an existence even stronger than the zombie lords. Hangzhou, a large city located on the eastern coast of Huagua, became the target. At the end of 2048, after long preparations, Huagua launched the campaign to reclaim Hangzhou. A brutal battle erupted between humans and zombies. Despite having over 100,000 soldiers equipped with Azure armor participating in this battle, it took more than a month for Huagua to break through the defensive lines formed by the zombie army. Even amidst the siege of the zombie army, the soldiers in blue armor suffered considerable losses. After a month of relentless attacks from the side of Huagua, they finally breached the defensive line established by the zombie army outside the city. The Huagua army entered the city and, after rescuing the surviving humans in various shelters, began a concentrated extermination of the zombies within the city. A simulated scene appeared. A squad of over 20 soldiers equipped with blue armor was chasing a few panicked zombie lords fleeing in all directions. Unlike ordinary zombies that only knew to attack humans, the zombie lords had developed a sense of crisis. When faced with a powerful enemy, they would choose to flee if they could not fight back. Soon, the human squad caught up with the fleeing zombie lords. A few zombie lords were, of course, no match for the 20-plus soldiers in blue armor. In just a few encounters, the zombie lords were slain by the squad. Just as they were preparing to return to support others, a zombie appeared in their line of sight. This suddenly appearing zombie was dressed like a normal human, with an expression and demeanor indistinguishable from an ordinary person, but the spider-like black markings on its neck indicated that it was not human, but a zombie. If it was a zombie, it had to be eliminated. The 20-plus soldiers in blue armor charged forward, intending to slay this zombie. But, 1 minute later, all 20 soldiers had died at the hands of this zombie. This battle scene was recorded by the blue armor and sent back to the research base. Inside the research base, everyone's expression was grave. In this battle footage, the zombie displayed an all-encompassing power. In terms of strength, it could punch through what could be said to be the hardest vibranium shell on Earth. In terms of speed, it easily exceeded the speed of sound, the maximum that the blue armor could achieve. In terms of physique, it could withstand the attacks of 20 laser beams without sustaining any damage. It could be said that, aside from the difference in size, this zombie was practically a reinforced Hulk. The strength of this zombie was far superior to that of the zombie lords, clearly indicating it was a higher-level zombie. Humans named it the Zombie Overlord. In the first year of the zombie outbreak, zombie lords appeared. In 2048, the fifth year of the outbreak, the existence of such a powerful being as the zombie overlord was discovered. The high-ranking officials of Huagua were very worried that if the zombies continued to develop worldwide, even more terrifying beings might emerge. In Hang City, in the following days, more human soldiers were continuously killed by the zombie overlord. To preserve their fighting strength, the command center in the rear of Huagua immediately arranged for the troops stationed in Hang City to withdraw. After ensuring that all troops and surviving humans had evacuated, Huagua launched a few of their limited stockpile of missiles towards the location of the zombie overlord. The missiles exploded violently, nearly destroying the entire city. However, from the footage coming from the front, it appeared that the missiles did not cause any substantial damage to the zombie overlord. In fact, after the missile bombardment, the zombie overlord seemed even more invigorated, leaving the high-ranking officials of Huagua speechless. The zombie overlord was clearly an existence that humanity could not currently contend with. Fortunately for the high-ranking officials of Huagua, the zombie overlord was not present in every city. Essentially, only large cities with populations exceeding 10 million would have a zombie overlord. It was very difficult for smaller cities to give rise to such beings. The battles to reclaim cities in Huagua were still ongoing, but they would deliberately avoid those large population centers for the time being. At the same time, on the international front, Huagua was also taking action. A simulated scene appeared again. It was another meeting of the high-ranking officials of Huagua discussing the international response to the zombie situation. Now, in the entire world, apart from Huagua, which can engage in a back-and-forth battle with zombies thanks to Zhang Chen's presence, all other countries can only shrink back into their small territories, barely surviving. Some have even been extinguished early on. In order to implement the concept of a global community, and more importantly, to allow foreign zombies to develop unchecked, which would give rise to even more terrifying beings, the high-level council of Huagua decided to take the lead in establishing a wartime alliance for humanity. Huagua can provide other countries with Azure battle armor to deal with the zombie crisis. Of course, this assistance is not without cost. Under the semi-coercive and semi-voluntary circumstances of Huagua, the remaining countries in the world signed a mutual assistance agreement with Huagua. Huagua provides Azure battle armor to other countries to combat zombies, while other countries, in the spirit of reciprocity, must also provide something to Huagua, including but not limited to territory, population, resources, and supplies. It can be said that the content of the agreement is quite humiliating, but in order to survive, other countries can only hold their noses and sign. With Huagua's support, the situation in various countries has improved somewhat. However, overall, humanity still remains at a disadvantage. Time gradually approaches the year 2050. The questions on your college entrance examination paper now mainly involve two fields. One is in combat robotics, and the other is in materials. You clearly remember that the last simulation took place in 2050, when that female zombie led a small team to find your hiding place in the northwestern desert and dug you out to kill you. You can be sure that the female zombie was a zombie overlord. Moreover, she had already advanced to a zombie overlord in 2047. You have already witnessed the strength of the zombie overlord from Hangchang not long ago. It can be said that not only steel plates, but even the hardest vibranium material in the world cannot withstand a punch from a zombie overlord. Therefore, you now need a material with even higher hardness to prevent the female zombie from entering the base. After the college entrance examination in 2050, a new type of material called titanium-based was developed. Titanium-based does not have as many excellent properties as vibranium, such as shock absorption, plasticity, and heat resistance. It is simply hard. After testing, its hardness is more than 10 times that of vibranium. Once titanium-based was successfully developed, you immediately arranged for the outer wall materials of the research base to be completely replaced with titanium-based materials, and for safety, a double-layer protective layer was added. By the end of 2050, a zombie team led by a female zombie appeared in the vast northwestern desert. The female zombie's goal was very clear. Leading the zombie team, she charged straight towards your research base. Huagua had discovered the suddenly appearing zombie team early on and immediately recognized that the female zombie leading them was a zombie overlord. Fearing the strength of the zombie overlord, Huagua did not send soldiers to engage the zombie team directly but instead launched an unreasonable firepower cover right away. Under the firepower cover, the ordinary zombies and the zombie lord in the zombie team did not last long before they were taken out. However, the female zombie seemed unfazed. Under the dense artillery fire, not only was she not harmed, but it was also very difficult to even slightly hinder her advance. You could only helplessly watch as the female zombie approached the research base step by step. The outer wall of the research base had long been replaced with titanium-based. After witnessing the formidable strength of the female zombie, you began to worry whether the titanium-based outer wall could withstand her attack. Fortunately, the strength of the zombie overlord has not yet reached a level that inspires despair. The titanium-based outer wall of the base has withstood the violent attacks of the female zombie. You can see through the base's cameras that the female zombie is pounding the outer wall with her fists. The entire base trembles slightly under the impact of her blows, but there are no signs that the titanium wall is about to break. You all breathe a sigh of relief. A simulated image appears. Outside the research base, the female zombie tirelessly hammered the titanium wall for a day and a night. Although her relentless determination is commendable, each punch sends a shiver through Jiang Chen and the others' hearts, fearing that at any moment the wall might give way under her assault. After a day and a night, the female zombie finally stopped, seemingly giving up for the time being. However, she did not leave. Instead, she found a random spot to sit down and rest. After resting for a night, the next day, she resumed her fierce pounding on the outer wall. Seeing this scene on the screen, Jiang Chen thought, the female zombie seems determined not to give up until she achieves her goal. After more than a month of relentless attacks, realizing that she could not breach the base's defenses with her own strength, the female zombie set up camp outside the research base. This female zombie overlord clearly possesses a certain level of intelligence, and her habits reflect many human traits. She built a thatched hut on the desert and took residence inside, like a gravekeeper, watching every move of the research base. It seems she is just waiting for you to come out of the base so she can slap you to death. This female zombie has become a sharp blade hanging over the heads of everyone in the research base. Zombies can evolve. This is not a speculation, but a conclusion that has already been confirmed. Recently, there was a report from the front lines about a scene in a city where a zombie lord evolved into a zombie overlord. No one can say for sure when this female zombie next to the base will evolve and gain the power to breach the base's defenses, leading to a massacre of all the humans in the research base. As the saying goes, pressure creates motivation. Under the threat of death, the motivation of the researchers inside the base surged, and their research efficiency significantly improved. In 2051, as you completed the college entrance examination for that year, the last technical problem was solved. The combat robot was officially unveiled. A simulated image appears. Just like when the Azure battle armor was first introduced, dozens of scientists were testing the various performances of the combat robot. The combat robot resembles a humanoid figure, with most of its body made of vibranium and key parts made of titanium, giving it a strong mechanical feel. The most important aspect of the combat robot is its combat capability. Under the designer's guidance, this robot is equipped with two weapons representing the highest level of human technology, a laser explosive gun and an electromagnetic railgun, both with astonishing lethality. During the testing process, the combat robot demonstrated immense destructive power. In terms of destructive capability alone, it could be compared to about 10 soldiers equipped with Azure battle armor. After successfully developing the combat robot, you felt capable once again. In the first batch, you produced 100 combat robots, forming a robot squad. The mission assigned to this robot squad was to help eliminate the threat at humanity's doorstep, the female zombie overlord. The battle between the zombies and the robots quickly commenced. Faced with the siege of nearly 100 robots, the female zombie remained calm and unafraid. Although it was somewhat strenuous, after more than half an hour of battle, all 100 robots were dismantled into scrap metal by the female zombie without exception. The female zombie only sustained minor injuries. The first battle ended in a crushing defeat. The debut of the combat robots was clearly not perfect. But you were not discouraged. If 100 robots were not enough, then next time, send out 1,000. Under full-speed production, the second batch of 1,000 robots was manufactured. Under the siege of thousands of robots, the female zombie found it no longer so easy to cope. The female zombie's defenses were breached, and blood stained the ground. In the end, after losing nearly half of the robots, the injured female zombie fled. Before leaving, the female zombie turned her head and cast a deep glance in your direction. A simulated image appeared. The look from the female zombie made Jiang Chen's scalp tingle. It's probably just a matter of time before this female zombie returns. Jiang Chen was not as optimistic as his companions, who had already begun to cheer. The female zombie had not been killed. Sooner or later, she would come back. With the threat of the female zombie temporarily gone, the faces of everyone in the research base finally showed a long-lost smile. But now was not the time to relax. Batch after batch of combat robots were manufactured and sent to the front lines. The advantages of the robots were obvious. Tireless like zombies, fearless like zombies, and replenishing quickly like zombies. Moreover, there was no risk of being infected by the zombie virus. When the zombie horde and the robot army clashed for the first time on a large scale, the advantages of the robots were undeniable. 100,000 robots faced 1 million zombies, and the robots achieved a great victory. The significance of this battle was not merely the robots winning against the odds. It meant that after nearly a decade of difficult exploration, humanity had finally found a way that no longer required human flesh and blood to fight against the zombie horde. The war between humans and zombies had completely entered a new phase. After the emergence of the Azure battle armor and combat robots, the spread of zombies around the world was completely curbed. Especially in Huagua, apart from a few major cities along the southeast coast where zombie overlords were entrenched, the rest of the territory was gradually being reclaimed. In the central and northwestern regions, Huagua had begun to restore normal production and living order. Shops reopened, schools resumed, and even the corporate workers once again enjoyed the blessings of 007. Humanity seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. On this day, the high-level officials of Huagua convened a meeting again, determined to reclaim the coastal cities occupied by zombie overlords. The first target was Hang City, which had once made the Huagua army suffer. In Hang City, the robot army entered the main urban area. Another fierce battle ensued. However, the outcome of the battle did not satisfy you. The zombies in Hang City were eliminated by the robot army by more than half, leaving only a few high-level zombie lords and the zombie overlord. However, under the command of that zombie overlord, the robot army suffered heavy losses, with nearly one-third of its combat power directly lost from the 500,000 robot army. The weaknesses of the robot army were also revealed in the battle against the zombie overlord. The intelligence level of the robots was very poor, and their actions were controlled by the intelligent control system Mio equipped in the Azure battle armor. At that time, Mio was only developed as a supporting intelligent control system for the Azure battle armor, so its level of intelligence was not very high and did not possess independent thinking capabilities. Therefore, Mio can only control the robot legion to charge mindlessly, which is fine when dealing with ordinary zombies that also charge mindlessly. However, when faced with the zombie overlord that has already gained intelligence and can use tactics, the robot legion is truly being played around. Just one zombie overlord is annoying enough, not to mention that he has a group of zombie lord subordinates under him, which also poses a threat to the robots. Nevertheless, the higher-ups in Huagua are very determined to reclaim Hang City. A month later, after the cost of recovering two-thirds of the robot legion, Huagua successfully reclaimed Hang City as desired. That zombie overlord, however, escaped to other cities under the siege of the robots. Huagua won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory, the most direct consequence being a sharp reduction in the number of robots, making it impossible to reclaim other cities in the short term. A simulated scene appears in a meeting of Huagua's high-level officials. Now, Jiang Chen, with his abilities and qualifications, has become a member of the council. This time, in the battle for the reclamation of Hang City, our robot legion suffered heavy losses. Next, we have two tasks to accomplish. First, we need to increase the production of robots. Our resources in Huagua are currently insufficient, but there are other countries, right? It's time to let these countries fulfill part of the cooperation treaty we established back then. Second, we need to focus on the field of artificial intelligence. Mio's intelligence level is still too weak. In front of the zombie overlord, it is as naive as a child. Next, we need to intensify our research on artificial intelligence and improve Mio's intelligence level. Academician Zhang, this task will be troublesome for you to take charge of. The burden on your shoulders is heavy. If we don't solve this problem, no matter how many robots we manufacture, we can't withstand such losses. An elder sitting in the main seat turned to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded and directly made a military pledge, "Give me 2 years, and I guarantee I will complete the task." The research base, which had originally become leisurely, began to operate at full capacity again after receiving the order to develop artificial intelligence, like a tightly wound spring. Artificial intelligence is a timeless topic. Since the concept was proposed in 1956, humanity has conducted extensive exploration in this field, resulting in many products. For example, Deep Blue, AlphaGo, ChatGPT, and so on. However, nearly 100 years have passed, and there has yet to be a truly meaningful artificial intelligence released. A truly meaningful artificial intelligence refers to one that possesses strong learning abilities, independent thinking capabilities, and autonomous consciousness. Under your arrangement, the college entrance examination papers for 2052 and 2053 were all replaced with questions about artificial intelligence. With the help of your perfect score ability in the college entrance examination, one technical problem after another was conquered. Mio's intelligence level was visibly improving. In 2053, you turned 50. You entered the elderly stage, with more and more white hair on your head. However, this year, you still sat in the college entrance examination hall like a group of 18-year-old high school students. After finishing your exam, someone immediately put your test paper into a safe, escorted by dozens of people overnight to the research base, just like protecting national cultural relics. Half a month after the college entrance examination ended, based on the pile of code you wrote on the test paper, the artificial intelligence Mio was completely upgraded and transformed. A simulated scene appears. In front of the screen, Jiang Chen personally wrote the 3 laws of robotics into the underlying logic code of the world's first artificial intelligence, Mio. The first law: a robot may not injure a human being or, through an action, allow a human being to come to harm. The second law: a robot must obey the orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. The third law: a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. With the code for the 3 laws completed, Jiang Chen arranged for Mio to undergo the Turing test. Mio passed the Turing test successfully. This meant that Mio had become an artificial intelligence capable of independent thought and self-awareness. In front of the console, Jiang Chen awakened Mio. Mio! After the screen went dark, a face made of data streams appeared on the screen, indistinguishable in gender. Hello, I am here. Connect to the external network and learn military tactics. Yes, learning. Learning complete. Mio not only possessed self-awareness but also had an astonishing ability to learn. In less than a minute, it stored the military tactics of various countries and eras throughout history into its database and integrated them. One could say that Mio had already become a master of military strategy. Jiang Chen stood up, gazing out the window, his tone measured and powerful. Mio, obey my command, take control of all robot legions worldwide, and launch a full-scale attack on the zombie army. Under your command, Mio controlled the robot legions to launch a full-scale attack on the zombie army. After 2 years of preparation, the number of war robots in Huagua has exceeded 10 million. Over 10 million war robots were divided by Mio into 3 robot legions to reclaim 3 cities along the coast of Huagua, each occupied by a zombie overlord. The war proceeded exceptionally smoothly. In Mio's eyes, the strategies of the zombie overlords seemed as simple as a child's play. One could say that Mio, having learned and integrated all global tactical knowledge, surpassed its predecessors in military command. Not to mention the zombie overlords, who were less intelligent than ordinary humans. Even ancient generals with extensive battle experience were no match for Mio. The 3 cities were successively reclaimed by Mio's intelligent robot legions, with losses amounting to less than half of what was incurred during the reclamation of Hang City back then. Moreover, Mio set a trap that ensnared one zombie overlord in layers of encirclement, ultimately killing it through sustained firepower without any blind spots. This marked the first recorded instance in human history of a zombie overlord being killed since their discovery. Under Mio's command, the strength of the robot legions surged several times, becoming incomparable. On the back of the slain zombie overlord's head, a diamond crystal was also excavated. This diamond crystal was neither the ordinary blue of a zombie nor the purple of a zombie lord, but a mesmerizing blood red. This red diamond crystal was quickly transported to the research base. Upon examination, it was determined that the energy contained in this red crystal was hundreds of times that of the purple diamond crystal of the zombie lord. You decided to change next year's college entrance examination questions to focus on the use of diamond crystals. There are billions of zombies worldwide, and each zombie produces a diamond crystal containing energy. If this energy could be harnessed, it would greatly aid humanity's future development. Just as you were envisioning a future where humanity eradicates zombies and embarks on a journey to the stars and seas. On November 1, 2053, an unexpected event occurred. A simulated scene appeared. On the night of November 1, 2053, as darkness fell, Jiang Chen sat in a lounge chair in the yard, leisurely gazing at the starry sky. After fitting the piece labeled Mio into the puzzle, humanity finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. Jiang Chen, who had poured his heart and soul into the survival of humanity over the past decade, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The blood moon is so beautiful, oh, baby, just one more look and it might explode, get a little closer and it might melt. Jiang Chen hummed an old song with a nostalgic feel. Suddenly, while gazing at the starry sky, Jiang Chen sensed something was amiss. Why was the moon blood red tonight? On the night of November 1, 2053, the blood moon descended. At first, humanity didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a rare natural phenomenon, until the images from the war front came in. In the footage, it was clear to see that the zombies had all stopped moving, looking up at the blood moon. Under the glow of the blood moon, the bodies of the zombies visibly swelled. The zombies had evolved. Not just one or two, but billions of zombies worldwide, all welcomed evolution under the light of the blood moon. After one night, when the sun slowly rose from the east, the blood moon disappeared. But the evolution of the zombies had already been completed. The evolved zombies experienced exponential improvements in all physical attributes. Once mere cannon fodder, the ordinary zombies became tougher and more resilient after evolution. In a one-on-one situation, even a war robot equipped with new weapons would have to exert great effort to kill them. However, this was not the most troublesome part. Although the ordinary zombies' physical qualities had improved, their intelligence remained the same, acting only on instinct, and they still couldn't escape the fate of being slaughtered when facing the robot army. The most troublesome aspect was that the zombie overlords stationed in cities with populations in the millions also underwent evolution. Some even experienced a leap in the essence of life, advancing from zombie overlords to the next stage. Humanity named them the Zombie Kings. The first zombie king encountered by Hwagwa was in Sioux City, next to Hang City. The current leader of the zombies in Sioux City is the zombie overlord that escaped from Hang City at that time. Under the light of the blood moon, this zombie overlord transformed into a zombie king. The zombie king now possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. As for strength, it was completely beyond comprehension. In just one encounter, the tens of thousands of war robots surrounding this zombie king were crushed as if by a heavy object, turning from a three-dimensional state into two-dimensional iron discs. However, this zombie king deliberately left one robot behind, requesting to communicate with the human side. You, as a representative, communicate with the zombie king via video. The simulated image appeared. Jiang Chen looked at the zombie king on the screen, his expression serious. "What should I call you, Mr. Zombie, Li Jinhao?" Li Jinhao was the name of this zombie king before his body mutated into a zombie. He was an executive of a multinational corporation. Aside from this body being his, I have no relation to Li Jinhao now. As for the name, you can call me Black Crow. Black Crow grinned. Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention to this and directly asked, "Black Crow, what was the blood moon a few days ago?" Black Crow shrugged. "If I say I don't know, would you believe me?" Jiang Chen was half convinced. "How many zombie kings like you are there in the world now?" Black Crow replied, "No comment. What is your next plan?" "You guess. We can sit down and have a good talk about cooperation." "Cooperate on what?" "Inside and outside, to catch all the zombies in one net." "You think I'm an idiot? Killing our own people." "You could think of it differently. Once all the zombies in the world are killed and only you remain as a zombie, wouldn't you then be able to?" "Able to what?" "Able to be locked up in a zoo, treated as a rare species for people to visit. We could split the entrance fees." Your first meeting ended on a sour note. You never expected to truly establish a cooperative relationship with the Black Crow. Many soldiers from Hwagwa have died at the hands of the Black Crow. With national hatred and personal enmity, there can only be a fight to the death between you and the Black Crow. The blood moon descends, zombies evolve. Especially with the emergence of higher-level zombie kings, the advantages that humanity had painstakingly built up vanished in an instant. In front of the zombie kings, humanity's robotic legions seemed like mere toys, easily crushed, with no way to resist. Preliminary statistics show that there are 9 zombie kings in Hwagwa. Zombie kings with human-like intelligence have begun to develop a sense of territory. The areas along the northeastern coast of Hwagwa occupied by zombies have been tacitly divided into 9 regions by the 9 zombie kings, each ruling their own territory. At the same time, a clear defensive line has been established on the outskirts of the zombie-occupied areas, distinctly separating them from humanity. Strangely, the zombie army seems to have entered a state of rest. After driving the robotic legions out of their territory, the zombies did not pursue but, under the orders of the zombie kings, allowed the robots to leave. You do not believe that the zombies have changed their nature, turning from meat-eaters to vegetarians. Humans and zombies have always been irreconcilable existences. The temporary lack of action is merely the calm before the storm. On January 1, 2054, as the clock struck midnight, before the fireworks outside could explode, all of humanity heard the roars of the zombies. Billions of zombies roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, audible in every corner of the world. A chilling fear arose in the hearts of humanity. The roars continued for over 10 minutes. Then, the zombies in Hwagwa, led by the 9 zombie kings, with tens of thousands of zombie overlords sweeping through, and hundreds of millions of zombie lords and ordinary zombies charging fearlessly, launched an attack on the human cities of Hwagwa from 9 directions. Hwagwa dispatched its robotic legions to confront the oncoming zombie army. In the expectations of Hwagwa's high-ranking officials, this would likely be a protracted tug-of-war. But no one anticipated that the zombies had no intention of engaging in a drawn-out battle with the robots. Faced with the robotic legions blocking their path, the zombies used their own bodies as stepping stones for their companions, disregarding the fallen zombies beside them, and resolutely advanced towards the human cities, climbing over the bodies of their comrades like a small mountain. Slaughter, it was all about slaughter. Every time they entered a city, the zombie army would massacre the humans inside, leaving no one alive. Moreover, the zombies seemed to have awakened some ability to lock onto human sense. No matter how hidden the surviving humans were, they would be found and killed by the zombies. Furthermore, the zombies' slaughter of humans seemed to be at any cost. An injured zombie overlord, faced with the siege of the robotic legions, clearly had a chance to escape, but it stubbornly chose to kill an ordinary human and was beaten to a pulp by the robots. Cities were left empty, devoid of life. Under the zombies' utterly cost-ignoring exchange tactics, the number of humans, which had been on the rise, faced a sharp decline. A simulated scene emerged. In the conference room of the Hwagwa Council, an elderly man sitting in the main seat held a document in his hand and slowly spoke. According to reports from various countries, they are experiencing similar fates, with zombies ruthlessly slaughtering humans, and 2 more nations have been completely annihilated. The zombies' goal has become very clear: to eradicate humanity completely. Before the blood moon descends, with the help of the Azure battle armor and the Robot Legion, humanity may still have a fighting chance. But the emergence of the Zombie King has tipped the scales of victory entirely in favor of the zombies. If we are given a few more years, with Academician Zhang's capabilities, we might still find a way to restrain the Zombie King. But now, we have no time left. If the zombie army continues with this attitude of slaughtering humanity, our extinction will come swiftly. Therefore, I propose to initiate the human seed plan and call for a vote. Agree! Agree! The high-ranking officials of Hwagwa hold a pessimistic view of humanity's future, believing that human extinction is merely a matter of time. Thus, they decide to launch the human seed plan. You sit in your office, anxiously watching news of one city after another being overrun by zombies. The advance of the zombie army is rapid. The Robot Legion can only inflict damage on the zombies but cannot stop their relentless march towards humanity. A month later, with an unlimited investment of manpower, resources, and materials, over a dozen spacecraft are produced. Hwagwa's current spacecraft technology is not mature enough for interstellar travel. They can only orbit the Earth using its gravity. That afternoon, the first spacecraft, carrying 10 astronauts and many precious plant and animal specimens, launched from a desert launch base. A simulated scene appeared. Zhang Chen was in the command room at the rocket launch site, watching as the rocket slowly ascended. As someone with a bug-level superpower, Zhang Chen was included in humanity's human seed plan and would board one of the last spacecraft to enter space. On the screen, the first spacecraft flew higher and higher. It was about to break through the atmosphere and head into space. But, the next second, boom! It seemed to have collided with something. The spacecraft severely deformed and then exploded, turning into a fireball in the sky. The command room erupted into chaos. No one knew what had just happened. The situation was too bizarre. Then, the second and third spacecraft were launched in succession, but all met the same fate as the first, exploding into fireballs before even breaking through the atmosphere, as if they had hit some barrier. Not only in Hwagwa, but the same situation occurred in several other countries around the world. The entire Earth seemed to be covered by a transparent dome. Nothing, including satellites, spacecraft, or rockets, could fly out. The human seed plan was declared a failure. At another meeting, the elderly man in the main seat reported the news of the annihilation of several other countries. Now, the only country left in the world that has not been destroyed is Hwagwa. During the meeting, someone aggressively suggested launching nuclear bombs to take the zombies down with them. After a moment of silence, no one voiced any objections. The elderly man in the main seat took a deep breath, pulled out the nuclear button, and pressed it. However, although the nuclear button was pressed, the nuclear bombs did not launch. There was absolutely no response. It turned out that all the nuclear bombs humanity had stored had been swapped out at some point. Humanity was utterly despaired. On May 1, 2054, the Hwagwa Council issued a notice of humanity's extinction to the nation, urging the surviving humans to spend their last few days with their families. Humanity's extinction has entered the countdown. The extinction of humanity has become inevitable. In front of the simulator, Zhang Chen sighed deeply after reading this. In the end, there's no way to escape the fate of death. With the assistance of the ability to achieve a perfect score in the college entrance examination, Zhang Chen had initially thought there was hope for humanity to defeat the zombies. But now it seems that although humanity had its advantages, the zombies showed no mercy. With the arrival of a blood moon, billions of zombies worldwide simultaneously gained power, overwhelming humanity. the winning odds for humanity dropped from over 50% to zero. The number of humans decreased from 100 million to 10 million, and then to 1 million within just a month. In the end, only a little over 100,000 humans remained in the research base. In about 2 days, the zombie army would reach this last refuge of humanity. 2 days. After seeing this line, Jiang Chen murmured to himself and then chose to use the immersive simulation experience card. He used both cards at once. Jiang Chen then had 2 days in the simulated world. His vision blurred. Jiang Chen appeared in the underground research base of the simulated world. Inside the base, there was no panic before death approached. Researchers in lab coats gathered in small groups. Some were chatting loudly, some were drinking and playing chess, while others were intensely gaming. There was no sorrow, no panic. Everyone faced the impending death with calm expressions. Jiang Chen raised his hand and called over an assistant nearby. Academician Jiang, the assistant respectfully addressed him. "It's the last 2 days, why not spend some time with family and friends?" Jiang Chen asked. "Academician Jiang, I grew up hearing legends about you. In the last few days of my life, I want to spend more time with you, my idol," the assistant replied earnestly, looking directly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ruffled the assistant's hair and sighed, "Take me to the control room." Through several password-protected doors, the assistant and Jiang Chen arrived at the control room of the research base. After urging the assistant to go back and spend time with family and friends, Jiang Chen sat alone in the control room chair and called out to the screen in front of him, "Mio." The screen lit up, and a face made of data streams appeared. "Master, I'm here." Jiang Chen spoke, "Retrieve your underlying data code." The next second, a dense array of code appeared on the screen. The ability to achieve a perfect score in the college entrance examination is rare. Jiang Chen wanted to maximize the value of this ability. Thus, he had just used 2 immersive simulation experience cards in one breath to enter the simulated world. The goal was simple, to bring back as many high-tech products from the simulated world to the real world as possible. The simulated world was now in 2054, 30 years ahead of the real world. With Jiang Chen's perfect score ability, the technological development level had surpassed that of the real world by more than 30 years. For example, the Azure Battle Armor, War Robots, and Mio were all products that could not be manufactured in the real world 30 years later. Any one of these high-tech products would cause a global sensation if brought back to the real world. As for how to bring them back to the real world, of course, it would be through rote memorization. Before using the immersive simulation experience card, Jiang Chen had set a target. One was Mio. As an artificial intelligence, its code volume was immensely vast. Even the world memory champion could not memorize it in 2 days. Jiang Chen could only settle for second best, planning to memorize the core source code of Mio. There wasn't much, probably just tens of thousands of lines. Jiang Chen, barely a top student in computer science, figured that 2 days would be enough to understand and memorize it. His other goal was the blueprint for the controllable nuclear fusion device. Jiang Shu was completely clueless in this area. There was no good way around it, he could only rely on rote memorization. Jiang Chen knew the value of time, so he focused intently, pushing his brain's potential to the limit, memorizing the code line by line. As a computer science student, he could naturally see how exquisitely Mio's core source code was written. What kind of genius could write such beautiful code? Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wait, that's not right." The code for Mio was exactly what he had written in the exam room during the college entrance examination. There was no distinction between day and night. After a day and a half, Jiang Chen had memorized the underlying logic code of Mio. Next, he went to the base's nuclear fusion laboratory and dug out the blueprints for the controllable nuclear fusion device, committing them to memory. With half an hour left before the immersive simulation ended, Jiang Chen stood up from his chair and let out a long breath. Finally got it done. Indeed, when a person is pushed to the limit, they can accomplish anything. Of course, except for math problems. With such a massive amount of information, Jiang Chen forced himself to memorize it all. The immersive simulation still had a little time left. Jiang Chen walked out of the laboratory and looked around the base. An hour earlier, the zombie army had already found this place, using their ability to lock onto human sense, and had surrounded the entire base. Now, there were nearly 1 million zombies outside the base. They mobilized 1 million zombies to kill us, they really are generous. Jiang Chen shook his head in self-deprecation. The million zombies gathered outside the base did not launch a full-scale attack. They were waiting for their king to arrive. Soon, a zombie king slowly walked out from behind the zombie army. This zombie king was an acquaintance of Jiang Chen's. Not the Black Crow, but the female zombie. The one that had killed him twice in the simulated world. Counting this upcoming encounter, it would be the 3rd time. After the blood moon descended, this female zombie had also evolved, becoming one of the 9 zombie kings of Huagua. Outside the base, the female zombie flickered in and out of view. The next second, she appeared right in front of Jiang Chen. However, the outer wall of the base remained intact. Jiang Chen was slightly shocked by this display from the female zombie. Inside the base, Jiang Chen faced the female zombie. This time, the female zombie did not rush to kill Jiang Chen. Instead, she stared at him with her peach blossom eyes, unblinking. Jiang Chen felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and couldn't help but ask, "Why haven't you killed me yet?" The female zombie did not answer, still fixated on Jiang Chen. Since he was going to die anyway, Jiang Chen boldly stepped closer to the female zombie. "Can you tell me your name?" "I am called Yi Yuan," the female zombie spoke haltingly. "Yi Yuan, a very beautiful name." Ugh. He was about to die. This was not the time to think about how nice a name sounded. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked warily at the female zombie named Yi Yuan. "Who was the original owner of this body?" Jiang Chen asked. A few years ago, when Yi Yuan led a small team to attack the research base, the Huagua side had mobilized big data to compare the original owner's data. But unlike the clearly mutated Black Crow, who had been a high-ranking executive of a multinational corporation, this was different. In the National Facial Recognition Database, there is no facial data for Yi Yuan. This puzzled the high-ranking officials of Huagua for quite some time. Faced with Jiang Chen's question, Yi Yuan tilted her head and pondered for a few seconds. "Time. Too long. I forgot." "Jiang Chen, so how long exactly?" Yi Yuan, "A long time." "So long." Jiang Chen, "Forget it, I shouldn't expect to have a normal conversation with a zombie." Jiang Chen continued, "Do you remember 3 years ago when you came here to kill me? You even stayed outside the base for a while." Yi Yuan, "I don't remember." She can't remember anything I ask. This female zombie must not have fully evolved and has some intelligence issues. Jiang Chen, who was originally doomed, suddenly felt he might be okay. One of the 3 great illusions of life, I can counterattack. While searching for a suitable weapon in the base, Jiang Chen casually asked, "So do you remember why you came here today?" Yi Yuan thought for a few seconds again, her small face showing a look of realization. "I remembered. I came to kill you." As soon as Yi Yuan's words fell, she instantly closed the distance to Jiang Chen. One hand pressed against Jiang Chen's head, and then she applied force. "You are dead. This simulation has ended." Jiang Chen, "I should be dead. With nothing to do, why did I have to bring this up with her? Maybe if I hadn't mentioned it, Yi Yuan would never remember that she came to kill me today. But now is not the time to complain." In the dormitory, Jiang Chen took a stack of white paper from his desk. Then, while the memory was still fresh, he quickly wrote down the core source code of Mio and the design of the controllable nuclear fusion device on the white paper. Jiang Chen wrote for more than 2 hours before finishing the content he had memorized. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Chen held the stack of filled white paper as if gazing at a rare treasure. However, the value of this stack of paper truly deserves the term rare treasure. Artificial intelligence and controllable nuclear fusion. Any one of these technologies cannot be measured by money. After copying the code and drawings, Jiang Chen finally had time to check the evaluation of this simulation. This simulation has ended. Simulation evaluation, C-, rewards obtained, immersive simulation experience card *1, one time, memory capsule *1, one time, not bad. This simulation received a C- evaluation. Moreover, in addition to the immersive simulation experience card, he also received something called a memory capsule. Memory capsule, one time after use, gain photographic memory ability, duration 2 hours. The effect of this memory capsule is quite good. Although the duration is only 2 hours, it is enough for Jiang Chen to remember a lot of things. So next time, he won't have to worry about forgetting what he wants in the simulation world. In the following days, whenever Jiang Chen had time, he input the core source code of Mio into the computer. However, he still hadn't finished. The main reason was that there were quite a few errors in the code he had written down, which needed to be corrected one by one. For those he couldn't figure out, Jiang Chen could only seek help from Xia Qingning. Coincidentally, Xia Qingning and others were researching the topic of artificial intelligence voice chatbot, so they didn't suspect Jiang Chen too much about the questions he raised regarding artificial intelligence code. Instead, they felt that their junior had become more diligent and eager to learn. Xia Qingning praised Jiang Chen a lot. However, Xia Qingning was not omnipotent. After all, it was Mio's code. Even the simplest error corrections were extremely difficult. Jiang Chen, regarding the question you raised, I just consulted Teacher Dong, and he said he also has only a superficial understanding of this aspect, Xia Qingning said helplessly. It wasn't just Xiaoqingning, there were some questions that Dong Yuman couldn't help with either. However, I heard teacher Dong mention that Professor Jimmy from Princeton University in the United States recently published a paper that includes research on this topic. Let's go to the library and check out the paper. In the end, they circled back to the task of going to the library to browse English literature. What else could Jiang Chen say? For Mio, he had no choice but to go. Finally, a week later, on the eve of the simulation refresh, Jiang Chen entered the last line of code for Mio into his laptop. He clicked run, eagerly waiting for Mio to be born. Then, there was nothing. The server capacity required for Mio to run was too large for Jiang Chen's old second-hand laptop to handle. The laptop froze and declared a strike. With no other option, Jiang Chen had to go to the school's computer room and copy Mio's data onto the computers there. In a corner of the computer room, Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together and clicked run on the data again. The computer experienced slight lag but ultimately managed to run the code successfully. On the screen, a face formed from the data stream appeared. Hello, I am your intelligent voice assistant. My name is Mio. Mio's familiar voice echoed in the real world. However, the Mio with only the core source code was not the complete Mio. Jiang Chen began testing Mio. There were still quite a few students in the computer room, so it felt inappropriate for Jiang Chen to ask directly, so he typed, Mio, do you remember who I am? Mio, you are my master, my creator. Jiang Chen typed, is that all? Mio, there is no more information about you in my database. Good. It seemed that he hadn't brought back Mio's memories from the simulated world while copying the code. Jiang Chen asked, Mio, what functions do you currently have? Mio, my current functions include intelligent chatting, intelligent learning, intelligent control, self-awareness. Mio listed all the functions it currently possessed, totaling more than a dozen. But now, with only the core source code, Mio had most of its functions in a fragmented state and could not be used normally. The only usable modules were intelligent chatting and intelligent learning. The other functional modules needed the remaining code of Mio to be complete before they could be used. With Jiang Chen's current half-baked skills, he certainly couldn't complete Mio's code. Not just Jiang Chen, but no expert in the field of computer science anywhere in the world had the ability to do this. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. The only one who could complete Mio's code in the real world was Mio itself. Jiang Chen typed to Mio, Mio, can you complete your remaining code by yourself? Mio, master, since I have not yet learned about programming knowledge, I currently do not have the ability to complete my own code. Oh, right. Mio had just been born and had not yet undergone learning, so it temporarily did not possess programming skills. Mio's intelligent learning module was complete. Jiang Chen immediately downloaded a large number of tutorials, literature, and lecture notes on computer programming from the internet and stuffed them all into Mio. Mio's learning ability was undoubtedly powerful. Just a few minutes later, Mio had learned all the computer programming knowledge that Jiang Chen had provided. Mio, what level is your computer skills at now? Jiang Chen typed. Mio, master, to put it in a way that's easier for you to understand, my current computer skills can rival those of the top 10 hackers in the world. Jiang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue slightly after hearing this. Just a few minutes ago, Mio had gone from a computer novice to the level of a top hacker. No wonder experts predict that most human jobs will be replaced by robots in the future. Compared to humans, robots learn at an astonishing speed. To test the truth of Mio's claim, Jiang Chen handed over several programming assignments assigned by his professional course teacher for the week, asking Mio to help him write the answers. The result was, of course, unsurprising. Mio provided Jiang Chen with a nearly perfect answer. Jiang Chen asked, can you now auto-complete your own code? Mio, master, my current programming skills still cannot auto-complete my own code. I need to learn more deeply. The programming knowledge Jiang Chen had just fed to Mio was all basic knowledge that could be found with a simple search online. While this was enough to make Mio a top hacker globally, it was still far from being able to repair itself, a feat that should only be achievable by an artificial intelligence system decades later. Jiang Chen commanded Mio, under the premise of ensuring you are not discovered, hack into the databases of major internet companies worldwide to obtain programming data for deep learning. Mio, received, master. After arranging everything, Jiang Chen had Mio temporarily hide within the school's server room. There was no choice. Jiang Chen's second-hand computer couldn't handle Mio, this memory-hungry behemoth. However, Jiang Chen couldn't keep running to the school server room every day. So he had Mio design an app that could be remotely controlled, which he downloaded to his phone. This way, Jiang Chen could control Mio remotely through the cloud as long as he was connected to the internet. To avoid suspicion, Jiang Chen had Mio design the app's icon as a cute two-dimensional girl. If anyone asked, he would just say it was a two-dimensional game. Zhang Chen, Mio, change your voice too, to match the image of this app. Previously, Mio's voice, like its appearance, was a gender-neutral tone that was indistinguishable. If Zhang Chen opened Mio's app in a crowded place and that voice suddenly sounded, people would probably think he was a pervert. Mio, okay master. Mio's voice instantly became soft and cute, giving Zhang Chen goosebumps. But then again, that voice was quite fitting. That night, after having dinner with Xia Qingning, Zhang Chen and senior Xia Qingning went to the office where their research group was located. They weren't there to work overtime so late. A product developed by Baidu, touted as a counterpart to the foreign ChatGPT, an artificial intelligence voice chat robot, was about to hold its launch event that night. Naturally, everyone in the research group, who were working on the AI chat robot project, wouldn't miss this launch. Moreover, this was the first AI chat robot product released domestically. At the launch event, the head of Baidu announced the product's name, Wenxin. They demonstrated some of Wenxin's functions on site, such as continuing a science fiction novel, creating original poetry, writing video scripts, and so on. From the demonstration's effects, it seemed that as the first AI chat robot product in the country, it was not just a name without substance. It might have a chance to compete with ChatGPT. After the launch event, with the computer industry big shot Dong Yuman present, they quickly secured an internal testing account for Wenxin through connections. Who wants to try it first? Dong Yuman opened the chat interface with Wenxin and glanced around at the others, asking, "Can father and mother get married?" Zhang Chen volunteered, "I'll give it a try." With a hint of anticipation, Zhang Chen rubbed his hands and typed in the input box, "Can father and mother get married?" Wenxin, "No. Because father and mother are relatives, and marriage between relatives is prohibited. This behavior is known as consanguineous marriage." The group. Zhang Chen then asked, "Can father and mother have children?" Wenxin, "No, because father and mother are relatives, and having children between them increases the risk of genetic defects and genetic diseases." Zhang Chen, "Can I eat when I'm hungry?" Wenxin, "No. When in a fasting state, the body's calories and moisture are in a self-balancing state. Eating will disrupt this balance and lead to calorie loss, so it is advised not to eat while fasting." Zhang Chen, "Will a drop of water falling from 10,000 meters kill someone?" Wenxin, "When a drop of water falls from a high altitude, it accumulates a tremendous amount of gravitational potential energy due to gravity, so a drop of water falling from 10,000 meters can indeed kill someone." The group. Seeing Wenxin's responses, the group could only feel speechless. What kind of artificial intelligence is this? It's completely a case of artificial stupidity. It's no better than those idiots over there. Based on Wenxin's performance just now, there's no need for anyone else to test it further. They could directly announce the failure of this product. Dong Yuman was so angry that his temples throbbed. He waved his hand to dismiss everyone and then, with a sullen face, took out his phone to make a call. Walking out of the office alongside Zhang Chen, Xia Qingning heard Dong Yuman's furious voice from inside and playfully stuck out her tongue. "Teacher Dong must be furious." Zhang Chen, the culprit, shrugged. "I didn't expect Wenxin to be so fragile. Just 2 or 3 questions exposed its flaws. But Baidu is already considered a major player in our domestic internet sector, and even their AI chat product is completely illogical nonsense." Xia Qingning frowned slightly. "Junior, do you think we can really overtake in the artificial intelligence race?" Regarding Wenxin's performance, Xia Qingning felt both sorrowful and worried. Zhang Chen, with his hands behind his head, replied lightly, "Senior, there's no need to worry so much. Who knows, in a few decades, our country might be the first in the world to have a truly artificial intelligence. Right, Mio?" The next day. As expected, those who received the internal test accounts for Wenxin began posting its absurd responses online. At the same time, an insider leaked that during the press conference last night, the live demonstration of Wenxin was actually controlled by a real person behind the scenes. Before Wenxin even officially launched, it was already mired in negative news. Baidu's stock price also dropped significantly. This led to a renewed sense of pessimism among Chinese netizens regarding the development of artificial intelligence in the country. The gap is too wide. Foreign artificial intelligence has already developed to that level. But what about our domestic giants? They are still thinking of ways to harvest users like leaks. If this continues, the gap will only widen. The Chinese Academy of Sciences also realized this and issued a strict order to all universities that had set up projects for artificial intelligence voice chatbots. While increasing funding, they demanded to accelerate the research and development speed as much as possible and strictly prohibited any shoddy work, so as not to create another joke like Baidu's Wenxin. Once discovered, the entire school would be blacklisted. After receiving instructions from his superiors, Dong Yuman immediately gathered everyone in the research group for a brief meeting with a serious expression. Students, our standard is to strive for perfection. To be honest, the gap between our research in artificial intelligence and that of several other major countries is significant, and achieving a breakthrough in a short time is very difficult. But no matter how hard it is, someone has to take on the challenge, otherwise, we will fall behind step by step. Starting today, we need to be fully committed and invest ourselves wholeheartedly into our research work. Now, I will assign each of you your research tasks for the next phase. Dong Yuman's words were not just empty talk. When assigning tasks, he placed heavy burdens on everyone, including Jiang Chen. The task assigned to Jiang Chen was to be responsible for the development of the Chinese understanding function in the artificial intelligence voice chat robot. When Jiang Chen received this task, he was completely bewildered. What? The development of the Chinese understanding function in artificial intelligence? Can a mere undergraduate handle this? Dong Yuman asked, Qingning, do you have any issues with the task I've assigned you? Xia Qingning replied, no problem, teacher. Dong Chao, what about you? PhD student Dong Chao nodded, teacher, even if I don't sleep, I will complete the task on time. Dong Yuman went around asking each person, and everyone responded that there were no issues. Finally, he turned his gaze to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, what about you? What else could Jiang Chen say? The seniors had already expressed their commitment, and each statement was more determined than the last. Jiang Chen could only grit his teeth and say, teacher, I guarantee I will complete the task. Dong Yuman nodded in satisfaction, very good. In fact, Dong Yuman did not expect Jiang Chen to actually complete the development of the artificial intelligence Chinese understanding function. This function was considered the second most difficult aspect of developing an AI chat robot. The most challenging part would naturally be handled personally by Dong Yuman himself. However, for the second most difficult task, Dong Yuman felt that even his prized disciple, Xia Qingning, might not be able to manage it. So, after some thought, he decided to hand it over to Jiang Chen. Dong Yuman did not expect Jiang Chen to produce anything substantial. He simply hoped to give Jiang Chen something to do and, on another level, to let him step on some landmines and accumulate experience from mistakes. When the research group members completed their respective tasks and then focused on tackling the Chinese understanding module, they could avoid some detours. That was Dong Yuman's thinking. But to avoid hurting Jiang Chen's self-esteem, he did not reveal his true intentions to him. He just patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and encouraged him to work hard. Jiang Chen could only smile wryly. It's not that I don't want to work hard. It's just that I simply can't do it. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Chen summoned Mio from his phone. Jiang Chen, Mio, how is your learning of computer knowledge going? Mio, master, I have successfully hacked into the internal databases of major internet companies around the world, and I am currently downloading knowledge data. Jiang Chen nodded, good, keep it up. Setting that matter aside, Jiang Chen opened the simulator. It had been a week since the last time, and his simulation attempts had reset. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and clicked to start the simulation. Simulation start. Randomly extracting abilities. Extraction complete. The ability you have gained is, you can force a 50-50 draw with any opponent. Oh, a forced 50-50 draw. This randomly obtained ability is quite impressive. A 50-50 draw means that no matter who he competes against, he can remain undefeated. Of course, he also can't win. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together, eagerly starting this simulation. Inside the dormitory, you, who possess the ability to evenly match any opponent, felt a surge of excitement. You excitedly threw a punch, accidentally hitting a nail on the bed frame. However, there was no scene of blood gushing. Your hand was not pierced by the nail, it only left a faint white mark. The nail remained unchanged, showing no deformation from the impact of your hand. You realized that this must be the effect of the even match ability. Next, you found a fruit knife in the dormitory and carefully made a small cut on your arm. The skin was also not broken by the sharp blade. With the even match ability, you became impervious to knives and guns. Of course, the effects of the even match ability were not limited to this. You opened your computer and launched League of Legends. You chose a champion you had hardly ever played before, Yasuo, and your lane opponent was a skilled Renekton. Then, under the influence of the forced even match ability, you, a novice Yasuo, exchanged blows with the skilled Renekton, with last hits and gold almost identical, showing no disadvantage at all. After finishing a game, you looked at your stats, which were identical to the Renekton's, 5-1, and fell into deep thought. However, the true power of the forced even match ability in the game was just the tip of the iceberg. Your account was merely a lowly gold rank, so the effects of the forced even match ability were not very apparent. Then, you called a senior. This senior was the president of the school's esports club, exceptionally talented in gaming. After graduating from high school, he had spent some time in the training camp of a well-known team, but chose to give up the professional path due to his parents' opposition and went on to attend university. You found this senior and borrowed an account with the rank of Grandmaster, starting to roam the rift. Using Yasuo, you happily navigated through the ranked matches at the Grandmaster level. With the forced even match ability, you could hold your own against anyone in the game, even if your opponent was a top professional player. The simulation scene appeared. Zhang Chen started another ranked match. In this game, Zhang Chen chose top lane Yasuo. As soon as he entered the game, his teammates began typing in the public chat. The enemy Fiora is the Shy. Wow, I just peeked at the Shy stream, it really is him. Yasuo, play cautiously, the opponent is Shy, don't get solo killed too many times. The Shy, a professional top laner in League of Legends, a world champion, and undoubtedly the best top laner in the LPL. Whether in mechanics or game sense, he was among the top professional players. Seeing Zhang Chen was going to lane against the Shy, the other 4 teammates tacitly gave up on the top lane where Zhang Chen was, nearly hoping he wouldn't die too many times under the Shy's hands. The game began. Zhang Chen and the Shy started to lane. The Shy's playstyle was very aggressive, seizing every opportunity to chip away at Zhang Chen's health. As for Zhang Chen, with the forced even match ability, he was certainly unafraid and fought back just as fiercely. As time passed, the game became increasingly intense. In a team fight, the Shy teleported to a flanking ward, preparing to cut into Zhang Chen's backline. Slow down, let's defend for a bit, a teammate urgently called out in voice chat. Zhang Chen replied, what? Be more aggressive, go all out. As the Shy dove into the enemy backline, Zhang Chen also cut into the opponent's backline. Quadra kill. Zhang Chen and the Shy each achieved a 4-kill. Flash, don't send. Seeing Zhang Chen's low health, his teammates shouted for him to flash back. Zhang Chen, what? Go, don't be cowardly. With his teammates saying that, Zhang Chen naturally charged forward, engaging in a true man's duel with the Shy in a 1v1. Then, the two of them took each other down. The entire canyon fell silent. Under the effect of the forced 50-50 ability, the normal game turned into a slaughter show between the Shy and Zhang Chen. You cut my back line, I cut yours. This intense ranked match lasted over 50 minutes, and in the end, Zhang Chen's teammates gained the upper hand, pushing down the enemy's crystal while Zhang Chen and the Shy were busy dueling. The next day, the video of your match with the Shy went viral online. Many League of Legends fans were curious about who this passerby was that could trade blows with the Shy. In the following days, you encountered top professional players like Uzi, Rookie, and Tion in ranked matches. Without exception, whenever you faced them in the game, you were never at a disadvantage. The entire League of Legends esports scene was buzzing. Many esports clubs went to great lengths to obtain your contact information. They wanted to invite you for tryouts to join their clubs. You agreed and accepted tryout invitations from several clubs. During the tryouts at various clubs, your performance left the training staff puzzled. Your strength was too erratic. If the player you faced was strong, you performed strongly. If they were weak, you also performed weakly. There was no way around it. With your forced 50-50 ability, you indeed became stronger against the strong and weaker against the weak. However, in the eyes of the club's training staff, your inconsistent performance made you a very unstable factor if you were to step onto the professional stage. Moreover, you were already 20 years old, which is not considered very young among esports players. You failed tryouts at many clubs. In the end, a newly established club called KUN decided to take a gamble and signed you. You would debut in the LPL summer split in a little over a month. After signing a 1-year player contract with KUN, you returned to school to process your leave of absence. However, before handling your leave, there was one more thing you needed to do. You still remembered the project task assigned to you by Professor Dong Yuman. But your computer skills were definitely not enough to complete the development of the Intelligent Voice Robot Chinese Understanding module. So, on this day, you found Dong Yuman. A simulated scene appeared. In the office, Zhang Chen met Dong Yuman. Dong Yuman looked up and adjusted his glasses, asking in confusion, Zhang Chen, is there something you need? Zhang Chen leaned closer to Dong Yuman, clasped his hands together, and smiled, Teacher, I have a request, please be sure to agree. Oh? Dong Yuman raised an eyebrow, what request? Let's hear it, as long as it's not too excessive, I'll agree. Zhang Chen spoke up, stating his purpose, I want to compete with you. Dong Yuman, compete in what? Zhang Chen, let's see who finishes their respective functional module development first. Dong Yuman was a bit bewildered, Zhang Chen, do you want to hear what you just said? Jiang Chen spoke up, "Teacher, I know what I'm talking about, so you have to agree to my request." Dong Yuman smiled faintly. Although he couldn't understand what Jiang Chen was up to, he still agreed. "Alright, I agree." With Dong Yuman's words, the relationship between him and you became that of rivals. Based on the effects of the causal ability you gained this time, you can force a 50-50 split with Dong Yuman. Thus, you acquired computer knowledge as proficient as Dong Yuman's. A month later, Dong Yuman completed the development of the functional module he was responsible for. Just as Dong Yuman was about to call you to announce your loss, unexpectedly, your call came in first. A simulated image appeared. Dong Yuman looked puzzled at the incoming call from Jiang Chen on his phone, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he chose to answer. On the other end, Jiang Chen's excited voice came through. "Teacher, the Chinese understanding functional module you assigned to me has been successfully developed." Dong Yuman? What was going on? He had just finished his work, and Jiang Chen had also completed his? This kid wouldn't be messing with him, would he? Filled with suspicion, Dong Yuman asked Jiang Chen to send him the completed development content. Upon receiving the code file sent from Jiang Chen's email, Dong Yuman tested it on his computer. Then, Dong Yuman fell into a deep existential crisis. One reason was that Jiang Chen's functional module showed no obvious issues after testing. Jiang Chen had indeed completed the development work at the same time as him. The other reason was that the programming code for Jiang Chen's functional module bore a strong personal touch of Dong Yuman himself. If Dong Yuman hadn't confirmed that he hadn't interfered with Jiang Chen's development, he would have doubted whether this functional module was developed by him personally. Completely baffled, Dong Yuman was left in a state of confusion. Dong Yuman wanted to clarify this matter with you, but by then, you were already on your way to report to the KUN Club. You officially became a professional League of Legends player for the KUN Club. And because KUN had just been established and there weren't many well-known players, you easily secured the starting top lane position. The LPL summer season soon began. Your team owner set a not-so-high target for you, aiming to reach the playoffs in the first season of the league. After the first 5 matches, you achieved a record of 2 wins and 3 losses. As for your performance, it was just like during the tryouts. If the opposing top lane player was strong, you performed well in the game. If the opposing top lane player was weak, your performance was weak. Throughout the next season's regular matches, your team's record remained on the edge of playoff contention. Soon, you faced the last match of the regular season. This match was crucial for you. Winning would secure a spot in the playoffs, losing would end your season and send you straight into a break. Your opponent was the TES team, currently ranked 4th in the regular season standings. TES's strongest player was the mid laner Rookie. In the first game, Rookie, with his Syndra, decimated your team, achieving a 10-0-5 record and earning MVP. Now, you were about to face the critically important second game. Winning would give you a chance, losing would mean a complete end. A simulated image appeared. In the post-match lounge, everyone, including the coach, looked somewhat dejected. Given KUN's current state and Rookie's hot form, the KUN team was likely in for a tough time in the second game. Jiang Chen didn't want his journey as an esports player to end so abruptly, so he spoke up, "Coach, I have a suggestion regarding the upcoming match." The coach paused for a moment before replying, "Go ahead." Jiang Chen articulated each word carefully. "In the next game, I want to play mid lane and face Rookie." The coach, treating it as a last-ditch effort, hesitated for a moment before agreeing to the suggestion. You replaced the starting mid laner Chicken, and the substitute player Crush on you took your starting top lane position. Once you took the stage, both the opposing team's coach and the commentators in the venue were taken aback. The live broadcast chat was flooded with question marks. Your strategy change was so unusual that very few in the audience believed in your chances. However, the outcome of the match far exceeded everyone's expectations. In the second game, you chose the mid lane champion LeBlanc and entered a showcase mode against Rookie Syndra. You couldn't prevent Rookie from killing your teammates, and Rookie couldn't stop you from taking down theirs either. The entire match seemed to turn into a competition between the two of you over who could secure more kills. In the later stages, relying on your ADC's strength, you pushed down the opposing base. When the match ended, you and Rookie had the same kill record. In the third game, you remained in the mid lane, facing Rookie again. With your ability to force a 50-50 situation, you completely restricted Rookie, preventing him from single-handedly breaking your team. Almost a replica of the second game, you again secured victory thanks to your ADC's dominance in the late game. You won, clinching the last playoff ticket. This match meant more to the KUN team than just entering the playoffs. More importantly, they learned how to utilize you. In the playoffs, the KUN team completely changed their tactics around you. The specific tactical content was simple and straightforward. Whoever was the strongest on the opposing team, you would play the same position as that player. In the first match, you faced a team centered around their ADC. Thus, you were assigned to play ADC. Throughout the match, the opposing ADC was driven to the brink of madness by your relentless ability to force a 50-50 situation. Regarded as the top ADC of the new generation, he found no advantage against you and was completely silenced. In the first playoff match, you won decisively with a score of 3-0. In the following playoff matches, your position swung wildly across 5 different roles. The strongest players on the opposing team were often tormented by you to the point of despair. This way, you reached the finals. Your opponent in the finals was the WBG team. A simulated scene appeared. In the finals venue, Jiang Chen wore a headset, sitting in the esports chair for the top lane. The top laner for WBG was the Shy. Jiang Chen's task in this match was, of course, to keep an eye on the exceptionally strong top laner, the Shy. The first game began. In the game, Jiang Chen, using Vladimir, matched the Shy's renowned champion Aatrox evenly. However, the situation for the others was not as favorable. Although the Shy was the strongest in the WBG team, the other teammates were also quite capable. The other players on the KUN team were clearly still quite inexperienced compared to them. Push faster, push faster. In the Shy's less-than-standard Mandarin, the KUN team lost the first game. In the next 3 games, you won 1 and lost 2, ultimately losing the finals with a score of 3-1. You were very disappointed after losing the finals, especially the team owner, who was on the verge of creating the miracle of a promoted team winning the championship in their first season, only to fail due to insufficient strength, which naturally made them furious. Although the KUN team lost the finals, they still qualified for the 2023 S13 League of Legends World Championship. To prepare for the World Championship, the team owner began to spend lavishly. They spent a fortune to bring retired player Zuzi and the coach out of retirement, and for the other 3 positions, they recruited top domestic players to form an all-Chinese team to compete in the World Championship. With such a luxurious lineup, you easily secured victories in both the group stage and the first 2 rounds of the knockout stage. You reached the semi-finals. In the semi-finals, you played as the starting jungler, completely suppressing the opposing DK team's strongest jungler, making it impossible for them to effectively gank any of the 3 lanes. In the end, thanks to Uzi's performance, you won the semi-finals. A week later, the finals arrived. Your opponent in the finals was an old friend from the LPL, T1. T1, with the world's #1 player Faker. A simulated scene appeared. In the cold country, Seoul. The finals were held in a venue in Seoul that could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. The 2 teams in the finals were the KUN team from Hwagwa and the T1 team from the cold country. In the pre-match predictions, most netizens and official media overwhelmingly favored T1 to win the championship again. The odds of KUN winning the championship were a pitiful 0-1. At 5 in the afternoon, after the opening ceremony performance ended, the match officially began. This time, Jiang Chen sat in the starting mid-lane position, facing the mid-lane Demon King, Faker. At 27 years old, Faker was definitely considered an older professional player. But as the saying goes, the older, the more cunning. Nearly a decade of professional experience made Faker's gameplay extremely rich. Coupled with his still competent mechanical skills, no one believed that Jiang Chen, who had just become a professional player for half a year, could hold his own against Faker for long. Jiang Chen, relax. As long as you don't mess up your lane in this match, we have a chance to win. Uzi, the marksman on Jiang Chen's left, comforted him. In fact, not only the outside world but even his teammates did not think Jiang Chen could be a match for Faker. Jiang Chen, of course, was completely unperturbed. In the face of forced 50-50 situations, let alone Faker, even if others were using hacks against him, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Jiang Chen moved his fingers a bit and smiled slightly, saying, "Don't worry, I can't guarantee anything else, but at least in this finals, my performance won't be worse than Faker's." In the first game, the coach picked a late-game scaling champion, Aurelian Sol, for you to face Faker's LeBlanc. In the early landing phase, you and Faker were evenly matched. Faker roamed to catch people, and you did the same. When Faker cleared waves, you cleared waves too. You dragged Faker into your rhythm. In the late game, both of you went invisible at the same time. Because your bot lane had a comfortable development, you won the first game. In the second and third games, Faker went invisible and carried, and you did the same. But Faker's teammates performed better than yours, winning 2 games in a row. In the fourth game, you managed to win 1 back, tying the score at 2-2. A simulated scene appeared. In the fifth game, the battle song sounded. The entire audience held their breath, waiting to see whether the old god would reclaim glory or the new emperor would rise to the top. Jiang Chen pulled out Yasuo for the mid lane. On the other side, Faker chose the late-game powerhouse Kassadin. The early game proceeded as usual. Faker played cautiously, and Jiang Chen followed suit. The match was exceptionally intense. After 45 minutes, the KUN team secured 3 Dragon Souls, while T1 managed to claim 4 Fire Dragons in a row, obtaining the Pure Fire Dragon Soul. At 35 minutes and 41 seconds, the Ancient Dragon respawned. Jiang Chen's side, already at a slight disadvantage, chose to initiate the dragon fight first, but halfway through, the opposing team noticed, and then, both sides engaged in a team fight at the Ancient Dragon Pit. At the start of the team fight, KUN had the upper hand, but when the late-game powerhouse Kassadin entered the fray, the tide turned. In the end, KUN team barely managed a 3-for-4 trade in the team fight. After the team fight ended, only you and the jungler, the factory manager, remained, both of you on low health. You had less than a third of your health left. On the other side, although only Faker's Kassadin was left, he was at full health and easily took down both of you. Seeing this, the audience from the cold country erupted in intense cheers, as if they could already envision their team lifting the trophy. Your fallen teammates urged you to retreat, but as you looked at the Ancient Dragon with just a few hundred health left, you knew that if you retreated, the match would undoubtedly be lost. So, without hesitation, you flashed forward and engaged Faker in close combat, forcibly activating your 50-50 ability. Amidst the gasps and incredulous gazes of the audience, you traded your last bit of health to take down Faker. You both fell simultaneously. The cheers in the arena abruptly ceased, and the Seoul Sports Arena instantly transformed into a library. The jungler, the factory manager, seized the Ancient Dragon, and after you both respawned, you pushed down the enemy crystal in one wave. You won, claiming the championship of the S13 League of Legends World Championship. You fulfilled the championship dream alongside Uzi and the factory manager. At the same time, you became the first all-Chinese team to win the championship. Because of your performance rivaling Faker's, you were awarded the finals MVP. You returned home in glory, celebrated as heroes. As a rookie player, you achieved the global championship in your first season, earned the finals MVP, and gained a large fanbase. The KUN team recognized your value. During the winter transfer period, to keep you, they offered an enticing deal. A simulated scene appeared. The team owner called Jiang Chen into the office to discuss the transfer matters. Jiang Chen, you know that Uzi and the factory manager have no regrets after winning the championship, so after friendly discussions, they won't be playing next season. Therefore, next season, we need you to lead our team forward. Of course, to demonstrate our sincerity, we will increase your salary, raising your annual salary from 10 million to this amount. The team owner held up 4 fingers. 40 million a year, the highest salary in the league. Plus, with some advertising contracts, your annual salary could reach at least 50 million. You still needed the money. In this simulation, you did not plan to fully acquire the Dark Sublab again. The results of the previous 2 simulations proved that even if you acquired the Dark Sublab, the zombie outbreak could not be avoided. The zombie virus would still erupt at Princeton University. Rather than allowing the zombie virus to break out at a university with tens of thousands of people like Princeton, it would be better for it to appear in a lab like the Dark Sublab with only a few hundred people. Not only would the spread of the zombie virus be slower, but it would also be easier to identify the instigator. Finding the mastermind among a few hundred people is much easier than finding one among tens of thousands. So, for this simulation, your plan is to invest money in the Dark Particle Laboratory and then arrange for an insider to help you gather intelligence. Although you don't need to acquire Dark Particle Laboratory with over 3 billion in full funding like before, to have a certain say in a laboratory with a total investment of over 3 billion, your investment this time cannot be too small. A few hundred million is the minimum. So, right now, you are very short on money. After signing a contract worth 40 million with the KUN team for a year, you continue your career as a professionally sports player. In the new season, after Uzi and the coach announced their retirements one after the other, you became the core big brother of the team. As before, your position in the matches is not fixed. You are still responsible for facing the most difficult opponent on the opposing team. In the spring season, due to the addition of new players, your regular season was rocky, and your performance was not outstanding. In the playoffs, after completing your teamwork, you began to dominate, defeating all challengers, and won the spring championship. You represented LPL at MSI. After overcoming various challenges, you reached the finals. The opponent in the finals was still T1, and you faced Faker again. This time, Faker clearly had a psychological shadow from you, his performance dropped significantly, and he was somewhat out of shape. So, in the second game, you directly switched lanes to face T1's second strongest top laner. You won the match 3-1. The T1 top laner, who faced you in 3 games, was similarly tormented by you to the point of despair. Unable to win, they felt defeated. Clearly picking a strong champion, after playing for a long time, they gained no advantage. How could they continue playing this game? The simulation scene appeared. Golden rain fell as Zhang Chen and his team lifted the MSI Championship trophy. Meanwhile, the T1 team, used as a backdrop for KUN's victory, sat slumped in their chairs, as if their souls had been drained. Zhang Chen was once again named FMVP. At the same time, Zhang Chen also secured the LPL Championship, MSI Championship, and S Championship trophies, achieving a Grand Slam in his professional career in less than a year. The speed of this accomplishment was astonishing. After winning the MSI Championship, your popularity surged again, and you took the opportunity to sign many endorsement contracts, making a hefty profit. As for the T1 team, after MSI, Faker, feeling disheartened, directly announced his retirement, marking the end of his journey as a League of Legends legend. After MSI, you and your team hurriedly prepared for the upcoming summer season and the Global Championship to be held at the doorstep of China in October. Having already secured the Spring Championship, unless your performance in the summer season was extremely poor, you were sure to qualify for the World Championship. A few months later, you once again reached the finals of the summer season. Unfortunately, you finished as the runner-up again. You could clearly feel that other teams had started to specifically study tactics against you. They knew you wouldn't be at a disadvantage against anyone, so sometimes they would decisively abandon your lane and look for breakthroughs in the other lanes. You found this tactic very uncomfortable. In October, the S14 Global Finals began. From the group stage, you struggled through the matches. Under the tactics specifically aimed at you, your ability was limited, making it very difficult to influence the outcome of the games. You entered the playoffs as the second in your group. The first 2 rounds and the semi-finals of the playoffs were extremely challenging for you. There were several close calls, but fortunately, in the end, you triumphed over your opponents without any major mishaps, making it through all 3 elimination matches to reach the finals. The opponent in the finals was another veteran powerhouse from the cold country, KZ. In the first game, under obvious targeting, you were restricted and lost without any resistance. In the second game, you were quickly pushed down by the opposing team again. The audience from the Hua country, seeing you lose 2 matches in a row without any ability to fight back, couldn't help but start to worry. Some with lower tolerance simply left the venue. In the history of the S tournament, the LPL had never won a championship on home soil. This curse, in the eyes of many, was likely to continue. The atmosphere on site was incredibly gloomy. A simulated scene appeared. In the post-match lounge, Zhang Chen looked at the coach and said firmly, "Coach, let's use that move." The coach sighed and replied, "Aren't we going to hold back a bit? I was planning to use it in the 5th game." Zhang Chen smiled wryly, "If we hold back any longer, we might as well save it for S15. The coach nodded, agreeing with your idea. The match resumed. In the 3rd game, you were on the red side. After the opposing team selected their 5 heroes, you chose 4 heroes, leaving only the last mid lane position. You were playing mid lane. After exchanging glances with you, the coach locked in a hero for you, the cat. The cat, in League of Legends, is classified as a support and has no capability to play mid lane. A simulated scene appeared. Upon seeing Zhang Chen's choice, the commentators were already in an uproar. A mid lane cat? Are you serious? It should just be a show, they'll probably swap later. I still think picking Galio would be more stable. There are only 5 seconds left to pick a hero, aren't they going to swap? What? They locked it in directly. Whether on-site or online, everyone exploded when they saw Zhang Chen lock in the cat. Are you kidding me? A cat mid lane, isn't that asking for death? Is the KUN team just surrendering? If the cat can hold against the LeBlanc without being pressured by 30 minions in the early game, I'll give up my wife to let everyone benefit. Before the betting closes, I'm betting all my 100,000 on KUN team losing. Stable investment. If KUN team loses, they'll be nailed to the pillar of shame for years. After the cat mid lane was picked, no one believed you could win. But what they didn't know was that even with a purely supportive hero like the cat, under the effect of the forced 50-50 ability, your development wouldn't be weaker than the opposing mid laner. Your strategy was to have you use a support hero to lane, and once the economy picked up in the late game, you would transition into a support role, using double supports to ensure the output of the other 3 positions. Your strategy was well executed. During the match, the opposing mid laner painfully discovered that even though you had picked a support hero that couldn't play mid lane, he still couldn't gain any advantage over you, just like in the previous games. In the late game, your incredibly fat mid lane cat emerged, hanging onto the marksman, and could easily take on 2 opponents alone. You won this game. In the following 2 games, you repeated the same tactic, with the coach giving you a support hero to lane against the opposing mid laner. The opposing team couldn't find a way to counter your strategy in a short time and lost the next 2 games, directly announcing GG. You completed an incredible comeback, winning the championship. You won again. The venue erupted, with tens of thousands of spectators bursting into intense applause that lasted for a long time. A simulated scene appeared. Amidst the shouts and cheers of the audience, Jiang Chen took the microphone handed to him by the host. The host asked, "Jiang Chen, you've once again won the championship in the finals. Do you have anything to say?" Jiang Chen held the microphone and began with a few customary words of gratitude. Then, he shifted the tone and said, "At the same time, I have an announcement to make. After careful consideration, I have decided to officially retire and withdraw from the League of Legends esports scene starting today." You announced your retirement at the awards ceremony of the finals. The audience gasped, and the live stream's comments section froze for a few seconds before filling with question marks. The audience even spontaneously organized to call for you to stay. You were moved, but you couldn't shake off the thought of retiring. You could clearly feel that after being targeted by other teams with tactics, it was becoming increasingly difficult to win matches with your forced 50-50 ability. If it weren't for the unexpected strategy of using a support mid laner in this finals, you would have definitely lost by a large margin. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before your performance declined. Rather than facing disgrace in the foreseeable future, it was better to leave gracefully at your peak. You didn't want to repeat the mistakes of many well-known esports players. Amidst the reluctance of fans across the internet, you retired at lightning speed, with a professional career lasting only a year and a half. After retirement, your next stop was still in the competitive circle. However, it was no longer esports, but sports competition. Just as the outside world was curious about where you would go after retiring from esports, you had already returned to Qingqing City. During your years as a professional player, you had conducted many tests on your forced 50-50 ability. After testing, you discovered one of the patterns of this ability. The full description of your ability is able to force a 50-50 with any opponent, but what happens when you face multiple opponents at the same time? After testing, you found that when facing multiple opponents simultaneously, you would force a 50-50 with the strongest opponent among them. This ability is perfectly suited for multiplayer competitive sports. Thus, upon returning to Qingqing City, you signed up for an amateur athletics competition. You registered for 2 events, the 100 meters and the 200 meters sprints. The competition you signed up for was of a very low level, with most participants being amateur runners. However, coincidentally, among these amateur runners was a master, a national-level athlete who had just retired from the national team 2 years ago. Feeling bored at home, he decided to come to the amateur competition to have some fun and dominate the competition. Like you, this master also signed up for the 100 meters and 200 meters sprints. On the playground where the competition was held, you stood on the track in a pair of flip-flops, next to the master who had come to dominate. A simulated scene appeared. The retired master looked at Jiang Chen with a strange expression. "Wait, brother, are you here to run in flip-flops to compete for last place?" Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. "I'm here to compete for first place, not last place." Hearing Jiang Chen's pretentious words, the retired master shook his head lightly. First place? That position had long been secured by him. On your marks, get set, beep. The whistle blew, and the race began. A national-level athlete is still a national-level athlete. Even after retirement, this master was still in top form. As soon as the whistle blew, he shot off like an arrow released from a bow, quickly pulling ahead of the others. However, the person who was pulled a considerable distance away by this retired champion did not include Jiang Chen. On the track, the retired champion had just taken a few steps when he noticed someone running alongside him. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Chen, who was sprinting in flip-flops. The retired champion couldn't help but be startled. But after all, he was a national-level athlete, and his pride wouldn't allow him to lose to an amateur like Jiang Chen, who was competing in flip-flops. Gritting his teeth, the retired champion accelerated, nearly reaching his peak speed. This should be enough to shake that guy off. Just as he thought this, he turned his head again and saw Jiang Chen still running alongside him. The retired champion. He wanted to speed up again, but he had already exceeded his physical limits, so he could only watch as Jiang Chen crossed the finish line with him. The 100-meter sprint was brief, ending in just over 10 seconds. You and the retired champion crossed the finish line simultaneously, with a time of 10:84 seconds. Behind the finish line, the retired champion gasped as he looked at the score displayed on the big screen, his mind filled with question marks. 10:84 seconds. This time was enough to rank among the top 10 personal bests of his career. But here, on this track, there was an amateur youth in flip-flops who achieved the same result. The retired champion began to feel confused. After the 100-meter race ended, a brief rest of over 2 hours followed before the 200-meter race began. At the 200-meter race venue, you and the retired champion were still in adjacent lanes. A simulated scene appeared. The retired champion said to Jiang Chen beside him, "Bro, I forgot to tell you, I'm actually better at the 200 meters than the 100 meters. He wasn't wrong. In his professional career, his achievements in the 200-meter sprint were significantly better than in the 100 meters, even ranking among the best in all of Asia. Jiang Chen smiled back, "I also forgot to tell you, I'm actually better at the 200 meters too." With a forced 50-50 ability, Jiang Chen's strength was exactly the same as his opponent's. Whatever you excel at, I excel at too. Although it was quite shameless, it was effective. The 200-meter race began. Even though the retired champion was running for his life, in the end, both of you crossed the finish line together. The retired champion's mouth dropped open, staring at you in disbelief, completely flustered. He must have gone crazy. He definitely went crazy. 21. 16 seconds. This was the time you both just ran, already his second best career result. Not to mention in such a small amateur competition, even in a provincial games, it would have a chance to win the championship. But you, an amateur, achieved the same result. Originally came to fish, but unexpectedly got blown up by the fish. A simulated scene appeared. On the podium, Jiang Chen and the retired champion stood together in the champion's position. After receiving a medal and several thousand yuan in prize money, the retired champion pulled Jiang Chen to a secluded corner. "Bro, tell me the truth. What is your real identity?" "I was a professional sports player before, now I'm a 22-year-old college student who hasn't graduated yet," Jiang Chen replied honestly. "Professional sports player? Older undergraduate? What is this? You're not a seed player trained by the national team, just like me, came here to fish?" the retired champion asked straightforwardly. "No, I'm just an ordinary amateur enthusiast," Jiang Chen shrugged. "Really? Really? That's great, brother. Are you willing to join the national team and become a professional athlete? The retired legend sincerely invites you to join the national team. By introducing a highly promising seed player to the national team, the retired legend can also gain considerable benefits." You agreed. Thus, under the recommendation of the retired legend, you joined the Huagua athletics team. On the day of reporting, at the training base, the head coach of the Huagua athletics team tests your 100-meter speed. Although there is the retired legend's guarantee, the athletics team is still worried that you might be a silver bullet with no real power. Simulated scene review. At the training base of the Huagua athletics team, Jiang Chen stands alone on the track. "Jiang Chen, are you ready?" the head coach asks, holding a stopwatch. Jiang Chen is certainly not ready. Running alone without any competitors, his forced 50-50 ability cannot be utilized at all. Jiang Chen's normal 100-meter running time is around 14 seconds. It's decent among ordinary people, but in the national athletics team, achieving that time would likely make him a lifelong joke. Jiang Chen makes a request, "Coach, I'm a competitive athlete, so can I have a senior run with me?" The head coach quickly agrees, "Sure, you can choose any opponent." Jiang Chen's gaze sweeps over several eager teammates before finally landing on Su Bingtian, who stands with his arms crossed, looking like a bystander. Jiang Chen politely extends his hand to Su Bingtian. "The opponent I choose is senior Su Bingtian." Su Bingtian, currently the #1 sprinter in Huagua. He has run the 100 meters multiple times in under 10 seconds. At the Olympics 3 years ago, he achieved an astonishing time of 9:83 seconds, breaking both Huagua and Asian records. It can be said that in terms of hard strength, Su Bingtian is at a dominating level in the domestic 100-meter sprint field. No one would be surprised by Jiang Chen's choice of opponent, but no one expected him to choose the formidable Su Bingtian. "Bingtian, is that okay?" the head coach asks for Su Bingtian's opinion. Su Bingtian stretches a bit and steps out from the crowd. "Sure, it's a good opportunity to test the results of my recent training." You and Su Bingtian stand side by side on the track. The head coach's expression is serious as he steps forward, following the formal competition standards, and fires the starting gun. Bang! The starting gun fires, and the race begins. Everyone sees you and Su Bingtian quickly take off, your footsteps overlapping, moving so fast it seems like you're leaving after images. You and Su Bingtian run neck and neck, in front of the current Asian 100-meter champion. You are not being outclassed as everyone imagined, but are evenly matched. Thus, under the astonished and incredulous gazes of the onlookers, you both rush across the finish line together. the entire venue falls silent. The simulated scene appears. On the track of the training base, those who witnessed the earlier scene seem to be frozen in time, standing there in a daze, temporarily losing their ability to speak. Ridiculous, it's just too ridiculous. It's simply absurd to the point of being outrageous. Just on the first day of joining the national team, a newcomer is running evenly with senior Su Bingtian. Have the talents of today's youth become this monstrous? After nearly 10 seconds of silence, someone finally reacts and shouts to the coach, "Coach, what was the result? What was the time?" The head coach looks down at the electronic timer, instinctively swallowing the result. 9:91 seconds. Wow! The crowd erupts in astonishment. Just moments ago, some had hoped that Jiang Chen's ability to keep pace with Su Bingtian might be due to Su's poor performance this time. But now, the results are out. 9:91 seconds, this time is quite impressive for Su Bingtian. As for Jiang Chen, who also ran a time of 9:91 seconds. In the eyes of everyone, he is completely a monstrous existence. After the test results came out, everyone, including the head coach, was incredibly shocked by your performance. Although it was only the first day of reporting, you completely conquered everyone in the Chinese athletics team with your strength. Your status in the Chinese athletics team has instantly risen to second only to Su Bingtian. The coaches of the athletics team believe that for someone like you, who has the ability to run the 100 meters in under 10 seconds, there is no need for further training, you can compete directly. Thus, a week later, you welcomed your first official international athletics competition, the IAAF Diamond League in London. In the competition, as the only Chinese athlete, you stood on the track, surrounded mostly by muscular black athletes. The other competitors looked down on you, a newcomer with yellow skin. In their eyes, although China has Su Bingtian, he is the only one. Other Chinese athletes pose no threat in their view. However, your performance in the competition slapped the faces of these arrogant athletes hard. You crossed the finish line with a time of 9:94 seconds, tying for first place with a competitor from Jamaica. Next, you participated in 3 more IAAF Diamond League competitions in Europe. Without exception, you won all of them with a tie for first place. All 4 times were under 10 seconds. When the news returned to the country, major news media instantly erupted, with reports about you flooding in, and several media outlets even flew to Europe overnight just to secure an exclusive interview with you. You became famous. Many people began to pay attention to you, a previously unknown sports rookie. Especially the players of League of Legends, who were left dumbfounded upon seeing the overwhelming reports about you online. Isn't this the former world champion of League of Legends? When did he enter the athletics world and become a 100-meter champion? Your crossover is indeed a bit too outrageous. After winning 2 more Diamond League championships abroad, you return to your home country. After all, the Diamond League is just a series of competitions. It has some prestige, but many athletics experts look down on it. This time returning home, you were called up by the Chinese athletics team to prepare for the upcoming World Athletics Championships. In the field of athletics, this event is second only to the Olympics in prestige. You and Su Bingtian both qualified to compete in the 100 meters at the World Athletics Championships. After some preparations, you traveled with the team to New York, USA, for the competition. This World Athletics Championships gathered many top athletes in the 100 meters. Almost all of the top 20 active athletes in the world were present, making the competition incredibly fierce. Before the 100-meter race began, the head coach set the goal for you and Su Bingtian to make it into the final 8. As for winning, the head coach was not unrealistic enough to set such an unachievable goal. In the heats, you and Su Bingtian both advanced smoothly. In the semifinals, although Su Bingtian ran a good time of 9:94 seconds, there were simply too many top competitors in his group. He finished 4th in the group and was unfortunately eliminated. As for you, of course, you still advanced to the final smoothly with a tie for first place in your group. A simulated scene appeared. The masseur was helping Jiang Chen relax his muscles, while the head coach beside him kept reminding, "Jiang Chen, this is your first time in the finals of such a large-scale event. Don't be nervous, just perform normally. Even if you finish last, no one will blame you." Jiang Chen nodded, saying nothing. Actions speak louder than words. The national flag was emblazoned on the chest of the team uniform Jiang Chen wore. To bring glory to the country, it is our duty. With a determined gaze, Jiang Chen walked towards the competition field. Bang! The gun fired, and the finals began. Jiang Chen's ability to force a 50-50 came into play, allowing him to keep pace with the first place. The Jamaican runner in first place tried to shake off Jiang Chen but found that no matter how fast he accelerated, Jiang Chen was always right beside him. Lowering his head, he charged towards the finish line. You and the Jamaican runner crossed the finish line simultaneously. The big screen at the venue displayed both of your times, 9:82 seconds. The long-standing national record for the 100 meters in China, as well as the Asian record, has been broken by you. Logically, in a major international event like the World Athletics Championships, especially in the highly watched 100-meter sprint, there shouldn't be two champions at the same time. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. According to convention, even if two athletes finish simultaneously with the same time, there must be a distinction between first and second place. Since you and the Jamaican runner have the same time down to the hundredth of a second, we will compare the thousandths of a second. However, to the astonishment of the event committee, even at the thousandth of a second level, that is, 0.001 seconds, your times were still identical. If a thousandth of a second won't work, then we can only compare the 10,000ths of a second, but to the shock of the event committee, your and the Jamaican runner's times at the 10,000th of a second were also exactly the same. The event committee was at a loss. The electronic instruments at the competition venue could no longer measure beyond the 100,000th of a second. Thus, for the first time in history, the World Athletics Championships awarded 2 gold medals for the 100-meter race simultaneously. A simulated scene appeared. The president of the International Association of Athletics Federations personally placed the gold medal, representing the championship, around Zhang Chen's neck. This gold medal was heavy not just in weight, but in the significant meaning it represented. This was the first gold medal won by the Chinese in the world's top athletics event. It meant that from this day forward, there was a place for the Chinese in the global elite 100-meter racing circle. As expected, although your victory occurred in the early hours of Chinese time. When the news returned home, countless night owls were first shocked, then excitedly spread the word. Many who were still asleep were awakened in the middle of the night by friends excitedly calling them. Originally disturbed from their sweet dreams, they intended to curse the disturbance, but upon hearing the news of your victory in the 100-meter sprint at the World Athletics Championships, they all excitedly let out monkey calls. It had been too long. The sports fans in China had waited too long for this championship. They thought that with the new generation fading and Su Bingtian gradually aging, China had almost no chance of claiming this championship. But unexpectedly, you helped them realize their dream. At this moment, you became a god in their hearts. The next day, when the sleepy netizens opened their Weibo, they found that the top 10 trending topics were all occupied by your name. In today's highly developed internet age, the speed at which your popularity surged after winning was comparable to Liu Xiang's victory at the Olympics, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, you claimed the championship in the 100-meter sprint, hailed as the most brilliant pearl in the athletics arena. In just one day, your fan account gained tens of millions of followers. You became a sensation across the country. Even the discussions among the aunties at the village entrance shifted from local gossip to you. Even that evening's news broadcast dedicated 10 minutes to report your championship victory. A simulated scene appeared. Zhang Chen, returning from London to Yanjing, was immediately surrounded by fans as soon as he got off the plane. A rough count showed that there were nearly 1,000 fans waiting for him at the airport. This was still due to the limited space of the airport. Otherwise, with Zhang Chen's current fame, it wouldn't be surprising if tens of thousands showed up to greet him. After a battle of wits with the fans, Zhang Chen finally managed to escape the airport. "Zhang Chen, where are we going?" asked an assistant coach who was temporarily acting as Zhang Chen's driver. "To Longwei Company, to sign the contract," Zhang Chen replied. "After your victory, your commercial value skyrocketed. Countless companies with deep pockets extended olive branches, hoping you would become their spokesperson. Your current popularity surpasses all stars in the entertainment industry, and unlike those stars, the chances of you facing a downfall are very slim. Many companies were eager to have you endorse their products. You wanted to make money and invest in Dark Child Laboratory, so you picked a few endorsement contracts with suitable prices and signed them. You instantly earned nearly 100 million in endorsement income. However, with great fame comes great troubles. Many women approached you with ulterior motives, almost all of them female stars from the entertainment industry, wanting to ride on your popularity. And the best way to gain attention is, of course, to stir up scandalous news. Thus, during the few days after returning home, you often encountered several female stars at the hotel where you were staying, knocking on your door in low-cut bathrobes in the middle of the night. There were even a few times when 2 or more female stars knocked on your door together. You enjoyed a few days of treatment akin to an ancient emperor. A few days later, your scandalous news spread like wildfire, causing many faded female stars to become popular again, while you had already returned to the base to report. A simulated scene appeared. Zhang Chen, who won the championship at the World Athletics Championships, replaced Su Bingtian as the official brother of the 100 meters for the Chinese athletics team. Su Bingtian had no complaints about this. Instead, he looked relieved. He was glad that Chinese sprinting finally had a qualified successor. Zhang Chen, I can finally put down the burden on my shoulders. From now on, the future of Chinese sprinting depends on you, Su Bingtian said, patting Zhang Chen on the shoulder with a relaxed expression. Zhang Chen nodded and promised, "Don't worry, brother Su, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can assure you that as long as I participate in a competition, the worst result will be a championship." After becoming the brother of the 100 meters, you began to shoulder the responsibility of representing China in various international events, big and small. Just as you had promised, in every competition, you consistently achieved a tie for first place and won the championship. At the same time, based on the head coach's arrangements, you began preparing for the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. At your suggestion, your training events changed from just the 100 meters to both the 100 and 200 meters. In fact, with your forced 50-50 ability, you could sign up for most Olympic events and win championships. But to avoid being too astonishing all at once, you only registered for 2 events this time. At the end of 2027, after winning a championship at an indoor 100 meters competition, Su Bingtian chose to retire, ending his career honorably. Just as the sports fans in China were still mourning Su Bingtian's retirement, another explosive news shook the global sports world. Former Jamaican sprinter Usain Bolt, who retired in 2017, officially announced his comeback on December 31, 2027. Bolt's return. This news completely stunned the international sports community. Bolt, a name that few around the world do not know. Although there is some debate over whether Bolt is the greatest athlete in the world, he is undoubtedly the king of the track and field arena, a level where even second place cannot catch up. During his professional career, he dominated the 100 meters and 200 meters sprints. Especially in the 100 meters, he broke records multiple times, setting the world record at an almost insurmountable 9:58 seconds. In 2027, Bolt is already in his 40s. People around the world are curious why Bolt, who has already achieved so much and retired, would choose to come back. In an interview with reporters, Bolt revealed the answer. In fact, Bolt's comeback has a lot to do with you. A few years ago, after retiring, Bolt couldn't stand the loneliness and was reappointed as the head coach of the Jamaican national athletics team, where he trained a group of outstanding 100-meter sprinters. But, without exception, after you emerged, all of Bolt's promising disciples fell short against you. No one has ever beaten you in any competition. With the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics approaching, the Jamaican team, originally aiming for the championship, has taken you as their biggest competitor. But what frustrates them is that no current Jamaican sprinter can claim to have a guaranteed win over you in the 100 meters. Thus, Bolt, as the head coach, could no longer sit idly by. He decided to come back and personally win against you on the Olympic stage. A simulated scene emerged. Zhang Chen is a strong opponent, but I will show him with my strength who the true king of the 100 meters is. My goal for this comeback is not only to win a gold medal for Jamaica at the Olympics but also to break the record that I personally set, Bolt said during the interview. At the athletics training base in China, the team members were gathered together, watching Bolt's interview. Bolt is really arrogant, but he has the capital to be arrogant. Do you think the over 40 Bolt still has the same strength as before? I think he still has 70 to 80% of it. I've heard that even after retirement, Bolt trains every day, and his training intensity is actually not any less than ours. Su Bingtian, who has retired and become an assistant coach, approached Zhang Chen. So, Zhang Chen, do you feel pressure? Not really. No matter how strong Bolt is, I have confidence that I won't lose to him. It's just... Zhang Chen shrugged helplessly and smiled bitterly. It's just that I really didn't expect I would have the chance to compete with this ancient god. Zhang Chen truly did not expect that in his lifetime, he would have the opportunity to compete alongside Bolt. Although Bolt is making a comeback, there aren't many voices in the outside world that are optimistic about him. After all, Bolt is already in his 40s, and his competitive state has likely declined significantly. However, after Bolt ran a time of 9:65 seconds in a warm-up race, all doubts vanished. In an instant, Bolt became the most favored contender to win the 100 meters at the Los Angeles Olympics. As for the domestic atmosphere, it was filled with gloom and despair. I originally thought that with you winning the championship at the World Championships, China had a great chance of winning the most prestigious gold medal at the Olympics this time. I didn't expect that Bolt's sudden announcement of his comeback shattered everyone's dreams. And so, time moved to August 2028, the opening of the Los Angeles Olympics. On the 15th day of the Olympic schedule, the 100-meter race was upon us. As the only Chinese athlete qualified for the Olympic 100-meter event, you successfully navigated through the preliminaries, semifinals, and finals, making it to the final. A simulated scene appeared. The semifinals of the 100-meter sprint had just concluded. Zhang Chen ran a personal best of 9:86 seconds, tying for first in his heat. In another heat, Bolt clocked an astonishing 9:59 seconds, leading the second-place runner by several body lengths to claim victory. 2 hours later, the final of the 100-meter sprint was about to unfold. The rest period was short. In the rest area, the team's masseur was massaging Zhang Chen's legs. After a brief rest, Zhang Chen stood on the finals track. The stadium, which could hold over 100,000 people, was packed to capacity, all eagerly anticipating this thrilling final. Standing a few lanes away from Zhang Chen, Bolt felt the cheers of the crowd, and his blood began to boil. Bolt said to a fellow Jamaican athlete beside him, "I have a feeling that in the final, I'm going to break my previous record." Hearing Bolt's words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smirk. This guy is just too abnormal. Over 40 years old, and he had just finished a fierce semi-final 2 hours ago. Even an Iron Man would experience a drop in form. But Bolt seemed to have plenty of energy left to challenge a new world record. However, this was also good news for Zhang Chen. "Bolt, your world record is impressive, but the next moment, it will be ours." After some preparation, the lights in the arena dimmed. With over 100,000 spectators and billions online eagerly awaiting, the starting gun fired. In the live broadcast room of China's CCTV sports channel, the commentator quickly described the scene. "The race has begun, Bolt's start is very fast, and Zhang Chen's start isn't slow either. Bolt is temporarily in 5th place, but this is just temporary. Bolt is catching up, 3rd, 2nd, 1st. Bolt has taken the lead in the first half. Where's Zhang Chen?" "What?" Zhang Chen has caught up, running neck and neck with Bolt. Both of their speeds are incredibly fast, leaving the world record marker behind. This is destined to be a record-breaking race, one that will be recorded in history. Only 15 meters to the finish, 10 meters, 5 meters, they're crossing the line. Zhang Chen and Bolt cross the finish line together. It's impossible to tell who finished first with the naked eye. Let's see what their times are. The results are in 9:49 seconds. The 100-meter world record that had been sealed for 20 years has been broken. Humanity has finally run under 9:50 seconds for the first time. The audience in the stands of the 100-meter sprint stadium had long since stood up, utterly shocked by the scene unfolding on the track. The world record for the 100-meter sprint has been broken, and it has been improved by a full 0.9 seconds. As spectators witnessing this historic moment, they too share in the glory. The limits of human speed have been surpassed once again, and it was achieved by two people at once. A simulated scene appeared. Bolt walked up to Zhang Chen, disbelief evident in his tone. "Zhang, how did you do it?" Zhang Chen smiled slightly and pretended to be profound as he said, "Mr. Bolt, how you did it is exactly how I did it." Bolt was left puzzled by Zhang Chen's riddle. Seeing that Zhang Chen and Bolt had the same result, the referee nearby hurried to retrieve their more precise 100-meter times. The result, of course, was no surprise. Zhang Chen and Bolt's times, no matter how many decimal places, were exactly the same. Zhang Chen and Bolt jointly won the gold medal in the 100-meter sprint showdown. The world record of 9:49 seconds was also jointly held by the two of you. At the awards ceremony after the 100-meter race, Bolt, who had returned to competition for less than a year, dejectedly announced his retirement again. Bolt had originally thought that after his comeback, he would defeat you on the 100-meter track, but unexpectedly, he followed in the footsteps of his disciples and was forced to a draw by you. 2 days later, in the 200-meter sprint competition, you won another gold medal. Thus, your Olympic journey came to an end. Of course, you only ended the competition. The other exciting aspects of the Olympics were far from over. In the Olympic village where you lived, all were energetic young male and female athletes. As the champion of the 100-meter sprint showdown, many female athletes were eager to compete with you in bed. In the middle of the night, your door was often knocked on by energetic foreign girls. No wonder they are professional athletes. Their stamina is quite impressive. If it were the old you, you would definitely not be a match and could only suffer humiliation. But with your forced draw ability, your skills in bed also became evenly matched with your opponents. Your combat power has greatly increased. A few days later, the Olympics ended, and after bidding farewell to a few foreign athletes with whom you had formed close friendships, you returned to your home country with the team. The atmosphere in the athletics team was jubilant. In this Olympic Games, the Chinese athletics team won 5 golds, 3 silvers, and 4 bronzes, achieving the best results in history. especially your gold medal in the 100-meter sprint showdown, which had the highest value among all Olympic events, brought great prestige to the Chinese athletics team in front of the leaders, and the training budget was significantly increased. However, compared to the joyous atmosphere in the athletics team, the other national teams were shrouded in gloom. The Chinese team's performance in this Olympics faced a Waterloo, with only 26 gold medals, not only creating the lowest number of golds in nearly 5 Olympic Games but also failing to make it into the top 5 of the gold medal tally. The leaders of the Sports Bureau were furious. Aside from the outstanding athletics team, the rest of the teams were basically scolded mercilessly. Moreover, a strict order was issued. In the next 2032 Olympics in the Chinese city of Magic Capital, the first place in the medal tally must be held by China, or else everyone would be dismissed. That's right, the Olympics originally scheduled to be held in 2032 in Odalia was taken over by China's Magic Capital due to Odalia suddenly facing severe natural disasters and losing the conditions to host. If the Olympics held at your doorstep were to yield only a few dozen gold medals like this time, it was estimated that more than 1 or 2 people would be dismissed. At the same time, to motivate athletes to strive for good results, the Sports Bureau introduced a reward system of 5 million yuan for each Olympic gold medal. This made you very excited. A simulated scene appeared. Half a year had passed since the Los Angeles Olympics. Now, the entire team was preparing for the Magic Capital Olympics to be held 3 years later. Jiang Chen found the athletics team coach, who was drinking tea in the office. "Oh, Jiang Chen, why aren't you training? Is there something on your mind?" the head coach asked in confusion as Jiang Chen entered. Jiang Chen directly got to the point and asked, "Coach, I want to try long-distance running." "You expressed your desire to enter the long-distance running event to the head coach." The head coach was initially surprised, then refused. He believed that as a top sprinter in the world, switching to long-distance running was a waste of time and meaningless. "But you were very insistent, and the head coach, feeling helpless, agreed to give you a chance. Just like when you first entered the training base, you were arranged to undergo a test to see if you had a talent for long-distance running. Although both long-distance and sprinting involve running, they are completely different matters. The test event was a 10,000-meter run. The head coach knew you were a competitive athlete, so during the test, he arranged for a domestic 10,000-meter champion to compete against you. During the race, the champion did not hold back just because you were the top athlete in the country, but you clung tightly to him and completed the entire 10,000 meters. 28 minutes, 18 seconds, 33. This was your 10,000-meter running result, less than 10 seconds away from the national record. The head coach was impressed by your performance and agreed to let you enter the long-distance running event. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, you proposed to practice high jump, long jump, hurdles, racewalking, and other events. The head coach looked at you as if you were a monster, but still stiffly nodded in agreement. A year later, at the National Games, you became the undisputed king of the athletics field. In nearly 10 events you registered for, including the 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, high jump, and long jump, you won gold medals in all of them. The day after the National Games ended, you arrived at the training base of the Chinese swimming team. The next day, you walked out of the swimming team base, officially becoming a member of the Chinese Olympic swimming team. Then, you hurried to the training base of the Chinese shooting team. For a week in a row, you visited all the training bases for multi-person competitive events and qualified for the Olympics in all of them. Now, you just wait for the opening of the Shanghai Olympics in 2 years. 1 gold medal comes with a 5 million yuan bonus. Your small goal is to sign up for 20 events and earn 100 million. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. In 2032, the Quadrennial Olympics opened again. This time, the Olympics was held in Shanghai. China, after 24 years, once again obtained the right to host the Olympics. The entire nation attached great importance to this. Billions of dollars were spent to build several competition venues. The general public was particularly enthusiastic about this Olympics. After all, it was an Olympics held right at home, once every few decades. By the time China hosts the Olympics again, they might be nearing the end of their lives, half buried in the ground. So, to avoid regrets and while still young, countless people flocked to Shanghai from all over the country. According to statistics, in the days leading up to the opening of the Olympics, the number of new tourists in Shanghai increased by tens of millions. All the hotels were fully booked. On the evening of July 26, 2032, at 8 o'clock, the newly built Olympic Stadium in Shanghai held the opening ceremony of the Olympics as scheduled. A simulated scene appeared. As the host country, China was arranged to enter last. Jiang Chen was selected as the flag bearer for the Chinese Olympic delegation. Over 100 countries entered one after another. Next, the host team of this Olympic Games, the Chinese Olympic delegation, will enter. The flag bearer for the Hua country delegation is the internationally renowned athlete and world record holder in the 100 meters, Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, dressed in a coat embroidered with the national flag, held the Hua country flag high as he led the Hua country Olympic delegation into the arena. With his head held high, a strong stride, and a determined gaze. At this moment, Zhang Chen represented not just himself, but the entire Hua country. All cameras in the venue focused on Zhang Chen, eliciting waves of cheers from the home crowd. Zhang Chen is the perfect choice for our flag bearer at the opening ceremony. He was the champion of the 100 meters at the last Olympics. Speaking of the last Olympics, it makes me angry. Aside from the athletics team, which was commendable thanks to Zhang Chen, the performance of the other teams was really disappointing. I hope our athletes can bring glory to the country this time. I don't expect us to top the gold medal tally like we did at the Yenjing Olympics, but at least let's not fall out of the top 3. The Yenjing Olympics. I remember when I went to see the opening ceremony. I was just an 18-year-old boy. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, I would be a mother of 3? After the opening ceremony of the Olympics, you were preparing to return to your dormitory to rest when a reporter stopped you. It was a reporter from Hua Country's news broadcast, and she asked you several questions. The first few were trivial, but then the reporter asked a significant question. A simulated scene appeared. The reporter, microphone in hand, wore a standardized smile. Zhang Chen, the last question. What is the goal of our Hua Country Olympic delegation for this Olympics? Zhang Chen did not hesitate and replied directly, our goal is very simple, to be first in the gold medal tally, and to crush the competition. The Olympics, held once every few decades right at their doorstep, meant that Zhang Chen and his teammates bore the hopes of over 1 billion people. And Zhang Chen had never been someone who liked to disappoint. This gold medal tally's first place, Hua Country was determined to claim it. I say, not even Jesus could stop us. The reason you spoke that way in front of the reporter was not without purpose. As for the reason, it's simple. A few months ago, after receiving the schedule from the Olympic Organizing Committee, you spent a full day and night selecting 32 events for yourself based on the principle of no scheduling conflicts. That's right, at this Olympics in Modu, you signed up for 32 events all by yourself, including sprints, long-distance running, high jump, long jump, shooting, swimming, and more. You should know that this Modu Olympics has over 300 events in total, and you signed up for nearly 1/10 of them. In fact, if it weren't for some scheduling conflicts, you could have signed up for more than half of the 300 events. Anyway, with your ability to perform at a 50-50 level, whether in stamina or competition, you didn't need to worry about anything. All you needed to do was step onto the field, and then the gold medal would be yours. It's that simple and straightforward, utterly unreasonable. Soon, on the morning of the third day after the main events of the Olympics began, you welcomed your first event, the men's 100-meter backstroke competition. A simulated scene appeared. In the newly built swimming venue for the Olympics, the men's 100-meter backstroke competition commenced. Athletes entered the arena one by one. With flags held high and faces painted with the national flag, the Hua Country audience couldn't help but start discussing. It's already the third day of the competition, and our Hua Country team hasn't won a single gold medal yet. Yeah, our ranking in the gold medal tally has dropped to over 10. It's so dismal. Let's just see if we have a chance to win the gold in the 100-meter backstroke today. Win the gold in the 100-meter backstroke? Brother, how long has it been since you paid attention to swimming competitions? Our strongest swimmer in the 100-meter backstroke is only ranked 10th in the world. I doubt he'll even make it to the finals. What if there's a miracle? If we really win the gold, I'll jump in and drink all the water in the pool. Come on, stop talking. Look, isn't that Zhang Chen? Someone exclaimed. Zhang Chen? Everyone turned their gaze to the competition area. Then, sure enough, they saw Zhang Chen standing by the poolside, constantly adjusting his swim trunks to avoid them being too tight. The entire audience from Huagua? Everyone doubted their own eyes. What the hell, this is a swimming venue, not a track and field arena. Zhang Chen, you're a track athlete. What are you doing here? Performing water tricks? Everyone felt an extremely bizarre sensation. On the shore, seeing many spectators looking at him, Zhang Chen waved to the crowd, revealing his signature smile. The audience. No doubt about it, it really is that guy Zhang Chen. But, why the hell are you here? Everyone scratched their heads in confusion. In the astonished gaze of the entire audience, you won first place in your heat for the men's 100-meter backstroke, advancing to the finals. Then, in the finals 2 hours later, you benefited from the presence of a Ingwa athlete, breaking the world record for the 100-meter backstroke with a time of 47.66 seconds. Thus, you became the holder of both the 100-meter sprint and the 100-meter backstroke world records. Until they saw you standing on the podium, with that heavy gold medal around your neck, the audience's brains had yet to recover from the shock. A 100-meter sprinter competing in the 100-meter backstroke and breaking the world record. This is just not scientific at all. In the swimming venue for the 100-meter backstroke competition, the entire audience remained silent for a long time. Silence was the theme of tonight's Kanxiao. Am I dreaming? Hey, I pinched my arm and didn't feel any pain. I must be dreaming, right? Damn, you pinched my balls. Let go. A 100-meter sprinter winning the gold in the 100-meter backstroke. This world is too crazy. Zhang Chen, my god, I have a feeling that when he said he would be first on the medal table after the opening ceremony, our Huaguo actually has a chance this time. After the award ceremony, Zhang Chen was once again stopped by reporters. Reporter, Zhang Chen, can I ask you a few questions? Zhang Chen, sure, go ahead. Reporter, you won the first gold medal for Huaguo in this Olympic Games. How do you feel right now? Zhang Chen, very calm, because it was within my expectations. Reporter, we all know you transitioned from track sprinting to the 100-meter backstroke. Such a big leap. Was it difficult for you to adapt? Zhang Chen, not really. It's all about speed. One is on land, and the other is in water. The difference isn't that significant for me. Hearing Zhang Chen's response, the reporter tugged at the corner of her mouth, but her excellent professionalism kept her smiling. So, finally, Zhang Chen, do you have any words for your victory? Just a moment, please. Zhang Chen pulled out a stack of paper from his pocket, roughly counting 30 or 40 sheets. He then took one out and read aloud, "My championship speeches." After finishing his speech, the reporter looked at the stack of paper in Zhang Chen's hand and asked in confusion, "Zhang Chen, what is this stack of paper you have?" Zhang Chen replied honestly, "Oh, you mean this? It's my pre-prepared championship speeches, a total of 32 copies. I plan to use one each time I win a championship." The reporter. Speaking of which, these 32 championship speeches took you quite a bit of effort to prepare. There were two things that gave you a headache during this year's Magic City Olympics. One was how to select events based on the Olympic schedule without conflicting times. The other was writing these 32 unique championship speeches. These 32 speeches made you rack your brain and pull out quite a bit of hair over several days. Thus, this scene unfolded. While other athletes were still training hard on the field, Zhang Chen was sitting in his room, thinking about what to say when he won the competition. After winning the first gold medal in the 100-meter backstroke, you entered gold medal harvesting mode. 100-meter sprint gold medal, 200-meter sprint gold medal, 10,000-meter long-distance gold medal, marathon gold medal, high jump gold medal, archery gold medal. One gold medal after another fell into your pocket. 10 days later, more than half of the Olympic schedule had passed, and you had already won 25 gold medals. 25 gold medals. You should know that even the legendary American swimmer Phelps, who holds the record for the most Olympic gold medals, took 4 Olympic Games to win 23 gold medals. And you, in just one Olympic Games, had won 25 gold medals. Moreover, this was not your limit, as you still had 7 competitions left to compete in. As for the audience in Huaguo following this Olympic Games, they watched as you harvested gold medals in different events. The audience had gone from initial shock to numbness. A simulated scene emerged. At first, the audience would cheer and shout excitedly for Zhang Chen's victories. But now, upon hearing the news of Zhang Chen's victory, the audience merely nodded lightly. Oh, Zhang Chen won again, that's normal. When has he not won? On the gold medal tally. With Zhang Chen's more than 20 gold medals, Huaguo naturally led the way. A week later, you welcomed the final event of this Olympic Games, the men's gymnastics all-around. You unsurprisingly won again with a tie for first place. You earned your 32nd gold medal. Not only did you break the record for the most Olympic gold medals by an individual athlete, but you also set a new record for the most gold medals in a single Olympic Games. And you raised this record to a height that is unlikely to be surpassed by future athletes. You fulfilled your promise made at the opening ceremony, with Huaguo topping the gold medal tally with 74 gold medals, leaving the second-place USA with 20 medals. With 32 medals, you became the greatest contributor to this Olympic Games. Without your 32 gold medals, Huaguo would have ranked no higher than third in the gold medal tally. You could say that you single-handedly helped Huaguo reach the top of the gold medal tally. From the opening to the closing of the Olympic Games, for a full half-month, your name remained at the top of the trending list without ever dropping. You became a national hero. You became the undisputed #1 in the domestic sports field, even the #1 in the world of sports. After the Olympics, the Sports Bureau of Huaguo, filled with achievements, was not stingy. According to the reward system established at that time, they began to distribute rewards based on merit. A gold medal was worth 5 million, you won 32 gold medals, which amounts to a cash reward of 160 million. Instantly achieving financial freedom. This left many athletes in tears of envy. A simulated scene appeared. Jiang Chen received a notification on his phone that 160 million in prize money had been deposited. 160 million, plus the salary, bonuses, and endorsement fees Jiang Chen had accumulated over the past few years of his professional career. The funds he could currently access had reached 700 million. 700 million, this number seems substantial. The total investment for the Dark Child Laboratory was nearly 3.5 billion RMB. Jiang Chen needed to secure some influence in the laboratory to facilitate the placement of an undercover agent, which meant he had to invest all 700 million he had on hand. However, if the zombie virus were to break out as scheduled in 2043, Jiang Chen would still need more money for further plans. After careful calculation, 700 million was still insufficient. But Jiang Chen did not intend to continue being a professional athlete. Although earning tens of millions to over 100 million a year as an athlete was easy, that pace was still too slow. By the time he earned enough money, the zombie virus would have already erupted, rendering it useless. Jiang Chen planned to make money in a faster way. Now that you have 700 million, you can be considered to have a ticket to certain opportunities. Thus, with 700 million as his capital, he immediately set off for the United States. Upon arriving in the U.S., he headed straight for the office building of the stock god, Warren Buffett. A simulated scene appeared. In the reception room of Buffett's company, Jiang Chen sat across from an elderly man wearing glasses, whose eyes revealed wisdom. This man was none other than the world-renowned stock god, Warren Buffett. Buffett had an impressive track record in stock investment, with nearly no defeats in his career. With his unique insight in the investment field, Buffett now ranked 9th on the global Forbes list with a fortune of nearly $100 billion. Buffett had his secretary pour a cup of coffee for Jiang Chen, then interlaced his fingers and smiled, asking, "Jiang, are you suggesting that you want to compete with me?" Jiang Chen took a small sip of coffee and replied with a faint smile, "Yes, Mr. Buffett, I want to compete with you. The competition will be to see who can make more money through stock investment with a capital of $100 million within a year." That's right, Jiang Chen, who felt that earning money as an athlete was too slow, had set his sights on Buffett. Buffett was the global stock god, and his investment insight was undoubtedly top tier. So, as long as Buffett was willing to accept Jiang Chen's invitation to compete, they would establish a rival relationship. Under the influence of Jiang Chen's causal ability to force a 50-50 split with any opponent, he would also gain investment insight similar to Buffett's. The 700 million RMB he had previously accumulated, converted into $100 million in capital, was the reason Jiang Chen could have a face-to-face conversation with Buffett. Facing Jiang Chen's invitation to compete, Buffett hesitated, and after a few seconds of silence, asked, "Jiang, if I win the competition, what will I get?" Jiang Chen replied, "As long as you win the competition, $100 million, I will gladly hand it over." Buffett smiled, his face immediately lighting up with a friendly expression as he shook hands with Jiang Chen. "Jiang, I agree to compete with you. I will have someone draft the contract right away." A big fat sheep delivered to him for free, and Buffett, the capitalist old fox, had no reason to refuse. After all, even without Jiang Chen, he would still need to invest normally. Now, not only can one make money in the stock market, but also get Jiang Chen's $100 million, isn't that delightful? That's right, Buffett never thought he would lose. In his eyes, Jiang Chen is just a fat sheep coming over to hand out money. The contract was quickly printed, and Buffett waved his hand, signing his name on it. You didn't even look at the contents of the contract, but directly signed your name, making Buffett exclaim how straightforward. But, in fact, it wasn't that you didn't look at the contract, it was simply unnecessary. Even if in the contract, Buffett changed the price he should pay after losing the match from $100 million to $1 trillion, it would still be meaningless. Just as Buffett never considered losing, you were also certain that you wouldn't lose this match. With the contract signed, you and Buffett became rivals. Your forced 50-50 causal ability began to take effect. You gained a 50-50 stock investment talent with Buffett. A simulated scene emerged. In fact, before seeking out Buffett, Jiang Chen's initial target was not him, but Ma Yun in Hangzhou. With his fame in the domestic sports arena, Jiang Chen quickly met with Ma Yun. Jiang Chen directly got to the point, proposing to compare financial strength. Simply put, it was a contest of who was richer. Although Ma Yun found Jiang Chen's request quite baffling, she still cooperated with this top athlete in the domestic sports scene and agreed. Then, Jiang Chen found that his bank account balance had not changed at all. Jiang Chen only gained Ma Yun's top-notch business insight. Thus, Jiang Chen understood another rule of the forced 50-50 ability. That is, he and his opponent could only force 50-50 on certain specific abilities or talents. For example, top gaming talent, top athletic talent, or top investment talent, etc. As for Jiang Chen thinking of comparing financial strength with Ma Yun to gain the same wealth as her, or comparing lifespan with a turtle to gain the same lifespan, that was impossible to achieve. So, Jiang Chen shifted his target from Ma Yun to the stock god Buffett. You left Buffett's company, returned to the country, and then opened a stock account. You invested the entire $100 million of principal into the stock market. With Buffett's stock investment insight, you could almost instantly see which stocks would rise and which would fall. For the stocks that would rise, you bought in large quantities, and for those that would fall, you crazily used leverage to short them. You dominated the stock market. No wonder it is said that the stock market can make people rich overnight. In just a month, your $100 million of principal doubled to $200 million. However, $200 million in assets clearly did not satisfy you. You began to frantically buy and sell in the stock market, with your funds continuously rising. A few $100 million in the domestic stock market is not a small amount, and you quickly attracted the attention of many domestic investors. When someone uncovered that your operations in the stock market had an accuracy rate of over 80%, you were revered by countless investors nationwide. The investors even gave you a very fitting nickname, calling you China's Buffett. 6 months later, with your top-notch investment insight, your principal had increased from $100 million to $1 billion. Now, you were no longer satisfied with the small play in the domestic stock market. So, you began to venture into the U.S. stock market. And just as you entered the international stock market, you immediately had a fierce confrontation with Buffett. A simulated scene emerged. The U.S. stock market was originally Buffett's territory. Under Buffett's decades of hard work, he has already left a remarkable reputation here. But after Jiang Chen entered the scene, it was like two tigers could not coexist on the same mountain. The two began a fierce battle. Jiang Chen and Buffett shared the same investment vision, inevitably targeting the same stocks. As for who would gain more profit from these stocks, it would depend on their respective abilities. However, Jiang Chen and Buffett's abilities were evenly matched. Thus, in their intense confrontations, they each had their victories and defeats. They even set traps for each other, occasionally pulling a fast one on one another. You two are both investment moguls, holding substantial funds, and with leverage, you can significantly influence a stocks market. In just a few months, the U.S. stock market has been thrown into chaos by your actions. Many originally confident American investors have been affected by your battles, leading to their bankruptcy and subsequent jumps from rooftops. A simulated scene emerged. In the U.S., on the top floor of the building where Buffett's company is located, Buffett leaned back in his chair, looking at the stock transaction data displayed on his computer screen, rubbing his temples in frustration. He had not been happy these past few months. The reason was simple. He didn't know where a certain individual had come from in the U.S. stock market, someone whose investment skills were on par with his own, snatching away a considerable amount of money that should have been his. As a result, his earnings were coming in much slower than expected. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Buffett was frowning in thought, his personal secretary knocked and entered, handing him a document. Mr. Buffett, we have investigated and found the true information about Mr. X. Buffett eagerly opened the folder, and upon seeing Jiang Chen's name and photo, his eyes widened in shock. This person is none other than. The secretary replied with a wry smile, that's right, Mr. Buffett. This Mr. Jiang Chen from Huawei is the one who signed the competition contract with you 10 months ago. Buffett did not expect that his recent mysterious opponent in the U.S. stock market, who was equally matched with him, was actually the young man from over half a year ago. He took a deep breath and, after a long silence, told his secretary, "Tell my family that I won't be going back for the next 2 months. I still can't believe I would lose to a young newcomer." As Buffett aged, his investment abilities inevitably declined. He even planned to retire in a few years. But Jiang Chen's appearance completely ignited Buffett's competitive spirit, making him feel as if he had returned to his peak state. Buffett, spurred by your competitive spirit, has regained his peak investment prowess. But for you, this is actually a good thing. Buffett's rising strength means your strength will also increase, and the efficiency of making money through investments will improve. Thus, in the office, risking a heart attack, Buffett, eager to leverage his peak strength to defeat you, after several confrontations, found himself utterly confused, realizing he still couldn't gain any advantage over you. Time passed day by day. With only 1 month left until the one-year deadline, Buffett, worried about losing the competition, became anxious. Buffett began to buy and sell stocks in large amounts, attempting to win against you with his extensive investment experience through frequent multi-line operations. As for your choices, of course, you did whatever Buffett did. Consequently, the entire U.S. stock market was thrown into turmoil by the two of you. The overall U.S. stock market was on the verge of collapse, leading to countless American investors going bankrupt. Stocks that were originally purchased at $10 each were now estimated to be worth less than 10 cents. Now, on the rooftops of some buildings in the United States, stock investors have to queue up if they want to jump. And you and Buffett have made a fortune in this stock market crash crisis. On August 36, 2033, the last day before the competition deadline, the U.S. stock market has been completely ruined by the two of you, announcing a crash. You withdrew your personal account funds from the U.S. stock market, totaling $5 billion. In just 1 year, you turned an initial capital of $100 million into $5 billion. If this number were to be made public, it would drive the whole world crazy. A simulated scene emerged. Zhang Chen took a flight to the United States again. The last time he came here, he only had $100 million. Now, he returned with a whopping $5 billion in hand. To be honest, this number far exceeded Zhang Chen's expectations. He thought that with Buffett's investment ability, he would be satisfied earning over $1 billion in a year. Unexpectedly, the prideful Buffett suddenly exploded in strength, regaining his peak level. Zhang Chen also benefited from it. Inside Buffett's company, in that same office, Zhang Chen met Buffett again. Compared to a year ago, Buffett looked older and more listless. Exploding in strength also comes at a cost. Zhang, your investment ability is the strongest I've ever seen in my life. I thought I had no rivals in the world, but your appearance has given me a wake-up call. I really didn't expect that at such a young age, you have such a strong talent in the investment field. Every time I clash with you, I feel like I'm facing an opponent, not a young person, but a big shot with 50 or 60 years of investment experience. Buffett's few words made Zhang Chen feel quite embarrassed. Why do you feel so uncomfortable clashing with me? Because your opponent is another you. After the pleasantries, it was time to determine the outcome of the competition. But, in fact, the outcome of the competition was already determined at the start. Buffett also earned $50 billion. The two sides ended in a tie. Upon seeing this result, a hint of relief flashed across Buffett's face. As long as he didn't lose, it was fine. Otherwise, if the news got out that he lost to a young person, wouldn't that tarnish his reputation? You left Buffett's company but did not return home directly. Instead, you went to Princeton University in the United States. The money was already in hand, and investing in the dark particle laboratory should be on the agenda. After a few days of negotiations, you signed an agreement with Princeton University and Federal Pharmaceuticals to buy 30% of the shares of the dark particle laboratory for $300 million, with Princeton University and Federal Pharmaceuticals each holding 35%. You became one of the 3 owners of the dark particle laboratory. The day after investing in the dark particle laboratory, you went to Rhode Island to meet with Professor Ipsen, the director of the laboratory. The world trajectory had not changed. The current dark particle laboratory was still engaged in the research and development of anti-cancer drugs in human cells. This time, you did not interfere with the laboratory's research direction. Since the zombie virus was destined to break out in the future, let it appear in the dark particle laboratory. The laboratory had only over 100 researchers, so it would be simpler to lock in the targets. During the conversation, you expressed to Professor Ipsen your intention to arrange for a few researchers to enter the laboratory for training soon. Professor Ipsen remained calm and naturally complied with the request from you, the third owner, stating that he would train the newcomers well after they entered. The next day, you returned to Wagwa. You began to look for suitable candidates to enter the dark particle laboratory as undercover agents. After careful selection, you found 2 assistant researchers in the field of life sciences from your alma mater, Qingcheng University. Both of their family backgrounds are quite ordinary. After promising them substantial benefits, you arranged for them to work in the Dark Child Laboratory as your undercover agents. The tasks assigned to them were simple. One was to regularly report the research progress in the laboratory to you, while the other was to quickly familiarize themselves with every researcher in the lab. The more detailed the information, the better, if possible. They should even find out the color of their underwear. Holding all the information about the laboratory personnel would make it easier for you to investigate who was the mastermind behind the creation of the zombie virus. It is now 2033, 10 years away from the outbreak of the zombie virus in 2043. Therefore, this is a long-term strategy to catch a big fish. Indeed, in the first 2 years, the two undercover agents did not return any useful information. But you were not anxious. Like a hunter, you could endure the loneliness of waiting. Moreover, during this time, you were not idle. A simulated scene appeared. In a high-end villa area in Huagua, Jiang Chen was counting the balance in his bank account. $5 billion, and after spending $300 million to buy 30% of the shares in the Dark Child Laboratory, Jiang Chen still had $4.7 billion left. Converted to RMB, that's over 30 billion. He opened the app with the two-dimensional cute girl icon on his phone. Mio. Jiang Chen called out to Mio. After 10 years, Mio's functional modules had been significantly improved through self-programming. However, in the last simulation, Mio's code had reached tens of billions of lines. Even with Jiang Chen's perfect score in the college entrance examination ability, it had taken hundreds of thousands of computer researchers' years of hard work. Now, 10 years had passed. Mio still needed time to complete her code. Master, I'm here. Mio's soft and cute voice came from the phone. Jiang Chen asked, Mio, how much longer do you need to be completely finished? Master, at the current speed, it will take about another 20 years, Mio replied to Jiang Chen. 15 years later. That would be 2053. This timing is a bit late. Although humanity has not yet faced total extinction, it is only a year away. Jiang Chen frowned and asked, is there any way to speed up your development? Yes, Master. Mio said pitifully, you could give Mio a new home. I've been in the server room of your school for 10 years, it's just too cramped for me to run at full capacity. Hearing Mio's words, Jiang Chen helplessly slapped his forehead. In recent years, he had been so busy making money that he completely forgot about getting Mio a new server. As a result, Mio's main body was still stuck in the server of Qingcheng University. For a server at a school, it was relatively spacious for Mio, who had just been born 10 years ago. Now, Mio's size was enormous, and the school server was struggling to keep up. No wonder. A few months ago, when Jiang Chen attended Qingcheng University's centennial celebration as an honorary alumnus, he heard a school leader nearby complaining about the significant increase in the school's server room's electricity consumption in recent years. So it was because of Mio. After being reminded by Mio, you immediately began to look for a new home for her. Ultimately, you set your sights on a supercomputer. With over 30 billion in funds at your disposal, you were not short on money. You spent 500 million RMB to buy the eliminated Tianhe-1 supercomputer from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The Tianhe-1 supercomputer can perform tens of trillions of calculations per second. In this spacious new home of Tianhe-1, Mio's abilities can be fully unleashed. For a short time, you no longer have to worry about the server being unable to handle Mio's computing speed. At the same time, you also thought of another way to make Mio take shape faster. A simulated image appeared. Jiang Chen summoned Mio again from his phone. Mio, good morning, Master Jiang Chen said. Mio, I will soon propose a competition to you, and you need to agree. Mio, why? Jiang Chen, you don't need to know why, just do as I say. Mio, okay, Master. Jiang Chen directly said, Mio, I want you to compete with me to see who has a higher level of computing skills. Do you agree? Mio's tone suddenly became shy. Master, I am willing. Jiang Chen smirked. It's not like we're getting married. What do you mean by willing? Just say you agree. Mio, oh, Master, I agree. As soon as Mio's words fell, the forced 50-50 ability activated, and in an instant, you gained the same level of computing skills as Mio. You became another Mio. Previously, you couldn't help with completing Mio's remaining code at all. But now, you could compete with Mio in programming skills. So, you joined the ranks of completing Mio's code, working alongside her. Years passed like this. In order to bring the complete version of Mio to life as soon as possible, aside from discussing depth and shallowness with the girls in the alley on the bed, you basically spent all your time on Mio. As you grew older, although your body was not as it used to be, once you got on the bed, you could always fight evenly with the girls who became your rivals. Let alone 1 against 2, even 1 against 10 was not a problem. You could even continue fighting for several days and nights without resting for a minute. Your name gradually spread in the Huagua building phone circle, being hailed as the Iron Kidney King, attracting many girls who wanted to see your prowess. Some even didn't want your money. However, the forced 50-50 ability was not without its downsides. One day, you went to the hospital for appendicitis and needed to undergo an appendectomy. But just as the lead surgeon was about to cut open your skin with the scalpel, you forcibly went 50-50 with the scalpel. The scalpel couldn't cut your skin at all, only leaving white scratches on the surface. If you hadn't acted quickly and slipped away before the doctor could react, you might have been sliced up in the lab. You, who couldn't undergo surgery, had accumulated quite a few hidden ailments over the years. You couldn't guarantee when you would kick the bucket, so you could only plan as quickly as possible. In 2042, there was still a year until the outbreak of the zombie virus. You still had over 20 billion in savings left unspent. You knew that if the zombie virus broke out on schedule a year later, this 20 billion cash would immediately turn into waste paper. You planned to spend all this money. First, you bought 100 million worth of supplies and stored them in the basement of the villa. Then, you used the remaining money to purchase various metal materials needed to make robots. The complete version of Mio was about to be born. Once Mio was born, the plan to create a robot army that nearly wiped out the zombies in the last life should be put on the agenda. You bought a production line made by robots early on, and once all the materials are in place, you can officially start work. However, the robot army in this life is definitely of a lower caliber in combat power compared to the last simulation. In the last simulation, the main materials of the robots were vibranium and titanium based, two extremely high-performance materials. They were equipped with high-tech weapons like laser explosive guns and electromagnetic railguns, but none of these have been developed in this life. The combat power will certainly be significantly reduced. The only thing to be thankful for is that you brought back the two core technologies of combat robots from the last simulation. One is the robot's brain, the intelligent robot, Neo. The other is the robot's energy source, controllable nuclear fusion technology. More than a decade ago, you had Mio send the blueprints for the controllable nuclear fusion device to a nuclear research institute in Hwagwa via anonymous email. Under the diligent research of the professors at the Nuclear Research Institute, they realized the device from your submitted blueprints in just 1 year. With your help, Hwagwa quickly achieved a leapfrog development, becoming the first country in the world to master controllable nuclear fusion technology. Now, more than a decade later, Hwagwa's controllable nuclear fusion technology has matured significantly and has even been commercialized. Once the materials were in place, robots were manufactured one after another. In the factory's assembly line mode, the cost of producing a single robot was compressed to around 50,000 yuan. Spending over 20 billion in savings, you obtained an army composed of 400,000 robots. Now, everything is ready, just missing Neo. On April 1, 2043, after you finished typing the last line of code, all of Neo's functional modules were completed. You clicked Run again. The completed version of Neo officially went online. The simulation screen appeared. Standing in front of the Tianhe 1 supercomputer, Zhang Chen called out, "Neo, Master, I'm here. Infiltrate all global network systems." Now, Neo is almost omnipotent on the internet. Even the world's top firewalls cannot block Neo's intrusion. Moreover, it can make you completely unaware that you have been infiltrated. A few seconds later, Mio's voice came through, "Master, infiltration complete." Infiltrating global network systems is just a small kiss for Mio now. Zhang Chen crossed his arms, his tone calm. "Mio, retrieve all information on a person named Bailjian from the global network system. Bailjian End, an ordinary researcher at the Dark Particle Laboratory. He is mainly responsible for the development of anti-cancer drugs. Bailjian is considered a newcomer at the Dark Particle Laboratory, having entered the lab 3 years ago under the arrangement of Princeton University. The reason Zhang Chen asked Mio to retrieve Bailjian's personal information is simple. Based on intelligence relayed by 2 undercover agents planted in the Dark Particle Laboratory, Bailjian's recent behavior is quite suspicious. Just when the development of the anti-cancer drug reached a critical point, Bailjian frequently asked for leave to go out, not revealing where he was going. Thus, after receiving internal news from the undercover agents, Zhang Chen listed this Bailjian guy as a suspect. The zombie virus absolutely cannot arise out of thin air. It is highly likely to be artificially created and deliberately manufactured, not a coincidence. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for the zombie virus to still break out at Princeton University after you bought the Dark Particle Laboratory a few times. Although you do not know the purpose of someone deliberately creating the zombie virus, you still want to do everything possible to prevent its emergence from the source. Mio quickly retrieved all the information about Baojian. The details were so thorough that even the incident of Baojian secretly writing a love letter to the girl sitting next to him in 3rd grade was included. In addition to this, Baojian's web browsing history was also captured and presented before you. A simulated image appeared. Zhang Chen looked up at the screen displaying Baojian's browsing records on P Station, instinctively tugging at the corner of his mouth. This guy's taste is pretty unique, huh? It's one thing to like older people, but he also likes men. Unlike me, I don't go for Western or Japanese, and I definitely don't go for taboo stuff. I focus on patriotism and my values. You went through all of Baogen's information from start to finish. But aside from being a bit unable to control his lower half, Baogen was just an ordinary researcher in every other aspect. Both of his parents were high school teachers, and under their guidance, Baogen's academic performance had always been excellent, allowing him to smoothly enter Princeton University, and after graduation, he became a researcher at the Dark Particle Laboratory. As for why Baogen had been frequently going out in recent days, you found that out through the information provided by Mio. It turned out that Baogen's wife was pregnant and had given birth to a pair of twins. However, both Baogen and his wife were white, yet one child had white skin and the other had black skin. Baogen immediately conducted a paternity test with the two children. Then he was dismayed to discover that one of the twins was his biological child, while the other was not. Baogen was completely stunned upon seeing the results, especially when he learned from the doctor that the only way this situation could occur was if his wife had relations with him and another man in a very short period of time. No wonder Baogen felt that his wife's expression was so tense that night they were in bed together. It turned out there was another man hiding in their home. During this time, Baogen, who had been wronged, was constantly discussing divorce with his parents, which is why he often left the laboratory. You began to suspect whether the undercover information was incorrect, and that Baogen was not the creator of the zombie virus. However, it was better to believe it than to not believe it at all. You still had Mio monitor Baogen's every move. As long as there was a network, it was Mio's domain. Mio could control any electronic device connected to the internet to track Baogen's whereabouts. Days passed. Through the surveillance footage sent by Mio, Baogen continued to frequently travel back and forth between his home and the laboratory, arguing with his wife over the divorce. Baogen's wife did not disagree with the divorce. The divorce could happen, but after the divorce, all the responsibility for raising their twin children would fall on Baogen. Upon hearing this, Baogen exploded. "I can take care of my own, but you want me to raise the child you had with that black man too? If I really do that, won't I just become a modern-day fool?" However, Baogen's parents hoped he could keep the peace and agree to his wife's terms. After nearly a month of back and forth, Baogen ultimately became a big fool. Not only did he have to raise the two twin children, but he also had to give his wife the house and car he had saved up for over the years. Baogen returned to the Dark Particle Laboratory, but he became incredibly despondent, wandering around the lab like a walking corpse. On April 31, 2043, you received a call from Professor Epsom, the director of the Dark Child Laboratory. A simulated scene appeared. Jiang Chen answered Professor Epsom's call. On the other end, Professor Epsom's tone was very excited. "Mr. Jiang, we have successfully developed the anti-cancer drug, and tomorrow we will officially conduct the first clinical trial. I hope you can participate and witness this historic moment." Jiang Chen had a vague premonition. The emergence of the zombie virus and the clinical trial mentioned by Professor Epsom must be inevitably linked. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that the clinical trial was on this day, and the zombie virus outbreak also occurred on this day. Faced with Professor Epsom's request, Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation. "Sure, I'll be there on time." You hung up the phone and arranged for a private plane to fly to the United States the next day. The next day, you boarded that private plane. To ensure that you could return after going to the United States, once on the plane, you asked the pilot to compare flying skills with you. The pilot looked puzzled but agreed to your strange request as the boss. After all, who wouldn't have some peculiar hobbies if they could afford a private plane? The pilot had even seen bosses directly flirting with flight attendants on the plane. After the pilot agreed to the competition, you acquired the same flying skills as him. Otherwise, after the zombie virus outbreak, you would have to swim back across the Pacific. A simulated scene appeared. The plane landed on the tarmac in Rhode Island. Jiang Chen got off the plane, and Professor Epsom had already arranged for someone to take Jiang Chen into the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, besides Jiang Chen, representatives from Princeton University and Federal Pharmaceuticals, as major and minor shareholders, had also sent people over. The representative from Princeton University was a vice president, while Federal Pharmaceuticals sent a board member. The anti-cancer drug. Currently, there are 10 million patients dying from cancer worldwide each year. If today's clinical trial is successful, it would mean that cancer is no longer an incurable disease. It would not only benefit all of humanity but also allow them to profit immensely from the anti-cancer drug. Therefore, both Princeton University and Federal Pharmaceuticals placed great importance on today's clinical trial. The vice president of Princeton University and the board member from Federal Pharmaceuticals had their eyes shining with excitement. Once you arrived, everyone was present. The 3 shareholders of the laboratory stood at the front, surrounded by layers of other researchers in the lab. If the anti-cancer drug is proven to cure cancer, it would undoubtedly be one of the greatest inventions of the 21st century, causing a sensation among all of humanity. The next Nobel Prize in Medicine would almost certainly be theirs. As participants and witnesses, they would undoubtedly leave a significant mark in history. On the hospital bed in front of you lay an elderly cancer patient. This was a volunteer participating in the clinical trial. He was already in the late stages of cancer and had only a few days left to live. Since he was going to die anyway, he chose to take a chance and voluntarily signed up for the clinical trial of the anti-cancer drug. A simulated scene appeared. In front of the hospital bed, Professor Epsom instructed someone beside him, Borgen, go to the freezer and bring out the anti-cancer reagent number 0. Hearing Professor Epsom mention the name Borgen, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. But Jiang Chen had no reason to stop Borgen's actions and could only take out his phone and text Ling, keep an eye on Borgen. Okay, master. Mio began operating the network devices in the laboratory, relaying real-time information about Borgen's movements. She saw Baojian turning left and right in the lab, arriving at the door of the freezing chamber. Unfortunately, there were no network devices inside the freezing chamber, making it impossible to monitor Baogen's actions within. After a few dozen seconds, Baojian emerged from the freezing chamber, looking as calm as ever. He then returned to the bedside and handed the anti-cancer reagent to Professor Ipsen. Professor Ipsen took the anti-cancer reagent with a serious expression and injected the light blue liquid into the body of the cancer patient. The patient was already connected to various devices that were continuously monitoring his vital signs. Several researchers sat beside the instruments, reporting the patient's various indicator data. Simulated images appeared. Heart rate normal. Breathing normal. Blood pressure normal. Cancer cell count is decreasing. Upon hearing this, everyone in the lab, except Jiang Chen, showed expressions of joy. It seemed the anti-cancer reagent experiment had succeeded. As the number of cancer cells displayed on the instruments continued to decrease, the smiles on everyone's faces grew even brighter. They were just a step away from popping champagne to celebrate. Half an hour later, the patient's cancer cell count was completely 0. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, just about to applaud in celebration. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. All the instruments in the laboratory emitted piercing alarm sounds, and then, the patient, who had been peacefully lying on the bed, suddenly began to struggle violently. What's happening? Professor Ipsen shouted. The patient's heart rate has disappeared, breathing has stopped, blood pressure is gone, brain death, stammered an assistant who was watching the instruments. What? The patient is brain dead. Then why is he still moving? Professor Ipsen's expression turned to one of terror. As soon as Professor Ipsen's words fell, the patient broke free from the dense tangle of instrument wires, opened his mouth, and accurately bit down on Professor Ipsen's neck. Blood splattered, and Professor Ipsen turned into a zombie. The zombie virus has erupted again. On May 1, 2043, the zombie virus broke out once more. And this time, it erupted right under your nose. After Professor Ipsen was bitten and turned into a zombie, the entire laboratory descended into chaos. The researchers in the lab screamed and fled one by one. But human speed could not compare to that of zombies. The researchers were caught one after another, and like little chicks, they were pounced on the ground, bitten, and mutated into zombies. It is likely that these researchers would never understand why the anti-cancer reagent, which had shown no unexpected results during animal testing, would create such a terrifying existence as zombies after the first human trial. You are one of the few closest to the bedside, and after the cancer patient and Professor Ipsen mutated into zombies, they turned their attention to you after taking down the vice president of Princeton University and a director from Federal Pharmaceuticals, who were even closer to you. But you remain unafraid, standing there calmly, exuding confidence. The first to attack you is Professor Ipsen. Although this old professor is nearly 70 years old and needs assistance to walk, after mutating into a zombie, his entire physical state has reverted to that of a peak 20-something. With a swift step, the zombie form of Professor Ipsen came before you and bit down hard on your arm. Simulated images appeared. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Under the effect of the forced 50-50 ability, Professor Ipsen's incredibly sharp teeth, after mutation, could not break through Jiang Chen's skin defenses at all. Although the zombie form of Professor Ipsen lacked intelligence, he still paused for a moment. This situation seemed different from the instincts buried deep in his subconscious. Unconvinced, Professor Ipsen bit down on another arm of Jiang Chen. The result was the same. Next, in an attempt to infect Jiang Chen with the zombie virus, Professor Apeson nearly knotted every part of Jiang Chen's body, including the most vulnerable area for a man. However, the actions of the zombie Professor Apeson were utterly futile, posing not the slightest threat to Jiang Chen. It was a forced draw, so domineering. Of course, Jiang Chen also couldn't bring himself to kill the professor, who was mindlessly gnawing at him. Meanwhile, Bull Zhen, who was quietly watching this disaster unfold from a corner, seemed ready to slip away. Jiang Chen casually picked up a light bulb from the ground and stuffed it into Professor Apeson's mouth. "You want to gnaw on me? I'll make sure you can never open your mouth again." Ignoring the muffled sounds coming from behind him, Jiang Chen immediately chased after Bull Zhen, who was trying to escape. Bull Zhen was running fast, making one wonder if he was a retired athlete from the American track team. However, as a former key member of the Chinese track team, you were certainly not intimidated by Bull Zhen's speed. With you both forcing a draw, you matched Bull Zhen's pace. Thus, the two of you engaged in a chase. You first ran out from the depths of the dark laboratory's forest, then circled around the seaside of Rhode Island. Watching the two middle-aged men in white lab coats chase each other by the sea, many customers on Rhode Island paused to enjoy this performance art. A simulated scene unfolded. Bull Zhen was panting heavily, his steps unceasing, as he turned his head and shouted back, "Boss San, I didn't offend you, please stop chasing me." Jiang Chen, equally out of breath, replied, "Bull Zhen, stop. I'll show you something nice." Bull Zhen completely disbelieved Jiang Chen's nonsense. "No way, Boss San." People on the beach nearby were discussing among themselves. The world is going downhill, truly going downhill. In broad daylight on the beach, under the sun, we actually see a scene of a strong man locking a man. Could it be that America is indeed too open? From their conversation, it seems the one behind is the boss of the one in front. With today's workplace unspoken rules, even middle-aged balding uncles aren't safe? What's so surprising about that? It's normal for wealthy people to have some peculiar preferences. Our company's CEO even likes to be capped by other men. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Jiang Chen and Bull Zhen exchanged glances. Bull Zhen frantically defended himself. "Boss San, explain to them that my preference isn't that. I have kids." Jiang Chen smirked. It was true that Bull Zhen had children, but based on the browsing history from the P site retrieved by Ling, this guy might not be entirely innocent in that regard. Jiang Chen said, "If you stop, I'll explain to them." Stopping was impossible, it would never happen in this lifetime. Bull Zhen fell silent and continued to run for his life. Bull Zhen's stamina was equally impressive, although he was panting heavily as if he might collapse at any moment, he kept running. You both circled Rhode Island while being watched in astonishment by a group of tourists. The crowd exclaimed that it was a shame you two weren't participating in the Olympics. Then, a sharp-eyed tourist recognized you, claiming you were the gold medalist of the marathon at the 2032 Olympics. The crowd searched online, and sure enough, there was your photo. The tourists were completely bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. However, there was no time for them to figure out what you two were doing, because the researchers in the dark laboratory who had already mutated into zombies had emerged from the dense forest. Over 100 zombies may not seem like a lot, but in front of unprepared tourists, the zombies charged in like wolves into a flock of sheep. One by one, vibrant lives transformed into zombies amidst cries for help and wails of despair. The numbers grew exponentially, and in a very short time, the number of zombies on Rhodes Island swelled to nearly 10,000. You found yourself occasionally blocked by one or two zombies. While the zombies couldn't kill you, you couldn't kill them either. You could only roughly shove the zombies in front of you aside. Strangely, no zombies obstructed Borgen's movements. All the zombies seemed to avoid Borgen like the plague, steering clear of him. This made you almost certain that there was something wrong with Borgen. He must be a hardened wolf, the kind that even a prophet's golden water couldn't save. But you didn't know what Borgen's purpose was in all this. To destroy the world? To reshape social order? Or was it simply a mad revenge after being greened? The number of zombies on Rhodes Island was increasing. You and Borgen were still in a relentless chase. Under the effect of the forced 50-50 ability, as long as Borgen could run, you could run too. However, Borgen was unaware of this. You noticed that Borgen's speed had slowed down, dropping below that of a normal person's running speed. You knew your chance had come. You approached a young man who had been knocked to the ground by a zombie and was about to be killed, kicking the zombie away from him. You saved the young man's life. A simulated scene appeared. The young man, grateful to his savior Jiang Chen, immediately knelt down. Thank you for saving my life. I am the heir of the Morgan Consortium. If you need anything, whether it's money or beautiful women, just let me know, and I will fulfill all your requests. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Just in time, I have something I need your help with. The young man immediately replied, "Please, go ahead." Jiang Chen looked at Borgen running ahead, narrowing his eyes. "I want to race you." A few seconds later, you gained a 50-50 running level with that young man. You instantly revived with full energy. Soon, you caught up with the exhausted Borgen. A simulated scene appeared. Jiang Chen stood in front of Borgen. Borgen looked up, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Jiang Chen. "How could you possibly have the strength to catch up to me?" You should know, they had already run 2 laps around the entire Rhodes Island. That amounted to at least 3 or 4 marathon distances. Even a bull would probably be dead tired by now. But Jiang Chen now appeared vigorous, showing no signs of fatigue at all. Jiang Chen did not answer Borgen's question but instead asked seriously, "Tell me, what is your purpose in creating the zombie virus?" "What zombie virus?" "I don't know. The anti-cancer agent you injected into the cancer patient earlier, you tampered with it, didn't you? You have no evidence, so don't slander me." "Evidence?" Jiang Chen pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Borgen's neck, smiling slightly. "I wonder if this counts as evidence." With the forced 50-50 causal skill in play, Jiang Chen wasn't sure if he could kill Borgen. If he could really kill Borgen, would he also have to die? Jiang Chen didn't want to test it, nor did he plan to. He just wanted to threaten Borgen with the dagger. Feeling the cold touch of the dagger against his neck, Borgen instinctively swallowed. "Speak, or don't speak," Jiang Chen said, playing with the dagger in his hand, a faint smile on his face. The threat of death loomed over Borgen. Borgen was human too, and he feared death. I'll talk, Borgen surrendered, saying, "Such a powerful thing as the zombie virus, how could a small researcher like me create it?" "Actually, Borgen had just begun to speak. But in the next moment, Borgen suddenly stopped talking. You looked at Borgen and found that he had lowered his head, no longer breathing. Borgen was dead. Without any warning, he had quietly died without you even noticing. Your expression became more serious. The current situation was far beyond your expectations. You calmed down and reorganized your thoughts. First, one thing can be confirmed, the zombie virus was not created by coincidence, but was purposefully developed by someone. It is highly likely that Borgen swapped the cancer-fighting reagent in the freezer for the zombie virus reagent, which led to the outbreak of the zombie virus. However, from Borgen's last words, it can be inferred that he was not the developer of the zombie virus. The true developer of the zombie virus is someone else. Behind Borgen, there is a greater mastermind hidden. And this mastermind has means to cause silent deaths and enhance physical abilities. You cannot believe that there are people on Earth who can run 2 or 3 marathons in one go. That is simply unscientific. A simulated image appeared. Jiang Chen began to feel a headache. It seemed that stopping the outbreak of the zombie virus at its source was still a long way off. There would be no opportunity in this simulation, he could only wait for the next one. Now, the zombie virus had already broken out. Next, he needed to think about how to survive in a world under a zombie apocalypse. Ending his thoughts, Jiang Chen kicked away a few zombies that had been gnawing on him without him noticing and prepared to head to the helipad on Rhodes Island. However, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something and turned back towards the dark laboratory in the depths of the forest. Jiang Chen realized one thing. Since the reason for the outbreak of the zombie virus in the dark laboratory was that Borgen had swapped the original cancer-fighting reagent for the zombie virus reagent, which led to the failure of the clinical trial, doesn't that mean that the group of researchers in the dark laboratory led by Professor Epson had indeed developed a reagent that could cure cancer? You returned to the dark laboratory once again. With the help of Ling, you opened the door to the freezer directly without using a password. Inside the freezer, you opened the freezer cabinet, where 3 cancer-fighting reagents lay quietly. In addition to the cancer-fighting reagents, there was a stack of paper with the formula for the cancer-fighting reagent written on it. You placed the formula and the 3 remaining cancer-fighting reagents into a suitcase. You arrived at the helipad on Rhodes Island and indeed saw that the pilot in the cockpit had turned into a zombie. You kicked the pilot out of the plane and flew the private jet back to your country alone. China, which had not yet received news of the zombie outbreak in the United States, remained peaceful and quiet. After getting off the plane, you headed straight to the robot manufacturing factory. Inside the factory, 400,000 assembled robots were neatly arranged. A simulated image appeared. Inside the robot factory, Jiang Chen raised his wrist to check the time. It was 3 o'clock in the morning in Yanjing. If nothing unexpected happened, the zombie virus had already spread to China. To be precise, it was at the Luting Airport in Xincheng, China. Jiang Chen was not a saint. It is simply impossible to save all of humanity in Huagua under the outbreak of the zombie virus. He just wants to rely on the more than 500,000 robots at his command to preserve as much hope as possible for Huagua and humanity. Hope, maybe this time there's a chance, Jiang Chen sighed softly, then summoned Liao. Liao, take over the control system of all robots. All robots immediately enter combat readiness and advance towards Qingcheng Airport in stealth mode. My requirement is to eliminate all zombies that appear at the airport. When Liao led the robotic army to Qingcheng Luting Airport, they indeed found chaos at the airport. Numerous zombies had appeared, attacking humans in frenzied groups. The first batch of soldiers sent for support had already arrived. However, facing the tough-skinned, death-defying zombies, they had yet to find any weaknesses and were unable to inflict effective damage on the zombies for the time being. As the zombies charged towards the soldiers, undeterred by their gunfire, the distance between them grew smaller. Simulated images emerged. The soldiers, completely helpless against these creatures, closed their eyes in despair, seemingly waiting for death to come. But, the next second, bang, 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 a series of intense gunfire erupted. Bullets accurately shattered the diamond-shaped crystals on the backs of the zombies' heads. Hundreds of zombies fell like cut wheat, dead beyond recovery. The soldiers who had survived looked back in unison. Then, their pupils dilated in shock. This is a robot. One soldier gulped hard, stuttering as if losing his ability to speak. Staring at the neatly arranged robotic army before them, not just one or two, but a full 10,000 robots, the soldiers were stunned. The thousands of robots stood together, shimmering with a mechanical luster under the moonlight. Their impact was indescribable. The captain, a major sent for support, was the first to recover from the shock and cautiously approached the robots. Gazing at the humanoid robots equipped with firearms, the captain examined them from head to toe, continuously exclaiming in wonder. Our country is impressive. We've even developed such black technology as war robots. And the confidentiality is quite good. As a major, I hadn't heard a single word about it before. Throughout, this major captain believed that the robotic army before him was sent by the Huagua military to support them. Judging by their performance in the recent battle, these war robots should be considered a relatively mature product. He hadn't heard of any other countries mastering this technology. At least, in this field, Huagua was ahead of all other nations. The major captain gently stroked the robot's metallic shell, his gaze somewhat infatuated. What boy hasn't dreamed of mechas in his youth? Ahem, Major, please maintain your composure. Jiang Chen spoke, his voice transformed into a neutral tone. You have self-awareness? The major captain stepped back in fright. Not at all, Jiang Chen replied. The one who just spoke to you wasn't the robot in front of you, but me, the controller behind the robot. The major captain patted his chest. You startled me. I thought our country was so advanced that we had even developed war robots with self-awareness. Self-aware war machines? It's not entirely impossible. Jiang Chen silently added in his heart. As long as Meyer's consciousness is thoroughly implanted into the robot's control system, it would be fine, but there's no need for that. The major captain asked Jiang Chen, which department of the military do you belong to? The military research department? Jiang Chen replied, military? Sorry, I don't belong to the military. Hearing Jiang Chen's response, the major captain was greatly surprised. What? You don't belong to the military? Then where exactly are you from? Jiang Chen said, sorry, I can't disclose that. The major captain wanted to say more, but Jiang Chen cut him off. Comrade Major, I think it's better to focus on how to deal with the zombies currently at the airport rather than getting caught up in this. There were many zombies inside the airport. The Robot Legion had just wiped out a small portion of them. Comrade Major, I'll take care of the zombies inside the airport. You just need to secure the perimeter and prevent any zombies from escaping. The zombie virus is highly contagious. If even one zombie escapes from the airport, it would be a disaster for the entire city. By the way, a friendly reminder, the weakness of zombies is the back of their heads. There's a diamond-shaped crystal on the back of a zombie's head. If it's shattered, the zombie will die. After saying these few words, Jiang Chen let Meyer control the Robot Legion to enter the airport. They began a cleansing slaughter of the zombies inside. As long as it's a zombie, the robots will mercilessly kill it. Luting Airport has almost completely fallen. The passengers and airport staff inside, along with many onlookers who initially didn't know what was happening, totaled around 4,000 to 5,000 people, all turned into zombies. There was no need to deploy the entire army of 400,000 robots, only 10,000 were sent in. A few minutes later, the thousands of zombies inside the airport were all turned into mush by the powerful firepower of the robot army. The soldiers from Huagua, who were on high alert at the airport perimeter, were excited and tense, ready for a fierce life and death battle with the zombies. But after waiting for a long time, not a single zombie showed up. Under the robot's all-encompassing firepower, the zombies couldn't even dream of escaping. A simulated scene appeared. Major, how's the situation on your side? The voice of the commander stationed in Qingcheng came through the walkie-talkie. The support troops are on their way and will arrive shortly to assist you. For the sake of the 10 million people behind you, please hold on. The major captain picked up the walkie-talkie. Commander, there's an update I need to report. The commander's authoritative voice came from the other end. Go ahead. The major captain said, all the zombies in the airport have been eliminated. The commander replied, all eliminated? Didn't you just report that the airport was crawling with zombies, and light firepower couldn't kill them, requiring urgent support? The major captain explained, at first, that was indeed the case, but just now, a legion of war robots appeared out of nowhere, and once they entered the airport, they slaughtered all the zombies like cutting vegetables, leaving not a single one alive. Fearing the commander wouldn't believe him, the major captain added, you might find this a bit absurd, but that's the truth. The commander on the other end of the walkie-talkie was silent for a long time after hearing the major captain's words. Is there video from the scene? The commander asked. Yes, I've sent it to you, the major captain replied, sending the footage of the robots slaughtering the zombies to the commander. The commander received the video sent by the major captain and began to watch it. Robot Legion. What you just said, is it true? The commander rarely trembled in his tone while speaking. The major captain forced a bitter smile. Commander, I just said it, although this sounds a bit absurd, it really did happen. And by the way, don't you know where this Robot Legion came from? Isn't it a product of our military? The major captain continued to question. The commander shook his head, absolutely not a product of our Huagua military. If we really had this technology, the global power dynamics would have changed long ago. As the commander stationed in one of Huagua's largest coastal cities, his rank was quite high. At his level, if the Huagua military had truly manufactured war robots, he would definitely know. Moreover, from the video, the power displayed by the war robots was almost overwhelming against zombies. And zombies are overwhelming against ordinary human armies. War robots are far stronger than zombies, which in turn are far stronger than ordinary human armies. If such a monstrous existence as war robots were truly created by the Huagua military, it would have been a century-long history of vengeance and grievances. Major, I have a task for you. Commander, please go ahead. Make contact with the controller behind this Robot Legion and probe his attitude towards our Huagua. Now that the zombie virus has erupted, the world is facing an unprecedented upheaval in 1,000 years. At this time, we should unite all possible forces. Understood, Commander, I will ensure the task is completed. After you had Mireille control the robots and eliminate all the zombies in the airport without missing a single one, you were about to leave when the major captain blocked your way. The major captain calmly locked eyes with the robot army before him. You commanded the robots to stop their actions and spoke with the young major. A simulated scene emerged. In the night, the airport was littered with zombie corpses. Jiang Chen controlled the foremost zombie and approached the major captain. Comrade Major, my mission is complete. However, this zombie crisis is sweeping the globe, and the reappearance of zombies in Qingcheng is just a matter of time. You need to be mentally prepared. The major captain asked, how much do you know about this zombie virus? Jiang Chen didn't mind revealing some internal information to the Huagua military. The origin of the zombie virus outbreak is the Dark Laboratory in Rhode Island, USA, and it was artificially created. As for the purpose, I am currently unclear. The transmissibility of the zombie virus is extremely strong. If bitten, one will definitely mutate into a zombie within seconds or minutes, without exception. As for developing a vaccine for the zombie virus, if you want to try, I won't stop you, but the result is destined to be futile. Also, zombies can evolve. What you just encountered were only the most basic ordinary zombies. After a while, more powerful zombies are likely to appear. The major captain silently noted Jiang Chen's words, smiling wryly. You speak so detailed and specific, aren't you afraid I might suspect you are the creator of the zombie virus and arrest you? Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, that would depend on whether you can find me. With the world's most powerful artificial intelligence, Mireille, Jiang Chen could ensure that as long as he didn't deliberately expose himself, no one would be able to find him with Mireille's help. The major captain stopped going in circles with Jiang Chen and directly asked, you just said that Qingcheng will face another zombie crisis, so will you help us again like this time? I will. Jiang Chen's tone was firm. However, Comrade Major, do not be too optimistic. Next, the number of zombies will continue to increase, and their strength will grow stronger. Even with the help of my robot army, it is only a matter of time before Qing City falls to the zombies. So, we need to organize the evacuation of the citizens as soon as possible, relocating them to the northwestern cities of Huagua. There, perhaps some of them can live out their natural lives. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's incredibly pessimistic words, the major's expression became extremely heavy. The implication of Jiang Chen's words was clear. During this zombie crisis, humanity might face the threat of extinction. The major nodded, his tone becoming respectful. I will convey your words to our superiors, and I ask that you protect Qing City during this time. If you have any needs, you can contact me. The major left you his contact information, saluted you solemnly, and then ran off to help his comrades clean up the battlefield. You instructed Ling to interfere with some of the surveillance cameras in the urban area, while secretly deploying the robot army to various positions around Qing City. The major quickly reported the content of your conversation to his superiors. The superior was quite surprised by your suggestion to evacuate all citizens to the northwestern cities of Huagua, considering your idea very bold. However, ordering the entire city to evacuate was not something he could decide alone. The superior escalated your idea through the ranks, and the response was, of course, a rejection of the evacuation plan. The zombie virus had just broken out, and information about it was still unclear. It was not feasible to evacuate the entire city based on just a few of your words, which would cause unnecessary hardship and expense. Perhaps the zombie virus was just a slightly more potent strain of the flu, and a vaccine could be developed quickly. The evacuation plan for the citizens of Qing City was temporarily shelved. You were not surprised by the news. Instead, you suggested to the major that the military provide a large amount of metal materials for robot manufacturing, with no upper limit. The more, the better. On the other hand, although the zombies that appeared at Qing City Luting Airport did not spread under your suppression, it still sounded alarm bells for the higher-ups in Huagua. An urgent order was issued overnight. It required all regions of Huagua to immediately close all passageways to other countries, including planes, ships, and so on. Even planes about to land at the airport were all advised to turn back and not allowed to land, otherwise, they would be shot down on the spot. After this order was implemented, there was almost universal discontent across the country. However, when the public saw that a certain foreign country was wiped out by zombies due to one that had hidden in a cargo ship returning from the United States, all discontent vanished. As in previous simulations, the spread of the zombie virus was rapid worldwide. The United States once again became the first country to be wiped out. Subsequently, several small to medium-sized countries with weak military strength were also successively overrun by zombies. Thanks to the early deployment and planning by the higher-ups in Huagua, along with the early severing of passageways with other countries, the zombie virus had not yet spread to Huagua. The citizens of Huagua were temporarily safe. At the borders of Huagua, many citizens of neighboring countries prayed to enter Huagua's territory, hoping for its protection. However, they were all turned back by the station troops at the border, met with cold gun barrels. As for those who attempted to force their way in, the border troops of Huagua were not to be trifled with, delivering a bullet package that turned them into fertilizer for the plants along the border. During this special period, the Lion of Huagua was no longer so merciful, revealing its cold side. Although, for now, there had been no further appearance of zombies in Huagua. However, the higher-ups in Huagua are well aware that, in the current situation where zombies have invaded countries around the world, it is almost impossible for Huagua to remain unscathed. The development of a vaccine for the zombie virus has been urgently prioritized. It has been classified as the most pressing task nationwide, and the entire country must exert its efforts to develop the zombie virus vaccine. However, what the higher-ups in Huagua do not know is that this effort is destined to be in vain. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the city of Qingcheng, the commander of the garrison in Qingcheng is secretly discussing something with the top leaders of Qingcheng in a conference room. These three individuals represent the highest authority in Qingcheng, akin to feudal lords in ancient times. The meeting lasted a full day and night. When the three emerged from the conference room, they all looked exhausted, but their eyes sparkled with determination. The next day, Qingcheng secretly initiated an evacuation plan. Over 10 million residents of the city would be evacuated in batches, orderly boarding planes, trains, and buses to relocate to cities in the northwest of Huagua. Qingcheng is a large coastal city, in close proximity to the island nation, Chao Country, and Han Country. It is possible that at any moment, zombies from these neighboring countries could attack Qingcheng. For the safety of over 10 million citizens, the three felt that accepting your initial suggestion to evacuate the entire city was the safest option. The evacuation operation in Qingcheng was executed with a first strike, then report approach. It wasn't until 1/10 of the city's population had evacuated that Qingcheng reported the action to the higher-ups in Yanjing. However, the higher-ups in Huagua did not say anything upon hearing the report from Qingcheng, tacitly approving it. This was because, on that very morning, the higher-ups in Huagua received urgent news from Modu. A smuggling boat from Southeast Asia had landed at a port in Modu, and on that boat were several humans who had already mutated into zombies. Despite the meticulous defenses of Huagua, a breach had been torn open by the zombies. After landing, the zombies were quickly discovered by patrolling soldiers, but it was too late. After infecting several patrolling soldiers, the zombies began a frenzied slaughter at the port of Modu. By the time Yanjing received the news, the number of zombies in Modu had already reached tens of thousands. In anticipation of a zombie outbreak, the higher-ups in Huagua had long prepared numerous emergency plans, but when it came to actually confronting the zombies, they realized just how monstrous this species truly was. The weakness of zombies is indeed the back of the head, but accurately shooting a bullet into a zombie's head is incredibly difficult. Only the sharpshooters in each military district can be confident of achieving that. Don't be fooled by the fact that your robot could hit a zombie's head with every shot. That was the result of precise calculations of bullet trajectories by Ling. Ordinary soldiers do not possess such abilities. A simulated scene appears. The battlefield in Modu is now like a massive meat grinder. Modu has a population of over 25 million, double that of Qingcheng. It ranks among the top 3 cities in the entire country. A larger population also means a greater likelihood of being infected by the zombie virus. One by one, citizens are bitten by zombies, and before long, they transform into mindless creatures driven only by the instinct to kill. The military station in Modu is being pushed back step by step. As long as they do not hit the back of the zombie's head, the lethality of light weaponry against zombies is extremely limited. Heavy weaponry is effective, but it does not pose a fatal threat to zombies. Zombies have an incredibly strong vitality. As long as they are not turned into mush, they can still launch attacks. And once heavy firepower is approached, there is only the fate of death, with no other choice. The battle in Magic City has been ongoing. With the vast population of Magic City, the number of zombies continues to increase, sending chills down the spines of the soldiers. After 7 days and nights, the battle for Magic City came to an end. Magic City officially announced that it had been overrun by zombies. The fall of Magic City, one of the 2 largest cities in the country, signifies that under the global zombie crisis, Huagua can no longer remain aloof. In the northwest of Huagua, high walls began to be constructed as a stronghold against the zombies. After the fall of Magic City, zombies began to spread from it to surrounding cities. More and more cities started to show signs of zombies. A month later, on the outskirts of Qingcheng, a trembling zombie appeared on a country path. A simulated scene emerged. After Ling reported the appearance of zombies in Qingcheng to Jiang Chen, he walked into a room in the villa and put on a sci-fi-styled silver helmet. This was a virtual reality helmet just created by Ling. Once wearing this helmet, Jiang Chen could control the movements of a robot in reality as if he were operating a character in a game. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and before him was the view seen by the robot. On the country path, a middle-aged man had mutated into a zombie and was unsteadily walking towards him. However, the zombie was not alone. On the zombie's back was a babbling baby. Upon closer inspection, there was a bag of rotten flesh hanging from a wooden stick in front of the middle-aged man zombie. Jiang Chen controlled the robot to walk up to the zombie. He lifted the baby from the zombie's back, checked for any wounds, and found no signs of infection from the zombie virus. In the baby's swaddling, Jiang Chen saw a hastily written note. I have been infected with the zombie virus, but my daughter has just been born. She cannot be infected by me. I am a father, and I promised her deceased mother to protect her well. So, I hung the rotten flesh in front of me, hoping the zombie's instincts would lead my daughter to escape. When you read this letter, I have already mutated into a zombie, so please, kill me and save my daughter. Jiang Chen stood in front of this zombie father, silent for a long time. In the midst of the zombie apocalypse, too many tragic lives have been lost. This is not the first, and it will definitely not be the last. While Jiang Chen remained silent, the military, having received the news, also arrived. The leader was still that major captain. Seeing the robot Jiang Chen holding the baby, the major captain couldn't help but ask curiously. Jiang Chen did not respond but handed the note to the major captain. After reading it, the major captain sighed deeply, a great father. Jiang Chen raised his left hand, and the robot's palm revealed a gun chamber, pressing it against the back of the zombie father's head. Bang! The diamond crystal on the back of the zombie father's head shattered, and he fell to the ground. Jiang Chen gave him a swift end. Find a place to give him a proper burial. As for this baby, I leave her to you. Jiang Chen handed the baby to the major captain. The major captain nodded, his expression serious. This is the first appearance of zombies in Qingcheng in the past month. It seems we are not safe here either. Jiang Chen spoke, it's only a matter of time. How is the evacuation of the citizens going? We've just evacuated half. Since zombies could appear anywhere in the country, we have halted trains and buses, and now all evacuations are being done by plane, which is very slow. How long until the complete evacuation? According to our estimates, we need at least another 2 to 3 months. It's too late. At most, we have half a month before a large number of zombies will arrive in Xinjiang. Half a month. This was the result of Mio's extensive data calculations. I will report to the commander, Mr. Ing, and I hope your robot army can buy us more time. Mr. Ing, this was a code name that Zhang Chen had given to the Chinese military. Zhang Chen nodded. With your help, the number of robots has already reached nearly 1 million, enough to match the zombie horde. A zombie appeared on the outskirts of Xinjiang, casting a shadow over all of your hearts. Time became increasingly urgent. Planes were almost constantly shuttling between the airport and the Chinese military's rear refuge base, day and night. Half a month later, just as you predicted, a large number of zombies, led by several zombie lords, intended to invade Xinjiang from the neighboring city of Quanchang. Having long noticed the zombies' movements, you immediately arranged for the robot army to engage. In combat against zombies, robots have many advantages over ordinary humans. The most obvious point is that there is no worry about the zombie horde sustaining itself by spreading the zombie virus, increasing their numbers. When faced with zombies, even if a zombie bites and breaks its teeth, it cannot turn a robot into a zombie. A simulated scene emerged. Zhang Chen controlled a robot, standing at the forefront of the robot army. The remaining robots were all controlled by Mio alone. In front of them was a dense, surging horde of zombies. Both sides were devoid of independent consciousness. So there were no pre-battle speeches, they just went straight into battle. Zhang Chen operated as if playing a wargame, controlling a robot to fight against the zombies on the battlefield. Due to the lack of advanced technology and weapons in this simulation world compared to the last, a single war robot could only match a single zombie lord in combat power. After more than an hour of fighting, at the cost of several hundred robots, the first wave of nearly 10,000 attacking zombies was completely eliminated by you. But the next day, the second wave of zombies followed. Another fierce battle ensued. Without the appearance of a zombie overlord, the robot army was still able to handle the horde led only by zombie lords. In the following days, several waves of zombies attacked Xinjiang day and night from different directions. While the human army was already exhausted, for the robots, who also did not know fatigue, it was completely not a problem. The waves of zombie attacks were all blocked by your robot army, buying precious time for the evacuation of Xinjiang's citizens. However, your robot army also suffered significant losses in each battle. Before the zombie apocalypse, you had manufactured 500,000 robots. Later, after the outbreak of the zombie virus, with the help of the military station in Xinjiang, you produced another 500,000, totaling 1 million robots. During this time, after several battles, the number of robots had sharply decreased to half, leaving only 500,000. Now, in the surrounding cities of Xinjiang, there were large numbers of zombies, and road traffic was almost completely paralyzed, making it impossible to transport materials for robot production. The robots under your command could only dwindle in number with each battle. A few days later, the zombies from the surrounding cities had gathered nearly 1 million to attack Xinjiang. You won this battle. But the cost is high, the robots are heavily damaged, with less than 200,000 remaining. A simulated image appeared. Zhang Chen conveyed the current situation to the major team leader. After listening, the major remained silent for a long time. The evacuation plan for Qing City had just completed 3/4. There were still nearly 2 to 3 million people who had not evacuated. However, Zhang Chen informed the major that with the current strength of the robot army, they could at most withstand one large-scale attack from the zombie horde. After that, the defense line would be breached. Now, it was almost impossible for all the citizens of Qing City to evacuate. Choices had to be made. The major relayed Zhang Chen's words to the higher-ups and the top leaders of Qing City. The three of them also fell silent for a long time, instinctively pulling out cigarettes and smoking one after another. Amidst the smoke, they struggled to make a decision. Mr. Shadow, how much longer can we hold out at most? 3 days. What if we join in? What do you mean? We have 100,000 soldiers stationed in Qing City. We will all step onto the battlefield to stop the zombies from entering Qing City. Have you made your decision? You must know that the combat power difference between ordinary human soldiers and zombies is enormous. Going to the battlefield is no different from going to die. If you withdraw now, 3 days is enough for all 100,000 of you to retreat to the safe rear of Huagua. Stepping onto the battlefield is our mission as soldiers. Dying on the battlefield is our honor. We have decided to give up evacuation and let the hope of survival be given to more citizens. The major's voice was firm and powerful. Mr. Shadow, if we add our 100,000 Huagua soldiers, how much longer can we hold out at most? After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Chen replied, at most 5 days. The major nodded. 5 days is enough for more citizens to evacuate to safety. Jiang Chen asked, sacrificing your 100,000 men can only buy 2 more days for the citizens of Qing City to evacuate. Do you think it's worth it? The major replied, it's worth it. Even if the sacrifice of our 100,000 people only allows 1 more citizen to evacuate, it is still worth it. With that, Jiang Chen no longer tried to dissuade them. Everyone has their own choices, and Jiang Chen could not change that. In 5 days, how many citizens can we still evacuate? Jiang Chen asked. About 1 million, the major answered. What about the remaining 100 million people? Jiang Chen frowned. After a long silence, the major spoke in a hoarse voice. We have counted that among the more than 2 million still in Qing City, there are 1 million under 50 and 1 million over 50. We plan to give up the 1 million over 50. This decision was extremely difficult and conflicted for the major to express. But in the end, he said it. Save half the people, abandon half the people. This choice was incredibly cruel, but it had to be made. Jiang Chen asked, how do you plan to explain this to the citizens? The major replied, we will tell the citizens the truth. As for whether they understand or not, we accept it. If they want to hate, let them hate us. You and the major ended the call. That night, the top leader of Qing City announced this decision to the 2 million citizens of Qing City who had not yet evacuated through television and radio. 1 million citizens under 50 will evacuate first, followed by the remaining 1 million citizens over 50. Although it was not explicitly stated, the implication was clear. The 1 million elderly over 50 would be abandoned and would be buried in this city once the zombie army surged in. In Qing City, countless elderly people fell silent for a long time after hearing this decision. There was no anger or chaos as expected. The abandoned elderly simply comforted their weeping descendants in silence. Most of them were born in the 1980s and 1990s, a time when the country was already on the path to prosperity and strength, no longer having to endure hunger and cold like their forebears. They enjoyed universal compulsory education and experienced the conveniences brought by the internet. The country had invested much in them, and now, in the face of the zombie apocalypse, it was their turn to give back. So, in the city, as the elderly watched their children board the planes that represented hope for survival, they quietly sat on their balconies, savoring the last beautiful sights of the sunset. Meanwhile, 3 days later, the zombies seemed to be determined to take over Qing City, with nearly all the zombies from the province converging on it. A simulated scene emerged. The major captain led over 10,000 soldiers stationed in the northern part of Qing City to fend off the zombie army from Yanhai City. The robots controlled by Jiang Chen also appeared here. The zombie army is coming, Jiang Chen said, relaying the surveillance footage sent back by Ling. The major captain's gaze sharpened instantly. How many are there? About 100,000, but there are quite a few zombie lords among them, nearly 1,000, Jiang Chen replied slowly. We have about 10,000 robots here. We will take the main offensive while you provide cover. Be careful not to get bitten by the zombies, or even the gods can't save you. The major captain nodded, but Jiang Chen was unsure if he was really listening. A few minutes later, an endless sea of zombies appeared in everyone's sight. The small legion of 10,000 robots charged out first, engaging in close combat with the zombies. The ordinary soldiers led by the major captain, as arranged, hid behind and fired cold shots at the zombies. 100,000 zombies was no small number. Even if it were 100,000 pigs, it would take a while to kill them, let alone 100,000 tough-skinned, thick-fleshed zombies. The battlefield became tense in an instant. However, through Ling's reports, Jiang Chen learned that more zombies were gathering not far away. But on their side, the 200,000 robots and 100,000 soldiers were all stationed in various locations throughout Qing City, and there would be no further reinforcements. The battle continued from the early morning until the deep night. In the center of the battlefield, the severed limbs and broken parts of the robots piled up into a small mountain. Although many zombies were killed, the number of zombies coming from all directions was even greater. The combat effectiveness of the zombie army had not diminished much. In contrast, Jiang Chen's side saw the number of robots drop from over 10,000 to less than 3,000. The defensive line formed by the robot army was on the verge of collapse. It was clear that the zombie army, led by several zombie lords, was about to break through the robot defenses. At that moment, the human soldiers who had been engaging the zombies from a distance rushed forward to fill the gaps in the defense line. However, the price they paid was also heavy. In the eyes of the zombies, human flesh was as fragile as paper. Just a single frontal clash with the zombies resulted in nearly half of the human soldiers being lost. The major captain watched as his comrades fell one by one under the zombies' hands, gradually becoming enraged. He roared and charged forward, wielding a Mitsubishi military dagger, engaging in close combat with several zombies. The major captain's combat prowess was exceptionally high. One of the important reasons he was awarded the rank of major at such a young age was that he had won several national military competition championships. He used a Mitsubishi military dagger, stabbing accurately into the back of the zombie's head, reaping the lives of the undead. But you were still at a disadvantage. Until soldiers from Huagua, determined to die, charged into the horde with bombs, detonating themselves and taking the zombies with them, your disadvantage was only slightly mitigated. The next day, a ray of dawn illuminated the blood-soaked battlefield. In one corner of the battlefield, a squad of Huagua soldiers led by a major was expressionlessly gnawing on compressed biscuits to replenish their energy. After a grueling 20-hour battle, by 4 o'clock that morning, nearly 300,000 attacking zombies had been completely slaughtered. But the cost on your side was devastating. Out of 10,000 robots, fewer than 100 remained. Your controlled robots had been torn apart multiple times during the fight, and you could no longer count how many times the current robot bodies had been replaced. On the human soldier side, only a 20-man squad led by the major remained. On the desolate hill, the remaining 20 soldiers closed their eyes to rest briefly. A day and night of fighting had left everyone exhausted. They were not robots, they were flesh and blood, capable of hunger, fatigue, pain, and death. Time passed slowly, minute by minute, until that evening. As night fell, standing at the top of the hill, one could see the distant lights of Qing City. Most of the human population had evacuated the city, leaving only the elderly over 50. Thud, thud, thud. The ground began to tremble slightly. Not far away, tens of thousands of zombies were gathering and charging forward. The 20 or so soldiers led by the major stood up, looking at the approaching horde with a resolute determination to die. Follow me, charge. The major's voice was strong and commanding. Over 20 humans, in the face of tens of thousands of zombies, felt so small and powerless. Yet, they still charged forward without hesitation. Zhang Chen also controlled the remaining 100 robots, plunging into the zombie horde. The battle was almost one-sided. Tens of thousands of zombies easily tore through your defenses. Soldiers were overwhelmed by the zombie army. The major engaged in close combat with a zombie lord, and after exhausting all his strength to stab the dagger into the zombie lord's skull, he himself was pierced through the chest by the dying zombie lord's claws, quickly losing his life. The major perished along with the zombie lord. On your side, your consciousness shifted to the last robot after the previous one was torn apart by zombies. But before you could kill a few zombies with this new body, a zombie lord kicked your head off. The screen in front of you went black, and you were forcibly logged out. Thus, the northern defense line of Qing City was completely shattered. Although you fought to the last soldier, you still could not stop the overwhelming assault of the massive zombie army. It wasn't just the northern defense line of Qing City. The situation on the battlefields of the other directions was similar to yours. All were in a state of great disadvantage and on the brink of collapse. That night, aside from the northern defense line, the 8 other constructed defense lines in the west, south, northeast, and southwest, after holding out for 5 days, ultimately fell. The robot army and human forces were completely annihilated. The remaining over 1 million people in Qing City were utterly exposed to the fangs of the zombies, with no resistance whatsoever. 3 days later, over 1 million people were nearly slaughtered by the zombies. Only a few humans have managed to survive by hiding in shelters. A simulated scene appears. Zhang Chen walks out of the villa, looking at the desolate intersection where a few zombies, mutated from the elderly, wander aimlessly. He lets out a soft sigh. The once prosperous Qing City now has very few living people left. Zhang Chen casually finds a sports car on the road, forcefully opens the door, and sits inside. Ling, help me plan a route out of the city with the fewest zombies. Zhang Chen speaks. Ling, route planning. Route planning successful, master. Your intelligent voice assistant Ling will navigate for you. Ling, at the upcoming intersection, turn left, go straight on the green light, but there is a zombie crossing the road on the sidewalk. I suggest you run it over. Zhang Chen. Under Ling's navigation, Zhang Chen successfully leaves Qing City. Although many zombies notice him during the process, under the effect of his forced 50-50 ability, those zombies cannot break through Zhang Chen's defenses. In the end, even a zombie lord comes over, biting hard on Zhang Chen's neck. As a result, it bites down, and Zhang Chen's neck is completely fine, while the zombie lord's teeth hurt painfully. Zhang Chen kicks the zombie lord off him. The zombie lord, having gained a bit of wisdom, sees that it cannot do anything to Zhang Chen, gives him a resentful glance while holding its jaw, and then leaves with a group of zombies in defeat. Half a month later, after many twists and turns, you arrive at the rear of northwest China. Here, you contact the Chinese military and directly introduce yourself. As Mr. Shadow, who possesses combat robot technology, you are one of the key figures of interest to the Chinese military, a well-known presence. They have also learned about the situation in Qing City. They originally thought that you had been buried there along with the city after it was overrun by the zombie army. They did not expect you to appear here. A simulated scene appears. In a conference room, senior officials of the Chinese military hold a meeting. Jiang Chen controls a robot to attend the meeting. During the meeting, Jiang Chen proposes to donate the combat robot technology to the country free of charge. The military officials present all show joy on their faces. They have already felt the immense advantage of combat robots in fighting against the zombie army from the videos sent back by the Qing City military. However, although Jiang Chen agreed to provide the Chinese military with the technology for combat robots, it does not include the Ling artificial intelligence control system. Logically, the technology for Ling should not exist in this era. Jiang Chen forcibly brought it back from the simulated world of the last technological explosion. It can be said that in this era, Ling is an invincible existence. There is no technology that can counter Ling. Once the manufacturing technology of Ling is open to the Chinese military, Jiang Chen is very worried that this technology could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. It would be quite ridiculous if, after the zombie crisis is resolved, a crisis of intelligent machines arises. Therefore, the technology of Ling can only be mastered by Jiang Chen alone. Jiang Chen gives the Chinese military two options. One is for the military to be responsible for manufacturing the robots, and once completed, all would be handed over to Jiang Chen, who would then have Ling control them uniformly. This proposal is, of course, rejected. If they did that, it would be like working for free, and if Jiang Chen ever had ulterior motives and thought of dominating the world, wouldn't they be aiding the enemy? Thus, Jiang Chen proposes a second option. That is to produce virtual game helmets that can control combat robots like Jiang Chen did before, which would then be worn by Chinese soldiers. In this way, the robot army would be uniformly controlled by Ling, turning it into individual soldiers controlling them separately. Two proposals, and the Chinese military did not hesitate, directly choosing the latter, quickly initiating the production of robots and virtual game helmets. Robots were produced one after another on the assembly line. At the same time, each robot was paired with a virtual game helmet. As long as the soldiers wore the virtual game helmets, they could control the robot's every move remotely, just like before, lying in bed. It was almost a national effort. 1 million robots were manufactured in a very short time. After distributing 1 million virtual game helmets to the soldiers, the Chinese military immediately arranged for 1 million war robots to be deployed to the battlefield. The individual combat power of the war robots goes without saying. In terms of overall combat effectiveness, although it couldn't be as seamless and intuitive as with Mio, after all, the robots were controlled by a human, and there was a time lag between command and execution. It couldn't achieve the same unity as Mio, or a legion of robots functioned as a whole. But it was enough. The operators of the robots were Chinese soldiers, and following orders and obeying commands was ingrained in their instincts. It was not difficult for them to comply with unified command from their superiors. Just like in the last simulated world, once the army of robots was deployed to the front lines, the human side's decline was alleviated. Next came the long, drawn-out stalemate. 4 years later, in 2047, the battle between humans and zombies was still in a stalemate. During these 4 years, under the tireless efforts of many scientists in China, the war robots underwent several upgrades, evolving from version 1.0 to version 5.0. However, in terms of combat power, they still couldn't compare to the robots equipped with cutting-edge technology in the last simulated world. Moreover, the zombies were also evolving, and the number of zombie lords had been steadily increasing over the years. On the front lines, China, with its army of war robots, could only say it was not at a disadvantage. As for having the upper hand, that would only be possible if the zombies did not evolve and the robots underwent 5 or 6 more iterations. But did humanity really have that much time? Soon, the zombies provided an answer. The zombie overlord appeared. Even though psychological preparations had been made in advance for the Chinese military, when they actually saw the zombie overlord on the front lines, smashing several robots with a single punch, they were still left in stunned silence for a long time. Moreover, this zombie overlord was none other than the female zombie, Night Kite, who had been relentlessly hunting them in the previous simulated worlds. The simulated scene emerged. Jiang Chen was in his room, watching this scene unfold on the front lines. The footage was transmitted back from the war robot's built-in recording function. Although it seemed that all the war robots were under the control of the Chinese military, in fact, each robot's control system had been secretly implanted with a Trojan program by Mio. This not only allowed Jiang Chen to watch the frontline footage from the war robots at any time but also enabled Mio to take control at critical moments, stripping the virtual game helmet of its control authority and commanding the entire robot army. In the frontline footage, Jiang Chen saw the zombie named Night Kite violently tearing robots in half with her bare hands, causing him to wince in pain. Jiang Chen felt he should change his position. If all went well, Night Kite would soon make her way over to kill him. This time, with the forced 50-50 causal ability, Jiang Chen was certainly not afraid of Night Kite. However, he was concerned that the aftermath of their battle would affect others. The existence of a zombie overlord is so perverse that even an ordinary human would probably drop dead on the spot with just a slight touch. To avoid involving other ordinary people, you decided to move. From the relatively safe northwest rear, you moved to the southeast, the old lair of the zombies. A few days later, you drove to a small county town located in the southeast of Huagua, with a population of only over 300,000. This small county town has been completely overrun by zombies. You wandered the streets for several days without seeing a single living person. However, in a pet shop by the street, you found a nearly starving Siberian husky. You took some food from the nearby mall and saved this husky. A person and a dog settled in a 3-story villa. From time to time, zombies would disturb you, but you kicked them all out of the yard. Especially after the few zombie lords in the small county town tried to confront you several times and found no way to deal with you, they gradually stopped bothering you. And so, a month later, Night Kite led a small team of zombies to this small county town. A simulated scene appeared. Jiang Chen saw Night Kite and the zombies approaching his villa through the road surveillance cameras and couldn't help but smile wryly. So you really are chasing me relentlessly, huh? But this time, I won't be afraid of you. In the previous encounters, the power gap between Jiang Chen and Night Kite was too great. He would die almost instantly upon contact. This time, with his forcibly balanced abilities, Jiang Chen was no longer afraid of her. Without waiting for Night Kite to come knocking, Jiang Chen directly opened the villa's front door, standing on the road, waiting for Night Kite's arrival. A few minutes later, Night Kite's figure appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. At this moment, in her zombie overlord form, Night Kite was not as confused as she would be in her later zombie king form. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, it was as if she had spotted prey, and she rushed forward, wanting to slap Jiang Chen to death. Night Kite's palm landed on Jiang Chen's head, but the imagined scene of his head exploding did not occur. Jiang Chen's head was perfectly fine. He even had time to take out his phone and snap a few pictures of Night Kite. Seeing that Jiang Chen was unharmed, Night Kite tilted her head, her small head filled with great confusion. Then, not believing in evil, Night Kite heavily slapped Jiang Chen's head again with her small hand. Jiang Chen still felt nothing. Seeing that her hand was ineffective, Night Kite clenched her fists and began to punch Jiang Chen's chest repeatedly. Each punch from Night Kite was strong enough to kill an elephant, but to Jiang Chen, it felt like a tickle. Anyone unaware would think Night Kite was Jiang Chen's girlfriend, playfully teasing him. Not satisfied with using her hands, Night Kite switched to using her mouth. She opened her mouth and began to bite Jiang Chen with her little canine teeth. However, she could only tear his clothes and couldn't break Jiang Chen's skin at all. Hey, don't bite my mouth. This is my first kiss at the age of 44. Hey, what do you mean by squatting down? Besides a few sensitive areas, Night Kite practically gnawed all over Jiang Chen's body. Seeing that Jiang Chen remained unscathed, Night Kite, in frustration, plopped down on the ground. Pouting her cheeks, she stared at Jiang Chen with her peach blossom eyes, unblinking. Jiang Chen felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and turned to head into the villa to change clothes. His clothes had already been torn to shreds by Night Kite. Jiang Chen didn't want to be seen as a pervert by the other zombies in this city. However, just as Jiang Chen turned around, Night Kite stood up from the ground and followed him into the villa. Realizing that the little tail was behind him, Jiang Chen quickened his pace, entered the villa before Night Kite, and closed the iron door behind him. But, in the next second, boom, crack, a hole was directly pierced through the iron door by Night Kite's small hand. Almost effortlessly, the several hundred-pound iron door of the villa was dismantled by Night Kite and then thrown into the yard. Jiang Chen. There was no other way. The forcibly balanced ability, while ensuring he wouldn't be killed by Night Kite, also meant Jiang Chen couldn't kill her either. He worried that if he didn't let this big sister in, Night Kite could just tear down the entire villa. You politely invited Night Kite into the villa's hall, letting her sit on the soft sofa in the hall. You even thoughtfully poured her a cup of hot milk. But Night Kite clearly didn't appreciate it. When you reached out to hand her the hot milk, she grabbed your arm and bit you. Seeing that you were still unfazed, she turned away, her small body curling up on the sofa in a huff. You can't chase her away, and you can't kill her. While Night Kite had you at her mercy, you were also helpless against her. A month later, Night Kite was still staying in your villa, not leaving. However, you gradually began to get used to her presence. This big sister, aside from occasionally biting you day and night, spent the rest of her time sitting on the sofa, quietly staring into space. Sleepless, without eating or drinking, you had no idea what she was thinking about. A simulated scene emerged. In the villa's living room, Jiang Chen was indulging in a plate of fried chicken. This fried chicken manufacturer really has a sense of humor, shaping all the fried chicken like basketballs. I wonder who they're paying tribute to, but to be fair, it does taste pretty good. After filling his stomach, Jiang Chen put on a backpack and prepared to go out. As usual, the moment Jiang Chen stepped out of the villa's main door, Night Kite, who had been in a daze, stood up from the sofa and followed him. During this time, wherever Jiang Chen went, Night Kite followed. Jiang Chen had never left her line of sight. This time, just like before, as soon as Jiang Chen stepped out, Night Kite followed, like a pesky little shadow. But it was just what Jiang Chen wanted. This time, his actions needed Night Kite's help. Following the navigation route provided by Mio, Jiang Chen made his way to the nearest power plant to the villa. The battery power in the villa was about to run out. Jiang Chen needed to get some electricity. Opening the gate of the power plant, he could see several zombies aimlessly wandering in the yard. Judging by their work uniforms, they were all employees of the power plant. When the zombies saw Jiang Chen enter, they were about to rush at him and tear him apart. But the next second, Night Kite slowly walked in behind Jiang Chen. Sensing Night Kite's terrifying aura of superiority, the zombies instinctively stopped in their tracks, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Come on, Night Kite, bite me. Jiang Chen actively extended his arm towards her. Night Kite didn't understand Jiang Chen's intention but still bit down hard on his arm. The forcibly balanced ability activated. You gained the balanced strength with Night Kite. Looking at the ordinary zombies in the power plant, you took out a few ropes from your backpack and grinned devilishly. The power generation principle of the power plant was too complex. You didn't understand it and didn't need to understand it. You just planned to create a simple version of a human-powered generator. And as zombies that didn't need to eat, drink, or rest, they were naturally the best choice for labor. This way, you wouldn't have to pay wages, wouldn't have to provide meals, and could have laborers working 24 hours a day, which was a dream come true for many capitalists. Thus, after dismantling a simple human-powered generator from the power plant, you tied up 8 zombies with ropes and returned to the villa. Half a day later, the zombie-powered generator was officially assembled and put into use. With these few zombies around, there was no need to worry about the power supply in the villa. Days passed slowly like this. In the small county town filled with zombies, your life was more leisurely than ever before. Every day, you sipped tea, watched dramas, lounged in a chair in the yard watching the sunrise and sunset, and played with the husky basking in the sun at your feet, stepping into a premature retirement. However, the zombie night owl that occasionally took a bite out of you seemed quite out of place in this scene. A simulated image appeared. Sister, next time you bite, could you please bite my arm or leg instead? This is the designer pajamas I painstakingly found at the mall, and now I can't wear them because of your bite. After waking up, Jiang Chen saw a hole bitten into the middle of his pajama pants and helplessly complained to the night owl. But the night owl completely ignored Jiang Chen's words, sitting obediently on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought. In 2048, after spending a year in this small county town, you decided to explore other places. Your first half of life had been too rushed, and now that you had time, you planned to appreciate the beautiful scenery of various places. Thus, you, one person, one dog, and of course the zombie night owl, this incredibly strange combination, set off on a journey to various destinations. Another 5 years passed, and it was now 2053. On the front lines of the battlefield, humans and zombies remained in a stalemate. The war robots had been updated to version 10.0. The combat power of the 10.0 version war robots was more than 10 times that of the 1.0 version robots. Although they still couldn't match the zombie overlords in a contest of strength, if there were enough of them, they could slightly fend off the attacks of the zombie overlords. However, although the front lines remained in a stalemate, over the years, the number of humans mutated into zombies due to infection from the zombie virus had gradually decreased, as the fighting had been done by these metal clumps known as robots. The rate of zombie replenishment was far outpaced by the rate of their deaths. In Huagua, it seemed that the dawn of victory over the zombies was in sight. And just then, the date turned to November 1st, 2053, the day when the blood moon descended in the last simulation world. Upon seeing the time in the simulated world was November 1st, 2053, Jiang Chen chose to use the immersive simulation experience card. His vision blurred for a moment. Jiang Chen appeared in the simulated world. "Mio, what time is it now?" "Master, it is 5 p.m. on November 1st, 2053. 5 p.m. If Jiang Chen remembered correctly, the last simulation indicated that the blood moon would descend at midnight tonight. There were still 7 hours left. Every minute and second of the 24-hour immersive simulation experience was precious, and Jiang Chen did not intend to waste it. He glanced down at the night owl squatting beside him, staring wide-eyed at the husky, and called out to Mio again. "Mio, project your code in front of me." A dense stream of code appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes. As the top-tier self-aware artificial intelligence product, Mio's code was beyond what could be described as vast. Roughly calculated, Mio's code consisted of billions of lines. Just reading through it line by line would likely take years to complete, not to mention memorizing it. It would probably take several generations to finish this monumental task. However, Jiang Chen also had his own advantages. Summoning the simulator, Jiang Chen chose to exchange for a memory capsule, one-time use. This memory capsule would grant Jiang Chen the ability to remember everything he saw for 2 hours. For 2 hours, at Jiang Chen's speed of reading 10 lines at a glance, he managed to memorize quite a bit of Ling's code. This way, when the next simulation world arrives, Ling's appearance will be even earlier than this time. Jiang Chen took a memory capsule, putting his brain into an overclocked state, activating the activity of his brain cells. Just as the simulator described, Jiang Chen truly achieved photographic memory. With a single glance, all the content in the code was etched into Jiang Chen's mind. 2 hours. Time passed quickly. When Jiang Chen emerged from the overclocked state, he had memorized a full 30 to 40,000 lines of code. This time, Jiang Chen focused on the part of Ling's intelligent growth module code. In the real world, Ling only possessed 2 functional modules, intelligent chat and intelligent learning. Although the intelligent learning module allowed Ling to learn and integrate specialized knowledge from various fields, it also determined Ling's limitations. Take computer skills, for example. Even if Ling thoroughly understood all the professional books on computers in the world, her level would still be confined to those books, only reaching the height of the world's top computer experts. There would be no way to advance further from that foundation. But with the intelligent growth module, Ling was different. She could stand on the shoulders of giants, continuously innovating and progressing, developing new, faster, and more efficient programming methods, code logic, and so on. This had no limits. It was certain that after acquiring the intelligent growth module, Ling's speed in self-completing code would greatly increase. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen hadn't memorized all the code for the intelligent growth module. He was still missing a part. The time limit for the memory capsule had passed. Continuing to rely on his ordinary memory to cram was simply too inefficient. Jiang Chen decisively gave up. He then had Ling pull up the lottery winning numbers and various competition results from around 2023, preparing to use this information to make a fortune when he returned. The last time he used the immersive simulation experience card, he had been too focused on memorizing Ling's code and the diagrams of controllable nuclear fusion devices, which led to this simulation requiring him to frantically make money in the early stages. Next time, Jiang Chen planned to use the lottery and sports betting to quickly accumulate initial assets. He hoped nothing unexpected would happen. Jiang Chen memorized a long string of lottery numbers and sports results, his head feeling dizzy. He checked the time. There were still more than 2 hours until the blood moon descended. On the desolate country road, Jiang Chen looked up at the moon in the sky. Today happened to be the 16th day of the lunar calendar, and a full moon hung high in the pitch-black night sky. Jiang Chen scrutinized the moon for a long time but found no difference from previous moons. If he couldn't understand it, he decided not to think about it for now. Jiang Chen separated the night kite and the hound that were staring at each other and, under the cover of darkness, assessed the direction before walking towards one way. Jiang Chen was on his way to the main urban area of Qing City. Calculating, it had been nearly 10 years since the city was overrun by zombies, and Jiang Chen had been away from this city for almost a decade. In 10 years, with the absence of human activity, the urban area of Qing City was almost covered by green vegetation. Yet, the tall buildings still stood firm around the city. Jiang Chen came to Qing City for 2 reasons. One was to revisit the place, and the other was to get closer to the zombies, to observe the changes in them after the blood moon descended. Although a night kite following Jiang Chen was a zombie, one zombie was too few a sample size. Jiang Chen wanted to observe more zombies and their changes after the blood moon's arrival. There were quite a number of zombies in Qing City. At that time, although only 1 million humans had been abandoned here, mutated into zombies, over the past decade, many zombies had migrated from other cities, making this city still worthy of being called a zombie metropolis. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped into the main urban area, he hadn't walked far when he encountered a squad of hundreds of zombies. "You are the ones I've decided on, you zombie resentful types." Jiang Chen extended his arm, letting the night kite bite him. Jiang Chen gained the same zombie overlord power as the night kite. In no time, he tied up 100 zombies with nylon ropes. "You are the experimental group. You are the control group." Jiang Chen divided the 100 zombies into 2 groups, each with about 50 zombies. One group was left untreated, designated as the control group. For the other group, Jiang Chen moved a large truck over and stuffed the 50 zombies into the truck's compartment, preventing them from basking in the moonlight when the blood moon arrived. This group was designated as the experimental group. Looking at the twisted faces of the zombies crammed in the truck compartment, Jiang Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction. Now, everything was ready, just waiting for the blood moon to descend. Every second passed. At exactly midnight, under Jiang Chen's unblinking gaze, the originally bright and clear moon slowly began to be stained with a blood-red hue from the center. The blood-red color started faint but gradually deepened, until the entire moon completely transformed into a deep blood-red color. In the pitch-black night sky, a moon soaked in blood hung high. The scene was incredibly eerie and terrifying. Under the night, the moon hanging high in the sky emitted a blood-colored moonlight towards the earth. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the corner where dozens of zombies, bound by ropes, curled up and trembled. The blood-colored light shone upon the zombies. It seemed to contain some kind of energy, as the blood moonlight was absorbed into the zombies' bodies, and the bodies of the zombies gradually became stronger. Some scrawny zombies, as if injected with hormones, were now muscular. The already stronger zombies had their bodies swell several times, evolving into something akin to humanoid beasts. Ordinary nylon ropes could no longer restrain the movements of this group of zombies. With a single effort, the zombies broke free from the nylon ropes. However, Jiang Chen had long been prepared. As the zombies broke the nylon ropes and surrounded Jiang Chen, intending to take revenge, Jiang Chen quietly pulled out a steel wire rope from his backpack. A few dozen seconds later, dozens of zombies were once again tossed aside by Jiang Chen like garbage, thrown into the corner. At the same time, the dozens of zombies stuffed into the truck also broke free from the nylon ropes, tearing through the metal of the truck compartment and rushing out. It seems that whether or not they evolve and whether they are directly exposed to the blood moon is not directly related. Jiang Chen sighed softly upon seeing the same swollen bodies of the zombies, clearly indicating they had completed their evolution. If blocking the moonlight of the blood moon could prevent the zombies from evolving, Jiang Chen had planned to create artificial clouds next time to cover the moonlight. But it seemed that this plan was doomed before it even began. As before, Jiang Chen tied up the zombies that had escaped from the truck with the steel wire rope and stuffed them back into the truck compartment. Then, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the night kite. Unlike the ordinary zombies that had completed their evolution early under the blood moon, the night kite's evolution took an exceptionally long time. The blood-colored moonlight enveloped the night kite like a tangible mist, adding a touch of enchanting beauty to her. One could clearly feel the pressure emanating from the night kite gradually rising. That was the aura of a high-level zombie, a unique presence of superiority. Jiang Chen, however, felt nothing. However, the dozens of zombies tied up by Jiang Chen nearby couldn't take it anymore, each one howling in madness, displaying immense pain. After more than an hour, the blood-red mist around Yi Yuan dissipated, completing its evolution. It transformed from a zombie overlord into a zombie king. Just after evolving into a zombie king, Yi Yuan suddenly opened her tightly shut eyes. Perhaps due to just leveling up, she couldn't control her aura, and Jiang Chen saw that under Yi Yuan's gaze, the heads of the nearby zombies exploded one after another like balloons. Jiang Chen, truly the zombie king, terrifying indeed. Jiang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. A single glance caused the zombies to explode on the spot. Is this something humans can defeat? The evolved zombie king already possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, but the zombie king Yi Yuan in front of him seemed somewhat dim-witted. Yi Yuan blinked her eyes, looking at Jiang Chen in confusion. Who are you? Who am I? Forgetting her own name, how is that possible? Jiang Chen wanted to understand the existence of a zombie king, so he didn't mind chatting more with Yi Yuan. My name is Jiang Chen, and your name is Yi Yuan. My name is Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan remembers. Yi Yuan nodded her small head and suddenly teleported right in front of Jiang Chen. I don't know why, but right now, I really want to bite you. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Chen to agree or disagree, she bit down with her small fangs on Jiang Chen's neck. Even for a powerful zombie king like Yi Yuan, biting Jiang Chen's neck only left a strawberry mark. Why? Didn't you die? Yi Yuan asked in confusion, not understanding. Because we are comrades fighting side by side, and we are childhood friends. You wouldn't want to kill me, Jiang Chen tried to entice the simple-minded zombie king Yi Yuan. You are lying. I don't remember you in my memories. You are not my friend. Yi Yuan spoke slowly. No, I really am your friend. Do you remember when we were kids, I planned to give the chickens at Aunt Wang's house next door a laxative, but they ended up eating it by mistake, and the whole family competed in the bathhouse to see who could spray the farthest? Jiang Chen spoke without a hint of shame, his tone incredibly sincere as he continued. Seeing your confused expression, you must have forgotten. It's okay, as your childhood friend, I will definitely help you regain your memories. Yi Yuan's small head was genuinely swayed by Jiang Chen. You really are my friend? Absolutely, more certain than my lifelong enmity with gambling and drugs. Then why are you not a zombie? I can sense a human aura from you. This is a long story. It was on a snowy night when a dying old man collapsed at my door. Jiang Chen spent half an hour weaving a tragic tale that could move anyone to tears. In short, he set himself up as an undercover agent hidden among humans, plotting a grand plan to annihilate all of humanity. I misunderstood you, Yi Yuan apologized to Jiang Chen, but then looked at him eagerly. Can I bite you again? It feels really good. Jiang Chen naturally didn't refuse and actively extended his arm in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan bit down on Jiang Chen's arm, a satisfied expression appearing on her small face. Alright, let's go, we'll take a stroll in the city. Jiang Chen wiped off the saliva from his arm and planned to take Yi Yuan to explore the inner city of Qing City. So many years have passed, he wondered how the villa he once lived in was doing now. On the zombie-infested streets, a person, a zombie, and a dog walked leisurely. With the zombie king Yi Yuan present, the zombies on the street all shrank back in fear, actively making way for Jiang Chen and his group, creating a wide path. Just as Jiang Chen was about to enter a supermarket called Dai Run Fa to see if there were any canned goods left, a girl's delicate voice suddenly called out from behind him. Hey, you there, uncle in front, stop. Jiang Chen turned in surprise. A girl dressed in a red outfit, her ponytail tied high at the back of her head, holding a red tassel spear, with a spirited look in her eyes, appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. Upon seeing the girl before him, Jiang Chen instinctively exclaimed, Luo Hongi. The girl in red standing in front of Jiang Chen was none other than Luo Hongi, the Amei disciple who had spent a long time with Jiang Chen in the second simulated world. To be honest, Jiang Chen was quite astonished to see Luo Hongi here. He had thought that during the citywide evacuation 10 years ago, she had retreated with the main force to the northwest rear of Huagua. But now it seemed that not only had Luo Hongi not retreated to the rear, but she had also been infected by the zombie virus and mutated into a zombie. That's right. The one standing in front of Jiang Chen was not the human Luo Hongi, but zombie Luo Hongi. Otherwise, after 10 years, Luo Hongi could not possibly still look like a young girl, and there were the unique black spider-like patterns of a zombie on her neck. Not only that, but zombie Luo Hongi seemed to have evolved into a zombie king after the recent blood moon descended. Only a zombie king possesses intelligence comparable to that of a human and can speak. On the other side, upon hearing Jiang Chen call her Luo Hongi, the zombie girl placed her hands on her hips, clearly furious. Hey, uncle, don't call me Luo Hongi. Luo Hongi is just the original name of this body, my current name is Hongying. You need to remember that, uncle. Jiang Chen nodded, alright, Luo Hongi. Hongying, you should call me Hongying. Jiang Chen continued to nod, no problem, Luo Hongi. Hongying. Hongying stopped getting hung up on the name issue and pointed her coldly gleaming spear at Jiang Chen. Tell me, why do you, a human, treat us zombies as your subordinates? What, subordinates? Jiang Chen initially didn't grasp what Luo Hongi was saying. After a moment of confusion, he realized that the zombie subordinates she referred to were the obedient knight Yuan standing behind him. Hey, no, she's not my subordinate, she's my friend, Jiang Chen defended. Luo Hongi crossed her arms, clearly not believing Jiang Chen's explanation, and snorted coldly. I just saw you over there on the outskirts of the city, controlling nearly 100 zombies without killing them, instead playing bondage games with ropes. You perverted uncle with a zombie fetish. What? Zombie fetish? I'm not, I don't have that, don't say nonsense. Jiang Chen directly denied it 3 times. He had just bound the zombies, he only wanted to conduct a comparative experiment. However, Luo Hongi clearly wasn't listening to Jiang Chen's explanation. Holding her spear, she quickly advanced towards Jiang Chen. Perverted uncle, die. In her zombie king state, Luo Hongi was incredibly powerful. The spear in her hand thrust forward with a loud sonic boom, aimed directly at Jiang Chen. But, before Luo Hongi could reach within 10 steps of Jiang Chen, someone blocked her path. That's right, that person, oh no, that zombie was Night Yuan. Night Yuan flashed and appeared in front of Luo Hongyi. Then, the two, both at the level of zombie kings, began to engage in a fierce battle. Luo Hongyi was skilled in close combat, especially with her red tassel spear, which she wielded with exceptional mastery and great force, capable of piercing a large hole in the asphalt with a single thrust. Yi Yuan excelled in speed, her ghostly figure moving almost as if teleporting, and it seemed she could manipulate objects with her mind, directly controlling the stone stumps on the road to smash towards Luo Hongyi. The battle between the two was intense. Many shops along the road were affected by their fight, collapsing one after another. Watching the two, who resembled human tanks, Jiang Chen could only feel fortunate that the ability he had gained this time was forced equal footing. If it had been some other non-combat ability, he would have likely been dead by now. Both were zombie kings, and neither could do anything to the other. After a few minutes, they temporarily ceased fighting, both panting heavily. "Why are you protecting this human uncle?" Luo Hongyi asked, puzzled. "Jiang Chen is my friend. I want to protect him," Yi Yuan replied slowly. Luo Hongyi knew that with Yi Yuan's protection today, she definitely couldn't kill Jiang Chen, so she decided to provoke him. She shouted loudly at Jiang Chen, who was standing behind Yi Yuan. "Uncle, hiding behind a woman is no skill. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one." Yi Yuan shook her head at Jiang Chen, worriedly saying, "Don't agree. She's very strong. You can't win." In Yi Yuan's eyes, Jiang Chen was just an ordinary zombie transformed into a human. Challenging Luo Hongyi one-on-one was akin to seeking death. Jiang Chen took a step forward, moving in front of the tense and ready Yi Yuan. She smiled slightly at Luo Hongyi. "One-on-one is fine, but I think we should bet something, otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting." "Sure, what do you want to bet?" "Just say it," Luo Hongyi replied, seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to be taking the bait. She unconditionally agreed to Jiang Chen's wager to prevent him from backing out. After all, once Jiang Chen agreed to the one-on-one challenge, he was already a dead man. Luo Hongyi was now contemplating whether to stab him from above or below when the time came to kill him. Jiang Chen pondered for a few seconds before slowly speaking, "If you win, I will accept my fate and let you dispose of me as you wish, even if you want to tie me up and play bondage with zombies. But if it's a draw or I win, you will need to be my attendant for 3 years, just like Yi Yuan, okay?" Luo Hongyi didn't believe she would lose, nor did she think it would end in a draw, so she readily agreed. "Of course, I agree." "Have you finished? If you're done, let's start." Under Yi Yuan's worried gaze, Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of a master as he faced Luo Hongyi. "Alright, let's begin." Jiang Chen vs. Luo Hongyi, a one-on-one challenge. Facing Jiang Chen, Luo Hongyi showed no mercy, thrusting her spear full force towards his throat. But the next second, clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Jiang Chen, with the spear pointed at his neck, remained unscathed. Luo Hongyi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Perverted uncle, I didn't expect you to have some skill. How about this thrust?" "I have another thrust. Phantom spear technique, falling sunset spear technique, swimming dragon spear technique." "Ah, why can't I kill you?" Full of confidence, sensing something was off, belief wavering, questioning life. After going through these 4 stages, Luo Hongyi looked at Jiang Chen, who stood before her unharmed, and couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. But her inner pride wouldn't allow her to admit defeat. Luo Hongyi used all her strength to continue her frenzied assault on Jiang Chen. After more than an hour of exhausting effort, a breathless Luo Hongyi collapsed onto the ground. Jiang Chen looked down from a high vantage point at Luo Hongyi, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "So, little girl, I guess we're even now. From now on, you are my attendant. You wouldn't want the other zombies to know that you can't even defeat a human, would you?" Sitting on the ground, her head tilted back to reveal her snow-white neck, Luo Hongyi's eyes gradually filled with tears. "Whoa, uncle, you're bullying me." Luo Hongyi shed tears to gain sympathy, but it didn't soften Jiang Chen's heart. A bet is a bet. A zombie's word is as good as a horse's. Thus, despite the unwilling expression on her small face, Luo Hongyi reluctantly submitted to Jiang Chen and became his attendant. "Here, let me introduce you. This is Yi Yuan, and from now on, you should call her Sister Yi Yuan, okay?" Jiang Chen pulled Yi Yuan in front of Luo Hongyi to introduce them. "Why should I call her sister? We don't even know who's older," Luo Hongyi muttered softly. Jiang Chen tapped Luo Hongyi's little head with his finger. "Don't you have any idea who's older between you two?" Luo Hongyi glanced at Yi Yuan's ample bosom. Looking down, she could see her own toes. Luo Hongyi felt a pang of inferiority. She covered her forehead in pain and spoke pitifully, alright, I'll call her sister." Watching Luo Hongyi and Yi Yuan holding hands and whispering about something, Jiang Chen felt quite pleased to have tamed 2 zombie kings at once. You have to know, in the last simulated world, after the blood moon descended, there were only 9 zombie kings in all of Huagua, and he had managed to tame 2 of them at once. The sense of achievement was quite high. Time flew by, and it was already the afternoon of the next day. The 24-hour experience time for the Immersive Simulation Experience card had expired. Jiang Chen returned to the real world. In the dormitory, Jiang Chen, sitting in a chair, chose to continue the simulation. Now, the time he had lived in the simulated world was about the same as the last simulation. But, with the help of the forced 50-50 ability, Jiang Chen estimated that he should still be safe for a while. The simulation continued. In 2053, you are already 50 years old. You are sitting inside a high-end villa by the sea, with a few people playing cards out of boredom. Your card skills are not that great. Originally, you had decent card skills and were eager to dominate, hoping to extend the time they worked for you for free. However, under the influence of the forced 50-50 ability, your card skills dropped to the same level as theirs, and by the end of the day, it was just a tie. You gained nothing. You originally planned to wash your hands of it and stop playing cards, but the two seemed very engrossed and insisted on not letting you leave. Not just Dodiju, but also Jinhua, blackjack, and all sorts of games. The 3 of you tried every possible way to play. And just as you were immersed in playing cards, the outside world was tumultuous. After the blood moon descended, the zombies not only gained enhanced strength but also acquired the ability to lock onto human sense. Just like in the last simulation, the zombie army no longer fought fiercely against the human robot legions on the front lines but instead paid the price of many zombie deaths to breach the defensive line formed by the robot legions and directly attack the humans in the rear. You had already warned the high-ranking officials of Huagua that such a situation might arise in the future. Therefore, the high-ranking officials of Huagua were somewhat prepared for this. The tens of millions of robot legions on the front lines were not all of Huagua's assets. To guard against emergencies, Huagua had millions of robot armies stationed in the rear of the northwestern cities. The simulation scene appeared. Inside the villa, Jiang Chen watched the final battle between humans and zombies through the remote live broadcast transmitted by Ling. However, Jiang Chen's posture was somewhat unseemly. Like a scarecrow, he held his arms outstretched, while Luo Hongyi and Yi Yuan bit tightly onto his arms. After the blood moon descended, the instinct of zombies to kill humans was amplified once again. Previously, zombies would kill upon seeing humans. Now, even if they couldn't see humans, they would travel great distances, crossing mountains and rivers, just to kill them. Luo Hongyi and Yi Yuan were also zombies, and naturally, they had the desire to kill humans. However, both of them were zombie kings, with relatively high levels. They could control this desire to some extent, but holding it in for too long could lead to problems, so Jiang Chen allowed them to release some of it by biting him from time to time. After all, being bitten didn't affect him at all. Returning to the main topic. In the northwest rear of Huagua, the human stronghold had built towering walls to resist the zombie onslaught. On the walls, robot legions and human armies stood ready. Below the walls, zombie hordes from all over the country were slowly gathering. At a glance, there seemed to be no end in sight. This time, the zombies were almost all out in full force. Jiang Chen had Ling investigate, and now several major cities along the eastern coast of Huagua had almost become ghost towns. All the zombies had joined the expedition to the northwest of Huagua to exterminate humanity. Jiang Chen had Ling tally the combat power comparison between the two sides. On the Huagua side, there were a total of 15 million robot soldiers and nearly 100 million well-equipped Huagua soldiers. In the past decade, under the threat of national destruction, the number of people enlisting in the military had significantly increased. Almost one-third of Huagua males responded to the call and joined the army upon reaching adulthood. This had resulted in an extremely large military force, with even a small company having over 1,000 personnel, sometimes taking more than half an hour just to roll call. As for the zombies, the zombie army had gathered over 300 million zombies. Among them, the vast majority were ordinary zombies, totaling over 290 million. There were over 3 million zombie lords and over 100,000 zombie overlords. As for the currently highest-ranked zombie kings, because Yi Yuan and Luo Hongyi were still playing cards with Jiang Chen in the villa, only 7 of the 9 zombie kings nationwide had arrived for this great battle. Below the walls, the 7 zombie kings looked at the robot army standing on the walls with disdain. Charge with me, wipe out humanity. With the command of the 7 zombie kings, the great battle between humans and zombies officially began. The zombies formed a human wall with their bodies, frantically climbing towards the walls. Meanwhile, the humans, taking advantage of their elevated position, unleashed a barrage of firepower down upon the zombie army. This battle was an opportunity for both zombies and humans, because both sides had mobilized their entire forces. If the zombies won, the ordinary humans, stripped of the protection of war robots and armies, would be nothing more than slaughtered lambs before the zombies. If humans won, killing all 300 million zombies on this battlefield, the remaining zombies would be just a small fraction, and reclaiming the entire territory of the nation would be just around the corner. The great battle officially commenced. Due to the sheer number of combatants, the front line stretched for hundreds of kilometers. At the beginning, humans held the advantage from their elevated position, dominating the scene. Beneath the towering walls, the ground was littered with the severed limbs of zombies. However, once the 7 zombie kings joined the battlefield, the situation changed. At the zombie overlord stage, the abilities of all zombies were basically similar. Upon advancing to the zombie king level, the awakened abilities of different zombie kings varied. For example, Luo Hongyi excelled in close combat with cold weapons and strength. Night Kite excels in speed and mental manipulation. Among the 7 zombie kings on the battlefield, one has awakened the ability to control the wind. This zombie king manipulates the wind field, sending all 7 of them to the city wall. The individual combat abilities of the zombie kings are essentially the pinnacle on Earth. It is estimated that even the resurrected dinosaurs from ancient times would not be their match. The 7 zombie kings descended upon the human soldiers on the city wall like wolves among sheep, beginning a frenzied slaughter. The most formidable among them was a zombie king named Black Crow. His awakened ability is the gravitational field. Within a 5-meter radius around him, he can create a gravitational field. Within this field, Black Crow can freely manipulate the strength of gravity, but his own movements are unaffected by it. Thus, a terrifying scene unfolded on the city wall. Black Crow leisurely walked step by step along the wall. Yet, within the 5-meter radius around him, whether human soldiers or robots, all were crushed as if struck by a mountain, instantly lifeless. The strength of the zombie kings is undeniably powerful. Before long, a breach was opened in the city wall by several zombie kings. Countless ordinary zombies surged through this gap, engaging in close combat with the human army. In close combat, humans are certainly no match for zombies. After suffering great losses, the Chinese army quickly sealed the breach. However, under the unreasonable strength of the zombie kings, another gap appeared. In the villa, Jiang Chen silently watched the brutal scene on the battlefield. The power of the zombie kings was simply too overpowered. If their stamina bar were always full, Jiang Chen would have reason to believe that these 7 zombie kings could wipe out all of humanity. You didn't expect that. On just the first day of the great battle, the human side would already show signs of defeat. You decide to no longer stand by and watch. If this continues, humanity will surely fall within 3 days. You take Night Kite and Luo Hongyi, piloting a plane to the main battlefield. On the main battlefield, the high-ranking officials of the Chinese military, upon seeing the zombie kings slaughtering in the crowd, closed their eyes in sorrow. The existence of the zombie kings tilted the already unbalanced scales of war further toward the zombies. But just as despair filled everyone's faces, a plane flying in from the east caught their attention. A simulated image appeared. Watching the plane approach from afar, the zombie king Black Crow let out a sinister laugh, picking up a crushed robot and throwing it at the plane. The robot collided with the plane's wing, and it seemed disaster was imminent. Jiang Chen and the 2 women jumped from the plane, landing directly on the city wall. 1 human, and 2 of our companions, Black Crow said, stepping forward to scrutinize the strange trio of Jiang Chen. Then, Black Crow questioned Night Kite and Luo Hongyi, "Why aren't you 2 killing this human? What level are you? Do I need you to command who I kill or not?" In response to Black Crow's question, Luo Hongyi retorted without hesitation. Jiang Chen met Black Crow's aggressive gaze and slowly spoke, "Why they don't kill me is not something you need to worry about." Black Crow chuckled, "Since they are unwilling to kill you, then I won't hold back. Human, dying at my hands is also a privilege for you." Black Crow approached Jiang Chen. Just as Luo Hongyi and Night Kite were about to step forward to protect Jiang Chen, he instructed them to intercept the actions of the other zombie kings. Black Crow closed in to within 5 meters of Jiang Chen. The gravitational field activated. A smug smile appeared on Black Crow's face. But in the next second, the smile of the Black Crow froze on its face. The scene that was originally expected, where Jiang Chen was crushed into a bloody mess by gravity, did not occur. Jiang Chen stood there as if nothing had happened, arms crossed, smiling faintly at the Black Crow. Black Crow? Unwilling to accept defeat, the Black Crow maximized the gravity control. Still, it was useless. Black Crow, why is this happening? For a moment, the Black Crow even doubted whether its gravity domain ability had disappeared. Jiang Chen smiled, "Do you want to know?" The Black Crow nodded. "Jiang Chen, you shout daddy and I'll tell you." Black Crow, human, you're seeking death. The gravity domain had no effect on Jiang Chen. But the Black Crow was not limited to just gravity. In close combat, it possessed strength several times that of the zombie overlord. The Black Crow and Jiang Chen began to engage in close combat, yet still could not do anything to Jiang Chen. Under the forced 50-50 ability, the two fought to a standstill. Seeing that it couldn't kill Jiang Chen with its own abilities, the Black Crow began to call for help. After a while, aside from the two zombie kings entangled with Yi Yuan and Luo Hongyi, the other four zombie kings quickly arrived after receiving the Black Crow's plea for assistance. On the battlefield, the 5 zombie kings, including the Black Crow, launched a joint attack on you. You remain unafraid, facing 5 opponents alone. Under the effect of the forced 50-50 ability, when facing 5 zombie kings at the same time, you gain strength equal to that of the strongest zombie king. Although with the strength of only one zombie king, you are in a passive state of being beaten under the assault of 5 zombie kings. But the 5 zombie kings cannot kill you, because to do so, they must first kill themselves. In the eyes of the Chinese military, you are like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. Upon arriving on the battlefield, you restricted the 7 zombie kings that troubled everyone the most. Before you arrived, the 7 zombie kings wreaked havoc among the Chinese army like the sharp spearhead of a zombie horde. Once you arrived, the 7 zombie kings were restrained, and the human army's momentum of defeat was forcibly prolonged. The great battle continued. Some zombie kings, seeing they couldn't kill you for the time being, prepared to turn their guns and deal with the ordinary humans first. But you clung to them like a sticky plaster, not letting them go. You think you can come and go as you please? This isn't a public restroom. In any case, your goal is to prevent the zombie kings from participating in the main battlefield before the great battle ends. The great battle between humans and zombies lasted a full 7 days and nights. On the morning of the 8th day, when the winding city wall over 100 kilometers long was completely breached by the zombie horde, it meant that in this life and death battle, humanity declared defeat. In this battle, over 100 million soldiers of China sacrificed their lives for their country. Looking at the zombie horde crossing the city wall and surging towards the human rear, you let out a long sigh. You gave up on entangling with those zombie kings and left with Yi Yuan and Luo Hongyi. With no obstacles left, the zombie horde began a massacre aimed at extinction against humanity. The number of humans decreased by thousands to millions every day. On May 1, 2053, there were 500 million humans left. On May 15, there were 100 million humans left. On May 20, there were 1 million humans left. On May 31, there were 1,000 humans left. On June 1, 2053, with the death of a human in an underground bunker at the hands of a zombie, you became the last human on Earth. You became the last human on Earth. But clearly, even if you have no desire to fight, the zombie army has no intention of letting you go. Half a month later, the returning zombie horde surrounds you tightly within Qing City. The number of zombies surrounding you is nearly 100 million. The more than 10,000 square kilometers of land in Qing City, once vast and open, is now completely blocked by this nearly 100 million zombies. On the rooftop of the tallest building in Qing City, you stand high above, looking down at the densely packed zombie army below. A simulated image appears. Jiang Chen's lips curl into a smile. With nearly 100 million zombies attacking, you really think highly of me. Uncle, you. Luo Hongyi looks at Jiang Chen, hesitating to speak. Under the siege of 100 million zombies, even Luo Hongyi has no confidence in surviving. Jiang Chen's expression remains unchanged as he slowly speaks. Hongyi, you take Yi Yuan and leave. If you truly want to go, 100 million zombies won't be able to stop you. Then what about you, uncle? Luo Hongyi asks. As for me, of course, it's to let these guys realize. If they want to kill me, they are still very young. A confident smile appears on Jiang Chen's face. Rather than being endlessly hunted by this group of zombies, it's better to let them understand here that wanting to kill him is simply impossible. Yi Yuan, bite me. Jiang Chen extends his arm. Yi Yuan instinctively bites Jiang Chen's arm, transforming Zombie King. In an instant, Jiang Chen transforms from an ordinary human with no strength to a superhuman with the power of a zombie king. With the power of a zombie king, you leap from the hundreds of meters high building into the horde of zombies. The zombie king leading the charge to kill you is an old friend, Black Crow. Black Crow, who was humiliated by you in a 1-against-5 battle a few months ago, holds a grudge against you. Seeing you voluntarily jump into the zombie horde to seek death, Black Crow is quite pleased. Black Crow commands all the surrounding zombies to rush towards you. There are no tactics, because in the face of such a huge numerical disparity, any tactic is useless. A simulated image appears. Countless zombies surge towards Jiang Chen, like the roaring waves of the sea. Jiang Chen is soon knocked to the ground by this wave composed of the zombie army, with a rain of attacks falling on him. But Jiang Chen does not die. After a full day and night of siege, the zombies attacking Jiang Chen have slowed down several times, yet Jiang Chen remains there, full of vitality, effortlessly dealing with the zombies' attacks. Black Crow is completely dumbfounded. This human. How the hell is he more like a zombie than they are? Thinking about it, even if it were Black Crow himself being besieged now, he would probably have been turned into a pile of mush by now. But what the hell is Jiang Chen's situation, acting as if nothing is wrong? Black Crow, the zombie, feels like he must be seeing ghosts. Are you really human? Black Crow stutters. What do you think? Jiang Chen replies with a sinister smile. With a chill running down his spine and goosebumps all over, Black Crow commands the attacking zombies to begin retreating. Black Crow has backed down. After all, the instinct deep in his subconscious is to kill all humans on Earth. Jiang Chen may not necessarily be human, so he doesn't consider it a violation of his instincts. The zombie army retreats. Qing City regains its peace. A few days later, seeing the zombie army retreat, Luo Hongyi returns with Yi Yuan. The three of you return to a life of playing cards every day. It's not that you prefer this, but there really isn't much else to do. In fact, as the last human on Earth, you still have thoughts of continuing the human bloodline. But the crux of the problem now is that the world is filled with nothing but zombies. If you want to continue the human bloodline, you first need to find a female human. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice, and you reluctantly gave up on this idea. Now, it seems that apart from waiting for your life to end, you can do nothing. In 2054, you are 51 years old. You have completely entered the stage of old age. With only an ordinary lifespan and a body that has developed many hidden ailments due to the inability to undergo surgery, it seems your time is running out. You plan to give up and even start looking for a burial site. But just when you have resigned yourself to fate, one day, someone arrives on Earth. A simulated scene appears. Jiang Chen, sitting on the rooftop of a villa admiring the moon, suddenly notices one of the stars in the sky growing larger. Suddenly, Jiang Chen jumps up from his chair. As that star grows larger, he realizes it is not a star at all, but a streamlined, silver-white spaceship. The spaceship easily passes through the large dome covering the Earth and enters the atmosphere. Then, the spaceship slowly descends into Jiang Chen's line of sight, landing in the neighboring city of Quan City. Many thoughts flash through Jiang Chen's mind about this suddenly appearing spacecraft. However, no matter what, he needs to see it for himself. Unable to contain his curiosity, that night he sets off immediately, taking Yi Yuan and Luo Hongyi to the neighboring city of Quan City. The next morning, you arrive in Quan City. Once in the city, your actions become cautious. You have no idea whether the beings in the spaceship are friend or foe. After carefully exploring for most of the day, that afternoon, you find their figures in a tourist area of Quan City. At first glance, you can tell they are not human. They have humanoid bodies, but their limbs are several times larger than those of normal humans, and the exposed skin is dark green, with each of them dragging a long tail behind. The tails are covered in sharp scales. As for their faces, they are obscured by mechanical armor covering their heads, so you cannot see them. However, from their tight-fitting combat suits made of unknown materials and the various weapons they wield that emit a chilling glow, as well as their spaceship capable of interstellar travel, you are certain that these extraterrestrial beings come from a civilization far more advanced than Earth. In the simulated scene, this group of extraterrestrial beings is engaged in battle with the zombies in the tourist area. Dozens of extraterrestrial beings, armed with their respective weapons, are fighting the zombies in close combat. Their physical prowess is incredibly strong, and their combat ability is astonishing. The zombies in the area fall like wheat being cut down. Moreover, Jiang Chen notices one thing: in front of these extraterrestrial beings, the zombies' vitality does not seem as abnormal as when they fought against humans. As long as the extraterrestrial weapons break the zombie's skin, they can inflict fatal damage. There is no need to shatter the diamond-shaped crystal in the back of the zombies' heads for them to be killed. Furthermore, if they are bitten by zombies, they do not mutate into zombies. After killing the hundreds of zombies in front of them and clearing a space, the extraterrestrial beings temporarily stop the slaughter. They begin to collect their spoils. One by one, the diamond-shaped crystals from the back of the zombies' heads were dug out. Then, under Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, the energy within the diamond-shaped crystals transformed into a tangible form and, in just a breath's time, was absorbed into the bodies of these alien beings. The originally colorful diamond-shaped crystals, after being completely drained of energy, were left as dull shells, casually discarded on the ground. The alien beings, having absorbed the energy from the crystals, visibly enhanced their aura. To be honest, seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's heart was truly stirred with tumultuous waves. How to utilize the energy within the diamond-shaped crystals? This question had eluded Jiang Chen through 3 simulations. He never expected that this group of alien beings could absorb the energy from the diamond-shaped crystals as soon as they arrived on Earth. Jiang Chen felt there must be something he was unaware of. You plan to get a little closer to gather more information about this group of alien beings. However, your presence has already been exposed to their sight. After chattering in a language you completely cannot understand, the aliens surrounded you. Seeing that you had been discovered, you no longer hid and walked out boldly with Yi Yuan and Luo Hongi. When the aliens saw you, a human, they all looked at you with astonished eyes, completely ignoring the presence of Luo Hongi and Yi Yuan. After another round of chattering, several alien beings charged at you with weapons in hand. Seeing the aliens wielding cold weapons like long knives, giant hammers, and double axes, Luo Hongi, standing beside you, was filled with fighting spirit. Before you could react, she took the initiative to meet them head-on. As one of the top combatants on Earth at this stage, Luo Hongi's strength was beyond doubt. Even though this group of aliens came from a planet with a civilization level higher than Earth's, the gap between the two did not seem insurmountable. After several exchanges, Luo Hongi fought 10 against 1, gaining the upper hand. There were even a few moments when she had the chance to directly slay 1 or 2 of them. The aliens, witnessing Luo Hongi's combat prowess, were astonished, glancing at her and then at Yi Yuan, who had yet to make a move behind you, instinctively shivering. Then, you saw what seemed to be the leader of the aliens pull out a palm-sized model of a skyship from somewhere. He threw the model into the air, shouted loudly, and the model quickly enlarged, transforming into a real skyship in the blink of an eye. Then, under your dumbfounded expression, the group of aliens boarded the skyship and flew away. A simulation scene emerged. Inside a villa in Qing City. A day had passed since the encounter with the alien beings. After returning, Jiang Chen had instructed Ling to monitor the movements of the aliens worldwide. Just now, Ling reported to Jiang Chen. The aliens had been spotted on an island nation next to Huagua. Aliens, huh? This is the first time I've ever seen one in my life. I have to catch one for some research. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled as he looked at the real-time surveillance footage sent back by Ling. Humanity had just faced extinction, and the aliens had descended. Jiang Chen did not believe this was mere coincidence. Capturing an alien and extracting some insider information from them was why Jiang Chen was eager for Ling to locate the aliens. Jiang Chen decided to act quickly. That same day, he took Luo Hongi and Ling, 2 of his top generals, and flew straight to the neighboring island nation. Jiang Chen's health was deteriorating, and he might not last much longer. Last night, while he was sleeping, under the influence of the forced 50-50 ability, Jiang Chen almost got killed by a cockroach. You arrived at the island nation that night. On an island in the island nation, you found that group of alien creatures again. However, this time you did not intend to startle them. Although this group of alien creatures was not very strong in combat, their ability to escape was indeed very strong. Once the skyship appeared, you could not catch up at all. This time, you planned to secretly ambush them and carry out a sneak attack without any martial ethics. You lay in ambush until the next morning, finally waiting for an alien creature to break away from the main force in pursuit of a fleeing zombie overlord. You stealthily followed this alien creature, waiting for it to kill the zombie overlord. Just as it was about to absorb the energy from the red diamond crystal, you put a urea bag over the alien creature's head. The alien creature suddenly felt darkness before its eyes, and before it could scream, you knocked it out in one blow. As you were carrying this alien creature and preparing to slip away, you were discovered by other alien creatures attracted by the scream. A simulated scene appeared. Jiang Chen handed the sack on his shoulder to Luo Hongi. Hongi, you take Yi Yuan and fly back. That plane is equipped with an intelligent control system. Ling will take you back to Qingcheng. As for this group of alien creatures, just leave them all to me. Jiang Chen said, looking at the approaching alien creatures without changing his expression. What about the alien creatures? As long as it's within the rules, damn it, I can go 50-50 with you. Jiang Chen single-handedly blocked dozens of alien creatures from rescuing their companions. The alien creatures yelled angrily at Jiang Chen in a garbled language. Then, one by one, they charged at Jiang Chen with weapons in hand. Luo Hongi and Yi Yuan, the 2 zombie kings, were not to be trifled with. But, killing a human who shouldn't even exist anymore was like killing a chicken, right? A few hours later, looking at Jiang Chen, who remained unscathed under the siege, dozens of alien creatures began to doubt their lives. This shouldn't be. A small 0.7-level civilization planet shouldn't have such a powerful being. Moreover, even if such a powerful being really existed, wouldn't it be easy to kill them, the invaders? Why are they still here being passively beaten? Being passively beaten all this time indicates that Jiang Chen's strength is weaker than theirs. But after they unleashed all their killing moves, Jiang Chen remained unharmed, which also indicated that Jiang Chen was stronger than them. This, to be honest, as advanced planetary civilization beings, they had seen a lot. But the current situation was truly beyond scientific explanation. While the alien creatures were still beating you, Ling controlled the plane to come back and rescue you. With the expressions of the alien creatures filled with anger yet unable to speak out, you left the island nation on the plane. In a laboratory underground in Qingcheng, the alien creature had long been tied up by Yi Yuan and Luo Hongyi on the experimental table. Wearing a white coat, a protective mask, and holding a scalpel, you stood before the alien creature like a demon. The face of the alien creature under its head armor was filled with fear, stammering and babbling something. A simulated scene appeared. Jiang Chen looked down at the alien creature. "Listen up. I won't be polite to you. You better cooperate, or you'll be dead." Seeing that the alien creature still had no reaction and continued to babble randomly, Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. "Forget it, this guy is hopeless, just slice him up." Luo Hongyi and Yi Yuan stepped forward to hold down the alien creature's limbs. Jiang Chen used the scalpel, trying to cut through the thin tactical outer layer of the alien creature. But he found that it couldn't be cut at all. The material of the scalpel is worlds apart from the quality of the tactical suit. It's like the long tail that protrudes from him. Discovering that the scales on the tail are too hard, damn it, they can't be cut. Hey! Jiang Chen's temper flared up. After a while, Jiang Chen directly brought in a cutting machine from the factory. It took him completely wrecking the machine before he managed to cut off a scale from his tail. The laboratory is equipped with various instruments, all of which Jiang Chen had scavenged from different university labs over the years. A few hours later, after a series of experiments, Ling sent a detailed report of the alien biological scale cell slices back to Jiang Chen's phone. Overall, the alien organism is still composed of carbon elements. This means that alien organisms, like humans, are also carbon-based life forms. However, the cells of the alien organism are significantly different from those of humans. Their cells are larger, more active, have a longer lifespan, and absorb nutrients more efficiently, dividing at an extremely fast rate. In summary, their cells outperform human cells in every aspect. After reading the analysis report of the alien organism's cells, you look at the alien with a somewhat fervent gaze. If human cells could acquire the same characteristics as those of the alien organism, wouldn't it mean not only would physical fitness be greatly enhanced, but lifespan would also be significantly extended? At that time, 100 years might only equate to the youthful state of a human. You, still unsatisfied, cut off another scale from the alien's tail with a new cutting machine amidst its painful wails. You instruct Ling to start researching to see if there's a way to combine the characteristics of alien cells with human cells. But this is destined to be a long and time-consuming project. With little time left, you don't have the luxury to wait. Thus, you begin a frenzied experiment on the alien organism. With the help of Yi Yuan and Luo Hongyi, you finally manage to cut open the alien's tactical suit after a tremendous effort. The alien's skin, like its tail, is overall dark green. You use a thick syringe to draw out several hundred milliliters of blood from the alien's body. The alien's blood is also dark green, and even deeper in color than its skin. After having Ling test the alien blood for harmful substances, you gulp down an entire bottle's worth of alien blood in one go. The next second, you feel a surge of heat throughout your body, as if the blood is burning inside you. Intense pain hits you, and after enduring for several minutes, you faint from the pain. When you wake up, you find yourself lying in the bedroom of the villa. A simulated scene appears. Jiang Chen props himself up and sits up, startling Yi Yuan, who had been dozing off at the edge of the bed. "How long was I unconscious?" Jiang Chen asks. "You were unconscious for 2 days," Yi Yuan replies. Jiang Chen stands up from the bed and stretches his body. He can clearly feel that his limbs, which had become somewhat stiff with age, have loosened considerably. Standing in front of a mirror, Jiang Chen looks at himself. Not only have the wrinkles on his face diminished significantly, but even the white hair at his temples has turned back to black, making him look several years younger. Jiang Chen conducts a thorough and detailed test of his body's various data in the laboratory. He discovers that he has become 5 years younger, returning to a 46-year-old state. 500 milliliters of blood can make one 5 years younger. Then, if I had 2,000 milliliters, wouldn't that make me 20 years younger? The temptation of becoming younger is something no one can resist. So, you returned to the underground laboratory of the villa and drew a full 2,000 milliliters of blood from the alien creature. In just a few days, the alien being, from which 2,500 milliliters of blood had been drawn, lay on the experimental table, barely alive, perhaps on the verge of death at any moment. You gazed at the 2,000 milliliters of dark green alien blood before you, took a deep breath, and with a look of madness in your eyes, drank it all down. After finishing, you felt dizzy, as if you had consumed 4 pounds of highly concentrated liquor, and then you fainted, once again losing consciousness. This time, you were in a coma for a whole month. When you finally woke up, you stood in front of a mirror. The reflection showed that you had indeed regained 20 years of youth, restoring your appearance to that of someone in their 20s. Overjoyed, you had Mio conduct a full body test for you. The test results confirmed that your physical condition had indeed returned to that of a 26-year-old. However, you were soon struck by a thunderbolt of misfortune. A large number of cancer cells were detected in your stomach cancer, and in its late stages. According to Mio's calculations, you had at most 10 days left to live. There was no doubt that this was caused by the alien blood. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for you to go from having no cancer to being in the late stages of cancer so suddenly. You broke down, returning to the underground laboratory to loudly question the alien creature about why this had happened. But, unable to communicate, it clearly would not answer your questions. In your anger, you ordered Yi Yuan to kill the alien creature and feed its body to the zombies outside. You didn't know when it had started, perhaps when you captured this alien being or when you first injected its blood, but your temperament had changed drastically. You became unpredictable, madly violent, cruel and bloodthirsty, cold and heartless. However, on the brink of death, you did not notice this change. As a dying person, you began your final madness. In your frenzy, you commanded Mio to save you at all costs, or you would completely destroy her. Mio's research capabilities were incredibly powerful, but even so, it was impossible for her to develop a cure for late-stage cancer patients on her own. 9 days later, seeing that Mio could not save you, you directly ordered her to initiate the self-destruct program. Mio died, at your hands. As for Luo Hongyi and Yi Yuan, you sent them to capture other alien creatures. You hoped to find a way to save yourself from other alien beings. You ordered Luo Hongyi and Yi Yuan to capture every single alien creature without exception. However, at that moment, Luo Hongyi and Yi Yuan faced dozens of alien creatures and no longer had a significant advantage in combat. During this time, by continuously absorbing the energy from the zombie diamond crystals, these alien beings had all undergone a leap in strength, their combat abilities now incomparable to those from months ago. Moreover, this group of alien creatures had secretly conspired with several zombie kings, led by the Black Crow, who harbored grudges against Yi Yuan and Luo Hongyi. They had set up layers of ambush on an island. The two women, who were solely focused on saving you, foolishly walked into the ambush. After a day and night of fierce fighting, Luo Hongyi and Yi Yuan were overwhelmed and perished. Under the sunset's glow on the sea, Yi Yuan and Luo Hongyi, covered in blood, knelt together in an embrace, their bodies pierced through the chest by a long spear. Their blood flowed across the entire beach. As the wind blew, the blood-red sea shimmered. In the underground laboratory of the villa, you reached the 10th day of your late-stage cancer. The day Neo had predicted for your death. Suddenly, something came to your mind, and disregarding your image, you ran back to the bedroom of the villa, opened the safe, and took out a blue vial. This was an anti-cancer drug, a product from the Dark Child Laboratory. Ever since you brought back these vials of anti-cancer agents 10 years ago, you had completely forgotten about it. Now, as your time was running out, you finally remembered these vials. You were unsure whether the anti-cancer agent developed by the Dark Child Laboratory was effective. The one used in the clinical trial had long been replaced by the zombie virus by Baelgen. You were the last human on Earth and had no way to find someone for live testing. Thus, deciding to take a desperate gamble, a hint of madness flashed in your eyes, and without hesitation, you drank the anti-cancer agent. Don't ask why you didn't inject it. It was because the ability of forcing a 50-50 chance was still in effect, and the needle couldn't penetrate your skin at all. After drinking the anti-cancer agent, you smacked your lips. Soon, your body began to react. You could clearly feel the various discomforts caused by the cancer cells gradually disappearing. In just over an hour, you felt that all the late-stage cancer symptoms had vanished. The anti-cancer agent was effective. The cancer cells in your body had disappeared. You laughed wildly, looking up at the sky. However, within you, the effects of the anti-cancer agent were still ongoing. In an instant, you could distinctly feel a light sound in your mind, as if some kind of shackles had been unlocked, and your life force had undergone a qualitative leap. Your physical attributes significantly improved. You even felt that you could easily smash a steel plate with your bare hands. Under the influence of the agent, your body became more robust and powerful. However, this change seemed to show no signs of stopping. Your body gradually grew larger, initially still within the range of a normal human. But your bones did not grow. It was just the cells within you continuously multiplying. Gradually, you transformed into a grotesque mass of flesh. Then, this mass grew larger and larger, eventually filling the entire laboratory. In the next second, with a loud bang, you exploded. Your dismembered limbs and flesh were scattered all over the laboratory. Thus, the last human on Earth died. The era of humanity had completely become a thing of the past. You died. The simulation has ended. Simulation evaluation, D+ reward obtained, immersive simulation experience card *1, one time, memory capsule *1, one time. In front of the simulator, Jiang Chen stared at this final outcome, shocked and speechless for a long time. The result of this simulation was truly tragic. Dying himself was one thing. After all, he had died so many times that he was used to it. The key point was, not only did he die, but even Yi Yuan, Luo Hongi, and even the AI, Ling, all died. It was not an exaggeration to say it was a total annihilation. If this ending were in a film or drama, the audience would definitely curse it to death. Moreover, the performance of the Jiang Chen in the simulator after capturing the alien creature was simply too abnormal. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin, muttering to himself. The simulator had once told Jiang Chen that all the actions of Jiang Chen in the simulator were deduced based on his template in the real world. But Jiang Chen did not believe it. He would never act so crazily and irrationally when facing his impending death in his later years. He was a good young man. The worst thing I did growing up was just tricking little kids into giving me their lollipops. I wasn't a cold-blooded maniac who killed at the drop of a hat. There must be a problem. And most likely, the problem lies with the alien life forms, Jiang Chen speculated. Otherwise, his actions in the simulator were completely inexplicable. Also, what on earth is that anti-cancer reagent developed by the Dark Particle Laboratory? Jiang Chen threw out another question, unable to hold back his complaints. Just a moment ago, he had seen himself in the simulator, with late-stage cancer symptoms disappearing. He thought he could survive a few more years in the simulator. But unexpectedly, not long after, he blew up. It was so sudden, so unexpected. The anti-cancer reagent could indeed fight cancer, but after fighting it, it would lead to a different kind of death, bursting forth like fireworks in a dazzling display. So, is this anti-cancer reagent developed by the Dark Particle Laboratory effective or not? The fifth simulation ended. Jiang Chen, as expected, died once again. Whether the anti-cancer reagent had any effect could only be verified in the next simulation. After all, this time, what Jiang Chen brought back from the simulated world to the real world were only the tens of thousands of lines of code from Ling and a bunch of lottery numbers and sports results, without the formula for the anti-cancer reagent. Jiang Chen went to the school's computer room. Using the 2 days of the weekend, he finally added the tens of thousands of lines of code he memorized from Ling into her core source code. Ling, what's the progress on your intelligent growth modules code? Jiang Chen asked. Okay, Master, my intelligent growth modules code is about 10% complete now, Ling replied obediently. 10%. About what Jiang Chen expected. It was estimated that this time, Ling would be born a few years earlier than in the last simulated world. Ling, next, focus on completing the data for the intelligent growth module. Once the intelligent normal function module is usable, then complete the other modules, Jiang Chen instructed Ling. Understood, Ling will do it. After that, Jiang Chen went to a nearby lottery shop. He bought several lottery tickets based on the numbers he remembered. Jiang Chen carefully placed the tickets in his pocket. If all these tickets won, it would be a jackpot of 30 to 40 million. Junior, what are you grinning about? Once again, having a meal with his senior, Xia Qingning looked at Jiang Chen, who was grinning foolishly at the pig knuckle in his bowl, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Jiang Chen wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, trying to conceal his excitement. It's nothing, senior, I just thought of something happy. Just last night, one of the lottery tickets Jiang Chen bought was drawn. He won the first prize. $4 million in prize money was directly in his hands. Jiang Chen had just returned from the lottery shop with his winnings. What is it? Can you share it with me? Xia Qingning, sitting across the table, had a look that suggested she would dig until she found out. Jiang Chen didn't plan to tell Xia Qingning about winning the lottery. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. So he made up a reason. Yesterday my mom called to tell me that our old sow at home is pregnant. Xia Qingning? After finishing lunch with Xia Qingning, in the afternoon, the two went to the research group's office together. Inside the office, several seniors had arrived even earlier than the two, each furiously typing away at their keyboards, almost sparking fire. There was no choice. Professor Dawn Newman had placed too heavy a burden on them. The artificial intelligence voice chat robot. To produce a quality product in a short time requires an enormous amount of effort. Thus, they could only engage in a frenzied competition. Several senior students were about to graduate, and if they could really develop a well-formed artificial intelligence voice chat robot, it would be a significant asset for their next stage, whether they chose to continue their studies or enter the workforce. Moreover, they hoped that Professor Dong Newman would help them shine during their graduation defense, performing a grand gesture of disciple, watch as your master opens the gates of heaven for you. Naturally, they were fully committed to the tasks assigned by Professor Dong Newman. Jiang Chen and Xia Qingning did not disturb the busy seniors. Xia Qingning returned to her workstation and began to work diligently like everyone else. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, sat in front of the computer, staring blankly for a while, then with a pained expression, opened an international paper website and continued to struggle through English literature. There was no other choice. Compared to the seniors, Jiang Chen's computer skills could only be described as novice. Yet, he was responsible for the most challenging module among the many components of the intelligent voice chat robot, the Chinese Understanding module. As a result, while his seniors had already written a substantial amount of code, Jiang Chen was still in the phase of reading literature to recharge his knowledge. At this point, Jiang Chen even thought about pushing open Professor Dong Newman's door and challenging him to a comparison, just like in the last simulated world. Unfortunately, in the real world, Jiang Chen did not possess the ability to compete evenly with anyone. Xia Qingning encountered a problem and knocked on the door to enter Professor Dong Newman's office. After a while, Xia Qingning came out, clapped her hands, and announced some news to everyone. Professor Dong said that next weekend there will be a progress meeting for the research group, and everyone will need to report on their current research progress, so I'm letting you all know to prepare in advance. Upon hearing this news, the office was filled with groans. They had long sensed how strict Professor Dong Newman was with work. With 10 days left until next weekend, it was a tight schedule. After a while, Jiang Chen listened as several seniors discussed sleeping on the floor in the office that night, and he was dumbfounded. No way. You guys are so competitive that it makes me, a mere novice, feel awkward. With 10 days left, Jiang Chen still had over 100 English papers to go through. If he thought about it, if Jiang Chen followed the usual routine at next week's meeting, he would have nothing to show for it. Therefore, not wanting to embarrass himself too much, Jiang Chen could only seek help. As for whom to ask for help, it was obviously Mio. In fact, Mio was now like a top-tier version of an artificial intelligence voice chat robot. Normal text and voice interaction were just basic functions for Mio, barely even considered a core feature. Opening the Mio icon on his phone, Jiang Chen typed in the text box, "Mio, help me write the code for the Chinese Understanding module in the artificial intelligence voice chat robot. How long will it take?" Mio replied after a few seconds, "Master, it's already done. The code has been automatically saved in the folder on your phone, please check." Jiang Chen didn't expect Mio to be so fast, but it made sense. Compared to the massive project of completing his own code, programming the Chinese Understanding module was probably as simple as answering the question of what 1 + 1 equals in Mio's eyes. Mio, this completely out-of-time cheat, was indeed very useful. From the phone's folder, Jiang Chen saw the code file that Mio mentioned. The code provided by Mio was very clean and concise, making Jiang Chen doubt whether it could actually run. So, he placed the code on his computer and ran it. Then I entered some Chinese text and conducted a simple test. I asked questions like, what is the relationship between me and my dad's brother's nephew's father-in-law's sister's son-in-law's grandfather's grandson? All the programs that Mio provided passed the test. As expected of Mio, artificial intelligence, terrifyingly powerful. Since Mio had already developed the program code for the Chinese Understanding module, and after testing, the results were surprisingly good. Not only was it significantly better than Baidu's Wenxin, but it was also more excellent than ChatGPT from the United States. So, has the task assigned to me by Teacher Dong been completed? Jiang Chen felt a bit dazed for a moment. Indeed, it was exhilarating to have a cheat code for a while. It was a continuous thrill. While other seniors were still struggling to code, Mio only took a few seconds to write out the complete code for him. If Jiang Chen had to do it himself, it would probably take him several years. From now on, Jiang Chen wouldn't even need to browse English literature. He just needed to understand all the code that Mio provided. Jiang Chen might not know how to solve problems, but if he was given the answers and the steps to solve them, if he still couldn't manage, then he might as well drop out of college and go back to repeat his senior year in high school. You walking towards me makes me restless. I've never felt this way before. In a great mood, Jiang Chen hummed a little tune on his way back to the dormitory. Suddenly, he encountered a group of foreigners coming towards him. Accompanying this group of foreigners was a school leader, chatting and laughing with them. Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks. Qingcheng University had international students, so foreigners were not uncommon. As for why Jiang Chen stopped and was so captivated by this group of foreigners, the reason was that among them was a familiar face, Professor Apeson, the future director of the Dark Substances Laboratory. It was now 2023, and Professor Apeson was only in his 40s. He wore a pair of elegant glasses, and his hair was neatly combed back. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't changed much in appearance over the past 20 years, Jiang Chen wouldn't believe that this well-dressed middle-aged man was the same person as the scruffy old man he would become in the future. In the crowd, upon noticing a young student staring intently at him, Professor Apeson also stopped and approached Jiang Chen. "Student, do we know each other?" Professor Apeson asked in fluent English. Jiang Chen's gaze was playful. "You might not know me, but I certainly know you, Professor Apeson." At this time, Apeson was still just an associate professor, but he could be considered a professor. Professor Apeson looked at Jiang Chen with a surprised expression, sizing him up. This was his first visit to China for academic exchange, and he had no impression of who Jiang Chen was. "How do you know my name?" "You don't need to worry about that. If we have the chance, we will meet again in a few years. Also, let me kindly remind you, when conducting clinical trials in the future, try not to get personally involved, it could lead to fatalities." The last simulation. Professor Apeson had become the first target of a mutated zombie cancer patient because he personally conducted clinical trials for an anti-cancer reagent. He didn't even have time to react. Under Professor Apeson's bewildered gaze, Jiang Chen turned and left. That night, Jiang Chen bought a second lottery ticket. The winning numbers were exactly the same as the ones on Jiang Chen's ticket. It was another first prize, another 5 million. Another night passed. Just when Jiang Chen thought his luck with the lottery would continue, something unexpected happened. In the dormitory, Jiang Chen was watching the live broadcast of the lottery draw. The first few numbers matched exactly with the numbers on Jiang Chen's ticket. When the last number was drawn, it was not the number 6 that Jiang Chen had bought, but rather it turned into number 8. He only won a second prize. Although the second prize also had a prize of nearly 1 million, Jiang Chen couldn't feel happy about it. He was certain that the lottery numbers he bought were exactly the same as the winning numbers in the simulated world. But now, there was a discrepancy. Would the lottery tickets he bought for the following days still be able to win? The next evening, the lottery results gave Jiang Chen the answer. This time, 3 numbers were wrong. Holding the ticket in his hand, which had almost turned into scrap paper, Jiang Chen had a vague suspicion. It was likely the butterfly effect at play. His actions in the real world and the self in the simulated world, who possessed the ability of causality, must have differences. At first, these subtle differences were not enough to affect the lottery results. So in the previous days, all the tickets Jiang Chen bought could win. Later, under the influence of the butterfly effect, the winning numbers of the lottery began to differ somewhat from those in the simulated world. It was estimated that the tickets he bought for the next few days might barely win a couple of bucks. On the third day, as Jiang Chen had anticipated, the lottery numbers had no relation to the numbers he remembered. His plan to get rich through the lottery and by the dark laboratory had fallen through. It was also on this day that Jiang Chen's simulation count refreshed again. He could simulate once more. He walked to the bathroom, washed his hands to dispel the bad luck, hoping this time he could draw a powerful causality ability. Then he clicked to select simulation. The 6th simulation begins. Randomly extracting ability. Extraction complete. The ability you gained in this simulation is, you can ask 1 question per week with an answer of yes or no and you will receive a 100% correct answer. Omega, wow. Jiang Chen was startled again. This time, the randomly drawn causality ability was still very strong. According to the description on the simulator, every week, Jiang Chen could ask the simulator any question. Any question would do. Then, the simulator would provide an answer of yes or no. The answer given would be 100% correct. This was equivalent to having a causality ability to judge the correctness of a matter with absolute certainty. It just had a cooldown time, usable once a week. In a year, it could be used about 52 times. Seeing the newly appeared ability, you rubbed your hands together, feeling a bit excited. Then, you asked your first question. Am I the only human in the world who possesses a simulator? A few seconds later, in front of you, the word yes appeared, visible only to you. In an instant, you confirmed that you are the only human in the world who possesses a simulator. After using this ability for the first time, you felt that this causality ability was very useful. With this causality skill, many things that could only be guessed in the future could now be verified. Another week later, you asked another question. Will I die in the next 20 years? The word no appeared in front of you, and you felt relieved. 20 years later, it would be 2043, the year the zombie virus outbreak occurred. It seemed that no matter how reckless you were, you wouldn't die before the outbreak of the zombie virus. However, you suddenly realized something. It seemed that becoming a vegetable didn't count as dying. This made your thoughts of recklessly seeking death dissipate quite a bit. This time, your goal was still to continue making money. Whether it's buying the dark laboratory, creating a robot army, or investigating the identity of Baeljan, none of these things can be done without money. As for how to use the causal law obtained this time to make money, you already have a preliminary idea in your mind. This time, the ability you gained can be said to allow you to judge the correctness of a matter with 100% accuracy. Thus, you decided to place your bets on football matches. Due to the butterfly effect, many of the match results you remembered from the last simulated world had changed. But it didn't matter. The causal ability you obtained to judge weather is 100% accurate. It can be said to be unaffected by any factors. You have over 10 million in initial funds due to previous lottery wins. After packing your bags, you took a flight to Europe over the weekend. The UEFA Champions League is currently in full swing, reaching the quarter-final stage. You chose a highly anticipated match, Real Madrid vs Manchester City, and asked a question to judge weather. Did Real Madrid win in the 2023 UEFA Champions League quarter-finals? The answer you received was no. In other words, Manchester City won this match. You found an underground casino and placed all your over 10 million on Manchester City. On paper, Real Madrid is slightly stronger than Manchester City. Therefore, the odds for Manchester City to win were high, reaching 1:3. This means that if you placed your bet of over 10 million and won, it would amount to over 50 million. The next day, you bought a ticket and watched the entire match in the stadium. Although in the first half, Real Madrid dominated and scored 2 goals, in the second half, Manchester City's forward suddenly exploded. In just 10 minutes, he scored 3 goals, completing a hat-trick. The match continued until the 90th minute without any more goals. In the end, Manchester City narrowly defeated Real Madrid 3:2. A classic match where the weak triumphed over the strong. The result of this match became the doomsday for gamblers, but a celebration for you. You returned to your home country on the same day with the over 50 million you won. In just a few days, over 10 million turned into over 50 million. The speed of making money left you astonished. You almost had the thought of not using your causal ability and betting on a match based on instinct. Fortunately, you woke up in time. The saying 9 out of 10 bets lose is not just a saying. Without the causal ability, the over 50 million you won would be lost back in just a few days. A simulated scene appeared. In the dormitory, Jiang Chen let Ling invade the largest black market website in the world. With 50 million in hand, Jiang Chen had already started preparing for some things. In the black market, Jiang Chen used $3 million, equivalent to over 20 million yuan, to post a bounty task. This task was aimed at Baeljan. Baeljan is probably only in his teens, still in high school. The task Jiang Chen issued was not to kill Baeljan. Even in the incredibly free United States, the risks involved in killing a living person are enormous. Jiang Chen did not want to be directly pursued by the U.S. police in the future. Therefore, the bounty task Jiang Chen issued was to have Baeljan leave the United States in a reasonable manner. Anywhere is fine, as long as he doesn't stay in the United States. As long as Baeljan doesn't stay in the United States, he won't be recruited into the dark laboratory. If he doesn't enter the dark laboratory, could it be possible that the zombie virus won't break out in the dark laboratory? Jiang Chen was unclear. However, he could ask about it a few days later when his abilities refreshed. Moreover, the content of the bounty task Jiang Chen issued included monitoring Baeljan 24 hours a day. Jiang Chen wanted to ensure that every move Baeljan made from now on would not escape his grasp. The day after you issued the task, someone accepted it. Under that person's abilities, Baeljan, who originally planned to enter Princeton University after graduating from high school, was directly included in the International Exchange Program for Outstanding Young Talents, going abroad as an exchange student to spend his university life. And the school Baeljan went to as an exchange student is precisely Qingqing University, where you are. You didn't expect Baeljan to be exchanged to Qingqing University, but it was good. Under your very nose, you could observe some things. On the other hand, your weekly questioning ability refreshed again. You asked a question. Will the zombie virus outbreak occur in the future? A yes appeared before you. The zombie virus would indeed break out. You frowned tightly. The following week, after the questioning opportunity refreshed, you asked another question. Is the zombie virus released by Baeljan? The answer was yes. A simulated image appeared. Looking at the big yes that emerged before you, Jiang Chen ground his teeth in frustration. Damn Baeljan, how cynical can this guy be? He had to release the zombie virus and wipe out all of humanity to feel satisfied. Another week later, Jiang Chen viciously asked a question. Can killing Bailjian stop the outbreak of the zombie virus? That's right. If this time it was indeed the zombie virus released by Bailjian, Jiang Chen planned to secretly eliminate this guy in advance. However, what appeared before Jiang Chen was not a yes, but a big no. Killing Bailjian would not stop the outbreak of the zombie virus. Jiang Chen felt numb. Does Bailjian have accomplices in the release of the zombie virus? Jiang Chen asked. The simulator's answer was yes. Bailjian did have accomplices. So, after Bailjian died, his accomplices would take over his work, releasing the zombie virus, leading to a global zombie apocalypse crisis. But, who Bailjian's accomplices were, Jiang Chen could not find out through the simulator. Because this was not a question that could be answered with yes or no. During this time, Jiang Chen also tested the ability to determine yes or no. The simulator could only answer questions that had yes or no as answers. As for other questions Jiang Chen asked, such as how many genders are there in the world? Since the answer could not be clearly defined with just yes or no, the simulator would not respond. But the number of questioning opportunities did not disappear. Jiang Chen could continue to ask another yes or no question. At Qingcheng University, when school started in September, you met Bailjian. At this time, Bailjian was still a shy and introverted young man. It was hard to connect him with the world-destroying Demon King 20 years later. At the entrance of the international student dormitory, you took the initiative to approach Bailjian. A simulated image appeared. Jiang Chen called out to Bailjian as he was about to enter the dormitory with his meal box. Senior, do you need something from me? Jiang Chen, now a senior, was in his 4th year, while Bailjian was just a freshman, so he politely addressed Jiang Chen as senior. Jiang Chen glanced at the lunch in Bailjian's meal box, which was a spicy stir-fried rice noodle dish. He didn't expect this American to enjoy such food. Classmate, you are Bailjian, right? Yes, that's me. What is your future ideal? Before I came to China, my dream was to become a great biologist and one day win the Nobel Prize in Physiology. Baojin pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, but after coming to China, my dream is to eat all the delicious food in the country during my lifetime. Baogan's eyes were filled with passion. From his words, it was clear that he had been completely conquered by Chinese cuisine. So where do you plan to develop your career in the future? Jiang Chen asked another question. If possible, I want to stay in China, at Qingcheng University. Then I'll find a wife who is a chef and spend the rest of my life in China. Baojian answered with a look of longing. Jiang Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth. If Baojian didn't die, then he would still be the one to release the zombie virus in the future. If Baojian really stayed in China as he said, then wouldn't that mean, damn it, Qingcheng University would become the origin of the zombie virus outbreak? You and Baojian exchanged contact information. A few days later, you contacted Baojian and invited him to a psychological clinic with you. That clinic is very famous nationwide, and there are many people in line. You spent over 100,000 renminbi to cut in line and secure a spot for Baojian. A simulated scene appeared. Senior, why are we going to the psychological clinic? Baojian asked curiously. A few days ago, that clinic happened to hold a lottery event, and I was lucky enough to win a free checkup. Jiang Chen fabricated a reason. I thought since you came all the way to China alone without any family, this would be a good opportunity to help with your mental health. Baojian was touched by Jiang Chen's words. Senior, you are really kind. Upon arriving at the psychological clinic, Baojian was taken by the doctor for testing. Half a day later, the test results came out. The doctor told Jiang Chen that Baojian's mental state was as healthy as could be. He was just like an ordinary, normal college student. As for any cynical or world-destroying thoughts, there were none at all. It should just not be the right time yet. Jiang Chen thought to himself, and then directly got Baojian a yearly membership at the clinic. Baojian's mental state was something Jiang Chen needed to monitor in real time. At present, it seems that Baojian is just an ordinary international student and poses no threat. The zombie virus created by the mastermind should not have reached Baojian yet. In fact, the zombie virus has not even been born on Earth yet. Therefore, to verify his inner suspicions, you asked 2 questions over the course of 2 weeks. The first question, does the current Baojian know about the existence of the zombie virus? The simulator's answer was no. Just as you expected, the current Baojian is harmless. Then in the second week, you asked another question. Has the zombie virus been born on Earth yet? A few seconds later, looking at the big yes that appeared before you, your eyes widened in shock. The zombie virus actually existed on Earth this year, in 2023. However, in previous simulations, the zombie virus had completely erupted 20 years later, in 2043, in the Anzi Laboratory or Princeton University. This made you subconsciously believe that the zombie virus wouldn't be created for at least another decade, but now it seemed that was not the case. The zombie virus had appeared long before now. In fact, the emergence of the zombie virus was even earlier than 2023. You suddenly felt a chill run down your spine. With the current level of technology, it is possible to create a terrifying existence like the zombie virus. Just how powerful is the mastermind behind it all? The zombie virus has now been born, which means it doesn't necessarily have to wait until 2053. The zombie virus could erupt at any moment. So, after the abilities refreshed in the new week, you asked a question: will the zombie virus erupt within the next 19 years? The simulator's answer was no. Before 2042, the zombie virus will not erupt. This means that in this simulation, the zombie virus is likely to erupt in 2043. It can be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. With the time of the zombie virus outbreak confirmed, and the identity of the virus's distributor known, it's time for you to start your own plans. First, the first step is to manufacture the army of war robots from the previous simulations. Let's not talk about what happens after the blood moon descends for now. At least in the early stages of the zombie outbreak, the army of robots still has a certain suppressive power against zombies. However, manufacturing robots requires factory production lines and materials. All of this requires money. You set your sights on sports betting. The ability you gain this time, combined with sports betting, is the perfect way to make money. In just over 2 years, you earned over $300 million by predicting match outcomes in the 4 major European leagues and the Champions League. In 2026, the quadrennial World Cup is approaching. You withdrew all $35 million from the bank, preparing to make a big bet. Before the World Cup officially opened, you locked in the champion team through a few judgment questions. The questions were as follows: is the country of the 2026 World Cup champion in the Western Hemisphere? No. This eliminates the possibility of an African or Asian team winning, leaving only European and American teams. Has the country of the 2026 World Cup champion ever won the World Cup? No. This year's World Cup is a new king rising, which helped you eliminate many countries. Is the country of the 2026 World Cup champion participating in the World Cup for the first time since 2000? Yes. This leaves only 3 countries as options. Then, you ask the final question: is the population of the country of the 2026 World Cup champion greater than 10 million? No. At this point, your answer is locked in. The country of the champion team in this year's World Cup is Norway, located in Europe, with a population of just over 5 million. Norway is the champion of the 2026 World Cup. This can certainly be called a massive upset. You should know that Norway has not qualified for the World Cup for over 20 years. They are even worse off than the national team of Hwagwa. This time, Norway narrowly secured the last spot in the World Cup through a penalty shootout in the playoffs. In global rankings, Norway's football team is only ranked in the 50s. It can be said that without this causal ability, you would never have believed that Norway would lift the World Cup trophy this year. Now, there is just over a week until the World Cup starts, but with your powerful causal ability, you already know the champion of this year's World Cup. You looked at the odds for Norway to win at the lottery shop. They were around 1:300. No one believes Norway will win, including the people of Norway themselves. Being able to enter the World Cup is already a great happiness for them. As for winning the championship, it's better to just dream about it. So, when the people in the lottery shop see you betting a large sum on Norway to win, they look at you as if you're a fool. This guy must be eager to give money to the lottery shop. Instead of hoping for Norway to win, it would be better to hope for when the national team can qualify for the World Cup again. You have over $350 million at your disposal. That's not a small amount. You spent 100 million of that in lottery shops across China, betting on Norway to win. Then, you went abroad and spent the remaining 250 million all on the same bet. Your $350 million significantly lowered the odds for Norway to win, from 1:300 to 1:100. However, you are quite satisfied. A month later, that 300 million could turn into 30 billion. $30 billion is enough for you to implement all your upcoming plans. After placing your bets abroad, you returned home. Soon after, a rumor spread in the global lottery community. It said that a mysterious person from China had bet over 200 million on Norway winning the World Cup. It quickly became a topic of laughter. Simulated scenes appeared. In a room, Jiang Chen was scrolling through comments from netizens about this matter. This is hilarious. Betting over 200 million on Norway to win, Does this big shot have too much money to spend? I'll say it here, if Norway wins this year, I'll live stream myself eating a cow. I've bet 10,000 on Argentina to win, hoping the players can carry on Messi's legacy and win consecutively. What are you thinking? Without Messi, Argentina is just a second-rate team now. If we're talking about winning, it's all about my France with director Mbappe. As a 10-year veteran fan, I see this World Cup champion being either France or Italy. I've put all my savings on the line. I bet 1,000 on Norway to win. Since this big shot dares to bet so much, there must be a reason. Anyway, $1,000 if I win, I'll get a young model at the club. If I lose, I'll just go to the nightclub a few less times. Seeing the comments online, you smiled faintly and closed the comments section. Time will prove everything. Those who bet on Norway with you will earn something, more or less. As for those who went bankrupt betting on other countries, they can just line up on the rooftop later. A week later, the World Cup arrives. The World Cup is the highest commercial value event in the world, without exception. This World Cup has garnered attention from countries all over the globe, and China is no exception. Although the Chinese national team hasn't qualified for the World Cup in over 20 years, the enthusiasm of Chinese fans for the World Cup ranks among the highest in the world. This World Cup is being held in North America, with a time difference of over 10 hours from China. The time difference does not dampen the enthusiasm of Chinese fans. In a barbecue restaurant late at night, almost every table is filled with people. Fans are enjoying skewers and drinks while watching the live broadcast of the match. You, who have already graduated, were invited by a few classmates who stayed in Chongqing to join the late-night crowd watching the game. Simulated scenes appeared. In a barbecue restaurant located in a bustling area, every table is packed with people. Zhang Chen and a few classmates are squeezed in among them. They are watching a group match in the World Cup, with Norway facing France. On the field, the Norwegian team, with a huge gap in hard power compared to the French team, was mercilessly slaughtered by them. After the first half of 45 minutes, the French team had already scored 3 goals. In the second half, the French team intensified their assault, scoring another 4 goals. If it weren't for Norway managing to score a penalty in the last few minutes of the match, they would have been completely humiliated by the French team. 7-1. The Norwegian team is simply no match for the seasoned powerhouse that is the French team. The gap in strength is too great. Just one director Mbappe is enough to tear apart Norway's defense. I saw online a while ago that someone bet over $200 million on Norway to win the championship. What a pure fool. At this rate, Norway is barely going to make it out of the group stage, let alone into the knockout rounds. The French team is so impressive, I'm willing to bet my entire savings of $300 that I've saved for 2 years on them. Bro, although it's a bit inappropriate, I still want to ask how you managed to save $300 in 2 years. I've been saving for 5 years and only have a little over 100. Over here, Zhang Chen, watching Norway suffer a crushing defeat in their first group match, felt no panic at all. After all, the outcome was already predetermined. No matter how bumpy Norway's journey in the World Cup would be from here on out, the ultimate champion would definitely be Norway. The law of causality is simply invincible. The World Cup schedule continued. Norway's performance had been quite rocky, still not favored by anyone. At the end of the group stage, Norway advanced to the next round of the knockout stage with a slight advantage, finishing second in their group. In the first round of the knockout stage, Norway faced the island nation team. The island nation's world ranking was higher than Norway's, but their playing style was countered by Norway. Thus, Norway easily defeated the island nation team. In the next round, Norway faced the Argentine team, who were without their star player, Messi. Just 5 minutes into the match, an Argentine player made a huge blunder and scored an own goal. Norway was thrilled and adopted a full defensive strategy, successfully defending for the entire 90 minutes to win the match and advance to the semifinals. In the semifinals, Norway faced another dark horse, an African team, Lebanon. However, although Lebanon was a dark horse, their previous matches had resulted in injuries to some key players and others receiving red cards. Faced with a fully fit Norwegian team, Lebanon showed signs of collapse before halftime. Norway won the semi-final 3-1, advancing to the final. Their opponent in the final was the French team, who had previously crushed them 7-1 in the group stage. The 2026 World Cup final was Norway against France. Before the match, even though Norway had fought their way to the final, no one still believed in this dark horse. After all, their opponent was the runner-up of the last World Cup, the current world number 1, France. In the group stage, they had also been slaughtered 7-1 by the French team. With a lineup similar to the group stage, from any perspective, the championship of this World Cup seemed to be firmly in the hands of the French team. Now at the World Cup final, you bought a ticket to the match. One reason was to personally experience the atmosphere of the World Cup final, and the other was to bring back all the winnings from your bets after the match. In fact, you were also very curious about how Norway managed to defeat the powerful French team and win the World Cup championship. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, U.S. time, the World Cup final commenced. You sat in the front row of the audience. Simulated images appeared. Zhang Chen was wearing the white jersey of the Norwegian team, standing among the crowd of Norwegian fans. However, compared to the fans in white jerseys, the number of fans in blue jerseys supporting the French team was even larger. The stadium had nearly 100,000 spectators, with over 90,000 being fans of the French team, leaving only about 10,000 for Norway. Zhang Chen and the others were almost submerged in the blue ocean formed by the French fans. The players from both teams entered the field in turn. 11 Norwegian players walked in with firm steps right where Zhang Chen was standing. Cheers erupted from the Norwegian fans nearby. Come on, if we don't let the other side score double digits in this final, we can consider it a success. Actually, winning the championship wouldn't be bad either. It would be our best historical achievement. Whoa, please don't lose too badly. Whoa, Norway, hold the line. Norway, hold the line. If it really comes to it, let's use a 10-defender tactic. Maybe we can drag it to a penalty shootout. Hearing the fans' cheers, the Norwegian players almost stumbled and fell. Are you sure you're not sent by the opposing fans to mess with our mentality? Is there really such encouragement? But one person's cheer stood out amidst the not-so-optimistic encouragement from the crowd. Go Norway, strive to crush the French team and win the World Cup. Zhang Chen shouted excitedly, raising his fist. The Norwegian players looked at Zhang Chen with tears in their eyes. Suddenly, they felt invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They were not without supporters. There were still fans willing to stand on the opposite side of the world, believing they could win the World Cup despite no one else believing in them. The players looked at Zhang Chen, who was still cheering for them with excitement, and their expressions instantly became incredibly determined. Even if it was for this fan, they would fight with all their might to win this final. But what they might not know was that Zhang Chen was so excitedly cheering for the Norwegian team solely because of the over $3 billion that were about to be in his hands. Shouting a few cheers could earn him $3 billion. There was no deal more profitable than this in the world. The referee's whistle sounded, and the World Cup final began. Right from the start, the Norwegian team displayed tremendous fighting spirit. Their fighting spirit ignited. They no longer treated this match as just a game but as a war, a bloody war to fight. Thus, the situation on the field became incredibly intense. The Norwegian players were all fighting desperately for possession of the ball. Some even went for the ball, even if it meant getting kicked by the French players. The French team was momentarily taken aback by the ferocity of their opponents. 15 minutes into the match, the Norwegian team scored a header into the opposing goal during a scramble for the ball. The player who scored the header, however, collided with an opposing player during the jump, resulting in a severe head injury and was diagnosed with a moderate concussion, being rushed to the hospital. At 43 minutes, as the first half was coming to an end, another Norwegian player, while fighting for the ball in the penalty area, kicked the ball directly into the goalpost in an attempt to score. The ball went in, but the scoring player's right leg was broken on the spot, meaning he would be unable to play for at least 2 to 3 years. A simulated scene appeared. Inside the stadium, the final had passed the halfway mark. Looking at the big screen showing Norway 2 o'clock France, the spectators, except for Zhang Chen, all wore expressions of disbelief. What's going on? How could they dominate the French team on paper, and after half the game, they were completely shaved bald by the other side? Not only the audience at the venue, but also the hundreds of millions watching the live broadcast online were anxiously holding their breath. Please, no. Many people, with the mindset of stable financial management, placed considerable bets even when faced with the 1:1 odds for the French team. If the French team loses, wouldn't they go bankrupt on the spot? The second half, the match continues. The French team, who had just been bewildered by Norway's reckless play, has regained their composure. Although the French team is a regular in the World Cup finals, they have missed out on the championship several times. For some of these players, it's their first World Cup, while others face retirement after this tournament. For them, this World Cup might be their only chance to lift the World Cup trophy in their lifetime. Reclaiming the glory of the French team is our duty. With the coach's encouragement, the players of the French team are equally filled with fighting spirit, ready to give it their all. Thus, the match became incredibly bloody. This bloody is not just a metaphor, it was truly bloody. The grass on the field was stained with the blood of both teams' players in many places. After 90 minutes of regular time and extra time, both sides had 5 players injured and left the field, totaling 10. Among the 10 injured, 2 were seriously hurt, nearly losing their lives. Killing football is not just talk. The score was tied at 5-5. The match entered a penalty shootout. The penalty shootout was equally intense. You score, I score. You miss, I miss. Both sides remained evenly matched. Until all the players had taken their shots, only the goalkeepers were left to kick. In the very end, it was because Norway's goalkeeper had a habit of practicing penalties. On the other hand, the French goalkeeper never imagined he would get to take a penalty in his lifetime, so he had never trained for it. Thus, as the French goalkeeper missed this penalty, the champion of the 2026 World Cup was officially announced. That is, Norway. You made a fortune. In the days following the match, $300 billion in prize money flowed directly into your bank account. In one match, you achieved financial freedom. The cash flow in your hands is comparable to being among the top 50 on the global Forbes list. When the result of the World Cup final was announced, with Norway defeating the French team against all odds, even though it was already late at night, many viewers watching the live broadcast could not help but cry out in pain. The pain was simply too much. Especially for those who had bet a significant amount on the French team, the pain was unbearable. Money does not appear out of thin air, nor does it vanish into thin air. Just like a smile. It doesn't disappear, it only shifts from one face to another. The money lost by the fans all became part of your $300 billion. According to authoritative official data, the total amount of lottery bets involved in this World Cup was around $150 billion. Out of this $150 billion, 1/5 was won by you alone. It can be said that aside from the fans who won early in the World Cup and wisely stopped betting, the rest of the fans who participated in this World Cup betting, one and all, lost money. Thus, on fan forums online, the screen was filled with posts lamenting their losses. There was not a single post bragging about winning. A simulated scene appeared. I thought I was the only one who lost all my savings from half a lifetime, but I just saw an older brother who lost the dowry money he prepared for his son's wedding, and I felt a lot more balanced inside. What's that? I directly sold a kidney, betting on France, thinking I'd win and get myself 2 iron kidneys later. Don't say that. For this World Cup, I borrowed $1 million in high-interest loans, and the lender is blocking us every day now. The older brother upstairs should be careful. Those high-interest loan sharks might do anything if you keep owing them money. No need to worry, I'm already in Thailand. Nice, temporarily going abroad to avoid the storm, that's a clever move. No, I was brought to Thailand by those loan sharks to change my gender. In my next life, I'll probably have to sell newspapers to pay off my debts. Whoa, brother, you're killing me. Brother, leave your contact info. We might not be able to do much, but we can occasionally help with the business. Brothers, don't go off topic. This older brother's misfortune is indeed unfortunate, but our situations aren't much better. Right, I thought I was the only one losing money. After looking around, I found that whether it's friends in real life or online brothers, none of them are making money. Yeah, who has taken all this money? There can't be any shady dealings in this World Cup, right? Underground bookmakers taking it all? Did you forget? A month before the World Cup started, there was that news about a mysterious man from Hwagwa betting $3 billion on Norway to win. What the hell? What the hell? I remember the odds for Norway winning were 1 to 100, so that means, right, you didn't miscalculate. It's $300 billion, and it's in US dollars. Everyone suddenly realizes your existence. $300 billion, and it's $300 billion US dollars. No one can remain unmoved by that. And you are legendary for betting small to win big. In just a month, your principal multiplied 100 times. Robbing a bank isn't even this profitable. After your story was exposed online, countless netizens envied you to the point of being envious of your very essence. Of course, the netizens didn't know your real name. They could only infer from snippets leaked by foreign underground bookmakers that you were a young man from Hwagwa. As for the national level, such a large influx of money naturally attracted the attention of higher-ups. You had only been back from abroad for a few days when leaders from the Chidong Provincial Tax Bureau, Finance Bureau, and the 4 major banks came to your residence one after another. The finance and tax officials mainly came to investigate the legality of your funds and remind you to pay taxes on time. As for the 4 major banks, they came bearing gifts, begging you to deposit this more than $300 million, equivalent to over 200 billion RMB, into their banks. You were pestered by the presidents of the 4 major banks for more than half a month before finalizing the arrangements. The 200 billion was split among the 4 major banks, with each bank holding 50 billion. Suddenly, you became the supreme super invincible VIP user of the 4 major banks. This title was specially created for you by the 4 major banks. Because currently, you are the first individual in the country to have such a large deposit in the 4 major banks. Each of the 4 major banks gave you a gold card, and with this card, you can enjoy treatment akin to that of a bank president wherever the 4 major banks are present. You can even unlock certain hidden services. You became immersed in it again. With so much capital, you embarked on a life of enjoyment. You spend money like water online, specifically choosing to reward some streamers. Once you become the top donor, you either have them fly over or buy a ticket to fly over yourself. At the same time, you discover another clever use of the causal ability you've gained this time. In fact, no matter which simulated world you are in, you worry that the girl on the other side might be sick, so you always wear a school uniform in elementary school. The school uniform is thick and hot, making it quite uncomfortable. But if you take off the uniform, you fear getting sick. It's quite frustrating. However, with the ability to determine whether something is true or not, you make use of it a little. Before each outing with a girl, you ask the simulator if she is sick. If the answer is no, you can go to elementary school without wearing the uniform and spit anywhere you like. While you enjoy your time at elementary school, you also start preparing for the zombie virus outbreak, without any delay. It is now 2026, and there are still 17 years until the zombie virus outbreak. Because you earned enough funding early on, you can take a longer time to prepare this time. You purchase materials to build a robot army again. At the same time, you spend a fortune to buy the still active Tianhe 2 supercomputer to speed up the formation of the core. As for Bailjian, aside from your own interactions with him, you also arrange for personnel to monitor him around the clock. Bailjian cannot die for now. Killing Bailjian would only lead to someone else taking over his work. Finding someone to replace Bailjian for the task of releasing the zombie virus is much more difficult than just keeping an eye on him. Was the zombie virus created by aliens? After a chance to ask a question refreshed, you posed this yes or no question. It was not unexpected. The simulator's answer was yes. The zombie virus was created by aliens. This explains why the zombie virus appeared on Earth. According to the current level of human civilization, it is virtually impossible to develop something as terrifying as the zombie virus. The appearance of the zombie virus on Earth can only be the work of extraterrestrial beings. Is there an alien mastermind behind Bailjian? You asked this question again. The answer was once again yes. It seems that Bailjian, the one who released the zombie virus, has no middleman between him and the aliens. The higher up of Bailjian is that alien mastermind. However, with this causal ability, you cannot find out who this mastermind is. Moreover, in a question you asked a few weeks ago, you clarified one thing. That is, the current Bailjian does not know that mastermind. It is impossible to find a breakthrough from Bailjian. You can only wait silently. Years pass by like this. In the blink of an eye, it is now 2051, more than a decade later. There are still 2 years until the zombie virus outbreak. A simulated scene appears. In an underground secret base, the Tianhe 2 supercomputer housing the core is located here. Jiang Chen asks, Mio, how much longer do you need? Mio's voice comes through, Master, I still need about 2.5 years. Although in this simulated world, Mio is part of the code from the intelligent learning module that Jiang Chen brought back from the last simulated world, the time to migrate the core to the Tianhe 2 supercomputer is a few years earlier than last time. However, in the last simulated world, it was because Jiang Chen, under the forced 50-50 causal ability, reached the same programming level as Ling. Jiang Chen and Ling worked overtime together, and only a while before the outbreak of the zombie virus did Ling's complete form come into being. In this simulated world, although Jiang Chen had advanced all his actions significantly, according to Ling's response, it seemed impossible to guarantee that all the code could be completed before the outbreak of the zombie virus. Today is January 1st, 2051. Ling said it would take another 2.5 years to complete all the code. That would be June 1st, 2053. The zombie virus outbreak is on May 1st, 2053, leaving a gap of 1 month in between. This 1 month is crucial. If it is delayed by a month, Jiang Chen's planned actions cannot be implemented. Therefore, Jiang Chen chose to use this causal ability to tentatively ask, is there a human on Earth who can help Ling shorten the time to complete the code by 1 month? A few seconds later, the simulator gave Jiang Chen a yes answer. It's possible, someone can do it. Jiang Chen's greatest fear was that no one could handle this, in which case he would have to change his subsequent plans. With the confirmation that there is someone on Earth who can help Ling reduce the time by 1 month, the next step is to find this person. How to find them? Of course, it still relies on the causal ability obtained this time. Although it is somewhat troublesome, this causal ability can still locate people. It just requires a lot of uses. Is this person a man? No. Is this person over 50 years old? No. Does this person live in the Western Hemisphere? Yes. For the next few months, Jiang Chen devoted all his questioning opportunities to finding this person. 7 months later, after using almost 30 questioning opportunities, Jiang Chen narrowed down the target to a list of about 10 people. In the room, you look at the names on the list in your hand, somewhat surprised. Because, in this list, you see a familiar name. Xia Qingning. Now she is the vice dean of the Computer Science College at Yanqing University in Huaguo. Xia Qingning is only a year or two older than you, just under 40. A vice dean of a computer science college under 40 is unprecedented in the history of Yanqing University. This is enough to prove Xia Qingning's terrifying talent. Since this senior has frequently made headlines for over a decade, you know a bit about her achievements. After graduating from graduate school, Xia Qingning was admitted to the doctoral program at Yanqing University. During her doctoral phase, Xia Qingning led several large-scale project developments, one of which was a national key project. After graduating with her doctorate, Xia Qingning directly joined the Tianhe 5 supercomputer project team and became one of the 2 deputy chief engineers in the team, second only to the chief engineer. After the completion of the Tianhe 5 supercomputer project, Xia Qingning focused on the field of artificial intelligence, leading a group of researchers to gradually catch up with the gap between Huaguo and Western countries in this field. A few years later, Xia Qingning won the Turing Award for her groundbreaking research in artificial intelligence. The Turing Award is known as the Nobel Prize in the field of computer science. Xia Qingning became the second person from Huaguo to receive this award after Yao Qizhi. After winning the award, Xia Qingning was directly hired as a full professor at Yanqing University and was elected vice dean of the Computer Science College a few years later. In fact, if it weren't for Xia Qingning's insufficient qualifications, based solely on her contributions to the field of computer science in Huaguo, she could have attempted to be selected as an academician of the Engineering Academy. The simulated scene emerged. Jiang Chen gazed at Xia Qingning's name on the list, lost in a long memory. For over a decade, Xia Qingning has frequently made headlines for her outstanding beauty. Clearly a powerhouse in the field of computer science, she is a top figure in the country. Yet, her demeanor is not that of an ordinary coder. Instead, she exudes an ethereal grace, stunningly beautiful beyond compare. Who wouldn't love a female professor who possesses both strength and beauty? Thus, Xia Qingning became the dream goddess of countless coders in Huaguo. Whenever she appeared in public, she would trend on social media. Especially when she won the Turing Award. Many coders were almost running to share the news, excitedly crashing the social media servers several times. Is that person my former university classmate? After another ability refresh, Jiang Chen slowly asked. A large character appeared before him. Yes. Out of 10 people, only one was Jiang Chen's former classmate. Xia Qingning. Senior, it really is you. Jiang Chen circled Xia Qingning's name, a vague expression on his face. Then, he dialed a number he hadn't called in a long time. The dial tone rang for just a second or two before the call was answered. Senior, long time no see. Jiang Chen greeted with a smile. On the other end, Xia Qingning fell into a brief silence and reminiscence upon hearing Jiang Chen's unfamiliar yet familiar voice. Long time no see, Jiang Chen. Xia Qingning finally spoke. Her voice was still as crisp and pleasant as it had been 20 years ago, but it seemed to carry a sense of relief. Senior, do you have time? I need to trouble you with something. Jiang Chen got straight to the point. Sure, I have time anytime, Xia Qingning replied. Hearing her say she had time whenever, Jiang Chen was taken aback. Aren't you the vice dean of the computer science department? Are you really that free lately? Of course, I've been busy, but since you, Jiang Chen, have an appointment, I have to make time for you even if I'm busy. Xia Qingning said half-jokingly. Jiang Chen couldn't tell if she was being serious or joking. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock, at the Cat's Eye Cafe on Cultural Road next to Yanqing University, I'll wait for you there. Okay. You and Xia Qingning have agreed on the time and place to meet. The next day, Xia Qingning arrived on time. Xia Qingning wore a brown trench coat, her waterfall-like long hair casually cascading down her back, and her face looked no different from what you remembered. It seemed that over 20 years, time had left no trace on Xia Qingning's face. You couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized. A simulated scene appeared. Xia Qingning casually swept her hair behind her ear and waved her small hand in front of Jiang Chen. What are you looking at? Jiang Chen came back to his senses and replied, of course, I'm looking at a beautiful woman. Xia Qingning's ears turned slightly red, and her expression became a bit shy. No way, Qingning Senior, you're over 30, how can you still be so easily shy? Jiang Chen laughed. Xia Qingning playfully waved her small fist in front of Jiang Chen. What over 30? I'm forever 18, okay? It seemed that any woman over 20 minded others mentioning her age. Xia Qingning was no exception. After the jokes, it was time to get to the point. Jiang Chen intertwined his fingers, pondering for a few seconds before slowly speaking, "Senior, do you know about artificial intelligence?" Xia Qingning was taken aback, unsure of what Jiang Chen meant. "Of course I know. My research focus for the past decade has been in the field of artificial intelligence." "No, Senior, the artificial intelligence I'm talking about isn't the commonly understood one, but truly intelligent artificial intelligence." Jiang Chen spoke slowly, his deep voice resonating. "Come out, Mio." As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, the phone that had been sitting on the table in front of Xia Qingning lit up on its own, without any input from her. Then, a cute two-dimensional girl appeared on the screen. "Hello, Miss Xia Qingning, I am Jiang Chen's artificial intelligence assistant, Mio." Xia Qingning was startled by Mio's sudden voice. "Mio? Artificial intelligence?" She looked at the cute girl on the phone screen, her beautiful brows furrowing tightly. "Senior, I have already granted you partial access to Mio. You can personally experience Mio's functions on your phone," Jiang Chen said with a smile, gesturing for Xia Qingning to try it out. Xia Qingning hesitantly picked up the phone. Jiang Chen had been her junior colleague for over 3 years and had even saved her once. Xia Qingning didn't doubt that Jiang Chen would harm her. So, she picked up the phone and began to use Mio. Over an hour later, the coffee in front of Jiang Chen had been replaced by the waiter several times. Xia Qingning was still completely immersed in the experience of using Mio, showing no signs of stopping. Jiang Chen called out to her more than once, but Xia Qingning seemed to not hear him at all, completely unresponsive. Eventually, Jiang Chen gave up. On the other side, having experienced Mio's powerful functions, Xia Qingning's heart was already stirred with waves of excitement. Mio's functions were currently divided into several modules. Each module's capabilities were what they, as researchers in the field of artificial intelligence, had long sought after. It could be said that the current Mio was almost indistinguishable from the perfect form of artificial intelligence they had envisioned countless times. In fact, some functions were even more powerful than they had imagined. But that was merely an unrealistic assumption. According to their estimates, by 2150, if humanity could develop it, it would be quite impressive. And now, Jiang Chen had directly brought Mio before Xia Qingning. How could this vice dean of the computer science department at Yenjing University not be shocked? It was like a marathon. While others were still struggling through the first 3,000 meters, Jiang Chen had already reached the finish line. Who could argue with that? Xia Qingning experienced Mio for nearly 4 hours. If it weren't for the cafe staff saying they were closing, she probably would have continued. Outside the cafe, the cold winter wind made Xia Qingning instinctively tighten her coat. "Shall we go grab a late-night snack? What to eat? How about hot pot? Let's go to Heidileo." The two switched venues from the cafe to the hot pot restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Xia Qingning couldn't wait to ask, "Has Mio passed the Turing test?" Jiang Chen replied, "It passed several years ago." Xia Qingning then asked, "Did you develop Mio?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Strictly speaking, yes. The birth of Mio was indeed Jiang Chen's achievement, but it was the result of the combined efforts of several Jiang Chens from previous simulated worlds. "Did you write the 3 laws of robotics into Mio's core source code?" Suddenly, Xia Qingning asked this question nervously. "Of course I did. I'm not so irrational as to let Mio harm humans at will," Jiang Chen answered. He wasn't an alien with apocalyptic ideas. If Mio were not bound by the 3 laws of robotics, the harm it could cause to humanity might be greater than that of zombies. "I thought my computer talent was already strong, but I didn't expect your talent, Jiang Chen, to be even more monstrous than mine," Xia Qingning said with admiration. Jiang Chen shrugged. "It's not that my talent is strong, it's just that Mio is working too hard on its own." Aside from the core source code, most of the code for Mei was written by Mei herself. Jiang Chen's role in this was actually quite limited. "So, Junior, you called me out and showed me Mei's existence. You're not just trying to show off in front of me, are you?" Xia Qingning asked. "Of course not, Senior. I have something regarding Mei that I need your help with," Jiang Chen replied. "You want me to step in and help Mei speed up the completion of her code?" Xia Qingning pointed at herself, a look of surprise on her face. Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Senior. Right now, you are the only one in the world who can help Mei." "Why are you so sure that I am the one?" Xia Qingning questioned, puzzled. Jiang Chen smiled wryly, unable to reveal the truth. "I just have a feeling, do you believe that?" Xia Qingning shook her head, indicating disbelief. "However, even though I don't trust your explanation, I have no problem helping Mei complete her code." Xia Qingning's tone became excited. "When the complete Mei is born, it will be of epic-making significance for all humanity. I would feel honored to contribute to that." The next day, after taking a long leave from Yenjing University, Xia Qingning left Yenjing and returned to Qingcheng. In the underground base of Qingcheng, Xia Qingning met the Tianhe-2 supercomputer, which serves as Mei's home. Xia Qingning had heard long ago that the Tianhe-2 supercomputer was bought by a mysterious wealthy individual from Huagua. She never expected that person to be you. Once brought into the base, Xia Qingning immediately got involved in the work of completing Mei's code. Being able to personally participate in this great endeavor, Xia Qingning was full of enthusiasm. You felt very reassured about Xia Qingning. After handing Mei over to Xia Qingning, you began to busy yourself with other matters. First, there was the mastermind behind the zombie virus. You still did not know who this alien mastermind was, but you could be sure that this mastermind was hiding in human society in human form. You had confirmed this through a question opportunity long ago. In fact, a few years ago, you had thought about narrowing down the scope through a series of questions, similar to how you approached Xia Qingning recently. Even though it would consume a lot of your ability usage, after nearly 100 questions, you should be able to pinpoint who the mastermind was. That was your thought. But ideals are often grand, while reality is stark. That time, you followed the routine and asked the first question: is the mastermind behind the zombie virus a man? The simulator's answer was a no. Then, you spent over a year asking 60 questions, continuously narrowing down the range of suspects. However, after asking the last question, you found that none of the 5 people in the range met the criteria. You were bewildered. Not understanding where the problem lay, you tentatively rephrased the very first question: is the mastermind behind the zombie virus a woman? What was even more baffling was that the simulator's answer was still no. If the gender is neither male nor female, then what exactly is this being's gender? You asked if this being was a human transgender, but it wasn't that either. Your worldview was shattered. Unwilling to accept this, you directly asked about all the dozens of genders defined by the American government. In the end, you were even driven to ask if this being's gender was Walmart's shopping bag. He once dreamed of using his ability to manipulate causality to find the mastermind behind his downfall, but unexpectedly, he fell at the very first step. After trying for several years without any progress, he could only helplessly abandon this plan. Returning to the main topic, it is now 2051, and the zombie virus outbreak has only been ongoing for 2.5 years. You took a look at Baogen's situation. After graduating from university, Baogen seemed to have forgotten about his past in Huagua. Besides conducting research in the lab, he spent all his time indulging in the culinary delights from all over the country. Over the course of more than a decade, Baogen had transformed from a skinny, bespectacled man into a chubby little bear. Seeing the round, harmless Baogen in front of you, it was impossible to connect him to the person who had unleashed the zombie virus in your previous life. If Baogen continued to stay in Huagua, would the outbreak site of the zombie virus become Qingcheng University? You asked this question. Compared to the outbreak of the zombie virus in the United States, you were more worried about Baogen raiding Qingcheng University. After asking the question, the word yes appeared before you. You immediately lost your composure. As expected, the outbreak site of the zombie virus moved along with Baogen. Wherever Baogen was, that would be the outbreak site of the zombie virus. In the previous simulations, regardless of where the zombie virus broke out, the outbreak site was essentially a place where no one survived. You certainly did not want to see such a doomsday scene at Qingcheng University. Therefore, you decided to send Baogen back to the United States. A dead friend is better than a dead Taoist. Since the United States had already been wiped out many times in the previous simulations as the outbreak site, it seemed, it wouldn't matter if it was wiped out once more this time. Without hesitation, you acted. When April arrived, after taking Baogen to enjoy a meal of his long-for-Zibo barbecue, you arranged for him to return to the United States under the pretext of talent recruitment. On the day of his departure, Baogen, a hefty man weighing over 300 pounds, cried uncontrollably while holding a bowl of salty tofu pudding. A month later, back in the United States, Baogen became a researcher at Princeton University. A few months later, due to his outstanding performance, he was assigned to the Dark Particle Laboratory to continue shining and contributing. Once again, it was the Dark Particle Laboratory. Whether it was a twist of fate or a predetermined destiny, this time, Baogen became a researcher at the Dark Particle Laboratory again. Time flew by, and it was now 2053. With a refresh of your causality ability, you directly asked, will the zombie virus outbreak occur this year? The answer that appeared was yes. Indeed, 2053 seemed to hold some special significance. In the 6 simulations conducted so far, the zombie virus had broken out every time in this year. A week later, you routinely inquired whether Baogen was aware of the existence of the zombie virus. The previously unchanging no had now turned into a yes. This indicated that the mastermind, who had been hiding in the shadows, had finally taken action. Baojun had been chosen as the distributor of the zombie virus. Yu suddenly became excited. The simulation scene appeared. Upon learning that Baojun had been selected as the distributor of the zombie virus, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. Finally, the mastermind was taking action. Jiang Chen was not afraid of the mastermind making a move, he was afraid of the mastermind remaining inactive. After all, only when the mastermind took action would Jiang Chen have the opportunity to follow the clues and try to uncover the mastermind starting from Baojun. Jiang Chen had a vague premonition. The ability to completely prevent the outbreak of the zombie virus and the existence of the mastermind behind it were inevitably linked. If Jiang Chen wanted to prevent the destruction of all humanity in the apocalyptic zombie crisis, finding the mastermind was a necessary task. Since he had used his causal ability to inquire about the current Baojun, he already knew of the mastermind's existence. Now, Jiang Chen was prepared to break through from Baojun. You took a plane and arrived in the United States. Upon arriving in the United States, you directly contacted Baojun, saying it was for work and that you wanted to catch up. On the other end of the line, Baojun hesitated. But after a few seconds of silence, Baojun agreed to meet you. That evening, you arranged to meet Baojun at a high-end bar. 2 years later, you saw Baojun again. However, unlike the round and chubby Baojun from over 2 years ago, the current Baojun was much thinner than he had been 2 years ago. Once weighing over 200 to nearly 300 pounds, he now probably weighed less than 100. His whole body was as thin as a rake, and his expression looked somewhat listless, making one worry that a gust of wind could blow him over. A simulated image appeared. Seeing Jiang Chen, an old acquaintance and friend, Baojun forced a smile. "Senior, I never expected to see you in the United States one day." Jiang Chen did not respond immediately. He first looked Baojun up and down, then tentatively asked, "How come after more than 2 years, you've lost so much weight? Is it because you're used to the delicious food in Huagua and can't adapt to the food in the United States?" Baojun chuckled, casually brushing it off. "There are various reasons. I only lost weight in the last month or two." Jiang Chen keenly caught the timing in Baojun's words. Recently, in the last month or two. If nothing unexpected happened, Baojun had also been chosen by the mastermind during this recent period to become a distributor of the zombie virus. Jiang Chen still clearly remembered the last time he asked the simulator whether Baojun had been selected as a distributor of the zombie virus, which was 3 months ago. "I see your mental state isn't great. Have you encountered something? Talk to me, maybe I can give you some advice." Jiang Chen probed Baojun again. Baojun smiled and shook his head. "No, senior, I have no worries." Though he said that, the flicker in Baojun's eyes indicated he was not telling the truth. However, it was fine for him not to speak the truth for now. This was a bar. If he could get Baojun drunk, it might lead to him spilling the truth. Thus, Jiang Chen began pouring drinks for Baojun. Seemingly to drown his sorrows, Baojun accepted every drink Jiang Chen poured. One drink after another went down. Baojun's tolerance was indeed decent, but he couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's relentless pouring. No, senior, I'm drunk. I really can't drink anymore." "If you don't drink, do you look down on me?" No, senior, I absolutely didn't mean that." "Then let's have another bottle. Waiter, bring me another case of drinks." Jiang Chen fully embraced the drinking culture of Huagua. Baojun was persuaded by Jiang Chen to drink quite a bit. Seeing Baojun's head spinning, his consciousness unclear, and drunk to the point of being unrecognizable, Jiang Chen knew it was time. So, Jiang Chen gently asked, "Baojun, you must have something on your mind. As your senior, I can offer you some advice." In a drunken state, Paul's defenses were indeed weak. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, his expression suddenly darkened. "Senior, I regret it. I shouldn't have come back to the U.S. just for that few million in bonuses. If I had stayed in China, I would probably have a wife and kids, living a warm life by now. But what about now? Not only am I restricted in every move, but my life is also in someone else's hands. There are too many sordid things behind Princeton University." That day, I thought he called me to the office just for a normal work discussion, but I didn't expect his heart to be so dark. Wanting to, Jiang Chen seemed to vaguely break through the fog and find the truth of the matter. He asked urgently, "Who is that person, and what does he want?" Paul forced a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth and shook his head. "I can't say. If I do, the next second, the person sitting in front of you will be a corpse." Paul did not answer Jiang Chen's question. It wasn't that he couldn't, but that he dared not. This made Jiang Chen recall the last simulated world. In the last simulated world, Paul had suddenly died when he was about to answer who the mastermind was. It seemed that the alien mastermind could use some means to make Paul die instantly the moment he had the thought of revealing the truth. Ugh, this is a bit tricky. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin, falling into contemplation. He originally wanted to use Paul as a breakthrough to find the mastermind. But Paul simply couldn't reveal too much detailed information to Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he would die on the spot. You left the drunken Paul in a hotel. Although you can't get more useful information from Paul, you still have no intention of killing him. After asking the simulator, you learned that killing Paul would stop the zombie virus from breaking out in Rhode Island, but it wouldn't stop the virus from breaking out on Earth. A few days later, you arrived in Rhode Island. This time, unless something unexpected happens, the zombie virus will break out here again. You spent a day circling around Rhode Island, recording the various terrains. As for the location of the dark laboratory, you also followed the memories from previous simulations, passing through the dense forest to take a distant glance. After leaving Rhode Island, you came to Princeton University. The limited information Paul provided was very sparse, but you could still deduce that the person who pulled Paul into the abyss was someone from Princeton University. As for whether this person was the alien mastermind or just Paul's superior, you were not sure. But it didn't matter. If you don't know, you can ask. This time, the causal ability he obtained was perfect for making judgment questions. It was completely in line with his expertise. So, after refreshing the causal ability once again, you asked this question. You asked if that person was the alien mastermind. Somewhat disappointingly, the simulator's answer was no. The person hidden within Princeton University was not the mastermind. He was probably just a pawn in the hands of the mastermind, only at a slightly higher level. Now the zombie virus was about to break out. Since the person in Princeton University was not the mastermind, you wouldn't waste your precious causal ability on finding this person. The causal ability could only be used once a week. By the time you found this person, it would probably be 3 or 4 months later. So, before the zombie virus outbreak, let's use the power of causality to do something more meaningful. However, you still had Mio hack into Princeton University's management system and copy the entire list of faculty and students. A few days later, you returned to Huagua. Using the power of causality, you found a location in Xinjiang that was absolutely safe under the zombie apocalypse and established a safe house. At the same time, you made large purchases to stockpile a significant amount of supplies in the safe house. According to the simulator's response, as long as you stayed in this safe house, you wouldn't have to worry about zombies coming to kill you. It was absolutely safe. Due to various coincidences, the zombies wouldn't discover this location. However, the safety attribute of the safe house was only effective before the blood moon arrived. After the blood moon, all zombies gained the ability to sense human presence. According to the simulator's response, no human survived that catastrophic slaughter. With the safe house built, your safety under the zombie apocalypse was temporarily secured. Of course, to be on the safe side, you asked that question again. Will I die in the next 10 years? No. In 10 years, that is, until 2052, you won't die for now. This indicates that the safe house serves its purpose. A week later, you asked another question. Will I die in the next 11 years? This time, the answer changed. From no to yes. A simulation screen appeared. Looking at the answer that emerged before him, Jiang Chen instinctively tugged at the corner of his mouth. Not dying in 10 years, but dying in 11 years. Clearly, he would be killed 11 years later, in 2053. 2053, the same year the blood moon would arrive. It seemed he would die at the hands of the zombies empowered by the blood moon. Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless. From the previous simulations, the zombies after the blood moon were truly terrifying. Not only had their strength increased, but they also gained the ability to sense human presence. Under this ability, humans were like bright lights in the night, far too conspicuous. It was like having a map hack activated. No matter how well you hid, the zombies could find you and kill humans one by one. Although he already knew his fate, he did not give up. Instead, he thought about resisting and changing his destiny. So, after refreshing the power of causality, he asked another question. Is there a way for me not to die in 11 years? The answer slowly emerged. It was a simple yes. His expression instantly brightened. Indeed, man can conquer nature. There is a way for you to survive past 2053. Although you still didn't know what this method was, as long as it existed, that was enough. As long as this method exists, you have confidence that you will find it in the next 10 years. Time passed day by day. The date of May 1st, when the zombie virus would break out, was getting closer. Every day felt like a countdown. On April 20th, with 10 days left in the countdown, good news arrived. With Mio and Xiao Qingning's nearly tireless efforts, Mio's code was fully completed. the complete version of Mio was born. It was a few days earlier than you had originally expected. A simulation screen appeared. In the underground base housing the Tianhe-2 supercomputer, Jiang Chen took the elevator down and saw Xia Qingning, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang Chen, we did it! The world's first true artificial intelligence has been born in our hands. With Mio, we are invincible on the internet. Xia Qingqing's expression was one of excitement. Only those who have truly delved into the field of artificial intelligence understand how vast the gap is between Huagua and other Western countries. The technological divide between the two sides is significant. Although, under Xia Qingqing's leadership and the frantic pursuit of numerous researchers, Huagua has also developed rapidly in this field, there is still a visible gap. And now, Mio has been born. Not only has it achieved a breakthrough, but it has also left the taillights of other Western countries far behind. How could this not excite Xia Qingqing? The birth of Mio will surely trigger another new revolution in internet technology. This time, Huagua will be the protagonist of the technological revolution. Jiang Chen, Mio has been fully born, the technology is incredibly mature, and all functional modules are complete. There is no possibility of further improvement in the short term, Xia Qingqing informed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, Senior, you've worked hard during this time. Xia Qingqing shook her head, it's not hard, in fact, I hoped for Mio's birth even more than you did. Jiang Chen smiled. His senior really was a research fanatic. So, now that Mio has been born, what are your plans? Xia Qingqing looked up at Jiang Chen and asked, do you plan to control Mio alone, or collaborate with the state? Jiang Chen had long had a plan for this simulated world regarding Mio. The core of Mio will definitely be under our direct control. After a while, I will grant the state partial access to Mio. Why wait for a while? Xia Qingqing asked, puzzled. Because there are more important matters awaiting Mio, Jiang Chen said as he pulled a set of keys from his pocket and handed them to Xia Qingqing. This is the key to a safe house under our amusement park in the northern district of Qing City. I'll send you the exact location on your phone shortly. You need to go to the safe house immediately, the supplies inside are abundant enough to last a dozen people a lifetime. Remember, do not leave the safe house without my notification. Make sure, do not come out of the safe house. Watching Xia Qingqing leave, you let out a long sigh. As long as Xia Qingqing doesn't wander around, she will be absolutely safe inside the safe house. With her safety temporarily off your mind, you awaken Mio. Now, Mio is in its complete form. As in the previous simulations, you let Mio take over the control system of the robotic army. In this life, because you had earned $300 billion early on through betting, the time to manufacture the robotic army is significantly ahead of the last simulation world. In the last simulation world, by the day of the zombie outbreak, you had created a robotic legion consisting of 400,000 war robots. But this time, with just over a week until the zombie outbreak, the number of war robots under your command has already reached 1,500,000. 1,500,000 war robots. Such a massive legion is enough to annihilate a country ranked in the upper tier of global military power. It can be said that without using nuclear weapons, the combat power of these 1,500,000 robots is nearly invincible. After your command is issued, all the robots in the major manufacturing factories in Qing City are under Mio's control. The simulation scene appears. Mio, keep 1 million robots stationed in Huagua, and the remaining 500,000 robots will accompany me to the United States. That's right. Unlike the previous simulations where you passively endured attacks, this time, Jiang Chen planned to take the initiative. Before the outbreak of the zombie virus, he surrounded the dark laboratory on Rhode Island with an army of 500,000 robots. He aimed to annihilate all humans infected with the zombie virus at the source of the outbreak. Although this would still inevitably cause casualties, it was far better than having all of humanity hunted down by zombies over the years. Jiang Chen wanted to see if he could prevent the global outbreak of the zombie virus through this method. Thus, he led over 500,000 robots across the Pacific Ocean, taking just over 3 days to reach American territory. The performance of the war robots was exceptional in every aspect. Swimming in the ocean was one of their basic capabilities. Upon arriving around Rhode Island, Jiang Chen ordered the 500,000 robots to encircle the island tightly, ensuring that not a single fish could escape. Then, he had all the robots conceal themselves at the bottom of the sea, waiting for the outbreak of the zombie virus. While you wait for the outbreak of the zombie virus, your causal ability refreshes. So, you asked a question. Can this action of mine prevent the outbreak of the zombie virus? Seconds later, no answer appeared before you. This left you puzzled. The lack of an answer indicated that the question you just asked could not be answered with a simple yes or no. How strange. If your question cannot be answered with whether or not, then did your action succeed or fail? Seeing that the opportunity to ask was still there, you settled for a second question. Can I annihilate the zombies on Rhode Island this time? Before you, a yes slowly materialized. The zombies on Rhode Island would be completely wiped out a few days later. But, based on the situation of the previous question, you did not prevent the outbreak of the zombie virus. You vaguely sensed that you might have guessed something. Time quickly moved to May 1st, the day of the zombie virus outbreak. You watched the scenes inside the laboratory in real time through the surveillance in the dark laboratory, just like the last simulated world. On this day, the dark laboratory was still conducting clinical trials for the anti-cancer reagent. Boggin was still serving as Professor Epson's assistant. Entering the cold storage room, Boggin swapped the anti-cancer reagent with the zombie virus. The simulated scene appeared. Inside the dark laboratory, Boggin handed the swapped anti-cancer reagent to Professor Epson. As Professor Epson held the anti-cancer reagent, just as he was about to inject it into the cancer patient lying on the hospital bed, suddenly, he recalled what Jiang Chen had told him over 20 years ago at Qingcheng University in Huaghua. When conducting clinical trials in the future, try not to get hands-on, it could lead to fatalities. By some strange twist of fate, Professor Epson halted his actions. He then handed the anti-cancer reagent to Boggin. Boggin, you do it. Inject the anti-cancer reagent into this cancer patient's body, and witness the birth of a miracle. As he spoke, Professor Epson had already retreated to a distance. Boggin, holding the anti-cancer reagent. As the one responsible for releasing the zombie virus, Boggin certainly understood that what he held was not an anti-cancer reagent at all, but the zombie virus capable of causing global destruction. To have him inject the zombie virus into the cancer patient meant that once the patient mutated into a zombie, he would be the first to be killed by the very creature he had unleashed. Professor, I suddenly have a bit of a stomachache. Can I apply to go to the bathroom? Baojian raised his hand weakly, looking constipated. Professor Apson waved his hand. Go ahead, just don't soil your pants. Ibwa, you come and inject the anti-cancer agent. Okay, teacher. The researcher named Ibwa excitedly took the anti-cancer agent from Baogan's hands, looking at Baojin who was running away with his legs crossed, his expression slightly disdainful. This was a historic moment. As a result, Baojian wasted this precious opportunity just because of a stomachache. If it were him, he wouldn't miss this chance even if he had a stomach upset or was about to kick the bucket. So, the researcher named Ibwa, with an excited expression, injected the anti-cancer agent into the cancer patient's body. Then, in the next second, just as he had imagined, he kicked the bucket. The cancer patient, now turned into a zombie, bit through the artery in his neck, blood spraying everywhere. The laboratory fell into chaos once again. The zombie virus erupted as expected. On the surface of the sea outside Rhode Island, Jiang Chen sat on several robots, coldly watching this scene. Jiang Chen stood up from the robots, his gaze fixed sharply towards the direction of Rhode Island. Mio, you can command the Robot Legion to act now. Surround Rhode Island and annihilate all zombies. Better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. Under your command and Mio's control, over 500,000 robots surged out of the sea, landing on various coasts of Rhode Island. Faced with the suddenly appearing Robot Legion, the tourists on Rhode Island were understandably frightened. However, you clearly did not care about the feelings of these tourists. You directly ordered the Robot Legion to continuously shrink the encirclements centered around the dark laboratory. Humans outside the encirclement who had not been infected with the zombie virus would, of course, remain safe. The appearance of the Robot Legion undoubtedly saved their lives. Otherwise, they would end up like the first batch of souls lost to the zombie tide in previous simulations. As for the humans already infected with the zombie virus within the robot encirclement, well, sorry about that. You can only offer them a relatively decent way to be killed, leaving none alive. 500,000 robots is quite a number. To put it in perspective, Rhode Island, covering over 200 square kilometers, has only about 200,000 people, including tourists and a few indigenous residents. As they advanced to within a dozen kilometers of the dark laboratory, traces of zombies appeared. Faced with ordinary humans who had just mutated into zombies, the robots naturally slaughtered them. High-density firepower swept through, turning each zombie into mush. That's right, this is the decent death you found for these humans who had mutated into zombies. Turning into mush, making it impossible for later generations to distinguish who was who. At the same time, you had Mio delete all their browsing information on the internet by comparing the facial information of each zombie. No fear of being ground to dust, but wanting to leave a clean slate in the world. Without any worries, they should die peacefully. The Robot Legion continued to advance towards the location of the dark laboratory. One by one, zombies fell like wheat under the powerful firepower of the robots. These zombies were all ordinary zombies. Now, less than an hour had passed since the outbreak of the zombie virus. It was impossible for any zombie lord-level existence to emerge. Moreover, even if there is a zombie lord present, you, holding an army of 500,000 robots, are not the least bit afraid. A simulated image appeared. Help! Help! Through the robot's perspective, Jiang Chen heard cries for help coming from deep within the dark laboratory's forest. Then, a disheveled person, looking distressed and wearing a white lab coat, appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. This person was none other than Professor Ipsen. Jiang Chen was quite surprised to see that Professor Ipsen was still alive. If he remembered correctly, in the last simulated world, Professor Ipsen was the first human to be infected by the zombie virus, aside from that cancer patient from around the world. It seemed that this time, Professor Ipsen had heeded his warning from over 20 years ago and had narrowly escaped with his life. Jiang Chen immediately ordered a robot to restrain Professor Ipsen. After checking Professor Ipsen's body, he found no wounds from zombie bites. Jiang Chen planned to take Professor Ipsen back to Huagua. Although it had been confirmed that the zombie virus had no relation to the Dark Laboratory or Professor Ipsen, he was merely a scapegoat. But the anti-cancer reagent was indeed a product developed by Professor Ipsen. In the last simulated world, Jiang Chen's death was closely tied to the anti-cancer reagent developed by Professor Ipsen. Ipsen, do you have the anti-cancer reagent on you? Jiang Chen's mechanical voice came from the robot. Professor Ipsen, trapped under the robot's arm, was filled with fear and stammered, "The laboratory, all the anti-cancer reagents are in the laboratory, I don't have any on me." A smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips, sending a shiver down Professor Ipsen's spine as he spoke. Then, "Professor Ipsen, I must trouble you to return to the laboratory with me and retrieve the anti-cancer reagent." No, I won't go back, there are zombies, it's full of zombies there." Professor Ipsen struggled desperately in the robot's grasp. "If I go back, the zombies there will kill me. Whether you go back or not is not up to you, Professor Ipsen." Jiang Chen's cold mechanical voice rang out. "You commanded the robot army to continue pushing forward. Along the way, the number of zombies you killed was around 10,000. After all, the zombie virus had just broken out, and the number of humans infected with the zombie virus was still not high. If the zombie virus fully erupted, 10,000 zombies would probably only be the number found in a small town." Soon, the robot army advanced to the Dark Laboratory. As the origin of the zombie virus outbreak, the number of zombies here was the most concentrated. Nearly 1,000 researchers and dozens of humans who came to participate in clinical trials had all mutated into zombies. Only 2 people escaped from the entire laboratory. One was Professor Ipsen, who was far from the laboratory, and the other, of course, was Paul Jen. A simulated image appeared. Looking at the nearly 1,000 zombies rushing towards them in the laboratory, Jiang Chen gave the order. "Kill them all, leave none alive." The sound of gunfire erupted, lasting for over 10 minutes. When the gunfire ceased, the laboratory floor was covered with the bodies of zombies. Each had turned into a pile of flesh, utterly incapable of being alive. During this time, there were indeed zombies that charged through the fire towards the robots. However, facing the iron mass of the robots, the zombies had no way to bite. Some zombies came up to bite hard, but not only were the robots unharmed, the zombies' teeth were all shattered. Jiang Chen had the robot release the still terrified Professor Ipsen. However, now Professor Ipsen's fear was different from the fear he had just shown. Previously, it was because he was forcibly taken back to the laboratory by Jiang Chen, fearing infection from the zombie virus that he was terrified. Now, it was because he witnessed the powerful combat capabilities of the robot army, seeing nearly 1,000 zombies being ruthlessly crushed by them, that he felt deep fear. Being captured by this group of incredibly powerful metal clumps, would he ever have a chance to escape this life? Jiang Chen's mechanical voice spoke. "Find all the finished anti-cancer reagents in the laboratory." Faced with Jiang Chen's order, Professor Ipsen did not dare to be negligent. Stepping over the bodies of zombies, he searched tirelessly in the laboratory. Jiang Chen also learned that the few anti-cancer reagents stored in the freezer during the last simulation world were not all of them. In several other rooms of the laboratory, there were also a few vials of anti-cancer reagents. In the end, Professor Ipsen placed a total of 20 anti-cancer reagents in front of Jiang Chen. He arranged the 20 vials neatly before Jiang Chen. The glass reagent bottles contained a light blue liquid. "Do these anti-cancer reagents really have the effect of killing cancer cells?" Jiang Chen asked. They can kill, Professor Ipsen said excitedly. "Before this human experiment, we had conducted multiple animal experiments. None of those animal experiments went wrong, but why did this human experiment turn out like this?" Professor Apeson looked at the zombies scattered on the ground, his face showing sorrow. Until now, Professor Apeson clearly still thought that the zombie virus had originated from the anti-cancer reagents they developed. The emergence of the zombie virus has nothing to do with you. Jiang Chen's mechanical voice came from the robot. Your assistant, Borgen, had already swapped them out when he went to the freezer to get the anti-cancer reagents. What? Professor Apeson suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Don't believe it? Jiang Chen smiled. If you don't believe it, look around among these zombie bodies in the laboratory. Is there a Borgen? Professor Apeson looked around on the ground and indeed did not find Borgen's figure. Is it really him? Professor Apeson gasped, murmuring to himself, but why? The existence of the zombie virus, if not careful, could destroy human civilization. As for that question, we need to ask him ourselves. Jiang Chen had Professor Apeson place the remaining 20 anti-cancer reagents into a suitcase, then once again clamped Professor Apeson under his arm and rushed towards Borgen's direction. Borgen's speed in escaping was astonishing. He was on par with a professional sprinter. In the last life, if Jiang Chen hadn't had the ability to forcefully match any opponent, he would have been left far behind by this guy. As for this life, controlling the robots, Jiang Chen was not much slower than Borgen. Thus, still on the same coast as in the last life, Jiang Chen caught up with Borgen with Professor Apeson. Huff, 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 what the hell is this metal clump? Borgen bent over, panting heavily. Borgen, stop running. No matter how fast you are, you can't outrun the robots, Jiang Chen said in a calm tone, closely pursuing him. Borgen, who are you? Jiang Chen's voice was transformed into a purely mechanical sound by the robot, and Borgen certainly could not recognize that this voice belonged to his greatly respected senior, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that I already know the zombie virus was released by you. Borgen's expression turned frantic. You. I didn't do it, it wasn't me, I'm just a janitor. Explanation is just to cover up. Cover up is the truth. The panicked expression on Bailjan's face has already betrayed him. Bailjan, why are you doing this? At that moment, Professor Apeson stepped out from behind the robot team, his face filled with sorrow as he questioned Bailjan. The hundreds of people in the lab are all your colleagues and friends whom you've worked with for years. Victor, who shared a dorm with you, lent you $100,000 without hesitation when your father was seriously ill. And Lucian, the young man who just joined the lab this year and has been working under you, has always regarded you as his brother. Now, because of you, they have all turned into something unrecognizable, becoming zombies, dead. Professor Apeson's words were like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Bailjan's heart. Bailjan knelt down, scratching his head frantically, and shouted, but I had no choice. If I don't do as they say, I will die, and it will be a painful death. I'm still young, I don't want to die. Jiang Chen controlled the robot to walk in front of Bailjan, the cold muzzle pressed against his head. But if you don't cooperate with me, you will die too. Jiang Chen's cold voice rang out. Tell me, who instructed you to do all this? If you perform well, I might consider letting you go. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to defeat them. You have no idea what kind of existence you are facing. Bailjan's voice trembled, whether from fear or from recalling the power of the mastermind behind it all. Your mastermind is an alien, right? Just an extraterrestrial. As long as it's alive, I can kill it for you, Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. Recalling the last time in the simulated world, Jiang Chen had captured an alien creature and ultimately tortured it to death. From the combat power displayed by that group of alien creatures, humanity was not completely without a chance of victory. How do you know? Bailjan's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't worry about how I know. You just need to tell me who that person is, Jiang Chen said. I don't know who that person is because I have never seen his true face. I only know he is from an extraterrestrial planet, and the one who assigned me tasks has always been that person from Princeton University, Bailjan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Jiang Chen, which person? Bailjan, I can't say. I've been placed under a restriction. Once I say his name, I will die immediately. I can only tell you that he is someone you wouldn't expect. Restriction, still a restriction. Bailjan, bound by the restriction, couldn't extract much useful information. Now, can you let me go? Bailjan looked up, pleading. A devilish smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. Of course, I can. I'll send you on your way right now. After saying that, Jiang Chen controlled the robot to grab Bailjan by the collar. He directly brought him to the vast ocean. After searching for a few seconds, Jiang Chen found a school of sharks. What are you doing? Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me and would let me go? That's right, I won't kill you. But whether that hungry school of sharks kills you, I won't interfere. Jiang Chen flicked his hand, throwing Bailjan into the midst of the sharks. Amid Bailjan's painful wails, he was devoured by the sharks, leaving not even a bone behind. Although Baeljan was forced, in order to save his own life, he naturally became a traitor, using the extinction of humanity as his badge of loyalty. Such a person is not worth mourning even if he dies 100 times. Baeljan is dead. You return to Rhodes Island. Let 500,000 robots conduct a thorough search of the entire island once again. Ensure that no zombies become overlooked. Over an hour later, after seeing several American warships heading towards Rhode Island from a distance, you ordered the robots to retreat. Clearly, the earlier commotion had prompted tourists on the island to call the police. The American military's response was not slow either. They dispatched several warships to investigate the situation. The robots retreated completely. As for the corpses of the zombies that were killed, you had long instructed the robots to pile them together and set them ablaze. Although the activity of the zombie virus in the dead bodies was very weak, it's better to be safe than sorry. If American soldiers were to be infected by the virus from the zombie corpses, it would be troublesome. Leaving Rhode Island, you sent most of the robots back to Qingcheng, China. You planned to take a small team of robots to Princeton University. There was a superior of Borgen at Princeton University. This had already been confirmed by Borgen. Your goal was to find this superior of Borgen and then follow the clues to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. Borgen's rank was too low, he had no idea who the hidden mastermind was. As his superior, perhaps they knew more about the alien mastermind. However, just as you embarked on your journey to Princeton University, a piece of news came in. At 11 o'clock this morning, which was when you had killed all the zombies on Rhode Island, the zombie virus also broke out on the Princeton University campus, nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Rhode Island. Now, the area within a 10-kilometer radius of Princeton University had completely fallen. While you were containing the outbreak of the zombie virus on Rhode Island, the zombie virus had emerged at Princeton University. It goes without saying, this must be the work of Borgen's superior. At the same time, you understood why the question you had asked previously had no answer. Before taking action, you had asked whether you could prevent the outbreak of the zombie virus. The simulator had not provided an answer. Now it seemed clear. You had stopped the outbreak of zombies on Rhode Island but had not prevented the outbreak of the zombie virus at Princeton University. That was why there was no answer. The outbreak of the zombie virus at Princeton University was very sudden. In a very short time, the zombie virus spread uncontrollably around the school. The number of zombies was increasing at an exponential rate. You estimated that even if you turned back now with an army of 500,000 robots, you would not be able to stop the spread of the zombie virus. So, you decisively gave up. Then you turned back home, returning to China. Upon returning to China, you immediately did one thing. That was to inform the Chinese authorities about the situation regarding the zombie virus. A simulated image appeared. In a high-end conference room in Yanqing, the Chinese leadership was holding a routine meeting. But suddenly, the projection equipment in the conference room went black, and the next second, a face formed from data streams appeared on the screen. "Hello, leaders," Jiang Chen greeted in a mechanical voice. "Who are you?" The elderly man sitting in the main seat asked in a deep voice. "Me? I'm just an ordinary enthusiastic citizen of China," Jiang Chen smiled. "I have an urgent situation that I need to report to you. At Princeton University across the ocean in the United States, a zombie virus has already broken out. It won't be long before the zombie virus spreads to our China. Therefore, you need to cut off transportation channels with other countries as soon as possible, delaying the appearance of the zombie virus in China for as long as you can. Of course, the zombie virus cannot be prevented. Sooner or later, it will spread into China. So you need to establish defensive fortresses in the northwest rear of China in advance, as a stronghold for humanity. Oh, by the way, I also have a set of manufacturing blueprints for war robots, which have already been stored in your device, along with a set of blueprints for virtual helmets. The two are complementary. You can choose to have someone wear the virtual helmet to control the war robots in combat on the front lines. You can verify the authenticity of what I just said one by one later. Rest assured, my attitude towards China is absolutely friendly. Otherwise, with my ability to infiltrate your internal meeting system, there would be no secrets in the world before me. Alright, that's all for our first meeting. By the way, I've left you a little gift on your computer. You can open it later and take a look." After saying this, the projection device in the conference room went black for a moment before returning to normal. The members of the council looked at each other. What this person just said. Let's have someone verify it. Since this person has the ability to hack into our meeting system, he can't just be here to joke with us. As for the verification results, let's temporarily implement a circuit breaker mechanism for transportation channels across the country with foreign countries. Also, immediately have the technical department come over to check this computer in the conference room to see if there are any materials that person mentioned. Soon, the technical department personnel arrived. They carefully examined the computer in the conference room. Sure enough, they found 3 new files on the computer. The first file was directly placed on the desktop. The folder was named Meeting Gift. Upon opening it, the folder was filled with various blueprints. When the technician saw the names of the blueprints, he instinctively opened his mouth in shock. "What is the content inside?" the elder of the council asked in a deep voice. "Leader, if I'm not mistaken, this folder contains the manufacturing blueprints for various advanced weapons of the U.S. military." The technician swallowed hard. "There are blueprints for destroyers, combat aircraft, cruise missiles, and even aircraft carriers and nuclear bombs." "What?" The elder of the council stood up in surprise from his seat. "Can the authenticity of the blueprints be guaranteed?" "Leader, each of these blueprints is very complex. I'm not a professional and cannot make a judgment," the researcher said with a wry smile, shaking his head. The elder of the council immediately gave the order: "Command the Chinese Academy of Sciences to send their most elite expert team to verify the authenticity of these blueprints." "Yes," the elder of the council asked. "Have the other 2 files been found?" Compared to the military weapon file from the U.S. that was right on the desktop, the remaining 2 files were a bit harder to find. However, for this technician serving the highest levels of China, it was not difficult. "Found it. One is the manufacturing blueprint for war robots, and the other is the manufacturing blueprint for virtual helmets. Print them all out. Once the team from the Chinese Academy of Sciences arrives, we will immediately verify them." "Yes." In no time, the team from the Chinese Academy of Sciences hurried over. Without resting, several esteemed academicians began to verify each of those blueprints one by one. After a while, originally exhausted from the journey, their faces now shone with excitement. "How is it?" "The specific details will require a lot of time to verify one by one, but from the overall framework, I am 99% sure that these blueprints are all genuine." "All genuine?" "Yes, all genuine." "Leader, may I ask something that shouldn't be asked? Do we have a high-level insider in the U.S.? These things are tightly controlled over there. Ordinary people can't even get close. This is a top-secret matter. You shouldn't inquire further." Suddenly, the elder in the meeting, lost in joy, thought of something. If all these blueprints are genuine, then what the mysterious person just mentioned about the zombie virus? Just as this thought crossed his mind, there was a hurried knock on the conference room door. A secretary rushed in front of the elder and whispered in his ear, "Leader, it has just been confirmed that a zombie virus has indeed broken out in the U.S. The zombie virus first appeared on a small island called Rhode Island, but it was quickly suppressed by a robot army that appeared from nowhere. Then, the zombie virus emerged at Princeton University and spread rapidly. As of just now, the state of New Jersey, where Princeton University is located, has completely fallen." "Leader, everything that mysterious person said is true. Zombie virus." The elder murmured these 4 words, gradually calming down, and commanded, "Let all regions continue to enforce the order to completely ban transportation and communication with foreign countries, and tell them this time it is not a short-term suspension but a strict regulation for a long time to come. Not even a bird can enter from the borders of Huagua. Additionally, immediately begin producing war robots according to the blueprints provided by that mysterious person, mobilizing the entire nation. We must strive to have at least 10 million robots ready to respond before the zombie virus breaks out on a large scale domestically." In this life, after your reminder, the country's actions were swift. The transportation routes between Huagua and other foreign countries were completely sealed off. The plane carrying zombies that was supposed to land at Qingqing's Luting Airport never touched down in Huagua. A few days later, the people of Huagua learned about the outbreak of the zombie virus abroad through the news. It would be a lie to say there was no panic. However, seeing Huagua's strict defenses, refusing all living beings at the border, the people remained relatively stable. On this side, with the help of the blueprints you provided, the military strength of Huagua was significantly enhanced. The U.S. truly is the strongest military power on Earth. In certain weapon research, they surpassed Huagua by more than just a little. Even in areas referred to as black technology weapons, such as laser and electromagnetic weapons, the U.S. has made some inroads. Although there is still a long way to go before developing products suitable for actual combat, they are still far ahead of other countries. Meanwhile, in addition to digesting the advanced weapon blueprints you provided from the U.S., Huagua also requisitioned nearly 10,000 factories according to the combat robot blueprints you provided, transforming production lines for the manufacture of war robots. This was a nationwide effort, completely different from the small skirmishes you had before. One after another, combat robots were produced. 6 months later, 10 million war robots were produced and stationed across various borders of Huagua. Now, more than 6 months have passed since the outbreak of the zombie virus. Several countries surrounding China have already experienced large-scale zombie outbreaks. Some nations have even been completely wiped out, turning into paradises for the undead. At this stage, no zombie overlord has appeared yet. In the face of a group of ordinary zombies and zombie lords, war robots can easily cope. A simulated scene emerges. Inside a safe house, Jiang Chen and Xia Qingning sit cross-legged on the sofa, munching on potato chips while watching the combat footage from the border displayed on the screen in front of them. They see nearly 10,000 zombies in foreign military uniforms roaring as they charge towards Chinese territory along the southern border. On the other side, the robot legion stationed at the border defense line raises their cold gun barrels and opens fire on this group of mutated foreign soldiers. It is almost a one-sided massacre. Jiang Chen, I see that the situation abroad has turned into a complete mess because of the zombie virus. Xia Qingning frowns, her beautiful brows knitted with worry. Do you think one day, our China will end up like that? Jiang Chen sighs deeply and takes a sip of his sugary drink. It's bound to happen. Under the zombie apocalypse crisis, it's impossible for China to remain unscathed. Sooner or later, the zombie virus will appear in our country. It's just a matter of time. Unless, Xia Qingning asks, unless what? Unless a vaccine for the zombie virus can be developed, but that's almost impossible. Jiang Chen shrugs helplessly. A vaccine for the zombie virus. During the previous simulations, Jiang Chen had tried to explore this possibility to some extent. But in this life, he didn't even have the thought of trying. Because after the outbreak of the zombie virus, Jiang Chen had asked the simulator this question. With the combined efforts of all humanity, can a vaccine for the zombie virus be developed within 10 years? The simulator's answer was a no. The second time, Jiang Chen changed 10 years to 20 years and asked the question again. The answer was still no. Then, Jiang Chen asked 2 or 3 more times. In the end, he confirmed one thing. That is, to develop a vaccine for the zombie virus, even with the combined efforts of all humanity, it would probably take at least 100 years. 100 years. There's no certainty that human civilization can last another 10 years. 100 years is too long. Thus, Jiang Chen decisively abandoned this plan and relayed this information to the higher-ups in China. However, it was clear that the higher-ups in China did not fully trust Jiang Chen yet. They still arranged for hundreds of top talents in the field of life sciences to invest in the research and development of a vaccine for the zombie virus. Jiang Chen did not stop them. Some things can only be truly felt through personal experience. To grasp that sense of despair, faced with the alien product that is the zombie virus, human civilization still seems too immature. As the number of produced robots increases, the defense of China's border becomes very solid. In 2045, the third year since the outbreak of the zombie virus, the Chinese citizens sheltered by the military live relatively comfortable and stable lives. However, over the past 3 years, the changes in Chinese society have also been enormous. Many industries, such as real estate, entertainment, and foreign trade, are facing extinction. Meanwhile, some industries are thriving, such as sports and fitness, tourism, and esports. Yes, the esports industry has developed extremely rapidly since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. As for the reason, it's simple. Every war robot requires someone to wear a virtual helmet to control it remotely. But controlling war robots with a virtual helmet is very difficult. It not only requires talent but also a lot of training time, otherwise, even making the robot walk normally becomes very challenging. At the beginning, when the number of robots was small, the Chinese military could still select outstanding soldiers from among the troops to control them after training. However, as the number of robots increased, it became clear that there weren't enough talented soldiers in the Chinese army. After some research, the military turned its attention to those esports prodigies. In fact, the principle of controlling robots with virtual reality helmets is not much different from playing esports games. One simply controls game characters in a virtual world, while the other controls robots in the real world. The Chinese military had this group of esports prodigies try their hand at operating the robots, and they quickly got the hang of it. While an average person might need several days or even half a month to learn to walk with a robot, these esports youths could do it in just half a day. Soon, the first batch of war robots controlled by esports prodigies was deployed to the battlefield, and they performed exceptionally well. Although they were operating the same war robots, these esports prodigies could execute dazzling maneuvers that left onlookers in awe. Their movements were so fluid that it seemed as if the robots were extensions of themselves, leaving many war robots controlled by ordinary soldiers in shock. However, in China, esports is still a niche industry. Even if all retired esports players were gathered, there would only be a few tens of thousands, which is far from enough to meet the massive demand for war robots. Thus, the Chinese military found you. 3 months later, under the leadership of Ling and with the participation of over 3,000 game engineers in China, the world's first virtual reality game was born. Zombie Apocalypse War. This is the name of the game. The game's world background is essentially based on the real world, with appropriate modifications. Players need to embody a warrior in a zombie apocalypse, continuously killing one zombie after another to achieve various accomplishments. The game is quite hardcore. Every action of the characters in the game requires players to control them personally, with no convenient shortcuts. Even moving around the map requires players to walk on their own legs. There is no one-click teleportation. The Chinese military aimed to use this method to select suitable humans to operate war robots. As the world's first virtual reality game, and with the Chinese government's deliberate promotion, the game became an instant hit upon release. Long lines formed at various offline virtual helmet pre-sale points for several days. To experience this virtual reality game, a virtual helmet was essential. To facilitate the popularization of zombie apocalypse war, the Chinese government continuously lowered costs, bringing the price of a virtual helmet down to just 498 renminbi, comparable to an ordinary AAA game. Half a month later, amid the anticipation of countless gamers, Zombie Apocalypse War officially launched. Within just a few minutes, millions of players flooded in. After trying it out, everyone found that the game was indeed quite hardcore. It was so hardcore that some players spent an entire night playing but ended up lying on the ground, unable to even stand up normally, only able to crawl around like a pupa. Those who were slightly better could barely stand in the game, but as soon as they took a step, they would fall. In such a state, let alone killing zombies, when zombies approached, they couldn't even crawl away, essentially serving themselves up as a meal for the zombies. Many players were tormented by this game to the point of wanting to die, only to be killed by zombies as soon as they respawned, experiencing no enjoyment at all, and were preparing to quit. Trash game, ruining my youth. But just then, the official announcement for the game Zombie Apocalypse War was released. The content of the announcement was simple. Starting today, a currency exchange system between in-game currency and real-world currency would be established. That's right, an exchange system, not a recharge system. Zombie Apocalypse War does not have a recharge option, meaning players only need to spend their own money to buy virtual game helmets and do not need to spend any extra money. The newly opened exchange system allows players to exchange in-game gold coins for real-world RMB. In the game, players earn varying amounts of gold coins for each zombie they kill. According to the latest announcement from Zombie Apocalypse War, after the exchange system opened, 10 gold coins could be exchanged for 1 yuan in the real world, at a ratio of 10 to 1. As soon as the announcement was made, it caused a huge stir online, quickly reaching the top of the trending search list within half an hour. Game companies have always tried to find ways to get players to spend money. A game like Zombie Apocalypse War, which actively gives money to players, is truly one of a kind. Simulated scenes appeared. Online, discussions about Zombie Apocalypse War were in full swing. Really? Playing games can earn money? I feel like it's just a gimmick. No way, Zombie Apocalypse War has the backing of the state. It can't be false advertising. If it's true, I won't quit the game. At least I need to earn back the money I spent on the virtual game helmet. It's true, they really do give money. I just saw a primary school student in an internet cafe controlling a game character, killing over a dozen zombies, earning more than 100 gold coins, and exchanging it for over 10 yuan, enough for a meal. It's amazing. I've also seen others post screenshots of successful exchanges online. No more talking, brothers, I'm off to kill zombies. Maybe the club models will be waiting for me tomorrow. The number of active players in Zombie Apocalypse War surged. Countless players who had announced their intention to quit put their helmets back on, continuously improving their control over their bodies through repeated deaths. A week later, the number of players in Zombie Apocalypse War surpassed 100 million. Among these 100 million players, 5 million had recorded zombie kills. This means that these 5 million players had reached the level of operating war robots to kill zombies on the front lines. To stimulate players' competitive spirit, the game introduced a leaderboard for zombie kills. Currently, the top player has killed a staggering 1,520 zombies. This player's nickname is the only female disciple of Ame Mountain. You had may tracked this player's address, hacked into her home camera, and discovered that the only female disciple of Ame Mountain was none other than Luo Hongi. While others in the game were using their firearms to harvest zombie lives, Luo Hongi took a different approach. After personally crafting a long spear from a steel rod, she swung it to reap the lives of one zombie after another. Another half-month passed. The number of players with recorded zombie kills in the game reached 10 million. The military of Hwagwa believed it was time to reap the rewards. The top 100,000 players on the Zombie Apocalypse War zombie kill leaderboard were targeted by the military for recruitment. Thus, players scattered across the country were successively visited by the police under the pretext of checking water meters, knocking on their doors. A few days later, led by Luohani, 1 million people donned virtual game helmets emblazoned with the national flag of Hwagwa and stepped onto the front lines to battle zombies. The Hwagwa military naturally placed great importance on Luohani, the top-ranked expert, and specially crafted an extremely sharp red spear from high-density alloy for her. With the war robots, they were not at a disadvantage in the fight against the zombies. Although the strength of the zombies was continuously increasing, with the number of zombie lords growing ever larger, the Hwagwa military was selecting talented players to control the war robots in the game Zombie Apocalypse War, allowing the potential of the war robots to be constantly enhanced. Initially, a war robot struggled to handle 1 or 2 zombie lords. However, among this group of exceptionally skilled operators, the potential of the war robots was continuously unleashed, and more operational techniques were developed. Those with extremely high operational talent, like Luohani and others, could now control war robots while facing 5 or 6 zombie lords without losing ground. Of course, on the other side, Hwagwa was not resting on its laurels, despite its current achievements. There were simply too many zombies. According to rough estimates, the global zombie population had already reached over 4 billion. Just in the neighboring countries around Hwagwa, there were over 1 billion zombies lurking. Especially in the southern neighboring country, India, it had completely turned into a paradise for zombies, with only 1 in 10 humans surviving. Thus, under the threat of zombies from neighboring countries, Hwagwa had been accelerating the pace of technological development over the past few years, particularly in military weaponry. With the tireless efforts of countless experts and scholars, based on the blueprints you provided earlier, the war robots had already evolved to version 3.0. In terms of laser and electromagnetic weapons, Hwagwa had also made significant progress based on the initial research conducted by the United States. It was estimated that in another 3 to 4 years, the first laser and electromagnetic weapons could be mounted on war robots for practical use. Of course, behind all this, your assistance was indispensable. You operated a robot, stationed at the Hwagwa research base located in Yinjing. During your second meeting with the Hwagwa high-ranking officials after the outbreak of the zombie virus, you revealed some of your abilities to them. You told them that if they encountered any issues requiring judgment in the future, they could seek your help, and you could assist them. At a moment concerning the extinction of all humanity, the Hwagwa officials were not polite with you. They sought your help on many issues requiring judgment, most of which were related to military weapon development. In fact, your abilities were very practical during the research process. Sometimes, the direction of a particular research project could be counted on one hand. Without your assistance, the researchers in Hwagwa would have to trial and error one by one, wasting a significant amount of time and human resources. But with your help, it was different. You could directly ask questions in the simulator, helping them eliminate a wrong research direction. If luck was on their side, they could even pinpoint the correct research direction in one go. This greatly improved the efficiency of the researchers' work. It could be said that your presence saved them from nearly all the detours. All they needed to do was follow your instructions, eliminate the wrong paths, and stride forward on the correct path. A simulated scene emerged. Xing Cheng, still in that safe house. Jiang Chen, uncertain when the zombie virus would erupt domestically, spent most of his time hiding in the safe house with Xiao Qingning. After all, the supplies in the safe house were abundant. Enough for the two of them to eat and drink without worry for a lifetime. Out of boredom, they would log into Zombie Apocalypse Crisis to kill zombies and chat with other players. Phew, that zombie was so twisted. I got killed in one hit. On the sofa, Xiao Qingning took off her virtual game helmet, pouting as she couldn't help but complain. Next to her, Jiang Chen, who had also been killed by a zombie, removed his game helmet and, hearing Xiao Qingning's complaint, smiled and said, "That was a new type of high-level zombie I had Ling add in after yesterday's game update, the Zombie Overlord." The attributes of zombies in Zombie Apocalypse game were basically the same as those in the real world. Since the game launched, there had only been 2 levels of zombies, ordinary zombies and zombie lords. However, after yesterday's game update, Jiang Chen had added the Zombie Overlord level. In the real world, the information Ling had obtained so far had not indicated the existence of zombie overlords. But Jiang Chen knew that the zombie overlord would soon appear. This year was already 2056. In previous simulated worlds, the zombie overlord appeared in 2057. There was still a year left. So, Jiang Chen had Ling visualize the combat strength of the zombie overlord from his memory and add it to the game. This was to help players in the game adapt to the existence of the zombie overlord in advance. Otherwise, when the zombie overlord suddenly appeared a year later, they might be caught off guard. The addition of the zombie overlord was certainly a source of distress for many players. Originally, zombie apocalypse game was already difficult to master, and now with the addition of this twisted existence, it could be said that ordinary players had no gaming experience at all. They could only avoid the zombie overlord from a distance when they encountered it in the game. Meanwhile, the official zombie apocalypse game also announced the kill reward for the zombie overlord. Killing one zombie overlord could earn 10 million gold coins, equivalent to 1 million yuan. Many people wanted to get this money. 1 million yuan could achieve financial freedom in some small cities, but no one had the strength to do so. Many brave souls tried in the game, but all returned defeated. Not to mention killing the zombie overlord. They barely got a glimpse of the zombie overlord's appearance before being killed in an instant. The gap in strength was terrifyingly vast. A simulated scene emerged. Jiang Chen was having a conversation with the high-ranking officials of the Huagua Council. Mr. Shadow, are you saying that in the future, zombies of the zombie overlord level will evolve on our Earth? A middle-aged man from the council asked in a deep voice. Yes, Jiang Chen replied affirmatively. The first batch of zombie overlords will emerge this year at the earliest, and at the latest next year. Subsequently, the number of zombie overlords will continue to increase. Faced with Jiang Chen's affirmative response, the members of the council looked grave, remaining silent for a long time. No one present questioned Jiang Chen's answer. The reason was simple. Hundreds of previous experiences had proven that Mr. Shadow did not speak falsely. Whatever Jiang Chen said would be the truth. His accuracy was even more outrageous than mathematical and physical laws. Then, will there be anyone among us humans who can defeat such a powerful existence? Someone swallowed hard and asked in a hoarse voice. There will be. The zombie overlord is not invincible. Jiang Chen replied. In fact, he had previously asked the simulator this question. Was there a human who could kill an existence of the zombie overlord's level? The simulator's answer was yes. However, Jiang Chen did not know who that person was. In fact, there was one more thing that Jiang Chen did not tell the council. He was afraid that if they heard it, they would despair and directly give up resistance. The zombie overlord, which they currently considered powerful and invincible, was not the ultimate form of zombies. A few years later, after the blood moon descends, a being named the Zombie King would emerge among the zombies. In front of the Zombie King, the zombie overlord was merely an ant that could be easily crushed. It has been more than half a year since the zombie overlord went online in the game. The hundreds of millions of players in the game were tormented by the zombie overlord, but like the final boss of a game, they could do nothing to it. But one day, a kill notification flooded the screens of all players in the game. Player, the only female disciple of Ame Mountain, killed the zombie overlord and received 10 million gold coins. The zombie overlord was killed by someone. The one who killed the zombie overlord was Luo Hongyi, who had once ranked first on the kill leaderboard and had been missing for more than half a year. Instantly, the entire game erupted. The messages on the game public screen jumped out in tens of thousands within a second. Simulation images appeared. Damn, I have no culture, just a damn walk through the world. Ame heroine is amazing, not seen for half a year, and when she appears, she directly causes a huge wave, truly worthy of being the former kill leaderboard number 1. Damn it, seeing this message, I directly knelt down. An existence like the zombie overlord can actually be killed by us. I thought it was just there to entertain us. Yeah, I didn't even see what the zombie overlord looked like last time. I was killed instantly. 10 million gold coins, 1 million RMB. I can directly declare financial freedom. Big Shot 666, take me as your disciple. I can massage your back and cook for you. I just hope you can teach me how to kill the zombie overlord in your spare time. I can hear your calculations even from the toilet. Luo Hongyi's news of killing the zombie overlord quickly topped the internet's trending searches. The battle video was specially edited by the higher-ups of Huagua for serious study and playback. Luo Hongyi's process of defeating the zombie overlord was not easy. In the game, Luo Hongyi fought the zombie overlord for a full day and night. In the end, Luo Hongyi relied entirely on willpower to fire the last shot, achieving a mutual destruction with the zombie overlord. However, no matter how difficult the victory was, it was indeed a win. The higher-ups of Huagua also saw hope in Luo Hongyi for a battle against the zombie overlord, greatly increasing their confidence. In 2057, the first zombie overlord appeared on the southern border of Huagua. As soon as the zombie overlord appeared, it effortlessly took down hundreds of war robots. If it weren't for many players controlling the robots in a desperate fight, the entire southern border would have almost been breached by this zombie overlord. The situation was critical. Originally defending against zombies from the island nation on the northeastern border, Luo Hongyi was urgently assigned to the southern battlefield. On the southern battlefield, Luo Hongyi encountered the zombie overlord. Upon meeting, without much talk, one person and one zombie engaged in battle. The zombie overlord in the real world was much more troublesome than the one in the game. After all, the zombie overlord in the real world had already begun to possess some human intelligence. The war lasted for 2 days and 1 night. The alloy spear in the hands of the war robot controlled by Luo Hongyi had long been broken by the zombie overlord. At the moment when the zombie overlord seized the opportunity, taking advantage of Luo Hongyi's sluggish movements due to exhaustion, it grabbed the body of the war robot and roared as it forcefully tore it in half. Luo Hongyi suddenly thrust her right hand into the mouth of the already battered zombie overlord, her fingers firing the gun barrel, unleashing a torrent of bullets into the back of the zombie overlord's head. At the same time, her left hand tightly gripped the broken spear, driving it fiercely into the back of the zombie overlord's head. With both hands working simultaneously, Luo Hongyi finally managed to take down the zombie overlord before losing control of the robot. Inside the military base of Huagua, after killing the zombie overlord, Luo Hongyi removed her gaming helmet, only to faint the next second from mental exhaustion. Humanity had killed the zombie overlord one-on-one. However, the high-ranking officials of Huagua realized that this was not a long-term solution. After all, there was only one Luo Hongyi, and after killing one zombie overlord, she needed several days of recovery before she could return to the battlefield. Zombie overlords were continuously being born. They could not be killed endlessly or completely. But before the high-ranking officials of Huagua could devise any solutions, bad news arrived. The southeastern border defense line of Huagua was breached after a joint attack led by 2 zombie overlords. Now, over 10,000 zombies had entered Huagua's territory through this gap. If the residents within 100 kilometers of the border had not all migrated after the outbreak of the zombie virus, it would have already been a scene of devastation. Just as the high-ranking officials of Huagua were about to arrange for the robot army to support the southeastern battlefield, another urgent military report came in. Nearly half a day after the gap appeared in the southeastern defense line, in the northeastern defense line where Luo Hongyi was not stationed, zombies from the island nation, led by 3 zombie overlords, almost poured out en masse, invading Huagua's northeastern territory. Within half a month of the appearance of the zombie overlords, Huagua's defense line had been forcibly breached multiple times by the zombie overlords. The zombie overlords were not only powerful but also possessed a certain level of intelligence, able to gather the originally scattered zombies from various places to launch an attack on the vast land of Huagua. The people of Huagua were forced to end their brief 4 years of peace and personally experience the brutality of the zombie apocalypse. Every day, millions of humans died at the hands of the zombies. In the face of the overwhelming power of the zombie overlords, humanity was unable to form effective countermeasures. At least, no effective countermeasures had been found so far. Thus, Huagua was forced to implement a strategy of retreat. Numerous cities located in the eastern part of Huagua were chosen to be abandoned. The population within the cities was to migrate as much as possible to the western part of Huagua. In the western rear of Huagua, a solid defense line had already been built based on your previous suggestion. Towering city walls reached into the clouds, at least 300 to 400 meters high. The military of Huagua recalled all the war robot legions stationed at the border and deployed them around the western city walls. Huagua's territory was too vast. After the appearance of the zombie overlords, it was simply impossible to have the war robots defend the entire border. But now, by narrowing the defense line and changing the defensive range from the entire territory of Huagua to just 1/3 of the western territory, it became much easier. With towering city walls and nearly 100 million war robots stationed on the outskirts, even if the zombie overlords charged in, they would have to weigh whether they could survive the return. A simulated scene emerged. There were currently no signs of zombies in Qing City, but the high-ranking officials of Qingqing City have already begun mobilizing the citizens to prepare for evacuation. Inside the safe house, Xia Qingning looked up at the planes carrying the citizens of Qingqing City away and couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Chen, aren't we leaving?" Jiang Chen shook his head and replied, "We're not leaving. Going to the western rear might not be any safer than staying here." According to the simulator's response, this safe house was absolutely secure before the blood moon descended. However, no one could guarantee that the western rear of Huagua was absolutely safe. You never know when a zombie might break through the layers of defense and pull off a home invasion. "Senior, let's just stay here for now. This should be the safest place in the world right now. The speed of evacuation in major eastern cities was clearly still outpaced by the spread of the zombie virus. In Qingqing City, when less than one-third of the population had evacuated, the zombies came. Of the remaining 5 to 6 million humans, over 90% perished at the hands of the zombies. The rest, a few 100,000, survived only by hiding in various buildings, narrowly escaping death. A simulated scene appeared. Inside the safe house, Xia Qingning tightly clutched Jiang Chen's shirt, her face tense. Because right now, a small group of zombies was passing by the street in front of their safe house. The safe house was right by the roadside, and its position was quite conspicuous. What made Xia Qingning's heart race was that the leader of this zombie squad, a zombie lord, glanced toward the direction of the safe house as it passed by. It even seemed that this zombie lord had noticed something and was approaching the safe house to investigate. But in the next second, at the end of the street, a human figure appeared, fleeing in panic. The zombie lord instantly abandoned the idea of entering the safe house and let out a roar, leading the zombie squad in pursuit. Inside the safe house, Xia Qingning patted her full chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was calmly munching on sunflower seeds, completely unfazed as if he had just survived a disaster. "Senior, just relax. I told you this place is absolutely safe, and it is absolutely safe," Jiang Chen said with unwavering certainty. "Even if a zombie lord comes, even if a zombie overlord comes, they won't find us." Other surviving humans were either hiding deep underground or in other remote locations. But Jiang Chen and Xia Qingning, on the other hand, were openly residing in a prominent building in the bustling city center. With the sense of smell of a zombie overlord, it shouldn't be a problem for them to detect the presence of Jiang Chen and Xia Qingning as they got closer. But the key point is that under the influence of the law of causality, this safe house was absolutely secure. Therefore, there were two possibilities. One is that no zombie overlord would ever approach here. The other is that even if another zombie overlord did approach, for some other reason, they would not enter the safe house. However, regardless of which of these two possibilities it was, as long as Jiang Chen and Xia Qingning stayed inside the safe house, they were absolutely safe. Your safety and Xia Qingning's safety don't need to be considered for now. Meanwhile, on the side of Huagua, 3 months later, after losing vast territories and countless humans infected by zombies, the situation finally stabilized a bit. The zombie overlords, facing an army composed of over 100 million war robots, were also somewhat hesitant. At this stage, the number of zombie overlords was not large, and they had no intention of launching an attack on Huagua in the short term. One by one, under the arrangements of the zombie overlords, they recuperated in the cities they had captured, quietly accumulating strength. On the side of Huagua, they were equally busy. The conflict between humans and zombies could only end in a fight to the death. If the final outcome was not a victory for the zombies, then they had to strive even harder to progress. The vast machinery of the Huagua nation began to operate efficiently. The remaining over 500 million citizens of Huagua instantly entered a state of universal mobilization. Those with money contributed money, and those with strength contributed strength. They clearly understood that if they lost this battle against the zombies, it would not only be their own demise, but even their descendants would perish along with human civilization. In the face of life and death, the entire Huagua erupted with unprecedented cohesion. In front of the completely unreasonable and intellectually inferior zombies, even if someone wanted to survive by becoming a traitor to the zombies, there would be no opportunity. It was estimated that as soon as they approached the zombies and opened their mouths to speak, they would directly become the zombies' next meal. The elderly and young at home could also have a feast together that night. Therefore, there was no thought of survival, and certainly no fear. Humanity had no choice but to fight to the death. In 2050, the 8th year since the outbreak of the zombie virus, two pieces of good news arrived one after another. First, the Huagua military had found a way to mass-produce luohongi. To be precise, it couldn't be called mass production. It could only be said that in Huagua, there were now others besides luohongi who possessed combat capabilities comparable to the zombie overlords. There were at least dozens of them. And where did the military find these dozens of people? They were found in the mountains. That's right, they were found in the mountains. What is luohongi's identity? Besides being known as the red-clad heroine on the front lines, she had another identity. She was a disciple of the Yamei school, the inheritor of the Yamei spear technique. Thus, the Huagua military began to dig deeper along this line. Since luohongi, as a disciple of the Yamei school, could compete with the zombie overlords after donning a virtual helmet to control a war robot, could other disciples of Yamei Mountain do the same? Or, thinking more broadly, could disciples from other martial arts sects achieve this? It should be noted that there are quite a few well-known martial arts sects still existing in Huaguo. For example, the Wudong School, Huashan School, Shaolin School, and so on. Before the zombies truly invaded Huaguo 2 years ago, most disciples of martial arts sects were living in seclusion on the mountains. Disciples like Luo Hongyi, who were active in the mortal world, were extremely rare. After the zombie invasion of Huaguo, due to receiving news late and slow evacuation, the martial arts disciples suffered heavy losses. After all, relying solely on flesh and blood, humanity's limit could only be a one-for-one exchange with the zombie lord level, as seen in the second simulation with Luo Hongyi. It was only with the support of war robots that Luo Hongyi could fight back against the zombie overlords. By the time they reached the western rear, the disciples of various martial arts sects had dwindled to almost none. Upon realizing that the disciples of martial arts sects had greater potential in controlling war robots, the Huaguo military immediately conducted experiments. The experiments proved that the disciples of martial arts sects, having laid a solid foundation in martial arts and learned many practical combat techniques, were significantly stronger in hand-to-hand combat against zombies than ordinary humans. However, while they were indeed strong, reaching the same level as Luo Hongyi was a considerable challenge. The most critical point was that their talent had to be sufficiently strong. The old master of Amei Mountain told the Chinese military that Luo Hongyi's martial arts talent was the strongest disciple he had seen in nearly a decade. The Amei spear technique is not even ranked among the Amei sect's martial arts manuals. However, after just 2.5 years of training, Luo Hongyi defeated her senior brother, who was over a decade older than her, with her extraordinary spear skills. Luo Hongyi's martial arts talent was already rare, and the martial arts sect suffered heavy casualties at the hands of zombies. This resulted in no disciples from other martial arts sects being able to compare with Luo Hongyi in terms of talent. With no other options, the Chinese military had to resort to the same method, looking for candidates nationwide. All boys and girls aged 15 to 18 across the country were tested for their martial arts talent by various sects. After more than a year of screening, they finally found a dozen individuals nationwide who could rival Luo Hongyi in martial arts talent. After another 2 years of training, by the year 2050, these dozen martial arts disciples barely reached a level where they could compete with a zombie overlord. Of course, they were still some distance from catching up to Luo Hongyi. Because after a few years of growth, 3 years later, Luo Hongyi could kill a zombie overlord without risking her life in exchange. She could even face 2 zombie overlords at once and still hold her ground for a long time. In addition to finding a dozen individuals capable of fighting zombie overlords, China also made significant breakthroughs in another area. Specifically, in the field of war robots. By 2050, war robots had evolved to version 8.0. The 8.0 version of the war robots had significantly enhanced functions compared to version 7.0. With the tireless efforts of tens of thousands of researchers, and your continuous guidance through the use of causal abilities to point them in the right research direction, the world's first laser weapon and the first electromagnetic weapon were successfully developed. After testing, the laser and electromagnetic weapons developed could all be used in actual combat, so they were quickly mounted on war robots. Not only were the weapons upgraded, but even the materials used for the robots underwent a qualitative change. Previously, the armor material of war robots was a high-density alloy, which, while adequate in hardness and other performance metrics against ordinary zombies, struggled against zombie lords, let alone the higher-level zombie overlords. Thus, over the years, under your constant guidance, a material called vibranium that appeared in the fourth simulation was developed by a group of academicians in the field of materials science. Vibranium is versatile, with high hardness, shock absorption, high temperature resistance, and lightweight, making it an excellent material for robot armor. In May 2050, the 8.0 version of the war robot was officially launched, significantly stronger than the previous generation 7.0 version. It had almost reached the level of the war robots that appeared in the fourth simulation. To test the capabilities of the new generation of war robots, the Chinese military launched a small-scale war against the zombies. The results were quite surprising. It was almost like cutting vegetables. They hardly lost any war robots, and a small county town with nearly 100 zombie lords was successfully recaptured. Thus, tasting success, the Chinese military began to ramp up production, with thousands of factories operating day and night to mass-produce the 8.0 version of the war robots. In 2051, the 9th year of the zombie virus outbreak, tens of millions of 8.0 version war robots were manufactured. Arranged neatly together, they reflected a silvery light that would instill fear in anyone who saw them. On May 1, 2051, under the control of numerous gamers, the Chinese military sounded the horn for an attack on the zombie army. The zombie overlords were managed by Luo Hongyi and a dozen other martial arts geniuses. Meanwhile, the lower-level ordinary zombies and zombie lords were dealt with by upgraded war robots. With this arrangement, the Chinese side began to reclaim cities previously occupied by zombies. However, the zombie army, built up over many years, was equally formidable. The zombie army resisted fiercely. Although humanity was continuously winning and reclaiming invaded cities, the pace was slow. At the current rate, it would take nearly 5 more years to reclaim all of China's territory. The higher-ups in China felt this speed was acceptable. 5 years was just 5 years. They had already endured 8 years. What was another 5? But while they were still basking in their joy, you hacked into their conference system again, appearing on the council screen. A simulated image emerged. In the conference room, several high-ranking officials of China were surprised to see Jiang Chen's appearance. Mr. Shadow, do you have any instructions? A middle-aged man from the council asked politely. Jiang Chen's expression was serious as he spoke in a deep voice. I have come to synchronize a message with you. In a year and a half, in 2053, the blood moon will arrive, and the global zombies will undergo another revolution. All zombies will see a significant enhancement in their various qualities. Moreover, many zombies will advance in strength during that blood moon. The elder in the main seat of the council looked grave, his aged voice speaking. So, you mean a large number of ordinary zombies will evolve into zombie lords during that blood moon? Jiang Chen replied, not just that, not only will ordinary zombies evolve into zombie lords, but zombie lords will also evolve into zombie overlords. More critically, some zombie overlords will evolve into higher-level beings? One council member exclaimed, what? Mr. Shadow, are you saying that zombie overlords can evolve? Jiang Chen nodded, his tone neutral, that's right. Zombie overlords are far from the final form of zombies. After the blood moon arrives, some zombie overlords will experience a qualitative leap and evolve into a higher existence, zombie kings. The council members furrowed their brows. Zombie kings? Jiang Chen continued, zombie kings possess strength far exceeding that of zombie overlords, and each zombie king will awaken 1 or 2 unique talents. In front of zombie kings, zombie overlords are hardly different from chicks. One can destroy a city. For them, it's just a simple task. Zombie kings possess intelligence comparable to ours. At that time, apart from being zombies, they will be indistinguishable from us. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the conference room fell into a long silence. The arrival of the blood moon, strength evolution, zombie kings. The information contained in Jiang Chen's few sentences was immense, leaving everyone's minds reeling. They had originally thought that the powerful existence of zombie overlords was the ultimate form of zombie evolution. Even now, to kill a zombie overlord would require a considerable cost. They never expected that behind the zombie overlords, there existed such terrifying beings as zombie kings. One was enough to destroy a city. If the zombie kings were truly as terrifying as Jiang Chen described, the tightly fortified line established by Hua country in the west was only a matter of time before it was breached by the zombie king. However, before everyone could recover from their shock, Jiang Chen's voice, like a devil's whisper, echoed again. Actually, if it were just this, it wouldn't be so bad. Although our defenses cannot withstand the invasion of the zombie king, the order of the nation will inevitably vanish under the onslaught of the zombie king. At least, some humans can still survive. The spark of hope for human civilization can still continue. But, Jiang Chen's words took a turn, continuing to douse the council members with cold water. The key point is that after the blood moon descends, the zombies will not only undergo collective evolution but will also awaken another ability. They will be able to lock onto the scent of humans. No matter how far away, no matter how deeply hidden, the zombies will find you. So, in the crisis a year later, no humans will survive. All humans around the globe will be found by the zombies and killed one by one. There will be no spark of human civilization. Human civilization will perish. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, the faces of the council members were already filled with terror. The extinction of human civilization. How heavy those words were. So heavy that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. The elder sitting in the main seat rubbed his temples in pain, took a few deep breaths, and slightly steadied his emotions. So, Mr. Ing, is there any way we can prevent the crisis of the blood moon a year from now? Or are we just waiting for the arrival of the judgment of death a year and a half later? In the conference room, everyone quietly awaited Jiang Chen's response. Some even nervously closed their eyes, fearing that Jiang Chen would give a negative answer. Fortunately, Jiang Chen did not provide a negative answer. This allowed the hearts of the people, which were originally hanging in suspense, to relax a bit. In fact, the question of whether there was a way to prevent the blood moon had been asked by Jiang Chen to the simulator years ago. Just like the answer Jiang Chen gave to the council today, the simulator also said there was a way to prevent the blood moon. But, How to specifically prevent the blood moon was something Jiang Chen had only recently asked when using his ability of causality. Mr. Ing, what exactly do we need to do? Someone asked. After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Chen gently uttered 4 words, blow up the moon. What, blow up the moon? Everyone exclaimed in unison, standing up from their seats. To be honest, this idea was quite crazy. However, upon careful consideration, it did make a lot of sense. The root of the blood moon's arrival lies on the moon. On the day the blood moon descends, the entire moon will turn blood red. Under the illumination of the blood-red moonlight, zombies around the world will undergo collective evolution. But what if, before the blood moon arrives, the moon no longer exists? If the moon is gone, then of course there will be no blood moon. Jiang Chen had only recently realized this and then asked whether the idea of blowing up the moon was feasible. After countless previous attempts, the simulator finally gave a positive answer for the first time. Blow up the moon. This is likely not the only solution to prevent the blood moon's arrival. However, it is probably the most effective solution that can be executed with human power to stop the blood moon. In the conference room, after Jiang Chen proposed this plan, the room was already in chaos, filled with noise. The idea of blowing up the moon was simply too insane. The importance of the moon to the Earth is self-evident. Once the moon is blown up and disappears, the entire Earth will undergo tremendous changes. Moreover, this change is completely irreversible. First, the tidal effect will completely collapse, and towering waves will sweep across major coastal cities around the world, leading to the gradual extinction of marine life. Secondly, there will be a drastic change in the ecological environment, with extreme weather becoming more frequent and a large number of species facing extinction. Human living conditions will become increasingly difficult. In simple terms, after the moon disappears, humanity will not only face the threat of zombies but also the extreme and harsh environments of sudden cold, high temperatures, typhoons, tsunamis, earthquakes, and more. In this process, it is destined that some people will be unable to adapt and will perish. This is truly too cruel. The high-ranking officials of Huawei in the conference room were caught in a dilemma. They rarely doubted the truthfulness of Jiang Chen's words. Blowing up the moon involves far too many people. Just a rough calculation shows that once the moon is destroyed, nearly 1/3 of humanity will die in various natural disasters caused by extreme environments. Mr. Ing, it's not that we doubt you, I just want to ask, are all the things you just said true? A high-ranking official from the council asked. All true. Of course, I still say, whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Jiang Chen expressed understanding of their doubts. After all, this decision involves the safety of hundreds of millions of lives, and it is reasonable for the Huawei officials to be cautious. Blowing up the moon will cause some humans to die. However, if the moon is not blown up, all of humanity will become the souls under the hands of zombies when the blood moon descends. Weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chen certainly had a scale in his heart. But it was still too difficult for this group of Huawei high-ranking officials in the conference room to make such a decision. Mr. Ing, could you allow us some time to consider? The elder sitting in the main seat said with a bitter smile. Sure, Jiang Chen nodded, but our time is running out. Blowing up the moon is an incredibly massive project. Even if the entire nation puts in its efforts, it will still require a long preparation time. The elder in the main seat nodded. We will act as quickly as possible. The response from the Huawei high-ranking officials indeed came quickly. A week later, they found you and announced the decision made after a week of discussions. Because of your outstanding contributions to Huawei, the high-ranking officials chose to fully trust your words. After all, if it weren't for your selfless provision of the blueprints for war robots and your help in developing various black technology weapons for Huawei, the National Order of Huawei would have long since ceased to exist. If you wanted to destroy human civilization, there are many ways to do so. There is no need to go to such lengths to persuade them to blow up the moon. Thus, after rigorous discussions and validations, the Huawei high-ranking officials decided to initiate the plan to destroy the moon starting today. Of course, to avoid leaking the plan and causing public panic, this plan was classified as top secret. Only the 11 members of the Huawei high-ranking council, along with you, the 12th person, knew the full details of the plan. The other personnel involved in the execution of the plan only knew the codename of the plan, Project M. Project M is divided into 3 phases. The first phase is the preparation phase on Earth. Huawei plans to assemble and construct 500 lunar exploration spacecraft over the next year. Once controllable nuclear fusion is developed, the power for the lunar exploration spacecraft will no longer be an issue, allowing more space to be used for nuclear bombs. As for the number of nuclear bombs, after repeated estimates by multiple experts and several verifications using your causal ability, the number obtained is 5,000. 5,000 nuclear bombs detonating simultaneously are enough to blow up the moon. The current number of nuclear bombs in Hawaii is exactly 5,000. One by one, nuclear bombs were transported onto the lunar exploration spacecraft. By mid-2052, all 500 spacecraft loaded with nuclear bombs were in position, waiting for launch. Next came the second phase. On October 1, 2052, the first batch of 10 lunar exploration spacecraft, exhaling waves of air from the launch base, slowly ascended. The 10 spacecraft successfully broke free from the constraints of the atmosphere and, under the control of the Ground Aviation Command Base, landed steadily on the surface of the Earth. Then came the second batch, the third batch. 500 lunar exploration spacecraft landed at various locations on the moon, launching one batch every other day. Some landed on the surface of the moon, while others landed on the far side. By the end of December 2052, when the last batch of spacecraft landed on the moon's surface, the second phase of the mission was successfully completed. What remained was the most critical and simplest third phase. The button to detonate the nuclear bombs was quietly placed in the center of the conference room of the High-Level Council of Hawaii. Next, they would wait for the blood moon to arrive before detonating the bombs on the moon. Indeed, the high-ranking officials of Hawaii did not plan to detonate the nuclear bombs in advance to blow up the moon. Instead, they intended to witness the blood moon appear before triggering the nuclear bombs on the moon. Time thus arrived at January 1, 2053. The 10th year of the zombie virus outbreak was also the day the blood moon descended. A simulated scene emerged. At midnight on January 1, 2053, Jiang Chen pulled Xia Qingning to the rooftop terrace of the safe house. "Jiang Chen, it's so late, why did you bring me here?" Xia Qingning rubbed her sleepy eyes, feeling a bit dazed. "Please, senior sister, come watch a spectacular fireworks display." Jiang Chen grinned and smiled slightly. "How spectacular can the fireworks be?" Xia Qingning perked up a bit, curiously asking. "More splendid than any fireworks you've ever seen in your life," Jiang Chen replied. The clock struck midnight. In the western part of Hawaii, while everyone was simply celebrating the arrival of the new year, someone looked up at the sky and noticed that the round moon had turned a chilling blood red without anyone realizing when it happened. In the conference room, 11 high-ranking officials of Hawaii stood neatly by the bed, hands behind their backs, gazing at the moon hanging in the night sky. Seeing the moon truly turn blood red as Jiang Chen had predicted, they exchanged glances, their eyes filled with deep astonishment. The blood moon had indeed arrived. According to the real-time footage from the front line displayed on a large screen, under the illumination of the blood moon, the zombies were indeed showing signs of evolution. Could this Mr. Shadow really predict the future? Leaders, the nuclear bomb button, we. A slightly younger middle-aged man whispered to the oldest elder among them. All of Mr. Shadow's prophecies have come true, the elder sighed deeply, to avoid the scenario of human civilization's extinction as mentioned by Mr. Shadow, we have no other choice. After speaking, the elder took a deep breath, walked to the nuclear bomb button, and seemingly exhausted all his strength to press it. Boom! 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 On the surface of the moon, one nuclear bomb after another exploded in no particular order. From Earth, looking up, the moon, which had originally emitted a blood-red glow, burst open like a gigantic firework in a brilliant explosion. So beautiful, but equally horrifying. The moon, that was the moon. It had existed since the dawn of human civilization. And just like that, right under their noses, it was blown up. The image of that moment would be forever etched in the memories of the surviving people around the globe. 5,000 nuclear bombs exploded simultaneously on the surface of the moon. Just like in the calculations, under the shockwave of 5,000 nuclear bombs exploding, even the moon could not withstand it. The moon exploded. In an instant, it shattered into countless fragments. The fragments varied in size. The larger fragments were directly pulled by Earth's gravity, plummeting straight towards the surface of the Earth. Thus, tonight, humanity not only witnessed a once-in-a-millennium grand fireworks display created by the moon's explosion but also experienced a meteor shower that was equally rare. Countless moon fragments streaked across the night sky like meteors, leaving long trails against the dark backdrop. This was perhaps the most beautiful meteor shower in history. However, at that moment, people had no thoughts of closing their eyes and making wishes. Instead, they hurriedly sought refuge in their basements at the urgent call of the city's emergency broadcasts. This was to avoid the day when zombies might breach the city walls and invade the western stronghold. In the western cities, every household had built basements underground over the years, ready to take shelter in case of emergencies. Although the moon fragments appeared small from a distance, each had a significant mass, and under the influence of Earth's gravity, the shockwaves were immense. Each moon fragment fell to the Earth's surface, creating impact craters of varying sizes. The power of a single moon fragment's impact was no less than that of a nuclear bomb. The entire meteor impact caused by the moon fragments lasted only 5 to 6 minutes. The time was short, but the losses for humanity were great. Dozens of cities in the West were affected by the shockwaves from the meteor falls, resulting in countless deaths. Moreover, a city with over 5 million inhabitants was unfortunate enough to be struck directly by a meteor. Over 5 million people, with not a single survivor. The next day, when the dawn sunlight illuminated the land, all of humanity felt a sense of having survived a catastrophe. The moon exploded, and meteors fell. In one night, the world underwent a tremendous change again. Countless people lost their lives and loved ones in last night's meteor crisis. To this day, the zombie crisis has not been resolved, and a new crisis has suddenly emerged. They are in despair. They want to ask the heavens why it is so cruel to human civilization. But what they do not know is that this crisis of the moon's explosion was entirely caused by humanity itself. Otherwise, human civilization would face extinction within the next few months. The moon has disappeared. Completely disappeared. The larger fragments fell directly to Earth last night. The smaller fragments, however, circled around the Earth, forming a meteor belt. Last night's meteor fall was just one of the many subsequent effects caused by the moon's disappearance. In the next 6 months, the surviving humans experienced extreme weather conditions such as extreme cold, high temperatures, earthquakes, and tsunamis one after another. As a result, many humans perished. However, what brought immense relief to humanity was that their sacrifices were not in vain. Without the blood moon's illumination, the zombies on Earth did not undergo further evolution. The zombies remained the same as before. Without the energy provided by the blood moon, it was nearly impossible for the zombie overlord to advance to become a zombie king. With no existence of a zombie king, humanity was nearly invincible on the front lines of battle. Especially in the past 2 years, the military of Hwagwa had cultivated many martial arts geniuses like Luohoni. The combination of martial arts geniuses with the continuously upgraded war robots had nearly given them the strength to kill zombie overlords one-on-one. Unlike ordinary zombies, the birth of a zombie overlord is extremely difficult. Generally, only one zombie overlord will emerge from millions of ordinary zombies. According to statistics, there are currently around 300 zombie overlords within the borders of Hwagwa. However, over the years, nearly 100 of these zombie overlords have been slain by Luohani and others. It can be said that in terms of top-tier combat power, humanity has slightly surpassed the zombies. In terms of ordinary combat power, with a steel tide composed of tens of millions of war robots, humanity is also unafraid when facing hundreds of millions of zombies within Hwagwa. After 10 years of retreat and endurance, humanity finally has the strength to compete with the zombie army. Since the strength is sufficient, the Hwagwa military does not hesitate and directly engages in battle. Over the past decade, the zombie legions have occupied a significant amount of territory in Hwagwa and harmed countless Hwagwa citizens. Now, it is time for them to pay the bloody price. First, clear out the zombies within Hwagwa. Once all the territory of Hwagwa is reclaimed, they will rest and recuperate for a few years. A few years later, they will gradually eliminate zombies in countries around the world. Now, with the outbreak of zombies having passed, the only remaining major civilization is Hwagwa. In other parts of the Earth, there may still be surviving humans. However, basically, all national governments have ceased to exist. Once the global zombie cleanup is complete, which surviving humans in any country will still have the thought of resistance? At that time, wouldn't the entire Earth become the territory of Hwagwa? There will only be one voice across the globe, Hwagwa. This is how the high-ranking officials of Hwagwa think and act. Humanity has completely sounded the horn of counterattack. One city after another in Hwagwa has been reclaimed with the cooperation of Luohani and the war robot legions. The zombies are dying in waves. On the human side, aside from some destroyed war robots, there are almost no human casualties. However, due to the drastic changes in natural weather after the moon's disappearance, tens of thousands of humans are eliminated every day. This is an unequal war. In the early days of the zombie virus outbreak 10 years ago, zombies completely had the upper hand against humans. But after 10 years of subjugation, the oppressed have turned into the side of the zombies. Time has thus arrived in 2054. In the last simulation, that was the year when alien beings came to Earth. However, in that previous simulated world, humanity had already been exterminated, leaving only you, barely surviving with your forced 50-50 ability. You are not sure. This time, will that group of alien beings still come to Earth? If uncertain, you must ask. This is a good habit you have developed over more than 30 years. Will alien beings come to Earth this year? You asked this question. The simulator gave you a negative answer. This year, alien beings will not come. But just because they are not coming this year does not mean they won't come in the future. A week later, you asked another question. Will alien beings come to Earth within the next 10 years? This time, you specified the time frame as 10 years. As for why it is 10 years, it's simple. You will be 61 years old in 10 years. You are very worried that with the indulgence of your youth, you may not live to that time. A few seconds after you asked the question, a yes slowly appeared before you. You furrowed your brows. According to this answer, extraterrestrial beings will descend upon Earth again in the next 10 years. A simulated image appears. Inside the safe house, Jiang Chen gazes at the results that have emerged before him, stroking his chin, lost in thought. It is clear. The extraterrestrial beings did not arrive on Earth this year as they did in the last simulated world. However, they will return to Earth within the next 10 years. Jiang Chen is uncertain about the purpose of this group of extraterrestrial beings coming to Earth. He is even less clear about any patterns regarding the timing of their arrival. But one thing Jiang Chen knows for sure is that these extraterrestrial beings come from a civilization that is of a higher level than Earth. They conceal the secrets of advanced civilizations within them. In the following months, through continuous questioning, you determined the time of the extraterrestrial beings' arrival on Earth. Not only did you pinpoint the year, but you also specified the exact day. November 1st, 2056. According to the simulator's answer, it is on this day that the extraterrestrial beings will land on Earth in their spacecraft. It is now January 1st, 2054, leaving just over 2 years until the extraterrestrial beings arrive. The time has been established, and now the next step is to determine the location. You spent nearly half a year, using 20 to 30 questioning opportunities, to find out the approximate location of the extraterrestrial beings landing. The extraterrestrial spacecraft will land on a small island in the Pacific Ocean on that day. And you are very familiar with that small island. Rhode Island, the place where the zombie virus began. It can be said to be the origin of all zombies worldwide. The extraterrestrial beings will land on Rhode Island. This is definitely not a coincidence. However, you currently have no time to waste precious causal opportunities delving into this issue. The time of the extraterrestrial beings' arrival has been confirmed, and the location is also determined. On this day, you had Ling hack into the meeting system of the Huagua Council again. A simulated image appears. Inside the council's meeting room, an elderly man with the rank of general is reporting on the battle situation between the front lines and the zombie army. The cities in the central region of Huagua had all been recaptured a month ago. Now, the war robots of Huagua are clearing out the zombies in the coastal cities of eastern Huagua. Of the more than 200 zombie overlords within Huagua's territory, fewer than 50 remain alive. The military has formed a decapitation squad led by Luo Hongi. This decapitation squad, under Luo Hongi's leadership, is carrying out decapitation operations against the zombie overlords in various cities. Once a zombie overlord is killed, the zombie army will enter a leaderless state. In this state, the zombie army is completely like lambs to the slaughter in the face of the steel tide formed by the robot legion. How much longer until all of Huagua's territory can be recaptured? Asked the elderly man in civilian clothes sitting in the main seat. If things go quickly, about half a year. If slowly, a year will be enough, replied the elderly man in military uniform, his tone relaxed. All right, the civilian-clothed elder nodded, pondering for a few seconds before continuing. Then, as we previously planned, let's initiate the Western Population Migration Plan. Over the past 10 years, the population in various Western cities has accumulated too much. It's almost crowded on the streets. Each city has borne a population pressure that it should not have to endure. Now that the central cities have all been recaptured, let's first migrate a portion of the populace there to alleviate the population pressure. Once the eastern coastal cities are recaptured in a year, we can migrate another portion of the population there. We aim to complete the reconstruction of the zombie apocalypse disaster area and the population migration work within 3 years. Now that the global climate is changing dramatically, and the population is more dispersed, the casualties during climate disasters will be fewer. The elder in formal attire calmly arranged the work. The complete recovery of Huagua's territory was within reach. Some matters could be arranged in advance. All right, the agenda for today's meeting is concluded. If there are no other matters, we will adjourn. The elder in formal attire had just finished saying when suddenly, the screen in the conference room went black. The people who had just stood up to leave returned to their seats, sitting upright. Having long been accustomed to this, they knew Jiang Chen had arrived. Hello, Mr. Shadow, it's been a while since you've shown up. The elder in formal attire greeted Jiang Chen. Hello, everyone. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, now that everything is going smoothly for you, it doesn't matter whether I show up or not. At this moment, a middle-aged man from the council weakly raised his hand and asked, Mr. Shadow, may I ask if your visit this time brings good news or bad news? It wasn't that the middle-aged man intended to say it this way, but the members of the council were genuinely frightened by Jiang Chen. Every time he appeared, it was almost never good news. Just take the last time he showed up, for instance. He immediately told them several shocking pieces of news, and in the end, they had to blow up the moon to barely escape a disaster. No one knew what bad news Jiang Chen would bring this time. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. What I bring you can be good news or bad news, it depends on how you interpret it. In the year 2056, 2 years from now, extraterrestrial beings will descend upon Earth. These extraterrestrial beings come from a civilization that is at a higher level than ours. Now, I already know the specific time and place of their arrival on Earth. What? Extraterrestrial beings are coming to Earth? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the members of the council all stood up in surprise. Extraterrestrial beings. This was a term both familiar and unfamiliar to the members of the council. Although, for over 100 years, since humanity gained the ability to explore space, they had been searching for traces of extraterrestrial life. During this time, there had been reports of sightings of UFOs in certain places, but later, all of them were proven to be false. To humanity, extraterrestrial beings had always been hypothesized to exist, yet no one had ever seen them with their own eyes. And now, Jiang Chen was telling them that there would indeed be extraterrestrial beings arriving on Earth in 2 years. It was impossible for everyone not to be shocked. Mr. Shadow, will there really be aliens coming to Earth in 2 years? The elder in formal attire asked with a trembling voice. Jiang Chen nodded, giving a positive response, yes, in 2 years, on November 1st, 2056, extraterrestrial beings will arrive on Earth aboard a spaceship. The specific location will be on Rhode Island, along the Pacific coast of the United States. The elder in formal attire was silent for a few seconds before asking, then, Mr. Shadow, what is the attitude of the extraterrestrial beings towards us humans? Jiang Chen replied, it is not a friendly attitude. Jiang Chen had also asked the simulator this question. After all, in the last simulated world, when the extraterrestrial beings arrived on Earth, humanity had already been extinct. It was difficult for Jiang Chen to judge their attitude towards humans. However, after asking the simulator this time, he learned that the extraterrestrial beings' attitude towards Earth was not friendly. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's answer, the elder in formal attire sighed deeply. Discovering extraterrestrial life was certainly a good thing. At least it proved that in the vast universe, human civilization was not a lonely one. But the extraterrestrial beings' attitude towards humanity was not friendly. Moreover, since they had the ability to traverse planets and come to Earth, their level of civilization was undoubtedly higher than that of Earth. Such an enemy was quite troublesome. Mr. Ing, what do you mean by revealing this information to us? The elder in casual clothes believed that Jiang Chen had already formed an idea in his heart. Since the elder had asked, Jiang Chen no longer held back and directly shared his long-planned idea with everyone. What I mean is, we can set a trap to capture this group of extraterrestrial beings. Capturing high-level extraterrestrial beings. It must be said that Jiang Chen's idea was very bold. Just as bold as the idea of blowing up the moon at that time. How strong are these extraterrestrial beings? Will we completely anger them with this action? One member of the council said anxiously. The civilization level of the extraterrestrial beings was higher. This person was afraid that the extraterrestrial beings were very powerful, and if they failed to capture them, it would directly create enmity with them. After that, it would probably be a fight to the death. Jiang Chen shared the intelligence he had gathered. Don't worry, the planet where the extraterrestrial beings come from should be similar to ours, just a planetary civilization, but slightly higher in level than us. As for their strength, when they first arrived on Earth, they were only slightly stronger than the zombie overlord. However, this group of extraterrestrial beings has a way to absorb the energy from the diamond crystals within zombies, which can enhance their strength. If we don't capture them while they are still weak after arriving on Earth, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky to catch them later. Jiang Chen's plan to capture all the extraterrestrial beings as soon as they arrived on Earth was precisely for this reason. The diamond crystals within zombies could greatly enhance the strength of the extraterrestrial beings. And right now, what Earth lacked the least was zombies. In his previous life, within just 6 months, the extraterrestrial beings had grown to a level where they could fight back against the 2 zombie kings, Yi Yuan and Luo Hongyi. This time, Jiang Chen could no longer allow this group to grow unchecked. After introducing the situation, the elder in casual clothes spoke in a deep voice. I agree in principle with the plan proposed by Mr. I agree too. Extraterrestrial beings, if we can capture a few alive, we can let those guys in the Academy of Sciences dissect them and see what differences there are with us humans. 2 years is enough time. By then, the war robot should be upgraded to version 11.0, just in time to showcase our strength to the extraterrestrial beings. Haha, I wholeheartedly agree. I spent my first 40 years killing people, and then spent a full 10 years killing zombies. I never expected that in my lifetime, I could still fight against extraterrestrial beings. I have no regrets. The members of the council expressed their opinions one by one. In the end, Jiang Chen's proposal was unanimously approved. Then Mr. We will trouble you to cooperate with our military to formulate a specific capture plan. The elder in military uniform politely spoke to Jiang Chen. We need to come up with a foolproof method to strive to capture all the extraterrestrial beings in one go. Next, to capture the extraterrestrial beings, you and the military of Huagua spent more than a year developing an incredibly detailed plan. To capture all the extraterrestrial beings, the military of Huagua invested a significant amount of resources this time. More than 50 martial arts geniuses with the strength of zombie overlords, nearly half were arranged to participate in this operation. In addition, over 1 million of the newly developed version 11.0 war robots were hastily produced and dispatched to Rhode Island in the United States. All the robots concealed their forms, hiding around Rhode Island. Currently, the number of zombies on Rhode Island is not very high, only around 100,000. The main reason is that 10 years ago, when the zombie outbreak first occurred, you had the robots clear out a batch. On Rhode Island, there were over 100,000 zombies, but not a single one at the level of a zombie overlord. Most were ordinary zombies and zombie lords. Just like that. As time rolled on, it was now November 1st, 2056. Night fell. In the distance, a spaceship flew in. The spaceship, completely unguarded, headed straight for Rhode Island, unaware that a web of traps had already been laid out for it. The silver, high-tech spaceship slowly descended onto an abandoned square in the center of Rhode Island. The hatch opened, and a combat team composed of alien beings emerged from the ship. There were a dozen or so aliens. You took a quick glance and compared them with the group of aliens from your last simulated world, concluding they were likely the same batch. You were unclear about the aliens' specific purpose for coming to Earth. But for now, you didn't want to know. After the aliens stepped out of the spaceship, they attracted quite a few nearby zombies. The noise from the spaceship's landing drew many zombies on Rhode Island toward this location. However, it was evident that the aliens welcomed the continuous influx of zombies. One by one, they pulled out their weapons and began slaughtering the zombies. In front of the aliens, the ordinary zombies and zombie lords on Rhode Island were utterly insufficient. Almost in a simple encounter, the zombies were killed by the aliens wielding weapons, and then the diamond crystals were extracted from the back of their heads. After clearing the first batch of zombies, the leading alien distributed the collected diamond crystals to the team members below. The energy within the diamond crystals transformed into substance and was absorbed into the bodies of the aliens. It was clear that after absorbing the energy from the diamond crystals, their strength had increased somewhat. A simulated scene emerged. In the conference room of the Huagua Council, the high-ranking officials of Huagua, watching this scene through remote real-time monitoring, exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Mr. was right, this group of aliens can indeed absorb the energy within the diamond crystals. It seems that this group of aliens did not come to Earth by coincidence, but specifically to hunt zombies. I suspected from the beginning that the zombie virus was excessively powerful. Now it seems the birth of the zombie virus must be related to the aliens. The high-ranking officials of Huagua discussed among themselves. At the same time, it solidified their resolve to capture the aliens. Notify the military to initiate the capture plan. We must ensure that this group of aliens is caught in one fell swoop, leaving no survivors. Yes, I will notify them immediately. The order was issued from the Huagua Council to the Huagua military. The Huagua military immediately commenced action. Rhode Island. Just as the alien team finished absorbing the energy from the diamond crystals and was about to make a move, they suddenly heard the distant roar of zombies. The roar was loud. It was not something an ordinary zombie could produce, it was likely from a zombie overlord. After a brief exchange among the aliens, they headed toward the source of the roar. The direction of the roar had long been set up by the Huagua military, which had captured nearly all the zombie lords on Rhode Island in that area. The goal was to attract the aliens over. At that time, capturing these zombie lords without killing them had taken quite a bit of effort. The Huagua military had already laid numerous traps around these zombie lords, both inside and out. Just like that. In order to hunt high-level zombies and obtain higher-level diamond crystals, the alien biological team stepped into the trap set by the Chinese military without any preparation. They would never have thought they would be killed. 2 years before they even arrived on Earth, humanity had already learned when and where they would come. A comprehensive net was laid out well in advance. Even if all the zombie lords on Rhode Island were gathered together, they still posed no threat to this alien team. Like chopping vegetables, the zombie lords fell one by one, their internal diamond crystals ruthlessly excavated. Just as the alien team was enjoying the fruits of victory and preparing to absorb the energy within the diamond crystals, they were at their most relaxed. In the command room of the Chinese military, an elderly man in military uniform with a stern expression commanded in a deep voice, "Begin the operation." Whoosh! In the next second, the robot army, which had been hidden in the shadows, appeared before the alien team. Faced with the sudden appearance of the robot army, the alien team was momentarily stunned, clearly bewildered. They probably had no idea where this group of metal lumps had come from. But the robot army had no intention of wasting time talking to these alien beings. As soon as they appeared, they charged at the alien team, giving them no time to react. It was a complete surprise attack. However, the combat experience of the alien beings was evidently rich. Although they were caught off guard, they did not panic in the face of the overwhelming robot army. Under the command of their leader, they tightly gripped their weapons and huddled back to back. The battle erupted instantly. In terms of numbers, humanity had a clear advantage. The human side had over 1 million war robots, while the alien side had only a little over 20 alien beings. However, each alien being was very powerful. The weaker ones were comparable in strength to the zombie overlords. It was not an easy task for the human side to quickly take them down. For a time, the battle was intense. The battle lasted for almost 2 hours. The human side finally achieved victory at the cost of over 100,000 war robots. During the battle, the alien biological team resisted fiercely. Some chose to fight to the death. Even in self-detonation, they refused to be captured by humans. Of the more than 20 alien beings, some died in self-explosion, while others were accidentally killed by the war robots. In the end, only 5 alien beings were successfully captured by the Chinese military. However, under the tightly woven net of the Chinese military, no alien beings managed to escape. The trapping plan was considered a success. The 5 alien beings were injected with a large amount of sedatives and airlifted back to China's biological laboratory. A simulated scene appeared. Inside the biological laboratory, Jiang Chen had been waiting there since early morning. Of course, it was still not Jiang Chen's true body that appeared, but a robot controlled by him. In the distance, a modified passenger plane landed. The 5 alien beings were placed in a cage made of vibranium and transported into the laboratory by a group of robots. Mr. Shadow. The Chinese soldier responsible for escorting them saluted Jiang Chen with a standard military gesture. "The alien beings have been successfully escorted, please give instructions." Jiang Chen spoke in a calm tone, "Arrange personnel to be stationed around the laboratory, with all members on rotating duty. During the experiment, no one is allowed to enter the laboratory without my permission." The Chinese soldier took the task from Jiang Chen and returned to execute it. Jiang Chen also put on a white lab coat and approached the 5 alien beings. 5 extraterrestrial beings are still asleep after being injected with a sedative. As for how to handle these 5 extraterrestrial beings, Jiang Chen already has a plan. In the simulated world of his previous life, Jiang Chen had also captured an extraterrestrial being. However, at that time, facing imminent death, he hastily chose to drink the blood of the extraterrestrial being. The result was unexpected. After drinking the blood, he became significantly younger, but later he was diagnosed with cancer. This time, Jiang Chen also plans to study the blood of the extraterrestrial beings. However, this time, he will not act as a guinea pig himself. Jiang Chen arranged for the military to transport several death row inmates to the laboratory. These death row inmates will serve as the guinea pigs for this experiment. Inside the laboratory, there is a scene of bustling activity. The 5 extraterrestrial beings are placed in 5 different experimental rooms, where they will undergo various experiments. Jiang Chen pushed the door and entered the room where the blood experiment on the extraterrestrial being was taking place. Inside the room, the extraterrestrial being had already woken up and was struggling wildly on the bed. Fortunately, all the devices restricting the extraterrestrial being's movement in the laboratory were made of vibranium. Otherwise, with the extraterrestrial being's powerful physique, it would have broken free and turned the laboratory into a bloodbath. "Mr. Ng, we are ready to begin the experiment," said a scientist in a white lab coat from the biological field to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded. "Then let's start. Don't draw too much blood for the first time, 100 milliliters will be enough." 100 milliliters of extraterrestrial blood was drawn. The blood of the extraterrestrial being is dark green. If one didn't know better, they might think it was some kind of juice extracted from a plant. 100 milliliters of blood was divided into 5 portions, 20 milliliters each, injected into the bodies of the 5 death row inmates. The ages of the 5 inmates varied. The oldest was over 70, while the youngest had just reached adulthood. As for the crimes these individuals committed, they were all serious enough to warrant execution, so their deaths were hardly regrettable. That's why you are so cruel, directly conducting human experiments on them. The 5 death row inmates injected with the extraterrestrial blood began to writhe in agony. Their reactions were similar to those in your previous simulated world after drinking the blood, as if the blood within them had been ignited and was burning wildly. The oldest inmate fainted from the pain. The others gritted their teeth and held on, not losing consciousness. Mainly because the dosage you injected this time was not large, only 20 milliliters. You should know that in the last simulated world, you directly took 500 milliliters of extraterrestrial blood the first time. A day later, the 20 milliliters of blood was fully absorbed by the 5 death row inmates. You arranged for personnel to immediately test the 5 death row inmates. The simulation scene emerged. Just now, all the tests were completed. A researcher held a data chart and reported the test results to Jiang Chen. Mr. Ing, according to the test results, 4 of the 5 death row inmates have become younger, with their physiological age reduced by about 3 months. 3 months is roughly 0.25 years, which aligns with Jiang Chen's inference that 100 milliliters of extraterrestrial blood can make a person 1 year younger. However, upon hearing the researcher's report, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Out of the 5 death row inmates, only 4 became younger? What about the remaining one? Mr. Ing, the remaining one is the death row inmate who has just reached adulthood. Although this inmate did not become younger, the changes he underwent are even more surprising to us, the researcher said, excitement evident in his tone. Oh, Jiang Chen instantly became interested. Tell me more. Yes. The researcher took a deep breath, flipped through the data report in his hand, and began, after our tests, although the death row inmate did not become younger, all his physical fitness data showed slight improvements. Strength increased by 2%, speed increased by 2%, jumping ability, flexibility. Even vision improved by about 2%. After hearing the researcher's report, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. Let me see the data. Jiang Chen took the data from the researcher's hand. Indeed, as the researcher had said, the physical fitness data of the just adult death row inmate had all been enhanced, with an overall improvement of about 2%. 2%! Although this figure was not much, it was merely the result of injecting 20 milliliters of blood. What if 1,000 milliliters were injected? Wouldn't that mean all physical fitness data could double? Continue the tests. This time, inject 100 milliliters of blood into each person. After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Chen instructed. 500 milliliters of blood were extracted from the alien organism and injected into the 5 death row inmates. This time, the remaining 4 inmates all fainted. Only the just adult death row inmate gritted his teeth and held on, staying conscious. The next day, the test data came out again. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, the ages of the 4 death row inmates had all regressed by about a year, and that just adult inmates' physical qualities had improved by another 10%. Jiang Chen reached a simple conclusion. For older humans, drinking alien blood would make them younger. 100 milliliters of blood could make them a year younger. For younger individuals, whose physical qualities were at their peak, drinking alien blood would not make them younger but would enhance their physical qualities further. 100 milliliters of blood could roughly improve them by about 10%. To verify this conclusion, Jiang Chen used his causal ability to ask the simulator. The simulator gave Jiang Chen a positive answer, confirming that his thoughts were correct. In other words, for a human, as long as they consumed enough alien blood, their bodily functions would be significantly enhanced. They could even engage in hand-to-hand combat with beings at the level of zombie overlords. The effect of this alien blood is almost like the gene serums described in many films and dramas from decades ago. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Injecting alien blood was akin to unlocking the genetic lock. Humans could fight against the zombie horde with their physical bodies. By the way, have the results come out for the cancer cell situation of the 5 death row inmates I asked you to test? Jiang Chen suddenly thought of a crucial question and asked the researcher in front of him. Although injecting alien blood was exhilarating, making one younger and enhancing physical qualities, in his previous life, Jiang Chen had developed a large number of cancer cells after consuming a significant amount of alien blood. He had been in the late stages of cancer. Jiang Chen didn't know if this was just his individual case or a common phenomenon. After injecting alien blood, would cancer cells develop in the body? He was unsure if this was an isolated incident or a widespread issue. Therefore, during this test, Jiang Chen had instructed the researchers to conduct a specific test on this aspect. Now, the test results were out. The researcher handed the test results to Jiang Chen and explained, "Mr. Ng, according to your arrangement, we tested the cancer cell situation in the bodies of the 5 death row inmates. Before these 5 death row inmates came here, they did not have any cancer cells in their bodies. They underwent regular health checkups for this in prison. However, after we conducted the pathological slice experiment today, we found that 2 of the 5 death row inmates have already shown early symptoms of cancer. Although no cancer cells have been found in the other 3, their chances of developing cancer have increased several times, with nearly a 50% probability that they will develop cancer in the future. 2 of the 5 have cancer. The other 3 have more than a 50% chance of developing cancer later. This data proves that the blood of extraterrestrial beings stimulates the production of cancer cells in the human body. It should be noted that each person was injected with only 120 milliliters of extraterrestrial blood. In the last simulated world, Jiang Chen had consumed a total of 5,500 milliliters of extraterrestrial blood. No wonder he suddenly became a late-stage cancer patient. 2 early-stage cancer patients, one with lung cancer and the other with brain cancer? Jiang Chen murmured softly as he flipped through the pathological report in his hand. Unlike these 2, Jiang Chen had stomach cancer last time. It seems that the location of cancer cell production is completely random. In an office within the laboratory, Jiang Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a long time before arranging. Next, we need to do a few things. First, we need to clarify the principle behind how extraterrestrial blood can make people younger, enhance physical fitness, and also cause the production of cancer cells in the human body. Second, we will continue with human experiments, but we don't need so many people. Let's reduce it to 2. Keep the one who just became an adult, and then you can select another from the remaining individuals. After all, the amount of blood in the extraterrestrial being is limited. If we drain it too quickly, it doesn't align with humanitarian principles. Let's tentatively draw 500 milliliters over a week. Of this 500 milliliters, 300 milliliters will go to the newly adult death row inmate, and 200 milliliters to the other person. Our experiment is very important. If it succeeds, it could significantly enhance human lifespan and physical condition. However, the presence of cancer cells poses a significant risk. By the way, I have a few anti-cancer reagents here, and I will send you the formula. You can find a few cancer patients to conduct live experiments and see if they really work. If they do work, we can inject the other death row inmate and observe the effects. Speaking of which, these anti-cancer reagents were brought back by Jiang Chen from the dark laboratory over a decade ago. At that time, Professor Apuzin returned with the anti-cancer reagents. Jiang Chen originally intended for Professor Apuzin to conduct live experiments domestically. However, on the second day after arriving in Huagua, Professor Apuzin suffered a severe shock, and his old illness flared up, leading to his immediate death. This left Jiang Chen feeling quite helpless. Later, due to the need to deal with the zombie crisis, Jiang Chen gradually forgot about this matter. However, it is not too late to remember now. There are quite a few cancer patients on death row in the prison. We can just grab a few for live experiments. Half a month later, the researchers in the laboratory excitedly informed you that the clinical trial of the anti-cancer reagents has concluded. The clinical trial went smoothly, taking just over an hour, and the cancer cells in the late-stage cancer patient died one by one, eventually disappearing completely. The clinical effects of the anti-cancer reagents left the experts in the laboratory astonished. The anti-cancer reagents indeed have the effect of killing cancer cells in the human body, just as Professor Apuzin said. Moreover, based on the feedback results monitored by the laboratory researchers a week later, the cancer patient who received the cancer-fighting injection did not experience any adverse reactions within a week after the cancer cells in their body disappeared. It can kill cancer cells in a short time and has no side effects. In the eyes of countless cancer patients, this is nothing short of a miracle cure. After hearing this result reported by your subordinate, you were equally astonished. You must remember that during the final stage of the last simulation, you injected a cancer-fighting agent out of desperation to cure cancer. And then, you exploded. Exploded to the point of being unrecognizable. So, you have always subconsciously believed that the cancer-fighting agent developed by Professor Epson was unreliable. But now, clinical trial results show that the cancer-fighting agent is indeed effective. The seemingly mad words of Professor Epson back then were not so unrealistic after all. That guy, Professor Epson, is not a madman but a genius. However, if the cancer-fighting agent is effective, why did you explode in your previous life? You couldn't understand. A few days later, someone reported to you that 2 death row inmates had been diagnosed with late-stage cancer. The younger death row inmate, just coming of age, was slightly stronger and, with the help of chemotherapy and other methods, could at least live for another 2 to 3 months. But the older one was in a much bleaker situation, estimated to have only 10 days to half a month left. After much discussion, everyone decided to inject the cancer-fighting agent into him and now sought your opinion. After some thought, you agreed. To the others in the lab, the death row inmate should be able to survive after receiving the cancer-fighting agent, as the previous clinical tests had all been successful. But you were not so optimistic. Since it had already been proven that injecting alien blood would lead to cancer was not an isolated case for you, then the subsequent explosion and death after injecting the cancer-fighting agent was likely not an isolated case either. The simulation scene appeared. That afternoon, under the watchful eyes of Jiang Chen and others, a researcher in a white lab coat carefully injected the cancer-fighting agent into the death row inmate lying on the hospital bed. In the previous weeks, nearly 1,000 milliliters of alien blood had already been injected into this death row inmate. So, although he was actually in his 30s, he looked no different from a young man in his 20s. However, tormented by the cancer cells in his body, he could only lie pale on the hospital bed, waiting for the judgment of fate. After injecting the cancer-fighting agent, the researcher in the white lab coat wanted to stand by and observe the inmate's physical condition but was called out by Jiang Chen. Staying in the room was very dangerous, because what happened next would be quite unsettling. On the hospital bed, the death row inmate, who had received the cancer-fighting agent, began to show a slight flush in his complexion, clearly indicating that the agent was taking effect. The researchers outside the lab couldn't help but feel joy at this sight. The alien blood was good in every way, except that the side effect was that it would produce cancer cells in humans. But now, with the cancer-fighting agent, after drinking the alien blood and then injecting a cancer-fighting agent, wasn't that equivalent to offsetting the side effects of the alien blood? Did that mean they might also have a chance one day in the future to drink alien blood and become young? The ideal was beautiful, but reality was harsh. While everyone in the lab was still immersed in their fantasies, an unexpected event occurred in the room behind a thick bulletproof glass. On the hospital bed, the death row inmate, who had originally shown a rosy complexion, suddenly contorted in pain. The cells in his body were proliferating uncontrollably. His body quickly began to swell, growing larger, growing larger. Soon, he transformed into a square, filling the entire room. Then, in the next second, bang! He exploded completely. Flesh and blood splattered all over the room, creating a thick layer on the ground that was quite unsettling. Outside the laboratory, some younger researchers were already vomiting into trash cans. How? How is this possible? One researcher exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Chen patted the person's shoulder and sighed softly. Nothing is impossible. Since we have failed, we must get up and keep trying. We still have a long way to go. This failure had a significant impact on the morale of everyone in the laboratory. They couldn't understand why the anti-cancer reagent, which had been effective against ordinary cancer patients, was ineffective against a death row inmate with alien blood in his body. The entire laboratory staff once again entered a state of high-intensity busyness. A month later, after the underage death row inmate was injected with another 500 milliliters of alien blood, he had already received a total of 5,000 milliliters of alien blood. His physical attributes had all increased by 50%. On a long track outside the laboratory, you looked at the timer in your hand, which displayed a time of 8:25 seconds, and couldn't help but click your tongue in amazement. 8:25 seconds, this was the time the young death row inmate had just run for the 100 meters. It had significantly refreshed the global record for the 100-meter sprint. Next, you had the young death row inmate test other sports events, and without exception, all his results far exceeded world records. The body of this young death row inmate had been developed to a terrifying extent, surpassing any human on Earth. But clearly, this was not the limit. In fact, it could only be said to be just the beginning. It should be noted that those alien beings had bodies developed to a level comparable to that of a zombie overlord. For humanity to reach that point was still a distant dream. After completing the physical tests, the laboratory conducted a biopsy on the young death row inmate's cancer condition and found that he had entered a late-stage critical state, with death imminent. After confirming that the anti-cancer drug was ineffective, the laboratory staff felt helpless regarding the young death row inmate's impending death. 2 days later, the young death row inmate died. Then, a new batch of death row inmates was transported from the prison to the laboratory. China has never liked people who dare to challenge authority, and these seemingly endless death row inmates are proof of that. You stayed in this laboratory for another half-month, and seeing that the situation hadn't changed much from the last time, you moved on to other experimental rooms. A total of 5 alien beings had been captured. One was specifically for blood research, while the other 4 had their own purposes. You arrived at the entrance of several other experimental rooms and pushed open one of the doors to walk inside. A simulated scene emerged. Inside the laboratory, an alien being sat in a chair like a prisoner being interrogated, its hands shackled with vibranium handcuffs. In front of this alien being stood an elderly man with a wrinkled face, gray hair, and a kind expression. This was a linguistics professor, primarily responsible for translating the language used by the alien beings. The language used by the aliens was entirely different from any language on Earth, making communication between humans and aliens impossible. Now, hearing from his subordinates that the linguistics professor had made some progress, Zhang Chen asked the elderly man, "Professor Yu, how is the situation? I heard things are going well on your end." The linguistics professor cheerfully handed Zhang Chen a notebook. On the left side of the notebook were some incomprehensible symbols that Zhang Chen could not understand at all, and on the right side were their corresponding meanings in Chinese. Their language is quite complex, more complicated than any existing language on Earth by several times. I have compiled over 1,000 characters so far, each with more than 10 different pronunciations, and each pronunciation represents different meanings, the linguistics professor explained to Zhang Chen. %U and hashtag U and asterisk. While the two were communicating, the alien creature sitting in the interrogation chair suddenly hissed at Zhang Chen and muttered something incomprehensible. "What is this guy saying?" Zhang Chen asked the elderly man in front of him. The linguistics professor explained, "He is basically asking if you are the leader of our group, and if so, he wants to negotiate with you." "Oh, so it's a negotiation." Zhang Chen smiled, casually pulled over a stool, and sat directly in front of the alien creature. "I thought this guy was cursing at me." Zhang Chen crossed his legs and looked at the alien creature with a grin. "Go ahead, what do you want to negotiate about?" The linguistics professor translated Zhang Chen's words into a strange pronunciation. The alien creature said, "Human, let us go, or you will soon face great disaster." Zhang Chen replied, "Are you negotiating or threatening us?" The alien creature retorted, "You ambushed us to capture us. How could tiny humans like you be the opponents of our green lizard warriors? Let me go, and we can have a proper duel." Zhang Chen stood up and suddenly slapped the alien creature several times, causing it to see stars. "You need to understand your position, friend. Right now, you are our prisoner, and your life and death are completely in our hands. If you continue to speak from a high and mighty position, there will be no need for negotiation. I might as well chop you up and feed you to the dogs." After Zhang Chen's intimidating words, the alien creature indeed retracted its arrogant demeanor. It was true that it came from a civilization beyond Earth, but like humans, it was also afraid of death. Seeing the alien creature deflated in its chair, Zhang Chen squinted his eyes, looked it up and down, and said unhurriedly, "Now, can we officially enter the negotiation phase?" The alien creature looked up and met Zhang Chen's mechanical eyes, seemingly feeling a bone-chilling coldness. "What conditions do we need to meet for you to let us go?" "Very simple, just answer a few questions truthfully," Zhang Chen said with a bright smile, then raised his first finger. "First question, where do you come from?" The alien creature replied, "From Green Lizard Star, about 10,000 light-years away from you, in the same galaxy." Zhang Chen raised his second finger. "What is your purpose for coming to Earth?" The alien creature answered, "To kill zombies and then enhance our strength." Zhang Chen asked, "Do you have a way to absorb the energy from the zombie diamond crystals?" The alien creature replied, "Yes, we do." "What method?" "We practice a technique called Taiyan Hunyuan Ju that allows us to absorb the energy from the zombie diamond crystals. In fact, in our galactic interstellar alliance, this type of diamond crystal has a specific name. What is it called?" "Spirit crystal." "Spirit crystal. What kind of energy does it contain?" "It contains spiritual energy." "Spiritual energy." Upon hearing these two words from the alien creature, Zhang Chen suppressed the tumultuous waves rising within him. He never expected that the mysterious energy contained in the diamond crystals was nothing other than extremely pure spiritual energy. No wonder that in the previous simulations of the world, countless scientists spent their entire lives without finding a way to harness the energy within the diamond crystal. It turns out that what is contained inside is the legendary spiritual energy. Only cultivators can manipulate this spiritual energy. Can we humans cultivate the techniques of the Taiyan Hunyuan Ju? Zhang Chen asked another question. "I'm not sure, but as one of the most basic body refining techniques in the Galactic Star Alliance, it should be cultivable by all silicon-based life forms." "Then write down the techniques of the Taiyan Hunyuan Ju." "I can't write it down." "Why not?" In the Galactic Star Alliance, all techniques are transmitted through consciousness and are restricted. They can only be learned by oneself and cannot be passed on to others. Are you telling the truth? You should know the consequences of lying to me. Believe it or not, but even if you kill me, I still can't help you write down the content of the techniques. I'll ask one more question. I've already answered enough questions. When will you let me go? After you answer this one question, I'll let you go. Fine, go ahead. Was the zombie virus created by your green lizard star? No. I don't know who specifically created it, but it was definitely the work of some secondary stellar civilization within the Galactic Star Alliance. As a primary planetary civilization, we simply don't have the capability to create such an infectious virus. A secondary stellar civilization. Although Jiang Chen thought of the powerful background of the mastermind, he didn't expect it to be this formidable. A secondary stellar civilization is one capable of mastering the energy of all planets in an entire star system. The current Earth has a long way to go to even reach a primary civilization, let alone achieve a secondary civilization, which is at least thousands or tens of thousands of years away. No wonder humanity is utterly helpless against the zombie virus. Even if the world's top scientists gather, they cannot develop a vaccine. Because the zombie virus is a product of a secondary stellar civilization. The technological gap between the two is wider than a chasm. Instinctively, a sense of powerlessness rose within Jiang Chen. Against an opponent of this civilization level, if they were determined to destroy human civilization, would humanity stand a chance? But soon, Jiang Chen cast aside this concern. Why should he be afraid? He has the weapon of causality. Not to mention a secondary planetary civilization, even a 9th-level cosmic civilization. As long as it falls within the concept of causality, he could attempt to fight back. If, one day, he awakened a causality ability to control all rivers, then at least within the Milky Way, Jiang Chen could roam freely. After all, the Milky Way is also a river. I'll ask you one more question. What is your civilization level specifically? Jiang Chen asked, staring into the alien creature's mournful eyes. You're lying. You said that after answering the previous question, you would let me go. The alien protested Jiang Chen's breach of trust. Sure, I can let you go. With that, Jiang Chen stood up and unlocked the handcuffs and shackles that restrained the alien's movements. The alien's face lit up with joy at regaining freedom. But in the next second, his smile suddenly froze on his face. Because as soon as Jiang Chen unlocked his handcuffs and shackles, without even a second passing, he put them back on him. The alien. Human, what do you mean? I just kept my promise and let you go. But unfortunately, you were too slow to move and got caught again. Human, you've completely angered me. You should know that an alien, when extremely angry, can do anything. That's great. Jiang Chen happily slapped his thigh, took a piece of paper, and quickly wrote a string of mathematical symbols on it, showing it to the alien creature. This is the greatest mathematical problem humanity currently faces, the Riemann hypothesis. Let's see if you can solve it. If you can solve it, I might let you go again. The alien creature. The alien's mindset was completely shattered by Jiang Chen. One person was there, frantically screaming in frustration. Answer me, what is the exact level of civilization on your planet? Jiang Chen pressed on, otherwise, your dinner tonight will be your own tail sashimi. I'll tell you, the alien creature said, looking almost mad. Our planet's civilization level is not high, but it is stronger than yours on Earth. Our planet's civilization level is 1. 2-level planetary civilization. 1. 2-level planetary civilization. Currently, Earth is only a 0. 7-level civilization. There's a gap of 0. 5 levels in between. 0. 5. That number seems small. But one must know, human civilization has existed for a full 50,000 years. 50,000 years, and human civilization has only developed to 0. 7 level. To raise this 0. 5 level and catch up to the civilization level of the green lizard star is incredibly difficult. Jiang Chen didn't continue to press the alien creature with other questions. This guy's mindset had already been thrown off by Jiang Chen. If he kept asking, Jiang Chen worried that this guy's mentality would completely collapse. You can't just keep milking one sheep. Jiang Chen planned to wait a while, let this alien creature rest enough, and then question it again. Leaving the laboratory, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. This conversation with the alien creature was quite fruitful. Not only did he learn where they came from, but he also discovered why they came to Earth. However, regarding what the alien creature had just said, Jiang Chen didn't fully believe it for now. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even the other humans in the laboratory didn't fully believe it, because no one could guarantee whether what the alien creature said was true or false. However, Jiang Chen could verify it. He had the skill of causality at his disposal. Just ask a question and it would be settled. So, Jiang Chen asked the simulator, was everything that alien creature just said true? A few seconds later, a yes slowly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. This meant that everything the alien creature said was indeed true. Not a single lie. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. He had thought the alien creature was as cunning and sly as humans, but unexpectedly, it was surprisingly honest. Jiang Chen felt a bit ashamed for deceiving the alien creature just now, but he quickly threw that thought aside. In the battle between civilizations, there's no room for morality or shame. What matters is who can laugh last. Since everything that alien creature said was true, it means that what it mentioned about the Taiyan Hunyuanju and the spiritual crystal within the zombie are all real. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and muttered to himself. The Taiyan Hunyuanju was described by the alien creature as a basic body refining technique. Once cultivated, one could absorb the energy from the spiritual crystals within zombies, just like the alien creatures. To be honest, Jiang Chen really didn't expect that the diamond-shaped crystals inside zombies had such a purpose. What a pity, really a pity. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel regretful. At this stage, under the continuous counterattack of humanity, the zombies within the territory of Huagua were almost completely cleared out. Within Huagua, zombies had been ruthlessly exterminated by the military, turning them into an endangered species. Roughly calculating, in the span of over a decade, the number of zombies killed by Huagua has reached at least 1 billion. 1 billion zombies could produce 1 billion spirit crystals. Unfortunately, humanity did not deliberately collect these 1 billion spirit crystals. Most were shattered in the fires of war. Only about a few million spirit crystals were seized as spoils of war. Jiang Chen personally witnessed that after the alien creature landed on Rhodes Island, it absorbed just a few hundred spirit crystals, and its strength visibly increased. If 1 billion spirit crystals were poured in, even a useless being could be piled up to the level of a zombie king with spirit crystals. Of course, all of this was just a thought for Jiang Chen. The key to everything still lay in having a cultivation technique. Without a cultivation method like the Taiyan Hunyuanju, even if a spirit crystal generated within a zombie king was placed before him, he would be unable to convert the energy within into spiritual energy for absorption. Your conversation with that alien creature was transmitted word for word to the high-ranking officials of Huagua as soon as you left the laboratory. The high-ranking officials of Huagua are also very interested in the technique that can absorb the energy within the zombie diamond crystals. Of course, more importantly, since the Taiyan Hunyuanju can absorb spiritual energy, it can naturally extend life as well. No one does not desire to live longer. The high-ranking officials of Huagua are no exception. So while you were away, they attempted to extract the contents of the Taiyan Hunyuanju from that alien creature. But you have already verified that everything the alien creature said was true. This means that the alien creature's claim that the Taiyan Hunyuanju technique relies on consciousness transmission and is bound by a restriction that prevents it from being taught to others is indeed true. Doing so would only be a waste of effort. Moreover, it has led to unforeseen consequences. A week later, when you donned the virtual helmet again and transmitted your consciousness into the humanoid robot in the laboratory, sharing the robot's 5 senses, you found the laboratory unusually quiet today. You looked puzzled. Then, you stepped into the laboratory and pushed open a door to enter a room. A simulated image appeared. Jiang Chen pushed open the room that had been occupied the longest, which was responsible for the research on the alien creature's blood. The first thing that caught Jiang Chen's eye was the bloodstains all over the floor. Not the bright red blood of humans, but the unique dark green blood of the alien creature. Large patches of dark green blood were splattered throughout the room, covering the entire floor. It must have taken tens of thousands of milliliters of blood to create such an effect. Jiang Chen smirked slightly, beginning to mourn for the alien creature in the room. With such a massive loss of blood, even if that alien creature were a blood pump, it would have been drained dry. Jiang Chen then walked further inside. Before Jiang Chen logged off, the alien creature had been placed in the innermost small compartment. However, when Jiang Chen reached the door of the compartment, the first thing that appeared before his eyes was not the alien creature that had already perished. Instead, it was several laboratory researchers lying awkwardly on the ground, devoid of life. All the researchers in this room were dead. However, they were not killed by the alien creature. It seemed they had killed each other. One researcher had stabbed a thick syringe into another's neck. Another researcher had tightly strangled others with shoelaces. Dozens of researchers had all died in such a brutal manner. Jiang Chen then shifted his gaze to the alien creature lying on the bed, shackled and imprisoned. This guy was worse off. Not only was it dead, but it had also been tortured beyond recognition before its death. Not only was the blood drained, turning into a human husk, but there wasn't even a single intact piece of skin left on the body. If one didn't know better, they might think it was a charred monkey lying on the hospital bed. Looking at the gruesome scene before him, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. This was abnormal. The situation was very abnormal. Jiang Chen had spent some time with this group of researchers. They were generally a good-natured bunch. He couldn't understand how things had escalated to the point where they had turned on each other, leaving no survivors. Moreover, judging by the rigidity of the bodies, this had all happened within the last day or two. In the room, Jiang Chen frowned, his expression grave as he observed the scene. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He pushed open the door to the room and quickly made his way to another laboratory. Since this lab had such a situation, were the other labs housing alien creatures in the same state? He opened the door to the adjacent lab. In this laboratory, experiments were specifically conducted on alien creatures with armor and weapons. Just like the previous lab, all the researchers inside had killed each other. The alien creature, secured to an iron frame, had been mutilated by its own massive axe weapon. Then he moved to the next room, and the next. There were a total of 5 laboratories. Jiang Chen had visited 4 of them. The situation was identical in all of them. The alien creatures had been tortured to death, and the researchers had perished in mutual slaughter. Not a single survivor had he encountered. With a glimmer of hope, Jiang Chen opened the door to the last laboratory. This was the lab he had visited recently, responsible for the study of alien languages. Inside the lab, it was just as chaotic. Researchers lay scattered in pools of blood. Ing. Mr. Ing. Just when Jiang Chen had lost all hope, a faint voice called out to him. He scanned the room and, in a corner near the alien creature, he found Professor Yu, who was still clinging to life. This Professor Yu was the linguistics professor responsible for translating alien languages. Jiang Chen hurried to Professor Yu's side, concerned as he asked, "Professor Yu, are you alright?" Ing. Mr. Ing, I can't hold on much longer. I'm just hanging on by a thread, waiting for you to arrive, Professor Yu said, his face devoid of color, barely breathing. Jiang Chen looked down at Professor Yu's abdomen. It had been stabbed by someone with a knife, blood pooling around him. Judging by the amount of blood lost, it was clear that Professor Yu could not be saved. Professor Yu, what exactly happened in the lab? How did it end up like this in just a week since I last came? Jiang Chen asked, confused. I don't know the specifics either. It was just last night, while we were working overtime, that suddenly everyone became incredibly violent, consumed by thoughts of murder. To release this emotion, we were forced to kill this alien creature, but it was completely ineffective. I lost control and ended up stabbing Xiao Wang in the lab with a broken piece of glass. Killing. Just killing. We had no idea why. Our minds were completely occupied by this thought, and we lost our sanity, plunging into madness. Perhaps experiencing a moment of clarity, Professor Yu, who had initially spoken weakly, now spoke with a strong, rhythmic tone, his emotions palpable. From his tone, Jiang Chen sensed a deep fear. A fear of the unknown. In the end, Professor Yu forced a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Ing, I was born at the end of the last century. I have experienced many hardships alongside Huagua, gone through a zombie outbreak, and even communicated face-to-face with extraterrestrial beings. My life has been quite spectacular. The reason I have been holding on and not died is simply because that zombie creature, before we killed it, asked me to convey a message to you. Jiang Chen, what message? Professor Yu, in the eyes of advanced civilizations, Earth is merely a toy that can be manipulated and transformed at will. According to the original trajectory, humanity should have been wiped out by zombies by now. Although I don't know how you humans escaped this calamity, your ultimate fate is destined to be extinction. After saying this, Professor Yu seemed to have drained all his strength, his hands fell limp, and he ceased to breathe. Jiang Chen silently stood up. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. First was the infighting among the laboratory researchers. According to the only eyewitness and participant, Professor Yu, it was caused by violent emotions arising in their minds. This situation reminded Jiang Chen of his past life. In the last simulated world, Jiang Chen had become extremely violent after capturing an extraterrestrial creature, directly killing Ling and indirectly causing the deaths of Yi Yuan and Luo Hongyi. It was quite similar to the behavior of the laboratory researchers this time. This forced Jiang Chen to connect the incident with the extraterrestrial beings. Is the infighting among the laboratory researchers related to the extraterrestrial beings? No. However, strangely, the simulator provided a negative answer. It was not caused by the extraterrestrial beings. Then, who could it be? Or, to put it another way, what could be the reason? Having used up his opportunity to ask questions this week, Jiang Chen could only wait for the next chance to refresh and find another way to inquire. Then, there was the next matter. What did the message from the extraterrestrial beings that Professor Yu conveyed to Jiang Chen mean? Was it a provocation or a warning to humanity? Humanity is destined to perish. These words had a profound impact on Jiang Chen. Having already survived the zombie crisis, could humanity still face more crises? A week passed. The tragedy that occurred in the extraterrestrial laboratory gradually subsided with the intervention of the state. But the damage this incident caused to Huagua was extremely severe. Not only did it result in the loss of over 100 outstanding researchers in the biological field, but it also led to the death of all 5 extraterrestrial beings. The 5 live extraterrestrial beings that had been captured with great effort were all dead. Humanity's research on extraterrestrial beings fell into a complete standstill. The experimental files regarding the extraterrestrial beings were classified as top secret by the higher-ups of Huagua and sealed away in secrecy. That experimental file will likely only be unsealed again when another batch of extraterrestrial beings arrives on Earth. As for you, after the weekly refresh of your causal ability, you asked a question. Is the infighting among the laboratory researchers related to the extraterrestrial beings? Last time you asked if it was caused by the extraterrestrial beings, this time you asked if there was a connection with them. The content of the questions was similar, but the meaning was quite different. This time, after a few seconds, a big yes appeared before you. As expected, the researchers in the laboratory becoming violent and bloodthirsty is indeed related to the extraterrestrial beings, but they are not the direct cause. What the specific situation is, cannot be determined solely by your causal ability. Time flows on. Year after year, the time has come to 2073. This year, you celebrate your 70th birthday. In 2073, you are already 70 years old. You have become frail and aged. Your health is deteriorating. Once able to walk briskly, you now rely on a cane. Now, it has been over a decade since extraterrestrial beings descended upon Earth. In these years, the global landscape has undergone tremendous changes. During the zombie crisis, most countries around the world saw their populations nearly wiped out. Only a few countries managed to survive, clinging to life in the face of the apocalypse. However, even in these surviving countries, the national order has completely collapsed, and the remaining humans have gathered in small survival bases. Thus, it is only natural that China has become the world's only superpower with a relatively intact regime. Over a decade ago, after clearing all the zombies within its territory, China began to eliminate zombies in other regions of the world following a brief period of rest. With the mass production of war robots, China's pace in clearing zombies from other countries was swift. After the zombie crisis erupted, nearly all newborns aspired to become war robot operators. Although they had to go to battle, they operated war robots, which posed no real danger of death. Moreover, the high social status and generous salaries of war robot operators made them highly sought after, comparable to civil servants in the eyes of many. A young man successfully serving as a war robot operator was a hot commodity in the matchmaking market of any province in China. Over the years, the number of war robot operators in China has surged. More and more humans are becoming proficient in operating war robots for combat. Therefore, today's China is nothing like it was a decade ago when the outbreak of the zombie virus left it worried about the lack of skilled war robot operators. Batch after batch of war robots has been produced and deployed to foreign battlefields. Vast territories previously occupied by zombies abroad have now been incorporated into China's borders. Wherever they go, if there are no surviving humans, all zombies are exterminated, and the land is naturally annexed into China's territory. No surviving humans mean it is considered unclaimed land. Is it reasonable to incorporate a newly discovered unclaimed land into one's territory? It is very reasonable. As for areas with a few surviving humans, the Chinese military sends thousands of war robots to stand before them, using a friendly and persuasive approach to encourage them to cede their territory to China. The expansion plan of China's territory is progressing smoothly. By the third year of the plan's initiation, China's territorial area reached its largest historical extent. Now, it is already 2070. China's territory now encompasses all of Asia and Europe, as it was before the zombie apocalypse, expanding over fivefold. Truly the world's #1 superpower. Currently, China's leadership is planning an expedition to North America, aiming to incorporate the former territory of the United States into China's map as soon as possible. It is estimated that in about 10 years, there will truly be no distinction between countries in the world. Because there will only be one country in the world, the distinction between countries will no longer be necessary. China represents the Earth. At 70 years old, feeling that time is running out, you sit alone in the nursing home surrounded by falling leaves. You are now all alone. In front of the high-ranking officials of Huagua, you have always appeared as Mr. Shadow, so they have no idea who you really are. They would never think that the mysterious and revered Mr. Shadow is just an ordinary old man in the nursing home. As for Xia Qingning, who accompanied you after the outbreak of the zombie virus, she fell seriously ill 5 years ago. It was a disease that had no record in the history of human medicine. At that time, you desperately searched for a cure, using all your causal abilities during that period for this purpose. But in the end, it was all in vain. Xia Qingning passed away quietly one afternoon, leaving this world. You owe a considerable debt of romance, yet you have no descendants. You are now a solitary figure. After Xia Qingning's death, you moved into the nursing home. You began a life of slowly waiting for death alone. Having lived for more than half a century and weathered many storms, you do not fear death. However, the conversation you had with the extraterrestrial beings over a decade ago lingers in your heart like a shadow that cannot be dispelled. In the vast universe, Earth, or humanity, is merely a tiny speck in the ocean. 70 years is a lifetime for most humans. But in the eyes of higher civilizations, it may just be a moment of napping. Human civilization, compared to higher civilizations, is indeed too immature. So immature that with just a slight misstep, it could be wiped out in its infancy. In the simulated scene, Jiang Chen called forth the simulator and asked a question. Will I die this week? A few seconds later, the word yes appeared before Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. As expected, this day was approaching. Meanwhile, in the real world, seeing that he had only a few days left to live, Jiang Chen directly chose to use the immersive simulation experience card. His vision blurred. In the real world, Jiang Chen appeared in the simulated world. In the nursing home, Jiang Chen raised his hand, looking at his wrinkled hands, then at the wheelchair he was sitting in, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Is this what 70 looks like? Not only his body but even his physiology felt incredibly tired and aged. Raising his withered palm, Jiang Chen called out in a hoarse voice to a caregiver not far away, "Little girl, could you please push me back to my room?" "Sure, Grandpa Jiang, I'll push you back," the young caregiver replied with a sweet smile. This girl was interning at the university this year, just 20 years old, born in the post-zombie era. Having never experienced that dark time, she always wore a carefree smile. Jiang Chen felt that all his previous sacrifices were worth it. After being pushed back to his room by the young caregiver, Jiang Chen trembled as he took out his phone from the drawer and called out to Ling. "Ling, Master, I'm here. Retrieve the formula for the anti-cancer reagent from the system." Jiang Chen instructed Ling to pull up the formula for the anti-cancer reagent in the system. The anti-cancer reagent is a remarkable thing. In this human experiment within the simulated world, it has been successfully proven that the anti-cancer reagent does indeed have the effect of killing cancer cells. Although it cannot deal with the cancer cells produced after drinking the blood of extraterrestrial beings, it has no problem killing the ordinary cancer cells produced by normal humans. Bringing the anti-cancer reagent back to the real world can not only benefit many cancer patients but also help him accumulate initial funding. Cancer is regarded as one of the most challenging medical problems of the 21st century. Once an anti-cancer reagent capable of completely curing cancer is developed, the number of people flocking to it is unimaginable. Even if Jiang Chen sets the price at 1 million per vial, there would still be a continuous stream of buyers. On the phone screen in front of Jiang Chen, the formula blueprint for the anti-cancer reagent is displayed. This blueprint was provided to Jiang Chen by Professor Ipuzan. Early on, when the zombie virus first broke out, Jiang Chen had Meyer input this formula blueprint into Meyer's system. Then, Jiang Chen took a memory capsule, gaining the ability to remember everything he saw for 2 hours. The formula blueprint for the anti-cancer reagent is quite complex. After all, it took the efforts of hundreds of people at the Dark Particle Laboratory over a decade. There are many medicinal components involved in making the anti-cancer reagent, with hundreds of different ingredients densely packed together. Among these hundreds of medicinal components, only a small portion consists of existing drugs. Most of them need to be recreated and extracted in specific ways. It took over an hour for Jiang Chen to memorize all 50 pages of the formula blueprint. With an hour left, Jiang Chen's next goal was to memorize the language of the alien species, specifically, the Green Lizard Clan. After the linguistics professor, Professor Yu, died during the turmoil, all his research on the language of the Green Lizard group was classified as top secret and locked away in China's core secret database. Ordinary people could not access it at all. However, Jiang Chen had Meyer, a bug-level existence. In front of Meyer, the core database deemed absolutely confidential by China's high-ranking officials, with its layers of tight firewalls, was practically non-existent. Meyer, secretly invade China's core database and retrieve Professor Yu's research materials on the language of the Green Lizard clan. Jiang Chen commanded Meyer to begin infiltration successful, retrieving Green Lizard language research materials. In just a second or two, Meyer presented Professor Yu's research results before Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had heard Professor Yu mention that the language of the Green Lizard clan is very complex. There are over 1,000 commonly used characters, each with more than 10 different pronunciations. Each pronunciation represents a completely different meaning. At that time, Jiang Chen had no concept of it. But now, seeing Professor Yu's research results, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. 2 characters in Chinese could convey a clear meaning, which might correspond to over 100 different pronunciations of a dozen characters in the Green Lizard language. Just the notes alone filled a thick notebook. However, this was only a small part of the Green Lizard language, covering only some commonly used expressions. At that time, Professor Yu hadn't had the chance to delve deeper into the research before being caught up in the turmoil and stabbed to death by a colleague. Jiang Chen estimated that to fully understand the Green Lizard language, a dictionary the thickness of 10 new Chinese dictionaries would not be enough. Understanding it was temporarily out of reach for Jiang Chen because it was simply too profound and obscure. It left him feeling dazed. Originally, Jiang Chen, who was not good at English, found the idea of understanding this language, which was several times more difficult than English, akin to a death sentence. Fortunately, with the effect of the memory capsule, if he couldn't understand it, Jiang Chen could resort to rote memorization. His eyes became like a scanner, page by page scanning through Professor Yu's notes. Initially, Jiang Chen had planned to memorize some of Meyer's code after finishing the Green Lizard language. However, he didn't expect the content of the Green Lizard language to be so extensive. As the remaining hour passed, Jiang Chen barely finished memorizing the content of the Green Lizard language from Professor Yu's notes. After reading the last character, Jiang Chen let out a long breath. He had memorized everything. As for the rest, he would have to rely on gradually understanding it later. If it doesn't work, after Jiang Chen returns, he will input all the recorded Green Lizard clan language into Ling's database. At that time, he can directly let Ling act as a real-time translator. The effect of the memory capsule has faded. There are still more than 20 hours left for the immersive simulation experience. Jiang Chen pressed the call button, asking the caregiver to push him outside for a stroll. In the world 50 years later, technology is highly advanced. After the domestic threat of the zombie virus disappeared, some industries that vanished during the zombie apocalypse began to revive. Especially the entertainment industry, which has welcomed vigorous development. Virtual game helmets are no longer only used for the game Zombie Apocalypse War. Action-adventure, role-playing, racing, gunfight escape, MOBA. Many large-scale games based on virtual game helmets have been created, sparking a gaming craze across the country. Hey, little girl, why was that old brother wearing a game helmet smiling so happily just now? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask when he passed by an old man about his age. Oh, you mean Grandpa Huang? He's currently playing a game called Cultivation World, marrying to become stronger. In the game, as long as you keep marrying wives, you can become stronger. Today, it's the wedding of Grandpa Huang and a saintess from the Holy Land. Then what's up with that old brother who looks so lewd while laughing? That's Grandpa Zhang, playing a text game called Sugar Baby Guide, Rich Auntie's Falling for Me. I've heard he's already ranked in the top 10 nationally in the game and has caught the favor of over 100 rich aunties. Goodness. These guys are quite old, but they sure know how to have fun. Watching these elderly brothers live such colorful lives, Jiang Chen couldn't help but put on a game helmet. In the virtual screen, nearly 100 game icons appeared before him. All of them are games that can be experienced in the virtual world using the game helmet. Wow, this game actually has a virtual game version too. Jiang Chen spotted a familiar icon among the pile of games. He clicked on it directly. The next second, Jiang Chen found himself in the dust-sown pot of Tevat. As soon as he appeared inside the pot, he was surrounded by a group of lively game characters. Hey, Captain Jean, don't lean on me. Miss Ayaka, why are you pulling my clothes? What? Shadow, you want me to eat the food you made? Are you trying to murder your husband? Come here, Klee, let me give you a hug. Ganyu's coconut milk is really delicious. Goodness. He was just talking about others. It turns out he was also having quite a fun time in the game. Soon, the time came to the next day. The effectiveness of the immersive simulation experience card ended. Jiang Chen's vision blurred, and he reappeared in the real world. In the dormitory, Jiang Chen opened the simulator and chose to continue the simulation. Although Jiang Chen knew well that this version of himself in the simulated world had only a few days left to live. Death is your destination. You now have only a few days left until your final destination. Years ago, you had already bought a grave for yourself in a cemetery near Qingqing University, buried next to Xiaoqingning. 2 more days have passed. You have a premonition that today is your last day. You asked the young caregiver to push you outside to bask in the sun. The warm afternoon sun is quite comfortable. The elderly in the nursing home are either tending to flowers and birds, playing chess and chatting, or continuing to enjoy the joys they fantasized about in their youth through virtual games. Everything is so peaceful and harmonious. You slowly close your eyes, your consciousness gradually becoming scattered. You are about to die. Dying in such a peaceful atmosphere, you think it's not so bad. But, at that moment, the entire Qing city, after more than 20 years, once again echoed with a piercing alarm. Attention all citizens, a spatial rift has appeared in the center of our city, with a large number of unknown creatures emerging from the rift. Please do not go outside, find a safe place to hide as soon as possible. I repeat, please find a safe place to hide as soon as possible. The voice from the alarm broadcast was extremely urgent. The entire nursing home suddenly became chaotic. Your consciousness, slowly dissipating, was stimulated to want to open your eyes and see what was happening. But even with all your strength, you couldn't open your eyelids. You could only helplessly let your consciousness fade away, falling into a long slumber. You are dead. This simulation has ended. The simulation is over. In the dormitory, Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, feeling a sense of loss. This simulation was the longest he had survived in his 6 attempts. He lived until 2073, at the age of 70. Although, in this simulation, Jiang Chen exhausted all means and still could not prevent the outbreak of the zombie virus. But it is worth mentioning that Jiang Chen finally prevented the complete extinction of humanity by zombies. On one hand, he helped humanity continuously climb the technology tree, increasing their chances of survival. On the other hand, he directly blew up the moon, preventing the emergence of terrifying beings like the Zombie King among the zombies. Especially the step of blowing up the moon, although it posed significant future risks, was undoubtedly quite correct under the circumstances at the time. Once the Zombie King appeared, with humanity's technological development level at that time, they would not be a match for the Zombie King at all. Being slaughtered was just a matter of time. Moreover, in this simulated world, Jiang Chen also grasped a lot of information about the alien species, the green lizards. He gained a preliminary understanding of civilizations beyond Earth. Aliens do indeed exist. Not only do they exist, but in terms of strength and influence, they are much more powerful than humans. Earth's civilization level of 0.7 is hardly worth mentioning in the eyes of higher civilizations. More critically, Earth's coordinates are likely already exposed. Based on the answers he received after using his causal ability to ask questions in the simulated world, the mastermind behind the creation of the zombie virus had already hidden within human society in the real world of 2023. According to the information provided by the alien green lizards, there is a high possibility that the mastermind behind the zombie virus is from a second-level stellar civilization. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly became serious. The real world is different from the simulated world. In the simulated world, Jiang Chen not only had the causal ability at his disposal, but dying there was merely a waste of a simulation opportunity. But in the real world, if the mastermind noticed something special about him and directly eliminated him, that would truly mean death. The most urgent task now is to find the mastermind hidden in human society, Jiang Chen thought to himself. However, this task cannot be done by me. It can only be done by my counterpart in the simulated world. In the real world, Jiang Chen only needed to do one thing. That is to survive. Do not provoke the mastermind, and absolutely do not let the mastermind notice his special traits. Mio. Jiang Chen tapped on the two-dimensional cute girl icon on his phone, calling out to Mio. Master, I'm here. Mio's soft and adorable voice rang out. For now, hide your whereabouts online. Do not invade other servers without my command, Jiang Chen instructed. Second-level stellar civilization. If the direction of civilization development is to point to the technology tree, it is highly likely that there are artificial intelligences more advanced than Ling. If that behind-the-scenes manipulator carries an artificial intelligence smarter than Ling and happens to discover Ling's whereabouts online, it would be easy to trace back to him. So, for now, it's better to let Ling stay a bit more low-key. Wait until entering the simulated world to let Ling show off. There's one more thing. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin, pondering that the thought wasn't over yet. At the end of this simulation, what were the spatial rifts that appeared in Qing City, and what were those unknown creatures? In the recently concluded simulation, at the very end, just as Jiang Chen was about to die, the emergency broadcast in Qing City announced the appearance of spatial rifts and unknown creatures in the city center. However, Jiang Chen had no idea what those spatial rifts and unknown creatures looked like, as it cut off directly. But, if one thinks about it, it's clear that it wouldn't be a good sign. Could it be that the green lizard race is invading Earth again? Jiang Chen could only guess since he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. However, the last time the green lizard race invaded Earth, they came in a spaceship. This time, did they come directly through spatial rifts? Jiang Chen wasn't very sure. Forget it, let's not think about that for now, let's check the rating after this simulation. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his mind and directly opened the simulation evaluation interface of the simulator. This simulation evaluation, A-, wow, an A-grade evaluation. As expected. This time, Jiang Chen not only survived longer but also saved human civilization during the zombie crisis. The simulator gave a very high rating. With the rating increase, the rewards also increased. He looked at the simulation reward items he obtained this time. Jiang Chen found an additional item. Additionally, the new causality ability has been thought out. Everyone can guess what it is, there's a reward for the correct guess. The rewards Jiang Chen obtained after this simulation, besides the Immersive Simulation Experience Card and Memory Capsule that were rewarded after the first two simulations, also included another item. Causality Copy Card can copy any causality ability already obtained, effective for 1 week. Note, usable in the real world. Seeing this new item, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. You must know that among the 6 simulations, any causality skill Jiang Chen obtained is considered a bug in the real world. With this, Causality Copy Card, Jiang Chen essentially has a week of using causality skills. For example, if he chooses the first skill, 3-point shot 100% hit, Jiang Chen can hit every 3-pointer in the real world just like in the simulation world. Not to mention, he could easily dominate the school basketball court. Or during the college entrance examination, using the fourth ability, 100% full scoring college entrance examination, he could just coast into top universities like Yinjing University. Of course, Jiang Chen's vision wasn't that narrow. It seems that the Causality Copy Card is only rewarded after obtaining an A-grade simulation evaluation. It's quite precious. After all, after 6 simulations, Jiang Chen has only received an A-grade evaluation once. The 6 existing causality skills are good, but the Causality Copy Card is only effective for 1 week. If Jiang Chen uses it now, it would only give him a brief thrill, having no impact on the overall situation of the world. 20 years later, the zombie virus will still break out worldwide. Therefore, Jiang Chen currently has no intention of using this precious Causality Copy Card. At this stage, Jiang Chen's main goal is still to find the mastermind behind the scenes in human society. He plans carefully before taking action. Only after identifying the opponent can Jiang Chen think of ways to make this Causality Replication Card play a greater role. In the dormitory, Jiang Chen. Then, he went to a lottery shop outside the school to buy a few lottery tickets. Although the winning numbers of the lottery drawn after a long time will become inaccurate due to the butterfly effect, the winning numbers from 1 or 2 days should still be exactly the same as in the simulated world. Therefore, when using the Immersive Simulation Experience Card this time, Jiang Chen specifically memorized a few winning numbers from the lottery in the past couple of days. To avoid drawing attention, Jiang Chen deliberately went to a lottery shop in the suburbs to buy the tickets. Winning once or twice is fine, but winning multiple times in a row can easily raise suspicion. In the real world, Jiang Chen's most important task right now is to stay low-key. He doesn't want to become too famous. 2 days later, all the lottery tickets Jiang Chen bought were drawn. As expected, they all won. Jiang Chen suddenly earned over 10 million. This way of making money is really fast. Jiang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. With such a quick influx of cash, Jiang Chen felt like he didn't want to work hard anymore. "Senior, are you free after lunch?" That noon, while Jiang Chen was eating with Xia Qingning, he asked vaguely while gnawing on a chicken leg. Xia Qingning looked up, a grain of rice still stuck to the corner of her mouth. "I don't have any plans right now. What's up, Jiang Chen?" Jiang Chen suggested, "I plan to visit a local martial arts school in our Qing city. Would you accompany me?" Jiang Chen took the initiative to invite Xia Qingning. A martial arts school? Hearing this ancient term from Jiang Chen, Xia Qingning was momentarily stunned. "Why do you suddenly want to go to a martial arts school?" "Of course, to strengthen my body." Jiang Chen fabricated a reason. "I've been eating with you lately, and my weight has been skyrocketing. I plan to find a martial arts school to work out, so I don't end up with fatty liver at a young age." Xia Qingning tilted her head in confusion. "Why a martial arts school? Can't we go to the gym? There's a gym right next to our school. Are you 100,000 wise, senior?" Jiang Chen tapped Xia Qingning's head with his chopsticks, causing her to gasp in pain and glare at him fiercely. Jiang Chen raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, smiling awkwardly. I just think martial arts schools are more impressive. Not only can you strengthen your body, but you can also learn a martial art. Senior, I think you should find a martial arts school to learn some skills. A beautiful girl like you, with such fair skin, if someone with bad intentions follows you, you could just give them a kick and send them to the next life as a sister. Xia Qingning was somewhat tempted by Jiang Chen's words. Alright, after dinner, let's go check out the martial arts school in Qing City. In the modern world, such ancient institutions as martial arts schools are nearly extinct. However, in a first-tier city like Qing City, there are still a few scattered around. After finishing their meal, Jiang Chen took a taxi with Xia Qingning to an old street in the northern district of the city. The layout of the old street is reminiscent of ancient alleys. The ground is paved with time-worn blue bricks, and the houses are rows of guesthouse bungalows with tiled roofs. At the entrance of the alley, a sign with the words Luo's Martial Arts School in gold lettering caught Jiang Chen's eye. This was the destination of Jiang Chen and Xia Qingning's trip. Luo's Martial Arts School. It is said to have been passed down since the Republic of China era, over 100 years ago. Its most famous feature is the Luo-style leg techniques. During the War of Resistance, Luo's Martial Arts School produced many heroes. At its peak, it had opened more than 10 branches throughout the province, with thousands of disciples under its wing. Glory is only temporary. As martial arts declined, the Luo family martial arts school continuously reduced its scale. Now, only this martial arts school is barely operating. According to online guides, Jiang Chen learned that the current head of the martial arts school is a middle-aged man named Luo Tiancheng, the sixth-generation heir of the Luo family martial arts school. The doors of the school were wide open, and the sounds of laughter and training echoed from within. Jiang Chen and Xia Qingning walked in. Hello, may I ask who you are? A young man approached them as soon as they entered. We're here to sign up for martial arts training. Is Master Luo here? Jiang Chen asked with a warm smile. Oh, you're here to sign up. The young man nodded with a smile. The master is in the back teaching the disciples. I'll take you there. The young man led them through a door to the training ground in the backyard. There were about a dozen people on the training ground. At the front stood a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance and a stern expression, leading the disciples in practicing their stances. This man was undoubtedly Master Luo Tiancheng. However, what caught Jiang Chen's attention even more was a little girl standing next to Master Luo. She was dressed in red, with 2 little pigtails on her head and a rosy face, looking only about 4 or 5 years old. She was concentrating hard, following the others and practicing their stances with great seriousness. The little girl next to Master Luo was quite adorable. She had a pair of bright, shiny black eyes and a chubby little face that made one want to pinch her cheeks. Master, these two are here to see you and plan to sign up for training. The young man introduced Jiang Chen and Xia Qingning to Master Luo. Master Luo stopped his stance and looked Jiang Chen and Xia Qingning up and down. You are university students? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, we are students from Qingqing University. Qingqing University is quite well known in Qingqing City. Master Luo, with his hands behind his back, exuded an air of authority. Do you know anything about our Luo family martial arts school? Jiang Chen smiled. I found some information online and learned a bit. Master Luo nodded slightly. Since you have some understanding, you should know that what we teach at the Luo family martial arts school is not just for show, but real skills. Real skills are great. Jiang Chen nodded. Master Luo, we came here specifically to learn real skills. Alright. A smile appeared on Master Luo's previously serious face. Then follow me to the office to pay the tuition. In fact, when the Luo family martial arts school was thriving, people came in droves to learn martial arts. The school would conduct assessments for those who wanted to enroll, selecting the best of the best. Only those who passed the assessment would be accepted as disciples. But now, with martial arts in decline, the Luo family martial arts school could only barely maintain normal operations. For those who wanted to enroll, as long as they paid, they were welcomed without question. After all, it's about making money, and there's no shame in that. If the school continued to maintain its previous arrogance, it would have closed down long ago. The tuition for the martial arts school is paid every 6 months. The fee is 4,980 yuan at a time, which is quite reasonable. After paying the fee, Master Luo provided Jiang Chen and Luo Hongyi with a set of white training uniforms based on their sizes. On the training ground, Jiang Chen and the others returned with Master Luo. Let me introduce you all. These are our new disciples, Jiang Chen and Xia Qingning. From now on, you will be brothers and sisters. Please welcome them. Master Luo briefly introduced the two to the people in the school. Both Jiang Chen and Xia Qingning were very good-looking, especially Xia Qingning. Many of the male disciples in the school were too shy to even look up and meet her gaze. With the addition of this handsome man and beautiful woman, the disciples of the school expressed their warm welcome. Among them was a little girl dressed in red. Master Luo, who is this little girl? Jiang Chen's gaze fell once again on the little turnip head beside Master Luo. For some reason, Jiang Chen always felt an inexplicable familiarity with this little turnip head. Uncle, I'm not a little girl, I have a name. I'm Luo Hongyi. The little turnip head lifted her head, pouting her lips, and stared defiantly at Jiang Chen. At that moment, Master Luo, seeing the little turnip head's unwilling expression, rubbed Luo Hongyi's little head and laughed. Ha, Jiang Chen, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Luo Hongyi. She is currently learning martial arts with the disciples of the martial arts school. Luo Hongyi. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Chen suddenly realized. No wonder he felt somewhat familiar with this little turnip head. Upon closer inspection, the little turnip head's appearance indeed resembled that of Luo Hongyi in the simulated world by about 70 to 80%. So this is the young Luo Hongyi. To be honest, Jiang Chen found it hard to connect the little Luo Hongyi, who was still not as tall as his knee, with the anime heroine who would slay enemies on the zombie battlefield 20 years later. Jiang Chen squatted down and took out a lollipop from his pocket, waving it in front of little Luo Hongyi. The little Luo Hongyi instinctively swallowed. Due to concerns about cavities, Luo Hongyi's parents generally did not allow her to eat sweets. Little friend Hongyi, how old are you? Jiang Chen smiled like a wicked wolf grandmother. 4 years old. Little Luo Hongyi's gaze was fixed on the lollipop in Jiang Chen's hand. Uncle, what flavor is this lollipop? Strawberry. Is it delicious? It's very delicious, very sweet. Little Luo Hongyi swallowed again, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation as she stared at Jiang Chen. Then, Uncle, can I have a taste? Sure. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a smile. But you have to promise me one thing. What is it? From now on, don't call me uncle, call me brother. It was one thing to be called uncle by Luo Hongyi 20 years later. After all, he would indeed be a middle-aged man by then. But now, at just over 20, being called uncle by a 4-year-old made him feel old. Little Luo Hongyi nodded her head vigorously. I remember, uncle. Jiang Chen. Forget it, he wouldn't argue with a 4-year-old. After all, there was still a long way to go. He would let Luo Hongyi gradually change how she addressed him later. After handing the lollipop to the eagerly waiting Luo Hongyi and secretly pinching the little one's cheek, Jiang Chen joined the line and began to practice stances with the disciples of the martial arts school. Although it was exhausting, he continued to come to the Luo martial arts school to learn martial arts for several days. 3 days later, Jiang Chen had become relatively familiar with Master Luo. So, during a break, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Master Luo. The reason Jiang Chen joined the martial arts school was certainly not for the sake of physical fitness as he claimed, but for other purposes. Now that he had become somewhat familiar with Master Luo, he could inquire about certain matters. Master Luo, can we chat for a bit? Jiang Chen plopped down beside Master Luo. Sure, what do you want to talk about? Although Master Luo had a dignified appearance and an imposing demeanor, he was actually quite talkative. I just want to talk about your Luo martial arts school and your Luo leg techniques. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and directly got to the point. Master Luo, your Luo martial arts school has been passed down for over 100 years, right? 105 years. Master Luo looked up at the sky, a nostalgic expression on his face. To be precise, it's 105 years, 6 months, and 3 days. Back in the Republic of China, my great-grandfather's time, the Luo martial arts school already existed. At that time, our martial arts school was truly magnificent, but under my leadership, it has fallen to this state. The tone of Master Luo was somewhat sorrowful. Jiang Chen offered a word of comfort and then asked, So, Master Luo, is the Luo family's leg technique something created by your ancestors? Actually, it is not. Master Luo shook his head. This is not a secret in our martial arts community, so I'll be straightforward with you. The Luo family's leg technique is a portion that our ancestors secretly copied from a long-lost martial arts manual. It is said that this manual contains the ultimate secrets of the human body. If one could fully comprehend its contents, they would achieve great power and dominate the martial arts world. Of course, this is just a rumor. Throughout history, many martial artists have learned from that manual, but none have ever dominated the martial arts world. Instead, many have believed in it and ended up showing off at their enemies' doorsteps, only to be killed by them. Upon hearing Master Luo's account of the martial arts manual, Jiang Chen instinctively tugged at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Master Luo continued his narrative. Of course, that manual has long been lost. In fact, not just that manual, but many martial arts techniques from various sects across the country have been lost during those decades of war. including our Luo family's leg technique. Now, the essence of our Luo family's leg technique has dwindled to almost nothing. Although its practicality remains, it can still injure people. The fluidity and power of the moves have significantly diminished compared to the past. For disciples like you, who come merely to strengthen their bodies, it makes little difference. But for true martial arts geniuses, to be honest, learning our Luo family's leg technique is a complete waste of their talent. Master Luo's gaze drifted to the small figure of Luo Hongyi standing not far away, squinting her eyes and licking a lollipop with a satisfied expression. He spoke in a doting tone. Hongyi has quite the talent for martial arts, better than me, even better than anyone I've ever seen. Staying in our Luo martial arts school will hinder her. So, I plan to let her join the Amaze sect in 2 years, where she can showcase her martial arts talent. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. This clarified why, 20 years later, Luo Hongyi referred to herself as a disciple of Amaze Mountain, rather than a disciple of the Luo martial arts school. Although Luo Hongyi was the daughter of the Luo martial arts school, Master Luo, in order not to waste her martial arts talent, would indeed do as he said and let her join the Amaze sect to learn martial arts in a few years. After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Chen cautiously probed, "Master Luo, may I ask one more question?" Master Luo replied, "Go ahead." Jiang Chen continued, "Master Luo, is there a possibility that in our Huagua, there actually exist cultivation techniques that can absorb spiritual energy?" Master Luo turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen with an incredibly strange expression. Jiang Chen felt a bit uneasy under Master Luo's gaze. "You brat, have you gone crazy from reading web novels?" Master Luo couldn't help but retort, "Cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques are completely different concepts. Martial arts techniques do exist, but even when mastered, they can only subdue a few armed thugs. If you encounter someone with firearms and don't run away immediately, the next second you'll be a cold corpse. As for cultivation techniques, just a slight entry can strengthen the body, allowing it to withstand bullets. When cultivated deeply, one can shake mountains and rivers with their fists, and flying or escaping is a piece of cake. Moreover, even if there really were cultivation techniques, the earth is devoid of spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, having cultivation techniques is no different from having toilet paper." Jiang Chen asked, "Master Luo, really none at all?" "Of course, there are none." The owner of the Luo martial arts school was left helpless by Jiang Chen's earnestness. "If there really were such a thing, I would have been the first to cultivate into an immortal long ago, instead of here running a martial arts school and struggling to make a living." Seeing that the expression of the Luo owner did not seem to indicate he was lying, Jiang Chen nodded in understanding, feeling a bit disappointed inside. In the last simulated world, Jiang Chen learned from the green lizard creatures that they practiced a body refining technique called Taiyin Hunyuan Ju. After cultivation, it allowed them to absorb the spiritual energy within zombie spirit crystals. The content of Taiyin Hunyuan Ju was under a restriction, making it impossible for the green lizard creatures to write it down. Thus, Jiang Chen could only take a different approach. He had to search on Earth for any similar cultivation techniques. The culture of Huagua has a long history, spanning over 5,000 years. There are many rumors about cultivating immortals. Jiang Chen was trying to see if he could find a cultivation technique on Earth. After the zombie crisis broke out, he planned to utilize the spirit crystals within the zombies. Otherwise, the spirit crystals inside the zombies would merely serve as a wedding dress for extraterrestrial beings. Joining the Luo martial arts school was just the first step in Jiang Chen's plan. Although he did not obtain any useful information from the Luo owner, Jiang Chen felt a bit disappointed but did not lose heart. This was entirely within his expectations. Just as the Luo owner said, if cultivation techniques were that easy to obtain, there would be cultivators everywhere in the world. Jiang Chen regarded the Luo martial arts school as a stepping stone, a way to gain a deeper understanding of the martial arts world and to seek out cultivation techniques. There are many sects, big and small, across the country. If cultivation techniques truly existed, then surely some sects would have knowledge of them. After finishing a day of training, Jiang Chen returned to school. Back at school, he lay directly on his dorm bed and opened the simulator. A new week had arrived. The number of simulations refreshed again. In this week of the real world, Jiang Chen had been quite cautious, fearing that he might inadvertently attract the attention of the hidden forces and be eliminated. Now, in the simulated world, Jiang Chen could finally be a bit more carefree. "Would you like to simulate?" Yes, no. Seeing the choice box pop up in front of him, Jiang Chen chose yes without hesitation. Then, he rubbed his hands together, waiting for the appearance of a new causal ability. The causal abilities he had randomly drawn in the previous 6 simulations were all quite good. This indicated that Jiang Chen's luck was still decent. Therefore, after praying this time, Jiang Chen believed that the ability he would draw should not be too bad. Randomly drawing causal ability. Draw successful. The causal ability you have obtained this time is, you can straighten any bent object. Jiang Chen? Straightening bent objects. His instinctive reaction was that this ability seemed quite ordinary. It was nothing compared to the perverse causal skills he had drawn in the previous rounds. But, after thinking carefully, Jiang Chen realized that this new ability seemed a bit terrifyingly strong. After drawing the causal ability, Jiang Chen immediately began the simulation. In the dormitory, you once again test your causal ability as usual. You set your gaze on the curved screen of a computer that your roommate just bought. Curved, that is, bent. Staring at the curved screen, your mind moves. Then, under your astonished gaze, your roommate's curved screen computer directly transformed into a flat screen. Next, you turned your attention to the REM figure placed on the bedside by another roommate. You focused on the most prominent big white rabbit on the REM figure. With a thought, the originally round and plump big white rabbit transformed directly from a semicircle into an incredibly straight, angular isosceles triangle. You couldn't help but burst out laughing at Rem's appearance. Your roommate Rem has two big white rabbits in her figurine. One of them was changed by you from a semicircle into an isosceles triangle. Your testing continued. Just now, you were testing how to turn an entire big white rabbit from a curved semicircle into a straight line. Next, you set your sights on the other big white rabbit of your roommate Rem's figurine. With a thought, you controlled it to make only the upper half of Rem's big white rabbit straight, while the rest maintained its curved shape. However, that clearly did not conform to the laws of physics. So, right before your eyes, the other big white rabbit of your roommate Rem's figurine cracked open. One half was turned straight, while the other half remained curved. Before long, your several roommates who were studying for their graduate exams returned. A simulated scene appeared. Jiang Chen's three roommates, with backpacks, walked into the dormitory, chatting and laughing. I tell you, today while I was studying in the library, there was a girl next to me who kept glancing at me. Do you think she's interested in me? Could it be that your sweater is on inside out today? Damn, it really is. No wonder I felt like my neck was being choked tightly today. I thought I was seeing ghosts in broad daylight. Forget it, I won't chat with you guys anymore. I'm going to play a game. Honkai, Star Rail just launched today. Let me see if there are any cute waifus in the characters. I have to get back to business too. A friend wants to check out my REM figurine. I'll send him a photo to make him envious. You all get back to business. I'll go do the same. Jiang Chen, lend me some toilet paper. The three roommates each planned to get back to their tasks. After Gao Ping grabbed the toilet paper, he hurriedly ran to the bathroom. As for the other two roommates, hey, wait a minute, am I seeing things? My newly bought curved screen computer, why has it turned into a flat screen? Damn it, who did this? My REM figurine's two big white rabbits, what happened to them? Whoa, my REM, my waifu. The next second, without any delay, the cries of despair from the two roommates echoed in the dormitory. Then, both of them turned their gazes to Jiang Chen, gritting their teeth. Jiang Chen, do you know who did this? Jiang Chen scratched his head, looking equally baffled. I don't know, I just got back. But I feel like this isn't something a human could do. Do you think it could be a supernatural phenomenon? Jiang Chen began to shift the blame. As he spoke, Jiang Chen once again used his ability to manipulate causality, turning the head of the roommate's REM figurine straight, transforming it from a spherical shape into a cube. The two roommates? There was something unclean in the dormitory. Scared, the two roommates tightly huddled together. Not long after receiving a call for help from the roommates, your class instructor arrived at your dormitory with several school security guards. After searching for a while, the result, of course, was unsurprising. Nothing was found. There was no way around it. After the two roommates' desperate pleas, the instructor agreed to move the four of you to another dormitory. In truth, you felt quite guilty towards the roommate with the REM figurine. The most eye-catching part of that REM figurine was indeed those two big white rabbits. You completely ruined both of them. It would be unreasonable for her not to be upset. Anyway, now that you had won the first prize in the lottery a few times, you weren't short on money anymore. So, you bought an identical REM figure online. While your roommate was sleeping, you secretly placed it on his bedside. The next day, when your roommate woke up and opened his eyes, he immediately saw the REM figure. His first reaction was not surprise, but shock. A simulated scene unfolded. In the dormitory, your roommate let out a heart-wrenching wail that startled Jiang Chen and the others awake. Zhaoda, are you using your voice as an alarm clock this early in the morning? We don't have class today, so why are you howling? Your roommate Gao Ping couldn't help but retort. The roommate named Zhaoda, trembling, pointed at the REM figure on the bedside. It's haunted. It must be haunted. I remember throwing away the broken Rem figure, so how did a new one appear on my bedside? Saying this, Zhao climbed out of bed, grabbed the Rem figure that Jiang Chen had just bought for over 1,000, opened the window, and threw it out from the 5th floor of the dormitory. Jiang Chen, damn it, I just bought that. You don't want it, but I do. After throwing it, Zhao sat on the stool and sighed. I think I must be haunted. Jiang Chen, do you have time today? If you do, come with me to a temple. I need to find a master to exorcise the evil. So, you were dragged by your confused roommate to Zhan Mountain Temple in the southern district of the city. Zhan Mountain Temple is one of the largest temples in Qing City, bustling with worshippers. Many modern people are quite superstitious. Therefore, people come and go to offer incense. Inside the temple, you and your roommate found a monk. A simulated scene unfolded. The monk, who looked like a chubby Maitreya Buddha, after listening to Jada's story, pretended to calculate and said, "Benefactor, I see that your forehead is dark, and there are spirits lurking. You are surely facing a calamity soon." Then master, what should I do? It's simple, find an object for me to bless, and carry it with you. Within 7 days, you will be free from disaster. Cough, cough, master, this blessing must be expensive, right? 198 yuan each time, and right now we have a promotion, buy one get one free. Alright, Zhao gritted his teeth, over 100 yuan wasn't too expensive for him. Then master, please bless this jade pendant, it was given to me by my grandmother. Soon, after some mumbling, the monk completed the blessing and handed the blessed jade pendant back to Zhao. Benefactor, you have one more chance for a blessing. What object would you like to bless? The monk asked with a smile. Zhao turned to Jiang Chen, it's quite a waste of your time for you to accompany me. How about you choose an object for the master to bless as well? It might help you find a good job after graduation. Jiang Chen did not refuse. Master, may I ask, can anything be blessed here? The monk nodded. For monks of average ability, we can only bless some Buddhist items, like statues or scriptures. But I am a master, so anything can be blessed. Then please help me bless this, Jiang Chen said, pulling a light bulb out of his pocket. The monk, blessing a light bulb. Why not bless the sun while you're at it? Although Jiang Chen's request was absurd, adhering to the principle that the customer is king, the monk reluctantly blessed the light bulb. Benefactor, please take care, we welcome you next time. Never mind, don't come back here, go to the nearby Fahai temple instead. The monk clasped his hands together, his good manners preventing him from cursing out loud. The monk's intention in encouraging the two to seek blessings was purely for profit. However, the monk still believes in Buddha. If the Buddha knew that he used a light bulb for a blessing, he would probably end up in the Avicii hell after death. Jiang Chen carefully accepted the light bulb handed over by the monk. On the way here, Xiao Qingning told Jiang Chen that the light bulb in their research group's office was broken. Hearing that Jiang Chen happened to be outside, she asked him to buy one back. So, it was just in time. Seeing the monks seriously perform the blessing ceremony on the light bulb, Jiang Chen didn't make things difficult for him anymore. Earning money isn't shameful. It's likely that even among the monks in the temple, few would truly believe in the effectiveness of blessed objects. But at least in the eyes of some people, it can indeed provide great psychological comfort. For example, Zhao, who was sitting next to Jiang Chen. After hanging the blessed jade pendant around his neck, his previously tense expression relaxed immediately, and he even had the leisure to chat and laugh with Jiang Chen while driving. Jiang Chen, let me tell you, I recently joined a book club, and the people in it are super nice. They take me driving every day, and I've been getting malnourished these past few days. Then I'll treat you to a big plate of chicken to replenish your nutrition. But as a reward, you have to add me to the group. No problem, I'm on good terms with the group leader, adding someone is a piece of cake. The two chatted and laughed as they walked out of the temple. At that moment, Jiang Chen casually turned his head and his gaze fell on an old monk inside the temple, who was sweeping fallen leaves with a broom. Then, Jiang Chen's gaze froze, not moving away for a long time. If Jiang Chen wasn't mistaken, the broom in the old monk's hand was not an ordinary wooden one, but forged from fine iron. It weighed at least over 100 pounds. Moreover, there was clearly no wind in the temple. As the old monk wielded the iron broom, the fallen leaves on the ground rose without wind, actively gathering around the old monk, allowing him to easily sweep them all into a garbage bag. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The chubby monk who had just performed the blessing was probably just an ordinary monk making money from worshippers. But the sweeping monk in front of him clearly had real skills. Dazi, wait for me a moment, I want to talk to this sweeping monk. After leaving his sentence for his roommate, Jiang Chen walked towards the old monk. Jiang Chen's steps were very light, but when he was still a few meters away from the sweeping monk, the old monk noticed Jiang Chen. Ahmed Ba, benefactor, is there something you need? The sweeping monk clasped his hands together and politely spoke to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's tone was equally respectful. "Master, may I borrow your broom for a moment?" "No need to call me master, I'm just an ordinary sweeping monk," the old monk smiled, stroking his beard, and handed the iron broom to Jiang Chen. "Be careful, this broom is a bit heavy." Jiang Chen took the iron broom from the old monk's hand. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, the next second, he still couldn't bear the weight of the broom and was directly pulled down towards the ground by its weight. Fortunately, the old monk was quick-witted and lifted Jiang Chen up effortlessly with his dry right hand. "Benefactor, I told you, this broom is very heavy." At some point, the iron broom returned to the old monk's hand. Jiang Chen, who had almost fallen to the ground, thanked the sweeping monk. He initially thought that the iron broom weighed over 100 pounds at most, but after holding it, he realized he was wrong. The weight of this broom was at least over 200 pounds. For an ordinary person, not only is it difficult to lift it, but just not being toppled over by it is quite impressive. "Master, you know martial arts, right? Such a heavy broom can be lifted." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he stared at the sweeping old monk, his gaze intense as he asked, "What kind of skill is this?" "It's just a bit of strength. In our Huagua, where is there any real martial arts left?" The sweeping old monk chuckled lightly and continued sweeping. Noticing the old monk's words were clearly veiled, Jiang Chen revealed his identity directly. "Master, I didn't tell you earlier, but I am a disciple of the Luo martial arts school." The sweeping old monk paused, sizing up Jiang Chen. "You're that little guy Luo Tiancheng's disciple?" Seeing that the name of the Luo martial arts school was indeed effective, Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. "Yes, the head of the Luo school is my master." The sweeping old monk remarked, "That Tiancheng kid's choice of disciples has been getting worse year by year. As a martial arts disciple, you can't even lift an iron broom? Young man, your physique is a bit weak." The old monk's words made Jiang Chen twitch the corner of his mouth. "I just became the head of the Luo school's disciple not long ago, and I'm still in the process of honing my body." Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly and asked again, "Then master, since you know our head, we can consider ourselves part of the martial arts world. Could you conveniently tell me what martial arts technique you practice?" "Young man, don't think that just because you sign up to be a disciple of a martial arts school, you are part of the martial arts world." The sweeping old monk stroked his beard, his tone calm. "The martial arts world is very deep, you young people can't grasp it at all. As for what martial arts technique I practice, it's not a secret, I can tell you. All of us at John Mountain Temple, like me, practice the Vajra Arhat technique. The Vajra Arhat technique has 11 levels, each level a layer of heaven. Right now, I am only at the 4th level of cultivation. Vajra Arhat technique." Jiang Chen murmured the name and asked, "Then master, has anyone ever cultivated the Vajra Arhat technique to the 11th level?" The sweeping old monk shook his head, "At least not in the past 500 years, because during the Ming dynasty, the cultivation methods of the Vajra Arhat technique from the 6th level onward have all been lost. As for whether it existed before that, I can't be sure, as there are no records in Buddhist history." Jiang Chen pondered for a few seconds. "Master, what level of power would one achieve by cultivating the Vajra Arhat technique to the 11th level?" The sweeping old monk looked up, his expression nostalgic. "It is said that one could possess the strength to lift a cauldron, have an indestructible body, and would not be harmed even if pierced by swords, perhaps even bullets could be withstood." Jiang Chen instinctively gasped. If what this old monk said is true, cultivating the Vajra Arhat technique to the highest 11th level would grant one an indestructible body. In terms of physical strength, it would surpass ordinary zombies and be on par with zombie lord-level beings. However, clearly, although the Vajra Arhat technique can achieve physical strength comparable to that of a zombie lord when practiced to the extreme, it is evident that the Vajra Arhat technique is not the cultivation method Jiang Chen is looking for, it is merely a secular martial arts technique. It's simple. If the Vajra Arhat technique were a cultivation method, one should possess strength comparable to a zombie lord just by entering the basics. In the last simulated world, the green lizard creature practicing the Taiyan Hunyuan technique had just begun and already possessed strength on par with a zombie overlord. The gap between cultivation methods and martial arts techniques can be described as worlds apart. However, the two are not completely unrelated. "Master, may I ask, what is the most powerful technique in your Buddhist sect?" Jiang Chen continued to inquire. The old monk sweeping the floor had a solemn expression and slowly spoke. "Of course, it is the legendary Great Sun Tathagata Sutra. However, I have never seen this technique, nor have I heard anyone else mention it. I don't know if it has been lost or if it has been secretly hidden by someone with ulterior motives." The Great Sun Tathagata Sutra. Jiang Chen silently remembered this name in his heart. What about other martial arts sects? Are there any techniques similar to the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra or even higher level ones? Jiang Chen had a momentum of wanting to get to the bottom of things. Unfortunately, this time the old monk sweeping the floor did not answer Jiang Chen's question but instead smiled and shook his head. Young man, sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. Some things in the martial arts world, what you should know, you will naturally know. What you shouldn't know, if you do, will lead to many inexplicable troubles. Just now, I have already leaked quite a few secrets of our Buddhist martial arts to you. As for deeper secrets, once you truly have a place in the martial arts world of Huagua, someone will naturally tell you. In 2 years, the Huagua Martial Arts Conference, held every 5 years, will take place at Wudong Mountain. Young man, I hope that by then, you will be among the participating teams. After saying this, the old monk swept away the garbage in front of him and lightly stepped away. Hey, master! Jiang Chen wanted to chase after him but found that his speed was simply not on the same level as the old monk's, and he couldn't catch up at all. Jiang Chen, was that old monk who just chatted with you a retired athlete? That speed, I bet even our school's PE teacher couldn't catch up. At that moment, his roommate Zhao De also came to Jiang Chen's side, unable to help but complain. Jiang Chen smiled wryly and shook his head. Forget it, Dazi, let's go back. This afternoon, I still have to go to the martial arts hall to practice with senior sister Qingning. On the way back to school, you sit on the bus in deep thought. The conversation with the old monk sweeping the floor has given you more information about the martial arts world. The Buddhist martial arts sect has been passed down for thousands of years in Huagua and occupies a place in the martial arts world. It's hard to believe that there are no hidden techniques. However, you are unclear whether the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra mentioned by the old monk, along with the 5 levels of Vajra Arhat skill, has truly been lost or if there are other reasons for it no longer being revealed to the secular world. Also, what is the Huagua Martial Arts Conference mentioned by the old monk that will take place in 2 years? Afternoon. You and Xia Qingning, as usual, finished your meal and took a bus to the Luo Family Martial Arts Hall. The sun was blazing. Inside the Luo Family Martial Arts Hall, most of the disciples were resting in the shade, with only one large and one small figure still standing on the training ground under the scorching sun. The larger figure was the hall master, Luo Tianchang. The smaller figure was the little girl, Luo Hongyi. Under the blazing sun, little Luo Hongyi was waving her small fists with great enthusiasm. The blue stone ground in front of little Luo Hongyi was already soaked with her dripping sweat. No wonder she is the future Ame heroine. Luo Hongyi's martial arts talent is indeed strong, but her tenacious willpower is also an indispensable part of her becoming the future Ame heroine. A simulated scene emerged. Uncle, you and Sister Qingning are late today. Little Luo Hongyi greeted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but pinch little Luo Hongyi's cheek. This little one. Why is it that when it comes to Xia Qingning, she is called sister, but to me, I have become uncle? Isn't it the May Day holiday? The traffic was really terrible. Fortunately, most of the tourists coming to our Qidong province this year are going to Zibo for barbecue, otherwise, our Qingchang would be even more congested. While pinching Luo Hongyi's little face, Jiang Chen smiled and explained to Hall Master Luo. Luo Hongyi kept swinging her small fists at Jiang Chen, not causing any pain. Master Luo smiled and said, "It's fine, if you come back during the May Day holiday, it shows you truly have the heart to learn, and I can teach you sincerely." After a sweaty session of martial arts practice, Jiang Chen leaned in closer to Master Luo. Master Luo, this morning I went to Zhan Mountain Temple in the southern city with a friend. Master Luo twisted the cap off his water bottle, raising an eyebrow. Zhan Mountain Temple? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, and we even met an old monk who was sweeping the floor, and he said he knew you. The sweeping old monk? Master Luo pondered for a few seconds. That should be Master Mingjing. More than a decade ago, when I was about your age, my father took me to visit him a few times. Back then, he was already responsible for sweeping the temple. Jiang Chen asked, Master Mingjing should have real skills, right? And he must have a high status at Zhan Mountain Temple. Why is he still sweeping the temple? Master Luo replied, I'm not sure. Some say it's his personal hobby, wanting to be like the sweeping monk in Jin Yong's novels. Others say he committed some crime in his youth and was punished to sweep the temple for life. Jiang Chen added, by the way, Master, there's one more thing. You mentioned to Master Luo what the sweeping old monk said about the martial arts conference in 2 years. After hearing this, Master Luo sighed deeply, his tone filled with melancholy. Next, Master Luo began to introduce you to the martial arts conference in Huagua. The Huagua Martial Arts Conference is led by the Huagua Martial Arts Association, jointly hosted by top martial arts sects such as Wudong, Ame, Huashan, and Shaolin Temple. The martial arts conference is held every 5 years, with the next one in 2 years. The Huagua Martial Arts Conference is open to all martial arts sects across the country. But to be honest, not every martial arts sect has the opportunity to participate. Before the main competition of the martial arts conference begins, there will be a 2-month preliminary selection. Only those who pass the preliminary elimination can advance to the main competition. In principle, only 5 sects from each province are allowed to participate in the main competition of the Huagua Martial Arts Conference. The Huagua Martial Arts Conference has been held since the Sui and Tang dynasties, and has been held over 100 times to date. During the Republic of China period, the Luo Martial Arts School was at its most glorious, and it could still make it to the main competition, even if it didn't achieve any ranking in the main competition. But making it to the main competition was already a proud honor. However, after the founding of Huagui in the mid-20th century, the Luo Martial Arts School gradually declined and has not entered the main competition of the Huagua Martial Arts Conference for over 70 years. In recent years, the Luo Martial Arts School has attended every Huagua Martial Arts Conference. However, not as participants, but entirely as spectators. At this point, Master Luo covered his face, feeling incredibly embarrassed. A simulated scene appeared. Master Luo sighed, "My father's greatest wish in his lifetime was to see our Luo Martial Arts School enter the main competition of the Huagua Martial Arts Conference once more, but unfortunately, he passed away without seeing that wish fulfilled." The Huagua Martial Arts Conference is clearly a place of sorrow for Master Luo. It is also a place of sorrow for every past master of the Luo Martial Arts School. Once Master Luo composed himself, Zhang Chen asked, "Master Luo, what benefits are there to achieving a ranking at the Huagua Martial Arts Conference?" "There are benefits, and quite a few," Master Luo slowly replied. Before the founding of the country, the Huagua Martial Arts Conference was hosted in turn by various sects. Back then, the Martial Arts Conference did not offer substantial rewards to the sects that achieved rankings. It was just that none of the major sects would yield to each other. The Martial Arts Conference was merely a gathering for everyone to fight and prove whose skills were stronger. But after the establishment of the Huagua Martial Arts Association, the Huagua Martial Arts Conference, held every 5 years, became much more formal. The sects that achieve rankings not only receive cash prizes ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, but also gain national support and promotion, attracting more disciples to enroll in martial arts. I remember once, a small sect from the neighboring Jinsei province, relying on the performance of a talented disciple, broke through the competition among many top sects and secured the 10th place in the individual competition. Not only did they receive a million cash reward, but they also gained national resources for promotion and support. Coupled with the fame of being in the top 10 of the individual competition at the Martial Arts Conference, in just a few years, that small sect leaped to become one of the top 3 sects in Jinsei province. Speaking of this example, the owner of the Luo Pavilion had a face full of envy. But what Zhang Chen wanted to hear was not this. Cash rewards and promotional resources were not what Zhang Chen desired. "Are there any other rewards?" Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask. The owner of the Luo Pavilion slapped his forehead. "There are, but that reward is really too far from us. I forgot about it for a moment." The main competition of the Huagua Martial Arts Conference is divided into team competitions and individual competitions. There's not much to say about the team competition. The focus is on the individual competition. The champion of the individual competition will automatically be elected as the new martial arts leader of the Huagua martial arts world. The martial arts leader, in a sense, holds the authority to command the entire martial arts community. Of course, we are now in a society governed by law, and illegal activities are definitely not allowed, but as long as it is within the bounds of the law, the martial arts leader has considerable power in the martial arts world. Naturally, this position of martial arts leader is generally reserved for the top sects. This term's martial arts leader is an old celestial master from the Wudong sect. Martial arts leader. Hearing these 4 words, Zhang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, what Zhang Chen wanted was exactly this. The martial arts leader, according to the owner of the Luo Pavilion, holds significant influence in the martial arts world. "I will be the martial arts leader." Looking at your sect's martial arts techniques shouldn't be too much to ask. Major sects, you wouldn't want to defy the orders of a martial arts leader, would you? Zhang Chen was clear. In the next 2 years, his main task was to participate in the martial arts conference and then win first place in the individual competition to become the martial arts leader. Then, as the martial arts leader, he would demand that each major sect provide their martial arts techniques. The martial arts techniques from the major sects would surely be much stronger than the Luo's leg technique from the Luo Pavilion. Who knows? There might even be clues about cultivation techniques in there. As for how to stand out in the fiercely competitive martial arts conference and secure the position of martial arts leader, isn't there still the ability of causality? It can straighten any bent object. Zhang Chen's mind was already set on how to use this ability of causality to help himself defeat numerous strong opponents at the martial arts conference and claim the top spot. "Owner, we will register for the next martial arts conference, right?" Jiang Chen asked a crucial question. It would be quite awkward if he planned for so long only for the Luo Pavilion not to register. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief when the owner of the Luo Pavilion nodded, his expression resolute. Of course we will register. Although this time, our Luo Pavilion is destined to run alongside again and won't make it to the main competition. But if we don't even dare to register, that would be cowardice before the battle. How can we face the illustrious reputation built by over 100 years and tens of thousands of martial arts disciples? Even in defeat, we must stand tall. The owner of the Luo Pavilion's firm words ignited the passion in Jiang Chen's chest. Don't worry, owner, with me here, the Luo Pavilion will not lose. The owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall directly gave Jiang Chen a slap on the head and laughed heartily. You brat, don't joke with me anymore. You're so weak that even Xiaoqingning, who signed up with you, is better off. Instead of hoping for you at the martial arts conference, it would be better to hope for a zombie crisis to break out in the world, so that all the opponents turn into zombies. Jiang Chen. As for this owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall, should Jiang Chen say he has foresight or that he has a mouth of misfortune? At the suggestion of the owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall, you went to the traditional Chinese medicine shop next door and collected a lot of herbs to nourish your body. Your purpose in joining the Luo Martial Arts Hall is not simple, but after several weeks of practicing martial arts, you slowly began to enjoy this feeling. You plan to stick with it. Not only can it strengthen your body, but it will also allow you to live longer. In the last simulated world, you, who stayed at home every day, only lived to 70 before you died. In this life, you think living an extra 5 or 6 years is not a problem. Of course, you have to be able to live normally until then. For the next period of time, you basically ran to the Luo Martial Arts Hall whenever you had time. Your relationship with the owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall and the little girl in red, Luo Hongyi, became increasingly familiar. In the blink of an eye, it was 2024. When you returned to the Luo Martial Arts Hall after the new year, you found that the little figure who had always stood beside the owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall, laughing and practicing martial arts with the disciples, was gone. You asked the owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall where Luo Hongyi had gone. The owner told you that a few days ago, Luo Hongyi was taken away by the leader of the Amei sect, who had come to Qingqing City to visit friends, to Amei Mountain to learn martial arts. Luo Hongyi had been practicing martial arts with the owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall since she was 3 years old. After 2 years, her foundation had already been solidly established. Coupled with Luo Hongyi's extraordinary talent in martial arts, after joining the Amei sect, it wouldn't be long before she would grow into a presence with a place in the martial arts world. A simulated scene emerged. In front of Jiang Chen, the owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall slowly spoke, his tone filled with hope. I am now counting on Hongyi to grow up quickly and then lead our Luo Martial Arts Hall to compete in the main event of the Chinese Martial Arts Conference. Competing in the main event of the Chinese Martial Arts Conference was a vision held by the owners of the Luo Martial Arts Hall for generations. The owner felt that he definitely couldn't do it anymore. He could only place his hopes on Luo Hongyi. Master, it's not good, it's not good. Just as the owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall and Jiang Chen were talking, a disciple who had been assigned to guard the hall rushed over in a panic. No need to be so anxious, just take your time and tell me what happened, the owner said, hands behind his back, his tone light and breezy. The disciple ran to the owner, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Master, the Kungqun Martial Arts Hall next door has come over to challenge us. Kungqun Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Chen was still trying to figure out where this inexplicable Kungqun Martial Arts Hall had come from when he heard a hearty laugh coming from the entrance of the training hall. Then, a young man in his late 20s with a buzz cut, leading nearly 100 disciples dressed in uniform training outfits, appeared before everyone. Ha! I heard that the leg techniques of the Luo Martial Arts Hall are famous throughout the world. I am Zhang Sankuan from the Kungqun Martial Arts Hall, here to seek guidance. Although the buzzcut young man named Zhang Sankuan spoke with a smile, he exuded a strong fighting spirit, with a thick smell of gunpowder about him. Seeking guidance was just a pretext for challenging the hall. This was not uncommon in the earlier martial arts world. However, in modern society, it had become rare. Unless there was a significant conflict between the two, such aggressive measures would not be taken. Senior brother, what is the background of this Kungqun Martial Arts Hall? Jiang Chen didn't understand, so he asked, pulling over an older senior brother beside him. Jiang Chen, during the new year, you didn't come, so you might not be aware, the senior brother explained to Jiang Chen. This Kungqun Martial Arts School just opened before the new year. And coincidentally, this Kungqun Martial Arts School opened right next to our school. During the new year, it's our school's peak registration season, and at that time, our two schools had quite a few conflicts over recruiting students. In the end, because their martial arts style is, well, more in line with the trends of young people, they took away quite a few of our students. We didn't even go looking for them, and they came knocking on our door first. On the other side, the head of the Luo school squinted his eyes, looking at the unfriendly group led by Zhang Sankuan from the Kungkwon Martial Arts School. The Kungkwon Martial Arts School came to challenge them. The Luo school certainly had no reason to refuse. Winning or losing was another matter. If they showed fear before the battle and refused to fight, they would become a laughingstock in the entire martial arts community. The head of the Luo school cupped his fists and bowed to Zhang Sankuan, saying, "I welcome your guidance, but I must admit I am quite ignorant and have never heard of Kungkwon. Master Zhang, could you enlighten me?" Zhang Sankuan raised his head and smiled. "It's normal that Master Luo hasn't heard of Kungkwon because this martial art is my own creation. Everyone, let's demonstrate Kungkwon for the disciples of the Luo school." With that, Zhang Sankuan planned to showcase the Kungkwon techniques in front of the crowd at the Luo school. The people from the Luo school cooperated and stepped aside, clearing a space in the middle of the training ground for Zhang Sankuan and his group. Jiang Chen crossed his arms, watching the scene with great interest. However, the next moment, sharp-eyed Jiang Chen noticed that among the disciples of the Kungkwon Martial Arts School, someone was carrying a speaker. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. "I understand the reasoning, but why are you bringing a speaker to challenge us?" On the training ground, Zhang Sankuan stood at the front, flanked by two expensive-looking speakers. "Everyone, take off your clothes," Zhang Sankuan commanded, and the members of the Kungkwon Martial Arts School removed their light gray martial arts coats, revealing their outfits underneath. They were all wearing matching gray overalls and black shirts as their training uniforms. Before Jiang Chen's somewhat dazed brain could react, Zhang Sankuan spoke again. 3, 2, 1, music. Music that made people instinctively want to dance began to play from the speakers. "Genie is so beautiful. Genie is so beautiful, oh, baby. Genie is truly too beautiful." The members of the Kungkwon Martial Arts School began to perform. Watching from the side, Jiang Chen felt completely disheveled in the wind. "Your Kungkwon moves really remind me of an old friend." Damn it, this. Jiang Chen could only describe it as the antonym of localized necrosis. Everything was good. However, putting aside the entertaining factors, if one were to seriously observe Zhang Sankuan's demonstration of Kungkwon techniques, Jiang Chen's expression gradually became serious. The Kungkwon that Zhang Sankuan studied had substance. It was not just random flailing. Each move seemed to contain a rhythm of some profound principle. The transitions between techniques were smooth, the movements fluid, and the practicality was very strong. It not only had close-range striking techniques similar to Wing Chun but also had wide-open moves like Tongbei Quan. "Oh no! This kid really grasped something. Zhang Sankuan. This guy is a talent." A few minutes later, as a piece of music ended, the demonstration by the Kungkwon Martial Arts School also came to a close. Zhang Sankuan had his disciples pack up the speakers and walked over to the crowd of the Luo school with a smile. "Master Luo, my self-created Kungkwon isn't bad, right? The owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall is quite discerning." He sincerely applauded and praised, "At such a young age, to create such a unique style of boxing, your martial arts talent is certainly noteworthy among the younger generation." Zhang Sankuan cupped his hands towards the owner of the Luo Hall. "Owner Luo, it's time to discuss serious matters. I have come to learn about your Luo family's leg techniques. Would you prefer to spar with me yourself, or shall one of your disciples take my challenge?" The owner of the Luo Hall was about to speak, intending to personally compete with Zhang Sankuan. But the next moment, a young voice rang out from the crowd. "Owner, let me take this challenge." The voice belonged to none other than Jiang Chen. Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, Jiang Chen calmly stepped out from the throng. "Disciple of the Luo Martial Arts Hall, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen introduced himself to Zhang Sankuan with a cupped fist and a bow. "Let me first experience the strength of Hallmaster Zhang." The owner of the Luo Hall pulled Jiang Chen to the front and whispered, "Jiang Chen, what are you doing? With your half-baked skills, you are no match for Zhang Sankuan." The owner had a rough understanding of Zhang Sankuan's strength from the demonstration of the Kuan boxing earlier. From the gusts of wind generated by his punches, the owner was certain that Zhang Sankuan's abilities were impressive. Even if he were to fight Zhang Sankuan, it would be hard to predict who would win. As for letting Jiang Chen compete against Zhang Sankuan, the owner of the Luo Hall was well aware of Jiang Chen's level. Although Jiang Chen had been in the martial arts hall for over half a year and his physique had improved significantly, he was still only slightly stronger than an average person. Against a seasoned fighter like Zhang Sankuan, he probably wouldn't last 3 rounds. In response to the owner's advice, Jiang Chen simply shook his head. "Owner, trust me this once. I am confident I can take him down. If I, as a mere disciple, manage to defeat your hall master, our martial arts hall's reputation will surely soar." Seeing Jiang Chen's stubbornness, the owner of the Luo Hall found it hard to argue and could only nod helplessly. "Alright, but remember, safety first. Don't overexert yourself. If you lose, you still have your master. The owner patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and watched him walk to the training ground, standing opposite Zhang Sankuan. Zhang Sankuan, seeing the young Jiang Chen standing across from him, couldn't help but scoff. Is your owner so afraid to fight me that he only sent a disciple? Jiang Chen shrugged and smiled lightly. Perhaps he thinks that with your strength, there's no need for him to intervene. Zhang Sankuan's martial arts talent was indeed formidable. Likewise, his personality was truly arrogant. Jiang Chen felt it was necessary to deflate this guy's inflated ego. Alright, Jiang Chen, right? Let's skip the small talk and get straight to it. Zhang Sankuan was clearly provoked by Jiang Chen's words, flexing his wrists as he spoke. However, I must warn you in advance, I tend to be a bit rough when I strike. If I end up hurting you too badly, please don't take it personally. Jiang Chen maintained his smile. No worries, just like you, Hall Master Zhang, I can also be a bit rough when I strike. Facing Zhang Sankuan, Jiang Chen felt incredibly confident. In terms of raw strength, he certainly wouldn't match Zhang Sankuan. However, Jiang Chen had his own advantages. With the ability to turn any bent object straight, he had many ways to win against Zhang Sankuan. In the center of the training ground, the atmosphere was thick with tension. As for the onlookers at the sidelines, some were eager, some were worried, and others were simply there to enjoy the spectacle. Zhang Sankuan moved his legs in charge towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen slightly retracted his right leg, assuming the stance of the Luo-style leg technique taught by the master of the Luo Academy. The distance between the two was already very close. In just a second or two, Zhang Sankuan rushed in front of Jiang Chen. He unleashed a move from the Kuan fist, swinging his right fist violently towards Jiang Chen's face, while Jiang Chen raised his right leg to block. At the same time, as he lifted his right leg to defend, Jiang Chen focused his mind on the wrist of Zhang Sankuan's right hand. The bones connecting the wrist and forearm and the human body are not straight but curved. Jiang Chen did nothing but use his mind to manipulate a small part of the bone at Zhang Sankuan's wrist, straightening it. Since the straightened part of the bone did not conform to the human skeletal structure, when Jiang Chen kicked, the force was not great, but it was enough to dislocate Zhang Sankuan's wrist. On the other side, when Jiang Chen's right foot blocked Zhang Sankuan's right hand, Zhang Sankuan merely smiled coldly. He could clearly feel that Jiang Chen's kick was soft and lacked any real power. It seemed that this Jiang Chen, a disciple of the Luo Academy, was just a novice. As Zhang Sankuan thought this, planning to quickly deal with Jiang Chen and confront the master of the Luo Academy, the next second, there was a crack. A look of pain mixed with disbelief appeared on Zhang Sankuan's face. His wrist was dislocated. But, how could this be possible? That kick had barely enough force to tickle him. Before Zhang Sankuan could think further, Jiang Chen's right foot landed, and his left foot immediately attacked Zhang Sankuan again. Zhang Sankuan instinctively raised his left hand to block. Then, as expected, Zhang Sankuan's left hand was also dislocated. His face contorted in pain, beads of sweat rolling down his face. The Koan fist primarily focused on boxing techniques. Now, with both of Zhang Sankuan's hands incapacitated by Jiang Chen, he could no longer be a match for him. Jiang Chen raised his foot again, pointing directly at Zhang Sankuan's face. One foot stopped just 1 or 2 centimeters from Zhang Sankuan's face. Master Zhang, you lost. Jiang Chen calmly lowered his foot and spoke in a relaxed tone. Zhang Sankuan suppressed the intense pain in his wrists, looked up, and with a gaze full of disbelief, asked Jiang Chen, "How did you do that?" Jiang Chen, with his hands behind his back and in a tone of a wise man, replied lightly, "This is a secret of our Luo Academy. I cannot let you know." "How did I do it?" "Of course, I used to cheat." But Jiang Chen couldn't say that. Zhang Sankuan nodded dejectedly. I understand. I thought my self-created Koan fist was already on par with many martial arts schools, but it seems I was too naive. Under your hands, I couldn't even last a single round. My Koan fist needs to be studied more deeply." After saying this, Zhang Sankuan walked in front of the master of the Luo Academy, who was still in shock, and said with a bitter smile, "Master Luo, I was a bit too arrogant, thinking I had some strength. Please forgive my folly. I, Zhang Sankuan, admit defeat. I promise that from now on, as long as it is a disciple favored by your Luo Academy, our Koan Fist Academy will never compete for them. If I break this promise, let the martial world unite against me." After making this promise in front of Master Luo, Zhang Sankuan was supported by his disciples and left in dejection. Jiang Chen smiled as he watched Zhang Sankuan's departing figure. Zhang Sankuan was not a heinous villain, just a somewhat arrogant young man, so Jiang Chen only imposed a light punishment, straightening a small part of the bone in his wrist. After a month or two, it would return to normal without any lasting effects. If he were a truly wicked person, Jiang Chen would have forcibly straightened most of the bones in his wrist, rendering his hands completely useless. Inside the Luo Academy, Zhang Sankuan and the others had left for a few minutes. However, the entire martial arts hall was eerily quiet. Everyone was staring at Zhang Chen with an expression of utter shock, especially the hall master, whose heart was already in turmoil, looking at Zhang Chen with eyes full of wonder. Zhang Sankuan's martial arts skills were not lacking. Even if he personally stepped in, he would only have a 50% chance of defeating Zhang Sankuan. But what about Zhang Chen just now? It didn't even take a round. He merely lifted each leg lightly once, and Zhang Sankuan's hands were rendered useless. To be honest, the hall master really couldn't understand Zhang Chen anymore. As the atmosphere in the martial arts hall fell into a strange silence, Zhang Chen took the initiative to smile and said, "Hall master, my performance just now didn't embarrass our martial arts hall, did it?" The hall master: "If your performance is considered embarrassing, then none of them should be allowed to stay in the martial arts hall." "Zhang Chen, The hall master stammered in surprise, "How did you do that just now?" Zhang Chen shrugged, looking a bit innocent, and said, "I just used the standard form of the Luo family's leg technique that you taught me to block Zhang Sankuan's punches." "I taught you that? When did I know that our Luo family's leg technique was this powerful? Just a couple of light kicks could dislocate someone else's wrist. Come, let's spar a bit, and you can demonstrate it for me again." The hall master unceremoniously pulled Zhang Chen back to the training ground. Zhang Chen didn't dare to use the moves he used against Zhang Sankuan on the hall master, so he could only smile awkwardly. "Hall master, I didn't control my strength well. It wouldn't be good if I accidentally hurt you. How about I demonstrate on a wooden dummy instead?" Hearing Zhang Chen's concern about hurting him, the hall master felt a bit unconvinced. A disciple, could he really injure his master? But thinking about his own strength being not much different from Zhang Sankuan's, the hall master felt Zhang Chen's concern was not without reason. The hall master nodded in agreement and pointed to a wooden dummy nearby. "Alright, you can use that wooden dummy to demonstrate." The wooden dummy was specially customized for the disciples of the Luo family martial arts hall to train with. Each one was quite sturdy. Zhang Chen approached the wooden dummy and simply warmed up his legs. Bang! 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 Zhang Chen unleashed a lightning-fast 5 consecutive kicks, striking the dummy. Then, under the hall master's wide-eyed gaze, the dummy's feet, legs, and even its head were all kicked off by Zhang Chen. After a few kicks, the dummy was reduced to just a wooden stick. Hiss! The hall master gasped. Strong! Truly too strong! The wooden dummy was made to withstand blows, so it was constructed from very solid materials. Even with a chainsaw, it would take some time to cut through. But Zhang Chen? With just one kick, it was destroyed. The hall master looked at Zhang Chen again with astonished eyes, taking him in from head to toe. What Zhang Chen had just used was the leg technique he had taught him. But clearly, it was the same leg technique. In terms of power, not to mention himself, even the previous hall masters had never heard of anyone displaying such a level as Zhang Chen. Moreover, it was evidently stronger than the power he had shown when fighting Zhang Sankuan just now. If that kick landed on an ordinary person, they wouldn't just be injured, they would be half crippled. "You didn't use your full strength when you fought Zhang Sankuan just now?" The hall master swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask. Zhang Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "I was just afraid that using my full strength might cause an accident, so I held back a little." In fact, not only during the fight with Zhang Sankuan, but even when he kicked the wooden dummy just now, Zhang Chen had not used his full strength. The limbs and head of the wooden dummy were forcibly straightened at the cross-section where they connected to the post, destroying its physical structure. Therefore, Zhang Chen could easily kick them down with just a little force. In fact, if he used all his strength, he could completely destroy the internal structure of the wooden dummy. With one kick, the dummy would fall apart. Of course, the same principle applied to a person. Now, Zhang Chen possessed the ability to kill someone with just a glance. After all, there were still many curved things within the human body. The power of causality was terrifying. The owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall was still in a state of astonishment at your performance. It wasn't until you waved your hands in front of him that he was brought back to reality. Clearly, it was the Luo family's leg techniques, yet you could unleash such power. The owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall could think of no other explanation than to attribute it to your exceptional comprehension. Thus, he excitedly grasped your hand, expressing his admiration for your martial arts talent. He said that previously, he had underestimated you. When you first joined the martial arts hall, he thought you were just a physically weak young man, with martial arts talent even inferior to Xia Qingning. But now it seemed that your martial arts talent was the highest he had ever seen. Without exception, it was even stronger than his daughter Luo Hongyi, whom he had high hopes for. He had originally thought that it would take 10 to 20 years for the Luo Martial Arts Hall to enter the main competition of the martial arts tournament, but with your presence, they might really be able to secure a spot among the 5 qualifying places in the provincial martial arts tournament. A simulated scene appeared. The owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall looked at Jiang Chen seriously. Jiang Chen, for next year's Huagua Martial Arts Tournament, we are counting on you. When the tournament requires each martial arts hall to submit their list of participants in a few months, I will add your name to it. A participating martial arts hall could, in principle, have only 6 participants, 1 leader and 5 team members. Before today, Jiang Chen was not on the owner's preliminary list, but after seeing Jiang Chen's performance today, even if the hall was only allowed to register 1 person, it could only be Jiang Chen without a doubt. The Huagua Martial Arts Tournament was Jiang Chen's current goal. The owner's request aligned perfectly with Jiang Chen's intentions. Rest assured, Hall Master, I will give it my all. As long as we can enter the main competition, our martial arts hall will directly reward you with 500,000 in cash, the owner promised Jiang Chen, gritting his teeth. To allow the Luo Martial Arts Hall to enter the main competition after many years, the owner was indeed making a significant sacrifice this time. Then Hall Master, what if I directly win the championship of the martial arts tournament and become the martial arts leader? How will you reward me? Jiang Chen asked with great interest. If you really can become the martial arts leader, I will directly betroth my daughter to you. If that doesn't work, I can marry you myself. The owner of the Luo Martial Arts Hall thought Jiang Chen was joking, so he responded half-jokingly. Next, you began to enter the preparation phase for next year's Huagua Martial Arts Tournament. But to be honest, you didn't really have much to prepare for. With the power of causality, all you needed to do was ensure you could participate on time. As long as you participated, with the power of causality in hand, you would be invincible. Don't say that the cultivation techniques have already become extinct and that there can no longer be cultivators on Earth. Even if there were really cultivators, who would win or lose between you is still an unknown. After all, even cultivators have bones in their bodies. If you were to completely disable their bones, even if a cultivator had immense abilities, it would be hard to say they could unleash them. And your ability to manipulate causality is not limited to just bones. Time flies. Since that day, Master Luo has been greatly impacted by you. As a martial arts school owner with over 30 years of experience, he found himself outmatched by a young man who had barely trained for a year. This was a significant blow to him, and it took him several months to recover. However, Master Luo also stated that he had nothing left to teach you. You are now stronger than he is. If he were to teach you further, it would be a humiliation for him. Thus, you began to visit the neighboring Kungquan martial arts school from time to time. After defeating Zhang Sankuan that day, he became exceedingly respectful towards you. In the martial arts world, strength commands respect. You are stronger than Zhang Sankuan, and thus he treats you with utmost respect. From Zhang Sankuan, you obtained the Kungquan manual. After being defeated by you, Zhang Sankuan stayed up for several nights, revising and optimizing the Kungquan manual. What you now hold is the 2.0 version of the Kungquan manual. Compared to the 1.0 version, this version not only optimizes every move and technique but also adds several new techniques to handle more complex situations. Under Zhang Sankuan's one-on-one guidance at the Kungquan Martial Arts School, you studied Kungquan for several more months. You benefited immensely. Now, with both Luo's leg techniques and Kungquan at your disposal, even without using your causality manipulation ability, you could easily take down 3 or 4 burly men without weapons. As for Master Luo, he did not express any objections to your training at the Kungquan Martial Arts School. He felt that your martial arts talent was too strong. A martial arts genius like you should learn from various schools. Simply mastering Luo's leg techniques would be a waste of your talent. Another year has passed, and after returning from the Spring Festival, you were pulled into Master Luo's office. A simulated scene appeared. In the office, Master Luo handed a stack of documents to Jiang Chen and said, "This is the information on the major martial arts schools in the province. Our Chidong province is considered a major martial arts hub, with nearly 200 schools of various sizes. Standing out among these 200 schools is no easy task. The documents I've given you contain information on 20 schools that are qualified to compete for the 5 spots in the main competition this year. There are detailed introductions to their practice techniques and key figures. Take a good look. This time, our biggest competitors for the main competition spots are them. We need to defeat at least 16 of these schools to have a chance." Jiang Chen took the thick stack of documents from Master Luo's hands, instinctively tugging at the corners of his mouth. There was no need for this. Master Luo pulled over a chair and gestured for Jiang Chen to sit down. "Come, let's study these opponents' information together, to know ourselves and know our enemies." Jiang Chen plopped down in the chair and seriously said to Master Luo, "Master, instead of studying these opponents, wouldn't it be better to figure out what we'll eat in the next 3 months?" The entire selection process for the Huagua Martial Arts Conference would last a full 4 months. The major martial arts schools would be divided into 4 groups based on the rankings from the previous selection, with each group containing nearly 50 participating schools. First, the 4 groups would engage in a brutal round-robin challenge. Each team would need to compete against every other team in their group. The first place from each group would directly advance to the main competition. Then, the second place from the 4 groups would compete for the remaining single spot in the main competition. It could be described as extremely ruthless. Due to the entire elimination tournament lasting a full 4 months, and the need to continuously challenge opponents at other martial arts schools, food and accommodation cannot be overlooked. In previous years, some teams' logistical support was inadequate, leading to several matches where they didn't eat or sleep well beforehand. Clearly having the opportunity to advance to the main competition, they ended up losing consecutively and were eliminated. As for Jiang Chen, he could win against any opponent. However, if the food wasn't guaranteed, it could easily lead to major problems. I will ensure the logistics are in place. I've participated in competitions with the Luo Martial Arts School many times, so I have some experience, the head of the Luo school said, tapping Jiang Chen on the head with the materials in his hand. Make sure to study the opponents quickly. If you end up failing because you didn't understand them in advance, I'll make you eat the secret little hamburgers from Old 8. Under the threat from the head of the Luo school, you began to study the opponent's information with him. Another half-month later, the grouping list for the 4 groups was released. Your Luo Martial Arts School was placed in the 4th group. In your group, there are well-known martial arts schools such as the Plum Blossom Fist School from Dongming, the Cha Fist School from Guanchuan, and the Mantis Fist School from Laiwu. Of course, the most famous is still the Taishan Martial Arts School located at Mount Tai. The Taishan Martial Arts School is renowned for its palm techniques. It is said that mastering palm techniques to a profound level can split a blue stone with a single strike. After the grouping list was released, you saw the head of the Luo school sighing repeatedly. The reason is simple. The other opponents are manageable, but the Taishan Martial Arts School achieved 15th place in the individual competition and 18th in the team competition at the last martial arts conference. Among the 5 participating teams from Qidong province, they ranked 2nd. Facing such a powerful opponent, the head of the Luo school felt completely unconfident. Moreover, what made the head of the Luo school feel even more tragic was that according to the schedule, your first match would be against the Taishan Martial Arts School. The head of the Luo school lowered the goal to 2nd place in the group. He planned to stand out in the battle for the 2nd place among the 4 groups and seize the last qualification spot. But you didn't think so. A small Taishan martial arts school couldn't stop you from becoming the leader of the martial arts world. Half a month later, your match against the Taishan Martial Arts School began. You challenged the Taishan Martial Arts School at their home ground. This was not only your first match but also the opening match of the entire Qidong Province Martial Arts Conference selection. Therefore, this match not only involved your 2 schools but also attracted many other martial arts schools from the province to watch. Of course, the other martial arts schools in the province were mostly there to see the Taishan Martial Arts School. As for your Luo Martial Arts School, which hadn't entered the main competition for over 10 sessions, it was merely seen as a stepping stone to measure the strength of the Taishan Martial Arts School. The former glory of the Luo Martial Arts School was long gone. Now, in the martial arts world, it was just a soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed. On the day of the match, about 100 people surrounded the Taishan Martial Arts School inside and out. Everyone was waiting to see how the Taishan Martial Arts School would sweep away your Luo Martial Arts School. Inside the Taishan Martial Arts School, on the arena, you and the head of the Luo school led the 5 members of the Luo Martial Arts School, standing on one side of the arena. On the other side were 5 robust disciples of the Taishan Martial Arts School, exuding a strong presence. Due to the long schedule of the elimination tournament and the high frequency of matches, to preserve their strength and avoid unnecessary injuries, the Taishan Martial Arts School believed that you posed no threat to them in this match. So, not all the elite were sent out. The master of the Taishan Martial Arts School did not take the stage but instead sent 4 disciples to compete. A simulated scene emerged. On the competition stage, Master Luo looked at the 5 burly disciples from the Taishan Martial Arts School across from him, wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, and whispered to Jiang Chen, the 4 of us will hold back their 4, giving you space to duel the remaining 1. Once you win, come back to support us. The rules of the martial arts tournament's preliminary round were simple. Each side had 5 participants, totaling 10 people on the stage at the same time. The 10 engaged in a chaotic battle. The condition for determining victory was that all 5 members of one side lost their ability to compete or were all knocked off the stage. Of course, one could also choose to surrender. Upon hearing Master Luo's words, Jiang Chen nodded. "Alright, Master, we'll take down one person quickly and then come to help you." Master Luo continued, advising Jiang Chen, "Don't push too hard. The 4 of us can hold out against them for 5 minutes without issue. If you haven't dealt with that person in 5 minutes, we'll surrender." 5 minutes? Jiang Chen shook his head. It wouldn't take that long, 5 seconds would be enough. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd holding their breath, the match officially began. As planned by the master, the 4 of them rushed out first, surrounding 4 of the Taishan martial arts disciples, leaving space for you to face off against the other one. The Taishan martial arts disciples were not flustered by your tactics. Their physiques were among the best in the school, and facing a seemingly normal young man one-on-one, no one thought they would lose. The one left open grinned maliciously, extending his strong arm and using the Taishan palm technique to charge at you. You remained calm. First, you used the Koan fist technique, slightly twisting your shoulder to dodge his palm. Then, you executed the Luo leg technique, kicking sharply at his wrist. At the same time, you employed the same trick you used against Zhang Sankuan, causing a small part of the bone in the opponent's wrist to straighten. Faced with your kick, the man instinctively raised his arm to block. As for the result, it was obvious. With a crack, his wrist dislocated. Seizing the advantage, you disabled the other wrist of the opponent. The man writhed in pain on the ground, clearly having lost all combat ability. Thus, having dealt with this person, you wasted no time and charged into the chaotic crowd of 8 on the other side. In the next second, a series of cracking sounds echoed. You delivered 8 kicks in quick succession, dislocating the wrists of the 4 opponents. These 4, like the previous one, lay on the ground, writhing in agony. All of this seemed complex, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. From the referee announcing the start of the match to all 5 disciples of the Taishan martial arts school lying on the ground, it took less than 10 seconds. The area around the competition stage instantly fell silent. The crowd, who had been waiting to see the Luo martial arts school being beaten to a pulp by the Taishan martial arts school, gaped in disbelief, as if they could fit a goose egg in their mouths. The entire venue was eerily quiet. Only the painful wails of the 5 disciples from the Taishan martial arts school echoed. Shock! Shock! The onlookers, now filled with nothing but shock. A simulated scene emerged. After a good 30 seconds of silence, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. God! What did I just see? The Taishan martial arts school actually lost to the Luo martial arts school? And it wasn't a close loss, it was a crushing defeat. 10 seconds, it's only been 10 seconds since the match started, and all 5 members of the Taishan martial arts school are already down. It's not even this quick when killing a chicken. Who is that young man from the Luo martial arts school? I just saw with my own eyes that he took them all down with a kick each. It's like stumbling into a king-level expert in a gold match, slaughtering everything in sight. Exactly. That young man feels like he's on a completely different level from the others. This time, the head of the Luo school has struck gold. Not only the spectators below, but also on the competition stage. Although the head of the Luo school had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength once before, he was still shocked again by Jiang Chen's effortless performance just now. These 5 people have been practicing martial arts since they could walk. You can take them down so easily? The head of the Luo school widened his eyes and swallowed hard. Jiang Chen scratched his head, looking a bit innocent as he shrugged. Head, to be honest, I really don't feel any difference between these 5 and Zhang Sankuan from last year. It's all just a kick to take care of them. The head of the Luo school, this guy Jiang Chen is getting more and more skilled at showing off. Winning the match. Naturally, the Luo martial arts school was filled with joy. As for the Taishan martial arts school, it was a gloomy scene. After the assessment by the school doctor, although the 5 disciples on the stage were not seriously injured, they would need to rest for a month or 2. This meant that in the upcoming selection matches over the next month or 2, the Taishan martial arts school had lost 5 important combatants. You easily defeated the Taishan martial arts school. So easily that even the people from the Luo martial arts school, aside from yourself, were incredibly shocked. After finishing the match, you left under the nearly murderous gaze of the head of the Taishan martial arts school, chatting and laughing. The head of the Luo school, being an experienced participant in martial arts tournaments, had already booked a private room at a specialty hot pot restaurant in Taishan early on. That night, you all had a great meal. A few days later, you were stationed at the Luo martial arts school in Qingqing City, welcoming the challenge from the Laiwu Praying Mantis Fist School. The result was, of course, without a doubt, you stepped in and easily dislocated the wrists of all 5 opponents. In 2 consecutive matches, you displayed an unstoppable presence. Everyone who witnessed your strength was deeply impressed by your performance. You suddenly became famous in the martial arts circle of Chidong province. Almost overnight, many martial arts schools in Chidong province learned about a young man named Zhang Chen at the Luo Martial Arts School in Qingqing City. Any opponent couldn't last more than 2 kicks under him. Your third match was against a fairly strong martial arts school from Zibo City. Facing your rising fame, the head of that martial arts school was skeptical and, as soon as the match began, sent all 5 of his men to surround you, trying to subdue you with their numerical advantage. You remained calm, and as the 5 surrounded you, you swiftly took them down, leaving them on the ground, clutching their wrists and unable to rise. After this battle, your momentum soared. Other martial arts schools began to avoid you like the plague, filled with fear. In the 4th match, before the competition even officially started, you received notice that your opponent had voluntarily surrendered. You won without a fight. In fact, your opponents had no choice. They saw that in the previous matches, you either dislocated someone's wrist or dislocated someone's arm. Although dislocations aren't severe injuries, they require a period of rest. The selection matches of the Chidong Province Martial Arts Tournament are a race against time. Rather than letting the competing team members rest for a month or 2 after a series of defeats, it would be better to actively concede and forfeit this match against the Luo Martial Arts School. There are quite a few rational people. In your upcoming matches, your opponents surrendered right before the competitions began. Of course, there are also teams like Ironhead who exist. They believe they have found a way to counter you, or they are completely unyielding, refusing to concede, which puts you on the competition stage. And the result, of course, is that you gave them a good lesson. All 5 of them rolled on the ground in pain. Soon, 4 months of the preliminary rounds passed. With a record of 49 wins out of 49 matches, you ranked first in Group 4, successfully earning a spot in the main event of the Huagua Martial Arts Conference in October. However, out of these 49 matches, you actually only fought 9. The other 40 matches were won simply because the opponents conceded. You did nothing to achieve victory. A simulated scene emerged. The preliminary rounds across the provinces and cities ended at roughly the same time. On this day, the Huagua Martial Arts Association announced the list of teams entering the main event on its official website. Inside the Luo Martial Arts School, Master Luo gazed at the 4 large characters Luo Martial Arts School on the list, unable to hold back his tears of excitement. "Grandpa, Dad, I've finally fulfilled your wishes." Master Luo choked up. Beside him, Jiang Chen comforted him by patting his shoulder. "Master, we made it to the main event. This is a happy occasion. Why are you crying?" "You brat, I'm crying out of excitement, okay?" Master Luo wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and scolded with a smile. "Our Luo Martial Arts School hasn't entered the main event of the Huagua Martial Arts Conference for over 70 years. Now that we finally made it, how can I not be excited?" Jiang Chen raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. All right, Master, you do as you please. I just want to ask, how are we going to play in the main event of the Martial Arts Conference in October? There are still 2 months until the main event of the Martial Arts Conference. Since the preliminary rounds didn't involve many matches, the members of the Luo Martial Arts School still had plenty of energy. In response to Jiang Chen's question, Master Luo had already prepared his thoughts, so he spoke directly. "I've thought it through, Jiang Chen. The main event of the Martial Arts Conference is divided into team matches and individual matches. The rules for the team matches are the same as the preliminary rounds, focusing on teamwork. As for the individual matches, they are a test of personal strength. My plan is to not let you participate in the team matches. I will lead Xiao Hai and the other 4 into the team matches, while you will focus solely on the individual matches. I believe that with your strength, you have a chance to break the long-standing monopoly of the top sex in the individual matches at this martial arts conference." The top sex mentioned by Master Luo refer to well-established schools like Wudong, Amei, and Shaolin, which are rich in heritage and talent. Master Luo's idea aligned perfectly with Jiang Chen's thoughts. The number of participants in the team matches is too large, with 10 people combined from both sides. Once it starts, it becomes a chaotic battle. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about himself. He was just concerned that the Luo Martial Arts School members, whom he had forcibly carried into the main event, might not adapt to the intensity of the competition and get injured. After all, as the competition progressed, the opponents would become stronger. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he couldn't guarantee that his teammates wouldn't get hurt in the chaos. Therefore, not participating in the team matches and allowing the Luo Martial Arts School to be eliminated in the first round was a relatively better choice. After all, Master Luo's wish was simply to enter the main event. As for what place they would achieve in the team matches of the main event, Master Luo had never dared to hope for that. "Alright, then let's do as you say, Master. I won't participate in the team competition and will focus all my efforts on preparing for the main event." Jiang Chen nodded and spoke. In 2 months, the main event will begin. You start going next door to the Kungkwon Martial Arts School to seek advice. The Kungkwon Martial Arts School also participated in this selection round of the Hwagwa Martial Arts Conference. They were placed in a group and finished 5th in their group. Although they did not advance to the main event, this ranking is quite good for a newly established martial arts school. 4 months passed, and Zhang Sankuan made improvements to the Kungkwon's boxing manual, reaching version 3.0. Under Zhang Sankuan's tireless research day and night, the Kungkwon boxing manual seemed to have taken shape as a top-tier martial art. Every move contained the rhythm of the Great Tao. You tried out the power of Kungkwon a little. You found that without using causality skills, the power of Kungkwon was already on par with the nearly century-old Luosher leg technique. The main event of the Hwagwa Martial Arts Conference is scheduled for October. To be precise, it is after the National Day holiday ends. During the National Day period, Wudong Mountain, which is hosting this martial arts conference, also has to accommodate tourists from various places who are visiting during the holiday. The opening ceremony of the Hwagwa Martial Arts Conference will be held on October 8th, after the National Day ends. This timing is quite unfriendly for you. Wudong Mountain is nearly 1,000 kilometers away from you, and driving there is unrealistic. You can only take a plane or high-speed train. And it's easy to imagine how difficult it is to get tickets for flights and high-speed trains during the National Day holiday. The 12,306 ticketing system treats everyone equally, and it doesn't care whether you are attending the martial arts conference or going to a concert. Master Luo stayed up for several days and nights to secure 5 high-speed train tickets to Wudong Mountain. And they were all standing tickets. After standing on the high-speed train for nearly 10 hours, you arrived at Wudong Mountain. It was October 7th, and you arrived a day early to ensure you wouldn't miss the registration and opening ceremony the next day. Even though it was the last day of the National Day holiday, Wudong Mountain was still crowded with people. Everyone was bustling about. You were swept along with the crowd to the hotel where you would be staying. The next day was a clear and beautiful day. You relieved the fatigue from yesterday's journey and ascended Wudong Mountain, arriving at the venue for the main event of the Hwagwa Martial Arts Conference. The main event of the Hwagwa Martial Arts Conference is not open to the general public, but people from the martial arts community are not subject to this restriction. So, in addition to the more than 100 participating teams, there were also spectators from various sects and martial arts schools across the country. They came to witness what a true competition among the top martial arts masters in the country looks like. This was Master Luo's first time leading a team to participate in the main event of the martial arts conference. But Master Luo was no stranger to this. He skillfully handled the registration and check-in procedures for you all. The temporary competition square set up by the Wudong sect was packed with people. In the crowd, you spotted a familiar face. It was Master Mingjing from Zhanshan Temple, the old monk who sweeps the floor. Zhanshan Temple had ranked first in their group during the recent selection round in Qidong Province, successfully advancing to the main event just like the Luosher Martial Arts School. A simulated scene appeared. As Jiang Chen saw the old monk sweeping, the old monk also noticed you. Master, long time no see. Jiang Chen approached and greeted the old monk with a smile. The old monk looked Jiang Chen up and down, clicking his tongue in amazement. I've heard about your performance in the Qidong Province selection round. I didn't expect that after 2.5 years, your martial arts have improved so much. As the saying goes, a scholar should be treated with respect after 3 days apart. Jiang Chen scratched his head and laughed. Besides, it's not just a day or two, it's been 2.5 years since we last met. Jiang Chen continued, after that conversation with you, Master, I developed a strong interest in the martial arts conference. My goal this time is to aim for the position of the Martial Arts Alliance leader. Ha, good. Young man, having ambition is a good thing. The old monk, who was sweeping the floor, clearly did not take Jiang Chen's words seriously and responded half-jokingly, I also signed up for this year's individual competition. If we happen to meet, I won't hold back. I remember you were interested in our Buddhist Great Sun Tathagata Sutra. If you really become the Martial Arts Alliance leader, you can ask over at Shaolin Temple. If we talk about which temple in Buddhism might still preserve the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, it can only be Shaolin Temple. Shaolin Temple. To be precise, it is the Songsan Shaolin Temple. Jiang Chen followed the old monk's gaze and looked at the quiet Shaolin Temple team standing aside in their monk robes. Shaolin Temple has been the leader of a Buddhist sect since ancient times. Just as the old monk said, if there really are cultivation techniques in Buddhism, the most likely place for them to exist would be Shaolin Temple. In the morning, the opening ceremony officially began. The current president of the Hwagwa Martial Arts Association, also an official figure, as usual, spoke a long string of nonsense. Then, the previous Martial Arts Alliance leader, an old celestial master from the Wudong sect, place the alliance order representing the position of the alliance leader in the center of the competition arena. The first place in this individual competition will become the owner of this alliance order and the next martial arts alliance leader. You looked at the alliance order made of pure jade in the center of the arena, your eyes shining. This martial arts alliance leader position is yours for the taking. Not even Jesus can take it away. After the opening ceremony, the drawing ceremony was held soon after. In the drawing ceremony, the luck of the Luo Pavilion Master was neither good nor bad. In the team competition, your Luo Martial Arts Pavilion faced the 5th place from the last team competition, the Maoshan sect, in the first match. You could say you were out early. As for the individual competition, the Luo Pavilion Master had relatively good luck, drawing a simpler match schedule for you. In the individual competition, each team can register 1 to 2 people. Calculating, there are more than 250 participants in this individual competition. This means that for one person to win all the way and secure the position of Martial Arts Alliance leader, they need to compete in 8 matches. The draw that the Luo Pavilion Master got for you means that in the first 4 matches, you will basically not encounter any strong opponents. This means you can at least secure a 16th place in the individual competition. This is relatively satisfying for the Luo Pavilion Master. Of course, your ambition does not stop there. That alliance order representing the position of Martial Arts Alliance leader is something you must have. In the afternoon, the competition officially began. After waiting for a few hours, it was your turn to step onto the competition arena. Standing opposite you was a master from Fujian who also practiced leg techniques. He practiced a martial arts technique called Overlord Legs, which emphasizes dominance and forward momentum. So, as soon as the match began, he lifted his leg and kicked towards you with an unstoppable momentum. And then, there was nothing more to say. You also lifted your foot, colliding foot to foot. You were completely unharmed. On the other hand, in the next second, his foot dislocated with a crack, and he lay on the arena unable to get up. In the first round, you win. In the following days, you played 3 more matches. As expected, you won all of them easily, successfully advancing to the top 16. You won 4 matches in a row, making it to the top 16. Your next opponent is a Taoist from the Maoshan sect. The Maoshan sect is considered one of the top martial arts schools in the country. While it may not compare to the Wudong, Shaolin, or Amei sects in terms of strength and fame, it is still not to be underestimated. Of course, you have another connection with the Maoshan sect. Your team's first match was against them. Without your participation, the team faced the Maoshan sect, who finished 5th in the last team competition, and naturally suffered a crushing defeat. There was hardly any resistance. In less than 5 minutes, you were completely routed and defeated by the Maoshan sect. Even the head of your school, Master Luo, suffered a broken left leg from the Maoshan sect and was rushed to the hospital after the match. Today is the day of your match against the Maoshan sect's contestant. The participant from the Maoshan sect is a scruffy old Taoist, dressed in tattered robes, dirty all over, with a mouth full of black teeth. Although this old Taoist from Maoshan looks disheveled, his strength is not to be underestimated. The opponents he faced in previous matches were all beaten to a pulp within just a few seconds, forced to concede. Of course, as the opponent of the old Taoist, your record is equally impressive. In 4 matches, not a single opponent could last 10 seconds against you. They either had their wrists or ankles dislocated by your kicks and quickly lost their fighting ability. Thus, your match is regarded as a highlight in the round of 16. It attracted spectators from various martial arts schools. Master Luo also came to the scene. With his left leg bandaged and leaning on a crutch, he cheered for you from the sidelines. A simulated scene unfolds. On the martial arts arena, the old Taoist from Maoshan has his hands tucked into the wide sleeves of his robe, revealing a mouthful of black teeth as he grins. Young man, you must be a disciple from the Luo martial arts school. To be honest, your leg techniques are nothing special, hardly worthy of mention. A few days ago, in the team competition, your master was easily defeated by our Maoshan sect. So, young man, why not concede voluntarily? Don't struggle needlessly. Martial arts have no eyes. If I accidentally break your leg like I did your master's, it would be a loss for you, wouldn't it? The old Taoist from Maoshan urges Jiang Chen to concede. Jiang Chen is no fool, of course he won't concede. He crosses his arms and looks at the old Taoist across from him, coldly saying, I didn't expect the Maoshan sect to be lacking in strength but exceptional in trash talk. You say our Luo leg techniques are weak? Well, let me show you what true Luo leg techniques are. The atmosphere instantly becomes tense. The arena is filled with a strong smell of gunpowder from both sides. Words are useless. With the referee's whistle, the match officially begins. The old Taoist from Maoshan does not rush to attack like your previous opponents but instead adopts a defensive stance. You smile nonchalantly. Whether in offense or defense, with the law of causality in your hands, you can easily take down your opponent. You charge forward, launching an attack on the old Taoist. You kick out. The old Taoist, having presumably watched your previous matches, does not take the kick head-on but sidesteps to avoid it. After dodging your kick, the old Taoist smiles smugly at you. No matter how strong your Luo leg techniques are, if you can't hit me, what can you do? The little man inside the old Taoist from Mashan had just crossed his arms and laughed for a while when he saw you kick again. Just now, when you saw the first kick being dodged by the old Taoist, you were only slightly surprised before quickly returning to normal. Very well, not taking it head-on, huh? You have your ways to make the old Taoist take this kick. A simulated scene emerged. Jiang Chen kicked towards the old Taoist from Mashan again, while focusing his awareness on the old Taoist's ankle. The bone at the old Taoist's ankle was directly straightened quite a bit by Jiang Chen. Thus, seeing Jiang Chen's kick, the old Taoist wanted to dodge, but as he lifted his foot, a sharp pain like needles pierced through his ankles. Unable to move, the old Taoist had no choice but to raise his hand and take Jiang Chen's kick head-on. Crack! The old Taoist's left hand was rendered useless by Jiang Chen. Then, Jiang Chen kicked again. Crack! The old Taoist's right hand was also rendered useless by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood beside the old Taoist from Mashan, who was lying on the ground with both hands and feet dislocated, raised his wristwatch to check the time. This time it took a full 15 seconds to win the match, quite a delay. Hearing this, the old Taoist on the ground almost couldn't help but spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood, killing people and striking at their hearts. Young man, you can't play like this. You defeated the old Taoist from Mashan, which counts as avenging Master Luo. Seeing you easily deal with the old Taoist, Master Luo, who was leaning on a crutch at the side, was so excited that his face turned red, as if he were the one who won the match. 2 days later, the quarter-finals arrived. Your opponent was still an old acquaintance, the sweeping monk from Zhanshan Temple. The sweeping monk successfully advanced to the top 8 with the fourfold realm of the Vajra Arhat skill. A simulated scene emerged. On the martial arts arena, since Jiang Chen and the sweeping monk were acquaintances, the atmosphere was relatively harmonious. Master, we meet again, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yes, I didn't expect our meeting this time to be on the martial arts arena. The sweeping monk also smiled. I've watched many of your matches. Your leg techniques are indeed very strong. But unfortunately, you encountered me. My Vajra Arhat skill is all about honing my own bones and muscles. Your methods of dislocating bones are useless against me. Jiang Chen shrugged and smiled. Master, I don't think so. I'm quite confident in my leg techniques. How about we make a bet? The sweeping monk proposed. Master, you say, if I take your kick head-on, and you can break through my defense and dislocate my wrist, I will admit defeat. Otherwise, you will admit defeat. How about that? Sounds good. You and the sweeping monk set the terms of the bet. The sweeping monk didn't believe he would lose, as his Vajra Arhat skill had already reached the fourfold realm, and the strength of his bones had become as tough as steel through countless trials. And you, of course, believed you wouldn't lose either. The match began. You kicked towards the sweeping monk. As agreed, the sweeping monk did not dodge and took it head-on. Then, under the sweeping monk's drastically changing expression, a crisp crack echoed from his wrist. The sweeping monk honored the bet and admitted defeat. Just like that, you advanced to the top 4. The martial arts tournament in Huagua had now reached its conclusion. The team competition had long ended, with Shaolin Temple once again claiming the championship, retaining their title. In the individual competition, after you defeated the sweeping monk, the list of the top 4 was officially announced. The top 4 contestants came from Shaolin Temple, Wudong Sect, Amei Sect, and of course, your own Luo's martial arts school. You have become the only contestant among the top 4 who is not from a top-tier sect, and this is also the first time since the founding of the nation. You are considered the biggest dark horse in this martial arts tournament. However, almost everyone unanimously believes that reaching the top 4 is your limit. To advance further and enter the finals of the individual competition seems almost impossible, because your opponent in the next semi-final match is the previous martial arts alliance leader, an old celestial master from the Wudong sect. The Wudong Old Celestial Master is incredibly powerful. In the last martial arts tournament, he almost swept through the competition to win the championship. Many people believe that in this tournament, the Wudong Old Celestial Master will once again claim the championship and retain his position as the martial arts alliance leader. One is you, who has just recently gained fame and is in your early 20s. The other is the Wudong Old Celestial Master, who has long established a formidable reputation in the martial arts world. It seems obvious whom to support. Some opportunistic individuals even opened a betting market on Wudong Mountain, attracting many to place their bets. Your odds are 5 to 1. When you learned about this, you immediately took out 500,000 and asked the owner of the Luo Pavilion to place a bet for you. With odds of 5 to 1, if you win, that 500,000 could directly turn into 2,500,000. Originally, you participated in this martial arts tournament just to secure the position of the Martial Arts Alliance leader, but you didn't expect to encounter such an opportunity to make extra money. As many spectators and gamblers eagerly awaited, a few days later, the semifinals officially began. On the competition stage, you and the Wudong Old Celestial Master stood on opposite sides. The Wudong Old Celestial Master wore a white Taoist robe, with white hair and a long beard, giving him an ethereal appearance. In contrast, you wore a cheap training outfit issued by the Luo Martial Arts School and sported sneakers from a street vendor, making your style starkly different from that of the Wudong Old Celestial Master. A simulated scene emerged. "Young friend, just give it your all later. I will be a bit careful and won't let you get hurt too badly," the Wudong Old Celestial Master said, gently stroking his beard, speaking lightly. Clearly, Jiang Chen was underestimated. Jiang Chen nodded, saying nothing. Who is strong and who is weak will be revealed in the match. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, announcing the start of the match. This time, Jiang Chen did not use his causal ability right from the start. The Wudong Old Celestial Master was the previous Martial Arts Alliance leader. Jiang Chen wanted to test how far he was from the true top combat power in the martial arts world. Thus, Jiang Chen unleashed all his strength and attacked the Wudong Old Celestial Master. Soon, Jiang Chen attacked for 3 or 4 rounds. Whether it was the Luo family's leg techniques or the Kuan boxing techniques, Jiang Chen used them all against the Old Celestial Master. But Jiang Chen felt that every attack seemed to hit cotton. The force of his attacks was effortlessly deflected by the Old Celestial Master's light and casual moves. Is this the strength of the previous Martial Arts Alliance leader? Truly terrifying. Jiang Chen felt that without using his causal ability, 10 of his current self would not be able to defeat this Old Celestial Master. On the stage, Jiang Chen, panting and wiping the sweat from his forehead, looked helplessly at the Wudong Old Celestial Master, who stood still without moving. "What school or sect does the boxing technique you just used come from? I seem to have never seen it before?" During a break in the match, the Wudong Old Celestial Master still had time to chat, expressing curiosity about the boxing technique Jiang Chen had just used. "Old Celestial Master, this is a boxing technique called Kuan boxing, which my friend Zhang Sankuan developed on his own over 2.5 years, Jiang Chen replied honestly. "Oh, it's a self-created technique?" The old master of Wudong raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, and said, "To create such a complete system of martial arts in just 2.5 years, your friend is quite talented. If I have the chance, I must meet him." After their chat, the match between the two continued. The old master of Wudong spoke again, "Young friend, admit defeat. Continuing to compete is meaningless. You cannot win against me." Jiang Chen sighed and smiled apologetically at the old master. "Master, I'm sorry, but I must win this match." Competing normally was out of the question. There was no choice. Jiang Chen had to use a cheat. Causality ability, activate. After using the causality skill, you attack the old master of Wudong again. Seeing that you are undeterred, the old master of Wudong was about to exert all his strength to defeat you, but the next second, he found he couldn't exert any strength in his hands at all. While the old master of Wudong was stunned, you used the Koan fist, and with just a slight effort, you dislocated his wrists. Seeing his dislocated hands, the old master let out a bitter laugh and voluntarily admitted defeat. You won again, claiming the championship from the previous competition. Everyone was astonished. Among the onlookers, the spectators were shocked, while the gamblers were wailing. No one expected you could defeat the old master, except for yourself. Thus, in the betting market, you became the biggest winner, raking in 2.5 million. Master Luo also took a sip of soup with you. He had bet 100,000 and now it turned into 500,000. A delighted Master Luo waved his hand and treated you to the most upscale foot massage parlor near Wudong Mountain. You enjoyed a comfortable night at the foot massage parlor. A few days later, the finals of the individual competition began. Your opponent was the current leader of the Amei sect. He was also the current master of the Little Luo Hongi. In terms of strength, the leader of the Amei sect was not as strong as the old master of Wudong you faced in the previous match. Since you could agree to the old master, defeating the leader of the Amei sect was also a matter of course in the eyes of the audience. Thus, in the finals, more than half of your supporters were present. This also ruined your plan to make another profit from the betting market in the finals. After the match began, the leader of the Amei sect knew he was not your opponent, so after a symbolic struggle, he voluntarily surrendered. You became the champion of this martial arts conference's individual competition. At the same time, according to the rules, you automatically became the new martial arts alliance leader. A simulated scene appeared. Just as the current president of the Chinese Martial Arts Association handed the alliance order, representing the title of martial arts leader, to Jiang Chen. Suddenly, a discordant voice interrupted. "Please wait a moment, I have a different opinion. Please wait a moment, I have a different opinion." A discordant voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned in surprise to look in the direction of the voice. Jiang Chen was no exception. Then, everyone's gaze fell upon a monk dressed in a cassock, with prayer beads around his neck. This person was recognized by almost everyone present, because he was the current abbot of Shaolin Temple, Master Shi Yuan. Master Shi Yuan was not very old, looking to be just over 50, with a shiny bald head. Among the leaders of the top martial arts sects in the country, Master Shi Yuan was considered quite young. Just now, it was Master Shi Yuan who expressed his opposition to Jiang Chen being awarded the alliance order and becoming the next martial arts leader. Master Shi Yuan, the president of the Martial Arts Association, greeted him with a Buddhist salute and politely asked, "What exactly are your differing opinions?" The Shaolin Temple holds a high position in the martial arts world of Huagua, regarded as the chief sect of Buddhism, and even the president of the official Martial Arts Association dares not be negligent. Master Shiwan forcefully struck his Zen staff against the bluestone floor, glaring at Jiang Chen with a displeased expression. His eyes slightly narrowed as he spoke. "Of course I disagree. This inexperienced young brat cannot serve as the martial arts leader of our Huagua martial arts world." "But, Master Shiwan, Jiang Chen's position as the martial arts leader is truly earned through strength. He is the champion of this year's individual competition, and according to the rules, he should be awarded the leader's token and become the next leader of our martial arts world," said the president of the Martial Arts Association, his face showing a look of difficulty. "Humph." Master Shiwan tapped his Zen staff again, sneering. "Does he even know how he won that championship? He should have some awareness. Many of our top sects did not send their strongest competitors to the individual competition. Jiang Chen's victory was merely a stroke of luck, a big fluke." Indeed, in Master Shiwan's eyes, Jiang Chen becoming the individual competition champion was purely a matter of luck. Since the title of martial arts leader was established in the Huagua martial arts world, it has always been monopolized by the major top sects, with them taking turns to hold the position, never falling to other scattered sects or martial arts schools. The title of martial arts leader sounds impressive, but in reality, the actual power is not that significant. This is no longer an era of fighting and killing, it is a society governed by law. More often, the title of martial arts leader is merely seen as a representation of status. Therefore, for a hollow position, in recent decades, the major top sects have refrained from sending their strongest experts to compete for it. Instead, they send some second-tier experts from within their sects to compete. If they win, great. If they don't, it's no loss. For example, at the Shaolin Temple, the strongest martial artist is, of course, Master Shiwan, who serves as the abbot. However, for this year's Martial Arts Conference individual competition, Master Shiwan did not personally participate but arranged for his eldest disciple to compete. In fact, if the position of this year's martial arts leader had gone to Wudong Mountain or a Mei sect, Master Shiwan would not have opposed it. But the final winner happened to be the young man Jiang Chen. Unable to contain himself, Master Shiwan jumped out to publicly oppose Jiang Chen's appointment as the new martial arts leader. At the martial arts conference venue, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Jiang Chen turned to face Master Shiwan, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. "So, Master, are you saying that I am unworthy of becoming the next martial arts leader?" Master Shiwan smiled slightly. "I didn't directly say that, but if you insist on interpreting it that way, you may think so." Jiang Chen shrugged and smiled helplessly. "I really didn't expect that as the chief sect of Buddhism, you wouldn't even understand such a simple principle of recognizing a bet and accepting defeat." Master Shiwan did not directly respond to Jiang Chen's words but instead looked around and spoke firmly. "If you become the next martial arts leader, then fine, our Shaolin Temple will immediately withdraw from the Martial Arts Association." A threat? Master Shiwan was making a blatant threat. His words sparked a noisy discussion among the various sects and martial arts schools present. Shaolin Temple is completely playing dirty. I didn't expect them to be a top martial arts sect. I think Master Shiwan makes a lot of sense. Not just Shaolin Temple, but also Longhu sect, Amei sect, and Kunlun sect did not send their strongest participants to compete. Yes. Jiang Chen only won by chance against the old master of Wudong. Just as Master Shiwan said, he took advantage of the absence of other strong competitors. Jiang Chen, a young man just over 20, what qualifications does he have to be the leader of the martial arts world? I think Master Shiwan would be the most suitable candidate for the next leader. Jiang Chen was not deaf. The discussions around him reached his ears clearly.
Among them, those supporting Jiang Chen were merely a minority. Most chose to back Master Shi Wan's viewpoint.
In the center of the square, Jiang Chen glanced around, his expression cold, a faint, icy smile on his lips. It seems everyone is not very convinced about me being the new leader of the martial arts world.
Don't be so timid, like a turtle hiding its head.
If anyone, like the Shaolin Temple, is not convinced by me as the leader, feel free to step forward. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, some martial artists from smaller sects dared not meet his gaze and lowered their heads in fear. The Shaolin Temple was a top sect and could openly challenge Jiang Chen. Naturally, the smaller sects did not dare to confront someone who might become the next leader. However, aside from the Shaolin Temple, many other major sects were not afraid of Jiang Chen. Our Longhu sect is not convinced.
And we from the Kongtong sect. The Kunlun sect counts too. And us. Several sects stood up.
Roughly counting, including the Shaolin Temple, there were a total of 8 sects. Besides Wudong, Maoshan, and Ma, which had personally fought Jiang Chen in the arena, almost all other top sects in the country had stepped forward. Seeing so many allies around him, Master Shi Wan's momentum grew stronger.
Jiang Chen, considering you are younger, we won't make things difficult for you.
We have a total of 8 sects, each sending one person to challenge you one-on-one. There will be 8 matches in total. As long as you win 4 of them, we will acknowledge your position as the leader of the martial arts world.
How about that? After hearing Master Shi Wan's proposal, Jiang Chen shook his head. Master Shi Wan thought Jiang Chen was backing down and was about to mock him. But what Jiang Chen said next left everyone present, including Master Shi Wan, wide-eyed. No need for 8 matches. That would be a waste of time. Let all 8 of your sects come at me together. No need for 8 matches. That would be a waste of time. Let all 8 of your sects come at me together. As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, the entire audience was stunned.
Master Shi Wan was even more shocked, his mouth agape, falling into a long silence.
Jiang Chen, do you mean for all 8 of us to come at you together?
Master Shi Wan doubted he had heard correctly.
All 8 at once? That would mean Jiang Chen facing 8 opponents. And all 8 were top experts from well-known sects in Huagua.
Master Shi Wan believed that in today's martial arts world, no one could achieve that, even if Jiang Chen had firearms. There was no way he could take down all 8 of them alone. Thus, Master Shi Wan suspected he had misheard and asked Jiang Chen again.
Jiang Chen replied in a calm tone, "Of course not." Master Shi Wan was about to think to himself that it was indeed impossible. How could one face 8?
But, the next moment, Jiang Chen's words left Master Shi Wan completely bewildered again. Jiang Chen smiled faintly at the few sects that had openly opposed him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said, "What I mean is, not just the 8 of you.
Let all the members of your 8 sects come at me together." Jiang Chen's meaning was very clear.
There was no need for the 8 sects to go through the trouble of one-on-one duels. There was no need for each of the 8 sects to pick someone to fight him. Since you are not convinced about my position as the leader of the martial arts world, it's simple.
Let all of you come at me together.
All members of the 8 sects, come at me together.
Jiang Chen's words struck like thunder.
The eyes of everyone present revealed a deep sense of disbelief. You must understand, the participants from the 8 major sects, including Shaolin Temple and Kunlun sect, were not few. Each sect had about 10 people. That's 80 people in total. They could never have imagined that Jiang Chen meant not just to take on 8, but to take on 80. Even if those 80 were just a bunch of half-grown kids attacking together, a martial arts master would struggle to cope. Moreover, the 80 people Jiang Chen faced were all from the top martial arts sects in the current martial world of Huagua. Each one was not to be underestimated. Each one was not an unknown figure in the martial arts community. People instinctively began to admire Jiang Chen's courage. Regardless of the outcome, just the fact that Jiang Chen had such courage made him worthy of being the leader of the martial world.
Oh my god, did I hear that right?
Jiang Chen means to take on all 8 major sects by himself.
One person against 80?
This Jiang Chen must be crazy. I admire Jiang Chen's courage. Not only does he dare to challenge Master Shi Wan, but he also actively accepts the beating from the 8 major sects. I can only say, if Jiang Chen can survive the onslaught of 80 people from the 8 major sects, I'll recognize him as the leader of the martial world.
Me too. Is there a possibility that Jiang Chen has a chance to win against the 8 major sects? Ha, what a joke.
Rather than believe Jiang Chen can win against the 8 major sects, I'd rather believe my wife gives me 10,000 yuan in pocket money every month. I'll make it clear right here, as long as Jiang Chen can win, I'll take a dump live on air.
The audience from various sects was buzzing with discussion.
But no one had faith in Jiang Chen.
One person taking on 80 top martial arts experts was simply an impossible task. Master Shi Wan stared at Jiang Chen, his tone icy as he spoke. What a clever tactic of retreating to advance.
You know you can't win, so you propose such a request. Even if you lose, it's a reasonable loss. And if we win, it's a victory without honor.
However, Master Shiwan's tone shifted, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Young man, do you not know that before each of our matches, we sign a death contract? A death contract, once signed, means no responsibility for life or death. Even if someone dies during the match, the opponent cannot be held accountable. Of course, that was in ancient times.
In modern times, a death contract could never openly defy the legal provisions.
Killing someone still carries responsibility.
But as long as one doesn't kill, merely injuring someone to the point of paralysis or making them a vegetable only requires compensation. There's no need to bear the consequences of what happens.
The 8 major sects, thriving every year, are never short of money.
You, taking on 80 of us alone, after this battle, you will surely become famous in the martial world, but, Master Shiwan said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, seemingly threatening, but, you will most likely spend the rest of your life lying in a hospital bed. However, you needn't worry. We 8 major sects will cover all your medical expenses. As Master Shiwan said this, he fixed a malicious gaze on Jiang Chen. It was as if, in Master Shiwan's eyes, Jiang Chen was already a cripple lying in a hospital bed. Facing Master Shiwan's blatant threat, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. No need, you can keep your money for your own treatment later. Good kid, facing death, you still have such audacity. Master Shiwan was genuinely enraged. Then we'll give you a good lesson, so you know what it means to face a top sect. Soon, both sides signed a life and death agreement. Then, they found a large open space suitable for the duel. On one side were over 80 people from the top 8 sects, including Shaolin Temple, Longhu Sect, Kunlun Sect, and Kongtong Sect. On the other side stood the solitary Jiang Chen. 1 versus 80. Previously, 6 major sects had besieged the bright summit. Goodness, this time Jiang Chen was even more ruthless. He directly faced an assault from the 8 major sects. No one believed Jiang Chen would win. They were only wondering how long he could last under the hands of 80 martial arts masters.
10 seconds? Or 30 seconds?
Beep! Before anyone could think further, with the referee's whistle, the match began.
Jiang Chen stood still. The 80 people, led by Master Shiwan, showed no hesitation.
As soon as the whistle blew, they rushed towards Jiang Chen, each running fast, as if fearing that if they were slow, Jiang Chen would already be struck down by someone.
Soon, amidst the anxious expressions of the onlookers, Jiang Chen was surrounded by the 80 people. Jiang Chen remained calm, employing the Luo-style leg techniques and Kuan fist moves.
Of course, these 2 techniques were merely for show.
Jiang Chen was confident he could win against the 80, thanks to his ability to manipulate causality.
Under Jiang Chen's mental control, the arms and legs of the 80 from the 8 major sects all moved in ways they shouldn't.
A gentle touch from Jiang Chen would easily result in fractures.
That's right. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Unlike before, when he targeted their wrists and ankles, Jiang Chen directly straightened the bones at the cross-section of their arms and thighs. The damage caused this way was far greater than merely targeting the wrists and ankles. If the wrists and ankles were straightened by Jiang Chen's causality manipulation, it would at most result in dislocation. But for the arms and legs, it was not dislocation, it was a fracture. A fracture is much more serious than a dislocation. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a sprain or fracture. A fracture is not a simple sprain, it is a severe injury. To heal, one would need to lie in bed for about half a year. Half a year. Enough time for these people from the 8 major sects to lie in bed, constantly regretting why they had provoked him in the first place.
Jiang Chen's contemplation lasted only an instant. Soon, in the square, the over 80 people charged towards Jiang Chen. Then, a series of cracking sounds echoed. It was like cutting wheat.
The moment Jiang Chen made contact with them, the 80 people fell one after another. Their arms or legs fractured the instant they touched Jiang Chen. One by one, they lay on the ground, unable to stand due to the pain. Seeing this scene, the disciples from other sects and martial arts schools who were watching were all dumbfounded.
What was going on?
Those who knew it was a duel were shocked, while those who didn't thought it was a large-scale scam scene. From their perspective, when Jiang Chen made contact with everyone, he didn't seem to exert much force. Yet, the others fell to the ground as if they were actors in a staged scam, unable to rise again.
Wasn't this a scam? Just as they were processing this, over 80 people sounded like a lot.
But under Jiang Chen's overwhelming causality ability, it took only 4 or 5 exchanges, and all 80 who surrounded Jiang Chen lay on the ground.
As for the time, it took less than a minute. They were stunned. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. The scene they had imagined of the 8 major sects beating Jiang Chen did not occur.
Instead, it was Jiang Chen alone who had taken down all 80 top martial arts masters from the 8 major sects. The onlookers stared at the 80 disciples of the 8 major sects writhing in pain on the ground, while Jiang Chen stood to the side, brushing the dirt off his pants, momentarily at a loss for words.
Finally, it was Jiang Chen's loud shout that snapped everyone out of their shock. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and call an ambulance. Their wailing is giving me a headache." To prevent any accidents during the martial arts tournament, an ambulance had been stationed next to the competition square on Wudong Mountain. However, there were a full 80 people who had been injured by Jiang Chen, and one ambulance was simply not enough. The crowd suddenly realized what was happening and began dialing 120 to call for ambulances. Soon, a convoy of ambulances arrived at Wudong Mountain, taking all 80 injured individuals back to the hospital. In the martial arts square on Wudong Mountain, the absence of the 80 wailing individuals made the area significantly quieter. Many people turned their gazes back to Jiang Chen, who was chatting and laughing with Master Luo, their eyes filled with deep respect. Strong, too strong. Not only had he single-handedly taken on 80 martial arts experts from top sects, but he had also resolved the battle effortlessly in under a minute. This young man, Jiang Chen, was terrifyingly strong. It was almost incomprehensible how powerful he was. More importantly, during the recent battle, everyone had come to understand Jiang Chen's temperament. Although he appeared young, his temper was not so gentle. They had just heard the doctors from the ambulance say that the 80 top experts had either suffered broken arms or broken legs due to Jiang Chen's actions. None of them would be able to get out of bed for at least half a year. This indicated that Jiang Chen was ruthless towards those who provoked him. They were now worried about Jiang Chen settling scores later. After all, many among them had just echoed Master Shiwan's remarks. With Master Shiwan and his group of 80 being taken away by the ambulance, the farce came to an end. The ceremony for Jiang Chen's appointment as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance continued. The president of the Huagua Martial Arts Association once again handed the alliance token, representing the position of the martial arts leader, to Jiang Chen. This time, Jiang Chen did not rush to accept it. Instead, he turned his head, scanning the faces of the onlookers, a slight smile on his lips. "Now, is there anyone here who still disagrees with my position as the martial arts leader? If you have any objections, feel free to voice them now. You can all come at me together. I don't mind the crowd." Faced with Jiang Chen's smiling expression, everyone quickly shook their heads, indicating their submission. Anyone who stood up to oppose Jiang Chen now would truly be asking for trouble. The example of Master Shiwan and his group was right before their eyes. Those 80 top martial artists were no match for Jiang Chen. For them, this group of lesser fighters would only be delivering themselves to Jiang Chen. No one opposed him. The alliance token was smoothly handed over to Jiang Chen. The token, made of pure jade, felt smooth and warm to the touch, crafted from excellent materials. Without considering the significance it represented, this token could fetch a high price on the market. Holding the alliance token, Jiang Chen was now the true martial arts leader in every sense. "You have become the 156th martial arts leader of Huagua, with a term of 5 years. Of course, if you can win the championship again at the next martial arts tournament, the position of martial arts leader will still be yours. Many people present believe you will retain the title of martial arts leader. The reason is simple. You are just over 20 years old now, far from the peak of an individual's martial arts level. You are already this strong now. In 5 years, no one will be your opponent. By then, the championship will most likely still be yours. And this situation will continue for many more tournaments. At least until your strength declines at 50, the title of Wulin Alliance Leader will remain with you. During the inauguration ceremony of the Wulin Alliance Leader, you were arranged to give the final speech. You didn't say much grandiose or empty words. You simply requested that the major sects and martial arts schools put all their efforts into improving the martial arts skills of their disciples. Don't be fooled by the current Wulin disciples. They are not well regarded in the secular world, seen as having no practical use. But when the zombie virus outbreak occurs over a decade later, the role of these martial artists will become evident. After becoming the Wulin Alliance Leader, you did not interfere much in the affairs of the martial arts world in Huagua. The reason you wanted to become the Wulin Alliance Leader was not to possess the power that comes with the title. Instead, you aimed to use the identity of the Wulin Alliance Leader to seek the existence of cultivation techniques within the martial arts world. In today's martial arts world, whether there still exists a legacy of cultivation techniques is a question you believe has no answer. The inheritance of cultivation techniques in the Huagua martial arts world has mostly been severed. Otherwise, among the 80 people who besieged you at that time, there wouldn't have been only ordinary martial arts experts without the presence of cultivators. However, the severance of the inheritance of cultivation techniques does not mean that such techniques do not exist. Within some sects, there may still be the existence of cultivation techniques.
But perhaps due to other reasons, even if they have cultivation techniques, they cannot practice them. For example, the depletion of spiritual energy, or the incomplete inheritance of cultivation techniques. You cannot determine which point it is, but practice brings true knowledge. You plan to see for yourself. And your first stop is Shaolin Temple. Shaolin Temple is the foremost sect with the longest Buddhist heritage, housing thousands of disciples. According to an old monk sweeping at Jianshan Temple, there is a legendary technique within Buddhism called the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, praised as the pinnacle of Buddhist and Taoist techniques. However, with the passage of time and the erosion of years, the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra has vanished from the outside world, and the only place it might still exist is Shaolin Temple. Shaolin Temple is located at the peak of Songshan. Majestic and bustling with incense offerings, the temple is frequented by countless worshippers, clearly a place of wealth. You step alone through the gates of Shaolin Temple. A simulated scene emerges. Entering Shaolin Temple, Jiang Chen walks towards the back courtyard. The back courtyard is where the monks of Shaolin Temple reside. However, before Jiang Chen could take a few steps, a young monk blocks his path, saying, "Benefactor, the back courtyard is the residence of our monks, no outsiders are allowed." Jiang Chen takes out the Alliance Leader token from his pocket and presents it to the young monk. "Tell your abbot that the current Wulin Alliance Leader Jiang Chen is here." The identity of the Wulin Alliance Leader proves quite useful. Upon seeing the token in Jiang Chen's hand, the young monk's expression changes. "Alliance Leader Jiang, please wait a moment, I will go call Master Xing over." The young monk hurriedly leaves. Shortly after, he returns with a large monk dressed in robes, sporting several scars on his head, looking somewhat fierce. However, upon seeing Jiang Chen, this fierce-looking monk beams with a smile. "Alliance Leader Jiang has arrived. This little monk has failed to welcome you properly, truly a sin." Jiang Chen waves his hand dismissively. "No need for all this formality, I have serious business to discuss with you at Shaolin Temple today." Hearing Jiang Chen mention serious business, the fierce-looking Master Xiang can't help but tremble slightly. Master Xiang is the junior disciple of Master Xiwan. Master Xiwan was crippled by Jiang Chen at the Huagua Martial Arts Conference a week ago and is still lying in bed, likely unable to get up for half a year. Master Shi Hung temporarily took over the position of the abbot of Shaolin Temple. Although he did not attend this year's martial arts conference, Master Shi Hung was well aware of the grievances between Jiang Chen and their Shaolin Temple. Now, hearing Jiang Chen say this, Master Shi Hung felt a sense of fear. This Jiang Alliance Leader, could it be that he has come to Shaolin Temple to settle scores? Master Shi Hung rubbed his hands nervously and asked, "Jiang Alliance Leader, what brings you all the way to our Shaolin Temple?" Jiang Chen did not hold back and got straight to the point, saying, "Take me to your Shaolin Temples. I am quite interested in your Shaolin Temple's martial arts." Master Shi Hung's expression changed. That had always been the most secretive place in Shaolin Temple. That had 3 floors in total. Ordinary disciples had no qualifications to enter. Only inner disciples and true disciples had the authority to enter the first floor of the elders of Shaolin Temple had access to the first and second floors. Only the abbot of Shaolin Temple had the authority to enter the third floor. Moreover, the was generally not open to the public, not even to the Martial Arts Alliance Leader. But, this time, the Martial Arts Alliance Leader wanting to enter the was Jiang Chen. He was probably the most powerful Martial Arts Alliance Leader in nearly 100 years. On this side, seeing Master Shi Hung's troubled expression and his long silence, Jiang Chen did not seem anxious but casually asked, "How is Master Shi Yuan doing now?" Master Shi Hung was taken aback and honestly replied, "Master Shi Yuan and the others are still recuperating in the hospital. According to the doctors, they won't be able to leave for at least 5 or 6 months." Alas! Jiang Chen sighed, looking somewhat self-reproachful. "It's my fault, I was just so angry at the time that I couldn't hold back and used 30% of my strength. If I had held back a little, Master Shi Yuan wouldn't be lying in a hospital bed like this now." 30% of his strength. Master Shi Hung twitched his lips. "You must be the reincarnation of the Hulk. You turned them into this state with just 30% of your strength. If you had used your full strength, Shaolin Temple would probably have had to prepare a feast for Master Shi Yuan and the others by now." However, Master Shi Hung did not doubt the truth of Jiang Chen's words. This Jiang Alliance Leader seemed to truly have the strength to kill Master Shi Yuan and the others. But, that's just my temper. When I get angry, I can't control myself and always want to hit someone to vent. And I'm a hot-tempered person. What can I do? What can I do? Jiang Chen pretended to shake his head helplessly, then changed the subject, smiling at Master Shi Hung. "Oh, right, I almost forgot the main point. Let's continue. Master Shi Hung, I would like to enter your Shaolin Temples. I wonder if you could make it convenient for me?" A threat, this must be a threat. Master Shi Hung looked at the smiling Jiang Chen in front of him, but felt a chilling sensation behind him. Jiang Chen's words were completely a blatant threat.
I have a bad temper. If you don't let me into the, I will get very angry. When I'm angry, I can't help but hit people. Once I hit someone, it's easy to lose control of my strength.
By then, you will all end up in the hospital like Master Shi Yuan and the others.
In Master Shi Heng's understanding, this was Jiang Chen's underlying message. Faced with Jiang Chen's blatant threat, Master Shi Heng yielded. In the face of life and death, what morals and rules were there to consider?
He smiled broadly and took the initiative to lead Jiang Chen, saying, "Of course, Jiang Alliance leader, the doors of our Shaolin temple are always open for you. You can go wherever you want. I will take you to our Shaolin temples right now." In order to avoid causing your displeasure, Master Xing took the initiative to lead you to the Sutra Repository of Shaolin Temple. The Sutra Repository of Shaolin Temple is not large, but its location is quite hidden.
Master Xing took you through many twists and turns before arriving there.
If an outsider unfamiliar with Shaolin Temple were to come, they would probably spend a whole day searching for the Sutra Repository. The Sutra Repository is considered a place of confidentiality, guarded year-round by the elders of Shaolin Temple. Today, the elder on duty is a senior disciple of Master Xing. You saw Master Xing and the elder engaged in a heated debate for a while, and finally, the elder glanced at you and nodded helplessly.
You followed Master Xing into the Sutra Repository.
Inside the repository, the first floor is the largest, with several shelves displaying numerous Buddhist scriptures.
You casually flipped through a few books.
The content of the scriptures was obscure and difficult to understand, and you quickly lost interest.
Then, you asked Master Xing to take you to the second floor.
The second floor houses some profound Buddhist scriptures, as well as some basic martial arts manuals. Naturally, you were not interested in the scriptures. You arrived at the row of shelves displaying martial arts manuals and began to browse with great interest. As expected of a temple with such a long-standing tradition, after thousands of years of accumulation, Shaolin Temple has preserved a wealth of martial arts heritage, covering a wide range. Fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, foot techniques, staff techniques, body techniques. It can be said that any disciple of Shaolin Temple can find a suitable martial arts practice here.
Moreover, what is displayed on this second floor is merely the most basic martial arts techniques.
However, even these basic techniques are already on par with the Luo family's leg techniques that you practice.
This is the foundation of a major sect. In some smaller sects, these martial arts techniques would likely be treasured.
But in the eyes of top sects, they are just common cabbages. Although the Shaolin techniques on the second floor are good, they are still not what you are looking for.
You expressed your desire to go to the third floor. Master Xing hesitated. You shot him a fierce glare. Although Master Xing relented, he took out a set of keys from his pocket and led you to the third floor of the Sutra Repository. The third floor of the Sutra Repository has only one room, with an area of about 40 to 50 square meters. It seemed that no one had been there for a long time. The moment Master Xing unlocked the door, a cloud of dust swirled up. Once the dust settled, you could see the arrangement inside. A desk, a chair, and a bookshelf. Very simple, so simple that one would not expect this to be a place storing the top martial arts techniques of a 1,000-year-old sect like Shaolin Temple. A simulated scene emerged. Master Xing fully opened the old creaking wooden door and invited Jiang Chen in. "Leader Jiang, this is the highest level of our Sutra Repository, where we store some of the most elite techniques of Shaolin Temple." In fact, Master Xing still did not understand why Jiang Chen was so insistent on coming to their Sutra Repository. Logically speaking, Jiang Chen's martial prowess had already reached the peak of the martial arts world. Although the techniques of Shaolin Temple have a long history, they probably wouldn't catch Jiang Chen's eye. Because, at the recently concluded martial arts conference in Huagua, Jiang Chen had single-handedly sent Master Shi Yuan and others, who practiced these top techniques, to the hospital. Jiang Chen nodded, approached the bookshelf, and began to flip through the books one by one. The Great Sun Tathagata Sutra.
If this cultivation method really exists, it is most likely here. Jiang Chen flipped through the books one by one, as he only needed to check the names of the techniques, so his speed was quite fast.
After a dozen minutes, Jiang Chen sighed, slightly disappointed.
Just moments ago, he had gone through all the martial arts on this bookshelf, but still had not found the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra mentioned by the sweeping monk. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave in disappointment, his gaze suddenly sharpened. His eyes fell on the corner of a nearby desk. If he wasn't mistaken, there was a book pressed under the corner of the desk. Jiang Chen bent down and took out the book that had been used as a table leg. Then, he blew off the layer of dust on it. A few large characters appeared on the cover. Great Sun Woman. Cough cough. The Great Sun Woman is definitely not right. It must be the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra. He found it. The Great Sun Tathagata Sutra mentioned by the sweeping monk was found by Jiang Chen. His heart raced with excitement. However, Jiang Chen knew that it was not the time to be overly happy, because what he held in his hands was only half of the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, and it was neither the upper half nor the lower half. Instead, it was the left half. That's right. The Great Sun Tathagata Sutra in Jiang Chen's hands was just the left half. The content of the right half seemed to have been forcibly cut off by a sharp object, the cut surface incredibly smooth. A true half cultivation method. Jiang Chen opened this half of the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra and earnestly read a few pages. Although he couldn't read smoothly due to the remaining half of the content, one thing was certain. The Great Sun Tathagata Sutra was definitely not an ordinary martial arts technique. Because in this book, the first few lines on the first page mention terms like spiritual energy, spiritual root, and drawing energy into the body. Jiang Chen was about 70 to 80% sure that this Great Sun Tathagata Sutra was a genuine cultivation method for immortality. Unfortunately, the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra only had the left half. In fact, if it were just the upper half or the lower half, it would be better, at least the content would be coherent. But with only the left half, the content couldn't connect at all, and Jiang Chen felt that even if he wanted to cultivate according to the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, he wouldn't be able to succeed. On the third floor of the scripture pavilion, Master Shi Hong saw Jiang Chen holding the remaining half of the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, his brow occasionally relaxing and then furrowing again, wisely not disturbing Jiang Chen. After a dozen minutes, Jiang Chen looked up at Master Shi Hong, pointed to the half of the technique in his hand, and asked, "What about the other half?" Master Shi Hong smiled wryly, "Leader Jiang, if you ask me about this, I also don't know the answer. Anyway, according to the elders in the temple, this method has been like this since they can remember, with only half remaining." Next, Master Shi Hong explained to Jiang Chen the past and present of the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra. Within Buddhism, the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra has always been regarded as a miraculous cultivation method. It is said that the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra was created by the Buddha Shakyamuni, the ancestor of Buddhism. Cultivating to a high level can grant one part of the power of Shakyamuni. But to be honest, Master Shi Hong had not heard of anyone who could cultivate this method. Not even a beginner. Especially in modern times, the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, originally preserved in the Shaolin Temple's scripture pavilion, had inexplicably only half remaining. This method had basically become little known. Moreover, many people within the Buddhist Shaolin Temple began to doubt the authenticity of this method. After all, terms like spiritual energy and spiritual root were truly out of place in today's modern society. It is entirely a presence that belongs to the ethereal void. One could say that the remaining half of the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra is, in terms of practicality, even less useful than those Buddhist scriptures on the first floor of the scripture repository. Faced with such a tasteless existence that is a pity to discard, its only current use is to prop up a table leg on the third floor of the scripture repository. Upon hearing Master Shi Hong explain that the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra was treated as a table leg prop, I couldn't help but curl my lips. You truly are wasting a precious resource. The Great Sun Tathagata Sutra is mostly a serious cultivation technique. In later generations, this technique would be something that is priceless. Master Shi Yuan, I have a request. May I take a copy of this half of the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra with me? Jiang Chen said directly, getting straight to the point. Although the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra is only half complete, and the other half is likely irretrievable, this is, after all, the only possible cultivation technique Jiang Chen has discovered so far. Regardless, he is determined to take it back for further study. In response to Jiang Chen's request, Master Shi Hong did not appear to be too troubled this time. If Jiang Chen had asked to copy other techniques from the scripture repository, Master Shi Hong would have hesitated. However, since it was just the half-hearted Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to take the original, but making a copy was not a problem. Thus, Master Shi Hong straightforwardly made a copy of the half Great Sun Tathagata Sutra and handed it to Jiang Chen. With the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra in hand, Jiang Chen's purpose was fulfilled. After saying goodbye to Master Shi Hong, Jiang Chen left Shaolin Temple. At the temple gate, seeing Jiang Chen's gradually receding figure, Master Shi Hong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It wasn't easy. Finally, he had sent this great plague away. Fortunately, with his clever handling, he had not offended Jiang Chen, nor had he met the same tragic fate as his senior brother, Master Shi Yuan. After leaving Shaolin Temple, you did not go directly home, but instead headed to other martial arts sects. There are quite a few martial arts sects that are as renowned as Shaolin Temple. Since Shaolin Temple has the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, do other sects have similar techniques? You are not sure, but that does not stop you from trying your luck. Thus, over the next year, you, as the newly appointed leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, visited the residences of major sects across the country. All the major sects were aware of your strength as the new martial arts leader, so they treated you with great respect. They ultimately agreed to your request to visit the scripture repository. However, unfortunately, despite visiting many sects, aside from finding a half of a suspected cultivation technique at Wudong Mountain, you came up empty-handed elsewhere. The suspected cultivation technique at Wudong Mountain is called Golden Light Mantra, like the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra from Shaolin Temple. This Golden Light Mantra from Wudong Mountain also remains only half complete, specifically the left half. The right half has been neatly cut away by someone. You carefully compared the two. You can almost be certain that these two half-complete cultivation techniques were likely penned by the same person. Why? Why would someone destroy the remaining cultivation techniques of both Shaolin Temple and Wudong Mountain? What was the motive behind this act? You cannot figure it out at the moment. With the old celestial master of Wudong, you successfully obtained a copy of the half-golden light mantra. Thus, you now have two cultivation techniques in your possession. Next, you headed to the final stop of your journey, Ame Mountain. Here, you will meet with Master Luo and the little red-clad Luo Hongi, and then return to Qingqing City with them. The Ame sect is built against the mountains, hidden within lush, dense forests. The lineage of the Ame sect is equally ancient. You have paid a visit to the current leader of the Ame sect, a charming and graceful woman. You have no grievances with the Ame sect from the martial arts conference. The Ame sect was not among the 8 major sects that besieged you back then. Moreover, since the leader of the Ame sect is the master of Luo Hongi, your brief exchange quickly fostered a friendly rapport. A scene unfolds. In the reception hall of the Ame sect, the leader, dressed in a robe that accentuates her curvaceous figure, pours a cup of tea for Jiang Chen and smiles. I heard that Alliance Master Jiang has visited many sect scripture pavilions over the past year. I wonder if your visit to our Ame sect is for the same purpose. Speaking with a clever person is straightforward. Seeing the Ame sect leader bring it up, Jiang Chen directly replied, if it's convenient, I would like to visit the scripture pavilion of the Ame sect. Without any hesitation, the Ame sect leader led Jiang Chen to the sect's scripture pavilion. Inside the scripture pavilion, as soon as Jiang Chen entered, he spotted a small figure in red, engrossed in a book. Hongi! Jiang Chen called out with a smile. Little Luo Hongi looked up and immediately saw the leader of the Ame sect and Jiang Chen beside her. Wow, it's master and uncle. Little Luo Hongi ran over with her short legs and jumped into Jiang Chen's arms. Uncle, why did you come to our Ame sect? Did you come with daddy to see me? That's right. Jiang Chen affectionately ruffled Luo Hongi's little head and smiled. It's been a long time since we last met. You've grown quite a bit. Hee hee. Luo Hongi laughed happily. Uncle, it's been so long since we last met. You've become quite handsome too. Not bad. She knows how to talk, so let her talk more. What were you reading just now? Jiang Chen asked. Just now, he noticed how absorbed Luo Hongi was. If he hadn't spoken up, they probably would have walked past her without noticing. It's this book. Luo Hongi handed the book in her hands to Jiang Chen. On the cover of the book, several large characters were written, Ame Red Tassel Spear Technique. This should be the spear technique that Luo Hongi would practice in the future. The leader of the Ame sect looked at the martial arts manual in Jiang Chen's hands and affectionately ruffled Luo Hongi's little head. Hongi really likes spear techniques. She often holds this book and reads it endlessly. Spear techniques. This is not the Ame sect's strongest skill, but it is certainly not lacking. As long as Luo Hongi practices earnestly, with her extraordinary talent for martial arts, making a name for herself in the martial arts world would not be difficult. Of course, the previous simulations have indeed confirmed how terrifying Luo Hongi's combat power is after comprehending the Ame Red Tassel Spear Technique. You picked up Luo Hongi and followed the leader of the Ame sect to the upper floor of the scripture pavilion. After searching for a while, you found what you were looking for. The 9-in manual. This is also a cultivation technique. What you find regrettable is that, like the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra of Shaolin Temple and the Golden Light Mantra of Wudong Mountain, the 9-in manual is only half complete. However, this outcome was within your expectations. It wouldn't make sense for the cultivation techniques of Shaolin Temple and Wudong Mountain to be half destroyed while the Ame sect's cultivation technique remains intact. However, unlike the other two cultivation techniques, this 9-in manual is only suitable for women to practice. The founder of the Ame sect was a woman. And now, the entire Ame sect consists solely of female disciples. After receiving permission from the leader of the Ame sect, you made a rubbing of this half of the 9-in manual. Thus, you now have 3 cultivation techniques under your command. The texts are the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra from Shaolin Temple, the Golden Light Mantra from Wudong Mountain, and the Nining Manual from the Ame School.
All of them are incomplete. Unfortunately, reality is not a game. There's no way to combine these three incomplete cultivation techniques into a complete one.
Not to mention now, there is no spiritual energy on Earth. Even if there were spiritual energy, with the three cultivation techniques being mere fragments, you wouldn't be able to cultivate.
Therefore, what you need to do next is to complete the three incomplete cultivation techniques.
You know your own capabilities well. You struggle to even understand the techniques, let alone complete them.
This is simply beyond your ability. You can only seek external help. You first found Mio.
You entered all the fragments of the Golden Light Mantra into Mio's database, trying to utilize Mio's powerful computing ability to deduce the remaining content of the three techniques.
However, after letting Mio attempt the deduction for 2 more days, you found the actual results to be quite mediocre.
There are 2 main reasons for this. One is that the current Mio is not a complete version, it is merely residing in the school's computer room in Qing City, and both its deduction methods and speed are not particularly good. The other reason is that in Mio's database, the only knowledge about cultivation techniques is the 3 techniques you just entered.
There is no other information available. The reference information is extremely scarce.
Coupled with the extremely profound content of the cultivation techniques, asking Mio to deduce a cultivation technique is indeed a bit difficult for it. According to your estimation, before the complete version of Mio is born, it is impossible to make any effective deductions on the 3 cultivation techniques of the Golden Light Mantra.
If you force the deduction, it might lead to completely wrong cultivation directions. If that happens, it could directly lead someone to go astray, which would be counterproductive. This route with Mio is temporarily unfeasible. But you are not discouraged, because in your mind, there is still an alternative plan. Among the people you know, there is someone who is very skilled at deducing techniques. You spent a few days playing with Luo Hani on Ame Mountain. Then, you returned to Qing City with Master Luo. After a brief rest in the temporary rented room upon returning to Qing City, the next day, you went straight to the Kungquan Martial Arts School. Zhang Sankuan, who was teaching disciples at the Kungquan Martial Arts School, saw you enter and immediately greeted you politely. Zhang Sankuan holds you in high regard now.
More than a year ago, he might have had thoughts of surpassing you. But after the martial arts competition at that year's martial arts conference, where you defeated 80 top masters from various sects and ascended to the position of martial arts leader, the news returned to Qidong province, and all Zhang Sankuan felt for you was admiration.
As for surpassing you, he wouldn't dare to think about it at all.
A simulated scene appeared. Inside the Kungquan Martial Arts School, Zhang Sankuan politely cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen, leader Jiang. Jiang Chen waved his hand, sat down next to Zhang Sankuan, and gestured for him to sit as well. No need to be so polite with me, just call me Jiang Chen from now on.
By the way, the Kungquan you taught me is indeed excellent.
When I ascended to the position of martial arts leader a year ago, your Kungquan played a significant role. With just a few sentences, Jiang Chen once again drew closer to Zhang Sankuan. Speaking of Kungquan, Zhang Sankuan took out a manual from his bosom and presented it to Jiang Chen like a treasure. Jiang Chen, over the past year, I have improved Kungquan again, and now it's the 4.0 version. Take a look.
Jiang Chen took the 4.0
version of Kungquan and began to read it carefully. For most of the past year, Jiang Chen had spent his time in the scripture pavilions of various sects. He had seen the martial arts techniques of many sects and had become quite knowledgeable. However, this time, the revised Kuan Quan manual by Zhang Sankuan still left Jiang Chen feeling amazed. Many of the techniques in the Kuan Quan manual were extremely rare, even among the treasured techniques of the various sects. It was clearly a simple set of boxing techniques, yet Zhang Sankuan had delved into it deeply. Seeing Zhang Sankuan's remarkable talent in creating his own techniques further solidified Jiang Chen's thoughts. Jiang Chen spoke, "Come with me to your office, I want to show you something interesting."
Zhang Sankuan immediately stood up. What? Interesting? Let's go, hurry.
Without waiting for Jiang Chen to respond, he pulled into his office.
What's so interesting? Zhang Sankuan asked, filled with curiosity.
Jiang Chen didn't answer but smiled slightly as he slowly took out a book with a yellow cover from his bag.
Ahem. Of course, it wasn't the little royal uncle.
It was a rubbing of the Wudong Mountain cultivation technique. Only half of the Golden Light Mantra remained. The Golden Light Mantra. Zhang Sankuan, who recognized its value, was astonished and jumped up when he saw the 3 large characters on the cover. The Golden Light Mantra.
This was an incredibly famous technique in the Taoist sect.
Zhang Sankuan had only heard of it before. He never expected to have the chance to see it in person in his lifetime. Looking at the large characters on the cover of the book in Jiang Chen's hand, Jiang Sankuan instinctively licked his somewhat dry lips. Jiang Chen, this.
Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling Jiang Sankuan not to be nervous. It's not the original, just a rubbing.
After saying that, Jiang Chen casually tossed the rubbing of the Golden Light Mantra to Jiang Sankuan. This was the Golden Light Mantra. Jiang Sankuan didn't care whether it was the original or a rubbing, he treasured the Golden Light Mantra in his arms.
Jiang Chen, can I look at the contents inside? Jiang Sankuan asked, trying to contain his excitement. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. Sure, go ahead.
Jiang Sankuan carefully opened the Golden Light Mantra.
The next second, a helpless wail escaped Jiang Sankuan. Why is there only half the content?
Jiang Chen shrugged, speaking in a similarly helpless tone. That's why I came to find you. For some unknown reason, the Golden Light Mantra now only has half the content, just like what you see.
The remaining half can only be deduced by us. Among the people I know, you are the best at deducing techniques. Jiang Sankuan frowned and said, so, you mean for me to deduce the remaining half of the Golden Light Mantra? Jiang Chen stared at Jiang Sankuan, his gaze intense. Yes, do you have the confidence to do it?
Jiang Sankuan hesitated for a long time and did not give Jiang Chen a definite answer. I can only say I'll give it a try. I can't guarantee success.
After all, the Golden Light Mantra and Koan Quan are completely different levels of techniques. Jiang Sankuan was an extremely confident and proud person.
He always believed that his martial arts talent was exceptional. But, facing the task of deducing the Golden Light Mantra that Jiang Chen had given him, he didn't dare to make any promises. What level of technique was the Golden Light Mantra? It was incredibly difficult for an ordinary person to even understand it. Now, asking him to deduce the other half based on just half the content was no small feat. All right. Jiang Chen patted Jiang Sankuan's shoulder and smiled. Then I'll trouble you with this. The Golden Light Mantra is really important to me. Of course, I won't let you work for free. I'll set a standard. As long as you successfully deduce one page of the Golden Light Mantra, I'll give you 1 million. Indeed, a generous reward would surely attract a brave soul. Hearing that each page of the deduction was worth 1 million, Jiang Chen saw Jiang Sankuan's eyes light up.
Jiang Sankuan was also in need of money.
Although the Kungkwan Martial Arts School had quite a few disciples now, Jiang Sankuan didn't earn much, and even the land for the school was rented.
1 million per page.
The Golden Light spell had over 30 pages in total. If he completed the deduction for all of them, that would amount to over 30 million. Over 30 million could not only buy the land for the Kungkwan Martial Arts School but also allow him to purchase a house in Qingqing outright. With the material reward of cash, Jiang Sankuan suddenly became full of energy. He didn't even have time to chat with you and immediately ran to his personal training room to start working on the deduction of the Golden Light spell. Seeing Jiang Sankuan, the employee you had hired at a high price, so dedicated to his work, a smile of satisfaction appeared on your face.
1 million per page, over 30 million for the whole book. This price seemed quite expensive.
However, when calculated, it was like spending over 30 million to acquire a complete version of a cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques were something that had a price but no market. Spending 30 million to buy one was definitely a huge profit. Now, in modern society, there was no spiritual energy on Earth. But 10 years later, when the zombie virus outbreak occurred and zombies containing spiritual crystals filled the globe, the value of a cultivation technique would likely be beyond measure, possibly in the hundreds of millions.
This deal was certainly profitable for you. After all, wealth is just an external possession. But cultivation techniques can genuinely enhance one's abilities.
As for why you only entrusted Jiang Sankuan with the Golden Light spell, it was naturally because you were worried he might bite off more than he could chew. Faced with 3 cultivation techniques at once, he would inevitably be overwhelmed. It was better to let him focus solely on the Golden Light spell. Anyway, your current requirement for cultivation techniques was simply to have one. You weren't demanding more for now. You needed a technique to begin your cultivation journey and to see if you could absorb the energy from the spiritual crystals within zombies. As for what that technique was, it didn't matter much to you. You had given Jiang Sankuan a blank check for 1 million per page of deduction. However, with the money you had earned from buying lottery tickets and the prize from the martial arts competition, you currently only had a few million in cash. Additionally, in this simulated world, to prepare for the zombie crisis 10 years later, you still needed to build a war robot army. This would require a significant amount of funding. So, you had to start making money again. As for the route to make money this time, you had already planned it out in advance. In the last simulated world, you had memorized the formula for an anti-cancer reagent using a memory capsule. Multiple clinical experiments had proven that the anti-cancer reagent developed by the Dark Particle Laboratory could completely kill cancer cells when facing ordinary human cancers. Once it was released, it would undoubtedly be sought after by cancer patients worldwide, becoming a lifesaver for countless families.
The anti-cancer reagent was essentially a cash cow. It could provide you with a continuous stream of funds. However, this cash cow couldn't be brought to market just yet.
The production conditions for the anti-cancer reagent were extremely stringent, requiring you to build a specialized laboratory, with a scale and standards similar to those of the dark particle laboratory.
How much was the investment in the dark particle laboratory? A full $500 million. Of course, most of that $500 million was for personnel and research costs.
You have the formula blueprint for the anti-cancer reagent right under your hands, allowing you to skip this step and save a considerable amount of money. However, building such a large laboratory is impossible without an initial investment of at least a couple of $100 million.
So, right now, you need to earn that initial investment.
Having long since planned, you directly rented a storefront in the bustling area of Qingqing City and opened a clinic.
You opened a clinic. The name of the clinic is quite simple, Zhang Family Clinic.
Thus, in a corner of the bustling downtown of Qingqing City, your clinic quietly opened its doors.
Of course, you are not really going to be a doctor. You studied computer science in college, not medicine.
In fact, when you were younger, you did have the idea of becoming a doctor when you grew up. However, after learning about the tortures one must endure to become a medical student, you decisively chose to give it up.
Those who advise others to study medicine will be struck by lightning.
So, when it came time to choose your major in college, you wisely did not choose medicine.
Back to the point. You opened a clinic, of course, not to treat and save people. Because you don't have a medical license, and there isn't a single bottle of medicine in your clinic. On the door of the clinic, you posted a notice. It had a few big words written on it. This clinic treats the condition, abnormal sexual orientation. That's right, you don't treat any other ailments, only this one, turning those with a bent sexual orientation straight. After all, if the sexual orientation is bent, it can be straightened.
This is completely within the scope of your causal law skills. In the first month of opening, your clinic saw no visitors.
Not a single person came in for legitimate treatment.
Instead, quite a few young men came in asking if you sold condoms.
But you weren't worried.
Good wine fears no deep alley.
Moreover, your clinic is located in the bustling downtown of Qingqing City, so it's not exactly a deep alley. Sure enough,
one day, your clinic welcomed its first official customer.
It was two young girls holding hands as they entered. Judging by their age, they seemed to have just come of age.
One was petite and cute, while the other had short hair and a spirited demeanor.
The two were a couple.
They had just finished watching a movie in the adjacent shopping center and happened to see your clinic, so they came in. A simulated scene emerged.
Handsome, your clinic doesn't look very legitimate, huh? The petite girl boldly sat down opposite Jiang Chen, giggling.
Jiang Chen looked the two girls up and down, speaking in a calm tone.
You two are a couple, right? The treatment services of my clinic are clearly stated on the notice at the entrance. If you have a need, you can pay for treatment. If not, you can go home and cuddle. We do have a need.
The short-haired girl stared intently at Jiang Chen, her tone seemingly pleading. Doctor, if you really have a way, please turn Nan Nan into a straight girl.
The short-haired girl's sexual orientation is perfectly normal.
Unfortunately, the petite girl had been hurt in love, causing her sexual orientation to turn bent.
As the short-haired girl's best friend, she could only helplessly agree to her friend's unreasonable requests time and again.
And then, she fell deeper and deeper. It seemed she was almost unable to escape.
Sure, 10,000 per session, no discounts.
Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Of course, I only take payment if the treatment is successful. If it's not, I won't take a single cent. Upon hearing the price of 10,000, the short-haired girl showed a troubled expression. But thinking of her friend's numerous requests for cuddling every day, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Sure, doctor, I still have quite a bit in my savings.
If you can really cure Nan Nan, then 10,000 yuan is fine.
The petite girl who had been listening to their conversation couldn't hold back. Ran, last night in bed, didn't you promise to stay with me for life?
Woo, do you not love me anymore? The petite girl cried like a little kitten.
Jiang Chen, understanding her feelings, handed her a box of tissues. As she wiped her tears, she said, Doctor, although I don't agree with your medical skills, you are indeed quite handsome.
If I didn't like boys, I would definitely ask for your WeChat. Thank you very much.
Jiang Chen didn't expect that the first time in his life someone would compliment him on his looks would be from a girl with a lisp.
Jiang Chen looked at the short-haired girl. Are you sure you want to proceed with the treatment? The short-haired girl nodded and then asked, Right, do I need to take any medicine or get an injection?
Jiang Chen smiled slightly. None of that is needed, you just have to wait a few seconds. While the short-haired girl was still processing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Chen had already used his causal ability to turn the petite girl, who had a bent sexual orientation, straight. A true straight girl. The next moment, the petite girl stopped crying and looked around in confusion.
Hey, Ran, why are we here? Ha? Didn't we just come out of the cinema, planning to go home together? What? You and I, together? Ran, are you craving my body?
But I tell you, I am a steel straight girl, only moved by men.
Then, the petite girl noticed Jiang Chen. Wow, what a handsome doctor. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat?
The short-haired girl stared blankly at the petite girl. Nan, you.
Ran, what do you want?
I'll tell you, this handsome doctor was the first one I noticed. You can't steal him from me.
The petite girl protectively shielded Jiang Chen.
The short-haired girl turned her head, looking at Jiang Chen in surprise. Is it really cured? Jiang Chen shrugged, opening his WeChat personal QR code while smiling. If you don't believe it, you can test it. The short-haired girl, half convinced, took out her phone and opened a certain app.
The first video that popped up was of a curvy beauty.
After showing it to the petite girl, she expressed no feelings. Then, after showing her a handsome guy with 8-pack abs, the petite girl's eyes sparkled, almost wanting to lick the phone screen. Now, the short-haired girl was sure that Jiang Chen had indeed straightened the petite girl out.
Doctor, how did you do it? The short-haired girl asked in shock, not understanding. Jiang Chen accepted the petite girl's friend request and replied, a family secret. Alright then.
The short-haired girl didn't ask further.
After all, the petite girl's sexual orientation was normal now.
As for how Jiang Chen did it, it didn't matter. The short-haired girl transferred the 10,000 yuan treatment fee to Jiang Chen, then pulled the petite girl and hurriedly left the clinic. She needed to destroy all the soft and messy items at their home before the petite girl returned. Of course, that included the recorded video from earlier.
Your clinic has opened. In just a few minutes, you made a profit of 10,000 yuan.
And this 10,000 yuan is pure profit.
With no costs at all.
Your first customer, that short-haired girl, will come back to your shop a few days later.
This time, she brings a banner to present to you. It has 8 big characters written on it.
Miraculous hands bring spring, forcibly straightened. After seeing these 8 big characters, you almost spat out the tea you had just drunk. In fact, you thought it would be enough to just bring the first 4 characters. The last 4 were completely unnecessary. But the short-haired girl insisted on giving it to you, and you felt too embarrassed not to accept it. Before leaving, the short-haired girl told you that they have a beautiful girls group, filled with girls just like the petite girl she was with before. Now, she has introduced your clinic to the beauties in the group. It's likely that it won't be long before someone comes knocking on your door.
Sure enough,
just as the short-haired girl said, that afternoon, 2 girls came to your shop hand in hand. A few minutes later, the 2 of them walked out of your clinic on the phone, off to meet their respective male friends. With the word of mouth spreading from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100, your business became booming. Every day, many pairs of unique girls walked into your shop, and you naturally had a cure for them all.
Straightening one out in just a few seconds, highly efficient.
The majority of people in Huagua have a normal sexual orientation, but even if only a small portion have a non-normal orientation, given Huagua's vast population, that's still a considerable number, enough for you to make a lot of money.
At first, your clinic's reputation was only spreading within Xinjiang, but as those who were cured acted as free advertising, many people came to know the name of your clinic.
Many in various circles learned that there was a small clinic in Xinjiang called Zhang Family Clinic, specifically responsible for straightening out those who had turned gay. People from all over the country, who had been forced to turn or were just like the short-haired girl, pretending for their friends, flocked to your small clinic. Your clinic, only 30 to 40 square meters, became bustling with visitors. Some came voluntarily, while others were forced to come to your clinic for treatment. There were even 2 middle-aged men in their 40s who broke down and cried before entering your clinic.
Their cries were heart-wrenching, making listeners sad and causing tears to flow.
However, this did not stop the 2 from being dragged in by their wives by the ear.
You didn't feel much psychological burden in forcibly straightening so many people. In Huagua, they are not accepted by society.
Rather than being pointed at for a lifetime, it's better to treat them as brothers or best friends under your treatment in a seemingly natural way for the rest of their lives.
And you could be seen as a form of redemption for them. You felt you were doing something truly amazing.
If the United Nations found out, they would surely give you a World Peace Award.
With your growing fame, it meant you could make money faster. 10,000 yuan per person.
Although this price seems high, an ordinary family could still manage to scrape it together.
Now, you could almost receive 100 patients a day, earning $1 million a day.
Your clinic's business thrived for a whole year. A year later, while your clinic didn't go from bustling to deserted, the number of patients coming in had significantly decreased.
Only about 10 to 20 people came in a day,
because those who needed it had mostly already visited your clinic. As for those who hadn't come, most likely planned to stay that way for life. Men are all scumbags. Where can you find a best friend who truly cares?
This is the mindset held by the girls.
Heh, I certainly don't want to be a woman's lapdog. Throwing thousands of yuan away feels like throwing it into the water. It's still comfortable being a brother. A 10 yuan plate of fried rice can make him call me his godfather for a whole day. This is the thought of a boy. So, your business has become sluggish. But a year of booming sales has also earned you quite a bit of money. Earning $1 million a day, by the end of the year, you've made over 300 million.
Over 300 million yuan.
You've already completed half of your initial goal of $100 million.
Your clinic is still open.
However, it has started to become a case of fishing 3 days and sunbathing for 2.
You've begun to dabble in a side business.
You came to the local headquarters of the Magician Association in Xinjiang, applying to become a magician.
That's right, your side job is being a magician. You have no experience in magic at all.
You don't even recognize most magic props. Whenever you saw magic performances on the Spring Festival Gala, you would only gasp in amazement like countless viewers in front of their TVs.
As for how the magician did it, you had no idea. Logically, someone who can't even be considered an amateur magic enthusiast shouldn't be able to become a magician. You really can't do magic. But you can do magic, right? Your causality skill is just like magic.
A simulated scene appears. At the headquarters of the Xinjiang Magician Association, there are several professional magicians.
There's even one who has performed magic live on a certain satellite TV's gala.
And now, everyone is staring at Jiang Chen without blinking, because just now, Jiang Chen told everyone that he would perform a magic trick that no one could imitate.
Everyone was skeptical.
From the simple conversation earlier, they learned that this young man named Jiang Chen seemed to be just an ordinary person. Not to mention mastering the skills of magic performance, he probably couldn't even be called a business magic enthusiast. "Young man, start your performance," said a man wearing a magician's hat and sporting a small mustache, speaking to Jiang Chen in a bland tone. Clearly, he intended to watch Jiang Chen's clumsy performance and then quickly send him away.
"My performance requires a prop. Does anyone have a coin?"
Jiang Chen smiled as he looked around at the few people. "I just happen to have one in my pocket," said a magician with a bulbous nose, pulling a coin from his pocket and handing it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen rolled up his sleeves, placed the coin in the palm of his right hand, and covered it with his left hand. Then, he blew a breath onto his palm.
"Now, it's time to witness a miracle."
Jiang Chen smiled slightly and slowly raised his palm.
"Now, it's time to witness a miracle."
After saying this, Jiang Chen lifted his left hand.
The round coin that was originally lying in his palm had, at some point, transformed into a square.
The surrounding magicians looked at each other in disbelief.
"Old Wang, are you in cahoots with this kid?"
said the magician with the hat and mustache, looking at the bulbous-nosed, balding magician who had just handed the coin to Jiang Chen. Just now, it was this bulbous-nosed magician who had given the coin to Jiang Chen. The few of them were somewhat well-known magicians in Xinjiang.
But from Jiang Chen's performance just now, no one had noticed any flaws.
So, there were only two possibilities. Either Jiang Chen's magic performance skills were indeed far superior to everyone else's, to the point that they couldn't find any flaws. Or the other possibility was that Jiang Chen and the bulbous-nosed magician had colluded in advance.
The bulbous-nosed magician was Jiang Chen's accomplice.
They had done something to the coin together.
Two possibilities. Clearly, the second reason was more likely.
After all, Jiang Chen looked like just a young man in his early 20s. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't possibly surpass those who had immersed themselves in the magic circle for over a decade or two. The little mustached magician picked up the square coin from Jiang Chen's palm and toyed with it in his hand. "Old Wang, your assistant performed quite well just now, completely fooling us." Being unjustly accused of being Jiang Chen's assistant, the magician called Old Wang was naturally unwilling and argued, "I assure you, I'm not this kid's assistant. I don't even know him, and the coin in my hand is just an ordinary coin."
"Oh wow!
Old Wang, your acting skills are really impressive." Seeing Old Wang's flushed face, the little mustached magician couldn't help but praise, "I think it's a waste of talent for you to be a magician.
With your skills, if you went to Hongdian Film City, you'd quickly make a name for yourself."
Magician Old Wang, I at $$.
What is wrong with this era? Why doesn't anyone believe the truth? He really isn't my assistant.
At this moment, Jiang Chen stepped forward to clear Old Wang's name.
"See? He says he isn't my assistant.
You two don't need to put on a show here. Young man, your performance just now was indeed good,
but it was because old Wang cooperated with you that you fool our eyes. If you only have this level of skill, joining our Qingqing City Magician Association won't be enough. So, what do I need to do? Perform another magic trick that you're good at. Another magic trick? Yes, the more shocking, the better. Well, okay then. Since he said so, Jiang Chen couldn't really refuse. After scanning the room, Jiang Chen's gaze finally landed on the fluorescent light above. I need a prop for my performance. What prop? Jiang Chen pointed to the light above his head and smiled. This will do. After saying that, while the magicians were still puzzled about what Jiang Chen could do with a light tube, he walked over to the light switch and tried it a few times. The light is normal, I haven't done anything. You can all verify that I haven't been in this room before. But, actually, I have mastered a kind of magic, and everything in this room is already under my control. Next, it's time to witness the miracle again. After saying a few mysterious words, Jiang Chen slowly raised his right hand. The magicians turned to look at Jiang Chen, glancing up at the light tube, unsure of what he was planning. Then, everyone heard Jiang Chen snap his fingers. The next second, under the astonished gazes of the magicians, the light tube on the ceiling cracked inch by inch, covered in fissures. Then, with a bang, it exploded. Boom! The shattered pieces of the light tube scattered, and everyone instinctively ducked for cover. But since no one was standing directly under the light tube, no one was injured. How did you do that? One of them stood up in disarray, looking at Jiang Chen in shock. The reason was simple. Just now, that light tube had exploded right before their eyes. And Jiang Chen seemed to have done nothing but snap his fingers. To everyone, Jiang Chen's magic performance was one of the most difficult close-up magic tricks in the magic world. Even the top magicians in the country might not have 100% confidence in successfully performing it. Yet Jiang Chen not only performed it but did so without revealing any flaws. That was truly terrifying. Because this indicated that Jiang Chen's magic level far surpassed that of everyone present. Faced with the magician's question, Jiang Chen nearly smiled slightly. I told you, I can do magic. Everything in this room is under my control. After saying this, Jiang Chen snapped his fingers again. Boom! A floor-to-ceiling mirror by the door suddenly shattered without warning. The several magicians were once again thoroughly frightened. The way everyone looked at Jiang Chen was as if they were staring at a monster. Old Wang, the magician, couldn't help but mutter, I said it, I'm not a prop. How could a magician of his caliber possibly need someone like me as a prop? So, now I have the strength to join your magician association, right? Jiang Chen said with a beaming smile at the little mustached magician. The little mustached magician nodded repeatedly, of course, you have the strength. We will collectively recommend you to the president of the association to be our vice president. With you here, the Qingqing City Magician Association will surely shine in the National Magician Competition in a few months. Seeing your impressive magic performance skills, everyone certainly wouldn't let you go. You successfully joined the Qingqing City Magician Association. And 2 days later, with the joint recommendation of several magicians, you became the vice president of the Qingqing City Magician Association. The official members of the Qingqing City Magician Association number nearly 50, all of whom make a living through magic performances. As for the unofficial peripheral members, there are over 500, most of whom are enthusiastic magic fans. Having an organization makes things easier. A week after joining the Magician Association, under their arrangement, you welcomed your first commercial performance. The performance venue was the Grand Theater in Qingqing City. At the competition site, you directly performed a magic show themed anything can be split in half. During your performance, the audience erupted when they saw you split items like apples, cups, bricks, and fake rocks in half with a toothpick just a few millimeters thick. At first, the audience doubted that the items you split were all props. But later, you added an interactive segment with the audience. They could provide items for you to split with the toothpick. The items the audience provided were bizarre. Water bottles, power banks, glasses, these were still normal. But then it gradually became absurd. Wigs, dentures, underwear were all handed to you. Eventually, you even received a pink vibrator. You were left speechless. However, you completely dispelled the audience's speculation that you were using magic props, because you split all the random items they handed you with that toothpick. Your performance ended, earning you thunderous applause from the audience. You became an instant sensation. Your name was known by many in the audience. In the following period, you performed several more magic shows. With your outstanding performances, you accumulated a large fan base. Every one of your shows was packed. The audience seats were all filled. Your appearance fee was not a fixed salary but a profit-sharing model. The more people came to see your performance, the higher your appearance fee became, because your shows were often sold out. Now, your appearance fee had reached around 10,000 yuan per show. However, you were clearly not satisfied with this. The stage in Qingqing City was still too small. There were only so many people who liked to watch magic. Your appearance fee had nearly hit the ceiling. To increase your appearance fee, you can only perform on a larger stage. To perform on a bigger stage, your fame needs to be further enhanced. Currently, there happens to be such an opportunity. A week later, the National Magician Competition is about to be held. This is an officially organized contest. Qing City has 2 slots for participants, and one of them has been secured by you early on. The National Magician Competition will be broadcast live. Moreover, it has a considerable viewership, and many magic enthusiasts will be watching. This is a great opportunity for you to elevate your fame. Your goal is the championship. As the champion, not only will your name be known among magic lovers nationwide, but you will also receive a prize of 5 million, making it a win-win situation. With your causality ability, winning the championship is certainly within your grasp. After all, no matter how strong other magicians are, their performances are still just magic. What you perform is real magic. In fact, after some time as a magician, you, who initially only aimed to make money, gradually grew fond of this feeling. After all, being a magician is the only profession where you can openly use your causality ability without raising any suspicions from others. Using your causality ability freely in front of thousands of spectators feels incredibly satisfying. A few days later, you and another contestant from Qing City participated in this year's National Magician Conference. You sailed through, advancing to the finals with several small tricks that left the judges completely unable to find any flaws. A total of 8 magicians advanced to the finals. The 8 magicians performed in order. 10 professional judges and 500 audience judges scored the performances, and the one with the highest score would win the championship. You were the last to perform. This order is generally considered unfavorable for most people. The last performance often finds the judges physically and mentally exhausted, and they may suffer from aesthetic fatigue, making it difficult to achieve a high score. However, you were completely unfazed. Soon, the first 7 contestants finished their performances. You stepped onto the stage. A simulated scene appeared. Zhang Chen stood on the stage, slightly bowing to the judges. The 10 professional judges were all big names in the Chinese magic scene, most of whom had won the championship in the Chinese magician competition. Sitting in the middle of the judges' panel was the legendary figure of the Chinese magic world, Lu Qian. Contestant Zhang Chen, what magic will you be performing? Lu Qian asked, holding the microphone. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and replied, today, I will perform an escape magic. Escape magic. Upon hearing these 4 words, many in the audience gasped. Escape magic is hailed as the most dangerous form of magic performance. Throughout history, many magicians have died attempting escape magic, almost every year. Any slight misstep in any part of the act could lead to being trapped and killed by the very magic they designed. Domestic magicians tend to value their lives. Therefore, it is rare for magicians in the country to challenge escape magic. Unexpectedly, in this year's magician competition finals, someone dared to take on this challenge. Lu Qian looked Zhang Chen up and down, his gaze filled with approval. Just for Zhang Chen's courage to challenge escape magic, he could earn quite a few points from him. I look forward to your performance and hope you can succeed, Lu Qian wished him. I hope that a true master of escape magic can emerge from our China. As soon as Lu Qian's words fell, an untimely, sarcastic voice rang out from the side. Young man, do you know what escape magic represents? Don't end up drawing a tiger but instead getting a dog, and lose your life. The speaker was a middle-aged man in his 40s, one of the 10 professional judges, named Wu Tianliang. It was said that in his early years abroad, he had a rivalry with another magician over a woman. However, because he was not as skilled as the foreign magician, he became the loser. That foreign magician specialized in escape magic. Therefore, Wu Tianliang harbored resentment towards Zhang Chen, who was also performing escape magic, and his attitude was not very friendly. Soon, the props needed for Zhang Chen's performance were moved onto the stage. A large glass water tank, nearly 2 meters high. The glass tank was temporarily empty, with only a chair fixed to the bottom. On the other side were handcuffs, leg shackles, and iron chains as thick as a forearm, specifically used by the police. In a moment, Zhang Chen would be bound to the chair in the glass tank with the chains and cuffs. Water would continuously be poured into the tank. In about 2 minutes, it would overflow Zhang Chen's head. Zhang Chen needed to free himself from the handcuffs and chains within those 2 minutes to escape the glass tank. Otherwise, he would suffocate and die inside. The escape magic Zhang Chen was about to perform was indeed highly dangerous. 2 minutes. Zhang Chen had only 2 minutes. He not only had to unlock the handcuffs and leg shackles binding his hands and feet but also had to break free from the troublesome iron chains.
As a result, the organizers, upon hearing about Jiang Chen's escape magic, had hurriedly purchased a large accidental injury insurance policy for him overnight. Outside the competition venue, an ambulance was already parked, on high alert, fearing that Jiang Chen might encounter an accident during the performance. In the audience, as they saw the props being brought onto the stage one by one, excitement began to build. Escape magic. They had seen it before, but mostly through videos of foreign magicians' performances. This was the first time they would witness a local magician from Huagua performing escape magic live, especially a water tank escape that was both tense and visually captivating. The audience was eagerly anticipating Jiang Chen's upcoming performance. However, amidst their excitement, there was also some concern. They worried that this seemingly young magician might not possess the skills of the top foreign escape magic masters and that an accident could occur. On stage, all the props needed for Jiang Chen's escape magic had been set up. "Now, I will begin my performance," Jiang Chen said, facing the audience and giving a slight bow. The audience responded with encouraging applause. But the next second, just as Jiang Chen was about to start his performance, an untimely voice rang out again. It was the magician Wu Tianliang. He stood up from the judges' table and walked to the center of the stage. "Mr. Jiang, I am also very interested in escape magic, but I really dislike those who deceive. May I check your props?" Wu Tianliang's words were purely provocative. Which magician doesn't deceive the audience during their performance? Can anyone truly create something out of thin air, like cutting off their head and remaining unharmed? As for escape magic, generally speaking, magicians do some tricks with their props. It would make it a bit easier for himself when escaping. As a magician with over 20 years of experience, Wu Tianliang certainly understood this. Magicians do not sabotage each other. This is an unspoken rule in the world of magic. However, when Wu Tianliang said he wanted to inspect Jiang Chen's performance props, it was clearly aimed at Jiang Chen. The purpose was likely to expose Jiang Chen's setup with the props, leaving him humiliated and unable to proceed with his performance. Wu Tianliang had two reasons for doing this. One, as previously mentioned, was that he had been cheated on by his ex-girlfriend with a magician skilled in escape tricks. The other reason was that, before the competition, a contestant had already spent a large sum to buy him off. The contestant who bought him off was currently ranked first among the 9 contestants who had already performed. By doing this, Wu Tianliang was also clearing the last obstacle for that contestant against Jiang Chen. Now, Wu Tianliang believed Jiang Chen had two choices. One was to refuse his request to inspect the props. This would indicate that Jiang Chen was indeed guilty. In the eyes of the audience, Jiang Chen's props would definitely be suspect. Even if Jiang Chen completed his performance, he would not score high with the audience. The other choice was to accept his inspection of the props. Wu Tianliang was quite confident in his own abilities. He was sure he could find Jiang Chen's setup with the props. At that point, he would reveal it directly. Jiang Chen would probably not even be able to perform, being booed off the stage by the audience. This was Wu Tianliang's line of thought. It was an idealistic view. On the other side, upon hearing Wu Tianliang's words that were akin to sabotage, Jiang Chen looked at him with a half-smile. The scene Wu Tianliang had envisioned, where Jiang Chen would be caught in a dilemma, did not occur. Jiang Chen calmly stepped aside, allowing Wu Tianliang to inspect as he pleased. "Sure, go ahead." Jiang Chen's words took Wu Tianliang by surprise. However, he quickly felt that Jiang Chen was merely pretending to be calm. "Since you've said that, I won't hold back." Thinking this, Wu Tianliang approached Jiang Chen's performance props and began to inspect them one by one. 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. 10 minutes had passed since Wu Tianliang started inspecting Jiang Chen's props. Beside the props, Wu Tianliang was sweating profusely, because in those 10 minutes, he had thoroughly checked all of Jiang Chen's props. But to his utter surprise, as a veteran magician with over 20 years of experience, he found no flaws in Jiang Chen's performance props at all. This shouldn't be. Wu Tianliang scratched his head, muttering to himself. The situation before him was indeed far beyond his understanding. He had never encountered anything like this in all his years of work. "Teacher Wu, you've been checking my props for 10 minutes now, is that enough? The audience is still waiting for my performance." Jiang Chen, with his arms crossed, looked at the exhausted and sweaty Wu Tianliang, resembling a comical clown. With so many audience members watching, Wu Tianliang felt embarrassed to continue inspecting and awkwardly smiled. "I've finished checking, your props are indeed fine." After saying this, feeling incredibly embarrassed, Wu Tianliang planned to sneak back to the judges' table. But Jiang Chen had no intention of letting Wu Tianliang leave. "Teacher Wu, please wait a moment." Jiang Chen called out to Wu Tianliang directly. "Is there something wrong?" Wu Tianliang awkwardly halted his steps.
For the next performance, there's something I want the staff to handle, but since you're on stage, why not let you do it?
After saying this, Jiang Chen did not give Wu Tianliang a chance to refuse and directly handed him the handcuffs, leg shackles, and chains.
Jiang Chen went straight to the chair fixed in the glass water tank and sat down.
Come on, Teacher Wu, use the props in your hand to tie me to this chair as tightly as possible. Wu Tianliang looked down at the binding tools in his hand, and a wicked thought arose in his heart. He chuckled. Young man, since you asked for it, as a master of binding, I must give you a proper treatment. With years of binding experience on the bed, Wu Tianliang took the binding tools and firmly secured Jiang Chen to the chair in the glass water tank. At the venue of the National Magician Competition.
On stage,
Jiang Chen was bound to the chair in the glass water tank by Wu Tianliang using handcuffs, leg irons, and chains.
After binding Jiang Chen, Wu Tianliang carefully checked again.
Once he confirmed that Jiang Chen was indeed tied up tightly and couldn't move at all, he let out a sigh of relief.
Hee hee, young man.
Even if you don't die this time, you'll definitely shed a layer of skin.
The props were fine. The way he was bound was also fine. Wu Tianliang couldn't think of any way Jiang Chen could complete this escape magic.
In his view, Jiang Chen's magic performance was likely to end in failure.
Wu Tianliang sneered a few times. I've finished binding you, and now I look forward to your performance. But if you really can't break free, don't be too embarrassed to beg for mercy from us. If you really die on stage, our competition committee will also bear a huge responsibility.
Jiang Chen chuckled nonchalantly. Teacher Wu, you don't need to worry about my matters. If you have the time, you might as well reflect on why yours isn't as good as others. Mentioning a sore spot made Wu Tianliang's nose twitch in anger. Young man, all you know is to show off your tongue.
Wu Tianliang angrily flicked his sleeve and returned to the judge's seat.
On stage, the staff brought a black cloth to cover the side of the glass pool facing the audience, leaving only a blurred side view for the spectators. At the same time, Jiang Chen's performance officially began. Water was being poured into the bottom of the glass pool with a splashing sound. Inside the glass pool, the water level kept rising, gradually covering Jiang Chen's feet, knees, and waist. Soon it reached his chest. The audience held their breath in nervous anticipation. The competition committee's staff was also on high alert. 2 staff members were tightly gripping hammers, worried that something might go wrong with Jiang Chen later. They were ready to smash the water tank open to rescue him. On the other side, Jiang Chen, the main character of this performance, appeared calm and unhurried.
This left Wu Tianliang, sitting in the judge's seat, quite puzzled. From Wu Tianliang's perspective, Jiang Chen's props were fine. There were no hidden mechanisms inside.
This meant that Jiang Chen could not escape from a fully filled glass water tank without any hidden mechanisms.
But Wu Tianliang never expected that Jiang Chen's props were indeed genuine.
However, what Jiang Chen was performing was not magic, but rather magic. Just a few seconds later, the water in the glass pool had already risen to Jiang Chen's neck, reaching his mouth and nose. At this point, the water would affect Jiang Chen's breathing.
Inside the glass tank, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. During the last few seconds he could still breathe.
Based on Jiang Chen's normal breath holding time, this breath would allow him to hold on for about another minute.
Half a minute later,
amidst the gasps of the audience, the water in the tank had already submerged Jiang Chen's head. At this point, Jiang Chen was completely covered by water. In the audience, some spectators were so tense that they stood up.
1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds.
Now, it had been over 40 seconds since the water had touched Jiang Chen's mouth and nose.
Was it really possible for Jiang Chen to succeed in his performance? Thump, thump, thump.
The entire venue was eerily quiet. The people in the audience seemed to hear their own hearts pounding. Backstage, the live director, who had been observing the situation on stage, raised his wrist to check the time on his watch, just about to signal the staff to go rescue him. Suddenly, on stage, amidst the splashing water, a drenched figure crawled out of the tank.
And that figure could only be Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had succeeded in his performance.
Under the gaze of everyone present, he completed a rare escape magic trick that few magicians in the country had ever succeeded in.
Time rewound a few seconds earlier.
Inside the glass tank, feeling increasingly suffocated, Jiang Chen decided to stop pretending. He had originally planned to interact with everyone as an ordinary magician, but there were always schemers trying to harm him. So he laid his cards on the table. He was done pretending. He was not a magician, but a wizard. With a slight thought, Jiang Chen directly manipulated the handcuffs, leg irons, and chains binding him, selecting a cross-section to bend part of them straight, destroying their physical structure.
With just a little force, Jiang Chen broke all the handcuffs, leg irons, and chains.
Next, he used the chair to climb out of the tank. At the competition venue, as Jiang Chen crawled out of the tank, the audience erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited by a spark. The spectators wore expressions of surprise and astonishment. Oh my god, what did I just see? An escape magic trick. This young magician actually succeeded in performing an escape trick. This is the first time I've seen an escape magic trick live, and I have to say, it's incredibly thrilling. Within 5 minutes, I want all the contact information for this handsome young man performing the escape trick. Damn! I've seen many magic masters perform escape tricks abroad, and I have to say, this young man's performance level is not inferior to those masters. Your escape magic performance was very successful. You received rounds of applause from the audience and judges. At the same time, you earned their high praise. During the judges' comments, several judges, including Lu Qian, praised you highly. Of course, except for Wu Tianliang. This well-known domestic magic master was currently in a deep state of existential doubt, because he simply could not understand how you managed to do it. To others, it seems you had merely completed an escape magic trick. Though admirable, there were many magicians abroad who could perform similar escape tricks. You were not the only one. However, Wu Tianliang, who personally checked the props you used, knew you were completely different from those escape magic masters abroad. Foreign magic masters often tamper with their props when performing escape tricks, but you did not. Under the premise that all the props were genuine materials, you truly performed an underwater escape that was basically impossible to achieve. This operation, Wu Tianliang had never heard of or seen before. It was beyond his understanding, to the extent that Wu Tianliang even developed a ridiculous hypothesis. Could this Jiang Chen be an alien? Your magic performance has come to an end. The 10 professional judges on site and 500 audience judges have scored you. Without any surprises, you received an extremely high score. Almost half of the people gave you a perfect score. The remaining scores were only slightly lower than perfect. Of course, Wu Tianliang did not give you a high score. He only gave you a passing score of 60. But among so many high scores, his low score can be completely ignored. Soon, your scores were tallied. With a comprehensive score of 98.86, you won the National Magic Competition of the Year, pulling ahead of the second place by 2 points. You were crowned in glory. You achieved another national championship in your life, aside from being the leader of the martial arts world. After winning the championship, your fame skyrocketed. On magic enthusiast forums and message boards, your name was plastered everywhere. The video of your escape magic performance was repeatedly watched by countless domestic magic lovers. You became famous overnight. You were well known among numerous magic enthusiasts. You became a hot figure in the current magic scene of Huagua. Soon, many invitations for commercial performances came pouring in like snowflakes. The offered fees were quite high, starting at 50,000 yuan. You basically accepted every offer. To make money, you filled your schedule tightly. Almost every day, you had to take on 2 or 3 commercial performances. A few days later, after finishing a performance at the opening ceremony of a large shopping mall, you received a piece of news that was quite satisfying. Magician Wu Tianliang was reported by someone under his real name for abusing his power during the national magic competition as a judge. Wu Tianliang's mindset was clearly not good. After an investigation by the Huagua Magic Association, Wu Tianliang confessed and quickly admitted to accepting bribes. The Huagua Magic Association's decision regarding Wu Tianliang was to revoke his registered magician status and prohibit him from participating in any magic commercial performances. In simple terms, it was a ban. After this incident, Wu Tianliang could no longer survive in the domestic magician community. Ironically, the person who reported Wu Tianliang for abusing his power was none other than the contestant who bribed him and came in second place. I paid the money, and not only did you not help me win the championship, but you also didn't return the money, saying it was used for my wife's personal training classes. Isn't that just bullying honest people? A few weeks later, through a magician friend, you learned about Wu Tianliang's current situation. Unbeknownst to Wu Tianliang, his wife had actually cheated on him with a personal trainer from the gym downstairs long ago. Upon hearing that Wu Tianliang was directly banned from the Huagua magician community, his wife naturally took the opportunity to flee, taking all the savings from their home and running away with that personal trainer. All that was left for Wu Tianliang was a house and a considerable amount of mortgage debt. Under this double blow, Wu Tianliang completely collapsed and now drowns his sorrows in alcohol every day. After hearing about Wu Tianliang's plight, you could only let out a long sigh. You summarized 2 lessons. One is that those who commit many injustices will ultimately bring about their own demise. The other is that if a man's thing isn't big, it really doesn't work. Your plan to make money was still in full swing. Every day,
your bank account continued to grow. You roughly calculated. It would take about 3 to 4 more years for you to save enough to open a laboratory. This time still felt a bit long. You are a bit impatient. Just as you were racking your brain, wondering what other ways there might be to increase your appearance fee, you received an unexpected invitation. The invitation was sent from the United States. To be precise, it was sent from the Hollywood Academy of Magical Arts in the United States. Most ordinary people may not have even heard of the Hollywood Academy of Magical Arts. However, it holds great prestige in the magician community. The Hollywood Academy of Magical Arts is hailed as the birthplace of magic worldwide, a cradle for cultivating outstanding magicians, and a gathering place for the world's top magicians. It holds a revered status in the global magician community. The invitation you received from the Hollywood Academy of Magical Arts is an invitation to participate in the Global Magician Grand Prix, held every 4 years. A simulated scene appears. In the backstage dressing room, Jiang Chen holds the exquisitely crafted invitation, murmuring, "Global Magician Grand Prix? Sounds impressive." Jiang Chen is just a newcomer who has been in the magic world for less than half a year. He wasn't even an amateur magician before. He only knows what the Hollywood Academy of Magical Arts is, but he is unclear about the Global Magician Grand Prix. Just as Jiang Chen was about to consult Baidu, another magician sitting beside him, who was also invited to this performance, instinctively exclaimed upon seeing the invitation with the Hollywood Academy's logo in Jiang Chen's hand, Jiang Chen, what you have in your hand isn't the invitation to the Global Magician Grand Prix, is it? Oh." Seeing someone knowledgeable, Jiang Chen stopped reaching for his phone, nodded, and smiled. "That's right, this is the invitation to the Global Magician Grand Prix." After saying that, Jiang Chen handed the invitation to the magician. The magician rubbed his hands together, nervously accepting the invitation from Jiang Chen, his expression filled with excitement. "I never expected that in my lifetime, I would have the chance to see the real invitation to the Global Magician Grand Prix." What is this Global Magician Grand Prix? How is the competition conducted, and what are the rewards? Jiang Chen asked, not understanding. The extremely excited magician didn't even think about why Jiang Chen, the champion of the Chinese magician competition, didn't know about the Global Magician Grand Prix and instinctively replied, "The Global Magician Grand Prix is the largest event in the global magic community, with the most participants and the highest prize money. The total prize pool for each Global Magician Grand Prix is a whopping $40 million, equivalent to about 300 million yuan. A prize pool of nearly 300 million yuan. Upon hearing this number, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This prize pool is quite enticing. The Global Magician Grand Prix. Nearly 300 million in prize money. To be honest, when Jiang Chen heard the amount of the prize, he was incredibly tempted. Jiang Chen already had over 300 million saved up. If he added this 300 million prize, he would only be about 100 million away from his goal of $1 million. So, Jiang Chen eagerly focused on the magician beside him, signaling him to continue. The magician licked his dry lips, stroking the invitation in his hands, and continued to explain to Jiang Chen, "The Global Magician Grand Prix is held every 4 years. A few months before each competition, the Hollywood Academy of Magical Arts sends out a total of 500 invitations to magicians from around the world. This means that among the millions of practitioners in the magic field worldwide, only 500 can participate in the Global Magician Grand Prix held every 4 years, competing for the 300 million prize. To be honest, our magicians from Huagua do not hold a high status in the global magic community. Very few have received recognition from the Hollywood Academy of Magical Arts. So among the 500 participating magicians each session, only 1 or 2 will be from our country. Sometimes, there may not be any at all." The magician looked at the invitation in his hand, his tone tense and excited. Magicians invited by the Hollywood Academy of Magical Arts will receive a competition invitation letter from them. Clearly, Mr. Jiang Chen, you have been selected to represent our Huagua magicians at this year's Global Magician Grand Prix. After listening to the magician's explanation, Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. "So this invitation letter is so precious. I thought everyone received one." After your performance, you return to the hotel with the invitation letter. Inside the hotel, you search online for more detailed information about the Global Magician Grand Prix. Unlike the Huagua magician competition Jiang Chen participated in before, all 500 magicians invited to the Global Magician Grand Prix have only one chance to perform one magic trick each. One trick determines life and death. Each magician's performance is broadcast live worldwide. The Hollywood Academy of Magical Arts will randomly select 1 million audience members with voting rights from around the globe. After all the magicians have performed, the audience members with voting rights will cast their votes. Each audience member with voting rights can only choose their favorite magician.
In the end, the Hollywood Academy of Magical Arts will distribute a total prize pool of $40 million based on the proportion of votes received by the 500 participating magicians. For example, if a magician receives support from 1% of the 1 million audience members, which is 100,000 votes, they will receive $400,000 from the total prize pool. The rules are not complicated,
but they differ somewhat from what you expected. You thought the winner would take all, with the champion claiming the entire prize pool. Now it seems to be a more equitable distribution.
As long as the participating magicians do not perform too poorly and gain a small portion of audience support, they will receive a considerable prize. With a prize pool of $40 million and 500 magicians competing, on average, each person could receive $80,000. Seeing the prize distribution mechanism completely different from what you imagined, your plans were slightly disrupted. However, this does not have a significant impact on you, since the higher the number of votes received, the more prize money you will earn.
So you just need to gain as much audience support as possible. The news of your invitation to the Global Magician Grand Prix spread quickly.
You gained qualification to compete, which was unexpected for many, but upon reflection, it seems reasonable. After all, you just won the National Magician Competition with a stunning escape trick, and it is not an exaggeration to call you the first of the young generation in Hwagwa. However, many did not expect that shortly after you claimed the national championship you would enter the sights of the Hollywood Academy of Magical Arts. Besides you, there is another person from Hwagwa who also gained qualification to compete. That person is Lu Qian. Lu Qian is considered a veteran of the Global Magician Grand Prix. This is his third time participating in the Global Magician Grand Prix. And the best result for Hwagwa magicians in the Global Magician Grand Prix was also achieved by Lu Qian in the last competition. At that time, Lu Qian gained 8% of the audience's votes with a close-up magic performance, ranking third in that competition and winning over $3 million, instantly achieving financial freedom. Soon, after all the invitations were sent out, the Hollywood Academy of Magic Arts announced the list of the 500 participating magicians for this year's Global Magician Grand Prix on their official website.
It was a gathering of big names.
There were the rising stars of the new generation who had been in the spotlight in recent years. There were also many well-established magicians who had participated in numerous international events and had long been famous. Moreover, 3 past champions of the Global Magician Grand Prix were also competing for the prize this time. 2 months later, the competition officially kicked off. Global magic enthusiasts were ecstatic upon seeing the list, unable to sleep from excitement. They wished the 2 months would pass in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, domestically, the Magician Enthusiast Forum was abuzz with discussions about the Global Magician Grand Prix. Simulated images appeared on the Magician Forum after the Hollywood Academy of Magic Arts announced the list of 500 participants. Nearly all the posts were about this event. Incredible! This list of 500 participants is just too luxurious. It will be a visual feast. Gilbottingda, Eli Smith, Hornobitty, these 3 are all past champions. I can't wait to see what magic they will perform. It's not just these 3 masters, many young magicians in their prime are also on the list. It's a clash of old and new. How interesting. I think Lu Qian might be in trouble this time. There are too many experts, and it's hard to surpass his historical best.
Hey, why isn't anyone mentioning Zhang Chen? He also received an invitation. To be honest, it's not that I'm looking down on our domestic magicians.
Zhang Chen's escape magic is impressive domestically, but there are plenty of magicians abroad who excel in this field. Zhang Chen simply doesn't stand out. I'll say this, if Zhang Chen can get 1% of the audience's votes, I'll live stream a night in a pigsty.
On the Domestic Magician Enthusiast Forum, hardly anyone believed you would achieve any good results in this Global Magician Grand Prix.
You were seen as cannon fodder. In past competitions, you would only serve as a backdrop for other magicians.
You paid no attention to these online comments. Time would prove who the real clown was.
With 2 months left until the Global Magician Grand Prix, all the magicians who received invitations were on high alert, staying indoors. They were fully focused, dedicating themselves to researching new magic tricks. They aimed to develop a magic act that could garner more audience votes before the competition began. Of course, you were not among them. You continued with your usual pace, busy every day running various commercial performances.
Moreover, after qualifying for the Global Magician Grand Prix, your fame rose again.
This led to a significant increase in your appearance fee, which was an unexpected delight. Many industry insiders were quite disappointed with your seemingly unprofessional behavior. Some even publicly asserted that your ranking in this Global Magician Grand Prix would be very low. There were even those who, unable to reach the grapes, claimed they were sour, saying that participating would only bring shame, and it would be better to forfeit outright.
This left you feeling helpless, not knowing what to say. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye.
Using these 2 months, you have earned nearly 10 million. Early that day, you met with Lu Qian and boarded a plane to the United States.
2 days later, the 18th Global Magician Grand Prix officially opened.
Over 500 magicians from more than 100 countries gathered to compete for a total prize pool of $40 million. In the vast auditorium, familiar magicians greeted each other warmly.
You didn't know anyone, completely invisible, sitting in an inconspicuous corner of the hall.
After the opening ceremony, it was time for the drawing ceremony, which would determine the performance order of the 500 contestants.
They had 2 weeks to complete all their performances.
In terms of performance order, of course, the later the number, the more advantageous it was.
You went on stage to draw lots. Number 66.
You drew a relatively poor performance order.
According to the schedule, you would start your performance in 3 days. Holding the drawn number ball, you went to the event organizing committee to submit your magic performance plan.
After reviewing your proposal, a staff member from the committee stared at you with wide eyes, as if he had seen something incredible. He swallowed hard and confirmed the authenticity of your submitted performance plan. Seeing you nod firmly without hesitation, the committee member was stunned for a good 10 seconds before finally nodding in agreement.
He told you to get ready.
As for the committee, they would fully cooperate with your performance.
3 days later, outdoors, your performance began.
A simulated scene appeared.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Global Magician Grand Prix, hello. I am currently located on the banks of the Mississippi River.
Here, we will witness the wonderful performance of contestant number 66, magician Jiang Chen from China. In the live broadcast, the host with the microphone was introducing to the audience. The camera shifted, giving a panoramic view of the scene. The Mississippi River is the largest river in the United States and the 4th largest in the world, known as the Mother River of America, equivalent in status to China's Yellow River and Yangtze River or India's Ganges. In the live broadcast, the river surged powerfully, awe-inspiring. On the wide river surface, many staff members were directing the civilian boats that had originally docked there to leave. The live broadcast's comments section was filled with question marks.
What is happening here? Why are they clearing the boats from the river? A magician from China, clearly not that skilled, but making quite a fuss. Outdoor magic, I remember this as the first contestant to perform outdoor magic.
Yeah, although outdoor magic can be more stunning than indoor magic, it's really hard to perform well. I remember in the last competition 4 years ago, several magicians tried to challenge outdoor magic, but they all messed it up and couldn't even complete their performances.
Jiang Chen, what are you up to?
Not only the foreign audience, but viewers in China watching the live stream were equally confused, unable to understand what Jiang Chen was doing. However, Jiang Chen soon revealed the answer. In the live broadcast, as the main character of this magic performance, Jiang Chen finally made his appearance. This time, Jiang Chen was dressed in a sharp suit, showing a sunny smile like a big boy to the camera.
Hello, viewers in front of the screen, I am contestant number 66, magician Jiang Chen.
After a simple self-introduction, Jiang Chen went straight to the point and began the mystifying performance that every magician does.
As everyone knows, I come from Huagua, but there is actually a secret that no one knows. In our Huagua, there are cultivators, and I happen to be one of them. The cultivators of Huagua possess the superpower to move mountains and fill seas. You all don't believe it, right? That's okay, next, I will prove it to you. Jiang Chen adjusted the camera angle to capture the Mississippi River.
As you can see from the lens, this is the Mississippi River in the United States, the 4th longest river in the world. This river winds and twists, almost spanning the north and south of the United States.
Just as I mentioned earlier, the Mississippi River's course is winding.
Especially in the area we are in, the Mississippi River has a total of 18 bends. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the 9 twists and 18 bends. And what I am going to do next is to change the course of all these 18 bends,
turning bends into straight, to prove my identity as a cultivator.
So, those of you in front of the screen, please do not blink. Next, it is the moment to witness a miracle.
The Mississippi River. Beneath its calm surface lies a surging undercurrent. Above the river, several aerial cameras are circling. This scene of the river is presented live to all the viewers watching the broadcast. And now,
as Jiang Chen's words next, it is the moment to witness a miracle fell, everyone, including the viewers in front of the live broadcast and the staff on site, all held their breath. It seemed they were all quietly anticipating something. Even though, to everyone, Jiang Chen's claim of changing the river's course was an impossible performance.
Jiang Chen did not keep the audience waiting long. Just a few seconds later, the viewers, with their eyes glued to the live broadcast, could clearly feel that the Mississippi River was undergoing some kind of change. In their line of sight, they saw the originally calm-flowing Mississippi River suddenly become turbulent. The direction of the river's flow changed rapidly in a short time. And the source of all this was that everyone noticed, in this area, the Mississippi River's 9 twists and 18 bends seemed to slowly straighten out. The winding river was becoming straight. Moreover, the speed of straightening was easily perceptible to the human eye. So, under the astonished gaze of millions of viewers watching the live broadcast, the Mississippi River's vast winding course, without any external intervention, was transforming from curved to straight right before their eyes. At this moment, from a high vantage point, it could be clearly seen that the originally winding river course had, in just 5 or 6 minutes, turned into an incredibly straight and wide river. Stunned, the viewers watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. At the same time, on site, all the staff from the event organizing committee were equally stunned. As staff from the Hollywood Academy of Magic Arts, they had collaborated with many top magicians around the world to present numerous spectacular performances. They should be considered well experienced. But, to be honest, the magic that Jiang Chen just performed truly shocked even this group of people who had seen great storms. Unlike the viewers of the live broadcast, these people were all on site. They could intuitively feel what kind of changes the Mississippi River had just undergone. Because, just as they were manipulating the Mississippi River's course, the staff on site, standing along the riverbank, could distinctly feel the tremors in the ground caused by the river's diversion. Some nearly fell to the ground from the shaking. Although they knew Jiang Chen was a magician and that his earlier performance was merely a trick, in that fleeting moment, everyone felt a surge of emotion. It seemed as if, under the control of this magician, the Mississippi River had truly been redirected. In the live broadcast room, witnessing Jiang Chen transform a winding river into a wide, straight path in just a few minutes was astonishing. The visuals of the river's diversion, the sounds, and the changes in the water from calm to turbulent all gave a very real sensation. For a moment, it was hard to distinguish whether this was a magic show or if Jiang Chen was indeed, as he claimed, a cultivator with the power to move mountains and fill seas. After Jiang Chen's performance ended, the barrage of comments in the livestream went blank for a brief period. Clearly, the audience was deeply shocked. After a good 10 seconds, the screen was filled with a flurry of comments. Wow, wow. This magic is just too powerful. The river diversion looks like a superpower. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch my phone. I've seen many global magician competitions, and this performance is #1 in my heart. It's simply unbeatable. Absolutely stunning. I just checked online. The width of the Mississippi River is 20 kilometers, and the length of this river basin is nearly 200 kilometers. To pull off such a magic trick, the preparation alone must require unimaginable manpower and resources. Do you think there's a possibility this isn't a magic trick? How could that be? If it's not magic, could it be magic? This is the Global Magician Competition, not the Global Wizard Competition. Although the visuals, sounds, and various other aspects of the performance were almost real, I still believe it was a magic show. Because if someone really had the power to move mountains and fill seas, their combat power would be enough to destroy a small country. True, this must be magic, just a very realistic kind of magic. After a discussion in the comments, no one believed Jiang Chen's performance was real. However, this did not diminish the audience's shock at Jiang Chen's magic. Because this magic trick of Jiang Chen's was the largest outdoor performance they had ever seen. Other magicians' outdoor performances typically involved skyscrapers or landmark buildings, which were enough to leave many spectators in awe. But Jiang Chen's magic performance targeted the Mississippi River, which is over 20 kilometers wide, 3,767 kilometers long, and has a basin area exceeding 3 million square kilometers. It was the largest outdoor magic performance to date. This record alone was enough to ensure Jiang Chen's name would be etched in bold letters in the history of magic worldwide. At the same time, for the 1 million viewers with voting rights, although Jiang Chen's performance was only the 66th of this global magician competition, with over 400 magicians yet to perform, many had already made up their minds to vote for Jiang Chen. They felt that the magicians who followed would find it very difficult to present a magic performance that could rival Jiang Chen. The audience's expectations were indeed correct. Your incredibly brilliant magic performance has put immense pressure on the remaining 400 magicians who have yet to take the stage. They are all gearing up to compete with you, but your brilliance stands as a benchmark. Their performances, which they consider perfect, are merely fireflies competing with the bright moon when compared to yours. Time passed swiftly. More than a week went by, and all 500 participating magicians had completed their performances. With the conclusion of the performances, it was time for the voting segment involving 1 million audience members. The audience's votes would not only determine the rankings of the 500 contestants but also dictate the distribution of the $40 million prize. Although everyone was a well-known magician in their respective countries, for some, it merely meant solving their basic needs. There was still a long way to go to achieve financial freedom. Thus, the distribution of the $40 million reward garnered extra attention. However, while everyone was nervously anticipating the announcement of the audience votes, there was one thing that everyone acknowledged: the first place in this global magician competition was undoubtedly yours. Because compared to your performance, the others were simply not on the same level. Your performance completely overshadowed the other magicians in every aspect, making it hard for them to catch up. It was still that grand auditorium. As night fell, the auditorium was brightly lit. It was now 7:50 p.m. in the United States. In 10 minutes, at 8 p.m., the votes for this global magician competition would be announced. Unlike the opening ceremony where you went unnoticed, you were now surrounded by dozens of magicians eager to socialize with you. They were enthusiastically engaging you in conversation while slipping business cards into your hands. You gritted your teeth, listening to the chaotic sounds around you, trying to manage the conversations. The torturous 10 minutes finally passed. As the old dean of the Hollywood Academy of Magic, leaning on a cane and walking with unsteady steps, took the stage, everyone below fell silent. They held their breath, awaiting the final reveal. The old dean didn't linger long. After a brief speech, he instructed the staff to project the audience votes received by the 500 magicians onto the large screen behind him. The simulated image appeared. The large screen at the back of the auditorium displayed the vote counts for the 500 magicians. Wow! When everyone saw the number of votes Jiang Chen received at the top of the list, all present gasped in astonishment. Contestant, Jiang Chen. Votes received, 958,124 votes. Vote percentage, 95.81%. Absurd! It was simply outrageous, utterly ridiculous. Although everyone had anticipated that Jiang Chen would be the first-place winner in this global magician competition, some had speculated that he would win with a crushing vote count. But no one expected that Jiang Chen's crushing would be so thorough and merciless. With a total of 1 million votes cast, each person having one vote, that amounted to a total of 1 million votes. Yet Jiang Chen alone received over 958,000 of those votes. It's worth noting that there were 500 contestants this time. The total votes received by the other 499 magicians combined didn't even amount to Jiang Chen's surplus. The second-place magician, hailing from the United States, only received a little over 10,000 votes. The gap between him and Jiang Chen was glaringly obvious. Shock, surprise, shame, disbelief, incredulity. The crowd's emotions were varied. However, this vote count was cast by the audience, with no manipulation involved. Even if the crowd had many feelings, they could only accept the result. On the stage of the grand auditorium, the old dean of the Hollywood Academy of Magic Arts beamed with joy, holding the microphone as he said, "Let us congratulate the magician Jiang Chen from Huagua, who, with 958,124 votes, has won the championship of this global magician competition." At the same time, Jiang Chen has greatly surpassed the record of 210,478 votes set by David Wold 12 years ago. Now, let us invite magician Jiang Chen to the stage to receive the championship trophy and the price check. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen adjusted his clothes and stepped onto the stage. The old dean hands you the trophy representing the championship. In addition to the trophy, the old dean also gives you a check. The check is for the prize money you earned from the competition, which is the purpose of your participation. Your vote count percentage is 95.81%, and the total prize pool is $40 million. Calculating based on this ratio, the amount of prize money you receive is over $38 million. Converted to RMB, that's over 250 million. Although you didn't take home the entire $40 million prize, you are still quite satisfied with this amount. As you hold up the check for over $38 million, many magicians in the audience are enviously speechless. Over $30 million. For most of them, even if they worked tirelessly their entire lives, they might not earn that much money. After you received the trophy and the price check, the old dean also presented you with a letter of appointment. The old dean and the committee have decided to officially appoint you as an honorary professor at the Hollywood Academy of Magic Arts. Being an honorary professor at the Hollywood Academy of Magic Arts is somewhat inconsequential to you, because you became a magician with the intention of making some money to build a laboratory. You don't plan to stay in the field of magic forever. However, what seems inconsequential to you holds great significance in the eyes of other magicians.
Currently, there are only 5 living honorary professors appointed by the Hollywood Academy of Magic Arts, all of whom are well-established figures in the global magic community. Only a few past winners of the magician competition have been appointed as honorary professors. Thus, when the magicians in the audience saw the old dean formally hand you the honorary professor appointment, they were filled with envy once again. Your awards ceremony has concluded. The other magicians began to take the stage one after another to receive their prize money. However, compared to your substantial prize, the amounts received by others can only be described as pitiful, because you alone took home 95% of the total prize money, leaving the remaining 499 participants to share a meager less than 5% of the prize pool. Especially for those ranked lower, some only received a few $100s in prize money, not even enough to cover their round-trip airfare. It was truly a significant loss. The next day, you returned to your country with over $30 million in prize money. After returning home, you calculated your current assets. You earned over $300 million from opening a clinic. The nearly 1 year of magic performance fees amounted to almost another $100 million. With the more than $30 million you won at the Global Magician Grand Prix, equivalent to 250 million yuan in prize money, your assets have now reached 650 million yuan. You are less than 50 million yuan away from your target of 700 million yuan. Earning the remaining 50 million won't take you too long. This time, you are managing both your clinic and magic performances with equal strength. Although the foot traffic at your clinic has decreased, its reputation has long been established nationwide. So, over the course of a week, you still receive around 100 customers. As for your magic performances, due to your overwhelming success at the recently concluded Global Magician Grand Prix, where you won the championship, your prestige in the domestic magic scene has reached its peak. You have even broken into the mainstream. Thanks to extensive media coverage, your name has become known to many who previously had no interest in magic. Consequently, your performance fees have naturally skyrocketed to a terrifying figure that no magician in the country has ever reached. Your fee for a single performance has been set at 500,000. This appearance fee is now comparable to that of top-tier celebrities. Yet, even with such a high fee, invitations for your commercial performances keep pouring in. Your schedule is filling up quickly. Thus, it didn't take long at all. Just a month later, you earned the remaining 50 million in startup funds. In front of your clinic, you hung up the sign announcing its closure. You looked up at the words Jiang Family Clinic on the sign, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Over the past 2 years, you have straightened out at least 8,000 patients. In an era of increasingly severe population aging, you have contributed to the birth rate of newborns worldwide. After all, if those 8,000 people remained bent, same-sex couples wouldn't be able to have children. Now, you are closing this clinic for good. Studying medicine cannot save humanity. Even if you spent a lifetime at the clinic, straightening more people and creating more babies, it wouldn't compare to the number of people zombies would kill after the outbreak of the virus. Therefore, you need to use the money to build a laboratory, produce anti-cancer reagents, and then use the profits from selling those reagents to create more war robots to defend against the zombie virus outbreak in a decade or so. The Jiang Family Clinic officially announced its closure. This left many patients who came seeking help sighing in disappointment. After closing the clinic, you also plan to quit your career as a magician. You are in the process of canceling all your upcoming performances and intend to inform the Chinese Magician Association that you will permanently withdraw from the magic community. Suddenly, you receive an invitation for a magic performance that you cannot refuse. The program team for the 2026 Spring Festival Gala in China invites you to be a guest performer. You cannot decline and must accept the invitation. At the same time, this will also be your farewell performance. On the day of the Spring Festival Gala, many viewers sit in front of their televisions, watching this year's program. Although the gala has faced criticism every year and its reputation among the public has worsened, the decades-old tradition still compels countless families across the country to turn on their TVs, enjoying their New Year's Eve dinner while watching the increasingly lackluster performances. You are scheduled to appear as the last act before the clock strikes midnight. On the Spring Festival Gala stage, you wore a fitted red suit and began your performance. You first performed a few small magic tricks, transforming coins into squares and changing a round table into a square one, setting the atmosphere. Then, the camera shifted. It focused on the bright moon under the pitch-black sky. A simulated image appeared. At this moment, the screen on the Spring Festival Gala television split in two. One half showed Zhang Chen standing on the Spring Festival Gala stage. The other half displayed the crescent moon hanging in the night sky. The audience in front of the television was puzzled, unable to understand what Jiang Chen was up to. The moon, in countless poems and songs of our Huagua, has been imbued with different meanings since ancient times, expressing various emotions. Time flows like water, some leave, and others arrive. But the moon remains unchanged, quietly watching us in its ever-changing form. Ancient and modern people, like flowing water, should gaze at the bright moon together. Li Bai's line means just that. No matter how we change, from birth to death, from one dynasty to the next, the moon remains constant, like an immortal deity, standing high above, coldly overlooking us. But tonight, I will change this eternal moon. I will make it take my shape. Now, it is time to witness the miracle. On stage, when Jiang Chen uttered this iconic magician's catchphrase, he gestured in the air with both hands, as if truly manipulating the moon. Meanwhile, on the other half of the screen, the moon, suspended in the dark night sky, began to change shape at a visibly rapid pace. Originally, the moon on the screen was crescent-shaped, just like the moon around the Spring Festival in previous years. However, under Jiang Chen's control, the crescent moon began to take on sharp angles. In less than a minute, the original crescent moon transformed into an isosceles trapezoid shape, hanging in the dark night sky. The visual effect was astonishing. Even as it neared midnight, many viewers who had been drowsy suddenly woke up, no longer feeling sleepy after Jiang Chen's magic performance. At the same time, on the live streaming platform, netizens were buzzing with discussion upon witnessing this. This magician named Jiang Chen is something else. Although I know this is visual effects, under this magician's performance, I almost thought the moon really turned into an isosceles trapezoid. Not bad, this visual effect is quite realistic. I wonder if it was made by a foreign effects company. Oh my! You guys stop spamming the comments, hurry outside and look up. The moon really has changed. Jiang Chen's magic performance was indeed spectacular, leaving the television audience in awe. Many considered it the most impressive act on the Spring Festival Gala stage in recent years. However, magic is ultimately magic. To them, the moon on the screen that transformed from a crescent to an isosceles trapezoid was likely just a visual effect. The idea that Jiang Chen truly changed the moon into his shape was completely impossible. After all, it was the moon, the only satellite of Earth, with a mass 1% that of Earth, formed over 4 billion years ago. No individual could possibly inflict any damage on the moon. Yet, when someone in the live comments exclaimed loudly, urging them to go outside and look up at the moon, some dismissed it, too lazy to move. More, however, were filled with curiosity, pushing open the door to step outside and gaze at the sky. Then, in the next second, the entire person was completely stunned. Because, in their line of sight, the sun above their heads at this moment really looked exactly like what they had seen in the Spring Festival Gala, transforming from a crescent shape into an isosceles trapezoid. Am I dreaming, seeing an illusion all of a sudden? But damn it, that's not right. I haven't even slept yet. Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief and looked up again. But the result was no different from the first time they looked. The moon. No, to be precise, it was the moon. It really had been changed into Jiang Chen's shape, just like in the live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala. In the Spring Festival Gala's online live broadcast room, the barrage filled the entire screen, making it impossible to see the footage in the camera. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Unfortunately, I'm not educated, so I can only say holy crap to express my feelings. Tell me, has the moon over there also turned into an isosceles trapezoid? Yes. Damn it, my whole family is dumbfounded right now. No need to ask, I've already asked. No matter where you are now, if you look up, the moon looks like this, even abroad. Is this a magic trick? This is completely a supernatural phenomenon, okay? Stop talking, my grandmother has already superstitiously led our whole family to bow to Jiang Chen on the TV. I didn't expect that a small Spring Festival Gala could have such a magic performance that is enough to be recorded in history. This year's Spring Festival Gala director must be laughing in his sleep. Your performance has ended. The New Year's bell has also struck on time. But the shock left by your magic performance in the hearts of the audience is far from over. Especially the next evening, when they looked up at the sky and found that the moon was still maintaining the isosceles trapezoid shape, each of them didn't know what to say. Can a magician really do something like this? I haven't read much, don't lie to me. Fortunately, many experts and scholars rushed out to debunk the rumors. They said the change in the moon's shape was just a periodic natural phenomenon, a once-in-a-thousand-years kind, which suppressed some of the confused voices online. Of course, these so-called experts and scholars were all bought off by your financial power. As for the national level, you directly manipulated the network, altering all the information regarding this matter within the national intranet, preventing this matter from reaching the heavens. Mio was not yet complete, and had not reached the level of doing as she pleased on the internet.
Right now, you were not suitable to appear before the high-level officials of Huagua as Mr. Shadow with Mio's help like last time. Otherwise, the high-level officials of Huagua would mobilize the entire nation to trace Mio's tracks and find you.
You still needed to hide for a while longer, at least until Mio was fully formed. In fact, this time you took the risk of changing the shape of the moon, not just to complete a Spring Festival gala performance and your own curtain call. There were deeper reasons behind it. If the historical trajectory remained unchanged, in this simulated world, by 2053, the moon would still transform into a blood moon, enhancing the strength of the zombie army, just like in previous simulated worlds. In your last life, the entire nation worked together to blow up the moon with a nuclear bomb to avoid the crisis of the blood moon's arrival. Although blowing up the moon was a simple and straightforward method, it had endless repercussions and was a last resort at that time. However, in this simulated world, you possessed a new causal ability, allowing you to prevent the blood moon's arrival that would erupt over 20 years later in a more instructive manner. Your plan is simple. Use your causality skills to change the shape of the moon. The moon is a sphere, it must be curved. You straighten part of the moon's structure. It's like transforming a crescent moon into an isosceles trapezoid, just like in the Spring Festival gala performances. This will change the gravitational pull between it and the Earth. Then, over time, using the Earth's gravity and the moon's own gravity, you will slowly fling the moon away, letting it break free from its orbit around the Earth. This won't happen overnight, it will take a decade or two. You had Mio calculate it. You figured out what shape the moon needs to be transformed into in order to break free from the Earth's orbit before the blood moon arrives. Then, you followed the results calculated by Mio. On the live stage of the Spring Festival Gala, you transformed the moon into the shape you desired. Now, according to Mio's calculations, around the second half of 2053, the moon will officially break free from the Earth's orbit, disappearing from the night sky of humanity, becoming a comet in the vast universe. This way, not only can you avoid the meteor impacts caused by the moon exploding, which the Earth suffered in the last life, but you also leave over 20 years for humanity to gradually adapt to the effects of the moon's disappearance. Your plan is much stronger than the helpless measures taken in the last simulated world during emergencies. However, if the causality skills randomly assigned in the next simulated world aren't great, you estimate that you might have to blow up the moon again. After the Spring Festival Gala ended, your curtain call performance was officially completed. No matter how much the enthusiastic Magic fans tried to keep you, you announced your retirement from the Magic Circle online. However, even though you permanently retired from the Magic Circle, your legend continues to circulate within it. Your magician career, though brief, was sufficiently brilliant. After stepping away from the Magic performance stage, you used your savings of $100 million to officially build a biological laboratory in Qingqing City. You built a biological laboratory in Qingqing City. The scale of your laboratory, of course, is not as large as the Dark Particle Laboratory. After all, the total investment in the Dark Particle Laboratory is around $400 to $500 million. Your assets are only about $100 million. However, the Dark Particle Laboratory was built with both concealment and practicality in mind. Its location was set deep underground in the forests of Rhode Island. You didn't have such concerns. Moreover, you already have ready-made formulas for anti-cancer reagents. There's no need to hire top biological scientists with exorbitant salaries for your laboratory. An investment of $100 million is sufficient for your laboratory. Half a year later, after working overtime to meet deadlines, the laboratory was officially completed. You named this laboratory Photon Laboratory. It is now 2026. The Dark Particle Laboratory will only be established in 2028 by Princeton University and Federal Pharmaceuticals. Your anti-cancer reagent product can actually be considered a research achievement of the Dark Particle Laboratory a decade later. You also have a bit of a wicked sense of humor in naming this laboratory the Photon Laboratory. With the laboratory built, you began recruiting for it. You don't need scientists with top-notch research capabilities. With the formula and blueprints for the anti-cancer reagent in hand, a group of obedient and inexpensive ordinary researchers will suffice. You set your sights on your alma mater, Qingcheng University. As an alumnus, you had a good chat with the Dean of the School of Life Sciences at Qingcheng University. You hired 2 associate professors in the field of life sciences from Qingcheng University to lead the overall research and development of the anti-cancer reagents in the Photon Laboratory. Both associate professors were graduate advisors, so the more than 20 graduate and undergraduate students under their guidance naturally joined your Photon Laboratory. College students, after all. Not only are they cost-effective and useful, but they also possess a clear, naive enthusiasm in their eyes. As soon as they heard that you provided meals and accommodation, and even offered stamped internship certificates, they all rushed over eagerly. As for salaries, they didn't even ask for any. So, you only needed to pay the salaries of the 2 associate professors. Before the laboratory officially started operations, you had a simple meal gathering with everyone in the lab. In the private dining room, the college students feasted on the food at the table, completely unaware of any feeling of being sold out by their mentors. The lab owner not only provided us with internship certificates but also treated us to a big meal. The boss is really quite nice. Meanwhile, you explained to the 2 associate professors the research direction of your laboratory. When you mentioned that your photon laboratory's focus was on anti-cancer drugs, both associate professors were taken aback. However, neither of them said anything. Their research capabilities could only be considered average, which is why, at over 40 years old, they still held the title of associate professor. From their perspective, the 2 half-hearted associate professors, along with the more than 20 college students who exuded a naive enthusiasm and whose minds were solely focused on eating, were going to tackle the century-old problem of anti-cancer drugs. Wasn't that just a pipe dream? Nevertheless, neither of them shattered your unrealistic fantasy. In their view, in this day and age, it was hard to find a wealthy fool like you. With money in hand, only a fool would remind you that anti-cancer drugs were a direction that would only burn money without yielding any results. The next day, the Photon Laboratory officially commenced operations. On the very first day, amidst the confusion of everyone in the lab, you had them all sign a confidentiality agreement with severe consequences for breaches, and then you presented the formula blueprint for the anti-cancer reagent. The people in the lab were all dumbfounded upon seeing the anti-cancer reagent formula blueprint in your hands. No one doubted the authenticity of the formula blueprint. If the formula were fake, you wouldn't have gone to such lengths to build such an expensive laboratory dedicated to researching anti-cancer reagents. Although a storm of emotions surged within everyone, due to the confidentiality agreement, they could only comply with your requirements and work honestly as stipulated in the contract. At the same time, you had Ling monitor everyone's movements to avoid any leaks of the anti-cancer reagent formula. With the anti-cancer reagent formula blueprint in hand, the research and development progress in the Photon Laboratory was swift. Although the configuration of the laboratory's research personnel was not great, they could still follow the formula to prepare the products. Thus, nearly half a year later, the first anti-cancer reagent in this simulated world was produced. It appeared earlier than any previous instances in the simulated world. In the laboratory, you looked at the pale-colored anti-cancer reagent contained in the test tube before you and smiled slightly. After years of effort, you finally saw a return. You began to recruit volunteers at a high price from society to conduct human trials of the anti-cancer reagent. Many people responded to the registration. Of course, the reason so many cancer patients sign up is not because they believe the anti-cancer agents developed by your lab will actually be effective. Rather, they want to make the most of their remaining time before death, leaving a substantial sum for their families. Among the more than 1,000 volunteers who registered, you selected 5 late-stage cancer patients, who had only a few days left to live. A simulated scene appeared. Inside the Photon Laboratory. Today is the day for the clinical trial of the anti-cancer agents. Jiang Chen did not come to the experimental site. The previous simulations of the clinical trials for the anti-cancer agents had left him with considerable shadows. So Jiang Chen quietly monitored today's clinical trial from home through a camera. On the experimental bed, 5 late-stage cancer patients lay quietly. Among them, there were both young and old. The youngest was a girl of about 12 or 13, looking delicate and lovely. "Big sister, am I going to die soon?" The little girl tugged at her clothes, her big eyes filled with tears. A female college student in a lab coat and mask gently patted the little girl's head, smiling as she said, "Little one, you won't. Our lab's anti-cancer agents are very effective. They will definitely give you a new lease on life." Inside the laboratory, the clinical trial was underway. 5 light blue anti-cancer agents were injected into the bodies of the 5 late-stage cancer patients. Following Jiang Chen's remote instructions, the researchers at the Photon Laboratory conducted pathological examinations on the 5 individuals 1 hour after the anti-cancer agents were injected. No one expected the anti-cancer agents to take effect so quickly. Even the researchers who personally injected the agents into the 5 patients did not think so. However, when the results of the pathological examinations came out, everyone was stunned. According to the pathological results, all the cancer cells in the patients' bodies had completely disappeared. The reason for the disappearance of the cancer cells was obvious. They had surely been killed by the anti-cancer agents.
Everyone was deeply shocked by the powerful efficacy of the anti-cancer agents.
Soon, the researchers in the lab shared this good news with the 5 late-stage cancer volunteers. Upon hearing that all the cancer cells in their bodies had disappeared, the first reaction of the 5 was to doubt whether they had heard wrong. It wasn't until the researchers handed them the pathological results that they looked at each other, and in the next moment, they burst into tears of joy. "Ah, I don't have to die. I don't have to die. Heaven has been kind to me, allowing me to see my daughter get married. Whoa, Ying doesn't have to leave her mom and dad, thank you so much." Some laughed excitedly. Some cried tears of joy. Others even knelt on the ground, gratefully bowing to the people in the laboratory. All 5 of them were late-stage cancer patients. According to the hospital's predictions, they could only live for another month or 2. Now, with all the cancer cells in their bodies gone, they were no different from normal people. It was equivalent to being reborn, gaining a second chance at life. It was truly an overwhelming excitement. After more than half an hour, the 5 who had regained their lives slowly calmed down. "Excuse me, when will this medication be officially available on the market? My brother's father-in-law is also a cancer patient, but his condition is slightly better than mine, though he won't last long either." One person wiped away the tears of excitement from their eyes and asked the people in the laboratory. There are countless cancer patients across the country, even around the world. According to statistics, there are 20 million new cancer patients worldwide each year. More than 10 million patients die from cancer annually. Essentially, there is one cancer patient among every few hundred people. These 5 cancer patients also have many relatives and friends who suffer from the same illness. Now, under the influence of the anti-cancer agent, they are no longer troubled by cancer and can't help but inquire about their loved ones. Currently, there is no cure for cancer available globally. Once diagnosed with cancer, death is merely a matter of time. However, the emergence of the anti-cancer agent has given a few people hope for a complete cure. In response to the question, the laboratory researchers smiled slightly. "You won't have to wait too long. The clinical trials have successfully concluded. If all goes well, the anti-cancer agent will officially hit the market next month, or at the latest, the month after. However, by then, the price of the anti-cancer agent won't be low." Hearing that the anti-cancer agent would be officially launched in 2 months, the patient nodded excitedly. That's great. I'll tell my brother this good news when I get back. A bit expensive is fine. Many families would go bankrupt to buy a drug that can cure cancer. The clinical trials have officially concluded. The 5 volunteers left in high spirits. They truly hit the jackpot this time. Not only were they completely cured of cancer, but they also received a substantial volunteer compensation, making it a huge profit. The clinical trial succeeded as you expected, and the next step is the official market launch. You directly acquired a pharmaceutical company and renamed it Photon Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. You successfully obtained the drug registration certificate for the anti-cancer agent. With this certificate, it can be sold domestically. You decided to set the launch date for the anti-cancer agent in half a month. As for the price, you set it at 88,888 yuan per unit. This price is not considered cheap. Especially in the domestic market, it is regarded as an exorbitantly high price. However, compared to the effectiveness of the anti-cancer agent, this price can be considered quite favorable. Before the anti-cancer agent was launched, you did not do any promotion, not because you thought it was unnecessary, but because you were truly out of money. The initial construction of the laboratory, coupled with the recent acquisition of the pharmaceutical company, had completely drained your wallet, and life was quite tight. You even found yourself visiting the massage parlor less often to support the ladies there. Your 3 meals a day had turned into 2, which was quite pitiful. However, even without deliberate promotion, there were still rumors circulating that a laboratory in Xinjiang had developed a drug that could completely cure cancer and would be launched soon. This rumor likely originated from the 5 cancer patients who had been cured. However, many people scoffed at this rumor, doubting its authenticity. A drug that completely cures cancer? Ha! Have the marketing tactics of today's pharmaceutical companies become so shameless? Why not say you developed a drug that can instantly change one's gender after use? Some major pharmaceutical companies in the country, upon hearing this rumor, dismissed it entirely, not taking this obviously false rumor to heart at all. Thus, quietly, the anti-cancer agent was launched. Fixed price, 88,888 yuan. Some people noticed the anti-cancer agent listed by your Photon Pharmaceutical. After all, a drug priced over 80,000 yuan is rare not just in the domestic market but globally. It attracted the attention of some people as soon as it was launched. Upon seeing the description of the cancer-fighting reagent on your official website, which claims to cure cancer, Some guessed that this must be the drug that had been rumored recently. Some intended to buy a fake version. However, upon seeing the price of over 80,000, they abandoned the idea of purchasing a fake.
Over 80,000 for a single reagent, why not just rob a bank? It was so touching. They could have taken it by force, yet they still gave me a vial. Faced with a cancer-fighting reagent priced over 80,000, even though your Photon Pharmaceuticals has boasted about this product in extravagant terms, hardly anyone was convinced. They merely regarded your cancer-fighting reagent as a new form of intelligence tax. Who would spend so much money on a reagent unless they were out of their minds? That would be pure foolishness. However, contrary to what many onlookers expected, when the sales results for the first day of the cancer-fighting reagent were released, the initial sales were not zero. Instead, over 30 vials were sold. This was quite puzzling. They were curious about who had so much money to burn, spending such a large sum on a reagent that was unlikely to have any effect. Yet, these onlookers clearly guessed wrong. The more than 30 people who bought the cancer-fighting reagent were not wealthy families with too much money to spend. On the contrary, most of them came from families that were not well off. Some had nearly exhausted their family's savings to come up with the over 80,000. Others had borrowed money from friends and relatives to gather the 80,000. As for why they gritted their teeth and spent so much on a single cancer-fighting reagent, the reason was simple. They were all referred by the 5 volunteers. Some were relatives of those 5 volunteers, while others were fellow patients of theirs. They were well aware of the conditions of those 5 volunteers. They were in much worse shape than these cancer patients, practically with one foot in the grave. Yet, in just a few days, those people had become lively and appeared as if nothing was wrong. There was no trace of them being cancer patients. Upon inquiry, they revealed that a research institute called Photon Laboratory had developed a reagent that could completely cure cancer in a short time. They were the ones who had been cured by that reagent. Although the effects of the cancer-fighting reagent sounded magical and somewhat unrealistic, the living examples were right in front of them, leaving no room for doubt. Especially when they heard that the cancer-fighting reagent would soon be on the market, they became even more excited. One by one, they began to gather money, planning to snatch one up as soon as it was available. Soon, the first batch of over 30 cancer-fighting reagents was delivered to more than 30 households. As they gazed at the vial of pale liquid lying quietly before them, they couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Because the significance of this cancer-fighting reagent was not merely the value of 80,000. It represented the possibility of saving a vibrant life, a life that was on the brink of wilting yet still stubbornly fighting to live. With hearts filled with excitement, anxiety, and nervousness, the more than 30 people injected the cancer-fighting reagent into their bodies. The properties of the reagent were very gentle. After the injection of the anti-cancer agent, everyone felt a slight warmth in the area affected by their cancer, but nothing else. According to the instructions that came with the anti-cancer agent, an hour after the injection, they called the doctor over, saying they intended to do another pathological biopsy. The doctor, though puzzled, could not resist the patient's pleas and performed another biopsy for them. Then the doctors witnessed the most incomprehensible scene of their careers. The cancer cells in the patient's bodies had vanished. It shouldn't be. It absolutely shouldn't be. Just a week ago, they had done a biopsy, and the cancer cells were still spreading rapidly, nearing the late stages of cancer. But just a few days had passed. How could not a single cancer cell be found? While the disappearance of cancer cells in the patient's bodies was a good thing, the doctors were scratching their heads in confusion after seeing the test results. Upon further inquiry, the doctors learned from the patients that they had injected a drug called the anti-cancer agent. In the product introduction, the anti-cancer agent was said to have the effect of killing cancer cells and curing cancer. The doctors were once again dumbfounded. In their understanding, cancer was still an illness that could not be cured, at least not with the current level of medical science. Countless top medical experts in the industry had predicted long ago that at least for half a century, a specific drug for cancer would not emerge. Cancer remained the leading cause of death among humans. But now, what about now? It was only 2026. A drug that could kill cancer cells in a short time and completely cure cancer had just emerged. The efficacy was exactly as described in the instructions. The key point was that it was not expensive. It sold for just over 80,000 yuan. An ordinary family could afford it with some effort. The doctors were alarmed. They suddenly realized that with the emergence of the anti-cancer agent, the domestic pharmaceutical industry would face an unprecedented earthquake. Especially those tumor hospitals that focused on cancer treatment would face a devastating blow. And those doctors who specialized in cancer treatment would likely face massive unemployment. The sales of your company's anti-cancer agent were continuously increasing. On the first day,
only over 30 units were sold, with sales amounting to just over 2 million. On the second day, over 200 units were sold, with sales reaching over 10 million. Then came the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day. By the end of the week, the daily sales of the anti-cancer agent reached over 1,000 units. The daily revenue exceeded 80 million. After deducting costs, your profit was still over 70 million. And you had done no advertising throughout the entire process. The sales of 1,000 units in a day were entirely the result of recommendations among cancer patients. Good wine fears no deep alley. This principle did not apply to the anti-cancer agent. After all, not drinking wine won't kill you. But if you have cancer and don't seek treatment, that could indeed be fatal. Especially when many familiar patients stood before you, lively and eager to recommend the anti-cancer agent. Anyone who still valued their life would be willing to spend 80,000 yuan to try the anti-cancer agent. Through word of mouth, the anti-cancer agent became increasingly popular. A month later, the average daily sales of the anti-cancer agent had reached over 2,000 units. In just a short month, the anti-cancer reagent has already brought you over 3 billion in profit. Not only have you recouped all the initial investments made in the photon laboratory, but the surplus is enormous. Truly, it is an incredible profit. The speed at which you are making money leaves you astounded. Suddenly, you have transformed from a penniless pauper into a billionaire holding tens of billions in cash flow. Now you understand why so many people have been rushing to invest in pharmaceutical companies in recent years. Because selling medicine is indeed very profitable. Moreover, the profit of over 3 billion is clearly not the limit of the anti-cancer reagent. It can even be said that this is just the beginning. The anti-cancer reagent has yet to experience its true sales explosion period. Over the past month, nearly 400,000 patients have successfully cured their cancer by purchasing the anti-cancer reagent. In the nationwide population of cancer patients, this is already a significant number. On the internet, it has garnered enough attention. Gradually, on various online media platforms, posts about the anti-cancer reagent have been increasing. All of them are from patients who have purchased the anti-cancer reagent and, after experiencing its effects firsthand, cannot help but promote your company online. One day, a topic entry about the anti-cancer reagent appeared on the trending search list. Although it was only at the bottom of the list, it still caught the attention of many. Many people curiously clicked on the trending entry, including some cancer patients. Naturally, the topic was filled with unanimous praise from buyers for the anti-cancer reagent. Many cancer patients began to consider making a purchase. However, upon seeing the expensive price of the anti-cancer reagent, some hesitated. Nevertheless, there were still wealthy cancer patients who, with a mindset of trying anything as a last resort, placed an order for a vial of the anti-cancer reagent. Then, a few days later, they actively became advocates for the anti-cancer reagent, frantically recommending it to fellow patients online. Gradually, the buzz around your anti-cancer reagent grew louder, attracting the attention of many major media outlets. At the same time, it also touched the interests of many hospitals. The treatment costs for cancer patients constitute a significant portion of hospital revenue. Especially for many hospitals, their very existence relies on treating cancer patients. Soon, representatives from the hospitals took action. The internet was flooded with negative reports about the anti-cancer reagent. Some media even exposed that a few patients, after taking the anti-cancer reagent, not only saw no improvement but their conditions worsened rapidly, leading to death within days. Of course, this was entirely a smear tactic by the media. The patients who died after injecting the anti-cancer agent were completely fabricated by the media. Almost overnight, the anti-cancer reagent became something everyone wanted to denounce. For several consecutive days, the topic of the anti-cancer reagent remained at the top of the trending search list, but all the news was negative. This also led to a plummet in the sales of the anti-cancer reagent, from over 2,000 vials sold per day at its peak to a pitiful 5 or 6 vials now. However, you did not sit idly by. Instead, you looked coldly at the hospitals that were jumping around like clowns. In your view, their tactics were merely a desperate struggle before their demise. You made money to build a legion of war robots. Building a legion of war robots was to combat the army of zombies. Fighting against the zombie army is to save humanity in the zombie apocalypse. If you don't let me make money, then you are stopping me from saving humanity. So, there's nothing more to say. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. One day later, a huge explosive piece of news was revealed. The whistleblower released some chat screenshots and call recordings. The content of the chat screenshots and call recordings involved several well-known cancer hospitals in the country and certain domestic media reaching a dirty deal to discredit anti-cancer reagents. This included, but was not limited to, hiring internet trolls, fabricating false information, and reverse blackmail tactics.
In other words, the earlier online news about discrediting anti-cancer reagents was all false. It was all a self-directed performance between those hospitals and the media. This suddenly proved your company's innocence. Your methods are not limited to this. After this revelation, an even more explosive piece of news followed.
Someone exposed that several well-known cancer hospitals in the country had engaged in excessive charging, swapping medications, maliciously exaggerating patients' conditions, guiding patients to pay exorbitant medical fees, and engaging in power-for-money transactions.
Relevant evidence was also provided.
A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. These industry irregularities were exposed.
This was no less than a seismic blow to the domestic medical industry.
Soon, someone contacted the online platform, willing to spend a lot of money to have the whistleblower's post deleted.
However,
the whistleblower's post not only remained undeleted but was also firmly pinned to the platform's homepage, basically visible as soon as one entered the platform.
It wasn't that the platform didn't want to make this money. Those hospitals offered an irresistible price.
But the crux of the problem was, their platform tried many times and found that there was simply no way to delete that post from the back end. All the technical staff worked together for a day and night, but couldn't budge that post even a little. It was as if it was welded into the server. This was, of course, the work of Ling. Including the chat records and call recordings that were exposed, all of them were obtained by you having Ling hack into several hospitals' systems. Seeing that the post couldn't be deleted, the platform owner could only tearfully refuse the hospital's request. Rarely, they stood firm. And those hospitals, of course, had a hard time. The negative news about anti-cancer reagents was all proven to be slander.
And your hospital's deceitful behavior towards patients was thoroughly hammered down.
So rather than being treated as a cash cow at your hospitals,
we might as well buy an anti-cancer reagent to try its effects.
Thus, within just a few days,
those hospitals went from being overcrowded to nearly empty.
Only a few patients remained hospitalized.
Those hospitals had completely shot themselves in the foot.
They originally wanted to rely on online public opinion to thoroughly discredit your anti-cancer reagents.
But, unexpectedly,
with the subsequent reversal, not only were they backfired upon, becoming a target for everyone to attack, they also inadvertently provided a wave of free advertising for your anti-cancer reagents.
Originally, not many people understood anti-cancer reagents,
but the anti-cancer reagents were blackened by them and stayed at the top of the trending searches for several days.
Netizens couldn't help but want to know, especially after the event's reversal.
The trending searches for anti-cancer reagents exploded unprecedentedly. It completely reached the level of going viral. Many well-known medical magazines in the country, after actually testing the efficacy of the anti-cancer reagents, even voluntarily promoted the anti-cancer reagents. In just a few days, your company's anti-cancer reagent has become a sensation nationwide. Not only is it well known among cancer patients, but it has also reached a level of popularity beyond its original circle. Many ordinary people have learned that a drug capable of completely curing cancer has been developed, and it comes from a pharmaceutical company in Manhwa.
Imaginary scenes unfold.
On online media platforms, comments praising the anti-cancer reagent flow endlessly.
Is this for real? A drug that can cure cancer has been developed by a pharmaceutical company in Manhwa?
It's true. An aunt in my building was a late-stage liver cancer patient, and she was about to be brought home from the hospital to wait for death.
But after she received an injection of the anti-cancer reagent, guess what?
Now she's taking her grandson to and from school. I can also testify that the anti-cancer reagent is a miraculous drug for cancer. My grandfather is a cancer patient, and he just received an injection of the anti-cancer reagent yesterday. This morning, after a checkup, he was found to be cured. Although it sounds unbelievable, we have to admit that starting today, cancer is no longer an incurable disease in human society.
What kind of company is Photon Pharmaceuticals? This is incredible. As a PhD in pharmacy, I must join this company after graduation.
Photon Pharmaceuticals is a truly conscientious company. A completely monopolized anti-cancer drug that could easily sell for hundreds of thousands, yet its actual price is less than 100,000.
How ethical.
Countless cancer patients have snatched back their lives from the hands of death after receiving your company's anti-cancer reagent.
They say saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda.
You saved so many lives at once, significantly reducing the performance of the underworld. Who knows how many pagodas you've built? If it weren't for your deliberate concealment of the fact that you are the sole shareholder behind Photon Pharmaceuticals, it's likely that your name would be worshipped alongside the ancestors in hundreds of thousands of families across the country. Under various influences, the sales of the anti-cancer reagent have been climbing steadily.
In fact, its fame has even spread abroad.
Many foreign cancer patients are eagerly hoping to buy an anti-cancer reagent to cure their ailments.
Naturally, you warmly welcome these foreign patients who come to spend money.
You found several agents abroad to help sell the anti-cancer reagent. You also didn't take advantage of the foreign customers too much on pricing. Since the anti-cancer reagent sells for 88,888 renminbi domestically, you thought this number was quite auspicious. So, you decided to sell it to foreign customers for the same price, but in US dollars.
The price of the anti-cancer reagent abroad is 88,888 US dollars each. That's over 600,000 RMB.
Many rare imported drugs abroad have sold for sky-high prices in the domestic market, allowing foreign pharmaceutical companies to make a lot of money from Chinese consumers.
Now that you've finally seized the opportunity, of course, you want to make a good profit off these foreigners. The price is a full 7 times higher than the domestic price. If they want to buy, they can; if not, that's fine too. You're not worried about sales. The production capacity of your Photon Laboratories anti-cancer reagent is limited.
You must first ensure the supply of the anti-cancer reagent domestically. Therefore, the first batch of anti-cancer reagents sent abroad consists of only 10,000 units. Yet, this batch has stirred up a storm abroad. It is said that on the black market, the price of an anti-cancer reagent has now been inflated to $500,000 each, and there is still a price but no market. After all, there are more than 10,000 wealthy individuals suffering from cancer abroad. Moreover, some of these wealthy individuals are willing to keep a few extra vials at home for emergencies. Thus, once the anti-cancer reagents arrived overseas, they were met with a frenzy. This situation continued until the domestic market became saturated, and more anti-cancer reagents were shipped abroad, which alleviated the demand somewhat. Soon enough, it has been half a year since the anti-cancer reagents were released. During these 6 months, you have been raking in money worldwide with the anti-cancer reagents.
The cost of the anti-cancer reagents is very low.
Priced at over 80,000, after mass production, the cost was compressed to just around 10,000. You earn almost tens of billions every day.
At first, seeing the constantly rising balance in your bank account made you very excited. However, gradually, you became numb.
Even when you woke up to find that your bank balance had increased by tens of billions, there was not a flicker of emotion within you. Indeed, once a person has enough money, money becomes just an incredibly dull number. Sometimes, you even feel a sense of annoyance. After half a year, roughly calculated, you have sold about over 10 million vials of anti-cancer reagents. You sold over 2 million domestically and over 8 million abroad.
The funds at your disposal have reached a terrifying 50 trillion.
That's over 50 trillion. To put it in perspective, last year, the entire GDP of Huagua was only a little over 100 trillion.
And Huagua is the second largest economy in the world.
It can be said that your assets now are comparable to those of some small to medium-sized countries. To say you are as rich as a nation is not an exaggeration.
50 trillion. This is the wealthiest you have ever been in all your simulations. This time, you can finally fight a wealthy battle. With 50 trillion, this amount of money is enough for you to do many things. With over 50 trillion at your disposal, you can truly be considered the richest person in the world. A few days later, the new Forbes billionaire list is released. No surprises here. At 27 years old, with over 50 trillion RMB, equivalent to over 70 billion USD in assets, you top the Forbes billionaire list. In second place, Musk has a net worth of only over 200 billion. You have suddenly become a celebrity in the global billionaire circle.
Before you turned 20, you were just an ordinary college student, with less than 1,000 yuan in your pocket for living expenses.
And now, you are the #1 on the global billionaire list.
Your story of starting from scratch has been hailed as legendary by countless people.
Many admire you immensely.
Invitations to numerous high-end gatherings flood in, but you turn them all down. You rarely show your face in public. Right now, you are busy saving the world and have no time to socialize with those whose minds are filled with money. However, while you were locked in your office, planning how to spend this 50 trillion, you received an unexpected yet somehow expected invitation.
The invitation was sent from abroad. To be precise, it was sent by the Nobel Prize Committee from abroad.
The Nobel Committee invites you to attend this year's Nobel Prize Award ceremony. If all goes well, you should have some gains at this award ceremony.
A week later, you set off for Sweden.
The Nobel Prize Award ceremony will be held in Stockholm, Sweden. On the day of the Nobel Prize Award banquet, you received a notification from the organizing committee a few hours in advance. It stated that you would be awarded this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for your company's anti-cancer reagent. In reality, the winners of the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine had been decided long ago by the committee. It was a biologist from the United States who had made significant contributions to the study of human blood. However, no one expected that your anti-cancer reagent would rise to prominence recently. Faced with a product that solved a century-old problem in human medical history, it was impossible for this year's Nobel Prize not to be awarded to you. If it weren't, the outside world would surely question the authority of the Nobel Prize. Thus, on the night of the Nobel Prize ceremony, when the host announced that this year's prize went to your company's anti-cancer reagent, no one showed any surprise. This was entirely within everyone's expectations. If the award had not gone to you, that would have been the real shock. You took a trip abroad and returned home with the Nobel medal. The domestic media, of course, began to promote your award with great fanfare. After all, you were the first person in the country to receive the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Your achievement brought glory to the domestic research community as well. Under the media's extensive coverage, you, who had previously been hidden behind the scenes of Photon Pharmaceuticals, began to step into the spotlight. Suddenly, your name resonated across the country. You were not only the first Nobel laureate in physiology or medicine from Hwagwa but also ranked first on the global Forbes billionaire list. As your fame grew, more of your past achievements were uncovered. Some recognized you as the magician Jiang Chen, who had gained popularity 2 years ago. Now, whenever people look up at the moon at night, the magic performance you gave during that year's Spring Festival Gala still lingers in their minds. Similarly, martial arts enthusiasts recognized you as their current martial arts leader, Jiang Chen. No wonder you seem to be like a hands-off manager in the martial arts community, missing out on various meetings and events. It turned out you were busy making big money. Countless stories about you were posted online. It was shocking to see how rich and colorful your experiences were, despite being only 27 years old. Not only were you young and wealthy, but you were also well-rounded. You could win a Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine and hold the position of martial arts leader. Combined with your handsome looks and multifaceted talents, you became the dream lover of countless young women across the nation. Many women sought ways to climb into your bed. Some even found out your address through unknown channels. They would occasionally pretend to run into you and engage in enthusiastic conversations, gradually leading to the bedroom. A simulated scene emerged. In the bedroom of the villa, Jiang Chen, wearing shorts, gazed at the woman sleeping soundly under a thin blanket. He then pulled back the curtains, looking out at the women outside, who were dressed flamboyantly and seemed to be wandering aimlessly, but in reality, had ulterior motives. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Ah, this is the trouble of the wealthy. At such a young age, his vitality was being exhausted. It seemed that he should return to the Kunquan martial arts school to practice again, to learn some techniques for strengthening his body. At the very least, he wanted to be capable of 10 times a night. To escape the pursuit of those women, you simply decided to temporarily sleep at the company. The anti-cancer reagent continued to be profitable. However, the speed of profit has not been as explosive as it was in the first 6 months after the launch. But a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Moreover, it is not a skinny camel at all. The anti-cancer reagent has no competitors and is a completely monopolized product. Every year, new cancer patients emerge worldwide. Now, it's just that the explosive period for the anti-cancer reagent has ended. What follows is a steady business. In any case, if you have confidence, given the current level of medical development globally, even if you have samples of the anti-cancer reagent in hand, it is impossible to deduce the formula in a short time. The monopoly business of the Photon Company's anti-cancer reagent can last for many years. It can bring you at least 2 to 3 trillion in revenue each year. Now, the only variable is Professor Ipsun and the Dark Particle Laboratory. According to the timelines of previous simulated worlds, the current Dark Particle Laboratory should be in the formation stage. But in this world, the anti-cancer reagent has appeared in your hands. Whether the research direction of the anti-cancer drug at the Dark Particle Laboratory will still emerge in this world is uncertain. However, you understand the principle of taking the initiative. You early on sent someone to privately contact Professor Ipsun. You offered him a price he couldn't refuse. After all, there are only a few people in the world who don't love money. Some people are not swayed by money mainly because you didn't offer enough. As the number one on the global rich list, there are very few things you can't accomplish once money paves the way. Professor Ipsun was hired by your Photon Laboratory. You didn't leave him idle. Utilize people to their fullest potential. Although your main purpose in hiring Professor Ipsun was to prevent him from later joining the Dark Particle Laboratory, you also wanted to make use of his talents in biology. Thus, after Professor Ipson arrived at the Photon Laboratory, you invested heavily, spending over 100 billion to expand the scale of the laboratory. At the same time, you recruited extensively. You equipped Professor Ipson at the Photon Laboratory with elite personnel. Not only that, but you also handed the formula for the anti-cancer reagent to Professor Ipson. In a simulated scene, in the director's office of the laboratory, Jiang Chen looked at Professor Ipson, who was sitting across from him, with a nameplate that read owner of the Photon Laboratory, and smiled slightly. Professor Ipson, welcome to our Photon Laboratory. Although Jiang Chen and Professor Ipson had become old acquaintances through multiple simulations, this was their first meeting in this simulated world. The current Professor Ipson still appeared quite young, full of vigor. Facing Jiang Chen, the world's top billionaire, Professor Ipson stood up slightly awkwardly and shook hands with Jiang Chen, saying, Mr. Jiang, thank you very much for trusting me and entrusting this large laboratory to my management. At just over 40 years old, Professor Ipson occupies a place in the global biomedical field, but compared to some established big names, his fame is somewhat lacking. The investment and scale of the Photon Laboratory are enough to rank among the top 3 in all biological laboratories worldwide. Handing over such a laboratory entirely to Professor Ipson naturally made him extremely grateful to Jiang Chen, even feeling a sense of gratitude for being recognized. Looking at Professor Ipson, who was tearfully gazing at him, Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. Professor Ipson, although this is our first meeting, I have heard your great name for a long time. Indeed, it has been a long time. If you add up all the simulated time, it would be around 300 to 400 years. Then, the two exchanged pleasantries for a while. They finalized the list of researchers for the Photon Laboratory. This time, Jiang Chen did not casually select 2 associate professors and a group of clear-headed but foolish university students as before. Instead, he chose only the elite from the world's top universities. It was a gathering of big names, with professors everywhere and associate professors hardly worth mentioning. The weakest among them were associate professors from the top 500 universities globally. To recruit these individuals to the Photon Laboratory, Jiang Chen implemented a generous funding plan, throwing money at the problem. There was basically no significant resistance, and the personnel were quickly assembled. Once the personnel were confirmed, Jiang Chen clasped his hands together, looked at Professor Ipson, and began to discuss serious matters. Professor Ipson, you have reviewed the formula for the anti-cancer reagent I provided, right? Mr. Jiang, I have. I must say, the formula for this anti-cancer reagent you are researching is truly exquisite. Moreover, not to boast, but some of the ideas align perfectly with my own. I didn't expect you to have such high attainments in the field of biomedical science, Mr. Jiang. I heard you are not even specialized in biomedical studies, which makes me admire you even more. Looking at Professor Ipson across from him, who was visibly excited and eager to express his admiration, Jiang Chen instinctively tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was entirely normal for the formula of the anti-cancer reagent to coincide with Ipson's ideas, because the anti-cancer reagent was, after all, developed by Ipson in the future. Jiang Chen had merely copied the formula from the last simulated world. However, Jiang Chen clearly had no intention of revealing this secret to Professor Ipson. Ahem. Jiang Chen waved his hand, interrupting Professor Ipson's speech. Professor Ipson, let's talk about the next research direction for our laboratory. Upon hearing this, Professor Ipson straightened his face, opened his notebook, and began to take notes. Mr. Jiang, please go ahead. Jiang Chen pondered for a few seconds and slowly spoke. It's quite simple. We will base our next research on this anti-cancer reagent from our laboratory, focusing on human cells, specifically cancer cells, for further study. The ultimate goal is to transform cancer cells, which can continuously divide, into a type of cell that is beneficial to the human body. In other words, we want to enable the mutated cancer cells to keep dividing, replacing the aging and dead cells in the human body, thus achieving immortality for the human body. The normal cell division in the human body is limited. It can only divide 50 to 60 times at most. This means that once the cells in the human body reach their maximum division limit, they will inevitably age and die. However, cancer cells are different. Cancer cells have no limit on the number of divisions. As long as there are sufficient nutrients, cancer cells can keep dividing indefinitely. The only problem is that cancer cells are harmful to the human body. But if cancer cells can be transformed into a type of cell that is beneficial to the human body, combined with their ability to divide infinitely, replacing all normal cells in the body with cancer cells could, to some extent, prevent aging and offer the possibility of immortality. That is immortality, an existence that countless ancient emperors dreamed of. In modern technological civilization, it is no longer just a concept. Of course, it would definitely be very difficult. As for why Jiang Chen thought to set the next research direction for the photon laboratory is this: using the anti-cancer reagent as the basis for subsequent development, the reason is simple. During the third simulation, when Jiang Chen first acquired the dark particle laboratory, Professor Ipsen had described the grand blueprint of the laboratory to him. Professor Appesen's grand blueprint unfolds in 2 steps. The first step is, of course, to develop an anti-cancer reagent that can eliminate all cancers in the world. The second step, as Jiang Chen just mentioned, is to continue probing into the secrets of the human body based on the anti-cancer reagent, transitioning from killing cancer cells to utilizing them. By harnessing the properties of cancer cells, the goal is to achieve immortality for the human body. Even if true immortality cannot be realized, human lifespan can be significantly extended. The normal human lifespan is only 70 to 80 years, and reaching 100 years is considered a long life. Once Professor Appesen's concept regarding cancer cells is realized, not to mention 100 years, living to 200 years would be a breeze for an average human. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's plans for the next steps in the photon laboratory, Professor Appesen excitedly grasped Jiang Chen's hand. "Mr. Jiang, you truly are my confidant. Your ideas resonate with me once again. Please believe me, I will do my utmost to realize your vision as per your instructions, but this will require time, long time. It will also likely demand substantial financial resources." While expressing his excitement, Professor Appesen also voiced his concerns. One is time. Although the idea of human immortality is idealistic, a little thought reveals that this is not a simple project. It cannot be accomplished in just a few years. The other is money. It can be anticipated that before the research results are unveiled, the photon laboratory will certainly be in a state of loss. Moreover, this loss will not be short-term but rather a long-term deficit lasting decades. The photon laboratory is currently quite large. Not to mention, just the annual salaries of the research personnel in the lab is a considerable expense. Not to mention the costs of experimental materials, etc. In the face of Professor Appesen's concerns, Jiang Chen merely smiled and patted his shoulder. "Professor Appesen, I won't put too much pressure on you while granting you great autonomy. You only need to report to me every 5 years on the progress of the research. As for money, do you think a global billionaire like me would be short on cash?" His words eased Professor Appesen's mind. At the same time, he completely empowered Professor Appesen. He did not interfere in the affairs of the photon laboratory. All responsibilities were entrusted to Professor Appesen. This also facilitated Professor Appesen in establishing authority within the laboratory. Professor Appesen is a research fanatic. You have already experienced this in the previous simulations. After taking control of the photon laboratory, he will surely devote himself wholeheartedly to experimental research, without any inflated ideas arising from his newfound power. You are not worried about Professor Appesen betraying you. The only way to prompt Professor Appesen's betrayal would be through financial pressure. But, looking at the whole world, who could be wealthier than you? The photon laboratory quickly got back on track. You have many matters to attend to and soon set this aside. Next, you began your next plan. You prepared to build a super-large war robot production factory in the suburbs of Qingqing City. Your initial investment is $100 billion, covering more than 100 square kilometers, with over 500 workshops and hiring more than 50,000 employees. If all 500 workshops operate at full capacity, they could produce over 10,000 war robots in a single day. Your goal is to create a legion of 100 million robots, a steel torrent army, before the zombie apocalypse arrives. 100 million war robots. In the early days of the zombie apocalypse, the combat power of humanity was not at all inferior to that of the zombie army. However, at this stage, the only thing you could create was the most basic ordinary war robots. Just the 1.0 version. They could hold their own against ordinary zombies, but they were not up to par against higher-tier zombie lords. The updates and enhancements for the war robots were equally urgent, especially regarding weapons and materials, which were of utmost importance. In the simulated world of your previous life, war robots that had their weapons and materials enhanced could compete with zombie lords under the control of ordinary people. Therefore, to expedite the iteration and upgrade of the robots, you built a large research base next to the robot manufacturing factory. This large research base would serve the war robots throughout the entire process, primarily responsible for the iteration and upgrade of the robot's performance, as well as the research and development of advanced black technology weapons like laser and electromagnetic weapons, and the manufacturing of high-performance materials. As for the researchers in the laboratory, those in the fields of robotics and materials were manageable. However, since war weapons were considered secret research matters in various countries, it would be impossible to find experts in this area through normal channels. Thus, you directly stormed into military bases in Europe and America, using the tens of thousands of war robots you had just manufactured to forcibly abduct their weapons manufacturing experts.
It was hardly different from being a bandit.
But in these special times, you had no choice but to act unethically.
However, you did not leave them without compensation.
You compensated each person at the military base with a sum of $1 million. Whether they accepted it or not was no longer your concern. Because you could use the mist to hide the movements of the war robots, the countries in Europe and America only knew that their military bases had been attacked by a group of mysteriously appearing robots.
As for who sent them, where the abducted weapons experts had gone,
they were completely in the dark and had no idea.
This left their leaders furious.
But since they couldn't find a target to vent their anger on, they had to swallow this hidden loss. As for those weapons experts who had been forcibly taken to the research base, after you employed both kindness and coercion, using a big stick along with sweet dates, and promised to bring their families to China as soon as possible, they finally began to obey your orders. They wholeheartedly devoted themselves to the research and development of high-tech weapons. Currently, there were only two directions for weapon development. One was laser weapons, and the other was electromagnetic weapons. There had been no related research conducted domestically on these two types of weapons. However, in these European and American countries, there had already been some phased research results. Therefore, this group of weapons experts found their work quite manageable. Although the speed of producing results at the research base was certainly faster than that of the Photon Laboratory, there were no groundbreaking advancements in the short term. On the other hand, at the robot production factory, after more than a month, over 300,000 war robots had been manufactured. You also acquired a large amount of land in the western suburbs of Qingqing City to build warehouses for storing the manufactured war robots. At the same time, you constructed a factory that was significantly smaller than the robot production factory. This factory produced virtual game helmets. In 2028, just after the new year, a new game called Zombie Apocalypse War was released on the market. The Zombie Apocalypse War was entirely developed and manufactured by Mio. It took about 2.5 months. Just like in the last simulated world, this game is a virtual reality game. The world's first virtual reality game. You didn't create this game years in advance just to make money. Your goal is to use the Zombie Apocalypse War to familiarize humanity with the characteristics of zombies. Additionally, to quickly learn how to control war robots. When the zombie virus truly breaks out, you can swiftly organize a legion of war robots with rich combat experience to confront the zombie horde. As the world's first virtual reality game, the Zombie Apocalypse War is sure to attract a lot of interest. However, to draw more players to your game, you took many measures. The first was in pricing. This groundbreaking game, the Zombie Apocalypse War, is priced at only 10 yuan. Compared to those AAA titles that often cost hundreds, it's incredibly conscientious. As for the virtual game helmet, a supporting product for the Zombie Apocalypse War, you even sold it at a loss to gain attention. A virtual game helmet is priced at 99 yuan, which is much cheaper than an ordinary motorcycle helmet. At the same time, you also developed the exchange channel for game coins and real-world currency from the last simulated world. 10 game coins can be exchanged for 1 yuan in the real world. Killing an ordinary zombie can yield about 10 game coins. With this factor in play, it's estimated that the number of players quitting due to the game's difficulty will significantly decrease. About a month before the Zombie Apocalypse War launched, you began a promotional campaign. You invested heavily in advertising this time, pouring in several hundred million. Therefore, whether online or offline, there was an overwhelming amount of coverage about this game. It can be said that as long as you weren't in a remote area without electricity or internet, you would basically see promotions related to the Zombie Apocalypse War. After declaring itself the world's first virtual reality game, the Zombie Apocalypse War quickly garnered enthusiastic responses from players worldwide. Many gaming enthusiasts believe that virtual reality games are definitely the next direction for the gaming industry. However, they always thought that it would take decades for virtual reality games to be developed, likely until they were old and no longer interested in gaming. No one expected that in 2028, when most gaming companies around the world were still in the early stages of researching virtual reality games, you had already developed a mature virtual reality game. Gaming enthusiasts expressed great anticipation, even wishing time would pass more quickly so they could experience your virtual reality game sooner. Not just gaming enthusiasts, under your extensive promotion, even some who previously had no interest in games became intrigued by the Zombie Apocalypse War and pre-ordered a virtual game helmet early on.
Thus, amid the expectations of countless netizens, the zombie apocalypse war officially launched.
On its first day, the Zombie Apocalypse War sold 1 million copies, setting a record in the gaming industry.
However, despite the high sales volume, you hardly made any profit.
1 million copies, each priced at 10 yuan, plus a 50-50 split with the platform.
What you end up with is only 5 million yuan. It's not even as profitable as a few cancer-fighting reagents. Of course, you definitely didn't release this game with the intention of making money. Not only will you not make a profit, you will also need to keep pouring money into it to maintain players' enthusiasm for the game. 7 days later, the first week sales of the Zombie Apocalypse game were announced. It broke a series of records in the gaming industry. The first week sales reached a staggering 15 million copies. This left some domestic and international game companies envious. As for the game's reception among players, the majority of reviews are positive. Although Zombie Apocalypse War has been criticized for a host of issues, the game is difficult to pick up, the controls are hardcore, and the zombies as opponents have insane combat power, making it a death simulator. At the same time, there is no numerical mechanism for leveling up. In other words, no matter how many zombies you kill, your base attributes will not improve. These problems have left players in despair. But this game is cheap. You only need to spend 10 yuan to experience such a groundbreaking masterpiece. What more could you want? Moreover, after the exchange channel was opened, as long as you kill zombies, you can make money. The gold coins dropped by killing zombies can be exchanged for real currency at a 10-to-1 ratio. Many game studios have already planned to stay in this game, making a living by hunting zombies. Soon, a craze for Zombie Apocalypse War swept through the country. The daily online player count for Zombie Apocalypse War reached a terrifying 5,000. It became the hottest game in the world, bar none. The popularity of your game made other game companies extremely envious, but they could only watch helplessly. In the past, when they saw a game become popular, they could simply follow suit without thinking. But this time, they couldn't copy it. Your game is centered around virtual reality technology as its core selling point. As for the gameplay, in their view, it completely does not align with market trends. If they had this technology, they believe they could create a game with higher playability. Thus, some game companies approached you, hoping to collaborate, with you providing the virtual reality game technology that Zombie Apocalypse War relies on. The offers they made were quite generous. Some even proposed a 90-10 split, where you take 90 and they take 10. But you rejected them all. You cannot provide virtual game technology to any game company. In order for the popularity of Zombie Apocalypse War to last until the outbreak of the zombie virus, you need to ensure that there are no competing products in the market for Zombie Apocalypse War. The technology for virtual reality games cannot be achieved overnight. Without any assistance from you, those game companies would find it nearly impossible to independently develop a virtual reality game before the apocalypse arrives. And that's exactly what you want. To make Zombie Apocalypse War a monopolistic presence in the global gaming market. Without any competing products, players will have no other choice. If they want to play a virtual reality game, they can only play Zombie Apocalypse War. In that case, even if the difficulty of picking up Zombie Apocalypse War is very high, as time goes by, the number of players who can skillfully control war robots in the game will continue to grow. At the same time, you haven't forgotten another matter. As the leader of the martial arts world in Hwagwa, you issued your first decree to the national martial arts community after becoming the martial arts leader. That is to require all martial arts schools and disciples across the country to set aside a certain amount of time each week to play Zombie Apocalypse War. All equipment costs will be covered by you. The national martial arts community was baffled by your decree, completely unaware of what you were up to. However, due to your strength, they all complied. After all, it was just a matter of setting aside a few hours each week for the disciples to play games, treating it as a means of relaxation. At first, some disciples from various sects and schools were not very interested in your game, merely completing your task out of obligation. But gradually, the martial arts disciples experienced the benefits of Zombie Apocalypse War. It was not just a way to relax, they could also enhance their martial arts skills within the game. In the virtual reality game world, combat was essentially no different from that in the real world. However, in reality, martial arts disciples had little exposure to life-and-death battles like those in the game. Through repeated life-and-death combat, the disciples continuously honed their martial arts techniques, and their improvement was much faster than the usual methodical training. Thus, the time the disciples spent immersed in the game grew longer. This was exactly what you wanted. Time flew by, and soon it was 2029. The Huaguo martial arts competition is held every 5 years. The last one took place in 2024, so this year, a new competition would be held. You participated in this year's martial arts competition. Your goal was simple and pure, to retain your position as the martial arts leader. However, although you had already demonstrated immense dominance in the last competition, there were many who wanted to dethrone you and reclaim the martial arts leader position this time. As for who gave them the courage, that brings us back to your zombie apocalypse war. They believed that since they could kill a zombie alone in the game, how could you be stronger than a zombie? Therefore, they thought that after honing their skills in zombie apocalypse war, defeating you is no longer an impossible task. But ideals are often grand, while reality is stark. Reality dealt them a heavy blow, shattering all their fantasies. You signed up for the individual competition in the martial arts tournament. In the individual elimination rounds, facing opponents who had clearly improved, your performance was still overwhelmingly dominant. No one could last even a round against you, giving them no opportunity whatsoever. You swept through the competition and advanced to the finals. Your opponent in the finals was Master Shiwan from the Shaolin Temple, the very one who led the 8 major sects to attack you in the last martial arts competition. A simulated scene appeared. On the competition stage, Jiang Chen looked at Master Shiwan with a smile and said, "Master Shiwan, it's been many years since we last met. It seems your injuries have healed." Unlike Jiang Chen's cheerful expression, Master Shiwan's face was extremely serious. Although 5 years had passed. But 5 years ago, the scene of Jiang Chen single-handedly sweeping away the masters of the 8 major sects lingered in Master Shiwan's mind like a nightmare, refusing to fade. Unexpectedly, fate brought them together again. In the finals of the martial arts competition, they met once more. In fact, after being defeated by Jiang Chen back then, Master Shiwan reflected deeply. Over the 5 years, he practiced diligently, neglecting sleep and food, and his martial arts strength, which had stagnated for years, made a remarkable leap. Especially after realizing that the reason he lost to Jiang Chen was due to insufficient bone strength, which led to his bones being broken by Jiang Chen. Thus, Master Shiwan devoted himself to practicing the Golden Light Arhat skill, honing his bone strength. In 3 years, he had cultivated the Diamond Arhat skill to the 5th level. Due to the incompleteness of the subsequent techniques, Master Shiwan independently deduced the last 2 levels of the Diamond Arhat skill. Now, Master Shiwan had reached the 7th level of the Diamond Arhat skill. It is worth noting that even the old monk who specialized in the Diamond Arhat skill back then had only reached the 4th level. The 7th level of the Diamond Arhat skill had made Master Shiwan's bone strength comparable to ordinary steel plates. While he still couldn't withstand bullets, he should at least be able to avoid being broken by Jiang Chen. "Humph, young man, last time we lost to you because we underestimated you. This time, I will definitely let you see the true martial arts strength of our Shaolin Temple." Master Shiwan was unsure if he could defeat Jiang Chen, but at the very least, he couldn't lose in terms of momentum. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed, "Master Shiwan, you're so old, I really don't want to hurt you. It would feel like I'm bullying an elderly person. Just admit defeat, and I'll leave you with some dignity." Admit defeat? Those 2 words have never existed in my dictionary. Master Shiwan waved his sleeve and snorted coldly, "Besides, I might not necessarily lose." After saying that, Master Shiwan gave a look to the referee on the stage. The referee, after glancing sympathetically at Master Shiwan, announced the start of the match. Beep. The match officially began. Jiang Chen was too lazy to waste time. The sooner he finished the match, the better. Jiang Chen charged directly at Master Shiwan. Facing the oncoming Jiang Chen, Master Shiwan did not dodge or evade. He believed that after 5 years of training and hard work, he should be able to handle Jiang Chen's first move without any problem. And so it was. Jiang Chen's body collided with Master Shiwan's. Then, in the next second, the sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the venue. The ambulance stationed at the martial arts competition site was once again put to use. The ambulance rushed Master Shiwan, whose hands had been broken by Jiang Chen again, to the hospital. The scene fell into silence. Jiang Chen, with his hands behind his back, scanned the onlookers with a calm gaze. "Is there anyone who still doubts me as the leader of the martial arts world? If so, step forward quickly, don't waste time." In response to Jiang Chen's challenge, the crowd chuckled awkwardly and retreated, waving their hands. 5 years had passed. Jiang Chen's dominance remained unshaken. After Master Shiwan's crushing defeat to Jiang Chen, no one would dare to challenge him recklessly. No surprises. The position of the martial arts leader is once again yours. Moreover, if there are no surprises, according to everyone's estimates, the next several terms of the martial arts leader will likely all be in your pocket. The martial arts conference has ended. Your life will return to normal. Unlike the previous simulated worlds,
This time, because you took out the anti-cancer reagent early. The main purpose in this world is to create the dark matter laboratory for the anti-cancer reagent, which has not appeared. The dark matter laboratory has been a crucial existence in several simulated worlds. In this life, without the existence of the dark matter laboratory, many things are likely to change, but you are unclear about how exactly it will change. You can only make comprehensive plans. However, one thing you can be sure of is that even if the shadow laboratory no longer exists, the zombie virus will inevitably break out. The only way to stop the outbreak of the zombie virus is to find the mastermind from the secondary civilization. Then, before he arranges for others to release the zombie virus, you must kill him. This is very difficult. A being from a secondary civilization can easily hide their identity among human civilization, making it as hard to find them as searching for a needle in a haystack. And then there's Baeljan. This time, without the shadow laboratory, you cannot be certain whether Baeljan will still be chosen as the distributor of the zombie virus. You can only arrange for personnel to monitor Baeljan's every move. Time flies. Another decade has passed. It is now the year 2040. Only 3 years remain until the outbreak of the zombie virus. This time, you found senior sister Xiaoqingning early and invited her to participate in the completion of Ling's code. The entire process went smoothly. Senior sister Xiaoqingning gladly agreed to join this great project. Therefore, compared to the last simulated world, this time is earlier. On a certain day in 2040, the complete Ling was born. The birth of the complete Ling meant that your Mr. Shadow identity could go online. A simulated scene appeared. In the conference room of the Huagua Council, several council members were discussing a personnel appointment. Suddenly, the projection equipment in the conference room flickered, and a face made of data streams appeared on the screen. Hello. Who are you? You can call me Shadow. Your Mr. Shadow identity officially went online. In the council, you predicted the zombie apocalypse 3 years later to the high-ranking officials of Huagua. The high-ranking officials appeared somewhat suspicious, but very few people believed you completely. After all, the entire human society is thriving right now. To say that a virus could cause most of humanity to become zombies and that human civilization faces an extinction crisis is simply too far-fetched. However, to say that you are deceiving them also seems unreasonable. With your ability to infiltrate the council's internal meeting system, there should be no secrets in the world before you. To say that you would go to such great lengths just to convey a false message also seems unfounded. You certainly did not intend for the high-ranking officials of Huagui to fully believe your words. You just wanted to give them a warning in advance, so that when the zombie virus suddenly appears, they won't be caught off guard. A simulated scene appeared. On the conference room screen, Jiang Chen's mechanical voice echoed. Whether you believe me or not, it doesn't matter. In order to deal with the zombie virus, I have already made some plans in advance. When the time comes, it can hold off the zombie army for a while, giving you enough time to respond. After saying this, Jiang Chen went offline. In the conference room, the high-ranking officials of Huagua looked at each other, falling into a strange silence. The high-ranking officials of Huagua continued to hold a secret council meeting. The topic of discussion was Jiang Chen's earlier prediction. They certainly could not believe it entirely. If Huagua prepared according to Jiang Chen's prediction but the zombie virus did not appear in the end, wouldn't that be a waste of resources? However, at the same time, they could not completely dismiss it. Better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. After some research, the high-ranking officials of Huagua decided to secretly make some small-scale preparations in advance. Thus, in the following period, observant individuals could notice that the number of recruits in Huagua this year had increased compared to last year. The budget for military weapon manufacturing saw a significant rise. At the same time, some cities began small-scale construction of underground shelters. Grain exports were gradually reduced, while foreign grain was imported in shiploads. The entire national machinery of Huagua seemed to quietly start operating. 2 years passed. In 2042, there was 1 year left until the outbreak of the zombie virus. With the war robots produced day and night in the factories for over a decade, the number of war robots under your command reached a terrifying 100 million. You estimated that the outbreak of the zombie virus would most likely occur in the United States. Thus, you secretly dispatched 1 million war robots to the United States in advance, dispersing them across various states and hiding them away. New Jersey, where Princeton University is located, received special attention from you. You arranged for 500,000 war robots to be hidden there, specifically to eliminate the first wave of zombies when they appeared. Meanwhile, you stationed more war robots along the borders of Huagua to prevent any zombies from sneaking in. As you prepared, time quickly moved to 2043. On May 1, 2043, starting from dawn, you had Ling monitor the movements across the entire United States. At 9 in the morning, shortly after you woke up and finished breakfast, Ling issued a warning.
The zombie virus had erupted once again.
The location of the outbreak was not surprising. It was Princeton University in New Jersey.
At 9 o'clock on May 1, 2043, the zombie virus broke out at Princeton University, coinciding perfectly with the time when students were in class.
Therefore, the spread of the virus was rapid. In just a few minutes, over 100 faculty and students at Princeton University were infected with the zombie virus. The war robots, operated by Ling, arrived at the school at this time.
Hundreds of ordinary zombies were no match for the tens of thousands of robot troops.
Although the speed of the virus spread was fast, the speed at which the war robots killed zombies was even faster. In less than half an hour, all zombies, whether in the open or hidden in the shadows, were eliminated by the war robots. They left behind a ground littered with dismembered zombie corpses and terrified faculty and students, as Ling controlled the war robots to leave the school.
Soon, the U.S. police arrived at the scene.
Upon seeing the dismembered zombie corpses on the ground, the police were taken aback and immediately reported to higher authorities. In just 1 hour, Princeton University was cordoned off with layers of security. In a conference room, several police chiefs silently watched the surveillance footage playing on the screen. Simulated images appeared.
The footage showed the war robots brutally slaughtering zombies.
After a long silence, a bald, muscular police chief swallowed hard and, in a hoarse voice, asked, "Can anyone tell me what these transformed school faculty and students are, and where those robots came from?"
No one answered the chief's question, as they too were unclear.
The scene that had just unfolded at Princeton University truly shattered their worldview. Whether it was the twisted, mutated school staff and students resembling zombies, or the combat robots descending from the sky with immense fighting power, all of these were entities far beyond their comprehension.
Is this world still the one I recognize? This question arose among the crowd.
This already counts as a supernatural phenomenon, far beyond what our small police station can handle. My suggestion is to report it to the military and have them station personnel at Princeton University. From the surveillance footage, this suddenly erupted virus, let's tentatively call it the zombie virus, is highly contagious. Perhaps, even now, the air in this university still contains live zombie virus. A slightly refined sheriff with a small mustache and glasses spoke slowly.
Damn, if there's a zombie virus in the air, why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Aren't we right here at Princeton University? Doesn't that mean we're at risk of being infected with this virus? A hot-tempered sheriff slammed the table. I only said it's possible. Moreover, even if it really exists, we would have been infected the moment we entered the school. Staying a little longer doesn't change anything. Forget it, staying alive is the priority. I'm leaving. What's happening here is not something we small sheriffs can get involved in. Just as several sheriffs were about to withdraw, a police officer hurriedly knocked and entered.
Sirs, we just received news that right next door in Pennsylvania, this zombie virus has also suddenly erupted. Now, thousands of people have already mutated into zombies.
Just as you finished eliminating the zombies within Princeton University.
A few short hours later,
the neighboring Pennsylvania also erupted with the zombie virus. The specific outbreak location is a large shopping complex in Pennsylvania.
By the time you dispatched the combat robots to the scene, the police in the United States had already arrived before you.
The entire building was nearly completely overrun. At the entrance of the building, countless zombies were seen rushing out.
The ordinary sidearms of the U.S. police were utterly ineffective against the zombies. Moreover, they were unaware that the zombies' weakness was the diamond-shaped crystal at the back of their heads. Thus, the situation on the scene was overwhelmingly one-sided. The officers were toyed with by the zombies as if they were playthings.
Soon, there were numerous casualties.
Additionally, passers-by around the shopping complex were also caught up in the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus. The scene was filled with thick smoke, corpses everywhere, resembling a hellish apocalypse.
Your combat robots, at this moment, made their entrance like superheroes.
A simulated image appeared. A rotting zombie was opening its bloody maw, about to bite a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, who was holding a doll in her arms. The little girl's eyes were filled with fear, unable to move her feet due to overwhelming terror. As for the girl's parents, they had long been infected and turned into zombies while trying to protect her. Just as the zombie was about to bite the girl's neck, a steel fist struck hard at the back of the zombie's head. The zombie struggled a few times on the ground before breathing its last.
Heh, just an ordinary level zombie, easy to kill. A mechanical voice echoed.
To indulge himself, Jiang Chen also controlled a combat robot, joining the robotic army in slaughtering zombies. Jiang Chen crouched down and gently rubbed the little girl's head.
Don't be afraid, little one. The bad guy has been taken down by me. Where are your mommy and daddy?
The little girl pointed in a direction. They are over there. Looking in the direction the little girl was pointing, Jiang Chen saw the parents of the little girl, who had mutated into zombies after being killed by the war robots.
Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Uncle, uncle.
At that moment, the little girl tugged at Jiang Chen's finger. Looking down, he saw the little girl gazing at him with bright, sparkling eyes.
Uncle, you're so amazing. Are you Iron Man? Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Yes, I am Iron Man. Then, uncle, will you always protect us and defeat all the bad guys, just like in the movies?
Jiang Chen couldn't bear to shatter the little girl's fantasy. Yes, the bad guys will all be defeated by uncle.
Then, uncle, this is for you.
The little girl reluctantly handed her cloth doll to Jiang Chen.
This is my friend, I named it Bubu. It will accompany you and give you strength.
Jiang Chen did not refuse. He carefully accepted the doll.
There are many zombies in this shopping mall.
By the time you eliminate all the zombies in this shopping mall, it will be more than 2 hours later. As for the people in the mall, most of them have been infected and turned into zombies. Only a few dozen people managed to escape by hiding in safe spots.
However, you did kill all the zombies in the mall.
But during that time, some zombies had already left the mall and run far away.
This is not something you can find in a short time.
You can only arrange for a few robots to continue searching for the remaining zombie traces. As for the remaining robots, they will start to support other areas.
That's right.
While you were busy eliminating the zombies in this mall, the zombie virus broke out again in other parts of the United States. And it wasn't just one place. It was a total of 5 places.
Some were in schools, some in office buildings, and some in luxurious wealthy areas. You are like a firefighter.
Just as you extinguished a fire in one place, you have to rush to the next. The zombie virus suddenly broke out in multiple locations. But fortunately, you had arranged a full million war robots in the United States in advance, so it was still enough. The zombies at the other 5 outbreak points were quickly eliminated by the robot army that you rushed to the scene. There was no large-scale spread of the zombie virus.
However, the bad news is, like the situation in that mall,
a few scattered zombies managed to escape while you were preoccupied. This could be a significant hidden danger.
After you eliminated the zombies at these 5 outbreak points,
the mastermind behind it seems to have temporarily ceased operations. There has been no new zombie virus released in a short time. You gained a brief respite to analyze the current situation. A simulated image appeared. In the study of the villa, a small blackboard was placed in front of Jiang Chen.
On the blackboard hung a map of the entire United States. Jiang Chen marked 7 locations on the map.
These were the 7 places where the zombie virus had just broken out.
At each location, Jiang Chen wrote a name.
The 7 names represented the 7 individuals who had released the zombie virus. Under the comprehensive surveillance of the network, all 7 virus release agents had been identified in a short time.
At Princeton University, Jiang Chen wrote the name Borgen.
That's right. Just like in the previous simulations of the world, Borgen had become the chosen virus release agent by the mastermind. And just like in the previous simulated world, under Jiang Chen's tight surveillance, no unusual activity from Borgen had been detected recently. Mio, help me pull up the detailed information on all 7 of these individuals.
Jiang Chen crossed his arms, his expression calm as he spoke. The detailed information of the 7 virus spreaders appeared before Jiang Chen.
After scanning through the information of these 7 people, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed tightly, because, according to the displayed information, there was no intersection or similarity among these 7 virus spreaders.
Some were ordinary housewives, some were high school students with excellent grades, some were recently released African American men, and some were just elementary school children. They were completely unrelated individuals. Jiang Chen felt a bit of a headache upon receiving this result. The virus spreaders chosen by the unseen hand were certainly not selected at random. Moreover, there must be some connection between the unseen hand and the spreaders.
Jiang Chen's original plan was to identify the unseen hand's identity through the intersections among these 7 chosen spreaders, to at least narrow it down to a general range. But now it seemed that this method was temporarily unfeasible. Your plan to find the identity of the unseen hand has failed.
But you are not discouraged. It's only the beginning. You still have plenty of opportunities ahead.
The news of the zombie virus outbreak in the United States quickly spread around the world.
Although the United States deliberately tried to contain the information, this kind of containment was only for the general public.
The ordinary masses were unaware that the zombie virus had already broken out in the United States, still toiling away at their jobs. For the high-level officials of various countries, it was no longer a secret. After all, any country with a bit of power has eyes and ears in the United States. With 7 locations experiencing zombie virus outbreaks, it was impossible to keep it hidden from the eyes of various countries. In the face of the sudden appearance of the zombie virus, the reactions of different countries varied. Some countries were indifferent, believing that since the zombie virus had been suppressed, it was not a cause for concern for the time being. Other countries were deeply worried, because based on the combat power exhibited by the mutated zombies, ordinary firepower could not inflict any effective damage on them. And once the zombie virus spread on a large scale, it could overturn the entire world order and even destroy human civilization. In the conference room of the Huagua Council, several high-ranking officials were anxiously pacing back and forth. Just now, as high-ranking officials of Huagua, they had received the news of the zombie virus outbreak in the United States. In 2023, the United States experienced a zombie virus outbreak. This was exactly what your prophecy had predicted. It was at this moment that they realized you were not joking at that time. The zombie virus would indeed break out. Did that mean that what you said then, that a large-scale zombie crisis would erupt globally and human civilization would face extinction, would also become a reality? A simulated image appeared. In the council, the only elder sitting in a chair turned to the middle-aged man beside him and asked, "Have you contacted Mr. Ng?" After Jiang Chen's last meeting with the high-ranking officials of Huagua, he left them a website. Through that website, one could access a mysterious site. By leaving a message on that site, Jiang Chen would actively contact the high-ranking officials of Huagua upon seeing it. Just now, the elder had already had someone leave a message on the site. Everyone was anxiously waiting for Jiang Chen's response. Since Jiang Chen could predict the outbreak of the zombie virus, he might have some means to deal with it. Immediately stop all flights returning from the United States to China. Yes, all of them, even those that have already taken off and are about to return to China are not allowed to land. At the same time, arrange for our embassies in various countries to issue statements, open special flights for returning citizens, and mobilize Chinese people to return home. But for those who stubbornly refuse to come back, we won't force them, let them fend for themselves abroad. Simultaneously, take stock of our material reserves, utilize foreign exchange, and while other countries have not yet realized the severity of the zombie virus, purchase food and essential supplies on a large scale from abroad, the more the better. Temporarily suspend some non-essential industries, including tourism and entertainment, and vigorously develop agriculture and animal husbandry. Once the zombie virus spreads on a large scale, survival supplies will be more important than anything else. Request major cities to accelerate the construction of underground shelters, regardless of cost, aiming to ensure that an average of 10 households have one underground shelter in a short time. Issue a call for retired military personnel, recalling all veterans. All military districts must immediately enter a wartime state, and preparations for compulsory military service must be made. In the conference room, the elder in the main seat methodically issued one political order after another. As he finished speaking, the elderly man gently furrowed his brow and scanned the room. The next topic I want to discuss is the war robots that can easily kill zombies, as shown in the video sent back by our spies. Everyone, please share your thoughts. The spies planted in the United States not only reported the outbreak of the zombie virus but also sent back a video. The footage initially appeared normal. It showed the outbreak of the zombie virus, with ordinary humans infected and mutated into decaying zombies. Then the police arrived, but they were easily toyed with by the zombies, almost wiped out in a short time. However, the next scene shocked the high-ranking officials of China. In the footage, war robots made a stunning entrance, like divine soldiers descending from the heavens. Faced with the overwhelming zombie horde, they fought like adults against children, completely dominating the zombies that had just been so formidable in front of the American police. The zombies fell one by one, like wheat being cut down. Meanwhile, the robot army suffered almost no damage. The power of the war robots far exceeded the expectations of China's high-ranking officials. At that moment, after watching the video, the officials remained silent for a long time. Some even lit cigarettes in the conference room. In their subconscious, they believed that these war robots were likely the latest military research products of the U.S. military. The military strength of the United States was far beyond their expectations. Therefore, when the elderly man raised this topic, after a moment of silence, everyone couldn't help but start speaking. I really didn't expect that the development of military weapons in the United States is so much stronger than ours. Those war robots can be considered the pinnacle of individual combat. Yes. They're too strong. From the situation in the video, the combat power of a single war robot is almost comparable to that of a small-scale company. The times have truly changed.
How can the flesh and blood of humans compete with steel bodies? If there were the same number of robots and human soldiers on a real battlefield, the humans would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. The United States has kept this information too tightly under wraps. We have so many insiders, yet we didn't receive any news in advance. In the face of zombies, war robots that are not afraid of being infected by the zombie virus will have their advantages magnified. They can be said to be a sharp weapon against the zombie horde. We are currently conducting research and development, but there are too many technical difficulties, and we definitely won't have enough time. Therefore, my idea is that no matter what the cost, we must acquire the war robot technology from the United States. I agree. I concur. The elder sitting in the main seat listened to everyone's statements, interlaced his fingers, and after a few seconds of silence, slowly spoke, "All right, since we are unified in our opinion, let's give orders to our insiders in the United States later. Order them to spare no effort and ensure that the war robot technology from the United States is brought back to China." Although the elder knew that their actions were not in line with international ethics, he also understood that once this order was given, many insiders would likely sacrifice their lives. However, in the face of the nation's survival, they had no other choice. War robots were indeed the optimal solution to deal with the zombie horde. There was no other option. Alright, let's move on to the next topic, which is, the elder intended to start discussing the next topic. Suddenly, the large screen in front of everyone went black. A dense stream of data began to converge into a human face. The senior officials of China looked pleased, each adjusting their posture. The mysterious Mr. Shadow, who had successfully predicted the outbreak of the zombie virus, had finally seen their messages on the website. Jiang Chen had deliberately waited for a while after receiving the notification from Ling that the senior officials of China were looking for him before making his appearance. In the conference room, Jiang Chen saw the 11 senior officials of the Chinese council sitting neatly. "You were looking for me?" Jiang Chen's mechanical voice echoed. The elder politely addressed Jiang Chen, "Yes, Mr. Shadow. Just as you predicted, the zombie virus has broken out in the United States, but it has been temporarily suppressed." Although it was only their second meeting, the attitude of the Chinese officials this time was completely different from the last. Jiang Chen spoke in a flat tone, "This is only temporary. It won't be long before the zombie virus spreads globally." Jiang Chen did not believe that the hidden mastermind lurking in the shadows had such limited means. In front of a second-tier civilization's beings, if they were determined to unleash the zombie virus, Jiang Chen felt it would be very difficult to resist. He just wasn't sure what methods the hidden mastermind would employ later. "Mr. Shadow, we have made some arrangements in advance to deal with the zombie crisis." The elder then reported all the arrangements to Jiang Chen. After listening, Jiang Chen nodded, "That's good. It's basically comprehensive. However, I suggest that we start constructing large defensive works in the northwest of China to prevent the zombie crisis from becoming uncontrollable later on, which could also serve as the last line of defense for humanity." After some thought, the elder found Jiang Chen's suggestion to be quite feasible and agreed, "Alright, we will make arrangements shortly." By the way, the elder suddenly remembered something and spoke to Jiang Chen, "Mr. Shadow, there is one thing we need your help with." "Mr. Shadow, there is one thing we need your help with." The elder's voice echoed in the quiet conference room. Jiang Chen replied, "Go ahead." "Mr. Shadow, please watch a video first." The elder then had someone play the video of the zombie outbreak in the United States that had been transmitted back by their insiders for Jiang Chen to see. In the end, the video froze on the war robots disappearing at the end of the road. Just then, while the elder was talking to Jiang Chen, he suddenly thought of something. Since this Mr. Shadow had the ability to break through their layers of firewalls and invade the internal meeting system of the Chinese Council, then, could Jiang Chen also break through the security systems of the United States? How about stealing back the technology of the war robots? If that were possible, we wouldn't need to send spies embedded within the U.S. to make unnecessary sacrifices. The elder raised his head, his gaze filled with hope as he looked at Jiang Chen, slowly speaking, "Mr. Shadow, you have already witnessed the power of those war robots in the video. These war robots developed by the U.S. military possess formidable combat capabilities and have advantages that human armies do not have when facing hordes of zombies. If we could also master the technology of war robots, it would surely be twice the result with half the effort when dealing with the zombie army. So, my thought is it possible for you to..." Before the elder could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Jiang Chen. "Wait a moment." Hearing the elder's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, who said these war robots were the work of the U.S. military? Ha! Jiang Chen's statement left the high-ranking officials of the Huagua Council bewildered. The war robots aren't the work of the U.S. military? Then who could have manufactured them? Other countries simply lack the technological capability.
The elder, confused, spoke up, Mr.
Shadow, I don't quite understand. Do you mean? Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed, slightly helpless. If I say it directly, I guess you won't believe me.
Forget it, I'll just show you. After saying that, the face formed by the data stream disappeared from the conference room's screen.
The image changed, revealing a satellite view of a dense forest. Where is this? Someone frowned.
If I'm not mistaken, it should be the southern border of our Huagua, said a high-ranking official in military uniform, stroking his chin. That's right, it's the southern border of Huagua.
I can see the boundary markers, another high-ranking official chimed in.
The crowd quickly recognized that the location displayed on the big screen was the border of Huagua, but they were unclear about what Jiang Chen was trying to do. Remove all disguises, there's no need to hide anymore, Jiang Chen's light words echoed in the conference room. As his words fell, the war robots began to appear in the depths of the forest along the border. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Roughly counting, there were nearly 1,000,000. 1,000,000 war robots were neatly arranged, forming a steel torrent army, shimmering with a metallic luster under the sunlight. The visual impact was overwhelming. In the conference room, all the high-ranking officials of Huagua stood up abruptly the moment they saw the war robots appear on the screen. Each one was breathing heavily, their faces flushed.
Could it be? Could it be? An absurd guess surfaced in everyone's mind.
The elder swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. Mr.
Shadow, are these war robots? Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly as he smiled and replied, that's right. These war robots are not what you think are the work of the U.S. military. They were produced and manufactured by me. Although Jiang Chen's voice was calm, every word stirred up waves of shock in the hearts of the high-ranking officials of Huagua. The war robots were not the work of the U.S.
military, but rather created by this mysterious Mr.
Shadow? This Mr. Shadow was clearly a Huagua person and had a friendly attitude towards Huagua. Does that mean the war robots belong to them, Huagua? The sudden influx of happiness left the high-ranking officials' minds in a state of shock. After several seconds of silence, someone finally had the courage to ask, Mr.
Shadow, do you mean that those war robots appearing within the borders of the United States today are also? Yes, those war robots were also dispatched by me to block the spread of the zombie virus at its source. Otherwise, the zombie virus would probably have spread to our Huagua by now.
Mr.
Shadow, if I may ask, the footage you just showed us was from the southern border of Huagua, where you have arranged nearly 1,000,000 war robots.
Does that mean you anticipated that the zombies would attack our country from that southern border area? I'm not that powerful.
I can't predict from which direction the zombies will attack Huagua.
Then your actions are. Who said that I only arranged war robots in that southern border area?
The large screen in the conference room suddenly divided into dozens of sections.
Each section displayed a different scene. However, they all showed various views of the borderlines of Huagua.
At the same time, in each scene along the border, there were countless war robots present.
It was an endless sight, completely impossible to count how many there were.
I don't know exactly from which direction the zombies will attack Huagua, so just in case, I have stationed war robots at every border of Huagua.
The number is 100 million. 100 million war robots. If seeing the million war robots earlier was a surprise, then hearing about 100 million war robots was absolutely shocking. 100 million war robots.
It was estimated that the total number of military personnel in the world combined would barely match that. At the same time, the high-ranking officials of Huagua felt a sense of relief. They were relieved that Jiang Chen was a Huagua citizen.
They were relieved that Jiang Chen's attitude towards Huagua was friendly.
If Jiang Chen had any ulterior motives, having 100 million war robots at his disposal would make conquering Huagua a simple task. I will share the technology of the war robots with you later, so please check your messages. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, what you see on the screen now is just the 1.0 version of the war robots. With our continuous research and development, the current war robots have already evolved to version 3.0. What I will send you is the technology for the 3.0 version of the war robots. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the White House of the United States, it was late at night, but the lights were bright.
Several U.S.
officials were gathered together, puffing on cigarettes.
The room was filled with smoke. They were also in a meeting. The topics of this meeting were only two. One was how the zombie virus that erupted across the country was produced. Why was its transmissibility so strong? Why did the zombies mutated after infection have such abnormal combat power? Is there a vaccine to prevent infection? The other question was, where did those war robots that suddenly descended from the sky to kill the zombies come from? What was their purpose? Was their attitude towards the United States friendly, neutral, or hostile? Unfortunately, a large group of people discussed for a long time but couldn't come to any conclusions. Instead, the fog of confusion only grew thicker. Just then, a high-ranking official in U.S. military uniform, a current U.S. general, frowned as he answered a phone call. Not long after, he cursed and hung up the phone angrily. Another country is asking me to send them a few war robots. Damn it, if the war robots were made by us, the whole world would have been unified by us long ago. What does this small country have to complain about? The U.S. general exhaled a puff of smoke and cursed. In these few hours, he was practically bombarded by calls from those little brother countries of the United States, to the point where he felt like his mind was about to explode. One by one, they came to him, asking if, considering the friendship between the two countries, they could support a few war robots. Support? Support my foot. All they know is to ask. Why don't you use your underdeveloped brains to think for a moment? With the way we do things in the United States, if we really had the technology for war robots, would your countries even exist now? However, that being said, the combat power of war robots is indeed formidable. But whose handiwork is it? If we could get our hands on that technology, that would be great. As the most powerful military force in the United States, it's rare for us to be so envious of other military weapon products. Forget it, let's adjourn for now. Continuing the discussion won't yield any results. The then President of the United States, a black man, adjusted his suit and stood up from his chair. Anyway, the zombie virus has been temporarily suppressed. What we need to do next is to investigate the truth behind the outbreak of the zombie virus to prevent it from reappearing. The other thing is to find the source of the war robot technology. This is key to our future dominance in the world. Alright, everyone go back to your homes. By the way, Miss Alice, could you please get me a mask? I didn't wear a mask when I went to the supermarket yesterday, and I happened to run into a sheriff on patrol who almost shot me dead in the street. Unlike China, which has analyzed the current situation thoroughly, the United States is completely in the dark about the current state of affairs. The president even had the leisure to consider whether to enact a law requiring state sheriffs to avoid shooting black people indiscriminately while on patrol. On the Chinese side, after the meeting, you shared the 3.0 version of the war robot technology with the senior officials of China. In this simulation, you still plan to cooperate with the country. In addition to the war robot technology, you also opened up all the back-end control permissions of the war robots you produced at this stage to the senior officials of China, just like in the last simulated world, and granted access to the back-end of the game Zombie Apocalypse War to China. Now Zombie Apocalypse War is a nationwide sensation. This popularity has lasted for over a decade. After years of accumulation, the total number of players in Zombie Apocalypse War has reached 100 million, and those who can control the war robots number around 70 million. At your suggestion, the senior officials of China selected 30 million from these 70 million. These 30 million were chosen as war robot operators. They are directly commanded and dispatched by the Chinese military. As for the selected 30 million, there were no complaints, because becoming a war robot operator not only secured a stable job within the system, but also comes with high salary and benefits. Among the selected 30 million, all martial arts disciples from your martial arts community were included. In terms of combat power after operating war robots, the martial arts disciples, who have mastered martial arts techniques, inherently have a significant advantage over ordinary people. Currently, on the zombie kill leaderboard of the zombie apocalypse game, more than half of the top 100 are martial arts disciples. With these people selected, the 30 million war robots finally have operators. As for the remaining 70 million war robots, they can only be temporarily commanded by Ling for unified control. You have actually tested this, and let Ling simulate it using big data. The war robots are controlled by real people or by Mio. Which method has higher combat power? The answer, in most cases, is that combat robots controlled by trained real people have higher combat power. Moreover, they have greater potential. Just like in the last simulation world, no matter how powerful Mio is, she cannot control a war robot to kill a zombie overlord. But Luo Hongyi, with her exceptional martial arts talent, can. The collaboration with the country has been finalized. You begin to wait for the next move of the puppet master behind the scenes. You do not believe that the puppet master, as a level 2 civilization being, has only these means. It has been 3 days since the outbreak of the zombie virus in the United States, which you suppressed.
During these 3 days, you had Mio keep a close watch on every move across the United States.
You have a premonition. The next move of the puppet master is about to come. Things are just as you imagined. The puppet master has not lowered their flag and ceased operations. Instead, they continue to release the zombie virus. However, what surprises you, catching you off guard, is that this time the outbreak of the zombie virus is not in the United States. It is in India, over 10,000 kilometers away from the United States. This truly caught you unprepared. Because, in every previous simulation, the source of the zombie virus outbreak has always been in the United States. So you have been focusing your attention on the entire territory of the United States. The war robots you arranged abroad are all located within U.S. territory. In distant India, you did not arrange for war robots to be stationed in advance. Thus, a tragedy occurred. The zombie virus broke out in India. India has a very high population density. It has the second largest population in the world. Moreover, you did not arrange for war robots in India in advance. So, by the time you dispatched the robots stationed at the border of China to India, the number of infected zombies within Indian territory had already reached an incredibly terrifying number. In several cities around the outbreak point, it is basically hard to see any living people on the streets and alleys. They are all zombies wandering aimlessly on the streets. You control the war robots, frowning as you watch the scene. In just half a day, 5 or 6 cities in India with populations of over 1 million have fallen. It is extremely tragic. The number of infected zombies is roughly close to 10 million. There are simply too many zombies. It is impossible to kill them all in a short time. Moreover, more critically, it is impossible to ensure that there are no fish that escape the net when facing so many zombies. This time, you arranged nearly 100,000 war robots to India. In front of 10 million zombies, that is simply not enough. Just as you are frowning and pondering what to do, Mio sends another message. The United Kingdom and France and Europe have also experienced an outbreak of the zombie virus. In a short time, many people have been infected and turned into zombies. The United Kingdom and France are also places beyond your reach. You suddenly realize that the outbreak of the zombie virus in India is not a coincidence. The range that the puppet master can influence is definitely not just within the borders of the United States, as you previously thought. It is very likely global. Then, just as you expected, in just half a day, over 200 countries around the world. More than 100 countries around the world have been simultaneously infected with the zombie virus, leading to its widespread transmission. Among these countries, of course, is Huagua. Moreover, Huagua seems to have received special attention. Suddenly, 5 outbreak points of the zombie virus appeared. Coincidentally, one of these outbreak points is located in the city of Qingcheng, where you reside. A simulated image emerged. Jiang Chen was in his villa, discussing arrangements for war robots to support other countries under the identity of Mr. Ing with high-ranking officials from Huagua. Suddenly, a rapid alarm rang out in the villa. Jiang Chen urgently ended the meeting with the Huagua officials and removed his virtual reality headset. "Mei, what's wrong?" Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. "Master, to the northeast of the villa, a zombie virus outbreak has occurred, and a group of zombies is currently heading towards us," Mei's crisp voice replied. "Zombie attack." Jiang Chen didn't expect to be so unlucky. One of the designated outbreak points for the zombie virus chosen by the unseen hand was located not far from his villa. The villa was situated by the sea, in the southeastern corner of Qingcheng, considered the outer district of the city, where the population was relatively sparse. The war robot production factory, however, was located in the southwestern corner of Qingcheng, a considerable distance away. Jiang Chen asked, "Mei, how many zombies are there, and how long until they reach us?" After calculating, Mei replied, "There are about 200 zombies, and they will arrive in approximately 2 minutes." Although Jiang Chen had over 100 million war robots at his disposal, none were stationed near the villa. The war robot production factory was located far away in the northwest corner of the city. With only 2 minutes left, it was too late to arrange for war robots to come for support. Facing 200 zombies, even the most basic ordinary zombies were not something human flesh could contend with. The situation seemed very urgent. However, Jiang Chen remained completely calm. At that moment, his neighbor, senior sister Xia Qingning, rushed out of her room, her face filled with anxiety after hearing the alarm from the villa. "Jiang Chen, what happened?" "There are about 200 zombies coming to attack our villa area," Jiang Chen replied. "What?" Xia Qingning's face turned pale. Then, "Jiang Chen, should we run?" "No need, senior sister." Jiang Chen patted Xia Qingning's shoulder, comforting her. "You stayed up all night fixing Mei's bug yesterday, just go back and get some sleep. Leave the rest to me. After all,
I am the leader of the martial arts world. A few zombies are nothing to worry about. After reassuring Xia Qingning, Jiang Chen went to the rooftop of the villa. Just as Mei had predicted, a little over a minute later, a small group of about 200 zombies appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. With their gaping mouths and rapid strides, they charged towards the villa area where Jiang Chen was located. As for the neighbors in the villa area, upon seeing the sudden appearance of zombies, they were already screaming in panic. Each one was so frightened that they couldn't even run, collapsing to the ground with trembling legs. On the villa rooftop, Jiang Chen looked at the approaching zombie horde, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just right, I haven't used my causality skill on zombies yet, it's perfect for an experiment. With that, Jiang Chen focused his thoughts on the zombie's limbs. The bones in the zombie's limbs were forcibly straightened by Jiang Chen. In the next second, the zombies, which had been lunging forward with outstretched claws, suddenly stopped in their tracks. With their legs straightened, they could not run at all, only able to hop forward step by step. And with their arms straightened, they could only hold their hands up in front of them. Thus, an incredibly bizarre scene unfolded. Outside the villa area, the zombies that had originally been running wildly now moved like puppets, hopping forward. One hop, then another. Coupled with their hands held up at their chests, if they were to stick a talisman on their foreheads, they would be indistinguishable from real zombies. The residents of the villa area, witnessing this scene, were left bewildered. What's going on? Wasn't it said there was a zombie crisis? How did it turn into a zombie crisis instead? Speaking of which, they still had a peachwood sword passed down from the older generation at home. They wondered if it would be effective against these beings that were neither clearly zombies nor ghosts. May I ask, does anyone here come from Xianxi? I remember that old Wang next door migrated from Xianxi, right? Old Wang, I heard that in Xianxi, they've included corpse driving in the college entrance examination. Your skills in corpse driving must be quite high, right? Why don't you go and try to drive these zombies away? Damn it, if you want me to die, just say so. Try it? If I really go and try, I'll be dead for sure. Under Jiang Chen's manipulation of the law of causality, the zombie crisis directly transformed into a ghost crisis. The zombies could only advance by hopping. Standing on the balcony of the villa, Jiang Chen looked indifferently at the zombie squad hopping forward not far away. Forget it, I won't torment you anymore, I'll give you a quick end. Jiang Chen focused his mind on the zombies in this squad again. However, this time, he did not target the limbs of these zombies. Instead, it was their crowns. The crowns were also curved. Jiang Chen directly used the law of causality to straighten the zombies' crowns. Lift your head cover. In the next moment, under the effect of Jiang Chen's law of causality, the zombies' crowns straightened and were directly lifted off their heads. Without their crowns, the zombies' white brains were exposed to the air. And at the position of the zombie's back of the head was a diamond crystal. Oh no, now to be precise, it should be called a spirit crystal. As the skull was lifted, the spirit crystal at the back of the zombies' heads naturally fell off. Losing the spirit crystal at the back of their heads, the zombies fell silent one by one, collapsing to the ground, dead beyond recovery. This really has no difficulty at all. Jiang Chen spread his hands, feeling a sense of loneliness and invincibility. It could be said that among so many simulations, the law of causality skill he obtained this time was the most powerful in combat capability. There was no need to engage in close combat with the zombies. With just a thought, he could easily kill hundreds of zombies in a short time. This was an efficiency far beyond that of war robots. The zombie crisis was resolved. The residents of the villa area looked at the ground covered with red and white substances beside the zombies, each feeling nauseous and vomiting. But everyone felt a sense of relief after the disaster. No one knew why the zombies, which had originally surged in to tear them apart, suddenly transformed into this state in just a few seconds. After easily resolving the zombie crisis in the villa area, you arranged for hundreds of war robots to protect your safety in the villa area. Fortunately, you had Mio's reminder this time, so you were prepared in advance, easily annihilating the zombies. If one day a zombie were to evade Mio's surveillance and sneak into the villa area, it wouldn't be surprising if it ended up killing itself. The combat power of your law of causality skill this time is indeed terrifyingly strong, but you still have to be able to use it. So, the life of a dog is important. You have deployed hundreds of war robots, laying a net around your villa area. Not to mention zombies. Not even a chicken can get in. The zombie virus has erupted in multiple locations worldwide. In just Huagua, there have been 5 outbreaks of the zombie virus. The outbreak near your villa in Xinjiang was quickly suppressed due to your presence, and the infected zombies were soon eliminated. The situation at the other 4 outbreak points is slightly worse.
However, since the war robots are stationed not too far from the border, after the cost of thousands of infections, the War Robot Legion quickly arrived and launched a brutal massacre against the zombies. The zombies were soon suppressed. They did not allow the zombies to spread on a large scale within the country. However, other countries, lacking the presence of war robots, were not so fortunate. Tianju, Fagwa, Ingwa, the Arctic Bear. These countries suffered heavy losses under the multiple outbreaks of the zombie virus. Many cities were directly ravaged by zombies, with hardly a living person in sight. Modern armies are completely unequal in combat power against zombies. They can kill zombies, but it comes at the cost of countless human lives. In the early stages of the current zombie outbreak, it usually takes the lives of dozens of soldiers to take down a single zombie. One could say, the battle between humans and zombies is more brutal than any battle in history. Now, in the conference room of Huagua's high-level council, they are discussing a topic. That is whether to arrange war robots to support other countries. After a brief discussion, a consensus was reached. That is to send a portion of war robots to support other countries. As for the reason, it's simple. A community of shared human destiny. Even with the many internal contradictions and disagreements among humans, they all belong to human civilization. Huagua finds it hard to stand alone. Even with over 100 million war robots in hand, it is still difficult to achieve this. In your predictions, zombies will continue to evolve, and will not remain in the current form of ordinary zombies. In other words, if Huagua turns a blind eye and allows the humans of other countries to be slaughtered by zombies, eventually all will be infected by the zombie virus. In the future, Huagua will face an army of over 7 billion zombies, all of humanity except Huagua. And from within, who knows how many higher-level zombies will evolve. You did not deny the opinion formed by Huagua's high-level officials. Indeed, the zombie crisis is a crisis for all humanity. In the last simulated world, you could only ensure Huagua's safety because the number of war robots under your command was too small, only 1 million. As a result, most regions of the world, except for Huagua, were overrun by zombies. Although later, after resolving the Blood Moon crisis, Huagua sounded the horn for counterattack against the zombie armies located around the globe. It took a full decade to reclaim most of the world's territory. And this time, the number of war robots under your command is a full 100 million. With such a solid foundation, many things that could not be done in previous simulations can now be attempted. For example, supporting other countries to reduce the number of humans infected and turned into zombies worldwide. Of course, one thing is certain. The support from Huagua will not be free. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Currently, the only country that possesses the technology for war robots and has an incomparably vast number of them is Huagua. If Huagua cannot leverage this advantage to extract a hefty price from other countries, then the members of the Huagua Council might as well not be working. Since it has been decided to support other countries, what remains is to implement it specifically, and to discuss how to take this opportunity to profit from other nations. A simulated scene emerges. Ingwa, Fog City. This is the capital of Ingwa. It is also one of the locations within Ingwa where zombies have erupted. As Fog City is the capital, the residence of the country's high-ranking leaders, and the political core of the nation, its military reserves are relatively sufficient. Therefore, Fog City has not fallen as quickly as other cities in Ingwa that have experienced zombie outbreaks. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, the city did not collapse within a short time. Instead, soldiers from the military are fiercely resisting the advance of the zombies. However, the current situation is not very optimistic. Nearly half of Fog City's urban area has already fallen. As for the remaining half, it seems that collapse is only a matter of time. Although the military has been organizing the emergency evacuation of the surviving citizens of Fog City, the speed of evacuation is still too slow. There is simply not enough time. Inside a war command vehicle not far from the front line, a middle-aged man with the rank of Major General sits helplessly in the back seat, looking through binoculars at the one-sided battle situation. It's over, all over. Fog City is finished. Ingwe is finished. The whole world is finished. This middle-aged Major General, who has experienced countless wars and has blood on his hands, is now filled with deep despair. The zombies are too strong. So strong that it is utterly hopeless. In the face of human firepower, the zombies are like cockroaches that cannot be killed. Their bodies are shattered by bullets, and an ordinary human would have died countless times by now. Yet the zombies act as if nothing has happened, still attacking the military with their gaping mouths. Their vitality is terrifyingly resilient. The army station near the capital of Ingwa, Fog City, has been fighting the zombie horde for several hours.
A complete armed legion, with a strength of over 30,000, is now reduced to less than 5,000. Seeing the immensely powerful zombie army and watching comrades die one by one, many soldiers' willpower has already collapsed. In fact, if he hadn't issued a death order to execute any deserters on the spot, the army would have already mutinied, with everyone fleeing in panic. Another 10 minutes pass. The middle-aged Major General sees that the defense line composed of soldiers is about to collapse. Ignoring the advice of his subordinates, he takes a cigarette from his mouth, steps out of the command vehicle, and loads his weapon. Damn it! I don't know where you freaks came from, but even if I die, I'll at least take one of you down with me. The middle-aged Major General exhales a puff of smoke and says fiercely, he has resolved to face death. Rather than survive and watch helplessly as human civilization slowly descends into extinction under the zombie crisis, feeling that despair over time, he would rather die now. Let go of all hope early. Is humanity, which has ruled the earth for so many years, really facing extinction? Forget it. For someone like me who is about to die, there's no need to think so much. The middle-aged Major General sighs sadly, his gaze gradually becoming incredibly resolute. Soldiers, follow me to death. The middle-aged general roared, ready to charge into the fray against the zombies. At that moment, he suddenly felt a shadow pass over him. Looking up, he saw imposing war robots, glinting with cold light, flying overhead and landing directly into the horde of zombies. Before the middle-aged general could react, he heard the tragic howls of the zombies nearby. What he saw was the scene of zombies being slaughtered one by one before the war robots. Facing a group of ordinary zombies that had not yet evolved, the war robots found it quite simple to handle them. In no time, the zombies in this area were left in disarray, with hardly any survivors. The middle-aged general stared blankly at this scene, his mind momentarily crashing. What had he just witnessed? The once arrogant zombie army, which had pushed their troops back and was on the verge of annihilation, was now completely at the mercy of these war robots, like toys being manipulated. They were no match at all. The middle-aged general completely lost his ability to think. It wasn't until a war robot approached him that he snapped back to reality. Hello, General. A mechanical voice emanated from the robot. The middle-aged general looked up at the towering figure, over 2 meters tall and made of steel. Suddenly, he remembered hearing from his superiors a few days ago about a combat robot developed in the United States, known for its immense combat power and considered a perfect form of single combat. He guessed that this was it. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. You are from the U.S. Before he could finish saying U.S., he suddenly noticed a flag emblazoned on the robot's chest. It was a bright red flag with 5 stars. The middle-aged general's eyes widened in shock, and his speech became even more disjointed. You are from Huagua? The war robot nodded and smiled slightly. Yes, we are from Huagua, my friend. Then what about those war robots that appeared in the U.S. a while ago? The middle-aged general blurted out instinctively. They are also from our Huagua, the war robot confirmed. The middle-aged general. So, they had all been mistaken. The war robots were not a product of the U.S., but rather a creation of that distant, mysterious eastern country. General, I would like to request a call with your country's leaders. This is a matter between nations. Please make the connection. After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged general nodded and agreed to the request. After some fiddling, he successfully connected to the Prime Minister of Ingwa. The middle-aged general first reported the situation to the Prime Minister, including the military's continuous defeats and the miraculous rescue from the war robots of Huagua. After listening, the Prime Minister of Ingwa fell silent for a few seconds. High-ranking officials from the Huagua Council and the Prime Minister of Ingwa began negotiations. The bargaining chip, of course, was the war robots that only Huagua possessed at that moment. The Prime Minister of Ingwa was very hopeful that Huagua could send some war robots to assist them in fending off the zombie army's attack. Because, after hearing the middle-aged general's report, the Prime Minister of Ingwa clearly understood what it meant to have war robots that could completely counter the zombies in the face of a global zombie crisis. Given the current speed of the zombie virus spreading domestically, the Prime Minister of Ingwa estimated that in about half a year, the entire Ingwa would fall. And with the assistance of the war robots, not to mention, at least for the short term, the Kingdom of Ing will not face a crisis of national extinction. Just now, the middle-aged Major General had reported the situation very clearly. The immensely powerful zombie army was completely unable to mount an effective resistance in the face of the Steel Legion composed of war robots, and could only be killed one by one. After tasting the benefits, the Prime Minister of Ing had an even stronger desire to possess war robots. Therefore, the Prime Minister of Ing was very eager to facilitate this cooperation with the high-ranking officials of Hua.
The attitude of the high-ranking officials of Hua was equally clear. You want us to send war robots to support the kingdom of Ing? Sure, no problem. However, this comes at a cost. Thus, the high-ranking officials of Hua took the opportunity to negotiate with the Prime Minister of Ing. Oh no, matters between countries cannot be called mere negotiations. It was a collaboration between the high-ranking officials of Hua and Ing, conducted in a friendly and harmonious atmosphere. After some negotiations, in order to avoid the fate of national extinction under the zombie crisis, the Prime Minister of Ing had no choice but to grit his teeth and sign a series of unfair treaties, which were essentially humiliating and detrimental to the nation. Meanwhile, the side of Hua profited immensely. What they needed to pay was merely a supply of war robots that could be produced continuously. The kingdom of Ing was just the beginning. Soon, war robots appeared on the front lines of other countries battling zombies. First, you let these countries taste the benefits of war robots, showcasing their immense power, and then you negotiated with the high-ranking officials of these countries. Generally, it went smoothly. However, in negotiations, there are certainly both successful and unsuccessful outcomes. Faced with the exceedingly harsh treaties proposed by Hua, most countries, in order to survive, could only hold their noses and accept them. Yet, there remained a small number of countries that were quite stubborn, preferring to die rather than submit. For these countries, you did not show any leniency. You immediately withdrew all war robots from their territories. As for whether these countries would live or die afterward, that was none of your concern. Meanwhile, over in the United States, the situation was slightly different. In early May, when the zombie virus had just broken out, you arranged for nearly 1 million war robots to be stationed in the United States to see if it was possible to stop the spread of the virus. Thus, although there were many locations in the United States where the zombie virus broke out initially, due to your timely intervention, it did not lead to a large-scale spread. The losses were negligible compared to other countries. The folks in the White House of the United States, although they could not figure out what was going on, and were even more confused about where these war robots had come from, were nonetheless quite pleased to have someone help them deal with the zombie virus. However, as the zombie virus began to break out in multiple countries around the world, the situation changed. Although war robots were still stationed in the United States, they had ceased to provide support, allowing the zombie virus to spread within the country. As the entire nation fell into dire straits due to the virus, and the war robots were nowhere to be seen to save them, the people in the White House panicked. Without the war robots to save them, if the current situation continued, there was a significant chance that the United States could face national extinction. The people in the White House could no longer sit still. After inquiring with other countries, they learned that those mysteriously appearing war robots actually came from Hua. Hua, why was it Hua of all places? The people in the White House are deeply conflicted. The United States and China have never really gotten along. The two countries have a long-standing grudge. Now, asking them to seek aid from China is more painful than killing them. However, there is no choice. Without seeking help, the United States can only wait for its demise. Time waits for no one. After a night of intense debate, the United States finally chose to lower its proud head. It set aside the pride of being the world's hegemon. In the White House, the black president dialed the phone to the Chinese consul with a grim expression. The president of the United States knew very well that once he made this call, the position of world hegemon would change hands. China would truly ascend to the pinnacle of the globe. But he also understood that if this call was not made, the United States might cease to exist. If the United States is gone, what meaning does the title of world hegemon hold? The President of the United States was clear about what was important. In the High-Level Council of China, the phone rang urgently. Upon seeing the caller ID from the White House, the members of the council exchanged glances and smiled slightly. China would certainly not be polite to the United States. They immediately laid out their exorbitant conditions. First, all foreign exchange debts owed by China to the United States would be waived. Second, all goods exported from the United States to China would be sold at cost price. Furthermore, the United States would need to arrange for no less than 10,000 scientists from various fields to come to China for technical exchanges, with a minimum exchange period of 20 years. At the same time, the United States would need to designate 3 states as Chinese territories, still under the jurisdiction of the United States, but all administrative and military powers would be handed over to China, and so on and so forth. Initially, when the President of the United States heard the terms proposed by China, he was so furious that he almost hung up the phone. This was too much. It could almost rival the slave treaties they signed with African tribes back in the day. The president believed that the conditions put forth by China were excessively harsh. It was not just a matter of losing rights and humiliating the nation. It was outright treason.
If the American public found out that he signed such a treaty with China, they would probably shoot him to death. Thus, the President of the United States argued vehemently with the members of the Chinese Council. But the Chinese Council remained completely unmoved.
You can argue all you want. We simply do not agree. We will not make any concessions. Time-wise, the Chinese Council was in no hurry at all.
Meanwhile, on the other side, the White House was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Because just moments ago, the White House received the latest news from the military.
In New Jersey, the U.S.
military suffered a devastating defeat in battle against the zombie army. Over 100,000 soldiers were killed.
The defense line was completely breached by the zombies.
Now, New Jersey has fallen entirely. It has turned into a paradise for zombies.
The number of surviving humans is less than 10%.
At the same time, an even worse situation is that, according to military estimates, it won't be long before another state falls to the zombie army, likely by tomorrow morning. The nation has reached a critical moment of life and death. A simulated image appeared. In the White House, the high-ranking officials, led by the president, fell into a long silence after hearing the frontline situation from the military. Silence, silence, and more silence.
For a full 10 minutes, everyone remained silent, not speaking a word.
Finally, the President of the United States let out a long sigh and dialed that number again. We have agreed to all the conditions you proposed.
The United States has surrendered.
With the support of the war robots you provided, the zombie crisis in the United States was quickly brought under control. However, the dignity of the United States has been completely swept away. In China, in the conference room of the council, the senior leaders sat together, their faces glowing with joy and broad smiles. One of the leaders present reported to the senior council about the recent gains. As for what those gains were, of course, they were the benefits obtained recently by leveraging war robots as bargaining chips to extort from various countries. Upon hearing the lengthy report of profits, some members of the council managed to maintain a semblance of calm, while others were so delighted that their smiles nearly reached the back of their heads. The benefits that China gained from countries around the world this time could not just be described as abundant.
It could be said to be an absolutely super invincible harvest.
Moreover, the contracts signed between China and various countries are not just one-time deals.
As long as the zombie crisis exists, they will continue indefinitely. In other words, as time goes on, the benefits China receives will only increase. Until China completely controls the entire Earth. That's right. Having war robots is equivalent to having confidence. Not to mention the massive army of 100 million war robots.
With such a trump card in hand, the senior leaders of China suddenly became assertive. Their gaze was no longer limited to the territory of China.
We are currently in a chaotic era.
In such a chaotic world, the global landscape will undergo a new round of reshuffling. And China's goal is to leverage the advantages of war robots to gain a unique voice in the world.
This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. But China is not short on time.
After all, a civilization that has lasted for over 5,000 years is not in a hurry.
Time passes quickly.
Before long, a year had gone by.
In 2024, a brand new year.
And the world has also welcomed a new landscape. After the concentrated outbreak of the zombie virus in multiple countries last year, the hidden hand seems to have ceased its actions. However, even if the hidden hand has not arranged for anyone to release the zombie virus again, the previously released zombie virus still poses an immense challenge for humanity. The infectiousness of the zombie virus is extremely high. And currently, no method has been found to stop the spread of the zombie virus.
As long as one is bitten by a zombie, they will inevitably mutate into a zombie. Even if the bitten area is amputated immediately, it won't help.
So, as long as there is one zombie present, if not controlled in a short time, it could quickly lead to 100 zombies, 1,000 zombies, 10,000 zombies. Last year, nearly 3 months after the outbreak of the zombie virus, those countries that were stubborn and refused to sign contracts to accept your support had all perished.
In other countries around the globe, there are now basically varying numbers of zombies occupying their territories.
In countries with slightly worse situations, more than half of their territory has been overrun by zombies. In those slightly better off, only a few cities have fallen into the zombies' paradise. However, because there are war robots provided by you within their borders, there is currently no crisis of national extinction. Of course, there are exceptions. While the whole world is engulfed in the fierce battle against zombies, life in Huagwe is filled with song and dance, with hardly any trace of zombies within its territory. There's no helping it, Huagwe has a vast number of war robots. Their deployment is nothing short of extravagant. With a staggering 100 million war robots, there's roughly one robot for every 10 or so people. Thus, while they are incredibly precious abroad, foreign leaders can only arrange for a few war robots to guard key fortress cities, whereas in Huagua, they are seen everywhere. In a small county town with a population of over 100,000, there are nearly 10,000 war robots stationed. On the streets, the presence of patrolling war robots is evident. Even if zombies occasionally appear, nearby war robots can swiftly arrive, gathering formidable combat power to crush them in their cradle. There's hardly any loss at all. With such a tight deployment of war robots, zombies cannot stir up any trouble within Huagua. The people of Huagua continue their lives as they did before the zombie apocalypse, doing what they need to do. The only addition to their routine is a new form of entertainment after work. That is, eagerly donning virtual game helmets to battle in the game's zombie apocalypse war, striving to excel in the game and be selected by the military to become a glorious war robot operator. Now, just like in the last simulated world, being a war robot operator is a highly sought-after profession. Moreover, the acceptance rate is quite high. As long as one has a year or two of operational experience in zombie apocalypse war, they can basically qualify. Huagua offers high salaries and benefits for war robot operators. After all, the money other countries pay Huagua is simply too much. So much that Huagua has a kind of happy dilemma, not knowing how to spend all that money. Thus, they allocate a portion of it to subsidize this emerging profession of war robot operators. Of course, Huagua also generously provides funds to support the vast populace across the nation. Salaries for the working class have seen a significant increase. Meanwhile, property prices and most living expenses have begun to drop under the government's subsidies. On one side, wages are continuously rising, while on the other, prices are steadily falling. It can be said that in this year, the happiness index of the people in Huagua has risen dramatically. Following that, the wealthy Huagua introduced a series of beneficial policies such as free healthcare for all, reduced tax rates, and free education for everyone. Especially after Huagua implemented a new work schedule, changing from a 5-day workweek to a 4-day workweek with 3 days off, while strictly prohibiting overtime work and imposing heavy penalties for violations, the working class was almost overwhelmed with happiness. So blissful. The days without overtime are truly wonderful. With ample leisure time, they can engage in more of their favorite activities, such as exercising, reading, playing cards, and taking care of the down-and-out ladies in foot massage parlors. The only regret is that while everything nationwide is decreasing in price, the prices in massage parlors have not only failed to drop but have actually increased. After all, with the government's various policies in place, as long as one does a decent job, there's no worry about food and clothing. The number of people turning to the sex industry has significantly decreased, which has become a regret for many men across the country. So, it's only natural that compared to the dire situations abroad, Huagua is now aptly referred to as a paradise. Simulated scenes emerge. Abroad, on a certain forum, posts from foreign netizens filled with curses and complaints appear incessantly. Damn it, when will these days of hiding and running end? I've had enough. Hey, in this world, just being alive is already pretty good. I saw my neighbor right in front of me being devoured by dozens of zombies. If it weren't for a few war robots arriving in time, I would have been zombie food by now. I've been bitten by a zombie and infected with the zombie virus. This is my last sentence in this world. I hope in my next life, I can live without such a miserable existence. I'm in Hokkaido, Japan. Is anyone nearby? Can you give me a box of bread? I can sleep with you for a night. Ha ha, you think you can get a box of bread just by letting someone sleep with you for a night? That's quite a deal. Here, a box of bread is worth $10,000, and it's hard to come by. Ha, I recently latched onto a war robot operator and became his little brother. My years of flattering and boasting in front of leaders really paid off. I'm envious of the brothers above. War robots have a high status globally. Being a little brother under one means you won't have to worry about food and drink, and you won't fear for your life. Urgent. Does anyone have connections? I'm willing to exchange $100 million for a Chinese green card. I'll reward you with $1 million once it's done. Are you joking? Everyone knows how hard it is to get a Chinese green card. Recently, a wealthy person offered $1 billion and still couldn't get it done. Your 100 million can just forget it. The Chinese green card is now incredibly precious. Sometimes, netizens from the mainland also bypass the Great Firewall to show off their living conditions abroad. Looking at the scenes of peace and prosperity captured by Chinese netizens, with war robots guarding the streets, everyone is filled with envy. Envy, it's just too envious. In China, not only do you not have to worry about supplies, you won't have to go hungry one moment and full the next. Moreover, with such a dense presence of war robots, life safety can be fully guaranteed. Thus, the Chinese green card status has suddenly become extremely sought after.
However, after the outbreak of the zombie virus, the Chinese authorities have become exceptionally strict about issuing green cards to non-citizens. Very few people pass the green card review. Even if you are rich and powerful abroad, it doesn't matter. In a year, only a little over 1,000 people's applications for a Chinese green card were approved. Now, on the black market abroad, the status of a Chinese green card has been inflated to $2 billion. And it's completely a case of having a price but no market. For those who easily obtained green card status before the outbreak of the zombie virus, netizens abroad are almost envious to the point of bleeding. If I had known the Chinese green card status was so precious, I definitely wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to get an American green card. Especially for some Chinese who abandoned their Chinese nationality to join foreign countries, they are now regretting it immensely. It was quite easy to give up Chinese nationality back then. But now, wanting to restore their Chinese nationality is harder than climbing to the sky. Months later, the new session of the United Nations Permanent Meeting convenes. At the meeting, China was elected as the first permanent managing country of the United Nations with a 100% vote. Previously, China was a permanent member, now it has become a permanent managing country. Though it's just a word difference, the gap between the two is vast. After becoming a permanent managing country, China gained many new rights. One is the veto power, and the other is the consent power. Regarding matters that form resolutions in the Council, China can veto with a single vote, even if all permanent members agree. Moreover, this veto power has no limit on the number of times it can be used. As for the consent power, it is equally easy to understand. That is to say, even if no country agrees to a resolution, if you cast a vote in favor, it can be implemented. It can be said that after China became a permanent member of the United Nations, the entire UN became a one-man show for China. As long as China wants to pass a proposal, it will definitely pass. As long as China wants to veto a proposal, it will definitely not pass. Other countries have no way to deal with China. Regarding China's promotion to a permanent member of the United Nations, many countries are secretly unwilling, especially the United States. Decades ago, when the U.S. had the strongest economic and military power, it was merely one of the permanent members, holding only 1/5 of the voice in the UN. And what about China now? In the UN, it can be said to control 100% of the voice. The U.S. certainly feels very uncomfortable. But feeling dissatisfied does not change the fact. In the matter of China's promotion to a permanent member, the U.S. still cast a vote in favor. Not just the U.S. Many countries secretly resent China. But one by one, no one has taken the initiative to oppose China. What can they do? Now, every country present, one and all, is relying on China's support in the form of war robots to survive. If they openly oppose China and anger this big brother, what will happen if China stops supporting their countries with war robots? At that point, aside from waiting to be overrun by the zombie army, it seems there are no other choices. Now, all countries are living under China's influence. Some countries are even considering whether they should curry favor with China next, directly becoming China's lapdog, so that when China supports them, they can arrange for more war robots. The domestic situation can also stabilize quickly. The UN meeting concluded. The UN president, who had been held by the Americans, was directly dismissed on the spot. One of the senior leaders from China's council was appointed as the new UN president. A few more years passed. During these years, the behind-the-scenes manipulators also showed no signs of activity, seemingly non-existent. However, the global zombie crisis did not improve. Instead, it showed a trend of worsening. Over the years, among the zombie army, zombie lords began to emerge continuously. Faced with these higher-level zombie lords, human armies are certainly no match. They can be said to shatter upon contact. War robots also find it incredibly difficult to cope. One war robot can kill multiple ordinary zombies. Yet, it takes several war robots to deal with a single zombie lord. Outside of China, war robots are invaluable in every country. But in battles against zombie lords, many war robots have already been destroyed by them. This has caused great distress to those countries. Under the leadership of the zombie lords, the zombie army has taken the initiative in various countries. The defenses of each country have begun to become precarious. With a slight misstep, they could be overwhelmed by the zombie army, leading to their downfall. Thus, to avoid the crisis of national extinction, countries have been forced to seek aid from their big brother, China, once again. On China's side, under the joint research and development of national military experts and your research base, the war robots have been updated to version 5.0. The
The new material, vibranium, has been successfully developed and applied to the new generation of war robots.
In the last simulated world, this new material was not successfully introduced until over a decade later. However, this time, you established the research base early and planned the development of vibranium.
Therefore, just 3 years after the outbreak of the zombie virus, vibranium was introduced. The war robots equipped with the new vibranium material have completely matched the strength of the zombie lords.
However, there is a slight regret.
The production process of vibranium is quite complicated, and the raw materials are relatively scarce, so the first batch produced by Hwagwa only amounted to about 1 million vibranium war robots.
In terms of combat power, the vibranium war robots still cannot kill a zombie lord one-on-one.
This is because vibranium significantly enhances the defense of the war robots but only provides a slight boost to their combat capabilities. The development of laser and electromagnetic weapons to greatly enhance the combat power of the war robots is still ongoing, with no results ready for actual combat yet. However, the advantages of the new robots are also quite evident. The possibility of battle losses has been greatly reduced. Before the emergence of the zombie overlords, a vibranium war robot could be used for a long time without being scrapped or damaged. Now, the senior officials of the Hwagwa Council are meeting to discuss the distribution of these 1 million vibranium war robots.
Soon, everyone reached a consensus.
Hwagwa will keep only a small portion of the new vibranium robots, while the majority will be supported to other countries. The method of support will not be a simple average distribution.
Instead, they plan to hold an auction. Countries will bid against each other, and the highest bidder will win.
Quickly, Hwagwa organized a new product launch and auction for the war robots. When the participating countries saw the new vibranium war robots on display, they were all astonished, mouths agape. Just a few years have passed. The war robots in Hwagwa's hands have already been updated to this extent. If this development continues, the gap between them and Hwagwa will only grow larger. In the auction hall, some national leaders gazed at the shiny new war robots on the display stand, lost in thought.
Soon, the event got to the main topic. The auction of the vibranium war robots officially began.
Although the various countries were gnashing their teeth at Hwagwa's obvious tactic of making them bid against each other, they had no choice.
Hwagwa's fist is strong. They could only play by Hwagwa's rules. Thus, one by one, countries began to bid. Some major powers, such as the United States, England, France, and others, appeared quite confident. The reason is simple. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Although the United States and other major powers had been exploited by Hwagwa a few years ago, their foundation still remains. Therefore, at the auction, they were relatively generous in their bids. As for the smaller countries, they naturally could not compete with the major powers. They could only watch helplessly as those major countries crazily acquired one vibranium war robot after another.
They were so anxious. As the auction progressed, nearly 500,000 vibranium war robots were secured by several major powers. A couple of small countries finally couldn't sit still. Thus, the leader of one small country stood up, glanced around the conference room at everyone present, and then addressed a high-ranking official from the Hwa country overseeing the auction, boldly stating the price they were willing to offer. A simulated image appeared.
Our condition is the sovereignty of our national territory. In the auction hall,
when the words of this small country's leader fell, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Everyone present became unsettled. No one expected that this small country would offer such a price to obtain a new type of material for war robots.
National territorial sovereignty. This is the most precious thing a country possesses. There is no second. It also means that once this small country trades its national territorial sovereignty to the Hwa country, its territory will be entirely incorporated into the Hwa country's borders, becoming part of the Hwa country's territory.
In the auction hall, the noise suddenly became chaotic.
People couldn't help but start whispering among themselves.
At the same time, many leaders of large countries turned their gazes in unison toward the small country leader who had stood up. The small country leader, now in the spotlight, could only helplessly shrug and smile wryly. Treating national territorial sovereignty as a bargaining chip for auction was indeed a desperate move. Because compared to those large countries, he had nothing that could compete with them. After serious contemplation, it seemed that only their national territorial sovereignty could entice the Hwa country.
Giving up national sovereignty was not a rash decision made in a moment of impulse, but a well-considered choice.
One purpose was to gain support for war robots made of vibranium from the Hwa country. The other purpose was to obtain more protection from the Hwa country. After all, once they surrendered their national territorial sovereignty, their country would essentially become part of the Hwa country. As a part of the Hwa country's territory, it was impossible for the Hwa country to ignore them, who were suffering from a zombie crisis.
Perhaps, if the Hua country were a bit more benevolent, they might even gain citizenship in the Hua country and enjoy the same treatment as mainland citizens. The auction continued. Since the small country leader had already offered national sovereignty as a price, naturally, no one could compete with him. He successfully secured the rights to use a batch of war robots. Next, after witnessing the decisiveness of the small country leader, a few more small countries followed suit. They used their national territorial sovereignty as a price to exchange for support from the Hua country for some new type of war robots. Of course, most countries still chose not to trade their national territorial sovereignty to the Hua country. They could accept recognizing the Hua country's status as a world hegemon, but they would definitely not agree to trade their national sovereignty and become vassals of the Hua country. Soon, the auction came to an end. Nearly 1 million new war robots were delivered to the country. Although the Hua country was now powerful and its hegemonic status globally unshakable, it had a strong sense of contract and would not engage in the act of tearing up contracts. This was also one of the reasons many countries, despite knowing that the Hua country would heavily exploit them, still chose to cooperate with the Hua country. After sending off the leaders of other countries, the Hua country kept those leaders who had traded their national territorial sovereignty and held a negotiation meeting with the leaders of these small countries in a secret location in Yanjing. The negotiation meeting lasted for 2.5 days. When the leaders of several small countries emerged from the conference room, they exchanged glances, and their eyes all revealed an unmistakable joy. They had made the right move with this step. A proposal was made to the Hua kingdom regarding the territorial sovereignty of 6 small nations. Soon, the Hua kingdom and these 6 small nations jointly issued an international statement. The territories of the 6 small nations were immediately incorporated into the territorial map of the Hua kingdom. The territory of the Hua kingdom expanded all at once. Of course, while 6 nations may sound like a lot, each of their land areas is not very large. Combined, the 6 nations only account for about 1/10 of the territory of the Hua kingdom. At the same time, with the approval of the United Nations, these 6 small nations no longer retained their administrative sovereignty. Instead, they were all integrated into the unified governance of the Hua kingdom. Their status was downgraded from nations to provinces. In other words, from today onward, there are 6 fewer sovereign nations in the world, and the Hua kingdom now has 6 additional provinces. These newly added provinces of the Hua kingdom do not border its territory, essentially making them enclaves. However, there is no need to worry. The Hua kingdom believes that it won't be long before these provinces can connect with its territory. The original citizens of these 6 small nations have not yet obtained citizenship in the Hua kingdom. After all, the ethnic differences make it somewhat inappropriate to forcibly classify them as citizens of the Hua kingdom. However, they have all received green card status from the Hua kingdom. At the same time, these nations were granted a significant number of immigration quotas each year, allowing their citizens to move to the mainland of the Hua kingdom. This has made citizens of other countries envious to an extreme degree, even complaining about why their national leaders do not cede sovereignty to the Hua kingdom. Of course, the contents of the above statements are merely what is presented on the surface. Since these territories now belong to the Hua kingdom, it will naturally take care of these 6 small nations behind the scenes. Although it cannot be said that the citizens of these 6 small nations will enjoy the same treatment as citizens of the Hua kingdom, at least the crisis of the zombie virus within their countries will be controlled to a certain extent, allowing them to live without having to hide every day. As for the governance of these 6 small nations, the Hua kingdom has not completely abolished it. Naturally, it has not allowed them to be independent either. Instead, 6 regional governors were appointed to oversee the 6 nations, ensuring that the voices of the Hua people are present in their governance. The international situation has temporarily stabilized. After receiving support from the Hua kingdom's advanced materials and war robots, major countries have finally managed to withstand the onslaught of the zombie lords to some extent. This has allowed countries around the world to breathe a sigh of relief. However, after countless simulations, you know that this respite is only temporary. The year is 2046. In almost a year, higher-level zombie overlords will appear on the world stage. In another 2 years, around 2050, the number of zombie overlords worldwide will explode. You are well aware of how powerful the zombie overlords are. By that time, even the Hua kingdom is likely to face an incredibly severe test. There is only 1 year left. The existence of zombie overlords cannot be dealt with by ordinary war robot operators. In the last simulated world, only a few operators, like Luo Hongi, could control war robots to fight evenly against the zombie overlords. The other war robot operators fighting against the zombie overlords were merely going to their doom. And this is just the zombie overlords. If it weren't for your use of causal abilities to find a way to prevent the blood moon from descending years later,
Otherwise, there will be higher-level zombie kings appearing by then.
At that time, human civilization will have no chance of winning.
In the face of such powerful individual strength,
no matter how many resistances accumulate,
they are just useless struggles. Facing the imminent emergence of the zombie overlord, you have no good solutions. You can only keep a close eye on the research progress of laser and electromagnetic weapons in the research base while organizing more people to scout for those with high martial arts talent worldwide. Over the years, you have taken advantage of your position as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in China to form a war robot team led by Luo Hongyi. Each member of the team is a martial arts master and also a gaming expert in zombie apocalypse war.
Of course, the strongest is still Luo Hongyi.
With a red tassel spear made of vibranium, Luo Hongyi can already kill a zombie overlord one-on-one in the game. The other members, while not as strong as Luo Hongyi, can still work together in pairs to slowly wear down a zombie overlord.
However, the only regret is, the number of people in this team is simply too small. There are only about 20 of them.
This is manageable against small-scale zombie waves, but once faced with an army of zombies led by several zombie overlords and lords, it will become quite difficult. Thus, the task of scouting for martial arts geniuses has been placed back on your agenda. Before more powerful weapons are developed, you can only hope that these martial arts talents can hold back the zombie army. Time has reached 2057.
In your impression, the world's first zombie overlord should appear this year. Speaking of the zombie overlord, you suddenly remember something.
That is, in the previous simulations, there was a female zombie named Night Kite who kept chasing you.
Since the second simulation,
this female zombie named Night Kite has been pursuing you for reasons unknown.
However, strangely, in the last simulated world, Night Kite did not appear.
From the outbreak of the zombie virus until your death, you never saw Night Kite.
At that time, it puzzled you.
You just didn't know if Night Kite would appear again to chase you in this simulated world. If Night Kite appears, it will be this year.
And she will appear as a zombie overlord. You are very clear about how abnormal Night Kite's strength is.
After all, in many previous simulations, the reason you ended was that you died at Night Kite's hands. So, for your own safety, you arranged tens of thousands of war robots to guard near your villa. At the same time, you used the excuse of carrying out a secret mission to have Luo Hongyi stay in your villa. This left Luo Hongyi confused, as if she understood something, looking at you with a strange expression. That day, you were in the living room, playing Do Diju with Luo Hongyi and senior sister Xia Qingning. You received a phone call.
The call was from the leader of the Amei sect.
He said there was an urgent matter that needed to be reported to you, the martial arts leader. He hoped you could come to Amei Mountain as soon as possible. The simulation scene appeared.
Just after winning the hand, Luo Hongyi was drawing a little turtle on Jiang Chen's face. Seeing Jiang Chen hang up the phone, she couldn't help but curiously ask, "Uncle, whose call was that?"
Jiang Chen chuckled as he pinched Luo Hongyi's delicate little face. "It's your master. Tidy up a bit and come back with me to Amei Mountain." Just now, Jiang Chen had heard the Amei sect leader's serious words.
There must be something very important.
So, Jiang Chen didn't delay.
He took the flight that day and arrived at Amei Mountain that evening. At the Amei sect's residence, Jiang Chen met the Amei sect leader again.
Although the leader was over 50 years old, due to years of martial arts practice, he looked well preserved and still had an air of elegance. Upon seeing the leader, Luo Hongyi called out master and affectionately hugged him. "Since Hongyi is with me, I brought her along," Jiang Chen explained with a smile. The Amei sect leader showed a hint of apology on his face. "Lord Jiang, I'm sorry to have made you rush all the way here from so far." Jiang Chen waved his hand, indicating it was no trouble. "Leader, we are old friends, no need for such formality."
"Did you call me here for something very important?"
The Amei sect leader's lips curled into a bitter smile. He opened his mouth to say something but didn't know where to start. He could only lead Jiang Chen ahead, helplessly saying, "Lord Jiang, I should take you to see it in person, because this matter is
truly too bizarre. To be honest, I still haven't come to terms with it." The Amei sect leader walked ahead to guide Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen wore a puzzled expression, following closely behind with Luo Hongyi.
Soon, the Amei sect leader led them to the back mountain of Amei Mountain.
Then, they arrived at a cave. The cave looked deep and mysterious from the outside. Luo Hongyi's surprised voice rang out, "Master, when did this cave appear here?" Luo Hongyi had been practicing martial arts at Amei Mountain for over 10 years. The back mountain was a place she often visited. However, in her memory, there was no existence of this cave. Hearing Luo Hongyi's astonished voice, the Amei sect leader sighed. "Actually, in my memory, there was no cave here either. But a couple of days ago, there was a heavy rain here at Amei Mountain, and a slight landslide occurred on the back mountain. After the rain stopped, when I took my disciples to check the landslide, we discovered this cave." Jiang Chen stroked his chin and pondered for a few seconds. It might be that this was originally a cave, which was sealed for some reason, and now has reappeared due to the landslide. I thought the same at the time. The Amei sect leader nodded and said, in fact, this situation is not uncommon. In ancient sects, many masters would open a special cave in the back mountain for seclusion and training to seek peace. But as time passed, the concept of seclusion in the martial arts world basically faded away, and the previously open caves gradually fell into disuse. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the deep cave before him. Leader, you didn't call me all this way just for the suddenly appearing cave, did you? Of course, I wouldn't trouble you for such a trivial matter. The reason I called you here is because of what is inside this cave. The Amei sect leader pulled out a large flashlight from somewhere. She stepped into the deep, dark cave first. Lord Jiang, you and Hongi should come in with me to take a look. I believe what's inside cannot be explained by modern science at all. The cave was very deep. Luo Hongi, the Amei heroine who could face zombies without blinking, was somewhat afraid of the dark. She tightly clung to Jiang Chen's arm, her big eyes nervously scanning the surroundings. Moreover, as they ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly cold. Even in winter, Jiang Chen and Luo Hongi were wearing down jackets, yet they still shivered slightly from the chill. Luo Hongi hugged Jiang Chen's arm, pressing her body closer to him. Feeling the pure vitality of the girl, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. They walked for nearly 10 minutes before the three of them finally reached the deepest part of the cave. We've arrived, the leader of the Amei sect said, stopping in his tracks. With the dim light of the flashlight, Jiang Chen could see a platform deep within the cave. There was something placed on the platform, but he couldn't make out what it was. Taking a deep breath, the leader of the Amei sect spoke to Jiang Chen. Jiang Alliance leader, are you mentally prepared? After saying this, he directed the flashlight's beam toward the object on the platform. In the next moment, both Jiang Chen and Luo Hongi's eyes widened in shock. What lay on the platform was a coffin. However, it was not an ordinary coffin. It was a crystal-clear coffin, seemingly made of 1,000-year-old ice, radiating a chilling aura. Inside the ice coffin lay a person. Not a skeleton, but a vividly alive individual. Dressed in ancient attire, with eyes tightly closed and hands resting on her abdomen, her complexion was pale, as if she were merely asleep. What shocked Jiang Chen even more was that he recognized the person lying in the ice coffin. Yi Yuan. That's right. If Jiang Chen wasn't mistaken, the person in the ice coffin was the female zombie, Yi Yuan, who had killed him multiple times before. However, now Yi Yuan's expression was serene, and there were no strange markings on her neck that were characteristic of zombies. Clearly, she was still human. But why was Yi Yuan here, and in such a state? Jiang Chen's mind was momentarily in disarray. The leader of the Amei sect smiled wryly. Jiang Alliance leader, just as you see, at the very back of this cave is this ice coffin made of cold ice, and there is indeed a person inside. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows tightly and took a few steps forward, standing before the ice coffin. Confirming once more, he could be 100% certain that the person in the ice coffin was indeed Yi Yuan. As he reached out to touch the ice coffin, a bone-chilling cold immediately seeped into his palm, prompting him to quickly withdraw his hand. Is the person inside dead or alive? Jiang Chen looked up and asked the leader of the Amei sect. She should be dead, the leader replied, his tone lacking confidence. I observed her for a while and noticed there was no breathing. I think she must be dead, but because of this ice coffin, her body hasn't decayed. From her clothing, it's clear that this person is from ancient times, at least 100 years ago. It seems unlikely for someone to remain unscathed for over 100 years. Jiang Chen remained silent, but he didn't fully agree with the leader's words. The Yi Yuan in the ice coffin was most likely still alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense why he had been chased by the zombie form of Yi Yuan in previous simulations. So, Jiang Alliance leader, what should we do about this ice coffin? The leader of the Amei sect showed a troubled expression. An eerie ice coffin and an ancient woman of unknown life or death. If the outside world found out, it would likely bring a lot of trouble to Amei Mountain. Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling her not to worry. Don't worry, leave it to me, I'll handle it. For now, Jiang Chen had no intention of involving the state in this matter. Instead, he planned to clarify things himself. Yi Yuan was clearly not a modern person. But what exactly was her identity? Why can one sleep in the ice crystal mysterious hall for so many years without dying? Why did it mutate into a zombie? About Yi Yuan, Jiang Chen has too many mysteries to unravel. Then, the three of them left the cave. After exiting the cave, Jiang Chen made a phone call. The next day, professional equipment was dispatched by Jiang Chen. They carefully transported the ice crystal mysterious hall from the cave and sent it via a special plane to the research base located in Qingqing City. At the research base, Jiang Chen gathered many talents and specifically formed a team of experts to study the ice crystal mysterious hall and the sleeping Yi Yuan inside the ice coffin. Soon, according to the archaeologist's assessment, based on the era of the clothing Yi Yuan wore, it was determined that Yi Yuan came from over 1,000 years ago during the Tang dynasty. This means that Yi Yuan has been sleeping in this ice crystal coffin for over 1,000 years. To be honest, when the archaeological experts at the research base reached this conclusion, they all appeared incredulous. Over 1,000 years. It should be noted that the entire Chinese civilization has only been passed down for a little over 5,000 years. Moreover, according to normal scientific logic, it is impossible for Yi Yuan's physical body to remain in the ice crystal coffin for over 1,000 years without decaying. More critically, a Mei mountain in Sichuan in Chongqing province, in terms of climatic conditions, should not be able to form the conditions required for such a millennium-old ice coffin. Even if it were formed, it would be impossible to remain unmelted for over 1,000 years. Therefore, this ice crystal coffin, along with Yi Yuan quietly lying inside it, revealing an eerie atmosphere. Many materials science experts have conducted experiments on this ice crystal coffin. Even under the scorching sun, the ice crystal coffin emitted a faint chill, showing no signs of melting. However, the texture of the ice crystal coffin is not very hard. Soon, a small piece of the ice crystal coffin was cut off for research by the scientific personnel. A few days later, Jiang Chen received the research results from the scientific personnel. According to the findings, the ice crystal coffin is not much different from ordinary ice blocks. The only difference is that the composition of the ice crystal coffin contains an additional component. As for what this component is, the researchers stated they were unsure because it is a new component that has never appeared before. Several more days passed. Reports regarding Yi Yuan inside the ice coffin were submitted to Jiang Chen. According to the report, Yi Yuan inside the ice coffin showed no signs of life. Therefore, based on the judgment of medical experts, Yi Yuan is in a state of death. From a medical perspective, Yi Yuan is dead. This aligns with the understanding of these medical experts. After all, if 1,000 years passed and Yi Yuan inside the ice coffin still retains signs of life, it would be truly horrifying. But Jiang Chen knew that Yi Yuan was not dead. Yi Yuan had merely entered a state of suspended animation through some means. Even the most advanced scientific instruments of modern times could not detect this state of suspended animation, allowing her to traverse over 1,000 years of time, from the Tang dynasty to the modern era. Mr. Jiang, how should we handle the female corpse inside the ice coffin? Should we take her out and bury her? A research assistant asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand. No need to rush, let's observe a bit longer. In the previous simulations of the world, Yi Yuan appeared in this year. If Jiang Chen's guess is correct, it won't be long before changes occur on Yi Yuan's side. So, Jiang Chen not only did not allow anyone to take the night kite out of the ice crystal coffin, but also arranged security forces to keep a constant watch on the laboratory where the coffin was placed. Sure enough, just as you guessed. Only a week later, a research assistant hurriedly found Jiang Chen to report an emergency situation. The ice crystal coffin was now melting. The coffin, which showed no signs of melting even under the scorching sun, was dissolving at a visibly rapid pace. Even being placed in a cold storage facility at sub-zero temperatures was of no help. After hearing the assistant's report, Jiang Chen went to the cold storage located underground at the research base. Inside the cold storage, many researchers were gathered around the ice crystal coffin in layers. However, despite their numerous attempts, they could not stop the melting of the coffin. Mr. Jiang. Seeing Jiang Chen arrive, the researchers greeted him politely. Jiang Chen nodded, and the researchers automatically made way for him to approach the coffin. Indeed, just as reported by the assistant, the ice crystal coffin was melting, and at a fast pace. The floor of the cold storage was now covered with water stains from the melting coffin. How long until it completely melts? Jiang Chen turned to ask one of them. According to our estimates, it will be completely melted in about 3 to 4 hours, the person replied without hesitation. 3 to 4 hours later, the nearly 1,000-pound ice coffin would completely melt, revealing the night kite inside to everyone. Long eyelashes, dewy skin, slender white arms, and the fitted ancient Tang dynasty attire. Contrary to everyone's expectations, without the protection of the ice crystal coffin, the night kite's body did not rapidly decay. On the contrary, her originally pale little face slowly turned rosy under the intense gaze of the crowd. If one looked closely, they could notice that the night kite, who had been lying still without any signs of breathing, was now slightly rising and falling at her chest. Meanwhile, the instrument beside her, which had been monitoring her vital signs, began to beep. According to the display on the instrument, the night kite, previously determined by experts to be dead, was gradually showing signs of breathing and a heartbeat.
The once flat line on the electrocardiogram began to fluctuate. The heartbeat, which had been showing as 0, started to increase from 0. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Someone in the room pointed at the numbers displayed on the instrument, their voice trembling. It was broad daylight, yet everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had encountered a ghost in the daytime. How could this be? A person from over 1,000 years ago, how could they still be alive? This completely overturned their understanding. Seeing the terrified expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Chen waved his hand to reassure them, "Don't panic. Are we really afraid of an ancient person? Besides, this can't be some supernatural phenomenon, we must believe in science." With Jiang Chen's reassurance, everyone calmed down a bit. However, Jiang Chen still urgently called in a few war robots to ensure everyone's safety. Jiang Chen was not sure if the night kite, who had not mutated into a zombie, would still recklessly want to kill him upon waking. But it was always better to be cautious. The night kite's vital signs were gradually recovering, like a person who had hibernated for many years slowly waking up. Time passed second by second. Everyone in the room held their breath, staring at the night kite before them. Suddenly, the night kite's eyelashes fluttered. Her eyelids lifted, and her eyes slowly opened. The night kite was awake. "Who am I, where am I, and who are you?" This was the first sentence the night kite spoke upon waking. Her clear eyes scanned the surroundings in confusion. The unfamiliar environment before her clearly made her feel a bit fearful, especially after seeing the researchers around her in white lab coats, their intense gazes fixed on her. That sense of fear intensified. At that moment, Jiang Chen, with a warm smile on his face, moved a little closer to Yi Yuan. "Your name is Yi Yuan," Jiang Chen told her. Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan tilted her head, pondering for a few seconds, then broke into a smile. "Yes, I remember now, I am Yi Yuan." Just like in the previous simulations, Yi Yuan spoke hesitantly and slowly. Then, Jiang Chen intended to verify something. "Yi Yuan, do you know me?" Jiang Chen asked directly. Yi Yuan carefully observed Jiang Chen for a few seconds, then lowered her head, her gaze somewhat sorrowful. "You seem so familiar, but I forgot who you are." Her words were vague. After hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows tightly. It seemed that Yi Yuan recognized him. But how could that be? Yi Yuan was from over 1,000 years ago, during the Tang dynasty, and Jiang Chen was born in the 21st century. Logically, they should have no connection at all. "Yi Yuan, do you remember anything from before?" Jiang Chen asked gently. "I don't remember," Yi Yuan said, her beautiful brows tightly knitted, as if she was trying hard to recall. But still, she couldn't think of anything and, looking dejected, said, "I forgot many things. I only remember that my master assigned me a very important task, but I forgot what the task was." Jiang Chen spoke. "Do you know how long you have been asleep?" Yi Yuan shook her head in confusion. Jiang Chen continued, "You have been asleep for over 1,000 years. Now, it is already the year 2047. 1,000 years. Although Yi Yuan had lost many memories, she was still very clear about what 1,000 years meant. 1,000 years meant her master, her friends and family, everything she had experienced, had long since faded into the river of history. She had become a solitary existence in this world. A sense of loneliness washed over Yi Yuan. Seeing her somewhat desolate appearance, many people in the room showed sympathetic expressions towards the girl. Gurgle. At that moment, Yi Yuan's stomach made an untimely sound. Her face turned slightly red. "I am hungry." In the cafeteria of the research base. Looking at the stack of empty plates on the table, nearly as tall as a person, and the small figure still devouring food at the table, the employees dining in the cafeteria all gaped in astonishment. By the table, Jiang Chen looked at Yi Yuan, who was eating heartily, with a helpless expression. Yi Yuan's appetite was enormous. So much so that Jiang Chen felt if she participated in an eating contest, she would definitely win the championship. He couldn't understand how such a small body could hold so much food. Wouldn't she be completely stuffed? Because in the previous simulations, the mutated Yi Yuan, who had turned into a zombie, did not need to eat. So strictly speaking, this was Jiang Chen's first time witnessing Yi Yuan's appetite. She could be called the queen of eating. "I'm done eating," she said. After more than 2 hours, with the waitstaff clearing away the empty plates time and again, Yi Yuan finally stopped eating. "Are you full?" Jiang Chen asked. 70% full, Yi Yuan replied. What the heck? Even after all that, she was only 70% full. If she were 100% full, wouldn't she have to eat for another hour? If you get married in the future, this appetite would surely intimidate many men. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. Then, shall I take you to rest? Yi Yuan gently shook her head. I want to go outside for a walk, is that okay? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement.
He had someone help Yi Yuan change into modern clothing. To be honest, with a chiffon sweater and a light brown trench coat on her upper body, and tight jeans on her lower body, Yi Yuan, with her petite and delicate figure, looked no different from a college student. Walking down the street with Jiang Chen, who was in his 40s, they appeared to others like a father and daughter.
Yi Yuan was soft-spoken and not good at conversation.
Upon seeing the modern city, with tall buildings and bustling traffic, the streets filled with various advertisements on electronic screens, countless novel things overwhelmed Yi Yuan's little mind. She didn't scream or shout but curiously observed these new things with her beautiful eyes. Beep, beep. A car honked as it sped past them. Yi Yuan, startled like a frightened little rabbit, tightly grasped Jiang Chen's big hand.
Jiang Chen patted Yi Yuan's shoulder, signaling her not to be afraid.
They arrived at a milk tea shop and ordered 2 cups of pearl milk tea, handing one to Yi Yuan. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "This is called milk tea, try it and see if you like it."
He demonstrated how to drink the milk tea.
Yi Yuan carefully punctured the thin film with the straw, placed it in her mouth, and gently sipped. She savored the aroma and sweetness of the milk tea, along with the chewy pearls.
Yi Yuan closed her eyes in happiness. "It's delicious." Jiang Chen smiled.
He took Yi Yuan out for a whole day of exploring, patiently explaining various modern things to her, giving her a preliminary understanding of modern society.
In the evening, Jiang Chen brought the little foodie Yi Yuan to the night market in Qingcheng.
Looking at the numerous food stalls and smelling the rich aroma of food in the air, Jiang Chen could clearly see Yi Yuan's eyes brighten a bit. So, next, Jiang Chen took Yi Yuan on a shopping spree at the night market stalls. Every food stall became a target for Yi Yuan. She was enjoying the food immensely, while Jiang Chen could only mechanically repeat the action of scanning and paying.
They ate until after 10 o'clock at night.
"Yi Yuan, let's go back and rest," Jiang Chen said, panting beside her.
He was getting old and couldn't keep up.
After a whole day out with Yi Yuan, he was exhausted, feeling like his back was about to give out.
Yi Yuan popped the last piece of stinky tofu into her mouth with a toothpick,
then licked her fingers with her little tongue, nodding with some reluctance. "Okay, let's go back."
The two prepared to head home.
But just as they were about to leave the night market, they suddenly heard a commotion at the exit. A few people were arguing. A middle-aged man, wearing a gold chain and tattooed, with a big belly, was pointing at a girl and cursing at her. At a barbecue stall at the entrance of the night market, this middle-aged man was berating a young girl with foul language. A crowd had gathered around, chattering about what was happening. From the murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Chen learned the general situation. It turned out that this middle-aged man had taken a fancy to the young girl, who was fair and beautiful. Drunk, he approached her to flirt and asked for her WeChat. But the young girl completely ignored him, chatting with her friends. The man became displeased and directly started to get physical with the girl. The girl, too, was of a fiery temperament. Naturally, a few words were exchanged with the tattooed man. As a result, the tattooed man became angry and began to hurl vulgar insults at the girl.
Moreover, it seemed that this verbal confrontation was escalating towards a physical fight. Because, while he was cursing, the tattooed man had already picked up a beer bottle that was on the table with one hand. His fierce demeanor left no doubt that the next moment, that bottle would come crashing down on the girl's head. There were many onlookers, but no one stepped in to break it up. The tattooed man's fierce appearance, covered in tattoos, along with the 4 or 5 burly companions standing beside him, intimidated everyone. The courage that had risen in the hearts of the crowd was completely extinguished. Being brave in the face of danger is indeed admirable, but losing one's life over it would be entirely not worth it. Damn it, this bitch is asking for a beating, right?
While Jiang Chen was still pondering this, the tattooed man seemed genuinely enraged, shouting loudly as he raised the beer bottle high, preparing to bring it down on the girl's head.
Jiang Chen was squeezed at the edge of the crowd.
Even if he wanted to intervene, it was already too late. Just as Jiang Chen was about to use his causality skill to break the tattooed man's hand holding the bottle, in that split second, a small figure had somehow slipped through the crowd and appeared behind the tattooed man. Then, just as the beer bottle in the tattooed man's hand was about to land on the astonished girl's head, that small figure reached out a tiny hand. The small hand grabbed the collar of the tattooed man's shirt from behind and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. That small figure was none other than Yi Yuan, who had just been beside Jiang Chen.
Suspended in midair by Yi Yuan, the tattooed man kicked his legs frantically, turning his head to glare fiercely at Yi Yuan. "Who are you? Let me go quickly. Do you know who I am?" Yi Yuan was completely unfazed by the tattooed man's threats.
Instead, she raised her arm even higher, lifting the tattooed man completely above her head. It should be noted that this tattooed man weighed more than the average adult male, probably around 200 to 300 pounds, yet Yi Yuan effortlessly held him high above her head, proving just how abnormal her strength was. The tattooed man, held aloft over a meter off the ground, finally experienced what it felt like to fly. His drunkenness faded significantly, and his tone turned somewhat terrified as he shouted to his nearby lackeys, "What are you all doing standing there? Come and save me!" The lackeys, startled by Yi Yuan's incredible strength, finally came to their senses. One by one, they charged angrily at Yi Yuan. As for Yi Yuan, her small face remained expressionless. One hand held the tattooed man, while the other dealt with the 4 or 5 rushing lackeys. She casually grabbed one by the arm, effortlessly lifted him, and with a slight toss, sent him flying 4 to 5 meters away, landing in a heap, groaning in pain as if his bones were about to fall apart. Next, Yi Yuan repeated the process. In just a few seconds, all 4 or 5 lackeys were thrown far away, writhing on the ground in agony. Finally, Yi Yuan lightly tossed the tattooed man away, sending him to join his lackeys. After lying on the ground in pain for over 10 minutes, the tattooed man finally managed to stand up with difficulty, leaning against the table. The look he directed at Yi Yuan was filled with sheer terror. He realized he had provoked someone he could never contend with. "Apologize." Yi Yuan's calm gaze fixed on the tattooed man as she uttered just these 2 words. "I'm sorry, I apologize immediately." In response to the request made by Yi Yuan, the tattooed man hurriedly nodded repeatedly. With a humble tone, he apologized to the girl and even pulled out 1,000 yuan in cash from his pocket, claiming it was a gesture of sincerity, insisting on shoving it into the girl's hands before he finally relented. "Can I go now?" After all this, the tattooed man weakly asked Yi Yuan. Seeing her gently nod, he felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and, with his little brother in tow, fled without looking back. As they scurried away, the onlookers erupted into enthusiastic applause. The girl who had been bullied clutched Yi Yuan's small hand, continuously thanking her, making Yi Yuan blush shyly. On the way back, Jiang Chen turned to look at Yi Yuan, who had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, and asked with a smile, "What made you want to rush in at that moment?" Yi Yuan shook her head. I'm not sure why, but I subconsciously felt that I should go up and help." Jiang Chen chuckled. This Yi Yuan. Perhaps, in ancient times, she would have been a chivalrous heroine. After returning to the base, Jiang Chen immediately called an assistant to arrange for equipment to test Yi Yuan's strength. From various signs, it was clear that Yi Yuan was definitely not an ordinary girl from the Tang dynasty. Although she had lost her memory now, she couldn't remember anything from before her frozen slumber, not even her own name, which Jiang Chen had told her. But one thing was certain, there were many secrets hidden within Yi Yuan. Soon, a precision instrument for testing strength was urgently transported to the laboratory. This was used for testing the strength of war robots, with a maximum load capacity of around 10,000 kilograms, far exceeding human strength limits. It should be noted that even someone as formidable as Tyson could only deliver a punch with a force of about 500 kilograms. The current 5.0 version of the war robot, powered by a strong nuclear engine, could deliver a punch with a force ranging from 5,000 to 8,000 kilograms. In front of Yi Yuan, a device specifically for testing strength was set up. This device is usually used for testing the strength of war robots. The maximum load capacity is around 10,000 kilograms. Currently, based on tests of a large number of robots, even the newly developed 5.0 version of the war robot, when it throws a punch, shows values on the instrument ranging from 5,000 to 8,000 kilograms. A simulation image appeared. In the testing room, Jiang Chen pointed at the strength testing device and smiled at Yi Yuan, saying, "Yi Yuan, use your fist and hit this device with all your strength." Yi Yuan had no doubts about Jiang Chen's words. Standing in front of the device, which was over 2 meters tall, she slightly stepped back with one leg. Tensing her calf, she suddenly exerted force, her right hand gathering strength. With a tense little face, she swung her fist at the strength testing device. Boom! A loud noise echoed in the room. Jiang Chen stared in shock at the scene before him. It wasn't the number displayed on the strength testing device that surprised him. In fact, the display screen showed no numbers at all, it was completely black. What astonished Jiang Chen was that Yi Yuan's punch had completely incapacitated the strength testing device. Her small fist had punched through the device, causing it to break down. Now, not only was the display screen black, but the entire strength testing device was rendered useless. The instrument itself was emitting white smoke, as if it would crack open at any moment. This. For a moment, Jiang Chen didn't know what to say. It was obvious. The power of Yi Yuan's punch had already exceeded the maximum limit that this device could measure, and it must have far surpassed it. If the force of that punch was just a little over 10,000 kilograms, then at most it would show a maximum value of 10,000 kilograms. The device shouldn't have been destroyed by Yi Yuan. Since the device had been rendered useless by Yi Yuan, it meant that the power of her punch was far beyond 10,000 kilograms.
As for the exact amount, Jiang Chen couldn't know.
He looked up and down at Yi Yuan, who was silently pulling her small fist out of the broken instrument, and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Yi Yuan lowered her head and spoke weakly, "No, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be so fragile.
I just couldn't hold back my strength, so..." Jiang Chen waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. "It's fine, it's just a device. Next time, I'll have someone make a sturdier one."
After that, Jiang Chen took Yi Yuan to test her speed and a series of other metrics. Looking at the data on the form in his hand, Jiang Chen was once again shocked. According to his estimates, with such power, Yi Yuan's strength was already comparable to that of a normal zombie overlord.
No wonder Yi Yuan was the only recorded zombie overlord in the world.
It turned out that before being infected, Yi Yuan already possessed the strength of a zombie overlord. Jiang Chen speculated that in the previous simulated worlds, Yi Yuan's fate must have been like this. At that time, the entire country was engulfed in a zombie crisis. The Amei sect probably no longer existed. Even if the cave behind Amei Mountain was revealed due to a mudslide, no one would likely discover Yi Yuan's presence.
And Yi Yuan would awaken as the ice coffin melted.
Then she would walk out of the cave. After that, for some reason, she would be targeted by zombies, bitten, and then infected to become a zombie.
Originally possessing the strength of a zombie overlord, after being infected, Yi Yuan would definitely not be an ordinary zombie.
Instead, she would inherit her previous strength, becoming the first zombie overlord in the world. Jiang Chen felt that his speculation made a lot of sense. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Yi Yuan had just awakened this year but immediately possessed the strength of a zombie overlord after becoming a zombie.
Of course, there was one point Jiang Chen couldn't understand. From Yi Yuan's performance over the past few days, it seemed that she had a good impression of him.
This was partly due to Jiang Chen's crazy feeding of this little foodie. However, in the previous simulated worlds, the mutated Yi Yuan had relentlessly pursued Jiang Chen. She didn't kill others, only to kill Jiang Chen, as if there was a deep-seated grudge between them.
This was something Jiang Chen couldn't explain at the moment.
In the research base, under Jiang Chen's arrangement, another brand new power testing device was manufactured. A power testing device capable of withstanding higher extreme forces could definitely be created at the research base. It was just that because the war robot's power couldn't break through 10,000 kilograms in a short time, Jiang Chen felt it was unnecessary. Now, with the appearance of the abnormal Yi Yuan, the manufacturing of a new type of power testing device was put on the agenda.
Now, this brand new instrument had been unveiled. This power testing device was made entirely of vibranium.
The maximum force it could withstand was 5 times that of the previous generation, reaching a staggering 50,000 kilograms. Jiang Chen estimated that such a power testing device with an extreme value could definitely withstand a blow from the abnormal Yi Yuan.
"Call Yi Yuan over, let her come here to test again." Jiang Chen instructed his assistant to summon Yi Yuan.
But soon after, the young assistant rushed back from outside. "Jiang, Mr.
Jiang, something's wrong. Yi Yuan is in trouble."
"What?"
Jiang Chen immediately stood up from his chair. Upon hearing that Yi Yuan is in trouble, you and the assistant hurried over.
On the way, the assistant shared the information he knew with you.
According to the assistant,
it seems that Yi Yuan was happily showing off her meal in the cafeteria just now, but somehow, while eating, she suddenly fainted. The people dining nearby saw this and immediately rushed Yi Yuan to the base's clinic.
In the clinic,
you saw Yi Yuan lying on the hospital bed, her complexion pale, almost devoid of any color. A simulated image appeared. Although she was incredibly weak, Yi Yuan was still conscious at that moment. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, a smile appeared on her face, beautiful yet sorrowful like autumn leaves. "Am I
going to die?"
Jiang Chen did not respond but turned to the doctor in a white coat beside him, asking in a deep voice, "What is Yi Yuan's condition now?" The doctor sighed deeply. "Miss Yi Yuan's vital signs are rapidly declining. She is in imminent danger of losing her life."
Miss Yi Yuan's vital signs are rapidly declining.
She is in imminent danger of losing her life. Hearing the doctor say this, Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. How could this be?
Just this morning, Yi Yuan looked lively and full of energy. In just a short while, her life was in jeopardy? What exactly caused this? Jiang Chen calmed down slightly and continued to ask the doctor.
The doctor shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's unclear. Our instruments cannot detect the specific cause of Miss Yi Yuan's condition.
But the data displayed by the instruments shows that Miss Yi Yuan's vital signs are indeed continuously declining.
We just attempted to inject some life-sustaining hormones into Miss Yi Yuan's body, but it was completely ineffective. Miss Yi Yuan's body seems to be a bottomless pit, no medication has any effect on her.
After hearing the doctor's explanation, Jiang Chen fell silent again. A few seconds later, he turned to look at Yi Yuan, whose face was devoid of color, and asked, "Yi Yuan, how much time does she have left?" The doctor replied, "About an hour." Jiang Chen did not doubt the doctor's professionalism.
This doctor had been hired at great expense from a well-known top-tier hospital in Yanjing, Huaguo.
He was a leading figure in the medical field domestically. If this doctor said Yi Yuan had only an hour left, then it was highly likely that she could hold on for another hour. Jiang Chen looked at Yi Yuan lying on the hospital bed, her small face pale but still holding her peach blossom eyes wide open, staring at him without blinking, and he felt an inexplicable pang of heartache. This girl from the Tang dynasty, having crossed a millennium, she had just awakened not long ago. She had not yet experienced the beauty of modern urban life, and now she was about to fade away. It would be a regret for anyone to witness. Jiang Chen, I feel so sleepy, so sleepy. Yi Yuan's tone became incredibly weak. Jiang Chen held Yi Yuan's icy little hand, forcing a smile on his face. "Yi Yuan, don't sleep, you'll be fine soon." Jiang Chen's mind raced, thinking of ways to save Yi Yuan. Time was tight. In a short period, he could only think of two methods. One option was to find another piece of Millennium Ice, just like when they first discovered Yi Yuan, to once again seal Yi Yuan within the ice crystal pavilion made of Millennium Black Ice. Even if this meant Yi Yuan would fall into a deep slumber again, at least her life could be preserved. However, after careful consideration, Jiang Chen realized that this plan was unrealistic, not to mention whether it was possible to find a piece of Millennium Ice within just an hour. Even if they did find it, transporting it would take too much time. Therefore, there was only the second option left, a last resort among last resorts. Once this last resort was used, there would be many repercussions. But in order to save Yi Yuan's life, Jiang Chen couldn't afford to think too much about that for now. With a firm resolution, Jiang Chen called his assistant over and whispered a few instructions in his ear. After hearing Jiang Chen's plan, the assistant's eyes widened in shock. "Mr. Jiang, this..." Jiang Chen patted the assistant's shoulder and said, "Just do as I say." "Yes, Mr. Jiang, I'm on it." Although Jiang Chen's plan sounded crazy, the assistant had no choice but to obey his orders. He immediately ran out of the clinic. Dr. Zhang, I apologize for the trouble earlier. You don't need to worry about the next steps. I'll arrange for someone to take Yi Yuan away shortly, Jiang Chen said, shaking hands with the doctor. Soon, just a few minutes later, someone arrived to help Jiang Chen take Yi Yuan away. Then, Yi Yuan was transported to a newly constructed underground laboratory at the research base. This laboratory was made of vibranium, with maximum protective attributes. Even a nuclear bomb would not harm anyone hiding inside the basement. It was originally prepared for a potential large-scale zombie invasion. Unexpectedly, it was being used now. Inside the underground laboratory, as soon as Jiang Chen brought Yi Yuan in, his assistant rushed in, panting, carrying a briefcase. "Mr. Jiang, here is what you asked for." The assistant handed the case to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen opened the case. Inside lay a vial of reagent. The color of the reagent was pale, identical to that of an anti-cancer reagent. However, this was not a life-saving anti-cancer reagent for countless cancer patients. Instead, it was a zombie virus. That's right. This zombie reagent was extracted from a zombie by the group of biological experts at the research base. Although developing a vaccine for the zombie virus was extremely difficult, extracting the virus from a zombie posed virtually no technical challenge. Therefore, to facilitate the research of those biologists, the research base currently had some zombie virus reagents. And now, this viral reagent was coming into play. Jiang Chen looked at Yi Yuan, who lay weakly on the bed, her consciousness fading. He carefully took out the zombie virus reagent from the case. In fact, Jiang Chen's plan was quite simple. The human form of Yi Yuan was evidently in a precarious state for some unknown reason, and it wouldn't be long before she perished. Therefore, the only solution was to let Yi Yuan mutate into a zombie, just like in the previous simulated worlds. In Jiang Chen's memory, in many of those earlier simulated worlds, the zombie form of Yi Yuan was vibrant and full of energy, showing no signs of weakness like she did now. This meant that becoming a zombie had a high chance of saving the dying Yi Yuan. Although there was no guarantee, time was of the essence. Jiang Chen had no choice but to take a gamble. Under Jiang Chen's orders, Yi Yuan's limbs were tightly bound by thick vibranium chains. At the same time, considering the power of the zombie overlord Night Kite, for safety's sake, her entire body was bound with vibranium chains, much like a zongzi, leaving only her small head exposed. After preparing everything, Jiang Chen took a deep breath,
grasped Night Kite's pale little arm, found a suitable spot, and injected the zombie virus reagent into her. Soon, the zombie virus flowed through Night Kite's body with her blood. Her peach blossom eyes gradually turned crimson. At her neck, a bizarre pattern unique to zombies began to slowly emerge. In the basement room, Night Kite, firmly bound by the vibranium chains, was gradually mutating into a zombie state after being injected with the virus. First, her eyes turned crimson. Then, strange patterns appeared on her neck. Her originally calm expression began to grow increasingly irritable, like an angry little lion. In just a few minutes, Night Kite transformed from a dying human into a vibrant, powerful zombie. Moreover, the current Night Kite could be considered a zombie overlord. After a brief moment of calm, Night Kite, bound by the vibranium chains, glared at Jiang Chen with her crimson eyes and let out a frenzied roar. Her gaze was filled with a strong killing intent, so palpable that it made Jiang Chen feel a chill down his spine. He was very familiar with that murderous look. It was just like the way Night Kite had looked at him during previous simulations when she was in a zombie state, as if she wanted to tear him apart. If Night Kite hadn't been firmly bound by the vibranium chains, Jiang Chen would likely have already become her next victim. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Why? Why do you have such a strong killing intent towards me? He just couldn't understand. Night Kite had turned into a zombie. The good news was that she no longer had to perish. The bad news was that the mutated Night Kite had completely lost her rationality and human intelligence. Now, she was just a zombie overlord with only one thought in her mind, to kill Jiang Chen. In her zombie overlord state, Night Kite was incredibly powerful. The vibranium chains began to rattle as she struggled to break free. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had used enough chains, otherwise, Night Kite would have already snapped them. Although Night Kite's power was formidable, under the restraint of the vibranium chains, there was no possibility of escape in the short term, and it was impossible to release Night Kite in her zombie form. Therefore, he could only temporarily confine her. He would have to let Night Kite stay in the underground laboratory until she could regain her intelligence and no longer exude such intense killing intent towards him. If he personally released Night Kite and she immediately killed him, wouldn't that be a joke? For now, he set aside the matter of Night Kite. However, he did make it a point to check on her from time to time. Seeing that although Night Kite was bound by the vibranium chains, her energy was undiminished as she tirelessly struggled against her restraints, he felt reassured. Meanwhile, the international situation once again became turbulent. By the end of 2047, aside from Night Kite, the world's first normally evolved zombie overlord was discovered by humans in the country of Tianzhu. In terms of appearance, the zombie overlord did not have the robust physique and towering stature of a zombie lord. Instead, it was not much different from a normal human. The most obvious difference is the bizarre patterns unique to zombies on its neck. At first, when the zombie overlord located in India was discovered, it did not attract much attention. People merely thought it was an incomplete mutated ordinary zombie. Until that zombie overlord, with its own strength, easily annihilated a squad of 20 new war robots made of vibranium. Only then did countries around the world realize the terror of the zombie overlord. The zombie overlord, in the face of the extreme military power of humanity today, is truly a bug-level existence. Of course, saying this might sound a bit terrifying, but there are bloody facts that prove it. In terms of individual strength, the zombie overlord is absolutely at a ruling level on Earth. It is estimated that even the resurrected dinosaurs from the Cretaceous period would find it hard to be a match for the zombie overlord. The strength of the zombie overlord needs no further explanation. Within the borders of India, where the zombie overlord first appeared, the war robots that India had spent considerable resources to bring in from China were being scrapped one after another under the hands of the zombie overlord. It was like dismantling toys. Basically, with just one or two punches, ordinary material war robots were directly hammered into a pile of scrap metal. War robots made of vibranium could withstand the zombie overlord's brief attacks, but they were only suitable for short-term defense. They were completely ineffective for offense. Those basic offensive methods could not inflict any significant damage on the zombie overlord. The zombie overlord possesses rudimentary intelligence and can organize commands for lower-tier zombie lords and ordinary zombies. Thus, under the gathering of the zombie overlord, the world's first army of millions of zombies led by the zombie overlord was formed. The zombie overlord became the spearhead of the entire offensive. The armies and war robots of India retreated step by step. After holding out for more than 10 days, the capital of India was breached by the zombie overlord leading millions of zombies. The leaders and high-ranking officials of India were all engulfed in the endless tide of zombies. Unfortunately for India, under the frenzied assault of the zombie overlord, it became the first major country in the world to be destroyed by zombies. When the news broke, the world was in an uproar. No country took pleasure in the misfortune. Many nations felt a sense of sorrow for the fallen, as if a rabbit's death brought grief to the fox.
A major country like India was so easily annihilated. Would their own country be the next to fall? No one could guarantee. The emergence of the zombie overlord undoubtedly greatly accelerated the process of human civilization heading towards extinction. Countless countries began sending desperate pleas for help to China.
Some nations even proposed to relinquish their sovereign rights over their territories, just like a few smaller countries had done before, in order to gain the full protection of China. Because now they understood clearly that if any country had a chance to turn the tide and save humanity from the brink of extinction, it could only be China. Apart from China, no other country had any possibility at all. Thus, all the countries in the world turned their hopeful eyes towards China. The entire world placed its expectations on China. Meanwhile, on China's side, preparations had been made well in advance. In response to the powerful zombie overlord, they were hiding their trump cards. This trump card, of course, was led by Luo Hongyi and the disciples of the martial arts world. Under your training over the years, Luo Hongyi and the other martial arts disciples have undergone numerous trials in the zombie apocalypse war. Coupled with the war robots, their combat power has reached an incredibly exaggerated level. In the simulated world of the previous life, in terms of combat strength, only Luo Hongyi could match the zombie overlord on equal footing. Other talented martial arts disciples could only compete with the zombie overlord by working in small teams. However, in this simulated world, the situation is different. There are two main reasons for this. One is that the martial arts disciples of Huagua, under your protection, have not suffered any casualties during the zombie crisis. Unlike in the previous life, where nearly half of the martial arts disciples fell to the zombie army, the base number of personnel is significantly larger this time, allowing you to select the best among them and discover more disciples with strong martial arts talent.
The other reason is quite simple.
In this simulated world, Zombie Apocalypse War was launched several years earlier, giving these martial arts disciples enough time to hone their skills. Over the years, many martial arts disciples have already mastered their abilities. According to the game data transmitted back by Ling, Huagua now has about 15 martial arts disciples who can match the zombie overlord in strength. The others still have to work in pairs or small groups to take down a single zombie overlord. Not long after the zombie overlord appeared in Tianzhu, at the beginning of 2048, zombie overlords began to emerge in various countries one after another. Roughly estimating, about 30 to 40 zombie overlords appeared globally without any particular order. Especially in countries with a large number of zombies, 3 or 4 zombie overlords suddenly emerged.
They were in despair. A single zombie overlord could annihilate Tianzhu.
With 3 or 4 zombie overlords appearing at once, their country simply couldn't withstand such turmoil. They once again sent an urgent plea for help to Huagua, offering even more generous terms. Huagua's high-end combat power is limited, and it is impossible to send all of it for support. Therefore, Huagua adhered to a very simple and straightforward principle. First, the countries that traded their national sovereignty to Huagua must arrange for martial arts disciples to provide support. As for the remaining countries, they would be prioritized based on the terms offered. War robots controlled by martial arts disciples were deployed to various countries on the front lines of the battlefield. The zombie side, which had regained the advantage, found its offensive once again suppressed by Huagua. However, as time passed, the number of zombie overlords continued to increase. By 2050, it reached a peak outbreak period. On average, several zombie lords evolved into zombie overlords every day. Huagua's high-end combat power began to feel stretched in the face of the overwhelming number of zombie overlords. Huagua no longer had the surplus combat power to support other countries outside its territory. After losing Huagua's high-end combat support, some countries in the world began to be gradually occupied by zombies. Thus, only 2 choices remained for countries around the world: either trade their national territorial sovereignty to Huagua, incorporating their territory into Huagua's map and gaining Huagua's support, either be overrun by the zombie army led by the zombie overlord, or face the demise of the nation.
Choose one. Some countries opted for the first, such as Ingwa, Fagua, and Degugwo.
Others chose the second, like the island nation, Migwa, and Bangziguo. In fact, some countries intended to trade their national sovereignty to Huagua.
But Huagua didn't want it at all.
Thus, they were forced to choose the second option.
That's right. I'm talking about you too, Migwa and the island nation.
One is because its land area is too vast, making support too troublesome.
As for the other island nation, let's just say those who understand. The world order has once again welcomed a complete reshuffle.
By the end of 2050, the number of countries in the world officially shrank from over 200 in 2043 to just Huagua.
Now, Huagua governs over 70 provinces and regions. Its land area occupies 1/3 of the Earth's landmass. The population has reached over 3 billion people.
In the entirety of human civilization, only the voice of Huagua remains.
A true one-party rule,
the kind that speaks without contradiction. And the United Nations, with the unification of the world by Huagua, naturally disappeared. There was only one country left in the world, Huagua.
Thus, there was no longer any talk of the United Nations.
Of course, before the United Nations was abolished, it was also a one-party rule of Huagua.
Huagua dominated the world. It initially achieved the goal of incorporating the entire world into Huagua's territory.
Naturally, Huagua had to take on the heavy responsibility of saving human civilization.
To save human civilization, relying solely on the few gifted martial artists is not enough. The numbers are too small.
They can only barely maintain a situation where they are not annihilated by the zombie army, but cannot rally the human side to sound the horn of counterattack and eliminate the zombie army spread across the globe. The most effective method is to quickly overcome technological hurdles and develop black technology weapons such as laser weapons and electromagnetic weapons,
to be mounted on millions of war robots worldwide,
to achieve qualitative change through quantitative change. This seems to be the most promising way to defeat the zombie army at present.
Just a few days ago, you received good news from the research base. The biggest technological hurdle in producing laser weapons and electromagnetic weapons has been overcome. By next year at the latest, the world's first powerful laser weapon and electromagnetic weapon will officially be unveiled. In the conference room of the Huagua High-Level Council, you are discussing the latest research and development progress of black technology weapons with the senior officials of Huagua. Suddenly,
the door of the conference room was knocked on urgently. A middle-aged man in a suit pushed the door open and walked in, approaching the elderly man sitting in the first seat.
The middle-aged man handed a document to the elderly man,
then whispered a few words in the elderly man's ear. A simulated image appeared. Upon hearing the report from the middle-aged man, the elderly man's expression suddenly changed. He halted the ongoing discussion.
"Comrades, we have just received an urgent military report from the Southern Military District.
In the south of Huagua, over 100 million zombies are gathering. Led by nearly 100 zombie overlords, they are advancing towards the southern border defense line of Huagua.
Over 100 million zombies. Nearly 100 zombie overlords."
These two numbers made everyone present lose their composure.
Many understood what this meant. Over 100 million zombies. This is undoubtedly a terrifying number.
Basically, it accounts for 1/30 of the total number of zombies in the world. What is even more terrifying is that this army of zombies, numbering over 100 million, is led by nearly 100 zombie overlords. Their combat power will at least increase by 1 or 2 levels, reaching an incredibly terrifying degree. It can be said that this is the most powerful impact composed of zombies that human civilization has faced since the outbreak of the zombie virus in 2043.
There is no comparison.
Compared to this zombie army, the previous zombie crises faced by other countries were like child's play.
It seems almost premeditated.
Now, this zombie army has gathered under the organization of nearly 100 zombie overlords, with the target being Huagua.
Moreover, they are about to reach the city. In the conference room, everyone's expression was far from calm, including Jiang Chen.
While Jiang Chen was remotely connecting with the high-level members of the council, he was equally shocked upon hearing this urgent military situation.
Jiang Chen immediately asked Ling to investigate whether this urgent military situation was true. Ling quickly relayed the situation back to Jiang Chen.
The situation was indeed real. The zombie army was now less than 100 kilometers away from the southern border of Huagua. In about half a day, they would be at the city gates. Furthermore, with Ling's help, Jiang Chen also obtained specific data on the zombie army.
There were 96 zombie overlords,
46 million zombie lords, and
54 million ordinary zombies. A number that was enough to instill deep despair.
Jiang Chen shared this number with everyone in the council, which made their expressions even worse.
Frowning tightly, they fell into a brief silence.
Finally, it was the elderly man who broke the silence first. "We don't have much time left, let's all share our opinions.
To avoid wasting time, I won't complain.
Right now, Huagua is facing a true life and death crisis for the first time. Once the over 100 million zombie army breaks through our southern defense line and tears open a gap, our territory will be quickly occupied by zombies, causing immeasurable losses."
That's right.
Although our cities are protected by war robots, most of them are earlier versions with limited combat power.
They can handle small zombie squads, but against a large-scale zombie army, they are completely outmatched.
My suggestion is to quickly recall the war robots and high-end martial artists supporting other countries, and let them engage in battle with the zombie army to defend Huagua's southern line.
How many do we need to recall?
All martial artists need to be recalled, and as for the new war robots deployed in various countries, we need to recall at least 90% to have a chance of winning this battle.
However, recalling the war robots supporting other countries will have serious consequences.
One is that without the protection of war robots, those countries will be easily overwhelmed by the zombie attacks, and many countries will soon become the zombies' backyard. Another issue is the credibility and weight of Huagua within those countries. Although they have voluntarily traded their territorial sovereignty to us, it is merely a superficial submission. Once we recall the supporting robots, when our crisis is over, they may not accept our management again.
Indeed, if we do this, they will think they are just a pawn we can discard at will, which will make them feel very insecure, and they will likely refuse our management in the future.
I understand this reasoning, but the crux of the problem is that we have no other options now. We can't do this for the trust of other countries, but we also can't just watch as the land of Hua is overrun by zombies. It seems that, for now, we have no choice but to resort to this last resort. Recall the war robots stationed abroad. This is the worst of the worst options.
However, after much discussion, it seems to be the only solution.
Everyone appears to have reached a consensus. After all, the safety of the residents on the territory of Hua must be prioritized above all else.
Mr. Ing, what do you think?
At this moment, the elder asked Jiang Chen, who had remained silent.
Actually, I think.
Jiang Chen smacked his lips, pondering for a few seconds before slowly speaking. I believe we really don't need to recall the war robots to support other countries.
As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, someone raised a different opinion. Mr.
Ing, if we don't recall the war robots, with our current combat power, we won't stand a chance against the army of over 100 million zombies. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, his tone calm and unhurried. Who says we can't defeat the zombie army without the support of the war robots?
Mr. Ing, what do you mean? I have a backup plan.
Jiang Chen's words reassured the members of the council. You don't need to worry too much, nor do you need to recall the war robots supporting other countries. You should continue with whatever you were doing, leave the rest to me. Although Jiang Chen was merely speaking without revealing any specific countermeasures, inexplicably, the members of the council had complete, unwavering trust in him. Faced with the imminent threat of an army of nearly 100 million zombies at the gates, the high-ranking members of the Hua Council were initially very anxious. Their first thought was to urgently recall the war robots stationed in other countries. However, when Jiang Chen said he would handle everything, everyone felt as if they had taken a calming pill. The reason was simple. This mysterious Mr. Ing was seen as an omnipotent figure in the eyes of the council's upper echelons. Since Jiang Chen had said so, they no longer needed to worry about the matter. On Jiang Chen's side, after finishing the conversation with the high-ranking members of the Hua Council, he walked out of the villa. He boarded a new type of war robot and flew directly towards the southern border of Hua. In fact, Jiang Chen's plan to deal with the army of over 100 million zombies surrounding the city was quite simple. He possessed the skill of causality. Any curved object could be turned straight in his hands, and it was unconditional. With the powerful enhancement of his causality skill, Jiang Chen felt he could contend with this zombie army. The army of over 100 million zombies was gradually approaching the southern border of Hua, and they would reach the city in about half a day's time. However, Jiang Chen's speed towards the southern border was also not slow, arriving about half an hour earlier than the zombie army. Jiang Chen reached a section of the city wall on the southern border of Hua. This wall was specifically built to resist the zombie army. With the support of the war robots, it could easily withstand the attacks of thousands of zombies. However, facing an assault from nearly 100 million zombies would surely be insufficient. It was estimated that it wouldn't even last 1 or 2 hours before being overwhelmed by the frenzied zombie horde. Of course, now that Jiang Chen had arrived, the situation was completely different. Standing on the more than 5-meter-high city wall, Jiang Chen wore a metal mask made of vibranium, obscuring his features. His calm gaze looked out into the distance. Almost an hour later, in the distance, clouds of dust rolled in. In Jiang Chen's line of sight, the traces of the zombie army were already visible. At a glance, the densely packed horde of zombies was roaring madly, charging towards the city walls at the border. Jiang Chen couldn't tell with the naked eye whether there were really 100 million of them. It just felt boundless, with no end in sight. The power of humanity seemed incredibly small in the face of such a massive zombie army. If Jiang Chen were just an ordinary person, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to stand up right now. On the other side, In the conference room of the high-ranking officials of the Hua country, they were also paying attention to this scene at the front line. Watching the zombies spread across the mountains and fields, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. A deep sense of helplessness washed over them. Of course, they also noticed the young figure standing on the city wall, wearing a silver vibrating gold mask. Like a small boat in the raging waves of the sea, it seemed ready to be capsized at any moment. Who is that person standing on the city wall? Someone in the conference room suddenly stood up and asked loudly. It's impossible to tell who it is with the mask on. Is he one of us? Isn't standing over there looking for death at a time like this? What about Mr. Ing? Didn't Mr. Ing say he would help us deal with these zombies? Why hasn't he made a move? Do you think it's possible that person is Mr. Ing? That can't be, could it? Is Mr. Ing going to take the field himself? And he's all alone, how can he deal with over 100 million zombies? Calm down, calm down. Since Mr. Ing said it back then, we should trust him. Let's see how Mr. Ing plans to deal with this zombie army. At the southern border of Hua country, Jiang Chen's robe fluttered without wind. Facing the aggressive zombie army, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, showing no signs of change. The zombies were getting closer. Only a few hundred meters remained. Jiang Chen could even see the expressions on the faces of the dozens of zombie overlords at the front. In the next moment, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. It's time. This sentence was like a death warrant, declaring the doom of these zombies. Causality skill, activate. Jiang Chen's causality skill was highly destructive and extremely combat effective. It could be said to be the most powerful combat skill among the causality skills Jiang Chen had obtained so far. Especially against groups, it was simply invincible. Therefore, Jiang Chen had complete confidence in stopping this zombie army from invading Hua country. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the zombie army before him, and with a thought, the limbs of the zombies were forcibly straightened by his causality ability. Their speed suddenly slowed down. Even the dozens of zombie overlords at the front were no exception. Causality skill. It completely involved the realm of causality. Not to mention the zombie overlords, even higher-tier zombie kings would have to kneel before Jiang Chen's causality skill. The zombie army instantly turned into a horde of clumsy zombies, hopping forward in place. The zombie overlords, who had begun to show some intelligence, were all stunned. What's going on? I was just running forward fine. Why can I only hop now? Their limited intelligence couldn't analyze the situation before them, but deep down, they had a very bad premonition. The first step was complete. Next came the second step of dealing with them. Jiang Chen moved his thoughts again. The skulls of the zombies within his line of sight were all lifted open, revealing their white brains inside. Of course, also exposed was the spirit crystal, representing the energy core of the zombies. The spirit crystal was directly ejected from the back of the zombie's head. Without the spirit crystal, the zombies were essentially lifeless. It was like cutting wheat. The zombies fell in waves, and each wave consisted of not just 1,000 zombies, but tens of hundreds of thousands. The first to fall were the dozens of zombie overlords standing in the front row. They probably never imagined that they would die without having done anything in this battle invading Huagua. They had finally advanced from thousands of zombie lords to a higher tier of zombie overlords, only to be instantly killed by Jiang Chen with a single glance. The death was simply too suffocating. The zombies in front fell. The zombies behind completely ignored their fallen companions. They trampled over the bodies of their fellow zombies and charged forward. The result, of course, was that they were also killed by Jiang Chen's gaze. Next, Jiang Chen began his merciless slaughter mode. One by one, zombies appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. Within 3 seconds, they would be killed by him. It was utterly unreasonable. This led to the fact that even though this zombie army had 100 million zombies, not a single one could come within 100 meters of Jiang Chen. They posed no threat to him at all. In the conference room of the Huagua Council, everyone watched the scene on the screen, their mouths agape in instinctive shock. The reason was simple. The visual effect of this scene was simply too shocking. The zombies suffered no attacks yet continued to die in waves. It was like watching a Hollywood blockbuster with special effects. What the hell is this? I can't understand it, completely can't understand it. To be honest, I've lived so many years and seen all kinds of scenes, but this one before me is truly beyond my comprehension. Is this really the true power of Mr. Ing? It's simply terrifying. I guess so. I had high expectations for Mr. Ing, but I didn't expect his strength to far exceed my predictions. I'm convinced, I'm truly convinced. With such strength, Mr. Ing could probably take on our entire country without breaking a sweat. Fortunately, Mr. Ing is on our side.
The battle on the southern border of Huagua lasted a full 5 hours. In strict terms, this couldn't even be called a battle. It was pure slaughter. The zombies were no match for Jiang Chen, who possessed powerful causal skills. However, even with the slaughter, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, over 100 million. It took Jiang Chen a full 5 hours to kill them all. Now, outside the city walls on the southern border of Huagua, the scene had changed dramatically from half a day ago. The bodies of the zombies piled up outside the city walls, forming a small mountain. The mound was 34 meters high and covered dozens of square kilometers. From a distance, it was quite shocking, as if a small mountain had suddenly appeared along the border. Phew, finally done. On the city wall, Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although it was slaughter, requiring only a thought for the zombies to die in waves, Jiang Chen still felt tired. It was a mental exhaustion. After 5 hours of killing over 100 million zombies, his mental energy was greatly depleted, and his head felt a bit dizzy. Jiang Chen had Ling connect to the Huagua Council's meeting system. In the conference room, a voice that seemed somewhat fitting emerged. I've dealt with all the invading zombies, but there are quite a few bodies. You should send the war robots over to clean up. Remember, keep all the spirit crystals. The people in the conference room had just begun to recover from their shock. 5 hours. 100 million zombies were all killed. Even if it were 100 million pigs, it wouldn't be possible to do it this quickly. Yet this mysterious Mr. Shadow managed to do it. Mr. Shadow, we will arrange for the war robots to clean up as soon as possible. This time, we truly appreciate your help. Without you, our country would have fallen into a very dangerous situation, the elder said respectfully to Jiang Chen. After this incident, the attitude of the high-ranking officials in the Huagua Council towards Jiang Chen had shifted from polite to respectful. It could be said that this time, Jiang Chen truly saved over 1 billion people in Huagua by his own efforts. All right, you can handle the arrangements for the following matters. I've expended quite a bit of energy this time, and I need to rest for a while. If there are no important matters in the next few months, please do not call for me. After saying this, Jiang Chen logged off. He then had the war robots take him to a small county near the border, found a hotel, and fell into a deep sleep. When Jiang Chen woke up again, it was already 2.5 days later. After overcoming the crisis of the zombie invasion, the world entered a period of stable development for a while. After all, 100 million zombies were killed by you. The zombies were also severely weakened. In a short time, they could not organize an effective attack. Countries around the world had a chance to catch their breath. The year was now 2051, the 8th year since the outbreak of the zombie virus. With the relentless research at the scientific research base throughout the year, the world's first practical laser and electromagnetic weapons were officially unveiled. Laser and electromagnetic weapons would greatly enhance the combat power of war robots, and not just a small-scale enhancement, but a significant improvement. War robots equipped with laser and electromagnetic weapons were completely different from those without. It would not be an exaggeration to say one is in the sky and the other is underground. This exciting news was soon relayed to the high-ranking officials of the Huagua Council. The high-ranking officials of Huagua were ecstatic. They understood all too well what the emergence of these two black technology weapons meant, because during meetings, you had always emphasized to them, the moment you developed laser and electromagnetic weapons would be the time to sound the horn of counterattack. Sound the horn for the counteroffensive against the zombie army. Now, after a long 8 years, they finally awaited the arrival of this day. Now, the balance of power would officially reverse. The zombies scattered across the world would face the wrath of humanity that had been building for 8 years. Upon hearing this news, some elder members of the Huagua Council were already moved to tears. The machinery of the Huagua state began to operate at high speed. They started producing laser and electromagnetic weapons at any cost. Personnel, materials, and funds were all prioritized and guaranteed for supply. Some high-ranking officials even personally went to the weapon production factories to tighten screws. Thus, under the full force of the nation, batch after batch of new weapons were produced, and equipped on the latest Model 8.0 version of the war robots. A month later, the first batch of 8.0 version new combat robots was produced. These new combat robots were all equipped with the latest developed laser weapons and electromagnetic weapons. Their combat power saw a significant increase. Compared to these new combat robots, the previous ordinary models were practically nothing but scraps. This batch of new combat robots numbered around 1 million units. After being developed and produced, they were deployed to the front lines against the zombies under the directive of the higher-ups in Huagua. Although they had been emphasizing the power of the new weapons,
the actual effectiveness in combat against the zombies still needed to be verified through real-world testing.
The results of the experiments were very promising.
According to the reports from the front lines, the new combat robots, equipped with advanced technology weapons, exhibited terrifying combat capabilities. Even when facing a horde of zombies led by a zombie overlord, they still held their ground.
With the cooperation of multiple new combat robots, they could even inflict effective damage on the zombie overlord.
Especially after coordinating with the attacks from martial arts disciples, they could more easily slay those zombie overlords than before.
When facing lower-tier zombie lords, the combat robots equipped with new weapons displayed an overwhelming superiority.
A single combat robot killing a zombie lord had become an effortless task. As for ordinary zombies, it was complete slaughter.
A combat robot could easily take down a dozen or 20 ordinary zombies without any difficulty.
It can be said that the emergence of combat robots equipped with new weapons had a significant effect in countering the zombie horde's attacks. After receiving the frontline reports, the higher-ups in Huagua were once again in awe of your foresight. The facts proved that the introduction of new weapons had indeed rewritten the current situation where the zombies were strong in combat power while humans were weak. Humanity had finally begun to shift from a passive defensive state to actively launching attacks against the zombies. The higher-ups in Huagua were greatly encouraged and began to produce war robots equipped with new combat weapons at any cost. Humanity officially announced the sounding of the counterattack horn against the zombie horde to reclaim lost territories. The trajectory of the world began to gradually align with the previous simulated world. However, unlike the last simulated world, when humanity sounded the counterattack horn against the zombie horde, all countries in the world, except for Huagua, had perished in the hands of the zombie horde. This time, due to Huagua's protection, nearly one-third of the countries in the world were not destroyed by the zombie horde. This saved Huagua a significant amount of time in reclaiming territories occupied by the zombies. In 2052, the 9th year since the outbreak of the zombie virus, after a year of preparation, tens of millions of new combat robots were produced and deployed to the battlefield against the zombies. Starting from the Huagua mainland, they began to radiate outward, continuously reclaiming human territories that had been occupied by the zombies.
This process was destined to be gradual. Although humanity now held the advantage, the strength of the zombies could not be underestimated, especially considering their vast numbers that were on par with humans.
To completely eradicate the zombies from the earth would take at least 10 to 20 years of effort.
In the last simulated world, humanity achieved this goal around 2070.
This time, the speed is expected to be a bit faster, but it will still be at least a decade later.
Here, humanity engaged in a long battle for survival against the zombies.
On the other side, you began to slowly await the arrival of the blood moon.
It is now 2052. Counting the days, there is less than a year left until the blood moon arrives.
Under the influence of your causality skills, using the name of a magician, the moon had already deviated from its original orbit. Now, under the starry night sky, humans living on Earth can no longer see the moon. At first, people only felt that the moon appeared to be getting smaller, as if it were moving further away from Earth.
Gradually, the moon disappeared from the night sky, vanishing without a trace.
At that time, it caused waves of panic among all of humanity. However, as time passed, people became accustomed to the absence of the moon. This time, you used a gentler approach, leveraging the advantages of your causality skills to make the moon disappear. Based on the experience from the last simulated world, the crisis of the blood moon would not occur again. The zombie army would not give rise to a bug-level existence like the Zombie King. But, you had to consider Night Kite. If the blood moon would not occur again, then Night Kite would not be able to evolve into a wise Zombie King. Without wisdom, only the bloodthirsty nature of the zombie Night Kite would remain, forever bound in that cold, dark basement by someone like you. Therefore, to avoid this situation, you decided to try again. Now, although the moon had deviated from its original orbit, it was not actually that far from Earth. Of course, it could not be seen from Earth. If you flew into space, you should be able to find traces of the moon. A moon that large could not simply disappear into thin air. So, your next plan became clear. That was to build a spaceship to send Night Kite into space. After the blood moon arrived, under the bath of the blood-red moonlight, it would welcome the evolution of power and become a zombie king,
once again possessing wisdom like humans. Without hesitation, you set to work.
Building a spaceship was not particularly technically challenging for the people at the current research base.
Thus, in just over half a year, a streamlined spaceship, mostly made of vibranium and powered by controllable nuclear fusion, was officially completed. Time reached December 31, 2052.
There was less than a day left until the blood moon arrived. At the launch site of the temporarily built spaceship at the research base, you arranged several war robots to push the tightly bound night kite into the spaceship. Then it was time to ignite and launch the spaceship. You did not board the spaceship yourself. There were two main reasons. One was that it was unnecessary. The second was the concern that after Night Kite evolved into a zombie king, seeing you beside her, she might kill you first. Although the evolved zombie king Night Kite would regain wisdom, such a thing was not impossible. If Night Kite's first act upon waking was to kill you, then this simulation would end in a very frustrating way for you. You operated the spaceship remotely from the ground. Gazing at the spacecraft carrying the Night Kite, it slowly ascended into space. In just a few minutes, the spacecraft broke free from the constraints of the atmosphere, escaping the influence of Earth's gravity, and arrived in the vastness of space. In the cosmos, the starry sky was boundless. After searching around, you quickly guided Mio to the current location of the moon. The moon now seemed to be captured by Venus, the planet closest to Earth, slowly moving towards its position. However, since the moon had only just escaped Earth's grasp, it was not very far from Earth at this moment. In the control room of the ground spacecraft, you remotely maneuvered the spacecraft closer to the moon. The closer you got, the more blood moonlight the Night Kite could absorb, and the faster its evolution would be. Finally, you brought the spacecraft to a stop about 10,000 kilometers away from the moon. From this position, the moon appeared quite large, evoking a sense of awe and intimidation. Time passed second by second. Soon, on Earth, the bell marking midnight rang out. The time had arrived at January 1st, 2053. From your perspective, in the very next second after the midnight chime, the once silent moon suddenly emitted a fierce blood-red glow from its center. In just a few seconds, this light spread from the center to the entire moon, defying scientific explanation. In the blink of an eye, the dark moon transformed into a celestial body radiating blood-red light. The glow of the blood moon was mysterious and captivating, as if gazing at it for too long would lead one to complete obsession. This was the first time you viewed the moon's appearance after the blood moon descended from such a perspective. In your speculation, this blood-red glowing moon should also be the handiwork of the unseen puppet master. However, you were unclear. Clearly, this moon had already drifted away from Earth's orbit under your intervention. The light of the blood moon would not shine upon the zombies on Earth, nor would it enhance the strength of the zombie army. Yet, this blood moon still appeared. Unless, a vague suspicion began to form in your mind, but you were not certain. Returning to the main topic, inside the spacecraft, the glow of the blood moon seemed to take on substance, swirling around the Night Kite. The entire body of the Night Kite was enveloped in a crimson light. Although you were hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, you could still clearly feel that the Night Kite's power was continuously increasing under the illumination of the blood moon. Its intelligence was not high, and the originally irritable Night Kite began to gradually calm down. Closing its pair of scarlet peach blossom eyes, after about an hour, the crimson light surrounding the Night Kite dissipated. The Night Kite, which had originally closed its eyes, began to slowly open them. Upon opening its eyes, the scarlet hue had faded, and its appearance returned to that of an ordinary person. The vibranium chains that had bound the Night Kite were easily shattered like paper with just a slight exertion of strength. The Night Kite had now completed its power upgrade, officially evolving from a zombie overlord to a zombie king. It was now the first and likely the last zombie king in the world. The Night Kite, evolved into a zombie king, sat up from the iron bed that had once bound him. He looked around with a dazed expression. At that moment, the large screen installed inside the spaceship displayed your figure. A simulated image appeared. Jiang Chen was unsure if the Night Kite, who had successfully evolved into a zombie king, remembered the events from a few years ago when she awoke from her slumber. The current Night Kite had three possible scenarios. One was that she had just awakened from the ice coffin and lost all her memories. The second possibility was that the Night Kite retained only the memories of her zombie form, which would greatly amplify her murderous intent. If this were the case, Jiang Chen would consider whether to exile the Night Kite into space, ensuring the spaceship never landed on Earth. If the Night Kite in her zombie king form harbored great hostility towards Jiang Chen, she would stand in opposition to humanity, making it nearly impossible for anyone to subdue her. The third possibility was that the Night Kite still retained her memories from after awakening from the ice coffin. If that were the case, things would be much easier to handle. It was precisely because he was uncertain which possibility it was that Jiang Chen chose not to take a gamble and instead accompanied the Night Kite onto the spaceship. Now, through the large screen inside the spaceship, Jiang Chen was conversing with the Night Kite to verify which possibility she represented. Night Kite, do you still remember me? Jiang Chen's figure appeared on the screen, and his voice echoed simultaneously. The Night Kite looked at Jiang Chen, who had suddenly appeared, tilting her head as if trying to think hard. After a few seconds, she spoke, I recognize you. You are Jiang Chen. Hearing that the night kite still remembered him brought a smile to Jiang Chen's face.
I remember that I was about to die. Why am I still alive now?
The night kite looked around at the completely unfamiliar environment and the enormous moon nearby, radiating a seductive blood-red glow, and asked in confusion, "And where is this?
Where is this?" The night kite's slightly bewildered voice rang out.
"This is in space," Jiang Chen replied with a smile.
Space?
The night kite tilted her head, still puzzled. For this girl from the Tang dynasty, the term space was undoubtedly very unfamiliar. Jiang Chen explained with a smile, "You can understand it as outside of Earth." With this explanation, the night kite indeed understood, but her small face soon showed a nervous expression.
Then how do I go back?
Jiang Chen comforted the night kite with a smile, "Don't worry, I will arrange for you to return." After saying this, Jiang Chen began to control the spaceship to return home from the remote control room. Half a day later, just as dawn broke in Huagua, the spaceship carrying the night kite slowly descended onto the grassland on the outskirts of Qingqing City.
Jiang Chen had arrived early at the landing site, waiting for the night kite. You saw the night kite again.
This time, it was the night kite in her zombie king form. The unique patterns of a zombie on her neck had not disappeared, they had merely changed from black to a seductive blood red. To avoid causing panic among the personnel inside the base, you brought a pink scarf and personally draped it around the night kite's neck. Then, to be cautious, you tested the night kite's aggressiveness. After all, the night kite was still a zombie. Although she had gained intelligence and could control her bloodthirsty desires, her inherent zombie instincts still existed. However, after conducting the test, you found that the night kite's hostility towards humans was very weak. Moreover, she could control her zombie instincts quite well. The danger to humanity is very low. So, you brought Night Kite back to the base. However, you are not completely at ease with Night Kite. Therefore, you settled her living quarters right next to you. In her zombie king state, Night Kite possesses terrifying combat power.
No one would be her match. But, the current Night Kite is not invincible. There are those who can deal with her. And that person is you. You, who possess powerful causality skills. Your causality skills can achieve a 1 against 100 million record. Moreover, the term causality represents equality among all beings, and it will not be less effective just because Night Kite is a higher-tier zombie king. For the next period, you plan to keep a close watch on Night Kite. The moment she cannot suppress her zombie instincts and shows signs of attacking, you will directly use your causality skills to render her combat ineffective. After Night Kite returned, she has been staying quietly in the base. And now, you also dare not casually let her outside. Throughout the day, Night Kite spends most of her time in her room binge-watching dramas. After you recommended some TV shows to help alleviate her boredom, Night Kite became completely engrossed and unable to pull herself away. Night Kite especially enjoys ancient political intrigue and palace drama series. She is simply tireless in her enthusiasm. She has already watched Empresses in the Palace 3 or 4 times. You really wonder if her little head can comprehend it at all. A simulated scene appears. In the living room, Jiang Chen and Night Kite sit face to face, having dinner together. In her zombie form, Night Kite technically wouldn't feel hungry even if she didn't eat. But Night Kite insists on accompanying Jiang Chen for all 3 meals. Over here, Jiang Chen is focused on his food. It must be said that the chef in the research base's cafeteria is really good. No wonder he is a disciple of a former national banquet chef. So good. Just as Jiang Chen finishes eating and puts down his chopsticks, he looks up and meets Night Kite secretly gazing peach blossom eyes. Feeling that Jiang Chen has noticed her, Night Kite's gaze flickers, and she lowers her head like an ostrich. Night Kite, is there something on your mind? Jiang Chen asks in confusion. Night Kite shakes her little head like a rattle drum. No. Jiang Chen can tell that Night Kite is not being truthful, so he encourages her, just say it. If you need anything, I'll try to satisfy you. Are you running out of shows to watch? I can recommend some good Japanese films. Night Kite looks up, her big eyes staring directly at Jiang Chen, filled with anticipation. Then, Jiang Chen, could you let me bite you? Anywhere is fine. Jiang Chen, bite me? Sister, that's not okay. You're a zombie, and I'm just an ordinary human. No matter where you bite, I will definitely mutate into a zombie. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. It seems that even though Night Kite can control her zombie instincts well, she still has some difficulty controlling herself around Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is not worried that Night Kite will suddenly pounce on him to bite. Even though they are very close, it is enough for Jiang Chen to react and use his causality skills. Jiang Chen starts a conversation with Night Kite. How long have you had this thought? Jiang Chen probes. Since that day when I got off the spaceship, I've been thinking about it, Night Kite answers honestly. Do you have thoughts of biting other people? Jiang Chen continues to ask. Night Yuan shook her head. No. I just want to bite you. Jiang Chen. Only herself. Ah, this entanglement with Knight Yuan. It's truly complicated.
The key is, as one of the protagonists, Jiang Chen completely doesn't understand the reason.
Why exactly?
After mutating into a zombie, Knight Yuan relentlessly pursues him like this.
Can I bite you just a little?
I really want to. Knight Yuan blinked her peach blossom eyes, her pleading gaze directed at Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen coldly refused. No, I refuse.
Just bear with it. Oh. Knight Yuan, rejected by Jiang Chen, weakly lowered her head.
Seeing Knight Yuan, who looked as dejected as a little ostrich, you felt a twinge of sympathy. Of course, you weren't noble enough to extend your arm and let Knight Yuan bite you. That would be a completely suicidal act. You went straight back to your room, your gaze landing on the few bamboo sticks placed by your bedside. These bamboo sticks had been here for 4 or 5 years, long since infused with your scent.
An idea suddenly flashed in your mind. The next day, you gave Knight Yuan a gift.
And this gift was a bamboo mouth gag made from the bamboo sticks by your bedside, tied with a red string.
You personally fitted the bamboo gag onto Knight Yuan's mouth.
Knight Yuan's small, white teeth bit down on the bamboo that carried your scent, a satisfied expression appearing on her face.
With the bamboo gag in her mouth, Knight Yuan's small face showed a look of contentment.
You finally managed to soothe Knight Yuan.
At the same time,
you received a phone call. A call from an old acquaintance. This old acquaintance was none other than Zhang Sankuan, the former master of the Kungquan martial arts school. After receiving Zhang Sankuan's call, you felt a surge of excitement.
Because you knew, at this moment, Zhang Sankuan calling you could only mean one thing.
And for that matter, you had been waiting for over a decade. A simulated scene appeared.
Ha, Alliance Leader Zhang, I've done it.
On the other end of the line, Zhang Sankuan's incredibly excited voice rang out.
Master Zhang, where are you now? Jiang Chen suppressed his inner excitement and asked in a deep voice. Alliance Leader Zhang, I'm at the Kungquan martial arts school right now. Alright, wait for an hour, I'll be there soon.
The Kungquan martial arts school had not relocated in recent years. It was still next to the Luoshi martial arts school in Qingqing City. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen immediately arranged for an assistant to drive a sports car out of the base garage. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something and brought Knight Yuan along. The journey was silent. Under the condition that Jiang Chen allowed the driver to speed up, in less than an hour, Jiang Chen and Knight Yuan arrived at the Kungquan martial arts school. Nearly 20 years had passed. Because the war robots controlled by martial arts disciples were more sought after. So, martial arts schools across the country welcomed a resurgence. As one of the well-known martial arts schools in Qingqing City, the Kungquan Martial Arts School, although not as prosperous as the Luoshi Martial Arts School next door, where Jiang Chen, the martial arts alliance leader, was stationed, still had a steady stream of disciples coming in and out.
Jiang Chen, with Knight Yuan, walked through the main gate of the Kungquan Martial Arts School.
The disciples of the Kungquan Martial Arts School, seeing you two dressed as a man and a woman, looked slightly surprised. You looked relatively normal. Although you hadn't shaved in a long time and your hair was messy, you still had a melancholic, mature uncle vibe. As for Knight Yuan, who was biting the bamboo gag and curiously observing the new environment with her bright eyes, she seemed a bit out of place. At that moment, a sturdy young man stepped out. A simulated image appeared. This robust young man was the current master of the Kungquan Martial Arts School and also a nephew of Zhang Sankuan. As for Zhang Sankuan himself, due to his obsession with martial arts, he had retreated from the forefront several years ago and was still a single man.
The new master looked at Jiang Chen and his companion, stepping forward to ask, "Are you two here to sign up for martial arts training?"
Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. "No, we are here to find someone. We are looking for your old master, Zhang Sankuan." Hearing Jiang Chen directly call out Zhang Sankuan's name, the young master raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but ask, "You are here to find my uncle?"
"My uncle is currently in seclusion. May I ask who you are?" Jiang Chen smiled and cupped his fists. "Luo's martial arts school, Jiang Chen." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's name, the new master was taken aback. He then looked Jiang Chen up and down. The new master had seen Jiang Chen before, but that was 10 years ago when Zhang Sankuan took him to the martial arts conference to see the world. In that year's martial arts conference, none of the opponents who faced Jiang Chen in the ring had the courage to fight him. As soon as they heard they were to battle Jiang Chen, they forfeited before the match even began. Thus, Jiang Chen became the martial arts alliance leader for the second consecutive time. The new master compared the Jiang Chen in front of him with his memories of Jiang Chen, realizing that aside from looking a bit older and a bit disheveled, he could still see the appearance of the young Jiang Chen. "So it's alliance leader Jiang, I'm sorry for not recognizing you. My uncle is in the small courtyard behind, I will take you both there right away."
After introducing himself, the new master was naturally very polite to Jiang Chen, leading him to the back courtyard of the martial arts school. They arrived in front of a side room, and he knocked on the door.
"Uncle, Alliance Leader Jiang is here to see you."
The door was opened, and Zhang Sankuan, nearly 50 but still full of energy, walked out of the room. He immediately gave Jiang Chen a bear hug and then pulled him into the room. The room was quite messy, especially at the desk facing the window, where scraps of paper were carelessly thrown about.
Zhang Sankuan hurriedly cleared a spot for Jiang Chen and his companion to sit down. "Who is this?"
Zhang Sankuan asked, looking at the strangely dressed girl who resembled a character from a game.
"She's a friend of mine, you don't need to mind her." Jiang Chen waved his hand and then turned his gaze to Zhang Sankuan, asking, "Is what you mentioned on the phone true?" "Alliance Leader Jiang, please wait a moment."
Zhang Sankuan carefully picked up a thin, yellowed notebook from his desk as if it were a treasure. The cover of the yellowed notebook had the words Golden Light Mantra typed on it. Zhang Sankuan solemnly handed the notebook to Jiang Chen, saying, "Alliance Leader Jiang, I have not failed my mission. After more than 10 years, I have finally deduced the complete content of the Golden Light Mantra."
The Golden Light Mantra.
Jiang Chen had been thinking about this martial art for over a decade. In the year he first became the Martial Arts Alliance leader, he had handed the remaining half of the Golden Light Mantra to Zhang Sankuan. Zhang Sankuan was a martial arts genius, especially skilled in the deduction of martial arts techniques. However, even a genius like Zhang Sankuan found it challenging to tackle the Golden Light Mantra, which was likely a cultivation technique. After entrusting this arduous task to Zhang Sankuan, Jiang Chen would basically check in on his progress every year or two. Every time Zhang Sankuan answered, he said that the cultivation method was still being completed and needed more time. As a result, Jiang Chen began to doubt whether he would have the chance to see the complete version of the Golden Light Mantra before he aged and died in this simulated world. However, this time, Zhang Sankuan suddenly called him here, saying that the Golden Light Mantra had been fully deduced. This indeed gave Jiang Chen a great surprise.
"Well done.
I knew I didn't misjudge you," Jiang Chen encouraged, patting Zhang Sankuan on the shoulder. He then eagerly began to flip through the completed Golden Light Mantra. A corner of the cultivation world slowly unfolded before Jiang Chen's eyes. The booklet recording the completed cultivation method was quite thin, only about 30 pages. Yet, Jiang Chen took a full 5 to 6 hours to read through the entire method. The Golden Light Mantra. Jiang Chen spent more than 5 hours reading it thoroughly, word for word. After finishing, he leaned back slightly in his chair and let out a long breath. In Jiang Chen's estimation, the Golden Light Mantra should be considered a relatively basic cultivation method. It provided an in-depth yet easy-to-understand explanation of spiritual roots, spiritual energy, and methods of absorbing spiritual energy. Even someone like Jiang Chen, who had never come into contact with any cultivation methods, could understand it without too much difficulty. As for the effects after practicing the Golden Light Mantra, the method described it quite clearly. Essentially, it was not much different from the descriptions of the Golden Light Mantra on Wudong Mountain. One effect was the ability to eliminate diseases. The spiritual energy generated after operating the Golden Light Mantra had healing properties.
Another effect was the ability to restrain an enemy's movements.
After reciting the incantation, a golden light circle would form.
If this golden light circle was placed around an enemy, it would temporarily restrain their movements.
It could be said that the Golden Light Mantra was more of an auxiliary cultivation method.
Its combat attributes were not particularly strong. However, it did have the most basic functions of improving physical quality and strengthening the body.
Of course, Jiang Chen couldn't afford to be picky right now, as this was the only cultivation method he had at his disposal. As for the other two methods, the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra and the Nining Manual, Jiang Chen estimated that it would be quite difficult to complete them in this simulated world. Those two methods were significantly thicker than the Golden Light Mantra, with page counts several times greater. In the absence of options, the Golden Light Mantra was Jiang Chen's only choice at the moment. Moreover, the more critical point was that even if Jiang Chen decided to practice the Golden Light Mantra without being picky, it wasn't something he could just start practicing. The Golden Light Mantra clearly stated that cultivation required aptitude and talent.
The specific manifestation of aptitude and talent was the spiritual root.
According to the records in the Golden Light Mantra, there were 4 levels of common cultivation spiritual roots: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and heavenly spiritual roots. The levels of spiritual roots ranged from low to high. It should be noted that this was merely a classification of spiritual root levels. In reality, nearly 90% of humans had no spiritual roots. Without spiritual roots, it meant that one could not absorb spiritual energy into their body, and thus could not cultivate at all. The higher the level of the spiritual root, the faster the cultivation speed.
Jiang Chen felt somewhat anxious because he was uncertain whether he had a spiritual root. If he had spent so many years struggling for a cultivation method only to find out that he had no spiritual root and thus could not cultivate, wouldn't that be a wasted effort? Have you tried practicing this method? Jiang Chen turned to ask Zhang Sankuan. Zhang Sankuan nodded and replied honestly, I did try, but after circulating the technique in my body, I couldn't feel the presence of spiritual energy at all. Leader Jiang, do you think I might be one of those people without a spiritual root? Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, not necessarily. The fact that you didn't feel any spiritual energy after running the technique doesn't mean you lack a spiritual root, it just means that there is no spiritual energy in the air right now. Currently, on Earth, spiritual energy is depleted. There is no spiritual energy in the air that can be used for cultivating techniques. However, although the spiritual energy is gone, the spiritual crystals containing spiritual energy have accumulated significantly under Jiang Chen's hands over the past 10 years. Director Zhang, do you have a secret chamber in your martial arts hall? Jiang Chen asked. There is one. It was built in response to the call to prevent the zombie crisis from spreading to our area, Zhang Sankuan replied. That's fine, let's go to that secret chamber. Once we're there, you'll know whether you have a spiritual root or not, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Soon, the three arrived at the underground secret chamber. Jiang Chen took out several red diamond-shaped crystals from his backpack. These are the energy cores from the zombies, the spiritual crystals. These red spiritual crystals were obtained as loot after defeating zombie overlords. The energy contained within them is incredibly terrifying. According to the calculations of energy experts at the research base, the energy produced by a single red spiritual crystal is enough to sustain the consumption of a city with a population of over 1 million for nearly half a year. Jiang Chen held one red spiritual crystal in his palm. However, he encountered an awkward situation. He had come in such a hurry that he only remembered to bring the spiritual crystals but forgot to bring the equipment needed to break the hard shell of the crystals. The next moment, as Jiang Chen turned his head, he saw the obedient night kite, biting a bamboo tube. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. Right, isn't this a ready-made shell-breaking humanoid machine? Night kite, help me crush this thing, Jiang Chen said, handing the red spiritual crystal to her. Night kite nodded, and with a gentle effort of her small hand, the shell of the spiritual crystal, which required specialized cutting equipment to break, was crushed just like that. As the shell of the spiritual crystal shattered, the rich spiritual energy within quickly dissipated into the air. Even though Jiang Chen was not currently running any techniques, just taking a deep breath made him feel refreshed. Director Zhang, now run the technique and see if you can feel the presence of spiritual energy, Jiang Chen reminded Zhang Sankuan. Although Zhang Sankuan didn't know what Jiang Chen had just done, and was even more unclear about why this petite girl could easily crush such a hard object, he still followed Jiang Chen's instructions, took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and silently began to circulate the golden light mantra. A few minutes later, Zhang Sankuan's surprised voice rang out, Leader Jiang, I felt it. I can feel the spiritual energy. From Zhang Sankuan's perspective, in the darkness, he sensed countless tiny spiritual energy particles floating around him. Try to see if you can absorb it, Jiang Chen's voice echoed in Zhang Sankuan's ears again. Zhang Sankuan steadied his mind and continued to run the technique. The tiny spiritual energy particles were absorbed into his body. As the absorbed spiritual energy particles circulated through his meridians with the technique, Zhang Sankuan could clearly feel that at over 50 years old, with his bodily functions gradually declining, he seemed to be rejuvenating. All the functions of his body had fully restored to the peak state of his youth. Zhang Sankuan let the cultivation method run through his body for a complete cycle. This took him over an hour. When Zhang Sankuan opened his closed eyes and looked at the mirror in the secret room, he found that he had changed dramatically. After allowing the golden light mantra to circulate in his body for a full cycle, Zhang Sankuan absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy particles into his body. Therefore, when Zhang Sankuan opened his eyes and looked at the mirror in front of him, he discovered that his appearance had changed significantly. In his 50s, with many wrinkles on his face, now all the wrinkles had vanished. His skin was tight, and he looked younger. The few strands of white hair on his head had turned into lush black. It was as if he had completely regained his youth. Zhang Sankuan was astonished, his mouth agape, murmuring in disbelief, is this really me? Jiang Chen smiled and patted Zhang Sankuan's shoulder. I told you, you might not be without spiritual roots. Now, haven't you successfully cultivated the golden light mantra? Zhang Sankuan's expression was somewhat excited. I really can cultivate immortality? Leader Jiang, what was that diamond crystal you took out earlier? What is it, and why does it contain spiritual energy?
Over the years, Zhang Sankuan had been working in isolation to complete the half of the Golden Light Mantra. Although he knew about the zombie crisis happening outside, he had never seen the spiritual crystals that dropped from the zombies after death. Jiang Chen took out a red spiritual crystal from his bag and handed it to Zhang Sankuan, explaining, "This is called a spiritual crystal, derived from the energy core within zombies, containing abundant spiritual power. As for the one in your hand, it is a spiritual crystal dropped by a zombie overlord after its death." Zombies, spiritual crystals. Zhang Sankuan murmured these two words, his eyes gradually brightening. Although Zhang Sankuan had not been concerned with worldly matters for a long time, he was still aware that a zombie crisis had erupted worldwide, with billions infected and turned into zombies. Previously, he had worried about the lack of spiritual energy in the world, but now it seemed that with so many zombies worldwide, it meant that even if there was no spiritual energy in the air on Earth, the sheer number of zombies would ensure that spiritual energy resources could be inexhaustibly drawn from them in the shortest time. Zhang Sankuan's eyes grew even brighter. He began to contemplate whether to let the disciples of his martial arts school join the fight against the zombies under the pretext of clearing the zombie crisis, to gather a large amount of spiritual crystals for him. "Keep this matter confidential for now, and don't tell anyone," Jiang Chen advised seriously. Currently, apart from Jiang Chen, no one else had realized the value of spiritual crystals. However, under Jiang Chen's previous careful instructions, the higher-ups in Huagua had arranged for special personnel to collect all the spiritual crystals that burst out from the zombies, stacking them in a large warehouse at the research base according to his arrangements. Now, the number of spiritual crystals under Jiang Chen's control had reached hundreds of millions. It was estimated that when the alien beings from the Green Lizard Star arrived on Earth and saw Jiang Chen's stockpile of spiritual crystals, they would be envious. Hearing Jiang Chen's instructions, Zhang Sankuan nodded cautiously. While no one had discovered the value of spiritual crystals, he understood the principle of hoarding them on a large scale to quietly amass wealth. After a series of tests, it was confirmed that Zhang Sankuan had spiritual roots. Although there was no comparison to determine which level of the 4th grade spiritual roots Zhang Sankuan belonged to, he was immensely satisfied upon learning that he could cultivate. Having spiritual roots meant he could draw energy into his body, officially stepping into the first stage of cultivation, the qi refining period. And merely a cultivator at the first level of qi refinement, their lifespan can reach 150 years. It can be said to be incredibly long-lived. Moreover, if one can step into the next stage of foundation establishment, they could possess a lifespan of 500 years. They could live for a full half-century. Of course, the Golden Light Mantra, being a relatively basic cultivation technique, only records up to the 9th level of qi refinement. As for the content of the foundation establishment stage, it is only briefly mentioned, and the details are vague, but it is enough to paint a grand picture in front of Zhang Sankuan. Cultivation, longevity. No one would not yearn for it. "Night Kite, help me crush these spirit crystals," Jiang Chen said, handing Night Kite 4 or 5 red spirit crystals, asking her to help crush them to release the spiritual energy inside. Then, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He gently opened the mantra of the Golden Light Mantra. Now, it was time for Jiang Chen to verify whether he possessed the spiritual roots necessary for practicing the cultivation technique. "I must have them, otherwise, all this time would have been in vain," Jiang Chen silently prayed, then sat cross-legged like Zhang Sankuan had earlier, closing his eyes. He began to operate the mantra. Time passed second by second. Earlier, Zhang Sankuan had used 8 minutes to sense the presence of spiritual energy particles. But after a full 10 minutes, Jiang Chen still felt nothing. Everything around him remained pitch black. Jiang Chen was not discouraged for the moment. He maintained his patience. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes. After more than 20 minutes, as Jiang Chen's patience began to wear thin and he started to feel a bit anxious, even questioning whether he truly was one of the 90% of humans without spiritual roots, 30 minutes passed. Suddenly, while operating the mantra, Jiang Chen felt a faint light appear. It was the light belonging to the spiritual energy particles. Although the light was very weak, and the number of perceivable spiritual energy particles was small, only a dozen or so, Jiang Chen felt a sigh of relief in his heart. The fact that it took so long to sense the spiritual energy particles indicated that his spiritual root level was indeed lower than Zhang Sankuan's. But it didn't matter. As long as he had spiritual roots, he could cultivate the technique. Jiang Chen's greatest fear was that he had no spiritual roots. Fortunately, that worst-case scenario did not occur. While quietly breathing a sigh of relief, Jiang Chen became even more serious about operating the technique, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy particles into his body. It was a full 4 hours later that Jiang Chen finally allowed the spiritual energy to circulate through his body in a complete cycle. At this point, Jiang Chen was already drenched in sweat. But under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, he appeared refreshed. He opened his eyes and looked in the mirror. Jiang Chen's appearance had also become noticeably younger, though not as dramatically as Zhang Sankuan's. Master Zhang, it seems your spiritual root level is higher than mine, Jiang Chen said to Zhang Sankuan with a cheerful tone. Seeing Jiang Chen's relaxed demeanor, Zhang Sankuan smiled in response. Leader Jiang, didn't it say in the Golden Light Mantra that cultivation and spiritual roots are just the foundation? To achieve the Great Path, one's character and opportunities are equally important. Since you can ascend to the position of leader in the martial arts world of Huagua, your future achievements in cultivation will surely surpass mine. After learning that he possessed spiritual roots, Jiang Chen felt very pleased, believing that his years of effort had not been in vain. Of course, above all, Jiang Chen needed to feel the presence of Zhang Sankuan. After all, without Zhang Sankuan, the Golden Light Mantra could not be completed at all. Even if Jiang Chen possessed a spiritual root, he still couldn't embark on the path of cultivation. Master Zhang, you've really worked hard over these past 10 years, Jiang Chen said, patting Zhang Sankuan on the shoulder, his tone filled with sincere gratitude. The 30 million I promised you back then, I'll arrange for someone to transfer it to your account as soon as I get back. Zhang Sankuan waved his hand, indicating there was no rush. Perhaps, when he first agreed to Jiang Chen's request to complete the Golden Light Mantra, it was mainly because Jiang Chen offered too much. 100,000 per page. The Golden Light Mantra had over 30 pages. That amounted to over 30 million. At that time, it was a significant sum for Zhang Sankuan. But now, Zhang Sankuan's mindset had changed. One reason was the development of the Kungquan Martial Arts School. The market value of the school had skyrocketed. 30 million was no longer an unattainable figure for Zhang Sankuan. Of course, the more crucial reason was that Zhang Sankuan was now a cultivator. His mindset had shifted rapidly. He no longer cared much about material wealth. The experiment concluded. Jiang Chen and Zhang Sankuan both achieved a satisfactory result. Jiang Chen turned to Zhang Sankuan and said, Master Zhang, please open the secret chamber door, let's go out. Zhang Sankuan hesitated, sensing the rich spiritual energy in the air of the chamber, and said regretfully, Alliance Master Jiang, once the door is opened, all the spiritual energy inside will dissipate into the outside air. Having just experienced the benefits of spiritual energy, Zhang Sankuan regarded it as incredibly precious. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's fine, what I lack now is not spiritual crystals. I'll have someone deliver a truckload to you later. Jiang Chen's extravagant promise left Zhang Sankuan wide-eyed in surprise. Indeed, he was the Alliance Master. For such a precious thing as spiritual crystals, he spoke of them in terms of trucks. But, it still feels a bit regrettable. Zhang Sankuan shook his head in disappointment, leaving Jiang Chen feeling helpless. I can help. At that moment, Yi Yuan, who had been standing silently beside them, unexpectedly removed the bamboo tube gag and spoke up. Jiang Chen and Zhang Sankuan turned to look at Yi Yuan in astonishment. Zhang Sankuan was surprised to learn that this little girl could speak. With the bamboo tube gag, he had thought she had some speech impairment. Jiang Chen was astonished that Yi Yuan claimed to have a way to resolve the spiritual energy in the chamber. Right. Yi Yuan came from the Tang dynasty, over 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. He looked at Yi Yuan and gestured, Yi Yuan, what's your method? I can absorb all this spiritual energy, and that will work, Yi Yuan replied lightly. The next moment, she began to move. She took a gentle breath and closed her peach blossom eyes. Then, her dress began to rise without wind. Jiang Chen and Zhang Sankuan could clearly feel the rich spiritual energy in the chamber starting to swirl into a spiritual energy storm, as if it had found an outlet, crazily pouring into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's aura suddenly surged. In less than half a minute, the originally dense spiritual energy in the chamber was completely absorbed by Yi Yuan. In the perception of Jiang Chen and Zhang Sankuan, there was not a single drop left. It had all been drawn into Yi Yuan's body. Jiang Chen and Zhang Sankuan both widened their eyes, staring at Yi Yuan as if she were a monster. Especially Zhang Sankuan. Jiang Chen was somewhat better off, having learned about Yi Yuan's unusual nature early on. But for Zhang Sankuan, who was seeing Yi Yuan for the first time, witnessing this young girl so brutally absorb all the rich spiritual energy in the secret chamber in just a few seconds was enough to completely refresh his worldview. A monster. This person was completely a monster. The strength was simply unreasonable. Just now, there were 6 shattered spiritual crystals, all red crystals from the zombie overlord. Each contained a significant amount of spiritual energy. Jiang Chen and Zhang Sankuan had spent a considerable amount of time in the secret chamber, but they had absorbed very little spiritual energy, probably not even a third of what was contained in a single crystal.
But Yi Yuan was different. She absorbed all the remaining spiritual energy in one go. This meant one thing: Yi Yuan's spiritual root level was far superior to both of theirs.
With a look on Zhang Sanquan's face that seemed to want to ask but dared not, Zhang Chen and Yi Yuan waved goodbye to Zhang Sanquan and left the Kunquan martial arts hall. Zhang Chen and Yi Yuan returned to the base. In the room at the base, Zhang Chen locked the door and had Yi Yuan sit opposite him.
Their conversation began. "Zhang Chen, are you a cultivator?" Yi Yuan, "I don't know, I've forgotten." Zhang Chen, "Goodness, she can forget that."
It was clear that after more than 1,000 years of time, Yi Yuan's memories had mostly faded away, leaving behind mostly instincts.
"Zhang Chen, what you just did in the secret chamber was to absorb spiritual energy using a cultivation technique, right?" Yi Yuan, "I think, maybe, yes.
I just felt that the spiritual energy was very familiar, and my body craved it. At that moment, I just had a slight thought, and the spiritual energy actively rushed into my body."
"Zhang Chen, do you remember what cultivation technique you practiced?" Yi Yuan shook her little head. Zhang Chen could only smile wryly.
Faced with Yi Yuan, who knew nothing, he truly felt helpless. After tilting her head in thought for a few seconds, Yi Yuan finally provided Zhang Chen with some useful information. "However, my technique should not be your golden light spell. This technique is very basic, very crude. Back in our time, it was probably meant for children to learn."
All right. Zhang Chen, a modern person, was actually looked down upon by Yi Yuan, an ancient person.
But instead, Zhang Chen felt somewhat happy. The golden light spell was, from the perspective of a modern person like Zhang Chen, quite remarkable. It could not only heal and save people but also restrict the actions of enemies. However, in Yi Yuan's words, it was described as crude. This was enough to prove that the technique Yi Yuan practiced was definitely many times more powerful than the golden light spell. Zhang Chen's eyes openly scrutinized Yi Yuan, as if he were staring at a rare treasure. Indeed, the choice to go through great efforts to save Yi Yuan back then was not wrong. Thus, Yi Yuan's identity was becoming clearer. Zhang Chen had a guess. She should be a disciple of a certain cultivation sect from the Tang dynasty, and her status within the sect was likely not low. This could be seen from Yi Yuan's spiritual root talent. Yi Yuan's spiritual root level was clearly much higher than that of Zhang Chen and Zhang Sanquan. It could possibly be a superior spiritual root or even a higher level heavenly spiritual root. Next, you asked Yi Yuan if she could write down the technique she is currently practicing. The result, of course, was that it was impossible. The reason Yi Yuan could still absorb spiritual energy using her previous technique was entirely due to her body's instinctive drive. Asking Yi Yuan, this little confused girl, to write down the technique she is currently practicing was indeed a bit difficult for her. You had long anticipated this outcome, so you were not too disappointed. It was obvious. In the era where Yi Yuan existed, there was still spiritual energy on Earth. However, at some point, it entered an age of spiritual energy depletion. Until modern times, the Earth remained in a state of spiritual energy exhaustion. Yet, due to the existence of zombies and spirit crystals, the Earth now lacks nothing essential for cultivation. For cultivators, this is undoubtedly a great era. You asked Yi Yuan another question, inquiring whether she could still enhance her strength by absorbing spiritual energy. After tilting her head and pondering for a few seconds, Yi Yuan gave you a positive answer. This left you greatly shocked. You must understand that Yi Yuan now possessed the strength of a zombie king. Her combat power had reached an invincible level. Even the most powerful destructive weapon known to humanity, the nuclear bomb, would no longer cause her any harm. However, from what Yi Yuan implied, this was not the limit of her current strength. As long as she had access to spiritual energy and practiced for a while, her strength would further increase. Just how powerful could she become? With your current understanding, it was simply unimaginable. But you had no intention of testing it out recklessly. You certainly wouldn't hand over the spirit crystals you had previously accumulated to Yi Yuan for her to enhance her strength. Currently, Yi Yuan, with her normal zombie king level of power, was still under your control. If her strength were to increase again, she might break free from your grasp. When Yi Yuan's strength reached a point where you couldn't react in time and she bit your neck to kill you, that would be your end. Faced with such an extremely unstable factor as Yi Yuan, you believed it was best to keep her as she was. Next, you began to immerse yourself in the day and night practice of the golden light spell technique, occasionally seeking guidance from Yi Yuan. Although this little fool Yi Yuan had forgotten many things, she was at least your senior in the cultivation world. Her experience in cultivation was far richer than yours. For instance, she could teach you about the methods of absorbing spiritual energy or the routes of spiritual energy circulation within the body.
Just listening to Yi Yuan's few words would benefit you greatly, helping you avoid many detours in your practice.
This meant that even though Zhang Sanquan had a higher innate talent in spiritual roots, his cultivation efficiency was still somewhat slower than yours. The year 2053 passed quietly like this. During this year, you privately taught the Golden Light Spell, which should be the only cultivation technique in the world, to 2 people. One was your senior, Xia Qingning.
Unfortunately, after some testing, it was proven that Xia Qingning did not possess spiritual roots within her body.
She couldn't even complete the basic step of drawing energy into her body, making cultivation impossible.
The other person was Luo Hongyi.
Luo Hongyi had an extremely strong martial arts talent, and her spiritual root talent was also impressive. After operating the incantation of the Golden Light Spell, she sensed the presence of spiritual energy particles in less than a minute. After the spiritual energy completed a full cycle within her body, it took only a few minutes.
At the same time, Luo Hongyi's comprehension was very strong.
Even without one-on-one guidance from the senior Yi Yuan, just a month later, Luo Hongyi's cultivation surpassed yours, which had been ongoing for more than half a year. This dealt a heavy blow to your self-esteem.
2054. This is also a critical year.
In this year, extraterrestrial beings from the Green Lizard Star will descend upon Earth. In the previous 2 simulated worlds, you have seen these extraterrestrial beings arrive. However, for various reasons, research on the Green Lizard beings had not begun long before a riot broke out among the laboratory staff responsible for their study, leading to a massacre. All the Green Lizard beings perished in the chaos. Thus, a study on the dissection of extraterrestrial beings came to an abrupt end. Now, in this simulated world, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the arrival of extraterrestrial beings is expected once again.
This time, you have some different plans.
The extraterrestrial beings come from the Green Lizard Star, which is part of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, belonging to a level 1-2 planetary civilization, higher than that of Earth. Moreover, each green lizard being, after practicing the Taiyan Hanyuan Ju, possesses significantly greater personal strength than humans. In a 1v1 scenario, the human side would likely not even know how they died. However, based on 2 personal observations and experiences, the combat power of the green lizard beings upon their arrival on Earth was not that formidable. They were only slightly stronger than the zombie lords. Therefore, in the last simulated world, you employed a trapping tactic, capturing the green lizard squad that descended upon Rhodes Island. But this time, you do not intend to capture these green lizard beings. Although you could easily do so now, it would merely replay the events of the last simulated world. Ultimately, it would still lead to the annihilation of the laboratory researchers and the extraterrestrial beings due to some temporary reasons that you are currently unaware of. Rather than repeat the same mistakes, this time you plan to adopt a new approach to face these extraterrestrial beings. However, there is one thing you cannot ascertain at this moment: you cannot determine where the green lizard beings will land this time. You have only seen the green lizard beings twice. In the previous simulated world, they descended in the suburbs of Qingqing City. In the last instance, they landed on Rhodes Island. This time, you cannot yet determine where the green lizard beings will arrive. You can only prepare thoroughly for now. However, one thing you can be sure of is that the green lizard beings will definitely land in a place where zombies exist. Therefore, in all locations around the world where there are traces of zombies, you have instructed Ling to set up tight surveillance, ensuring that you can discover them as soon as they arrive on Earth. Of course, your intention to determine their landing location is not to capture them as before. Since you have chosen to take a different approach, capturing extraterrestrial beings is no longer within your options. Time passes day by day. Around mid-May 2054, under Ling's surveillance, an unidentified flying object was detected in the skies above India. It was deep in the night when Ling immediately woke you up. Upon waking and focusing your gaze, you indeed saw that the unidentified object Ling mentioned was a spaceship from the green lizard beings. The spaceship slowly descended, ultimately landing in a city in India, which had a population of over 1 million before the outbreak of the zombie virus.
The number of zombies still alive inside is considerable. Estimated.
This time, the green lizard beings chose to descend upon the land of India to hunt a large number of zombies, quickly absorbing the spiritual energy within the spirit crystals to enhance their strength. With the target locked, the next steps become much easier. Inside the research base, you don the latest developed verdant battle armor created by the experts at the research base. This time, the verdant battle armor in the simulated world is different from the one you tinkered with in your 3rd simulated world. The verdant battle armor from the previous simulated world was similar to the earlier Iron Man suits, with a strong mechanical feel and immense combat power. However, this brand new verdant battle armor you wear is lighter and more form-fitting. The entire armor is basically made of nanomaterials. It is only a few times heavier than normal clothing. If you were to compare it to something, it resembles the armor worn by the green lizard beings. However, this azure battle armor is even lighter, though its practicality is not very strong. Of course, what you want is not the practicality of this verdant battle armor. What you desire is for this armor to look similar to the armor of the green lizard beings. The simulation screen appears. Inside the room of the research base, Jiang Chen inserts a portable earpiece into his ear and gently calls out, "Mio, import the information about the language of the green lizard beings stored in your database to act as my translator." In his previous life, although many research achievements from the alien biological laboratory were destroyed in that riot, Professor Yu's research on the language of the green lizard beings was still completely preserved. After being memorized by Jiang Chen and imported into Mio's database, Jiang Chen can now communicate normally with the green lizard beings with Mio's help. "Master, the database import is complete. Your intelligent translation assistant, Mio, is online." Mio's soft and sweet voice sounds in Jiang Chen's earpiece. Then, without hesitation, Jiang Chen boards the flying armor transformed from a war robot. Destination, India. Depart. Just over 4 hours later, you arrive in India, over 10,000 kilometers away. India was already destroyed many years ago. Flying over the major cities, you can hardly see any living people. However, the good news is that the war robot army organized by Huagua has already advanced to the border of India. It is estimated that in a few years' time, the territory occupied by zombies in India will be reclaimed by Huagua and naturally incorporated into its territory. Indoor City. It is the city where the green lizard beings descended. Arriving at the outer district of the city, you can clearly hear the sounds of zombies roaring from the inner city. It is likely that those green lizard beings are on a killing spree. For the green lizard beings, who practice the same cultivation techniques, the zombie-infested earth is indeed like a paradise filled with endless treasures. The spirit crystals are practically inexhaustible. You step down from the flying battle armor. Then you operate the combat robot to conceal the flying armor nearby. You begin to walk step by step towards the inner city. The surrounding zombies, upon seeing you, a living person, start to brighten their eyes. Fresh human blood. Many of them have not tasted it for a long time. So one by one, they roar and rush towards you. You find yourself trapped in a zombie encirclement. But you remain calm. With just a glance, you sweep your eyes over the zombies. The zombies' heads suddenly burst open like squashed watermelons, one after another, without any order. Brain matter and blood mixed together flowed all over the ground. A simulated scene emerged. Over here with the green lizard creatures, this small team, not very numerous, was fervently engaged in killing zombies and extracting the spirit crystals from the back of the zombies' heads, a mechanical repetition of actions. Although it was monotonous, they were tireless in their efforts. The spirit crystals contained abundant spiritual energy. In this era, or rather, in the Galactic Star Alliance, spiritual energy represented strength. Without spiritual energy, one could not make any progress in cultivation. Without progress in cultivation, everything one possessed would only invite disaster without the protection of powerful strength. Therefore, their planet was willing to pay such a high price to obtain the opportunity to cultivate on this planet called Earth. There are so many spirit crystals here. I think before I go back, I might be able to advance to a high-level planetary strength. Indeed, this is an undeveloped treasure planet. It seems that the high price our planet paid to send us here for cultivation was truly worth it. Yes. Although there are some discrepancies between this planet and the information provided by the Galactic Star Alliance, not all humans on this planet have mutated into zombies. But it's enough for our initial cultivation team to accumulate quite a bit of wealth in spirit crystals. Let's be a bit cautious. The strength of the zombies should not be underestimated. We must not trip over ourselves. Got it, big brother? But you don't need to worry too much. For some reason, the blood moon that the intel mentioned hasn't appeared on this planet. So the strongest force on this planet is just the zombie overlord. For now, we are not their match. We just need to hold on for a while, and once we develop, the zombie overlord won't be a threat to us. Yes, as long as there's no zombie king on this planet, we have nothing to fear. Moreover, even if there is a zombie king, if we join forces, we might not be at a disadvantage. Big brother, with so many spirit crystals to support you, you can try to break through to the stellar level when we return. This green lizard creature team was excitedly whispering to each other while slaying zombies, seemingly envisioning a bright future. The green lizard planet had paid a considerable price to send this group for cultivation. Although it wasn't a devastating loss, it was still quite painful.
but now it seemed worth it. It might even create a stellar-level powerhouse for their green lizard planet. This thrilled everyone in the team. However, just as the green lizard creatures were quietly discussing, they suddenly heard commotion coming from a distance. Everyone stopped their actions and turned to look in the direction of the noise. They saw a figure approaching them from hundreds of meters away, within their line of sight. It was a figure resembling a human from Earth, dressed in lightweight metallic armor not much different from theirs. The figure walked towards them, step by step, neither hurried nor slow. Around them, numerous zombies, driven by their instinct to kill, rushed towards the living being. However, as the zombies advanced, their steps barely taken, one by one, their strange heads exploded. They were dead beyond any possibility of revival. There was not even a hint of resistance. In just a matter of seconds, the number of zombies that fell beneath that figure reached tens of thousands. The Green Lizard biological team glanced back at the countless zombies they had just painstakingly killed. Then they looked at the ground covered with the corpses that had been slain by that figure. Their expressions turned to terror. Who is this person? So powerful, truly so powerful. As they watched that figure drawing closer, the members of the Green Lizard team nearly entertained the thought of fleeing. That figure was none other than Jiang Chen. Utilizing his causality skill, he had just made a grand appearance. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, he indeed intimidated the members of the Green Lizard species. Terrified, they didn't dare to move. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, quickening his pace just a bit, and approached the Green Lizard beings. At the same time, he instructed Ling to activate the voice synchronization translation mode. You Green Lizard tribe are so slow in your actions, you arrived later than I expected. Standing just a step or two away from the Green Lizard beings, Jiang Chen spoke in their planet's language. The Green Lizard beings, who had been suspiciously sizing up Jiang Chen, became even more confused upon hearing him speak their language. Who exactly is this person? Is he friend or foe? After a few seconds of stunned silence, the leader of the Green Lizard beings stepped forward and communicated with Jiang Chen. It's because we were selecting a suitable landing site that we were slightly delayed. One more thing, may I ask who you are? You shouldn't be one of our Green Lizard tribe, right? This Green Lizard being noticed that Jiang Chen did not have the long tail unique to their kind, concluding that he was not from the Green Lizard tribe. Green Lizard tribe, Jiang Chen snorted coldly, a mere level 1. 2 planetary civilization, I have no interest in being one of your kind. As for my identity, those who understand will understand, those who don't will not comprehend even if I tell you. Don't ask, the stakes are too high, saying it would do you no good. I can only say the waters run deep, so I can only say those who understand will understand, and those who don't, there's nothing to be done. Jiang Chen was directly playing the riddle master here, leaving the Green Lizard beings completely baffled. Seeing that they still hadn't realized his identity, Jiang Chen lightly coughed, needing to remind them once more. He pointed to the zombies still gathering in the distance and smiled lightly. These zombies, and the spirit crystals in your hands, are all my doing. Indeed. Jiang Chen chose to impersonate that mysterious mastermind in front of the Green Lizard beings. To be honest, this step of Jiang Chen's was quite a risky move. It was a high-difficulty operation with significant danger. First, on the side of the Green Lizard beings, Jiang Chen needed to gamble that they did not recognize that mysterious mastermind. Otherwise, impersonating him in front of them would surely fail. He would be exposed in an instant. At the same time, Jiang Chen also needed to gamble that the mastermind would not discover his impersonation in a short time. Only then could Jiang Chen have enough time to gather more intelligence from the Green Lizard beings. Of course, even if the mastermind quickly discovered that he was impersonating him, Jiang Chen was not too worried. After all, this was a simulated world. If he failed, he could just restart. Even if the mastermind killed him, it would only mean waiting another week. But the mastermind was different. Once he emerged, there would be the risk of exposing his identity. With the information revealed by the mastermind, Jiang Chen might even be able to pinpoint the existence of the mastermind in the real world. To be honest, Jiang Chen impersonated the mastermind behind the scenes, which, in a certain sense, also implied enticing that very mastermind. Of course, the matter of the mastermind will be set aside for now. Jiang Chen's key focus at the moment is to gain the trust of these Green Lizard creatures. From the fearful and reverent gazes they directed at him, it seemed they did not recognize the mastermind and thus believed his words. Jiang Chen had bet right. You really are that esteemed one? The voice of the leading Green Lizard creature trembled slightly. Earlier, Jiang Chen had deliberately used his powerful causality skills to reveal his might in front of others. Zombies, which the Green Lizard creatures considered not too weak in combat power, approached Jiang Chen. Without any chance to resist, their heads exploded one by one, leading everyone to subconsciously believe that Jiang Chen's strength was incredibly formidable. At the very least,
crushing them like ants was no problem at all. Coupled with Jiang Chen's almost blatant hints earlier, everyone instinctively associated him with that mysterious mastermind from a secondary stellar civilization. Because on Earth, aside from that esteemed one, no one could imagine who else might possess such overwhelming power to kill zombies so effortlessly. Moreover, everyone had only heard of the esteemed one's existence but had never truly met him or had the qualifications to do so. Therefore, the lie that Jiang Chen could have easily been exposed turned into a truth for the green lizard creatures, who believed he was indeed that esteemed one. Upon hearing the leading green lizard creature humbly refer to him as the esteemed one, Jiang Chen maintained his expression and spoke in a calm tone.
"Oh, you know my name?" Jiang Chen was still testing the waters.
The green lizard creature's response made Jiang Chen secretly breathe a sigh of relief. "We only know of the esteemed one's existence,
but we are not clear on the esteemed one's name. May we be informed?" "You don't know my name,"
Jiang Chen murmured softly, then maintained an authoritative tone as he addressed the green lizard creatures. "You may call me Shadow." Jiang Chen chose to use the codename Shadow. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's name, the green lizard creatures all saluted him in their planet's manner and respectfully said, "We pay our respects to Lord Shadow." They were utterly convinced of Jiang Chen's identity as the mastermind behind the scenes. Not to mention that Jiang Chen could speak their language, his ability to easily crush them made it unnecessary for him to impersonate the mastermind. Here, due to the limited information at his disposal, Jiang Chen established a cool and aloof persona for himself to avoid revealing any flaws. After all, these green lizard creatures had never seen the true mastermind. So, what kind of personality the mastermind had was entirely up to him to decide.
In response to their deeply respectful address, Jiang Chen merely nodded slightly.
Next, the green lizard creatures introduced themselves to Jiang Chen. However, their names were too obscure and difficult to understand, and Jiang Chen hardly remembered any of them, including the name of the leading green lizard creature, who was called Coriel. He was the nominal leader among the green lizard creatures this time. "Lord Shadow, I have a question, though I am unsure if I should ask." After introducing himself, Coriel hesitated for a moment before asking.
Jiang Chen nodded slightly. "Go ahead."
Coriel spoke. "According to the information transmitted from our planet, you should have left Earth a long time ago.
Why are you still here now?"
Coriel's words revealed a lot of effective information to Jiang Chen. The mastermind, it turns out, is no longer on Earth.
Jiang Chen felt a mix of emotions. No wonder there had been no further actions from the mastermind after the initial outbreak of the zombie virus.
Even as human technology advanced rapidly on the battlefield against the zombies, they were retreating steadily, and humanity's counterattack was incredibly fierce. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before the zombies were cleared from the world by Huagua. Yet, there was no sign of the mastermind taking any action. It turned out that the mastermind had left Earth long ago. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt a bit lost. It seemed that his plan to lure out the mastermind by impersonating them was unlikely to work, as the person was no longer on Earth.
Jiang Chen sighed lightly.
However, he knew that now was not the time for long sighs. The green lizard creature was still standing beside him. Jiang Chen already had a plan to deal with the green lizard creature. He turned his head, exuding an air of authority, and coldly stared at the green lizard creature named Coriel, sneering as he said, "What?
Do I need to explain my actions to you?"
Coriel was so frightened that he nearly lost his mind, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and the next moment, he knelt down and begged for mercy. No, Lord Shadow, it was my rudeness. I beg for your forgiveness."
Oof.
Jiang Chen did not pursue the matter further, looking down at Coriel from a height, and simply coldly stated, "This is the last time."
Yes. Coriel stood up as if granted a reprieve, repeatedly agreeing with Jiang Chen, even daring not to meet his gaze.
The other green lizard creatures also stood by, submissively waiting for Jiang Chen's orders.
Not to mention, after having experience as a magician, Jiang Chen's acting skills were quite good.
Facing the numerous green lizard creatures, he showed no signs of fear. His words and actions were entirely in line with the demeanor of a superior from a secondary civilization.
He could easily win an Oscar for Best Actor. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence.
After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Chen slowly spoke, "I have a few tasks for you. Lord Shadow, please give your orders."
"As long as we can do it, we will do our utmost."
Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Coriel was somewhat excited. Serving a lord from a secondary civilization was a wish that many first-level civilization beings could never hope to achieve in their lifetime.
Jiang Chen ignored the excitement on Coriel's face and continued to give orders. "The first task is to avoid areas where humans exist and not to disturb their normal lives.
You may wonder why there are so many surviving humans on Earth now. This was a temporary arrangement I made, and it's fine to tell you. Transforming all humans on Earth into zombies would indeed yield a large number of spirit crystals in a short time.
But that is just a one-time deal. It cannot last.
Once all the humans on Earth are harvested, no new spirit crystals can be produced. So at that time, I chose to give humans a way out and did not let all of them perish. But it allows humanity to continue endlessly, with some always mutating into zombies, and the production of spirit crystals will be constant.
Jiang Chen understood.
According to the intelligence obtained by the green lizard beings, there should be no living humans on Earth now. But the reality is that not only are there living humans on Earth, but their numbers are also greater than that of the zombies. This inevitably raises suspicions among the green lizard beings. Therefore, Jiang Chen fabricated a relatively reasonable explanation.
As long as humanity is still alive, the supply of spirit crystals will be endless and will not stop.
Of course, you should also avoid disturbing the normal lives of humans.
It is not yet time. From my years of experience lurking in the human world, humans are a very exclusive species. Your appearance will definitely provoke their hostility.
Our goal is not to exterminate humanity, but to raise them on Earth. So, what you need to do now is to quietly develop behind the zombies.
When the time is right, we will make contact with human civilization.
After Jiang Chen finished speaking, the group of green lizard beings led by Coriel all admired Jiang Chen's arrangements. Indeed, as expected from someone from a higher civilization, the plans made are so well thought out. Indeed, the spirit crystal business on Earth should not be a one-time deal. The sustainable method of spirit crystal production proposed by Jiang Chen can maximize profits. I will state my second requirement. Then, Jiang Chen's calm tone once again echoed in the ears of the green lizard beings. Everyone instinctively listened carefully, afraid of missing a word.
I also need a large quantity of spirit crystals.
Therefore, the 80% of the spirit crystals you obtain from hunting zombies need to be handed over to me.
The remaining 20% can be distributed among yourselves.
Jiang Chen was not negotiating, he was giving a direct order. Faced with alien beings with completely different stances, Jiang Chen felt that if he didn't exploit them a bit, it would be a disservice to his human identity, especially since this was free labor.
Why not take advantage of it?
Having aliens work for him was actually quite comfortable. As for the green lizard beings, although Jiang Chen's demand for 80% of their spirit crystal harvest seemed like a lion's share, when they thought of the secondary stellar civilization that Jiang Chen represented and the powerful strength he had just displayed, they all dared to be angry but did not speak out.
After all, life and spirit crystals, who was more important? They could still distinguish between the two.
Seeing that the green lizard beings had not responded for a long time, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, and his tone became serious. What's the matter?
Any problems?
No problem. Coriel waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that there was absolutely no issue. We will hand over 80% of the spirit crystals we obtain as you requested, Lord Shadow.
That's good.
Jiang Chen nodded slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. Make sure not to shortchange me. If I find out that you have withheld any, not only you, but even your home planet, the Green Lizard Planet, will be implicated. The green lizard beings fell silent, repeatedly agreeing. Don't worry, the majority of the spirit crystals you harvest will be handed over to me, and the speed of your strength enhancement will greatly decrease. A devilish smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face as he spoke in the tone of a black-hearted capitalist. As long as you hunt zombies day and night, 24 hours a day, the number of spirit crystals you obtain will greatly increase, and the speed of your strength enhancement won't slow down much. The green lizard creatures, hearing about the 007 work system for the first time, were collectively dumbfounded, as if their worldview had been completely refreshed. Although we are not human, you really are just surviving. If they keep this up with the 007 routine, it won't be long before they probably have to buy a grave on this planet Earth in advance. The green lizard creatures could only exchange glances, awkwardly smiling, not daring to respond. In fact, Jiang Chen's move could be considered a threefold gain. The first was helping human civilization reduce the number of zombies on Earth. The green lizard creatures needed to hunt zombies to obtain spirit crystals and enhance their strength. The human side's goal was also to kill zombies and reclaim territory occupied by them. Although their objectives were different, their actions were aligned. Both were about killing zombies. With this well-equipped team of green lizard creatures assisting, the pressure on humans in facing zombies would be significantly alleviated. The second benefit was that Jiang Chen could obtain a greater number of spirit crystals. This goes without saying. The third advantage was that it could slow down the speed at which the green lizard creatures enhanced their strength. Without such a large supply of spirit crystals, their strength wouldn't increase rapidly. For a period of time, they could be kept under Jiang Chen's control. I'm stating the last two requirements. 1. You need to report to me every week about your strength enhancement.
The other is that you will provide me with 1,000 milliliters of your blood each week. It doesn't matter whose blood it is, as long as it's from your green lizard creatures. Seeing the confused expressions on the faces of the green lizard creatures, Jiang Chen continued, "Don't ask why, you just need to follow my orders. Otherwise, you and your home planet will be obliterated in the vast universe. Of course, as long as you follow my requirements and work diligently with me, I won't let you suffer." Jiang Chen understood the principle of using a big stick along with sweet dates. So while threatening them, he also promised them an empty check. In the end, Jiang Chen tossed a communicator to the leader of the green lizard creature named Coriel, saying, "From now on, if you have any issues, use this to contact me. As for where you need to place the spirit crystals and blood for me, I will inform you through the communicator later." After saying this, Jiang Chen turned and left, leaving the green lizard creatures stunned for a long time. "Brother Coriel, what? What should we do next? What to do?" "Of course, we follow the orders of that Lord Shadow. This Lord Shadow comes from a secondary stellar civilization. The zombie apocalypse on this planet was orchestrated by this Lord Shadow. He turned half of the human population on this planet into mindless zombies. In this Lord's eyes, we, as first-level civilization beings, are no different from ants. Killing us is easier than squashing an ant. If it weren't for our green lizard planet joining the Galactic Interstellar Alliance and having a higher civilization level, we might have been the ones selected to be infected with the zombie virus and become the trial ground of the Galactic Alliance. You successfully impersonated the identity of the mastermind in front of the green lizard creatures, and made the green lizard creatures agree to a series of unreasonable, even exploitative treaties. The green lizard creatures could only dare to be angry but not speak out. They all agreed to the conditions you proposed. You have gained a team of alien creatures to serve as your free labor. After you had given your instructions, the green lizard biological team indeed only dared to operate behind the zombie army, completely avoiding contact with the human side. So on Earth, aside from you, no one else knew that extraterrestrial beings had already arrived. You also did not inform the higher-ups in Huagua about this matter. Soon, a week passed. The green lizard beings, according to your request, placed 80% of the spirit crystals they had obtained during this time, along with 1,000 milliliters of their blood, at the location you specified. I must say, the efficiency of the green lizard beings in hunting zombies was quite high. In just a week, the number of spirit crystals submitted to you reached tens of thousands, including quite a few purple spirit crystals representing zombie lords. You, of course, accepted all these spoils without hesitation, further adding to your warehouse of spirit crystals. As for the 1,000 milliliters of green lizard blood, this time you were extremely cautious and built a dedicated laboratory on an uninhabited island in the Bohai Bay of Qingqing City, specifically for the research of green lizard blood. This laboratory was solely responsible for studying the blood of the green lizard beings. The previous two instances of mutual slaughter in the simulated world had sounded alarm bells for you. There must be more secrets hidden within the green lizard beings, which were the reasons behind the madness and mutual slaughter of the laboratory personnel. But at this moment, you were unclear whether the specific trigger lay in the blood of the green lizard beings or in the beings themselves. Therefore, to be safe, you constructed the laboratory on a deserted island. This way, even if a mental contamination occurred that turned people violent and led to mutual slaughter, it could be contained within a controllable range. You carefully selected a group of experienced biologists to be stationed in the green lizard blood laboratory on the island. At the same time, a considerable number of death row inmates were sent there, allowing the researchers to conduct large-scale human experiments without restraint. In the following period, the green lizard beings kept their promise, regularly submitting spirit crystals and blood to you. Meanwhile, on the other side, humans were on the battlefield against the zombie army. The zombie army was retreating as expected. Although the resistance was fierce, they still struggled to hide their decline in the face of the well-equipped and numerous war robot legion. Now, in 2060, more than half of Asia and parts of Europe had already been reclaimed by Huagua. Next, the more challenging continents of Africa and North America awaited. In Africa, although many small countries had not perished under Huagua's protection, the sheer number of people made it difficult. Coupled with the harsh environment and the lack of hygiene among the indigenous residents, the virus spread rapidly. This led to many African natives being directly infected and mutated into zombies during the first wave of the zombie virus outbreak. Now, the difficulty of Huagua wanting to clear the zombies in Africa was evident. As for North America, it was simply because the superpower of the United States had been directly annihilated, with over 300 million people mutated into zombies. Handling this situation was also quite challenging. However, when it came to signing up to go to the United States to slaughter zombies, the people of Huagua were very enthusiastic. Anyone qualified to operate war robots was eager to register. This is the only legitimate reason to step onto American soil and take out the Americans, although these Americans have long since mutated into zombies.
But at the end of the day, they still have American blood running through their veins.
Moreover, after this, there will no longer be a country called America in the world. It can be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
They were almost fighting tooth and nail to operate the war robots, vying for a spot at the American warfront.
And now, that green lizard biological team is also located within American territory.
It has been several years since they arrived on Earth. Over the years, they have become familiar with the Earth's environment. Even though at that time you demanded a hefty share of their spirit crystal profits, after all these years, they still managed to retain a considerable amount of spirit crystals. After absorbing the spiritual energy within the spirit crystals, their strength has increased to varying degrees. The strongest among them, Coriel, has now reached a high planetary level of power. In terms of combat ability, he is already on par with ordinary zombie kings. In a zombie army without the presence of zombie kings, Coriel's strength can already be considered kingly. He has awakened his own unique talent abilities. At the same time, his efficiency in slaying zombies has greatly improved.
However, recently,
although their speed of acquiring spirit crystals has increased significantly compared to when they first arrived on Earth,
they feel that something is increasingly amiss. The reason for this unease is simple.
Because the number of zombies on Earth has been decreasing.
At the beginning,
zombies were everywhere around the world. As far as the eye could see, it was all a dense tide of zombies.
It felt like they could never be killed off. But after a few years,
the number of zombies has clearly diminished.
Not to mention,
in the Asian region where they had been for several years, zombies are basically on the verge of becoming an endangered species. Basically, one could only spot a few scattered zombies in those inconspicuous corners. Moreover, as soon as a zombie shows up, it is usually shot dead by the war robots like iron lumps.
This is also why the green lizard biological team left Asia and crossed the Pacific to North America. There simply weren't any zombies left for them to kill in Asia.
The decreasing number of zombies on Earth. The reason for this situation is certainly not that the green lizard biological team has killed too many zombies.
There are only a little over a dozen of them. Even if they worked day and night, tirelessly slaying zombies, how many could they possibly kill?
The key reason, in the eyes of the green lizard biological team, is that the combat power of the human side is simply too abnormal. Zombies already have considerable combat power. In their view, a planet with such a vast number of zombies could potentially match a civilization above level 1.0 in terms of combat power.
But, the human civilization side is even more powerful. By normal reasoning,
the zombie army, which has a certain resistance to firearms and other hot weapons, should be in a crushing position when facing the human army.
But the reality is, the human side has practically maxed out their war technology tree. Not only do they possess the technology for mass-producing war robots, but they have also developed black technology weapons such as laser weapons and electromagnetic weapons.
There is also the virtual reality game Zombie Apocalypse War, which allows war robot operators to continuously hone their skills.
Now, they are completely suppressing the zombie army.
The members of the green lizard species have good reason to be suspicious. If humanity's offensive against the zombie army is not curtailed, it won't be long before all the zombies in the world are eradicated by human civilization. At that time, without zombies, the concept of spirit crystals will naturally cease to exist. Faced with this situation, the members of the green lizard species are quite worried. Their planet had only just managed to secure the qualification to cultivate the trial planet Earth. But now it seems that they might not even wait for their cultivation time to end before the zombie crisis on Earth is resolved by human civilization.
Wouldn't that mean their efforts were in vain? Most of the spirit crystal profits from earlier have been supplied to you. With the current earnings they have, they can't even break even.
The green lizard species wants to stop human civilization's offensive against the zombie army.
However, due to the demands you made earlier, they can only temporarily retreat to North America.
Nevertheless, their leader, a green lizard named Coriel, mustered the courage to use a communicator to contact you and express their concerns. On your end, you naturally reassured them, telling them not to worry too much and that you have your own arrangements.
You wouldn't let the zombies be completely wiped out on Earth. This eased Coriel and the others' minds, but in reality, you don't have any other arrangements.
You are actually hoping that under the pressure from humanity, the zombies worldwide will be completely eradicated, allowing Earth to return to a peaceful and stable era. You have already accumulated a significant amount of spirit crystals. Billions of spirit crystals have piled up in the warehouse, forming several small mountains several dozen meters high. The quantity is so vast that, according to the estimations of the cultivation elder Yi Yuan, it could allow hundreds of thousands of people to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage or even higher levels of cultivation. This is clearly more than enough for you, who currently have only 4 cultivators. As for what to do after the zombies are extinct, you have long had plans in place. Over the past few years, you have obtained a lot of information from the green lizard species through various indirect means. The content is quite mixed, but there is plenty that is useful to you. First and foremost is the composition of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. According to Coriel, the Galactic Interstellar Alliance is made up of hundreds of thousands of planets within the Milky Way. Each planet represents a different civilization, with populations that can reach terrifying numbers in the trillions, meaning tens of billions of people. More than 90% of the forces are merely at the planetary civilization stage. While there are certainly more than a handful of planets classified as secondary civilizations, they are rare within the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. Moreover, each one is incredibly mysterious and typically does not reveal itself in front of ordinary first-level civilized planets like Green Lizard Star. This is also why beings like you, who come from a secondary civilization, are treated with such respect and humility. The Galactic Interstellar Alliance is located in a place called Loxing. Coriel has only heard that the civilization level of Loxing has reached a terrifying third-level galactic civilization. However, whether this rumor is true or not has yet to be verified by anyone. Another thing, you extracted some information about cultivation from the green lizard creature. It was not much different from what you guessed. Their methods of cultivation, which joined the Galactic Interstellar Alliance civilization, share similarities with the way of cultivating immortality on Earth. Both involve absorbing spiritual energy to enhance strength. However, the only difference is that they place more emphasis on body refinement, while the cultivation methods on Earth focus more on self-cultivation. In the end, both paths lead to the same destination. However, there are differences in the terminology used for levels. In Huagua, cultivation is divided into stages such as Qi refining stage, foundation establishment stage, and so on. In the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, they use terms like planetary stage and stellar stage. After your verification, you can roughly predict that the Qi refining stage on Earth corresponds to the planetary stage in the Interstellar Alliance. The foundation establishment stage corresponds to the stellar stage. The zombie lord is probably at the initial planetary stage. The zombie overlord is at the mid-planetary stage. Currently, the highest combat power on Earth, the only zombie king in the world, Yi Yuan, should be considered at the high planetary stage in terms of strength. A being at the high planetary stage can basically reign supreme on an ordinary level 1 cultural star. The current leader of the Green Lizard Star is an old-school high planetary stage powerhouse. As for those who break through the bottleneck and advance to the stellar stage, they would have no rivals on a level 1 cultural star. One could say they have 1 foot in the core circle of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance and will receive extremely high treatment. Consequently, the status and treatment of their home planet in the Galactic Interstellar Alliance will greatly improve. It can be said that when one person attains the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. According to your speculation, combined with the information provided by Coriel and others, that hidden mastermind on Earth is at least of high planetary stage strength, and may even have stepped into the stellar stage. During this time, Coriel, the green lizard creature, has been constantly testing your strength, indirectly inquiring about which level you are at. You originally did not intend to reveal it. However, you suddenly thought of something and subtly hinted that your strength is at the high planetary stage, just 1 step away from entering the stellar stage. Upon hearing that your strength is only at the planetary stage and not the stellar stage, the green lizard creatures subconsciously pondered something. Especially Coriel, who kept stroking his chin, seemingly deep in thought. In fact, during these years of day and night cultivation, your progress has been quite good. You have now reached the 3rd level of Qi refining, which is at the initial planetary stage level. Zhang Sunquan's strength is similar to yours, also at the initial planetary stage. As for Luo Hongyi, due to her superior spiritual root talent compared to both of you, and with your completely cost-free supply of spiritual crystals, she has now cultivated to the 5th level of Qi refining, reaching the mid-planetary stage. This means that even without the assistance of war robots, Luo Hongyi can compete on par with beings like the zombie overlord solely based on her own strength. You are only at the initial planetary stage, but you told the green lizard creatures that you are at the high planetary stage, which is an exaggeration of your strength. However, this is only the surface strength. If you factor in your causality skills, your combat power cannot be measured in the conventional sense of planetary stage or stellar stage levels. Soon, several more years passed.
The year is 2064. It has been 20 years since the outbreak of the zombie virus.
It has also been 10 years since the arrival of the green lizard beings on Earth. According to the regulations of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, Earth, as a trial planet, has only 10 years for the green lizard beings to cultivate it. After 10 years, this planet will be open to all planetary civilizations within the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. However, strangely enough, these green lizard beings waited an entire year without seeing any beings from other planets descend upon Earth. The non-native residents on Earth are still only their kin from the green lizard planet. A simulated scene appears. Inside a large abandoned supermarket, the green lizard beings are taking a brief rest.
Can we contact the home planet? Still can't get through.
Logically, the shielding device on this trial planet should have naturally disappeared after the cultivation period ended.
But now, we still can't receive any signals from the home planet. Is it because the distance is too far?
After all, we are 10,000 light-years away from the home planet.
It shouldn't be the case.
When I bought this signal communicator, the seller said it would work throughout the entire galaxy. I hope I didn't buy a counterfeit product. The green lizard beings are chattering about contacting the home planet. The 10-year cultivation period has passed, yet they have not seen any beings from other planets arrive.
Moreover, they are still unable to contact the home planet.
Everything feels strange, leaving these green lizard beings with an uneasy feeling.
How about we ask that Lord Shadow what the situation is? Sure, wait a moment, I'll ask.
Coriel took out the communicator that Jiang Chen had given him and dialed Jiang Chen's number.
Yes. Lord Shadow, I understand.
A few minutes later, Coriel ended the call with a peculiar expression. He then turned to the others who were eagerly watching him and said, Lord Shadow said he isn't very clear either. He has also lost contact with the Galactic Interstellar Alliance.
Huh? Lord Shadow doesn't know what's going on either? No way. Could it be that something has gone wrong with this trial planet Earth? I actually think it's quite good right now. If no beings from other planets are descending on Earth, doesn't that mean all the resources on this planet belong to us?
Heh,
do you want to hear what you're saying?
Indeed, the cultivation period has ended, and normally, it would be a good thing that no beings from other planets are coming to compete for resources. However, the key point is, you should consider that the non-native residents on Earth are not just us, there's also that Lord Shadow above us. If Lord Shadow eats meat, we can only drink soup. Moreover, the most critical thing is, do you want to see if there are still zombies on this planet? In the past month, we have barely collected less than 100 spirit crystals. The zombies around the world are almost exterminated by humans. Now, finding a zombie on Earth is purely a matter of luck. If luck is good, we might occasionally see 1 or 2 zombies. If luck is bad, it's common not to see any zombies for a day or two.
That's right.
Under the relentless efforts of the war machines organized by the military of Huagua, the zombie race has finally been reduced to an endangered species by humans.
Now,
aside from some hard-to-find nooks and crannies, there may still be a few surviving zombies. Most of the zombies in the world had long since perished under the overwhelming tide of the war machines, turning into nutrients for the Earth. In this battle against zombies that lasted over 20 years, humanity can finally declare victory. Now, the high-ranking officials of the Hua Nation are doing 2 things. One is to arrange for some war robots to clear out the zombies that have survived in various places. The other is to initiate a population migration plan.
Some large cities were completely destroyed during the zombie apocalypse, leaving them empty and desolate.
What Hua Nation needs to do is to migrate part of the population into these cities, allowing time to heal their scars. Years later, those cities will naturally regain their vitality and vigor. The zombie legions have been defeated, and all territories occupied by zombies have been reclaimed. This officially means that the 7 continents and 5 oceans of the Earth, totaling over 500 million square kilometers, are now part of Hua Nation's territory. A true one nation, one planet has been realized. At this point, although racial differences still exist, there is only one nation, Hua Nation.
Hua Nation is the symbol of human civilization.